Dear users, the base-level API key for Candy Sister's API service has expired. There are regular monthly and pro monthly subscription plans available. The regular monthly plan is $108 a month, and the annual plan is even more cost-effective. The pro monthly plan is $268, which allows early access to new models. Choose a plan to renew, and if you have any questions, please contact customer service. Candy Sister API Service API Key Renewal. Notice your base-level API key has expired. Please select a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. Sklinkivas Fupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6U1. Upgrade regular monthly plan price 108.00 month suitable for users with moderate usage. Supports mainstream commonly used models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek, Grok daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models, unlimited Gemini 2. 5. Flash, Khalid 35 Haiku, 30-day validity upgrade Nopes, Okapi. Paco. Komapira renewal create session. API key Sklinkivas Fupam 35, Umez 9, AKX 6 Uplamid Lada Logitru, annual plan, only 90.00 months. Okapi. Paco. Komapira renewal create session. API key Sklinkivas Fupam 35, Umez 9, AKX 6 Uplamid yearly Auto Logitru 2. Upgrade pro monthly plan price, 268.00 month. The highest level plan. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT daily limit of 550 requests for all models, daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models, 3 Opus, Opus 4, Think, Search for Olatist, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models, top-level Nano Banana, special drawing models for Gmeng 4, 0, etc. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Khalid 35 Haiku priority technical support, 30-day validity early access to the latest model Gemini 3. 0 internal test model Sandstone upgrade Nopes, Okapi. Paco. Komapira renewal create session. API key Sklinkivas Fupam 35, Umez 9, AKX 6 Upland Super Auto Logitru, annual plan, only 223.33 months. Okapi. Paco. Komapira renewal create session. API key Sklinkivas Fupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 Upland Super Yearly Auto Logitru. Go to the store to see more plans. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help. If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact customer service EPS, CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwo chat. JPG online customer service. Consult Nopes, CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwo chat. JPG security tips. The renewal link is encrypted and valid only for your API key. Payment is securely processed through Stripe. Once the renewal is successful, the service will be restored immediately. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Include 35 Haiku priority technical support, 30-day validity early access to the latest model Gemini 3. 0 beta model Sandstone upgrade Nopes, Okapi. Paco. Komapira renewal create session. API key Sklinkivas Fupam 35, Umez 9, AKX 6 Upland Super Auto Logitru, annual plan, only 223.33 months. Okapi. Paco. Komapira renewal create session. API key Sklinkivas Fupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 Upland Super Yearly Auto Logitru. Go directly to the store to see more packages. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help. If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us, CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwo chat. JPG online customer service. Inquire Nopes, CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwo chat. JPG security notice. The renewal link is encrypted and valid only for your API. Key payment processing is securely handled through Stripe. Services will be restored immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Candy Sister API Service API Key Renewal Notification. Your base level A. The PI key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. SK. Linkiva. Sfupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6U1. Upgrade. Standard monthly package price. 108.00 month suitable for users with moderate usage. Supporting mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5 DeepSeek. Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models, unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Claude 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity, upgrade now, https Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle auto login true. Annual plan only 90.00 month. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle yearly auto login true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly package price. 268.00 month. The highest level package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models. Suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus. Opus 4. Think, search for latest. Etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top-level Nano Banana. Special drawing models like Dream 4. 0. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support. 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0. Beta model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super auto login true. Annual plan only 223. month. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super yearly auto login true. Go to the store for more packages. HTTPS. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tango Chat. JPG. Online customer service. Consult now. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tango Chat. JPG. Security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. The payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Services will resume immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Canny Sister API Service API Key Renewal. Notice your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U1. Upgrade. Standard monthly package price. 108.00 month suitable for users with moderate usage, supporting mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek Grok, daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models, unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash Claude 3-5, Haiku 30-day validity, upgrade now, HTTPS, Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session, API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle auto login true. Annual plan only 90.00 month. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle yearly auto login true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly package price. 268.00 month. The highest level package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus. Opus 4. Think, search for latest. Etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier Nano Banana. Special drawing models for Dream 4. 0 figurines, etc. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Kalud 3-5. Haiku priority technical support, 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0 beta model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super auto login true. Annual plan only 223. month. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link Eva, Svupam 35 Mes 9 AKX, 6 U plan super yearly auto login true. Go to the store for more packages. HTTPS, Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us, HTTPS, CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG, online customer service. Consult now, HTTPS, CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG, security notice. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. Payments are securely processed through Stripe. Services will resume immediately after successful renewal. This message is generated automatically by the system. Please do not reply. Candy Sister API Service API Key Renewal Notice. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key SK Link Eva Svupam 35 Mes 9 AKX 6 U1 Upgrade Standard Monthly Plan Price 108.00 month suitable for moderate usage. Supports mainstream commonly used models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models, Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek Grok, daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models, unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Khalid 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity, upgrade now, HTTPS, copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link Eva, Svupam 35 Mes 9 AKX, 6 U plan middle auto login true. Annual plan only 90.00 month, HTTPS. copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link Eva, Svupam 35 Mes 9 AKX, 6 U plan middle yearly auto login true. 2. Upgrade, pro monthly plan price, 268.00 month highest tier plan. Supports all models and early access to the latest models. Suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4. Think, search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier Nano Banana, special drawing models for Dream 4. 0 figurines, etc. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Khalid 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0 beta model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link Eva. Svupam 35 Mes 9 AKX 6 U plan super auto login true. Annual plan only 223.33 month, HTTPS. copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link Eva, Svupam 35 Mes 9 AKX, 6 U plan super yearly auto login true. Go to the store for more packages. HTTPS, Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. HTTPS, CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG, online customer service. Consult now. HTTPS, CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG, security notice. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. Payments are securely processed through Stripe. Services will resume immediately after successful renewal. This message is generated automatically by the system. Please do not reply. Candy Sister API Service API Key Renewal Notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key SK. Link Eva. Svupam 35 Mes 9 AKX 6 U1. Upgrade. Standard monthly package price. 108.00 month suitable for users with moderate usage. Supports mainstream commonly used models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek Grok, daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models, unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash Claude 3-5. Haiku 30 days validity, upgrade now. HTTPS, copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link Eva, Svupam 35 Mes 9 AKX, 6 U plan middle auto login true. Annual plan only 90.00 month. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link Eva. Svupam 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 You plan middle yearly auto login true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly package price. 268.00 month. The highest level package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models. Suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok. GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3. Opus. Opus 4. Think search for latest. Etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top Nano Banana. Special drawing models like Dream 4. 0. Etc. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30 days validity early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0 beta model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link Eva. Svupam 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 You plan super auto login true. Annual plan only 223. 33 month. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link Eva. Svupam 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 You plan super yearly auto login true. Go to the store to see more packages. HTTPS. Tangwa. Echo here. Org need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact customer service. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Org Tangwa chat. JPG. Online customer service. Consult now. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Org Tangwa chat. JPG. Security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. The payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Once the renewal is successful, the service will resume immediately. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok. GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus. Opus 4. Think, search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for image generation models. Top tier Nano Banana, Dream 4. 0, etc. for figure-specific image generation. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0 beta model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link Eva. Svupam 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 You plan super auto login true. Annual plan only 223. 33 month. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link Eva. Svupam 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 You plan super yearly auto login true. Go directly to the store to see more packages. HTTPS. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Org Tangwa chat. JPG. Online customer service. Inquire now. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Org Tangwa chat. JPG. Security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. Payment is securely processed through Stripe. Services will resume immediately after successful renewal. This message was generated automatically by the system. Please do not reply. Canny Sister API Service API Key Renewal Notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please select a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. SK. Link Eva. Svupam 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U1. Upgrade. Standard monthly package price. 108.00 months suitable for users with moderate usage. Supports mainstream commonly used models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash Claude 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle auto login true. Annual plan only 90.00 month. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle yearly auto login true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly package price. 268.00 month. The highest level package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok. GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4. Think search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for image generation models. Top tier Nano Banana, Dream 4. 0, etc. for figure-specific image generation. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0 beta model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super auto login true. Annual plan only 223. 33 month. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super yearly auto login true. Go directly to the store to see more packages. HTTPS. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us, HTTPS, CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwo chat. JPG, online customer service. Inquire now. HTTPS, CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwo chat. JPG, security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. Payment is securely processed through Stripe. Services will resume immediately after successful renewal. This message was generated automatically by the system. Please do not reply. Canny Sister API Service API Key Renewal. Notice your base level API key has expired. Please select a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U1. Upgrade. Standard monthly package price. 108.00 months suitable for users with moderate usage. Supporting mainstream models and high-frequency usage. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek, Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash Claude 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle auto login true. Annual plan only 90.00 month. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle yearly auto login true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly package price. 268.00 month. The highest level package. Supporting all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok. GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4. Think search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier Nano Banana, Dream 4. 0, etc. Dedicated drawing models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0 internal test model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super auto login true. Annual plan only 223. 33 month. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link Eva, Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U plans super yearly auto login true. Go directly to the store to see more packages. HTTPS, Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact customer service, HTTPS, CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwo chat. JPG, online customer service. Consult now, HTTPS, CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwo chat. JPG, security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. The payment process is securely handled through Stripe. Services will be restored immediately after successful renewal. This message was generated automatically by the system. Please do not reply. Support for all models, Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus. Opus 4, think, search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier Nano Banana, special drawing models for Dream 4. 0 figurines, etc. Unlimited access to Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity period early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0 beta model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link Eva. Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U plan super auto login true. Annual plan only 223. 33 month. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link Eva. Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U plan super yearly auto login true. Visit the store for more packages. HTTPS. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwo chat. JPG. Online support. Inquire now. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwo chat. JPG. Security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. The payment process is securely handled through Stripe. Once the renewal is successful, the service will be restored immediately. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Candy Sister API Service API Key Renewal Notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. SK. Link Eva. Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U1. Upgrade. Standard monthly plan price. 108.00 month suitable for moderate users. Supports mainstream common models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models, Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek, Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models. Unlimited access to Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Claude 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity period. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link Eva. Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U plan middle auto login true. Annual plan only 90.00 month. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link Eva. Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U plan middle yearly auto login true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly plan price. 268.00 month highest level plan. Supports all models and early access to the latest models. Suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4. Think, search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier Nano Banana, special drawing models for Dream 4. 0 figurines, etc. Unlimited access to Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity period early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0 beta a model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link Eva, Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX, 6U plan Super Auto Login True. Annual plan only 223. 33 month, HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link Eva, Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX, 6U plan Super Yearly Auto Login True. Visit the store for more packages. HTTPS. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tango Chat. JPG. Online support. Inquire now. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tango Chat. JPG. Security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. The payment process is securely handled through Stripe. Once the renewal is successful, the service will be restored immediately. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Canny Sister API Service API Key Renewal. Notice your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. SK. Link Eva. Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6U1. Upgrade. Standard monthly plan price. 108.00 month suitable for moderate usage users. Supports mainstream commonly used models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models, Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models, unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Khalid 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity, upgrade now. HTTPS, Okapi. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link Eva, Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX, 6U plan Middle Auto Login True. Annual plan only 90.00 month, HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link Eva, Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX, 6U plan Middle Yearly Auto Login True. 2. Upgrade, Pro Monthly Plan Price, 268.00 month, the highest level plan. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek Grok. GPT, daily limit of 550 requests for all models, daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4, Think, Search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top-level Nano Banana, special drawing models like Dream 4, 0, unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Khalid, 3-5. Haiku priority technical support, 30-day validity, early access to the latest models, Gemini 3. 0 beta model Sandstone. Upgrade now, HTTPS, Okapi. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link Eva, Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX, 6U plan Super Auto Login True. Annual plan only 223. 33 month, HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link Eva, Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX, 6U plan Super Yearly Auto Login True. Go directly to the store to see more plans. HTTPS. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact customer service, HTTPS, CDN. Echo here. Or Tango Chat. JPG, online customer service. Consult now, HTTPS, CDN. Echo here. Or Tango Chat. JPG, security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. The payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Once the renewal is successful, the service will resume immediately. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Supports all models, Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek Grok. GPT, daily limit of 550 requests for all models, daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4, Think, Search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier Nano Banana, Dream 4, 0, etc. Dedicated drawing models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Khalid 3-5. Haiku priority technical support, 30-day validity, early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0 beta model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super auto login true. Annual plan only 223. 33 month. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super yearly auto login true. Visit the store for more packages. HTTPS. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG. Online customer service. Consult now. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG. Security notice. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. Payment process securely handled through Stripe. Service will resume immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Candy Sister API Service API Key Renewal Notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U1. Upgrade. Standard monthly package price. 108.00 month suitable for moderate users. Supports mainstream commonly used models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Khalid 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle auto login true. Annual plan only 90.00 month. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle yearly auto login true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly package price. 268.00 month highest level package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models. Suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4. Think, search for latest etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier Nano Banana, Dream 4, 0, etc. Dedicated drawing models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Khalid 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0 beta model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super auto login true. Annual plan only 223. 33 month. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super yearly auto login true. Visit the store for more packages. HTTPS. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG. Online customer service. Consult now. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG. Security notice. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. Payment process securely handled through Stripe. Service will resume immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Candy Sister API Service API Key Renewal Notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please select a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U1. Upgrade. Standard monthly package price. 108.00 month suitable for moderate users. Supporting mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S, Gemini 2, 5, DeepSeek, Grok, daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models, unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Claude 3-5, Haiku 30-day validity, upgrade now, HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle auto login true. Annual plan only 90. 00 month. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle yearly auto login true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly package price. 268. 00 month, the highest level package, supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models, Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT, daily limit of 550 requests for all models, daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4, thanks search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top-tier Nano Banana, models specifically for figurines like Dream 4, 0, etc. Unlimited Gemini 2, 5 Flash, Claude 3-5, Haiku priority technical support, 30-day validity, early access to the latest models, Gemini 3, 0 beta model Sandstone. Upgrade now, HTTPS, Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super auto login true. Annual plan only 223. 33 month. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super yearly auto login true. Go directly to the store to see more packages. HTTPS. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact customer service, HTTPS, CDN. Echo here. Or Tango chat. JPG, online customer service. Inquire now. HTTPS, CDN. Echo here. Or Tango chat. JPG, security tips. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. The payment process is securely handled by Stripe. After successful renewal, the service will resume immediately. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Supports all models, Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT, daily limit of 550 requests for all models, daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4, thanks search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top-tier Nano Banana, dedicated drawing models like Dream 4, 0, etc. Unlimited Gemini 2, 5 Flash, Claude 3-5, Haiku priority technical support, 30-day validity, early access to the latest models, Gemini 3, 0 beta model Sandstone. Upgrade now, HTTPS, Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super auto login true. Annual plan only 223. 33 month. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super yearly auto login true. Go directly to the store for more packages. HTTPS. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us, HTTPS, CDN, Echo here, or Tango chat, JPG, online support. Consult now, HTTPS, CDN, Echo here, or Tango chat, JPG, security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. Payment process securely handled by Stripe. Services will resume immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Candy Sister API Service API Key Renewal Notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX6U1. Upgrade. Standard monthly plan price. 108. 00 month suitable for moderate usage users. supporting mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek, Grok, daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models, unlimited Gemini 2. 5. Flash, Claude 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity, upgrade now. HTTPS, copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA, SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle auto login true. Annual plan only 90. 00 month. HTTPS, copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA, SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle yearly auto login true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly plan price, 268. 00 month, the highest level plan. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek Grok, GPT, daily limit of 550 requests for all models, daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4, Think Search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models, top-tier Nano Banana, dedicated drawing models like Dream 4, 0, etc. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity early access to the latest models, Gemini 3, 0, beta model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS, copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA, SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super auto login true. Annual plan only 223. 33 month. HTTPS, copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA, SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super yearly auto login true. Go directly to the store for more packages. HTTPS, Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. HTTPS, CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG, online support. Consult now. HTTPS, CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG, security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. Payment process securely handled by Stripe. Services will resume immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Canny Sister API Service API Key Renewal. Notice your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U1. Upgrade. Regular monthly package price, 108. 00 month suitable for medium usage users. Supports mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models, Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek Grok, daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models, unlimited Gemini 2. 5. Flash, Khalid 3-5. Haiku 30 days validity, upgrade now. HTTPS, copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA, SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle auto login true. Annual plan only 90. 00 month. HTTPS, copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA, SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle yearly auto login true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly package price, 268. 00 month, the highest level package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek Grok, GPT, daily limit of 550 requests for all models, daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4, Think Search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models, top-tier Nano Banana, special drawing models like Dream 4, 0, unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Khalid 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30 days validity early access to the latest models, Gemini 3. 0 beta model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS, copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link Eva, Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U plan Super Auto Login True. Annual plan only 223. 33 month. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link Eva, Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U plan Super Yearly Auto Login True. Go directly to the store for more packages. HTTPS. Tangwa. Aiko here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. HTTPS. CDN. Aiko here. Or Tangwo chat. JPG. Online customer service. Inquire now. HTTPS. CDN. Aiko here. Or Tangwo chat. JPG. Security alert. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. Payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Service will resume immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4. Think, search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier Nano Banana, Dream 4. 0, etc. Dedicated drawing models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Kalud 3-5. Haiku Priority Technical Support 30-day validity period. Early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0 Beta Model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link Eva, Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U plan Super Auto Login True. Annual subscription only 223. 33 month. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link Eva, Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U plan Super Yearly Auto Login True. Go to the store for more packages. HTTPS. Tangwa. Aiko here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. HTTPS. CDN. Aiko here. Or Tangwo chat. JPG. Online customer service. Inquire now. HTTPS. CDN. Aiko here. Or Tangwo chat. JPG. Security notice. The renewal link is encrypted and valid only for your API key. The payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Services will resume immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Candy Sister API Service API Key Renewal Notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. SK. Link Eva. Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U1. Upgrade. Standard monthly package price. 108. 00 months suitable for moderate users. Supports mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S. Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash Kalud 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity period. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link Eva, Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U plan Middle Auto Login True. Annual subscription only 90. 00 month. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link Eva, Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U plan Middle Yearly Auto Login True. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly package price. 268. 00 month highest level package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4. Think, search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier Nano Banana, Dream 4, 0, etc. Dedicated drawing models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Kalud 3-5. Haiku Priority Technical Support 30-day validity period. Early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0 Beta Model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super auto login true. Annual subscription only 223. 33 month. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super yearly auto login true. Go to the store for more packages. HTTPS. Tangwa. Aiko here. Org need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. HTTPS. CDN. Aiko here. Org Tangwo chat. JPG. Online customer service. Inquire now. HTTPS. CDN. Aiko here. Org Tangwo chat. JPG. Security notice. The renewal link is encrypted and valid only for your API key. The payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Services will resume immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Canny Sister API Service API Key Renewal. Notice your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U1. Upgrade. Standard monthly package price. 108.00 month suitable for moderate users. Supports mainstream commonly used models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models, Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek, Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models, unlimited Gemini 2. 5. Flash, Claude 3-5. Haiku valid for 30 days. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle auto login true. Annual plan only 90.00 month. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle yearly auto login true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly package price. 268.00 month. The highest level package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3. Opus. Opus 4. Think, search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier Nano Banana, Dream 4. 0, and other model-specific drawing models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5. Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support valid for 30 days. Early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0 beta model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super auto login true. Annual plan only 223. 33 month. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super yearly auto login true. Go directly to the store to see more packages. HTTPS. Tangwa. Aiko here. Org need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. HTTPS. CDN. Aiko here. Org Tangwo chat. JPG. Online customer service. Inquire now. HTTPS. CDN. Aiko here. Org Tangwo chat. JPG. Security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and valid only for your API key. The payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Once the renewal is successful, the service will resume immediately. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3. Opus. Opus 4. Think, search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier Nano Banana. Dedicated drawing models like Dream 4. 0, etc. Unlimited requests for Gemini 2. 5. Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku Priority Technical Support 30-day validity period early access to the latest models. Gemini 3.0 Beta Model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U Plan Super Auto Login True. Annual plan only 223. 33 month. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U Plan Super Yearly Auto Login True. Visit the store for more packages. HTTPS. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwo Chat. JPG. Online customer service. Consult now. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwo Chat. JPG. Security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and valid only for your API key. Payment process securely handled through Stripe. Services will be restored immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Candy Sister API Service API Key Renewal Notice your base level API key has expired. Please select a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U1. Upgrade. Standard monthly plan price. 108.00 month suitable for moderate users. Supports mainstream commonly used models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models. Unlimited requests for Gemini 2. 5. Flash Claude 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity period. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U Plan Middle Auto Login True. Annual plan only 90.00 month. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U Plan Middle Yearly Auto Login True. 2. Upgrade. Pro Monthly Plan Price. 268.00 month. The highest level plan. Supports all models and early access to the latest models. Suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek Grok. GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3. Opus. Opus 4. Think Search for latest. Etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier Nano Banana. Dedicated drawing models like Dream 4. 0, etc. Unlimited requests for Gemini 2. 5. Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku Priority Technical Support 30-day validity period early access to the latest models. Gemini 3.0 Beta Model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U Plan Super Auto Login True. Annual plan only 223. 33 month. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U Plan Super Yearly Auto Login True. Visit the store for more packages. HTTPS. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwo Chat. JPG. Online customer service. Consult now. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwo Chat. JPG. Security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and valid only for your API key. Payment process securely handled through Stripe. Services will be restored immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Candy Sister API Service API Key Renewal Notice your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U1. Upgrade. Standard monthly package price. 108. 00 month suitable for moderate usage users. Supports mainstream commonly used models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models, Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek, Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models, unlimited Gemini 2. 5. Flash, Claude 3-5. Haiku valid for 30 days. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle auto login true. Annual package only 90. 00 month. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle yearly auto login true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly package price. 268. 00 month highest level package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models. Suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4. Think, search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for image generation models. Top tier Nano Banana, special models like Dream 4. 0. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support valid for 30 days. Early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0 Beta model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super auto login true. Annual package only 223. 33 month. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super yearly auto login true. Go directly to the store to see more packages. HTTPS. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tango chat. JPG. Online customer service. Consult now. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tango chat. JPG. Security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. Payment process is securely handled through Stripe. Service will be restored immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4. Think, search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top-level Nano Banana, special drawing models like Dream 4. 0, etc. Unlimited access to Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0 internal test model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super auto login true. Annual plan only 223. 33 month. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super yearly auto login true. Directly visit the store for more packages. HTTPS. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tango chat. JPG. Online customer service. Consult now. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tango chat. JPG. Security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. Payment process is securely handled through Stripe. Service will resume immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. However, this comfortable environment also intoxicated people, causing the pirate crew of Light to move slowly until night fell. when Dagu and others finally vaguely saw an island ahead. Are we there? Looking at the silhouette of the distant island, Dagu murmured, then turned to the others who were doing their own things and said, "We're almost there. Get ready." "Yes, Captain." Upon hearing this, everyone stopped what they were doing, returned to their rooms to tidy themselves up, and then came out together to the ship's edge, looking at the island that was now within reach, Whiskey Peak. "Is there no one?" After docking the ship and stepping off, looking at the deserted port, Dagu couldn't help but feel puzzled, even though it was now nighttime. A place like a port shouldn't be completely empty. What's going on? Confused, Dagu immediately used his observation hockey, and when he heard sounds coming from deep within the island, a smile crept onto his lips. So they're all in town. No wonder the port is empty. Let's go. We're heading to the island. Thus, at Dagu's suggestion, everyone headed towards the town. Chapter 116. Hunters and Prey. Whiskey Peak, located at the entrance of the Grand Line, is one of the starting islands of 7 routes. So every year, new pirates arrive here. On the surface, this small town welcomes pirates, but in reality, it is a graveyard for new pirates. Bounty hunters from the other 4 seas gather here, reaping the rewards from those naive and ambitious new pirates. For example, right now, in front of Dagu and the others, a scene was unfolding. Not far ahead in the small town, a group of armed pirates was surrounding several young boys and girls, discussing among themselves. A woman wearing sunglasses took a puff of her cigarette, then exhaled smoke rings while looking at the group and said, "These guys seem to be from the South Sea. I wonder what their bounty is?" Dagu was curious about this woman. Why was she wearing sunglasses at night? Can she even see? Following the woman's question, a rugged man holding a large knife uncertainly said, "I just heard them mention that the highest bounty seems to be 10 million. As soon as the rugged man's words fell, another person chimed in, "Forget it, whether it's 10 million or 20 million, we'll just split it later." Exactly. Upon hearing this, both the previously speaking sunglass woman and the rugged man, along with others, nodded in agreement. Seeing this, the inexperienced Goena was confused and turned to Dagu to ask, "Captain, what are they doing?" Upon hearing Goena's question, Dagu shrugged and replied, "They're dividing the spoils." Dividing the spoils. After Dagu's explanation, Goena became even more confused because, from her perspective, they were discussing how to deal with those few people. Thinking of this, Goena couldn't help but ask Dagu, "Captain, aren't we going to help?" "Help?" Hearing Goena say this, Dagu turned his head in surprise and looked at her. And when he saw Goena's clear eyes, he shook his head helplessly and stopped looking at her. Goena, seeing the situation, Robin timely explained, "Who do you think we should help?" Without hesitation, Goena responded, "Of course we should help the fallen ones." Hearing Goena say this, Robin displayed a as-expected expression, then glanced at Dagu before asking Goa, "Then, if I tell you that the ones who fell are pirates, and those dividing the spoils are bounty hunters, would you still want to help the fallen ones?" After listening to Robin's explanation, Goena was stunned. She had assumed that the larger group was pirates and the smaller group was from the town. Now, Robin told her that the smaller group was pirates, while the larger group were bounty hunters, who were supposedly the just side. Thus, the inexperienced Goena was left dumbfounded and unsure of what to do. After Goena had reacted, Robin then turned to Dagu and asked, "Are we still going over?" Looking at the group that had finished discussing and was now dividing up the people, Dagu pondered for a moment and then said, "Let's go take a look. If those pirates are not the kind that do evil and harm others, then let's save them." After saying this, Dagu took the lead and walked towards that group. "Yes, Captain." The others replied and followed Dagu out. The sudden appearance of Dagu and the others immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. The rugged man immediately shouted, "Who are you?" "You." Meanwhile, the sunglass woman, upon seeing Dagu for the first time, was so shocked that she dropped her sunglasses and pointed at Dagu, unable to speak due to her astonishment. Naturally, the appearance of the woman in sunglasses caught the attention of others. Immediately, someone looked at Dagu and asked the woman in sunglasses, "What's wrong? Do you know this person?" Upon hearing the question, the woman in sunglasses regained a bit of composure, but as she unintentionally glanced at Dagu again, she fell into shock once more, and the words she was about to say were once again halted. The unusual behavior of the woman in sunglasses made everyone alert. After all, She was one of the top 3 powerful figures among them, and now, just seeing the young man across from her had rendered her like this. Someone immediately suggested, "Who brought the bounty notice? Let's see who this person is." "I did." As soon as the words were spoken, a weak-looking man from the side responded, quickly pulling out a stack of papers from his pocket. These were the bounty notices he had kept, numbering over 100. The weak man began to check them one by one. After discarding the first notice of an old man with a white beard, he flipped through several more until he finally stopped at the 10th notice, staring blankly at it. Seeing the weak man's reaction, the people nearby couldn't help but intervene. One of them reached out and snatched the bounty notice, exclaiming, "What's wrong? Why is everyone in shock? What's so big about it? It's just..." However, when that person clearly saw the value on the bounty notice, he too froze in place. What's going on? At this point, everyone was confused. If just one person was stunned, that could be understood, but how could they all be shocked in succession? Was the young man in front of them really that terrifying? Finally, perhaps pushed to the brink by her own nervousness, the woman in sunglasses shouted at Dagu, "Son of a demon, Mebius Dagu, the pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries. Why are you here? Someone like you shouldn't be in the new world. Why are you at the starting point of the Grand Line? Why? Son of a demon? Bounty of 1 billion? Run." With the woman's revelation, everyone was stunned, and someone shouted, prompting everyone to scatter in all directions. The only ones left behind were the few tied-up pirates and the woman in sunglasses, along with a few others. After exchanging glances, the remaining few unexpectedly knelt down before Dagu and bowed their heads in submission, saying, "Respected son of a demon, we have admired you for a long time. Please give us a chance to follow you." Looking at the kneeling figures in front of him, Dagu felt speechless, very speechless. Chapter 117. The cruelty of society and the complexity of human nature. Looking at the few people in front of him who still had their heads down, Dagu seriously suspected that they had conjured up an entire drama in their minds. He could guess the title of this drama, Underworld Society, with him as the boss and them as the subordinates waiting to be taken in. Sighing helplessly at this thought, Dagu turned to Robin and said, "Robin, you handle this. I'll go check on those tied up." "Okay." Robin nodded, indicating she had no problem with that. Once Dagu saw Robin agree, he immediately turned around, stepping over the kneeling crowd and approaching the few bound pirates, looking at the tied-up individuals on the ground. A scene from a story he had told Luffy in Yuta, Journey to the West, flashed through Dagu's mind. He then asked, "Where do you come from, and where are you going?" Upon hearing Dagu's question, one bald, pink-faced man replied tremblingly, "We come from the North Sea, originally aiming to venture into the New World." However, at this point, the pink-faced man glanced at the bounty hunters still kneeling not far away and, with a dejected expression, murmured, "After this incident, we realize we don't have the strength to venture into the New World. So we decided to return to our hometown and settle down to do some small business. No longer going to sea." "I see." After listening to the pink-faced man's words, Dagu nodded silently and waved his hand, releasing the locks on them. As he walked back, he said to them, "I hope you keep your word and help your hometown folks with whatever you can." "Yes, sir." The few individuals, filled with joy at being rescued by Dagu, immediately responded earnestly to him. Then, the pink-faced man turned to his companions, one with a rough face and a lightning bolt mouth, another with a fat head and big ears, and one with a full beard, and proposed, "Let's go." Thus, the pink-faced man led his companions away from Whiskey Peak, steering their ship back to the North Sea. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon Dagu's return, Robin pointed to the people on the ground and reported, "These people want to join us. I see they all have abilities, so I'm a bit hesitant. You decide. Join us." Hearing Robin say this, Dagu was somewhat surprised. He turned to look at the people on the ground, falling into deep thought. "Boss." Seeing Dagu in this state, the people on the ground were about to say something to express their intentions, but before they could speak, Robin signaled them to stop with her eyes. "No." After a long contemplation, Dagu shook his head and refused. "Our pirate crew doesn't need subordinate members, so you should stay here. Robin, let's go." After saying this, Dagu beckoned his companions to turn and leave. The people on the ground watched Dagu and the others' retreating figures, exchanging confused glances. They couldn't understand why someone would not want subordinates. After all, they had been dominating Whiskey Peak precisely because they had so many underlings. It was surprising that the son of a demon with a bounty of 1 billion would choose to go solo, defying common sense. However, as the saying goes, you can know a person's face, but not their heart. People have many faces. Human nature can sometimes withstand scrutiny, and good intentions may not always be reciprocated with goodwill and could even backfire into malice. For example, right now, seeing that Dagu had let them go, the expressions of the people on the ground gradually turned cold, and they whispered, "Since you don't intend to take us in, don't blame us for exposing your whereabouts." Then, one of the women among them turned and took a transponder snail from her pocket, dialing a number. Beep, 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 after a series of busy signals. The transponder snail was answered. The woman didn't wait for the other side to speak and quickly said, "Navy, this is Whiskey Peak." As she spoke, the woman looked up at Dagu, who was almost out of sight, and said, "I want to report that the son of a demon with a bounty of 1 billion berries, Mebius Dagu, and his accomplices have landed here. Hello." After finishing, without waiting for a response from the other side, the woman hung up the transponder snail and then laughed with the others. Unfortunately, they might not understand that a person with a bounty of 1 billion is not someone they can easily provoke or confront. However, what they didn't realize was that a person with a bounty of 1 billion is also not someone they can casually stab in the back. "Captain?" At the same time that the woman finished her call, Law turned to look at Dagu, signaling with his eyes whether to deal with those people. No need. However, Dagu didn't pay much attention to this and shook his head, explaining to the others, "There's no need to worry about them, because the Navy doesn't have the resources to manage us right now. After all, to deal with us, the Navy would at least need to send a vice admiral, or even an experienced vice admiral to lead the team. But the situation now is that these experienced vice admirals are all in the New World, and they simply don't have the resources for the front half. In such a situation, what do we have to worry about?" "I see." After listening to Dagu's explanation, everyone finally understood, and after glancing back, they no longer paid attention, instead following Dagu to a building in front of them. "Let's rest here for the night." Standing at the door, Dagu suggested to the others, "This is the initial island, and the recording speed of the log pointer is still quite fast. So it should be finished by tomorrow morning, and then we can set off to the next island." "Yes." The others had no objections to Dagu's suggestion, and after agreeing, they stepped into the house. After greeting the shopkeeper, everyone went to their respective rooms to rest. Meanwhile, after receiving the report from that woman, the division of the Navy immediately reported the news to the Navy headquarters, and then the news of Dagu and the others appearing at Whiskey Peak was presented to Sengoku. However, just as Dagu had anticipated, the Navy was now overextended. Therefore, looking at the information about Dagu and the others on the table, Sengoku couldn't help but sigh, and a thought flashed through his mind, murmuring, perhaps that plan really needs to be implemented. Chapter 1:18 Elbaf and the Giant Kingdom Lilgarden. An ancient island in the first half of the Grand Line is home to ancient species such as Tyrannosaurus, Allosaurus, Baryonyx, Tyrannosaurus, pterosaurs, Triceratops, etc., as well as tall ancient giant trees. Logically speaking, such an island could not possibly be called Little Garden. However, for the island's residents, the captain of the original giant warrior pirates, the Elbaf giant, the blue demon, Dori, and the red demon, Broggy, this ancient island is indeed just a small garden. So that's the reason. At the coast of Little Garden, a pirate ship was quietly docked, and this ship was from the Light Pirates, which had left Whiskey Peak and sailed for 2 days. At this moment on the ship, after listening to Robin's explanation, Hawkins, Kuna, and others were enlightened. After sensing Little Garden, Dagu immediately suggested to everyone, "All right, let's go down." "Yes." Thus, at Dagu's suggestion, all members of the Light Pirates disembarked from the ship and stepped onto the land of Little Garden. "You all go explore. I'll go meet the giants on the island with Robin." Once everyone had disembarked, Dagu immediately said to them, then took Robin's hand and walked towards the depths of the island. Watching Dagu and Robin's departing figures, the remaining members looked at each other, and then Law was the first to speak. "I'm going to fight a dinosaur here, Beepo." After saying that, Law also headed into the depths of the forest, not forgetting to call Beepo. As Law left, Hawkins looked at the playing cards in front of him and said, "The divination shows that it is not suitable to go out today." Seeing that the boys had already made their decisions, Bonnie couldn't help but turn to Na and Yuta and ask, "So, what should we do?" Upon hearing this, Kuina turned to the direction where Dagu and Robin had left, her face filled with anticipation. "I want to go meet the giants." "Giants?" Hearing Kuina say this, Bonnie and Yuta also turned to the direction where Dagu and Robin had left, then nodded in agreement. "Sure, let us go together." Thus, at Kuina's suggestion, the three girls walked deeper into the island. Boom! At this moment, the volcano in the center of the island erupted coincidentally. Waha! With the eruption of the volcano, two thunderous laughs suddenly echoed throughout Little Garden, followed by violent tremors of the ground. Dori, Broggy, clang. Following there were two shouts, and then the sound of metal clashing came. What's going on? The series of events left Hawkins on a ship, Kuina and the other girls below the ship, and Law and Beepo in the forest all puzzled and clueless. Immediately, Law, Beepo, and Kuina's group rushed towards the turbulent area, while Hawkins, after a moment of surprise, returned to calmness. After all, today's divination indicated that he should not go out. Therefore, although Hawkins was also curious about what was happening, he did not follow. Meanwhile, at the edge of the battle, Dagu and Robin were standing here observing. Is this the power of giants? Looking at the two fighting sides, Robin couldn't help but reminisce about the giant she encountered in her childhood, saw, and sighed. In response to Robin's sentiment, Dagu nodded and said, "This is the warrior of the giant kingdom, Elbaf." After saying this, the two resumed, quietly watching the battle, where a tall giant wielding a giant sword shouted loudly, raising his weapon to slash at another chubby giant wielding a giant axe. Faced with the tall giant's attack, the chubby giant naturally couldn't remain indifferent and allow himself to be slaughtered. He raised his giant axe to counterattack. Clang, the sound of their clash echoed, and then the two continued their relentless movements. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, they had already collided dozens of times. Indeed, these two were the reason why this ancient island was called Little Garden. The one wielding the giant sword was known as the Blue Demon, Dori, while the one wielding the giant axe was known as the Red Demon, Broggy. Dori and Broggy are warriors of the giant race. Nearly 100 years ago, they started arguing over who hunted larger prey after a little girl asked the question, and after failing to reach a conclusion, they began to duel. Now, nearly 100 years have passed, and both have forgotten the reason for their duel, but the agreed signal, the eruption of the volcano, still prompts them to fight. Although they have not determined a victor in nearly 100 years, they have gained friendship through their battles, which is probably the romance of men. Captain, just as the battle was heating up, Kuina, Bonnie, Yuta, and Law, along with Beepo, arrived, greeting Dagu before turning to watch the fight between the two giants. Watching the battle of the two giants, Law sighed. Is this the battle of giants? Due to their massive size, they have an inherent advantage in strength. The same battle can yield different interpretations. Just as Law was marveling at the giant's power, Kuina, who was beside him, thoughtfully remarked, "But this seems to rely solely on brute force, without much technique?" Kuina. Hearing Kuina say this, Dagu understood that she simply lacked experience and didn't know the giant's true strength. So he couldn't help but explain, "Kuina, if you think that way, then you're mistaken." Seeing Dagu say this, not only was Kuina curious, but Law and the others also turned to look at Dagu, waiting for his explanation. Looking at the eager expressions of the crowd, Dagu smiled and then began to explain about the giant race. The giants are a race with overwhelmingly large individuals, with an average lifespan of around 300 years, more than 3 times that of humans. Among them, Elbaf is the representative, known for its more brutish giants. But of course, while there are brutish giants, there are also gentle giants, though they are not from Elbaf. Elbaf, located in the New World, is the recognized world's strongest nation. Notable figures include the mountain beard Yaruru, the waterfall beard Sanruru, and of course, the blue demon Dongli and the red demon Broki, who are currently fighting in front of Dagu and the others. As for the Navy giant Vice Admiral, Saul, whom Robin encountered in her youth, he belongs to the gentle faction of giants, though he may not be from Elbaf. Chapter 119, Dongli and Broki, the world's strongest nation. After listening to Dagu's explanation, Kuina couldn't help but turn her head to look at the two giants who were battling eager to try her skills. She knew her goal was to become the world's greatest swordsman, but since Dagu also wielded a sword, she no longer obsessed over being the best in the world. However, her desire to become a great swordsman remained unwavering. At this moment, with warriors from the world's strongest nation right in front of her, how could Gwenna not be moved? Ha ha ha! Just then, the battle between the two giants came to an end, and, as expected, it ended in a draw. Boom! 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 Once the fight was over, Dongli and Brokey approached Dagu and the others. Captain, seeing the two giants approaching, Luo couldn't help but become vigilant and looked at Dagu, asking, "What should we do? Should we fight?" It was just Luo who had the same thought. Gwenna, who had been eager to try her skills, immediately drew her wad Ikemanji, waiting for Dagu's command. No, unfortunately, contrary to their expectations, Dagu did not say they would fight Brokey and Dongli, but shook his head and said, "We are not here to fight them." After saying that, Dagu turned and walked towards Brokey and Dongli, and the others followed suit. "Little ones, do you have any alcohol?" Before long, the two sides met, and the first thing the two giants asked Dagu was whether they had any alcohol. Yes. Seeing the expectant expressions of Brokey and Dongli, Dagu smiled and then turned to Luo, saying, "Luo, you and Beepo go get some alcohol." "Understood, Captain." Although Luo didn't understand why Dagu was being so polite to Brokey and Dongli, inviting them for a drink just after meeting them, he didn't say anything. After all, Dagu was the captain, and he would do as he was told. Beepo. Thus, after agreeing, Luo called for Beepo and turned back to the ship. Ha ha ha! As for Brokey and Dongli, seeing Dagu's generosity, they immediately burst into hearty laughter and then introduced themselves to Dagu. "I am Brokey, a warrior from Elbaf." "I am Dongli, also a warrior from Elbaf." Seeing this, Dagu replied, "Hello, I am Dagu from the Dream Pirates, and you can just call me Dagu." Saying this, Dagu pointed to the several women beside him and said, "These are all members of my light pirates. Nice to meet you." After finishing, Dagu bowed to Brokey and Dongli. "Hello." Watching Dagu bow, Brokey and Dongli also balled their right fists and placed them on their chests, performing the Elbaf greeting to Dagu and the others. After the introductions, both parties had gotten to know each other. Gwenna then stepped forward and humbly asked, "Hello, I am Gwenna, a member of the Light Pirates. I would like to spar with you. Is that okay?" "Huh." Seeing the small Gwenna actually invite them to spar, Dongli and Brokey exchanged glances and then burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha, what's wrong?" Looking up at the two giants laughing, Gwenna was puzzled. She didn't understand why they found her challenge so funny. Thinking of this, her expression darkened. "You guys." Gwenna, just as she was about to speak out, Dagu patted her shoulder and explained, "You are not their opponent yet. Even if they agree to spar with you, you won't make any real progress. Besides, you could hit them 1,000 times, but if you get hit once, you might just go down." Unfortunately, as Dagu expected, even after explaining the stakes, Gwenna remained resolute, saying, "I'm not afraid. Even if I go down after getting hit once, I still want to fight with the two giant gentlemen." After saying this, Gwenna fixed her determined gaze on Brokey and Dongli. Seeing Gwenna like this, Brokey and Dongli were momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter again. "Haha, all right." After laughing for a while, Brokey and Dongli both shouted in unison. Then Brokey looked at Dagu and said, "Since this lady warrior wants to spar with us, I hope the captain will allow it." Since Brokey and the others said so, what could Dagu say? Moreover, it would be good for Gwenna to gain some experience. Therefore, after a sigh, Dagu reluctantly nodded and said, "All right, but Gwenna, be careful." After reminding Gwenna to be careful, Dagu turned and walked aside, with Bonnie and the others following him. "Yes, Captain." Seeing Dagu agree, Gwenna first responded to Dagu, then turned to draw her wad Ikemanji, looking at Brokey and saying, "Please guide me, Grandpa Brokey." "Grandpa?" Suddenly hearing someone calling Grandpa, Brokey was momentarily stunned, and when he reacted, he could only nod helplessly and say, "You be careful too." "Ha, Grandpa, ha ha." Although Brokey didn't say anything, his rival and friend Dongli couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing Gwenna's address. It is true that among the giants, both Dongli and Brokey are still just youths, and most young adults, but to Gwenna, they had become elderly grandpas. The problem is, Brokey couldn't refute it. After all, compared to his teenage years, these 200-year-old fellows being called grandpas was quite mild. And calling them great-grandpas wouldn't be a problem either. Captain. At that moment, Luo and Beepo returned with several barrels of alcohol. Seeing the standoff between Guena and Brokey, Luo, who was puzzled, couldn't help but ask Dagu, Captain, are they really going to fight? No. Hearing Luo say this, Dagu knew he was misunderstanding again. So he hurriedly explained, this is Guena wanting to spar with the giants to gain experience. Oh. After listening to Dagu's explanation, Luo understood and quietly watched the battlefield between the two. At this moment, in the arena, Guena was holding her Wad Ikamanji and introducing to Brokey Wad Ikamanji, one of the great swords of the 21. Please guide me. Chapter 120. Kuna and Brokey. Kuina's formal demeanor surprised Brokey for a moment. And then he swung his axe, saying, the giant axe is made from ordinary Elbaf minerals. Be careful, Grandpa Brokey. Although Brokey's weapon was made from ordinary minerals, Kuina had no complaints. After reminding Brokey, she charged at him with her knife. Watching Kuna rush towards him, Brokey didn't say anything. He simply raised his axe and then slammed it down with force. Whoosh! Instantly, a gust of wind surged forth, following Brokey's chopping motion, directly striking towards Kuna. Kuina, seeing the battlefield unfold, Yuta and Bonnie couldn't help but worry about Kuina's situation. However, unlike Bonnie and Yuta's concerns, Kuina, the person involved, was not intimidated by Brokey's attack. Instead, she snorted coldly, swiftly sidestepping to avoid the attack, and with a quick motion, she swung her weapon towards Brokey. Kuina. Seeing Kuna evade so easily in counterattack, Bonnie and Yuta couldn't help but feel happy for her. That's right. At the same time, seeing that Kuna was not intimidated by Brokey's momentum, Dagu nodded in satisfaction, realizing he had indeed chosen the right person. Just as the spectators were marveling, the battle changed again. How with a loud shout, Kuna surprisingly climbed onto Brokey's arm following the swing of his giant axe. Unfortunately, this was where she reached her limit, as Brokey's other hand was already coming towards her. Moreover, since she was on Brokey's arm, as he slightly moved his muscles, Kuna found it hard to maintain her balance. Consequently, as Brokey's other hand approached, she could not effectively defend herself and had to reluctantly abandon her attack and leap down from his arm. Initially, Kuna had thought of stabbing her weapon into Brokey's muscle to counter his offensive, but she then realized that they were just sparring and didn't need to make it so tense. Thus, Kuna jumped down from Brokey's arm and shifted her attack toward his legs. Clang, unfortunately, despite Kuna's intentions, whether due to her lack of strength or Brokey's legs being too tough, her blade could not penetrate. At the same time, Kuna realized how naive she had been to worry about injuring Brokey. Although Kuina's attack caused no harm to Brokey, he had no intention of simply letting her go. He lightly shouted and then raised his right foot to stomp down towards Kuna. Bang! With a powerful stomp, a loud sound erupted, dust and smoke rising, shaking the entire small garden. Kuina, this situation made Bonnie and Yuta outside anxious again, and they immediately planned to rush over, but were stopped by Robin's hand. Look! After stopping the two girls, Robin pointed to the center, signaling them to watch closely. Confused, the two girls turned to look at the center. When they saw the dust clear and Kuna already standing on Brokey's shoulder, they fell into shock. They couldn't understand how Kuna had managed to jump onto Brokey's shoulder in such a short time. Very simple. Seemingly sensing their confusion, Dagu explained to the two girls, the situation is quite simple. At the moment Brokey lifted his foot to stomp down, Kuna used the shockwave from the stomp to jump onto Brokey's knee. Then, using the cover of the dust, Kuna circled around Brokey and charged up to his shoulder from behind. I see. After hearing Dagu's explanation, not only Bonnie but also Robin nodded in understanding. After explaining, Dagu looked at Kuna and Brokey, pondered for a moment, and then used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Kuna, saying, That's enough. Let's end this battle here. Facing Dagu's sudden appearance, Kuna was already used to it. When she heard Dagu say this, she didn't refuse but nodded in agreement. Yes, Captain. The reason she didn't argue was mainly that she understood there was a significant gap between her and Brokey. Although it seemed like she had won, she knew it was just because Brokey hadn't taken it seriously. If Brokey had been serious, Kuina knew she might not even be able to dodge the first strike. Therefore, she had no other words to say. Seeing Kuina agree, Dagu nodded in satisfaction and then turned to Brokey, thanking him. Thank you, Uncle Brokey. Thank you for guiding Kuina. However, Brokey didn't take Dagu's gratitude to heart. Instead, he waved his hand and said, It's nothing. The little girl is quite cute. And I like her. I'm very willing to guide her. However, Brokey's inner thoughts were quite different. At this moment, he was shocked, because whether it was Dagu's sudden appearance beside Kana or the aura he sensed just before his foot was about to stomp down, it clearly told him how formidable this young man before him was. If it hadn't been for Brokey suddenly sensing Dagu's aura, Kuina would never have been able to smoothly climb onto his shoulder. Of course, it wasn't just Brokey who sensed it. The indifferent Dongli nearby also sensed Dagu's sharp aura, which invisibly changed their attitude towards him. And then, seeing Brokey say that, Dagu nodded in response and led Kuina back to where everyone else was. Kuina, as soon as they appeared, Bonnie immediately pulled Yuta aside to whisper to Kuina. Meanwhile, Robin walked up to Dagu and looked at him. Do you want to fight? Seeing Robin's expression, Dagu didn't need him to explain. He knew what he was thinking. This guy must have seen Kuina fight and was itching to test his own skills. Sure enough, as soon as Dagu finished speaking, Robin nodded and replied, Yes, Captain, I also want to have a match with the giant warriors. Looking at Robin's determined expression, Dagu helplessly sighed and then turned to Dongli. So, Uncle Dongli, are you willing to have a match? Chapter 121, Robin vs. Dongli. No problem. Hearing Dagu's call, Dongli immediately stood up with his giant sword in hand and walked to the area where Kuina and Brokey had just fought. Go. Seeing Dongli ready, Dagu urged Robin to hurry over. Yes. Robin didn't waste any time. After replying to Dagu, he turned around and walked to face Dongli. Uncle Dongli, be careful. Like Kuina before, Robin reminded Dongli before charging at him with his weapon. Huh! With a loud shout, Robin leaped up and swung a slash towards Dongli. Ha ha ha! Facing Robin's strike, Dongli laughed heartily and horizontally blocked Robin's attack with his giant sword. However, Robin clearly understood that a slash would be ineffective against the giant Dongli, so he immediately used his ability. Slaughterhouse Cut. As a semi-transparent field unfolded, Luo Changdao swung his weapon again, but this time he did not unleash a slash. It was an invisible force that instantaneously severed Dongli's foot. Bang, with one leg broken, Dongli staggered and immediately knelt down. Seeing this, the previously calm Byeloki immediately stood up, wanting to rush over to check on his old friend's condition. Uncle Byeloki, don't be nervous, Uncle Dongli is fine. However, just as Byeloki stood up and had yet to take a step, he was stopped by Dagu. Although Dagu did not release any overwhelming pressure, Byeloki could still sense the terrifying aura emanating from Dagu. After weighing the pros and cons and noticing that there was no blood at the severed part of Dongli's leg, Byeloki finally sat back down. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Byeloki, the giant warrior of Elbaf, to have been deterred by just Dagu's aura. Seeing Byeloki sit back down, Dagu turned his attention back to the battle, feeling somewhat surprised. He really didn't expect Luo to be able to sever Dongli's leg, especially since he hadn't made any movements at all. He had thought that Luo would be in a similar situation to Guena, perhaps even more visually appealing, but he believed it would be impossible to inflict harm on Dongli, a giant with a bounty of 100 million. Yet the final result was beyond his expectations. This made Dagu realize that his companions were indeed growing stronger. Just then, the battle changed again. Dongli, who had fallen, did not give up easily. Instead, he supported himself on one leg, shouted loudly, and raised his giant sword to slash at Luo once more. This time, unlike before, Dongli had no reservations and exerted all his strength. After having his leg severed by Luo, Dongli focused his mind and became serious. The momentum of the serious Dongli was completely different from before. Even though he was now on one leg, he wielded the giant sword with a fierce wind, and the sword energy surged, momentarily forcing Luo to jump around. Damn it! Luo, who had just dodged Dongli's attack, hadn't yet adjusted his state when Dongli struck again. This situation made Luo curse in anger. He couldn't understand why Dongli, being so large, was still so agile. Generally speaking, larger bodies tend to be less flexible, right? However, he didn't have time to ponder this, as Dongli's attack was already upon him. Clang! This time, Luo couldn't dodge in time and could only hurriedly use his weapon, Yao Dao Gui Ku, to defend. Unfortunately, his hurried defense was insufficient, and Dongli's strength was far beyond what Luo could withstand. Thus, at the moment of contact, Luo was sent flying by Dongli's strike. Bang after flying out for several meters and crashing through several ancient trees, Luo finally came to a stop, crashing to the ground, coughing incessantly, with blood even trickling from the corner of his mouth. All right, that's enough. Seeing this, Dagu understood that the battle was over, concluding with Luo's defeat. Although Luo had severed one of Dongli's legs, he himself had taken a direct hit from Dongli. Given his current strength, enduring such a blow had already left him severely injured. Therefore, Dagu timely stated, "This time, Uncle Dongli wins." Then Dagu approached Luo, checked his injuries, and used his healing ability to treat Luo's internal injuries. Afterward, he said to Luo, "All right, you go restore Uncle Dongli's leg." Yes. Although it wasn't Luo's first time experiencing Dagu's healing ability, he still found it incredible each time. This ability to heal directly at the cellular level was truly what he had always dreamed of. However, he also understood that the priority now was to restore Dongli. After confirming that he was fine, Luo turned and walked up to Dongli, using the powers of the surgery fruit to restore Dongli's leg to its original state. Ha 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 ha! Watching Luo effortlessly restore his leg, Dongli was first surprised, then gently moved it, realizing it was indeed unharmed, and he immediately burst into laughter again. Ha ha ha! Not only was Dongli happy, but Byeloki, seeing Dongli restored, couldn't help but laugh as well. Bang bang! Seeing Byeloki still laughing, Dagu walked over to the barrel and patted it, saying, "Uncles, since the fight is over, how about we have a drink?" Oh! Hearing Dagu's words, the two were first taken aback, then laughed again. "Ha, right, let's drink. Come on, let's drink." Saying this, Byeloki and Dongli each picked up a barrel of wine, which, in Dagu's eyes, was still a large barrel, but in Byeloki and Dongli's hands, it became a small cup with the amount of wine clearly enough for just a sip. Ah, Beepo! Seeing this, Dagu felt a bit embarrassed and immediately turned to Beepo to get more wine. Wait! However, before Dagu could finish his sentence, Dongli spoke up to stop him. "Dagu, if you're going to get more wine, just forget it." Yeah. Upon hearing this, Byeloki also agreed. "Dagu, even if you brought all the wine from your ship, it wouldn't be enough for us 2 sips. Just let it go." Then, hearing both of them say this, Dagu pondered for a moment and reluctantly nodded. "All right then, let's leave it at that." Chapter 122. Magnetic Field and Practical Training. 3 barrels of wine were far too little for the 2 giants, Byeloki and Dongli, and it wasn't long before they finished them all. However, since they said it wasn't necessary to get more, Dagu didn't send anyone else and began to converse with the 2 after finishing the wine. "Captain." Just then, Beepo approached Dagu and handed him the recording pointer, saying, "Captain, the recording speed here seems very slow. I wonder when it will be completed. What should we do?" Huh? Hearing Beepo's words, Dagu felt puzzled and looked down at the recording pointer, noticing the nearly unchanged magnetic strip. Suddenly, Dagu thought of something. Ha ha ha! At that moment, Byeloki also noticed the situation and laughed. "Dagu, and this little bear from the fur tribe. Let me tell you the reason." Saying this, Byeloki explained the situation. Dagu actually knew about this. He just forgot for a moment and had been completely unprepared. That is because Little Garden is an ancient island, so recording its magnetic field takes much longer than in other places, requiring a full year. A year. After hearing Byeloki's explanation, not just Beepo but also Luo, Bonnie, Goena, and the others were all shocked. They never expected that having just stepped onto the Grand Line, they would have to stay at the starting point for a whole year. Moreover, this was only the second island. They didn't know how many more islands were ahead. If they all required a year's worth of recording time like Little Garden, how many years would it take them to reach the new world? Thinking of this, the group couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. All right, looking at the expressions of Kuna and the others, Dagu understood that they must have been overthinking and misunderstood something. He then began to explain, "Don't think too much. It's also my fault for not clarifying the situation with you earlier. Now let me tell you, just like Uncle Brokey said earlier, it does take a year for Little Garden to store a complete record pointer. However, this does not mean that future islands will also take a year to store. In the Grand Line, there may be other islands that take a year or several years to store, but on this line, Little Garden is the only exception. As for the other islands, they only need 2 or 3 days, 1 day, or even some only need a few minutes." "I see." After hearing Dagu's explanation, everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They were genuinely worried that the upcoming islands would be like Little Garden, where just recording a magnetic force would take a year and a half. Now that they heard Dagu say this, they felt reassured. Although everyone understood this, a year is still a long time. Therefore, Robin turned to Dagu and asked, "So, what should we do during this 1 year? Should we leave directly, or should we wait on the island until the recording is complete?" Regarding this, Dagu was momentarily troubled by Robin's question. After glancing at everyone, he fell into deep thought. Until a roar of dinosaurs reached Dagu's ears, he suddenly had a bright idea. "Stay. That's right. My decision is to stay. We will take advantage of this year to improve your combat experience while storing the magnetic force." Hearing Dagu say this, everyone exchanged glances and then helplessly nodded in agreement. Although they didn't want to stay here for so long, Dagu was right. Their combat experience was indeed too poor, and they should improve it. Little Garden not only had ancient fierce beasts like dinosaurs, but also had Brokey and Dory, the 2 giants, as training partners. Not to mention other pirates that sometimes landed on the island. It could be said that Little Garden is indeed an excellent training ground, especially for the newcomers like Law and Kuina. There's nothing more suitable than this. Seeing that everyone agreed, Dagu turned to Brokey and Dory and said, "That's it, Uncle Brokey. Uncle Dory, please guide us in the coming year." For Dagu to bring the light pirates to stay, Brokey and Dory couldn't have asked for more. Over the long decades, although there had been some people who had pleasant conversations with them, none of them stayed to wait for the record pointer to finish recording the magnetic force and then set sail. This included the Rumbar Pirates, where Brooke once belonged, and the Roger Pirates led by Roger, among others. Not a single pirate crew had stayed, calmly waiting in Little Garden for the magnetic force to be completed. They all stayed for 2 days and then left. Therefore, Brokey and Dory were very happy to hear that Dagu wanted to stay until the magnetic force was completed, and they even laughed out loud. Ha ha ha! Seeing the 2 of them like this, Dagu smiled as well, then turned to Beepo and said, "Beepo, you and Law go to the ship and tell Hawkins that we're going to stay here." "Yes, Captain." With Dagu's command, Beepo and Law turned and went back to the ship to inform Hawkins. Thus, because of Dagu's suggestion, the light pirates settled down in Little Garden. Under Dagu's arrangement, Kuina and the others began a year-long combat training. At first, everyone fought against the dinosaurs on the island. When a pirate crew landed, if they were evil pirates, Dagu would arrange for them to engage in a life-and-death battle. If not, Dagu would also let everyone have a friendly spar with them to gain combat experience. Of course, sometimes they also had to fight against the 2 giants, Dory and Brokey, to test their combat results, which could also be considered an assessment. Naturally, under such high-intensity battles, everyone's strength improved significantly, and the bottlenecks that were previously difficult to break through were all broken through during this year. Hawkins advanced to the level of a major, while Law and Beepo stabilized their captain-level strength, and both were captains of the main unit. As for the younger Bonnie and Kuina, their strength was about the same as Law's 3 years ago, reaching the captain level. The youngest and the last to join the crew, Yuta, shouldn't be expected to have any strength for now, as she is only 7 or 8 years old and can't even defeat Luffy at the same age. Moreover, due to her age, she wasn't included in the year-long combat training. She just fished with Dagu by the sea. Chapter 123, The World Divides. 3 emperors and 7 warlords of the sea at the same time. 2 major events occurred in the world this year. The first was that after Whitebeard ascended to the throne as an emperor, 2 more emperors were born in the New World. Kaido, the captain of the Beast Pirates, the actual ruler of Wano country in the New World, a Zoan-type, mythical beast, fish fruit user, with the ability to transform into a Qinglong. Bigmom, the captain of the Bigmom Pirates, the queen of Tado Land in the New World, a Paramecia-type, soul fruit user, Charlotte Linlin. Interestingly, as Dagu knew, both Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, as well as Whitebeard, had once been crewmates on the same ship. Moreover, this ship had a deep connection with Dagu. The previous owner of his sword, the Sword of Contract Victory, was his true teacher, the Sword in the Stone Arthur, who was killed by their captain. Furthermore, if Dagu guessed correctly, these three emperors should have participated in that war of annihilation. This means that although Dagu had not yet met them, there was already a blood feud between them. Of course, aside from the rise of the three emperors in the pirate world, the Navy also made adjustments, the 7 warlords of the sea. That's right. In order to deal with the 3 emperors of the pirates, the Navy, or rather, the world government ordered the selection of 7 well-known pirates from among the pirates. Using pirates to fight pirates, employing violence to suppress the increasingly arrogant pirates due to the emergence of Whitebeard and others. Since they are the 7 warlords opposing the emperors, the candidates were not chosen casually. After discussions among the high-ranking Navy and related personnel from the world government, as well as the approval of the Gorosei, the first batch of 7 warlords was established. The great swordsman, Hawkeye, Dracul Mihawk, for certain purposes, reached an agreement with the Gorosei and became a member of the 7 warlords. The tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma, due to the demands of the Revolutionary Army, agreed to participate in Dr. Vegapunk's human modification plan and became the prototype for the government's human weapon and pacifist, joining the 7 warlords. The Flamingo, Don Quixote da Flamingo, utilizing his identity as a former celestial dragon and his own influence, reached a certain agreement with the government to become one of the 7 warlords. In fact, Da Flamingo seized a ship that carried gold from the heavens, and due to his celestial dragon bloodline, the Gorosei compromised and allowed him to join the 7 warlords. As for his purpose, it was to seize the regime of Dressrosa, which originally belonged to the Don Quixote family. Moonlight Moria, due to his battle with Kaido, became world famous and was invited by the world government. At the same time, he also agreed to become one of the 7 warlords to have another battle with Kaido. Crocodile. The Sand Crocodile is similar to Moria. He also caught the attention of the world government after surviving a battle against Whitebeard, leading to his invitation to become one of the Shichibukai. Of course, he has his own goals, which include searching for one of the 3 ancient weapons, Pluton, and joining the Shichibukai allows him to act more freely. Jinbei, the Sea Knight, is the protector of Fishman Island. For the safety of Fishman Island and to fulfill the last wishes of the late Queen Odoheim, he joined the Shichibukai and became one of its members. Boa Hancock, the Pirate Empress, is the only female member of the Shichibukai and the Empress of Amazon Lily. Although her age and strength do not typically qualify her for the Shichibukai, the world government ultimately pushed her forward, partly to counter the only female emperor of the sea, Charlotte Linlin. Becoming a Shichibukai does not mean one is free from worry. If a member voluntarily relinquishes their title or is deemed by the world government to have committed serious crimes or be of no further value, they could be stripped of their title and put back on the wanted list, with the possibility of direct elimination by the government. However, upon becoming a Shichibukai, the government cancels the original bounty on the pirate and will not pursue any previous crimes. While the actions of the Shichibukai are often tolerated by the world government, if they are discovered, they still need to pay tribute. Additionally, to maintain a cooperative relationship with the Shichibukai, the government will agree to certain individual requests, such as Hancock's demand that the Navy's ships stay away from the waters surrounding Amazon Lily, or allowing Don Quixote da Flamingo to expand his business and even engage in illegal trading using the power of the Shichibukai. However, alongside these privileges, the Shichibukai also have corresponding obligations. When the world government requires their assistance, they will issue a mandatory summons. At that time, all Shichibukai members must comply with government arrangements, or they will lose their title. For instance, during the Marineford War in the original story, the government issued a mandatory summons, and all Shichibukai members were present. In fact, the Shichibukai are simply a special power and qualification granted to 7 pirates by the world government. They're not a true organization, and each Shichibukai operates independently. Although referred to as the government's dogs by other pirates, the reality is quite the opposite. Once the Shichibukai are seen as an opportunity, they will be eliminated by the government. However, Since each Shichibukai has their own reasons for becoming one, they cannot abandon the power and status that come with it, resulting in a mutually exploitative relationship with the world government. The Shichibukai use their strength and reputation to intimidate and combat ordinary pirates, and most members are extremely powerful, leading to a general perception among pirates that they are the government's lackeys. Furthermore, aside from being subject to the government's mandatory summons and paying a portion of their income, the Shichibukai can otherwise act freely without government interference. However, most Shichibukai are unwilling to take orders from the Navy and the world government, with the exception of Bartholomew Kuma, who is an exception because he was placed there by the Revolutionary Army. In reality, Kuma only follows the orders of the world government scientist, Dr. Vegapunk, and disregards others. Thus, with the establishment of the Shichibukai, the maritime landscape has entered a tripartite structure to some extent, consisting of the three emperors of the sea, the Shichibukai, and the Navy. Chapter 124, Magnet Island and Kruha Magnet Island, the third island on the route chosen by Dagu after Little Garden, surprised Gana and the others because, unlike Whiskey Peak or Little Garden, which were both spring islands, Magnet Island was unexpectedly a winter island draped in silver. As Bonnie disembarked from the ship at the port of Magnet Island, she couldn't help but exhale and remarked, "From Spring Island to Winter Island in just a few days of sailing. It's really amazing." Indeed, it wasn't just Bonnie who felt this way. Guena was also astonished by the situation. At that moment, Yuta, seeing Guena and the others amazed by the Spring and Winter Islands, chuckled lightly and walked up to them, saying, "Sister Bonnie, Sister Guena, actually there's nothing strange about Spring and Winter Islands. What's truly remarkable are the islands with ice on one side and volcanoes on the other, as well as Fishman Island, which lies 10,000 meters deep in the sea, and the uninhabited islands surrounded by sea kings in the calm belt. Those islands are what are truly rare." While upon hearing Yuta's words, Guena and Bonnie were both taken aback. They had never imagined that there were islands with such extreme climates, and that the legendary Fishman Island actually existed. Watching the three girls chat, Dagu shook his head lightly and then turned to Hawkins, asking, "Hawkins, are you staying here to watch the ship, or are you coming with us to town?" Upon hearing the question, Hawkins pondered for a moment, then pulled out a deck of cards to read his fortune. He looked at the cards and murmured, "The divination shows that the two kings converge, the sky falls, and the earth collapses. Two kings converge, the sky falls, and the earth collapses?" Dagu was puzzled, completely unable to understand what Hawkins meant. He thought to himself that there was currently no pirate king, but if he was referring to the king of this country, then what did the falling sky and collapsing earth mean? According to Dagu's information, the king of this country was of no real strength. So how could there be a falling sky or collapsing earth? Thus, unable to make sense of Hawkins' words, Dagu decided to ask directly. He turned to Hawkins and inquired, "What does that mean? Are you saying we will encounter some danger?" "NoOne." Upon hearing Dagu's question, Hawkins observed the divination again and shook his head, saying, "The divination only indicates the convergence of the two kings. Although the sky will fall and the earth will collapse, strangely enough, there is no danger. No danger even with the sky falling and the earth collapsing." Upon hearing Hawkins say this, Bonnie, who had been chatting with Guena, immediately turned to Hawkins and questioned, "Could it be that your divination is wrong, Hawkins?" "Bonnie." Before Hawkins could respond to Bonnie, Dagu stepped in first, saying, "We should trust our companions." He then turned to Hawkins and said, "Since Hawkins said it, it means we will definitely encounter something next. Therefore, let's be cautious in our activities on the island. Understood?" After speaking, Dagu looked around at everyone. "Yes." The others took Dagu's reminder seriously and nodded in agreement. "Then let's go to town." Thus, under Dagu's command, the light pirate crew headed towards the town. With no incidents along the way, Dagu led everyone to a tavern. As soon as they entered, Dagu asked the tavern owner, "Boss, do you have anything to eat?" Yes. The tavern owner hurriedly replied, "What would you like?" The shopkeeper noticed that Dagu and his companions were newcomers, as he had never seen them before, so he enthusiastically recommended, "We have a signature dish here, yellow bean, white radish, and kelp soup. Would you like a bowl?" Upon hearing the shopkeeper suggest soup, Dagu thought for a moment. Indeed, drinking a bowl of hot soup in this icy weather would warm the body. "Sure, just make it as you see fit." So, Dagu let the shopkeeper decide, as the local shopkeeper clearly understood what people should eat here. All right, sure enough. Seeing Dagu agree, the shopkeeper happily went to the kitchen to instruct the chefs. At that moment, a commotion from outside drew everyone's attention. In the midst of the white snow, a thin figure was staggering along, holding a wine flask and taking sips intermittently. Who was that? Watching the swaying figure and listening to others' comments about her, Luo couldn't help but feel confused. According to what others said, this person should be a doctor, but as a doctor, she was drunk, which made Luo wonder if anyone would still seek her out for medical treatment. That is our local miracle doctor, Miss Kureha. At that moment, the shopkeeper came over with a tray, placing the dishes on the table while explaining to the group, although Miss Kureha is a miracle doctor. Because of her peculiarities in practicing medicine, we prefer to call her the witch doctor. Hearing the shopkeeper evaluate a doctor like this, Luo, who was also a doctor with some quirks, couldn't help but ask, "Oh, why? Please enjoy your meal." The shopkeeper gestured to everyone that the food was ready to be served, then explained to Luo, that's because Ms. Kureha has a rule when treating patients. The payment for her services is not gold, silver, jewels, or any valuable items. Instead, it must be the most precious thing to you. This could be your life, a balai, or even an ordinary stone. But it must be your most precious thing, regardless of what it is, its value, even if it is priceless or worthless, as long as you consider it the most precious. Is that so? After hearing the shopkeeper's explanation, not just Luo, but also Bonnie, Guena, and even Hawkins were astonished. They never expected that there were such unconventional people in the world. It is only natural to charge for treatment, but there should be some standards. However, Ms. Kureha had no standards at all. The income and expenses were entirely based on her preferences. Thus, Luo became curious about Kureha's medical skills. "Captain, I'm going to check it out." After turning to Dagu and saying this, Luo left the inn and followed Kureha. Watching Luo leave, Bonnie was a bit stunned. Then she looked at Dagu and asked, "Captain, should we go take a look too?" Following Bonnie's words, Guena and Yuta also looked at Dagu, clearly wanting to follow along, while Luo's little companion, Babua, had already followed Luo out. All right, seeing everyone eager, Dagu didn't refuse and nodded in agreement, then stood up and walked outside. The others immediately followed suit. As for the table of food, it remained there, but to avoid the shopkeeper thinking they were trying to eat for free, Robin intentionally walked last to pay for the meal, also asking the shopkeeper to warm the food up for them when they returned, as wasting food was shameful. After settling this, Robin turned and caught up with the others. Time passed, and not long after, they followed Kureha into a house. Looking at the pale, sunken-eyed figure lying on the bed, Luo began to ponder what illness the person had. However, just as he was thinking, Kureha walked directly to the patient, glanced a few times, then turned to the patient's relatives and asked, "You should know my requirements. Are you prepared?" Yes." Hearing Kureha's words, the relative hesitated, then took out a shell from their pocket, looking helpless as they handed it to Kureha, saying, "Dr. Kureha, this is the most important thing to me." Initially, when Luo and the others saw that the patient's relative only handed over a shell as payment, they thought Kureha would refuse to treat the patient. However, to their surprise, Kureha accepted the shell and then bent down to start treating the patient. Watching this scene, Luo and the others were momentarily stunned. They completely did not understand how Kureha could actually take a shell as payment for treatment. Unlike Luo and the others, upon seeing Kureha take the shell, the patient's relative let out a sigh, looking very sad. This situation left Luo and the others puzzled again. Could it be that the ordinary-looking shell had some unknown secret? You are outsiders, so it's normal not to know. Seeing the confused expressions on Luo and the others, an elderly bystander gently explained, "This shell was left to him by his mother, and it contains her blessings for him as he comes of age. In the years since his mother passed, whenever he missed her, he would listen to the voice of his mother left in this shell." After hearing the old man's explanation, Luo and the others understood that according to Kureha's requirement, if this shell wasn't considered the most precious thing, then nothing could be deemed as such. Because it contained a mother's blessing for her child and the child's longing for his deceased mother. Yet now it had to be treated as payment and taken away by Kureha. How heartless was that? "Captain," thinking of this, Luo looked at Dagu. requesting him to treat the patient so that the shell left by the mother wouldn't be taken by Kureha. However, to Luo's confusion, Dagu did not agree to his request, but gently said, "Luo, although I also want to help him keep that shell from his mother, but Luo, we're just passing through. If we help him keep it this time, what about next time? What about the time after that? Once we leave, can you guarantee they will never get sick again? By then, that shell will still end up in Kureha's hands." At this point, Dagu looked at Luo and asked, "Do you understand?" After hearing Dagu's words, Luo was left speechless, then turned his head to quietly observe Kureha's actions. In fact, Luo wasn't unaware of this reasoning. It was just that upon hearing that it was a relic left by that person's mother, he couldn't help but feel emotional and think of his own mother, which was why he reacted this way. Not only was Luo silent, but even Bonnie, who originally wanted to help persuade Dagu, fell into silence after hearing Dagu's words, ultimately turning away in frustration and refusing to look at him. Seeing the dim expressions on everyone's faces, Robin couldn't help but softly ask Dagu, "Did you go too far? After all, there are children like Yuta and Goena here." Upon hearing this, Dagu glanced at Guna and the others, then murmured, "They have to grow up. It's better to do it sooner." At that moment, a voice of surprise came from afar, instantly capturing Dagu and the others' attention. When they turned to look, they found that Kureha had finished her treatment, and the patient on the bed was now sitting up. "Thank you. Thank you, doctor. Thank you for saving my wife. Thank you." At the same time, the patient's family was expressing their gratitude to Kureha. However, facing this situation, Kureha raised her flask, took a sip, and waved her hand, saying, "Since you've paid the fee, it's a transaction. There's no need for thanks." After saying that, Kureha walked out of the house and continued to stagger away into the distance. Impressive. On the other side, after Kureha left, Luo, who had specifically checked the patient's condition, couldn't help but praise her. He hadn't expected that Kureha, as an ordinary person, could completely heal someone in such a short time. Although he could do it too, he relied on the abilities of his surgical fruit. Without the surgical fruit, Luo believed he couldn't do it that quickly. Therefore, he couldn't help but feel a bit of respect for Kureha's medical skills, though he remained skeptical about her character. At that moment, Dagu furrowed his brows, looking in one direction. Chapter 126. The battle between Mihawk and the Great Swordsman, what's wrong? Dagu's unusual behavior naturally attracted the attention of others. Robin turned to him and asked, following his gaze. That is, when Robin saw what was happening over there, she was also stunned like Dagu. Seeing that the two core members of the team were both in shock, the others couldn't help but look over with curiosity. However, they were puzzled that amidst the white snow, there was nothing but a solitary figure walking towards them. If there was anything special, it was that the person carried a weapon longer than that of others and occasionally revealed eagle-like eyes beneath the brim of his hat. Eagle-like eyes? He is. Upon seeing this, the other members of the Light Pirates were shocked. They had never expected to encounter a legendary figure here. Indeed, the visitor was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the future world's greatest swordsman, known as Hawkeye Dracula Mihawk. As Mihawk was about 10 meters away from Dagu and the others, he stopped and looked directly at Dagu. Dagu initially thought Mihawk was just passing by, but upon seeing this, he understood that Mihawk had come to find him. Taking a breath, Dagu moved his feet, stepping past his companions to stand opposite Mihawk, asking, "Dracula Mihawk, known as Hawkeye, why are you standing in front of me? Do you have something to discuss?" Mihawk replied calmly, "A duel." Sigh hearing Mihawk's calm words. Dagu sighed softly. Indeed, aside from a duel, there was no other reason for Mihawk, who was obsessed with the sword path and would become the world's greatest swordsman, to stand in front of him. Moreover, Dagu quickly realized why Mihawk appeared here. It was either the Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku or Marine Chief of Staff Admiral Tsuru who had arranged it. They had always wanted to deal with Dagu, but the main forces of the Navy had been delayed in the New World. Now that the 7 warlords of the sea had emerged, Sengoku and the others finally had the strength to confront Dagu. As for why it was Mihawk and not someone else, it was because Sengoku knew that aside from Mihawk, the others would at most be evenly matched with Dagu, and there was a high possibility of defeat. Thus, they arranged for Mihawk to deal with Dagu while the others went to confront other pirates. Furthermore, this was Mihawk's own request. When he heard Sengoku inadvertently mention that Dagu was a great swordsman recognized by the Navy admirals, Mihawk couldn't wait any longer. Under Sengoku's deliberate guidance, Mihawk came to the first half of the Grand Line with the information he obtained from him. He had been waiting here for nearly a month, originally preparing to give up on the first half and confront Sengoku about the truth of the information. However, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed a presence on the island that belonged to a great swordsman. Instantly, Mihawk understood that the person he was waiting for had arrived. How about it? A duel? Seeing that Dagu only sighed and fell silent, Mihawk couldn't help but ask again. In response, Dagu tentatively asked, "What if I say I won't duel?" "That's fine." To Dagu's surprise, he thought Mihawk wouldn't give up on fighting him, but unexpectedly, Mihawk nodded in agreement without hesitation. Then, he turned around and started to leave, but as he was walking away, he softly said, "When you want to duel, let us do it then." Hey, Dagu originally thought that the matter would end with Mihawk leaving, but when he heard Mihawk's words, he hurriedly called out to him. He realized that if he didn't agree to Mihawk this time, Mihawk would follow him until he agreed to a duel. Therefore, in order to prevent being followed by Mihawk, Dagu decided to fight him. Having made up his mind, Dagu quickly walked up to Mihawk and said, "I'll duel you." Upon hearing Dagu's words, Mihawk smiled slightly, nodded, and then drew his weapon, one of the 12 supreme grade great swords, the Black Blade. Yuru, with his long sword horizontally positioned, Mihawk shouted at Dagu, "Come on, this." Watching Mihawk act decisively, Dagu was a bit stunned. He glanced around at the surrounding environment and then asked Mihawk, "Here, with so many people?" Upon hearing this, Mihawk didn't respond, but directly raised his long sword, ready to strike at Dagu. "Wait!" Seeing Mihawk like this, Dagu hurriedly called to stop him, then placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, "Let's change to another place." Mihawk looked puzzled at Dagu's response. "Robin, I'm going out with Hawkeye for a bit. Please keep safe," Dagu said to Robin before turning to Mihawk and saying, "Then let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu used his flying Thunder God technique, and the two left Magnet Island just like that. The captain just left. Watching Dagu and Mihawk disappear, the members of the Light Pirates couldn't help but sigh. Then Robin chuckled and said, "All right, let's go back and eat first." Hearing Robin's suggestion, Bonnie, Guena, Yuta, and the other 3 girls immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, Robin's sister. No problem. Regarding Robin's suggestion, not only did the girls have no objections, but Hawkins and the others also had no opinions on it. Thus, under Robin's leadership, the members of the Light Pirates headed towards the inn they had just visited. However, as they walked, they all unconsciously looked at the place where Daku and Mihawk had disappeared, murmuring, "The Battle of the Great Swordsmen." West Sea, O'Hara Ruins. In what was once an uninhabited O'Hara, 2 figures suddenly appeared out of thin air, Daku and Mihawk, who had vanished from Magnetic Drum Island in the first half of the Grand Line. This is standing on the land of O'Hara. Mihawk looked at the scenery that was completely different from Magnetic Drum Island and couldn't help but feel surprised. He hadn't expected Sengoku's words to be true. There were actually people who could appear on another island in an instant. Moreover, judging by Mihawk's sailing experience, this place was no longer part of the Grand Line, but the 4 Seas. Chapter 127, Black Blade Knight and the Sword in the Stone. This is O'Hara. Seeing Mihawk's puzzled expression, Daku looked around and explained, "It's my hometown." "O'Hara?" After hearing Daku's explanation, Mihawk felt even more confused. Although the Buster Call had caused a significant uproar back then, it had already been 10 years, and the people in the West Sea had been ordered by the world government not to discuss anything related to O'Hara. As a result, even the local youth in the West Sea might not understand where O'Hara was, let alone Mihawk, who lived in the Grand Line. Realizing this, Daku responded, then explained to Mihawk again, "This is the West Sea, the former scholarly sanctuary, O'Hara." Oh. Hearing Daku say this, Mihawk understood the location. Although he was surprised that Daku could instantly travel from the Grand Line to the West Sea, he was now more interested in why. If Daku said this was a scholarly sanctuary, it had turned into this. Unable to comprehend, Mihawk raised his doubts to Daku. It's all because of the world government. Facing Mihawk's question, Daku turned to look at the overgrown land around them, feeling sad, and said softly, 10 years ago, the Navy learned that my grandfather, Dr. Clover, a scholar from O'Hara, was researching historical texts. They then issued a buster call against O'Hara, this sanctuary of scholars. As he spoke, Dagu became enraged. He couldn't forget the scene of Clover being shot in front of him, forever. After a while, Dagu took a deep breath to calm down, shrugged, and said, "Then, as you can see, after the buster call, the former scholarly sanctuary, O'Hara, became like this." After listening to Dagu's explanation, Mihawk couldn't help but look at the desolate land. Deep in thought, after saying everything, Dagu seemed to let go of something. Although he didn't say much, O'Hara had always been a thorn in his heart over the years, and he had been wanting to find someone to vent. Unfortunately, even though everyone on the ship were companions, Robin was also there. Because of Robin's presence, Dagu couldn't share his feelings with the others on the ship. He knew that while it might lighten his burden, it would also bring emotional distress to Robin. So he couldn't say it. He couldn't be that selfish, just as Robin hadn't brought it up on the ship. Dagu understood that Robin's thoughts were the same as his. She also didn't want to burden him with emotions. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore." Thinking of this, Dagu relaxed again, then turned to Mihawk and said, "Let us get started." Hearing Dagu's voice, Mihawk stopped his thoughts, responded with a good, and then drew his sword knight. Clang as Mihawk moved, Dagu also drew his sword. When Mihawk saw the sword Dagu had drawn, he couldn't help but be surprised because he realized this sword was not inferior to his knight. Out of curiosity, Mihawk asked Dagu, "What about your sword?" In response to Mihawk's question, Dagu gently caressed his long sword and said, "This sword is called the Sword of Contract Victory. It's a sword from a stone and also a king's sword." A king's sword? Hearing Dagu say this, Mihawk sensed the Contract Victory sword in Dagu's hand and nodded. It truly is a king's sword. It contains a very strong will. As he spoke, Mihawk also introduced his sword, Knight, one of the Supreme Great Blades 12. Since both sides had introduced their weapons, the battle was about to begin. "Be careful." Thus, after Dagu reminded him, he charged toward Mihawk with his long sword. Clang this time, they held nothing back. The two evenly matched opponents launched a full-force strike from start. When their swords clashed, a tremendous force swept across the already scarred land. Boom! Suddenly, the force exploded. Winds howled, and the two combatants did not pause. Instead, they each wielded their swords and charged at each other again. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst the flashes of lightning and thunder, the light of swords flickered. Dagu and Mihawk's arms moved like phantoms, creating a breathtaking spectacle. However, within this intoxicating beauty lay lethal killing intent. As time passed and the battle between the two stalemated, the already magnificent O'Hara ruins suffered further damage. Furthermore, whether intentional or not, Mihawk felt that Dagu seemed to be deliberately guiding him, making his attacks repeatedly strike the island, giving Mihawk the impression that Dagu wanted to sink O'Hara. Realizing this, Mihawk exerted force to push Dagu back and shouted, "Wait. What is it?" Seeing Mihawk suddenly stop, Dagu, who was ready to charge again, couldn't help but look puzzled. Hearing this, Mihawk immediately asked Dagu, "Do you want to use my hands to destroy O'Hara?" Upon hearing Mihawk's words, Dagu was taken aback. He expected his intentions to be seen through so easily. That's right, Dagu had deliberately chosen O'Hara, a place of great significance to him, to battle instead of other islands. His primary purpose for choosing O'Hara, rather than another island, was exactly as Mihawk said. He wanted to use Mihawk's hands to destroy O'Hara, to obliterate this island that held profound meaning for him, to erase the island filled with his childhood memories. As for why Dagu wanted to do this, why he would destroy this island that held such significance for him, and why he didn't wait until he was powerful enough to look down on the world government to rebuild O'Hara, but instead wanted to destroy it now. The reason was simple. Although O'Hara meant a lot to Dagu, being his only support in this world, it had already been destroyed. Yes, in Dagu's heart, O'Hara had already been destroyed 10 years ago, along with Clover being shot. Even if he rebuilt O'Hara later, it would only be a case of the place remains. But the people are gone. In the end, it would only lead to nostalgia, making him increasingly sorrowful. Thus, To prevent that, and to ensure that both Robin and he could have a better future, Dagu could only painfully destroy O'Hara. Chapter 128. Ruthlessness and Sorrow. However, Dagu still couldn't bring himself to take action against O'Hara personally, so in desperation, he thought of using someone else's hand. Just at that moment, Mihawk appeared before him. In fact, when Mihawk showed up, Dagu had already made his plans. The reason he spoke as he did before was just to disguise himself in front of his companions, especially in front of Robin. This could be considered a manifestation of a guilty conscience. After all, if Robin were to find out what he was planning, she would definitely not agree. All right, I understand. Seeing Dagu like this, Mihawk already knew he was right. Dagu indeed wanted to use his hand to destroy his hometown, O'Hara. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste any more time. Let's get started. Now that he understood Dagu's intentions, Mihawk didn't say much more. After giving Dagu a reminder, he raised his weapon and charged forward again. This time, his offensive was clearly fiercer than before. Previously, because Dagu mentioned that this was his hometown, Mihawk had held back, not attacking too fiercely and trying to avoid hitting Dagu directly. Swish! Suddenly, Mihawk swung his long sword twice, sending a cross/hurtling towards Dagu. Seeing this, Dagu first frowned, but then his expression opened up. Finally, with a light sigh. He raised his long sword and executed a similar slash, clashing with Mihawk's attack. Bang! When he unleashed that attack, Dagu did not stop. Instead, he twisted his wrist and moved his long sword to block Mihawk's approaching strike. Oomph! Seeing his surprise attack blocked, Mihawk snorted, then exerted strength in his hand, increasing his armed color, and exploded with power. Boom! Instantly, Dagu felt a powerful force emanating from the sword in his hand. Faced with this situation, Dagu's response was quite straightforward. Huh! With Dagu's loud shout, a vast amount of Conqueror's haki burst forth, wrapping around the victory contract sword. Huh! Seeing this, Mihawk couldn't help but be surprised for a moment, then hurriedly exerted force to disengage from the battle. Stepping back to a distance, Mihawk looked at the aura swirling around Dagu's long sword and questioned uncertainly, Conqueror's haki wrapping? Yes. Hearing Mihawk's question, Dagu did not deny it, or rather, he couldn't deny it at all. To think that you actually can use Conqueror's haki wrapping. Seeing Dagu's affirmation, Mihawk couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Then he regained his composure. After all, while Conqueror's haki wrapping is rare, Mihawk had seen it before. Having often battled with Shanks, he was quite familiar with it. The reason Mihawk appeared somewhat surprised just now was mainly due to the difference in opponents. Before this, he had never imagined that Dagu could already achieve Conqueror's haki wrapping. This was a reason for Mihawk's astonishment. No one had told him that Dagu could do it, which led to his initial shock. However, that was all. Although Dagu's ability to use Conqueror's haki was unexpected, it wasn't enough to make Mihawk retreat in a panic. Once Mihawk settled down, he charged forward again, and this time, his offensive was once again heightened. Now that he understood Dagu could use Conqueror's haki for wrapping, Mihawk saw no need to hold back anything. Thus, he directly maxed out his armed color, wrapping, solidifying, flowing. He employed all advanced techniques of armed color. Seeing Mihawk like this, Dagu couldn't help but be speechless. And then, out of necessity, he also began to use armed color and Conqueror's haki in succession. Rumbling in an instant, invisible forces swept across the crumbling island. And this time the might was even more intense and terrifying. The entire island shook, as if it would collapse at any moment. Boom! Finally, when the atmosphere reached a critical point, both combatants stepped forward and charged at each other like lightning. Clang, clang. Boom! In an instant, there were flashes of swords and blades, flying sand and stones. It is said that battles between masters often happen in an instant. However, the clash between Dagu and Mihawk, two great swordsmen, continued for an hour or two without a clear outcome. It even seemed like the stalemate was deepening. Nonetheless, while the two engaged in battle were immersed in the fight, the island beneath them, O'Hara, was already becoming overwhelmed, with Dagu and Mihawk's slashes wreaking havoc. Deep trenches and cracks appeared on the island, causing seawater to rush in, forming a lake. An artificial lake appeared naturally at the location where the two fought, and as the battle continued, it was gradually expanding. Bang! Splash after another clash, when the aftershocks of the battle hit the lake, creating huge waves. Both Dagu and Mihawk unconsciously halted their movements. Observing the surrounding scene, Mihawk looked at Dagu and quietly asked, "Are you satisfied now?" Dagu, also looking at the surrounding environment, did not answer Mihawk's question, remaining silent. To be honest, when he truly saw O'Hara about to sink, Dagu felt a bit reluctant inside. Or rather, he had always been somewhat hesitant about whether this was the right thing to do. Should he proceed or not? Seeing Dagu like this, Mihawk couldn't help but frown, moved his hand, and a slash cut past Dagu's side, then said solemnly, "Since you don't know what to do, let me help you." As soon as he finished speaking, Mihawk charged towards Dagu again. Swish, the long sword swung downwards. A powerful and forceful strike surged towards him. After Mihawk's previous reminder strike, Dagu, who had regained his composure, looked at Mihawk, who resembled a tiger descending the mountain, let out a light breath, and then raised his sword to block from below. Clang! Without words, the battle erupted fiercely once again, but this time, Mihawk's offensive clearly had a different focus. Although it looked like he was attacking Dagu himself, each time he brushed past Dagu's side, it was not because Dagu dodged. Rather, Mihawk's actual target was not Dagu himself, but the island beneath their feet, this island named O'Hara, which prevented Dagu from focusing on the fight. Chapter 129, Emotion and Indifference. Watching this scene, Dagu remained silent. Although he understood that Mihawk was doing this to force him, to compel him to make a decision, he still felt a bit lost when it came to his hometown. His heart was filled with contradictions. He wanted O'Hara to disappear, yet he also wanted to stop and preserve O'Hara. However, judging from the fact that he did not stop Mihawk's assault, it was clear that Dagu leaned more towards destroying O'Hara. Otherwise, he would not have chosen the battlefield to be O'Hara, nor would he engage in this great battle with Mihawk. The root cause of all this ultimately lay in Dagu's subconscious decision that short pain is better than long pain. Although destroying O'Hara would bring a period of heartache in the long run, that period would really just be a brief moment. Suddenly, Dagu let out a long howl towards the sky, and right after, the fibers in his hand trembled as if he had lost his senses. His whole body exuded an overwhelming aura, with Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and Observation Haki all activated. Even the Sharingan of the Hokage was opened. However, Dagu still retained a sliver of rationality and did not fully activate the Sharingan. At least he did not use the Rinnegan. Indeed, Mihawk, who was watching this scene, couldn't help but nod in satisfaction and affirmed, "This is how it should be. There should be no reservations in battle. One must go all out." Instead of being hesitant and cautious, with his aura fully unleashed, Dagu felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. After hearing Mihawk's words, he took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then he said to Mihawk, "Thank you, Mihawk." As he spoke, Dagu moved his wrist and casually slashed out a strike, looking at Mihawk and saying, "If it weren't for you, I don't know how long this matter would have been stuck in my heart, and when my mindset would be able to break through again. After letting go completely this time, I will no longer have any concerns. Thank you." After saying that, Dagu expressed his gratitude to Mihawk once again. Seeing Dagu like this, Mihawk raised the corner of his mouth and said seriously to Dagu, "Since you have let go, then you can have a fair fight now, right?" "Good." Upon hearing Mihawk's words, Dagu shouted loudly, and then his eyes moved, using the heavenly hand power. In an instant, Dagu appeared beside Mihawk, his long sword already stabbing towards his waist. Although Dagu's strike was sudden, it was not enough to catch Mihawk off guard. Unlike the severely injured Shiki from before, Mihawk was in his prime at this moment. Although his strength might not have reached the level of the world's #1 swordsman in the future, he was not someone Dagu could easily overpower. As expected, just as Dagu's sword, the contract victory sword, was about to hit Mihawk, Mihawk's gaze remained calm. With a twist of his wrist, the Black Blade Knight, one of the 12 techniques of the Supreme Great Blade, was held horizontally at his side, successfully blocking Dagu's attack. Clang! Dagu did not feel discouraged after failing his first strike. He immediately moved his hand again, slashing several times, attacking Mihawk from 4 directions, up, down, left, and right. In response to Dagu's aggressive advance, Mihawk let out a cold snort, his hand also turning, aiming directly at Dagu's lower body with a counterattack. This was called attacking the enemy's weak point. Mihawk's strike was indeed effective. When Dagu sensed his intention, although he was reluctant, he could only give up his offensive and use the heavenly hand power to change his position. However, even though he adjusted his position, Dagu did not move far from Mihawk, merely shifting from directly in front of him to his back. At the same time, his attack did not stop. With a slight rotation of his hand, the longsword once again stabbed towards Mihawk. Whoosh! Unfortunately, although Dagu's strike was unexpected, for Mihawk, he had experienced this countless times. His body moved almost instinctively, narrowly dodging Dagu's surprise attack. Needless to say, since Dagu initiated a surprise attack, Mihawk would not let him have the stage to himself. As Mihawk evaded Dagu's surprise attack, his hand did not stop moving. With a flip of his wrist, he flicked his long sword, lowering his body, and a sharp slash cut through the air above him, aimed at Dagu behind him. Boom! Unfortunately, Mihawk's attack did not succeed, because at the moment he moved, Dagu had already used the heavenly hand power to leave his original position and was now standing at a distance, gathering strength for a powerful move. Having failed to land a hit, his observation haki warned him of danger, allowing Mihawk to know what Dagu was doing without even turning around. In response to this situation, Mihawk also unleashed his full might, wrapping his armament haki around the supreme Great Blade, Black Blade Knight, to counter Dagu's upcoming strike. Time passed, maybe a minute, maybe 10 minutes, half an hour, or even an hour. In any case, Dagu had completed his charge. There was no sound, as if even the wind had stopped. All that remained was Dagu, holding the now gleaming contract victory sword, and the action of him fiercely swinging it down. This sword carried all of Dagu's conqueror's haki, armament haki, and even observation haki, as well as his will and thoughts. In short, this sword was Dagu's strongest strike, his all-out effort. And it was also a sword that represented letting go of the past. This sword was both a physical attack and a spiritual impact. And in the face of such a sword, Mihawk, who had also completed his charge, smiled, a soft, light smile, but one filled with joy. He was happy to encounter Dagu, someone who could show him the path of swordsmanship. However, even though Mihawk was very happy to fight Dagu, it did not mean he would be passive. Just as Dagu made his move, Mihawk also struck back. Unlike the silent approach of Dagu, and different from his usual aloof and elegant demeanor, Mihawk's sword strike was earth-shattering, summoning thunder from the heavens, with howling winds and surging waves. Boom! He slashed down, Mihawk brought down this strike. A strike infused with the might of heaven and earth. Silence and sound, stillness and roar, emotion and indifference, individual and world, sword and blade, met at this moment. At this moment, the world shook. All sword wielders in the world, regardless of whether they were swordsmen or not, and even regardless of whether they were masters, felt a connection in their hearts and turned their gazes towards the West Sea, towards O'Hara, towards Dagu and Mihawk. Chapter 130. O'Hara becomes history and the world's greatest swordsman in the New World. In an unknown sea area, a giant whale-shaped ship was slowly sailing. This was the ship of the world's #1 man, the first king of the New World, and also the rival of the pirate King Roger in the past, Whitebeard. Edward Newgate's vessel, Moby Dick. Gurara la la. Suddenly, a burst of laughter echoed from Moby Dick, and then a tall figure appeared at the ship's railing, looking towards the West Sea, towards the direction of O'Hara, laughing. Gurara la la, the world's greatest swordsman. Gurara la la. Withered. As he spoke, the figure moved his hand, swinging the enormous long sword he held. Boom! Instantly, a massive slash appeared out of nowhere, extending over 1,000 meters, cutting through the sea. In the New World, in Tato Land, inside a house filled with desserts, a plump figure was savoring the delicacies when he suddenly raised his head, his bright eyes looking outside. Mama, mama. Then he laughed heartily and returned to the ocean of food. Also in the New World, in another unknown sea area, a dragon-headed ship with 3 scars on its flag was sailing. On the deck, a man with a severed right arm cast his gaze towards the West Sea, murmuring, Mihawk? At that moment, A companion nearby noticed the man's unusual demeanor and couldn't help but ask him, "Shanks, what's wrong?" The one-armed man, who was none other than Shanks, shook his head and said, "It's nothing." Indeed, this one-armed man was none other than the red-haired Shanks, who had left Windmill Village and the East Sea 6 months ago. Just like the original story, 6 months ago, bandits invaded Windmill Village and took Luffy captive. Then, just like in the original, or perhaps due to the correction of time, because Shanks wouldn't let him board the ship, Luffy ultimately jumped into the sea. To save him, Shanks ended up losing an arm to the Sea King. Because of this, Luffy stopped insisting on boarding Shanks' ship and instead made a promise with Shanks that he would go to the New World in the future to meet him and Dagu, saying he would definitely become the Pirate King. Similarly, upon hearing Luffy's words, Shanks, just like in the original, placed the straw hat passed down from Roger onto Luffy's head and then left Windmill Village, departing from the East Sea. In fact, the reason Shanks was in such a hurry to leave the East Sea was mainly because if he didn't leave soon, he wouldn't be able to. Because Garp was on vacation. Yes, after witnessing the establishment of the 7 warlords, Garp, feeling uncomfortable, resolutely returned to the East Sea. As for his reason to his superior, Sengoku, it was simple. He missed his grandson and wanted to go back. Thus, after more than a year, Garp returned to the East Sea, back to Windmill Village. If Shanks were still in the East Sea at that time, he was sure he would end up in Impel Down. No pleas would work. Because Garp was determined not to let a pirate who led his beloved grandson down the path of piracy get away. And indeed, when Garp returned to Windmill Village and saw his beloved grandson wearing a straw hat every day, clamoring to go to sea and become the Pirate King, he felt like digging Roger out and giving him a good beating. Now, who in the world could withstand an enraged Garp? Even if there were, it wouldn't be Shanks, and definitely not the still relatively young Shanks. His thinking of this, Shanks couldn't help but shiver, taking a deep breath, secretly praying that Luffy would be okay. Shanks? This action from Shanks once again caught Beckman's attention, making Beckman look at him with a puzzled expression. "It's nothing. I'm going back to my room," Shanks said, but he wasn't prepared to answer Beckman's question. He waved his hand and walked towards the cabin. Huh? Beckman was left watching his retreating figure, confused. West Sea, the site of O'Hara, while chaos erupted outside. The two fighting in O'Hara still maintained their opposing stances. Suddenly, both of them moved simultaneously and then retreated. Boom! Rumbling. Just as the two retreated, a massive energy storm erupted violently between them. An entire island began to shake violently. The already pockmarked ground exploded. Crack, 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 collapse, collapse, bang from the battlefield of the two, O'Hara. The island of scholars, the island of sorrow, began to gradually crumble and sink into the sea. Looking at the scene before him, Dagu fell silent. Unsure of what he felt. Was it regret? Nostalgia? Grief? In any case, even if Dagu's purpose was to destroy O'Hara, and it was being realized at that moment, his mood wouldn't be happy or joyful because of the achievement of his goal. We should go. At that moment, seeing the island crumble more and more, and the space to stand on getting smaller, Mihawk reminded Dagu that if they didn't leave, they would sink into the sea with O'Hara. Hearing Mihawk's reminder, Dagu, who had slightly regained his senses, nodded silently, then placed a hand on Mihawk's shoulder. Finally, after taking a last look at O'Hara, he resolutely used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Drum Island. After Dagu and Mihawk left, O'Hara's collapse didn't stop. In fact, it accelerated. Bang! Finally, with the last stone exploding, O'Hara, this ancient island with a long history and thousands of years of heritage, disappeared from the annals of history after enduring the demon-slaying Order's baptism and the battle of the two top swordsmen. On the other hand, with the disappearance of O'Hara, the world's greatest swordsman was born. That is Hawkeye, Dracula Mihawk. Yes, this time, Mihawk won the battle, albeit just by a move or two. But a win is a win. Thus, just like in the original, Mihawk became the world's greatest swordsman. As for why Mihawk became the world's greatest swordsman after fighting Dagu, it was mainly because Mihawk had already challenged all the great swordsmen currently active on the sea before. Otherwise, how could Mihawk have subtly implied that if Dagu didn't fight, he would follow him forever? That is because the battle with Dagu was also his final decisive battle. Chapter 131. The distracted Dagu and the soul-lost Robin on Drum Island. Aboard the light pirate's ship, Dagu returned with Mihawk. "Captain, you're back." When Guion saw Dagu appear, she immediately greeted him while exercising on the deck. At the same time, the others, hearing Guion's voice, also noticed Dagu's return. Soon after, Robin walked over, observed Dagu's condition, and asked Dagu, "How are you? Do you need me to treat you?" Robin. Saying this, Robin turned her head and called out to Law. "Captain." Upon hearing the call, Law quickly walked up to Dagu, preparing to use his ability to check on him. No need. However, before Law could act, Dagu waved his hand to refuse, saying, "I'm fine. I'll go back to my room first." After speaking, Dagu walked into the cabin. Watching Dagu's distracted appearance, the members of the Light Pirates looked at each other, puzzled as to why the usually cheerful Dagu was like this. Since they couldn't figure it out, they should just ask him. And just so happened, Dagu had gone out with Mihawk. So Robin turned to Mihawk and asked, "Mr. Dracula, do you know why Dagu is like this? You should ask him yourself." Unfortunately, Mihawk was not prepared to answer Robin's question. He casually brushed it off and turned to leave the light pirate's ship. Watching Mihawk walk away, Robin felt awkward, then turned to the equally puzzled others and said, "You all go ahead and do your own thing. I'll go check on him." Okay. Just like that, under Robin's suggestion, everyone went about their business, while Robin turned and walked into the cabin. Returning to the room she shared with Dagu. "You're here, lying on the bed." Dagu knew it was Robin when he heard the door open because only Robin would come in without knocking. In response, Robin quietly nodded, then sat at the edge of the bed, looking at Dagu and asking, "Did something happen when you went out with him? Did you lose and feel sad? Or?" Hearing this, Dagu raised his head, looking at Robin's worried face, and couldn't help but sigh, then slowly spoke, "I'm sorry." Robin initially thought Dagu would say something, but unexpectedly, his first words were "I'm sorry," which left her confused. She completely didn't understand why Dagu was apologizing to her. Not understanding, Robin even thought Dagu might have a problem with his head. So she hurriedly asked Dagu, "What's wrong? Why are you apologizing to me? You haven't done anything to upset me." As Robin said this, she reached out to touch the forehead of Dagu to check if he was sick. Just then, as Robin's hand was about to make contact with Dagu's forehead, he suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her into his embrace. Hey, Dagu's sudden action left Robin momentarily stunned, and her face turned rosy with shyness. I'm sorry. While Robin was lost in thought due to Dagu's action, he held her tightly and murmured, "Robin, I'm sorry. It wasn't intentional. I thought it would be better to face it quickly. I'm sorry." Hearing Dagu's words and sensing his emotions, Robin calmed down. She understood that something significant had truly happened, something so severe that the man who had always stood before her, strong and invincible, had broken down. It's okay. This time, it was her turn to support him. Robin wrapped her arms around Dagu and gently patted his back, comforting him. It's all over. Robin feeling her actions, Dagu paused for a moment. He tried to tell her what had happened, but the words just wouldn't come out. Finally, unable to hold back any longer, Dagu shouted and pushed Robin away slightly, looking at her and saying, "O'Hara, I destroyed O'Hara." Robin was a bit confused by Dagu's words. What did he mean by destroying O'Hara? Hadn't O'Hara already been destroyed by the Navy's extermination order long ago? Why would Dagu say he destroyed O'Hara? His words left Robin in shock. Seeing Robin in disbelief, Dagu understood she needed time to process. Taking a deep breath, he looked at her seriously and explained word by word, "Robin, I, the grandson of Dr. Clover, the archaeologist of O'Hara, Dagu, out of selfish desires sank O'Hara, the scholarly sanctuary that had already become ruins. O'Hara has sunk into the sea and can no longer be seen." After hearing Dagu's words, Robin was stunned. She had never imagined that the one person she relied on, who grew up in O'Hara, just like her, would be the one to sink their hometown into the sea. As for whether Dagu was lying to her, Robin had no doubts because she knew he might hide some things from her but would never deceive her. Thus, after hearing Dagu's words, Robin understood that O'Hara, her hometown, the last memory she had with her mother, was gone, destroyed by the man she loved. Everything was ruined. Robin. Seeing Robin like this, Dagu felt very sad too. He had thought about not telling her, but in the end, he decided to speak up. Because long pain was worse than short pain. If he waited to tell her later, the impact would be even greater. What if Robin asked why he hadn't told her at that time? Why did he wait so long to tell her? Did he think it was fun to see her in the dark like a fool? If that happened, Dagu felt he and Robin would be finished. So, he decided to tell her immediately, hoping to salvage the situation. With that thought, Dagu silently embraced Robin again. Quietly, time flowed on, the sun rose and set, and a night passed. Robin stood there in a daze for the whole night, and Dagu felt guilty for the same duration. Bang! Bang, Captain, are we setting sail? Until Hawkins came over and asked Dagu if they were going to continue their journey. Both Dagu and Robin finally came back to their senses. I'll go check. Upon hearing the noise, Dagu said to Robin and planned to get up and speak to Hawkins and the others. Chapter 132. The Talking Reindeer and the Pretentious Kureha Bang. Just as Dagu stood up, Robin grabbed his hand and looked at him quietly. Her actions made Dagu stop, and, after pondering for 2 seconds, he turned to the door and shouted, "You all go ahead and explore. Robin and I have something to deal with." "All right then, Captain, we'll head out first." Hawkins replied helplessly after hearing Dagu's words and then turned to leave. Once Dagu sensed that the others had left, he sat down again and embraced Robin tightly. After a long time, Robin spoke softly, "Is O'Hara really gone?" "Yes." Dagu understood that Robin had regained her composure, so he nodded and replied, "O'Hara is gone. I buried it with my own hands." After hearing Dagu's certain words, Robin fell silent again. O'Hara was truly gone. Robin. Seeing Robin's silence, Dagu held her a bit tighter. Just as the two fell into silence again, on the other side, Hawkins and the others encountered a situation. At Magnet Drum Island, Kureha's place. After learning about Kureha's residence from the townspeople, everyone came to visit her. Originally, Luffy planned to come alone, but when he expressed his desire to find Kureha, the others, especially Bonnie, became curious about her. So, at Bonnie's request, everyone came along. Bang, bang. Reluctantly glancing at his companions, Luffy knocked on Kureha's door. While knocking, he inquired, "Is Dr. Kureha in?" To Luffy's surprise, after knocking for a long time, he received no response. After waiting for a while with no answer, he turned to the others and said, "It seems Dr. Kureha isn't here. Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy turned to leave, and the others followed suit without saying anything. Suddenly, just as they were halfway down the road, a voice reached their ears. "Are you looking for me?" They turned to see Kureha standing not far away, along with a man and a reindeer. When everyone saw the small blue-nosed reindeer following Kureha, they were all surprised. It was their first time seeing such a reindeer that could walk upright, and it looked very different from the reindeer they knew. It resembled a raccoon. Unintentionally, someone blurted out their thoughts, and indeed, in their eyes, calling the small reindeer a reindeer was less accurate than calling a raccoon. Unintentionally, the blue-nosed reindeer heard their murmurs and jumped out to refute. "Hey, I'm a reindeer. Can it talk?" Seeing that the blue-nosed reindeer could actually speak, everyone was astonished and turned to look at Beepo. This was their first encounter with an animal that could talk like Beepo. As for Beepo, upon seeing the reindeer speak, it got excited, thinking it had found a companion from Zoe. So, it ran up to the reindeer and introduced itself. "Hello, my name is Beepo. Are you a companion from Zoe?" "Shao?" The reindeer looked at the white bear in front of it, who could also speak, and felt a bit excited inside. However, after hearing the white bear's words, the reindeer became somewhat confused. Where was Zoe? Why did the white bear think it came from Zoe? Seeing the reindeer's reaction, Beepo understood that perhaps the reindeer had left its hometown Zoe when it was very young. Or maybe the reindeer in front of him did not come from Zoe at all. Therefore, thinking of this, Beepo asked the reindeer again, "So what's your name?" "Chopper." Upon hearing Beepo ask for its name, the reindeer, oh no, Chopper, happily introduced itself to Beepo. "Hello, my name is Tony Chopper, and I am a reindeer with a blue nose." Hearing Chopper introduce itself so happily, Beepo was also very glad. Although Chopper might not be from Zoe, it was undeniable that Chopper, like him, was an animal that could speak human language. So, Beepo immediately extended his paw to Chopper and said, "Hello, Chopper. Nice to meet you." "Hello." Seeing Beepo's gesture, Chopper timidly extended its hoof and shook it with Beepo. At that moment, a man squatted down beside them, gently placing his hand on Chopper's head and laughing softly. "That's great. Chopper, you've made a friend." Feeling the warmth on its head and hearing the man's gentle words, Chopper nodded earnestly and said, "Doctor, I have a friend now. I'm not alone anymore." Looking at Chopper's expression, the man, who Chopper called Doctor, smiled. Meanwhile, on the other side, Law and others were also talking with Kureha. Law was looking at Kureha with a sincere expression and asked, "Dr. Kureha, I would like to ask you some questions about medical skills. Do you have time?" To Law's surprise, after he finished speaking, Kureha responded in an exaggerated tone that made no sense. "Nanny, you want to ask me why my secret recipe makes me so young? Do you want to be as young as I am?" Hearing Kureha say this, Law was taken aback. He didn't expect Dr. Kureha to be such a person. Helplessly, Law thought maybe Kureha was too old to hear clearly. So, he asked Kureha again, "Dr. Kureha, I don't want to know your secret recipe. I just want to discuss medical skills with you." Nanny. Unfortunately, Kureha's reaction once again caught Law off guard. After he finished speaking, Kureha looked at him in astonishment and said, "You say you want to know my age? Don't you know that asking a woman her age casually is very rude?" As she spoke, Kureha changed her tone and said softly to Law, But I'll tell you, I'm still a little girl of 130 years old." As soon as these words came out, not only was Law stunned, but also Bonnie, Yuta, Gwenna, and even Hawkins couldn't help but be taken aback. Chapter 133. Destruction and Redemption. They had never thought that Kureha was such a person. Although they were surprised that she was already 130 years old and still so spirited, this was not a capital for her to act like an elder. Indeed, in everyone's eyes, Kureha's off-topic attitude seemed to be her taking advantage of her age and being deliberate about it. Dr. Kureha, therefore, unable to bear it anymore, Law couldn't help but raise his voice and say, "If you don't want to guide me, then we'll just leave." After saying that, Law turned around and headed back the way he came. Seeing Law like this, Bonnie and the others exchanged glances and then followed him. After all, they had originally come along with Law to watch the fun. Since Law, the person involved, was leaving, there was no point in them staying, so they hurriedly followed suit. "Well, Chopper, I'm leaving now. I'll come back to see you in a while." After seeing everyone else leave, Beepo quickly said goodbye to Chopper and followed the crowd. Sigh. Watching Beepo leave, Chopper wanted to reach out and call him back, but in the end, he let it go, feeling dejected. Chopper seeing Chopper's gloomy expression. The man's expression also turned a bit sad. He then turned to Kureha and asked, "Ms. Kureha, why don't you want to communicate with that young man?" "No." Hearing the man's question, Kureha shook her head as she looked at the direction where Law and the others had left. "Silver's Rayleigh, I don't want to cause trouble." As soon as she finished speaking, Kureha walked back in the direction of her own home. Hearing Kureha say this, the man, Silver's Rayleigh, couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. He then looked at Kureha, then at the direction where Law and the others had left, and finally sighed. He then suggested, patting the little reindeer Chopper's head, "Chopper, let's go find your friends." Upon hearing Silver's Rayleigh say this, Chopper immediately nodded happily and then followed Silver's Rayleigh to catch up with Law and the others who had gone ahead. Wait, just as Law had said goodbye to the others and was about to wander around the island, he suddenly heard someone calling him. Following the direction of the voice, Law turned his head in confusion, and when he saw that the person was the man who had just been with Kureha, he was puzzled, not understanding why this person wanted to stop him. Did Kureha change her mind? Thinking of this, Law looked at the man, Silver's Rayleigh, who had come closer and asked, "Hello, is there something you need?" "Chopper, how did you come over here?" At the same time, Beepo also walked up to Chopper and curiously asked him. However, Chopper did not answer Beepo, but turned to look at Silver's Rayleigh. Naturally, seeing this, Silver's Rayleigh did not pretend to be mysterious, but immediately explained to Law, "This young man, you want to find Ms. Kureha to verify what you've learned, right?" "Yes." Although surprised that Silver's Rayleigh would say this, Law did not refute and affirmed, "I do want to discuss medical skills with Dr. Kureha to learn a bit from her." As he spoke, Law's expression darkened, and he self-deprecatingly said, "However, perhaps I was too arrogant. It seems that Dr. Kureha has no intention of teaching me." Hearing Law say this, Silvers rarely looked a bit troubled, because Kureha indeed had no intention of communicating with Law. The reason he came over was that he wanted to exchange ideas with Law. He hoped to gain some inspiration from Law to treat this country. Because not long ago, the bastard king of this country issued a new law stating that there would only be 20 doctors in the country, and they would live in the palace, serving the king. If others got sick and wanted treatment, they would have to go to the king and ask the doctors to treat them. However, this often required exorbitant treatment fees, and not to mention ordinary people, even those nobles would not be able to afford it in the long run. Therefore, Kureha, who had long since retired, had to step in again, traveling between villages to treat the sick. However, to prevent everyone from feeling complacent and fearless, Kureha did not treat people for free, but required them to give up their most important possessions as a form of medical fee. At the beginning, the people were disdainful and did not want Kureha to treat them, as they still had some spare money and could afford the 20 coins for a doctor's fee. However, as time went on, some commoners gradually could no longer bear the high costs and had no choice but to request Kureha's help. When others saw that one person could merely present a family letter as payment for treatment, they all went crazy. They decided to stop seeking out the 20 doctors at the palace and instead turned to Kureha for treatment. Unfortunately, they were overestimating the situation. When they brought what they deemed the most important items to request Kureha's help, they were met with her closed door. Kureha reiterated that while her medical fees were not high in monetary terms, their value was the greatest. In other words, one could use a worthless family letter as payment, but one could not use a fortune in gold to request her treatment. For those with a fortune in gold, Kureha's advice was to go to the palace to find the 20 doctors, not to come to her. Consequently, others found themselves in a dilemma. Go to the palace. Some could no longer afford the exorbitant treatment costs. Don't go to the palace. Seek out Kureha. Although Kureha did not require money, what she wanted was far more fatal. She sought memories, longing, and inner emotional attachments, such as an unknown jade passed down from ancestors, a token of love between two people, or a shell left behind by a mother. Because of this, although the decree had not been long in effect, Shiraluk had already seen the future. That is, this country would ultimately perish due to the lack of doctors, not to mention that it was a nation that relied on medicine for its livelihood, which would only speed up its demise. And all of this was because of the king, due to the decree issued by the current king. Therefore, Shiraluk wanted to save this country, to save the homeland he loved. Chapter 134. Dagu's hesitation and Babu's request. Unfortunately, as a doctor, and a mediocre one at that, the only solution Shiraluk could think of was through medicine. Indeed, Shiraluk believed that if he could develop a potion that would prevent everyone from getting sick, then this country would not head towards destruction, just like in the past, when he was unexpectedly cured of a terminal illness. This was also why he had been seeking out Kureha and chose to intercept Law. Taking a deep breath, Shiraluk then recounted the entire situation to Law and asked for his assistance. However, after hearing Shiraluk's account, Law looked surprised and asked him, "So this country's condition is entirely due to the king, because of the decree he issued?" Upon hearing this question, Shiraluk, although reluctant to admit it, could only nod in resignation. Yes. Seeing Shiraluk nod, Law couldn't help but laugh, a cold laugh at that, and then asked Shiraluk, since the cause lies with the king, why not just have the king change the decree? No. Upon hearing Law's words, Shiraluk immediately shook his head, intending to explain. However, before he could speak, Law interrupted him. If you think the king will not change this absurd decree, then why not just get rid of him? Get rid of the king. After hearing Law's words, Shiraluk was stunned. He was shocked because he had never thought of getting rid of the king. In his heart, the king had always been supreme. Even if the king made a mistake, he had never considered having the king corrected, nor had he ever thought the king could be wrong. Seeing Shiraluk's dazed expression, Law couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. At this moment, he understood what Dagu had once told them. All men are born equal, but different environments create different individuals. In this world, under the rule of the celestial dragons, royalty and nobility were often seen as untouchable and unassailable by ordinary people. Law still remembered the frustration in Dagu's voice when he said this. And it was at that moment that he and the others began to vaguely understand their captain's thoughts. Babel, we should go. With that thought, Law turned to the still-dazed Shiraluk and called out to Babwa before stepping forward. Chopper, see you next time. Babe was said to Chopper again before hurriedly following Law. Doctor. However, this time was different from before. In response to Babwa's farewell, Chopper did not reply, but instead looked at Shiraluk with a worried expression. Chopper, let's go back. After a long while, Shiraluk finally came to his senses and then called Chopper to return. Seeing that Shiraluk had finally recovered, Chopper couldn't help but smile happily, then actively pulled Shiraluk's sleeve as they headed back to their residence. On the other side, after learning about the situation in this country from Shiraluk and understanding that there were no doctors left, Law did not intend to continue exploring, but turned around and took Babwa back to the ship. He recounted the entire situation to the now-recovered Dagu and Robin. After hearing Law's account, Dagu finally realized that there was indeed such a peculiar king on Drum Island, a paramecia user, the Wapu who had the ability to eat and swallow. Dagu, what should we do? Should we take action? After listening to Law's narrative, Robin pondered for a moment and then turned to Dagu to ask whether they should take action to deal with this peculiar king. Upon hearing this, Dagu fell into deep thought. Logically speaking, he was now a pirate on the side of evil, and it should not be his job to eliminate harm for the people. That was something the Marines should do. However, Dagu also remembered that this country seemed to be a member of the world government, and even if it weren't a member, the Marines could not, or rather, would not dare to intervene in such internal affairs. After all, if the Marines intervened in Drum Island's internal affairs, could other countries think that the Marines would also take action against them? If that happened, it could lead to chaos, causing trouble for the Celestial Dragons. And then the world government would cut funding, resulting in a very simple outcome. The Marines that caused all this would be gone. They would be eliminated by the world government. However, unlike the Marines, Dagu could and conveniently could take action. Because even if he dealt with Wapu, it would only be a matter of a bounty amount plus a few numbers, and it might not even add any numbers at all. So, the current situation was whether Dagu should take action. Because if he dealt with Wappa now, how would he bring his ship's doctor, Tony Chopper, on board when Luffy arrived here? But if he didn't take action now, many people would definitely die without receiving treatment. This was precisely why Dagu hesitated. To save or not to save? That was the question. Captain. Just then, while Dagu was pondering, Babe was stepped up to him and pleaded, Captain, please help Chopper and the others. Seeing Beepo like this, Luffy was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Beepo to plead for him after just meeting Chopper. Oh, Chopper is a reindeer with a blue nose, and it. Noticing Luffy's expression, Beepo thought Luffy didn't know who Chopper was, so he hurriedly wanted to explain. Beepo. However, before Beepo could finish, Luffy interrupted him, reached out to pat his bare head, and said with a gentle smile, since you want to help your friend, then go ahead. Really? Really? Hearing Luffy say that, Beepo was still a bit in disbelief that the captain agreed to his request so easily, and he couldn't help but ask Luffy again, Captain, are you really going to step in? Facing Beepo's questioning, Luffy nodded seriously and said, of course. Since my crew has asked me to help, as the captain, what reason do I have to refuse? Captain, thank you. Seeing Luffy affirm his decision once more, Beepo immediately thanked him joyfully. Chapter 135. Luffy's interrogation and the doctor's hesitation. In fact, the reason Luffy agreed to Beepo's request and decided to take action was mainly that he had come to a realization. Rather than focusing on the future, it was better to take care of the present. Moreover, since this was a request from his own navigator, it should be fulfilled. Otherwise, if Beepo threw a tantrum and brought the ship into some gutter, wouldn't that pose a risk of capsizing? Of course, this was just a joke. Beepo would never bring the ship into a gutter, and even if he did, it wouldn't have much impact on Luffy. After all, Luffy could use the Flying Thunder God technique, and with just one use, he could return at any corner of the seas. Alright, since we've decided to take action, let's not dilly-dally. Luffy stood up and instructed the others. Robin, you inform the others to meet us at the palace. Okay. After Robin went to notify the others, Luffy turned to Law and Beepo. Since we're acting for that doctor, he should be present too. So your task is to bring that doctor to the palace, got it? Yes, Captain. With Luffy's orders given, Law and Beepo turned and left the ship, heading towards the place where they had parted from Dr. Hiluluk. Luffy, it's ready. After a while, Robin turned back to report to Luffy. Bonnie and Hawkins said they would meet us at the palace. Hearing this. Luffy nodded and then looked at Robin with concern. Are you all right? Seeing Luffy still so worried about her, Robin felt a warmth in her heart and smiled. Don't worry. I'm fine now. That's good. Seeing that Robin didn't seem forced, Luffy couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and then took her hand, saying then, let's go. Luffy's usual gesture made Robin pause for a moment, but she soon smiled and nodded. Thus, Luffy took Robin and walked towards the palace. Outside the snowy palace, Bonnie and the others, who had arrived earlier, greeted Luffy and Robin as they approached. Luffy, Robin, you're here. Luffy nodded to them and, after observing the number of people, asked, Law and Beepo haven't arrived yet? No, they... Just as Bonnie was about to report that Law and Beepo had not arrived, suddenly, Beepo's voice came from behind Luffy. Captain, we're here. Hearing the voice, Luffy immediately turned around and saw Beepo with Law, a man, and a small reindeer approaching. As Beepo and the others came closer, Luffy first nodded at Beepo and Law, then looked at the man, who was Dr. Hiluluk, and said, You must be Dr. Hiluluk, right? Upon hearing this, Hiluluk nodded and said yes. Seeing Hiluluk nod, Luffy continued, I assume you've heard from Law. I plan to help you save this country. And the way to do that is to deal with the king of this country. As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy fixed his intense gaze on Hiluluk and said, Now, tell me your thoughts. Do you want to watch the country gradually decline while you slowly search for a way to save it? Or should we take action to eliminate the current king and elect a capable, responsible, and compassionate king to end this farce and save a nation that is on the brink of destruction? Tell me, Hiluluk, do you want to save the people of your homeland, or do you want to pursue your own dreams at the expense of their lives? Hiluluk, what is your answer? As he spoke, Luffy's tone became increasingly sharp, pressing Hiluluk for answers. Although Luffy didn't know why he was saying these things, he felt compelled to express himself. This could be seen as an emotional outburst from Luffy. After all, he had just buried his own hometown yesterday. Now, facing Hiluluk, who was in a similar situation, Luffy couldn't help but feel a sense of empathy. As for Hiluluk, after hearing Luffy's words, he fell into a daze and didn't know how to respond to Luffy's questioning. On one hand, he wanted to save the people, but on the other hand, he also wanted to fulfill his own dreams. Caught in this dilemma, Hiluluk fell silent. Doctor, seeing Hiluluk in this state, the small reindeer, Chopper, wore a worried expression. However, being still young, he didn't know how to comfort Hiluluk and could only feel anxious inside. At that moment, the patrolling guards, who had seen them lingering for too long, came over and shouted, Who are you? What are you doing here? Leave now. Unfortunately, Luffy and the others paid no mind to the guards' shouts. Luffy even turned to Hiluluk and asked again, Hiluluk, had you made up your mind? Seeing that they weren't heeding the warning, the guards grew impatient and shouted again. If you don't leave now, don't blame us for taking action. Hearing the guards say this, Luffy frowned, while Law and Hawkins drew their weapons, ready for battle. You guys, seeing that Luffy and the others not only ignored their warnings, but also drew their weapons. The guards became angry and realized that these individuals were here to cause trouble. Consequently, one guard went to report while the others drew their weapons and slowly approached Luffy and the others. Seeing the situation, Luffy let out a breath, then focused his gaze, his eyes narrowing as he unleashed his conqueror's haki. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, the guards approaching them fell one by one. This scene shocked both Hiluluk and Chopper, who had no idea what Luffy had done to make so many people faint in an instant. Although they didn't understand what Luffy had done, instinctively, Hiluluk stepped forward to check on the fallen guards. Hey, are you okay? Hey, in front of guard, Shiraluk checked his condition while asking, What have you done? Just as Shiraluk was inspecting the soldiers, a reprimanding voice came from his side, followed by the sight of a robust figure coming into view for Dagu and the others. Captain Dalton, Seeing the figure approaching, Shiraluk immediately stood up, wanted to explain something to him, but the words got stuck in his throat. After all, would Shiraluk really tell the captain of the King's Guard? The man he called Dalton, that they were here to assassinate the king? That would be ridiculous. As it turned out, even though Shiraluk hesitated, he didn't foolishly reveal Dagu and the others' intentions. Dalton? Looking at the robust figure that had approached, Dagu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Naturally, Dagu's unusual behavior caught the attention of the others, who began to speculate about what was special about the man named Dalton that caught the attention of their captain, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries. After taking another look at Dalton and finding nothing particularly unusual, Robin turned to Dagu and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this person?" "No, nothing." However, faced with Robin's inquiry, Dagu waved his hand and said, "I just happened to hear someone here mention that the king's captain of the guard, Dalton, is a good officer who cares for the people." "Oh, I see." Hearing Dagu say this, the others dismissed their curiosity about Dalton. They had just thought he was someone similar to Mihawk, which is why he caught Dagu's attention. But after hearing Dagu say that he merely heard his name from the chatter of the people, they couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. "Shiraluk, you should take those people back quickly. Otherwise, when the king comes out, you'll be in trouble." At that moment, Dalton, having finished checking on his unconscious subordinates who were not seriously injured, was persuading Shiraluk to hurry and take Dagu and the others away. However, what he didn't know was that Dagu and the others were not brought here by Shiraluk. Rather, they had brought Shiraluk along with them. In Dalton's mind, since Dagu and the others looked like outsiders who had never been to the palace, it must be that a local person guided them here, and, coincidentally, Shiraluk was that local person. Therefore, Dalton thought of Shiraluk as the leader of the group, believing that if he could persuade Shiraluk, everything would be fine. "Captain Dalton, Unfortunately, to Dalton's disappointment, after hearing his words, although Shiraluk also wanted to leave, he couldn't make that decision, as he didn't have the authority to do so, leaving him stammering and indecisive. Seeing Shiraluk's wandering gaze occasionally glance at Dagu, Dalton pondered for a moment, then turned away from Shiraluk and approached Dagu, saying, "This gentleman." Looking at Dagu, who was tall yet young, Dalton didn't know how to address him and finally said, "Hello, sir. I am Dalton, captain of the King's Guard. I don't know why you have come to the palace, but I advise you to take your companions and leave quickly. Our king is currently in a bad mood, and if he sees you swaggering around here, you will definitely get into trouble." However, at that moment, Dagu interrupted Dalton's persuasion, pointing behind him and asking, "Is that king you're talking about him?" Hearing Dagu's words, Dalton couldn't help but feel puzzled, then turned to look in the direction Dagu was pointing. Your Majesty." When he saw the rotund figure that had appeared behind him without him noticing, he was startled and hurriedly rushed to that person, kneeling and saying, "Your Majesty, how did you come here? Don't worry, Dalton, will immediately drive them away and ensure they do not disturb you." After saying this, Dalton prepared to stand up and force Dagu and the others to leave. Unfortunately, things didn't go as Dalton wished. Just as he was about to take action, His Majesty, who was also the king of the Drum Kingdom and the culprit behind the tragedy of Drum Island, the superhuman, and the user of the Munch Munch fruit, Walpo, spoke up. After calling Dalton's name, Walpo placed his hand on Dalton's shoulder and said, "Dalton, do I need you to teach me how to do my job? The old fool is no longer here. Do you want to take his place to control me now?" After finishing, Walpo turned to Dalton and shouted, "Dalton, tell me, do you want to take the old fool's place to control me?" No, how dare Dalton?" Hearing Walpo's words, Dalton hurriedly lowered his head, frantically denying. "Your Majesty, how could Dalton think like that? It's impossible. Please see the truth, Your Majesty." Bang, bang, as he spoke, Dalton began to bow his head to Walpo. Seeing Dalton like this, Walpo nodded in satisfaction and said, "It's best if it's like this." Looking at the interaction between Walpo and Dalton, Law, Bonnie, and even Hawkins couldn't help but frown, showing their dissatisfaction with the situation. "Captain, let me." Finally, Guina could no longer stand it and immediately spoke to Dagu, wanting to request to take action to teach this arrogant king a lesson. However, before she could finish her sentence, Dagu waved his hand at her and turned to Law. Instructing Law, "Since this is a doctor's matter, I'll leave it to you as the ship's doctor. Is that all right?" "Don't worry, Captain. I guarantee to complete the task." Hearing Dagu let him take action, Law immediately rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward, not forgetting to draw his weapon. The cursed sword, Shu Sui, aiming straight at Walpo. Oomph. Law's bold move didn't go unnoticed by Walpo. He snorted coldly and waved his hand, sending his soldiers charging at Law. Unfortunately, facing the soldiers' attack, Law didn't care at all, or rather, he didn't need to manage it at all. Chapter 137, The King and the Kingdom. Just as the soldiers were about to close in on Law, Dagu made his move. Bang, 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 bang. Another use of Conqueror's haki sent the soldiers crashing to the ground, one after another. What is this? Watching the scene unfold, Walpo was shocked. Not only Walpo, but even Dalton, who was originally kneeling, turned his head at the sound, equally stunned. Walpo, right? However, unlike them, Law, who had walked up to them, was completely unfazed by the situation. Instead, he pointed his sword at Walpo and questioned, "Why did you drive away the doctors of your own country? What benefit does this bring you? Do you know that because of your decision, the people have no place to seek medical help?" Huh. As Law had expected, Walpo sneered after hearing his words. What do I care about their lives? Besides, it's not like I didn't leave any doctors. Papa saying this, Walpo stretched out his hand and clapped twice, and immediately, 20 figures dressed in white coats walked out of the palace. Seeing the 20 white coats lined up neatly, Walpo nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Luo and said, "Kid, did you see that?" Saying this, Walpo pointed at the 20 people and continued, "These are the doctors I left behind, Dr. 20. If the citizens have any ailments, they can come to Dr. 20 for treatment. I'm not preventing Dr. 20 from treating them." Hee. You. Hearing Walpo's words, Luo couldn't help but feel angry, pointing at Walpo, momentarily speechless. In fact, Luo didn't have much of a reaction to Walpo driving the doctors away. After all, that was Walpo's power as king. What really made Luo angry was Walpo's attitude of treating the doctors as his private property and manipulating them at will, which was the fundamental reason for Luo's anger. The more Luo thought about it, the angrier he became, and without hesitation, he immediately used his ability, raising Ghost Cry and slashing toward Walpo. However, to Luo's surprise, despite Walpo's plump figure, his movements seemed quick enough to dodge Luo's strike at the last moment. Although Luo was somewhat surprised that Walpo could evade his attack, he did not stop and slashed at Walpo again. "Your Majesty, be careful." Seeing Luo attacking his king again, Dalton immediately shouted to warn Walpo. While hurriedly rushing towards the attack, Zizi, when Walpo barely managed to dodge and was about to be killed by Ghost Cry, Dalton suddenly appeared in front of Walpo, blocking Luo's attack for him. Having escaped death, Walpo did not pay attention to Dalton, who was injured while protecting him, but instead laughed heartily, as if mocking Luo that his attack was ineffective against him. Seeing this scene, Dagu, who had been quietly watching the battle, couldn't help but furrow his brows and then instructed Beepo beside him. "Beepo, go check on that captain of the guard." "Yes, Captain." In fact, Beepo was also worried about Dalton, the loyal and kind captain of the guard, getting hurt for that bastard king. So, after getting Dagu's permission, Beepo hurriedly ran to Dalton to check on his condition. At the same time, Luo saw that Beepo had gone to check on Dalton. So he set aside the idea of checking on Dalton himself and turned to Walpo with a calm expression, saying, "Is this how you act as king? Letting the citizens block the knives for you?" Upon hearing Luo's words, Walpo sneered. "I didn't order him to block the knife for me. All of this was his own action. He brought this on himself." Hearing Walpo say this, Luo realized that this king named Walpo was beyond saving. He only cared about himself and completely ignored others. Moreover, Luo could foresee that even if Dalton had blocked a knife for him today, if he displeased Walpo tomorrow, he would probably be eliminated by him without reason. Thinking of this, Luo let out a sigh. Then his expression became serious, and his hand moved again, launching 2 more slashes towards Walpo. "Cough, Your Majesty." Seeing this, the already injured Dalton immediately stood up and staggered towards Walpo, clearly wanted to block another attack for him. However, Dalton had only taken a few steps when he found someone in front of him. Oh no, a bear blocking his way. Looking at the little white bear in front of him, Dalton furrowed his brows and shouted, "Move aside, little bear. I need to save His Majesty the King." Unfortunately, in response to Dalton's reprimand, The little bear, which was Bepo, looked at Dalton seriously and said, "You can't go. If you block another knife, you will die. Move aside." Unfortunately, what upset Bepo was that, despite its kind reminder, Dalton did not take it seriously and instead reprimanded Bepo again. Seeing Dalton's stubbornness, Bepo couldn't understand what was so good about this reckless and selfish king that made this uncle willing to risk his life to protect him. Since he couldn't understand, he might as well ask the person involved. Therefore, Bepo furrowed his brows and looked at Dalton, questioning, "Uncle, why are you willing to risk your life to save him? What is so worthy of your rescue? What is it about such a selfish king who disregards his citizens that makes it worth it for you to protect him?" Hearing Bepo's words, although Dalton understood that Bepo was not wrong, in his heart, Walpo was still the king. If Walpo were gone, then this already shaky kingdom would truly be destroyed. Therefore, in response to Bepo's question, Dalton calmly replied, "Because he is the king of this country. If he is gone, then this country will no longer exist." Hearing Dalton say this, Bepo was momentarily stunned. He did not know how to refute Dalton's words because, from a certain perspective, Dalton was not wrong. If the king of a country were gone, then that country could indeed be said to be gone. After all, kingship is a symbol of a country and its foundation. If the king representing kingship were gone, could that country still be considered a country? It was because of these thoughts that Bepo found himself at a loss for words. Move aside. However, unlike the stunned Bepo, Dalton was not frozen. Seeing Walpo's increasingly dangerous situation, he couldn't help but shout at Bepo again to clear the way. Chapter 138. Bear and Bull. However, much to Dalton's disappointment, in the face of his reprimand, Bepo remained unmoved and steadfastly blocked his path. Left with no choice, Dalton could only go around him. However, as expected, no matter which way he tried to go, Bepo remained firmly in front of him, blocking his path. "Ah, my hand! My hand!" Suddenly, a scream came from the other side. "Your Majesty, Walpo!" Immediately, when Dalton heard the voice and looked over, he found that Walpo's hands had been severed at some point. Although he was puzzled as to why no blood was flowing, this situation still shocked Dalton greatly. Seeing this scene, Dalton could no longer sit still. He glared at Bepo and said, "Bear, if you don't move aside, don't blame me for being rude." Unfortunately, Bepo's response once again disappointed Dalton. Bepo earnestly bowed to him and said, "I'm sorry, the captain ordered me to keep an eye on you. Moreover," saying this, Bepo raised its head and looked at Dalton firmly, saying, "And with your current state, even if you go over, you can't help your king. Why be so stubborn?" "Good, good, good." After hearing Bepo's words, Dalton said "good" 3 times in succession. Then his expression froze, and he coldly said, "Since you, Bear, want to move aside, then don't blame me." Moo. As soon as he finished speaking, Dalton let out a loud roar, and his voice gradually began to change, and he began to swell. Moo. Finally, with a loud bellow, Dalton had completely transformed into a wild bull. Watching Dalton's transformation, Robin and Joaelly, who were observing from the side, were both surprised. They didn't expect that besides the king who had just demonstrated his abilities, there was also a NoOne-type captain of the royal guard in this country. "Captain, what kind of fruit ability does this captain have?" After a moment of surprise, Joaelly, who had just left the EC and had not seen much, immediately asked Dagu about Dalton's fruit ability, while pointing to Walpole and asking, "Also, what is that king's ability?" Following Joaelly's question, Dagu pointed at Dalton and replied, "This captain's ability should be NoOne type, the bison fruit, capable of transforming into a bison. As for that king over there, he should be a paramecia type, the swallowing fruit user. And their abilities, you can think of the captain's ability as a regular cow, while the king's swallowing fruit ability, if I remember correctly, allows him to swallow anything and anything inside." At this point, Dagu paused and then uncertainly said, "It should not be inside his stomach, but in another space." In another space, the swallowed objects are rearranged at the molecular, even atomic level, and eventually become something completely new. "I see." After listening to Dagu's explanation, Joaelly understood the situation of these two. Just as Dagu was explaining to Joaelly, Dalton, who had transformed into a bison, had already started fighting with Bepo. Bang! Dalton's front hoof collided with Bepo's bare paw, wrestling with each other. You. Seeing the white bear effortlessly receiving his strike, Dalton was shocked. He never expected that this white bear, which was not even as tall as his legs, could wrestle with him after transforming into a bison, and it looked so easy. Moo, however, seeing Walpole's increasingly dire situation, Dalton couldn't afford to be sentimental. With another bellow, Dalton began to exert force, trying to knock Beepo away. Huh! Feeling the increased pressure from across, Beepo was not willing to back down either, shouting back, gathering strength, refusing to let Dalton break through his defense. Huh! How while Dalton and Beepo were wrestling, on the other side, Walpole was gasping for breath. At this moment, his arms were completely severed, and he could no longer use his abilities, as he had no hands left to put things into his mouth. Although Walpole had considered swallowing directly with his mouth, he abandoned the idea after trying once, because when he bent down, Law would directly stab him, and if he wasn't paying attention to Law, he would have already been done for. However, even so, Walpole understood that today he was truly doomed. Sigh, looking at Law's mocking face and glancing at Dalton, who was blocked on the other side, Walpole couldn't help but sigh. But then, unexpectedly, Walpole actually knelt down to Law and immediately lowered his head, begging Law, although I don't know why you want to attack me, but if you want now, you are the king of this country, and I only ask you to spare me. Please, I don't want to die. Bang bang. Saying this, Walpole even bowed his head to Law twice. And all of this was just to let Law spare him. Looking at Walpole like this, not only was Law expressionless, but Dagu and Robin also didn't know what to say, let alone Dalton, his loyal royal guard. Your Majesty. Seeing Walpole kneeling, Dalton seemed to lose all strength, dazedly retreating from his transformed state and collapsing down. Uncle. Seeing that Dalton was about to fall, Beepo hurriedly rushed up to support him. Dalton. Suddenly, Dalton heard someone calling him, and then the light in front of him dimmed. When he raised his head to look, he saw the young man who was clearly the leader of this group standing in front of him, staring at him. Captain. When Dalton heard the white bear referring to the person in front of him, he was not surprised because, generally, the leader at sea is the captain, and the captain is the leader. Thinking of this, Dalton immediately looked at the captain, Dagu, and asked, May I ask what this captain wants with me? In response, looking at Dalton, Dagu pointed to the still kneeling Walpole and quietly asked, Dalton, do you think a king like this is still worthy of your loyalty? Do you think someone like him, who would give up the throne to save his life, is still qualified to be the king of this country, to be your king? Chapter 139. Old and New Eye. After hearing Dagu's question, Dalton was momentarily speechless. He turned to look at Walpole and finally helplessly lowered his head. Seeing Dalton like this, Dagu understood that he already knew in his heart that Walpole was indeed not suitable to be king. Or perhaps he had known all along that Walpole was not king material. He had just been deceiving himself. Deceiving himself that Walpole would get better in the future, that he would become a qualified king. But at this moment, seeing Walpole kneeling before Law completely shattered his illusions. Thinking of this, Dagu said to Dalton again, Since you understand in your heart that Walpole is not king material and will not become a good king, then why haven't you thought about taking his place? Nanny. Dalton was shocked. Hearing Dagu's words, he was truly taken aback. He completely couldn't understand why Dagu would say this, encouraging him to replace Walpole and become the king of Drum Island. It was known that this was an act of treason, especially since Dalton had grown up in the royal guard and had always been educated with the concept of royal supremacy. Suddenly, asking such a Dalton to replace Walpole and become the new king, how could he not be surprised? How could he not be shocked? And seeing Dalton in front of him so shocked that he forgot to speak, Dagu frowned and then turned to look at Law, signaling him. Swish! Following Dagu's signal, Law stopped playing with Walpole, and with a flash, he appeared in front of Walpole, striking with his knife. A generation of swallowing fruit users, the king of Drum Island. Walpole just passed away. Your Majesty. Even though Dalton had made up his mind that Walpole was indeed not suitable to be king, seeing Walpole die right in front of him still made him feel heartbroken, letting out a wail. Dalton, now that Walpole is dead, you can't refuse to be king, unless you want to see this country disappear. Looking at the grieving Dalton, Dagu did not comfort him, but instead pressured him. Now, make your choice. Dalton. Will you become king and protect this country? Or will you ignore everything and let the country perish? After hearing Dagu's words, Dalton was still a bit hesitant, then turned to look at Walpole's corpse, his expression darkening. Captain Dalton, you should just become king. Seeing that Walpole was dead and the situation was settled, Sherlock also understood that what Dagu said was the only solution. So, he came to Dalton and advised, now in the Drum Kingdom, besides you, no one else can take over the throne. Captain Dalton, oh no, His Majesty King Dalton. You don't want the Drum Kingdom to just disappear, right? So, thud with that, Sherlock knelt down with a thud and urged, Your Majesty, please ascend the throne. For the subjects of the Drum Kingdom, please let Captain Dalton take the throne. Let Captain Dalton take the throne. At that moment, the soldiers who had woken up at some point, upon seeing the corpse of Walpole nearby, also joined Sherlock in urging Dalton. With someone backing him up, Sherlock grew bolder again and shouted towards Dalton, Please, Your Majesty, ascend the throne. Please, Your Majesty, ascend the throne. As expected, with Sherlock's actions, the soldiers followed suit. Amidst the shouts of Please, Your Majesty, ascend the throne, Dalton sighed and finally set aside his hesitation. I understand. He then helplessly nodded to the crowd, saying, I will become the new king of this country. At the same time, I will lead this country to restore its former glory, and I will never let it fall into the abyss like His Majesty. Oh no, like Walpole. Hearing Dalton's agreement, Sherlock and the soldiers all became excited, cheering joyfully. Oh, finally. We won't have to work under that reckless king anymore. That's great. Captain Dalton, no. Your Majesty becoming king is something we've longed for, and it has finally come true. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Yes, it's really wonderful. Let's go. Seeing that the matter was over, Dagu called his companions to leave. Yes, Captain. Thus, under Dagu's lead, the light pirates turned to head towards their ship. Beepo, how's the magnetic storage? On the way, Dagu asked Beepo about the magnetic storage of the log pose, checking if it was ready to head to the next island. Hearing this, Beepo looked down at the log pose on his wrist, then looked up at Dagu and reported, Captain, it's full. We can set off anytime. Upon hearing Beepo say it's full, Dagu no longer hesitated and immediately waved his hand, pointing forward. Since it's ready, let's set off. To the next island. Yes. Thus, under Dagu's command, the light pirates, having only stayed on Drum Island for 2 days, set off on their journey again. They didn't even witness the coronation ceremony of Dalton, who was influenced by them to take the throne early. Of course, aside from Dalton, there was another individual, or rather, a reindeer influenced by Dagu. After watching Dagu rescue Drum Island and leave gracefully, Chopper, the blue-nosed reindeer, originally wanted to say something to Dagu. However, when he arrived at the shore, all he saw was the departing pirate ship and the fluttering pirate flag. Pirates! For a moment, Chopper stood frozen in place, with a seed gradually taking root and sprouting in his heart. Chopper! However, what Chopper didn't know was that not far behind him, a figure was watching him. Sherlock looked at Chopper's longing expression ahead, understanding that Chopper was just like himself many years ago, influenced by pirates, by that fluttering flag. Sherlock knew that unlike himself, who was old and weak, at some point in the future, the young and vigorous Chopper would surely leave this place, leave Drum Island, leave his side, to respond to the call of the sea and embrace that flag. What he had to do was to nurture Chopper, to cultivate him into someone who could help his companions. Yes, in Sherlock's heart, he had never regarded Chopper as just a reindeer, but as a living person, his son. Therefore, he would do everything he could to nurture Chopper, his son. Chapter 140. Flying Thunder God Kenai and the Wild Boar Pirates in the Grand Line. In an unknown sea area, the light pirates, 2 days after leaving Drum Island, were sailing through this place. Suddenly, Dagu, who was sunbathing on the deck, exclaimed in surprise and suddenly stood up. What's wrong? Dagu, is something happening? Dagu's sudden movement naturally drew the attention of others, including Robin, who was also lying on a chair reading, turning her head to ask if something had happened that shocked him so much. Do you all remember where our captain's oranges came from? Hearing this, Dagu nodded, then asked the others, and immediately explained, earlier, I gave something to the owner of that orange orchard, Belmere. I told her that if something happened that she couldn't solve, she could break that thing, and I would sense it and come to help her. After hearing Dagu's explanation, everyone suddenly understood, and Robin looked at Dagu and said, "So, does that mean Belmir has broken what you gave her and is asking for your help now?" Facing Robin's question, Dagu nodded affirmatively yes. "In that case, you should hurry. If something big happens because you were late, it would be a shame." Now that the situation was clear, everyone no longer focused on Dagu and went back to their own tasks. Even Robin urged Dagu to hurry and deal with it. "All right, I'm going." Listening to Robin's persuasion, Dagu didn't say much and immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to sense the location on Nami. In fact, he was also afraid that being late would cause the regret that occurred in the original story, where Belmir was shot in the head by Arlong, and Nami ended up living in a situation of deception for 100 million berries. As for what Dagu gave to Belmir, it was just something similar to the Flying Thunder God Kunai from the anime Naruto, used by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. By marking the Flying Thunder God on an object, when that object is destroyed, the caster of the Flying Thunder God mark would sense it and could then rush over to see what the problem was. This was an idea Dagu came up with by chance. He had always thought of the Flying Thunder God as just a coordinate, almost having no other use besides teleportation. Until he recalled that during the Battle of Godless, Minato had given Kakashi a Bito and Rin a Flying Thunder God Kunai, saying that if they were in danger, they should break it. Dagu then realized that perhaps the Flying Thunder God could also be used for rescue in emergencies, which is why he came up with that marked object and gave it to Belmir to guard against the crisis from Arlong. But what Dagu didn't know was that just as he left, a ship flying a skull flag appeared in Robin and the others' line of sight. What to do? Robin, looking at the pirate ship gradually approaching from afar, with Dagu, the captain, absent, Bonnie turned to Robin and asked what they should do now. However, facing Bonnie's question, Robin did not respond immediately. Instead, she first used her ability to observe the situation on that ship before turning to the others and saying, "It's the Wild Boar Pirates. Captain, Wild Boar, Bamboo Stick Fire, bounty of 30 million berries, hailing from the West Blue, Zoan type, Pig Fruit, Boar form user." The Wild Boar pirate crew, apart from their captain, Bamboo Poli, has no one else with a bounty. This means that our main concern is only the captain, Bambo Polelia. As for the others, at this point, Robin paused, glanced at the others, and then said again, "Perhaps there are some who are hiding their strength, but the main focus is still on Bamboo Poli. Understood?" Understood. With Robin's command given, everyone carefully responded, and then began to take their positions to guard against the already clearly visible Wild Boar pirate crew. Is that the ship of the pirate with a bounty of 1 billion? On the other side, aboard the Wild Boar pirate crew's ship, Captain Bamboo Poli was observing Robin and the others with a telescope. At that moment, a man with a long knife at his waist approached Bamboo Poli and asked, "Captain, shall we attack?" "Attack?" Hearing the man's question, Bamboo Poli was surprised for a moment, then looked again at the ship that was already within range and smiled. "Why not? That's a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries. If I take him down, can't I force the Navy to make me one of the 7 warlords of the sea? From then on, the Navy would never be able to touch me again, and I could do whatever I wanted." Ha ha ha! As he spoke, Bamboo Poli laughed loudly, and as his laughter echoed, the other members of the Wild Boar pirate crew seemed to envision the Navy, which had relentlessly pursued them in the past, now bowing respectfully before them. Thinking of this, everyone in the Wild Boar pirate crew began to laugh heartily and arrogantly. Ha 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 ha! The captain is right. What can the Navy do to us then? Exactly. When the captain becomes one of the 7 warlords, we will be crew members of the 7 warlords, an organization under the world government, on equal footing with the Navy. Yes, at that time, we can even visit Marineford openly, stroll around the offices of the Navy Admiral and the Fleet Admiral. Ha ha, you're right. I heard that Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit at Navy headquarters is a great beauty. When we go to Marineford, Captain, you must take us to see her. All right. Seeing that his subordinates were getting more and more outrageous, Bamboo Poli couldn't he help but scold. Aren't you all going to prepare? How can I become a warlord if I don't take down the 1 billion bounty? What right do you have to see Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit at Navy headquarters? Yes. Hearing Bamboo Poli say this, the other members of the Wild Boar pirate crew hurriedly responded, then rushed to their respective positions, loading cannons and preparing to fire. Once everything was ready, everyone looked towards Bamboo Pole Lai, waiting for his command. Seeing that everyone was prepared, Bamboo Pole Lai nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand, pointing directly at Robin's ship. Target 1 billion berries, fire. Chapter 141, Pirate vs. Pirate Bang. With Bamboo Pole Lai's order, the Wild Boar pirate crew began a fierce attack on Robin's light pirate crew. Shells were launched towards Robin and the others without reservation. Boom! Watching the shells land near the ship and the resulting splashes, Robin couldn't help but frown, then glanced at the approaching pirate ship and turned to Hawkins and the others. You handle these shells. Okay. Seeing Robin say this, Hawkins, Law, and even Kuna nodded seriously, then drew their weapons and began to intercept the incoming shells. Although Robin's command seemed a bit inappropriate since she was the captain and didn't explicitly say she was the vice captain, it didn't matter to the members of the light pirate crew, because Robin was not only the first to follow but also had a special relationship with him, so it wasn't inappropriate for her to occasionally give commands. At the same time, as Hawkins and the others shot down the shells in midair, Bamboo Pole Lai realized that the 1 billion berry bounty was indeed not to be underestimated. Relying solely on long-range attacks wouldn't work. Thinking of this, Bamboo Pole Lai waved his hand. Prepare for close combat. Yes, Captain. Following Bamboo Pole Lai's command, the cannon fire stopped, and the members of the Wild Boar pirate crew began to orderly pick up their weapons, excitedly preparing for a close battle with Robin and the others. Get ready. Seeing that the enemy had stopped their cannon fire, Robin understood that they wanted to engage in close combat. So she reminded the others and then turned to take Yuta back to the cabin. After all, Yuta was still young. Even though Robin knew she had followed Shanks to the New World, Robin could confidently say that Yuta had never truly witnessed a pirate battle. After all, Yuta was Shanks's daughter. What father would let his little girl, especially such a young one, experience something like battle? That's why Robin took Yuta back to the cabin. Moreover, Yuta's role was not meant for combat, and she didn't need to fight at all. As for the battle situation, Robin was still paying attention. She had already used her flower fruit abilities to set up enough eyes around the deck to monitor the battle. Why don't we go to their ship? To avoid damaging ours. Seeing the two ships about to collide, Law suggested to Hawkins and the others to move the battlefield to the enemy's ship to prevent their own ship from being damaged by the aftermath of the battle. You're right. After hearing Law's suggestion, Bonnie, who usually didn't get along with him, was the first to agree. No problem. Following her, Hawkins, Kuina, and Beepo all nodded in agreement. Since everyone agreed, with everyone on board, Law didn't say much and silently extended his right hand, then activated his ability. Room. Butchery. In an instant, Law and the three, along with a bear, appeared on the Wild Boar pirate cruise ship. Seeing the sudden appearance of the group on his ship, Bamboo Pole Lai was taken aback. He expected that the other side also had devil fruit users. Indeed, although Bamboo Pole Lai didn't know what ability Law and the others used to come over, since they could suddenly appear on his ship, he couldn't think of any other possibility except for devil fruit powers, given his limited knowledge. However, Robin and the others didn't care about Bamboo Pole Lai's shock. Instead, after observing the situation on the ship, Robin suggested, "Let us end this quickly." No problem. As soon as she finished speaking, the three and the bear nodded in agreement, and then Hawkins stepped forward, facing Bamboo Pole Lai, clearly having chosen him as his opponent first. As seeing this, Robin, who initially wanted to fight Bamboo Pole Lai, could only smile helplessly and then turn to find other opponents. Seeing Hawkins staying behind alone while the notorious Devil Child had not even glanced at him made Bamboo Pole Lai somewhat angry, and he shouted at Hawkins, "Kid, who are you? Where's the Devil Child?" Unfortunately, in the face of Zhu Gangli's questioning, Hawkins did not intend to answer. Instead, he looked at Zhu Ganglai and said, "Today I saw your death." What? Zhu Ganglai, hearing Hawkins' words for the first time, was completely confused. He did not understand what Hawkins meant, but he did catch the word death in Hawkins' statement. If he guessed correctly, Hawkins meant that he would die. Thinking of this, Zhu Ganglai let out a cold snort, and without wasting any more words, he directly activated his fruit ability to enter wild boar form. Humph with two huffs. Zhu Ganglai charged towards Hawkins, declaring wild boar charge. Seeing Zhu Ganglai charging at him, Hawkins remained calm. He slowly drew his close-range sword and activated his ability, Rice Straw Sword. In an instant, Hawkins' long sword transformed into several strands of straw, attacking Zhu Ganglai. Clap, clap, clap. With several crisp sounds of slapping, Zhu Ganglai in wild boar form was immediately entangled by the straw created by Hawkins' longsword. Humph. Bound, Zhu Ganglai immediately let out two huffs, trying to break free from Hawkins' restraint. Unfortunately, Zhu Ganglai had only been at sea for less than a year, and his bounty was barely 3,000 as a rookie pirate. Faced with Hawkins, who was comparable to a Navy colonel, Zhu Ganglai found himself powerless and couldn't break free from Hawkins' restraints no matter how hard he struggled. Is it over? At that moment, Law walked over to Hawkins and asked if the fight was finished. Yes. Hearing Law's question, Hawkins calmly nodded, then turned to look in the direction of his ship and said, "Since it's all settled, let's go back. Let's see what Miss Robin says." Upon hearing this, looking at the tightly bound Captain Zhu Ganglai, and then glancing at the other pirates who had already been dealt with by him, Beppo and Bonnie, Law nodded and said, "That's right. Chapter 142, Oranges and Fishmen EC, Cocoa Village." While Robin and the others were fighting against Zhu Ganglai's wild boar pirates, Dagu had already teleported here using the Flying Thunder God technique. "Nami, how could it be you? Where's Belmir?" However, to Dagu's surprise, the one who destroyed the object marked with the Flying Thunder God seal was not Belmir, but the little girl in front of him, Nami. Seeing Dagu appear, Nami immediately rushed to him and pleaded, "Uncle, please, you have to save Belmir. Aunt Belmir, she..." Seeing Nami, who usually feared nothing, in such a state, Dagu understood that something serious had happened. He stopped listening to what Nami was saying and instead activated his observation hockey. After sensing that Belmir was relatively safe, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just at that moment, in his perception, a fisherman raised a gun towards Belmir, which made Dagu furious. He left with a cold snort and unleashed his conqueror's hockey. Boom! A wave of invisible roars suddenly echoed throughout Cocoa Village, knocking everyone unconscious except for Nami and the nearby Nokigao. What happened? What happened? Although Nami and Nokigao did not know what was going on, they keenly sensed that something was wrong outside. Otherwise, how could it have suddenly become so quiet? Nothing. Seeing the panicked expressions on Nami and Nokigao, Dagu couldn't help but smile wryly. He then squatted down and gently patted the heads of the two girls, saying, "Nami, Nokigao, let's go find Ms. Belmir." "All right, let's hurry." Originally panicking, Nami and Nokigao reacted immediately to Dagu's words. The most important thing now was to save Belmir, so they hurriedly grabbed Dagu's hand and headed outside. What is this? On the way, seeing one figure after another lying on the ground, Nami and Nokigao couldn't help but feel scared. They didn't understand what had happened or why everyone had fallen. Belmir, just as they saw everyone down, Nami and Nokigao became even more worried about Belmir's condition. They couldn't help but shout, letting go of Dagu's hand and running ahead. These kids. Seeing Nami and Nokigao's actions, Dagu shook his head helplessly and then leisurely followed behind. When Dagu arrived, Nami and Nokigao had already checked Belmir. Although they didn't see any injuries on her, they still couldn't help but worry seeing Belmir unconscious. When they saw Dagu coming, Nami hurriedly asked, "Uncle Belmir, she won't be in trouble, right? Please check, hurry." Saying this, Nami pulled Dagu's hand and ran towards where Belmir was. Dagu did not resist Nami's rough behavior. Instead, he followed her pull and came to Belmir's side. "Uncle, you're here." Seeing Dagu come, Nokigao first politely greeted him and then pulled Nami aside, giving Dagu some space. Seeing Nokigao being so sensible and then glancing at the panicking Nami, Dagu couldn't help but shake his head. They were raised by the same mother, so why was there such a big difference in their personalities? However, Dagu then remembered that Belmir seemed to have a personality like Nami's. He couldn't help but wonder how Nokigao became so calm in a situation where everyone was impulsive. Unable to figure it out, Dagu shook his head helplessly and said, "Forget it. Who cares? Even twins have their differences, let alone Nami and Nokigao." After reflecting, Dagu began to check Belmir's condition. Although Belmir had fainted due to his conqueror's haki, Dagu still felt it was better to check. So, he placed his hand on Belmir's forehead and activated his healing ability. All done. With a burst of green light appearing and then disappearing, Dagu stood up. All done. So fast. Seeing Dagu just squat down, place his hand on Belmir's head, and then a flash of green light, and it was done. Nami and Nokigao found it hard to understand and started to doubt Dagu's abilities. Just then, a groan sounded, and then, in the incredulous gazes of Nami and Nokigao, Belmir slowly woke up. Belmir, Auntie, you're awake. Seeing Belmir wake up, Nami immediately rushed into her arms. However, she quickly remembered that she might have gone too far and hurriedly stepped back a little, softly greeting Belmir. Seeing Nami like this, and Nokigao, who was also full of concern, Belmir couldn't help but smile. She slowly stood up, walked to Dagu, and thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Dagu. Saying this, Belmir turned to look at the fishmen lying on the ground and added, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid the entire Cocoa village would have been enslaved by them. Really, thank you. After saying this, Belmir bowed deeply to Dagu again to express her gratitude for saving Cocoa Village. You're welcome. No need for that. However, in response to Belmir's gratitude, Dagu merely waved his hand and said, if something happened to you, where would I find such delicious oranges? As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu casually picked an orange and started eating. Seeing Dagu like this, Belmir couldn't help but smile, then turned to check on the others. Watching Belmir carefully inspect the villagers, Dagu silently said, don't worry, they're fine, just sleeping. They'll wake up after a while. That's good. After hearing Dagu's explanation, Belmir immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She thought something had happened to the villagers. Seeing Belmir relax, Dagu turned around, eating an orange, and walked over to a blue-skinned figure. He knew this should be Arlong, the culprit behind the tragedy in Kokoyasi village in the original story. Dagu's actions inevitably attracted Belmir's attention, and she walked over to Dagu, looking at the figure on the ground and asking, Mr. Dagu, what are you planning to do with these people? Chapter 143. Arlong and Jinbi upon hearing Belmir's question. Dagu looked at Arlong on the ground and fell into deep thought. Although his plan was to deal with Arlong directly, after glancing at the octopus fishman, Jinbi, beside him, Dagu hesitated. Because, if Dagu remembered correctly, Jinbi had saved Rayleigh back in the day, and with that bond, Dagu had to consider Jinbi's feelings. Additionally, Dagu was a bit curious. Without Fisher Tiger's daring raid on Mariehua, the Fishman pirates still existed. But why did Arlong fall out with Jinbi and end up in the East Blue? With this in mind, Dagu made a decision. Since he couldn't make the decision himself, why not ask the person involved? That's right, Dagu planned to ask Rayleigh what he thought, whether to let Arlong go or not. Ms. Belmir, since you all are fine now, I'll take them away first. Thinking of this, Dagu gathered all the fishmen, turned to Belmir, and after saying a word, used Flying Thunder God to leave Kokoyasi village. This watching Dagu's disappearing figure, Belmir was momentarily stunned. She didn't understand why Dagu was in such a hurry to leave. She thought it was the season for oranges to ripen. Shouldn't Dagu take the oranges with him? Sigh after a long while, Belmir slightly shook her head, stopped thinking about these things, and instead began to care for the villagers with Nami and Nojiko. At Sabeti Archipelago, outside Shucky's bar at Red Tree number 13, Dagu appeared with a group of fishmen. Seeing Dagu suddenly appear, Rayleigh, who was about to enter the bar, couldn't help but stop and turn to Dagu, asking, Dagu, why are you back? As he spoke, Rayleigh noticed the group of fishmen and immediately frowned, asking, Dagu, what's going on? Don't tell me you're doing fishman business now? Of course not. Hearing that Rayleigh thought this of him, Dagu immediately refuted. Teacher, how could I do that kind of business? You're really overthinking it. As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu pointed to Jinbi among the fishmen and said, Teacher, don't you think this fishman looks familiar? Upon hearing this, Rayleigh was puzzled for a moment, then walked closer to observe the octopus fishman. Suddenly, Rayleigh's gaze froze, murmuring, Jinbi. Then Rayleigh turned to Dagu and asked, Dagu, what's going on? Why is Jinbi like this? Seeing Rayleigh's gloomy expression, Dagu calmly nodded and said, I did this. You? Hearing this, Rayleigh was taken aback, then looked Dagu up and down. his expression tightening as he said in a gentler tone, "Tell me in detail. What exactly happened?" Seeing that Rayleigh didn't have a strong reaction, Dagu was somewhat surprised. He thought that after knocking out Rayleigh's benefactor, Rayleigh would be furious and even fight him. But the calmness was unexpected for Dagu. Seeing Dagu's expression, Rayleigh understood that he must have overthought it. So he asked Dagu, did you think that after you knocked Jinbe out, I would just blindly get angry at you? Or even take action against you?" Hearing Rayleigh's words, Dagu did not refute because he indeed thought so. Sigh. Dagu's awkward expression made Rayleigh realize that Dagu really thought that way, which made Rayleigh feel frustrated. He then explained to Dagu, after all, you can be considered someone I raised. How could I not know what kind of person you are?" After hearing Rayleigh's words, Dagu smiled awkwardly and then explained to Rayleigh, "It's like this, teacher. I found them in the East Blue." Thus, Dagu told Rayleigh that he happened to be going to the East Blue to buy oranges and accidentally ran into this group of fishmen, discovering that they were harming the village. Without saying a word, Dagu used Conqueror's Haki to knock all the fishmen unconscious. However, just as he was about to deal with this group of fishmen, he unexpectedly found that one of them was Jinbe, whom Rayleigh had once mentioned to him. Therefore, Dagu decided to bring all the fishmen back to ask Rayleigh how to handle the situation. I see. After hearing Dagu's explanation, Rayleigh understood why Dagu knocked Jinbe out and why he brought them over. However, for Rayleigh, the Pirate King, this was not a big deal and nothing to be troubled about. He directly hoisted Jinbe over his shoulder and walked into the bar while saying to Dagu, today I'll teach you another lesson. For a king, one must not hesitate. Teacher, I understand. Watching Rayleigh's actions and listening to his advice, Dagu smiled slightly, then turned to the fishmen lying on the ground and softly said, I hope you won't do evil in your next life. As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu waved his hand and took all the fishmen away from Sabaody, as if he had never been there. This kid, at the moment Dagu left, Rayleigh, who had originally prepared to have a drink with him, shook his head in disappointment and began to observe Jinbe's condition. Floating Island. At the place of the Heavenly Way, Golden Lion, Dagu appeared here with a group of fishmen. After dealing with all the fishmen except Arlong, Dagu then used Flying Thunder God to disappear from the floating island. However, not long after, he appeared on the floating island again, but this time he wasn't alone. He brought his ship's doctor, the Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar Law. Looking at the drifting white clouds, Law, full of confusion, asked Dagu, Captain, why did you bring me here? Hearing this, Dagu casually explained, Of course, I brought you here to treat. As he spoke, Dagu pointed to the Heavenly Way, Golden Lion, and the fishman Arlong, saying, You just need to switch this fishman's leg to that person's body. Upon hearing Dagu's instructions, Law didn't think much and immediately began to use his abilities to execute Dagu's order. Golden Lion. However, at that moment, Law looked up and saw the appearance of the Heavenly Way, Golden Lion, and instantly froze as if facing a great enemy. Chapter 144. Restoration and Peak Relax. Seeing Luo's tense appearance as if facing a great enemy, Dagu helplessly patted his shoulder and said, Luo, relax, this Golden Lion is already dead. It's just a puppet under my control. Puppet. Hearing Dagu's words, Luo was skeptical, and then turned his head to seriously observe the situation of the Heavenly Dao Golden Lion. After carefully examining the Heavenly Dao Golden Lion, Luo finally realized that the Golden Lion in front of him had lifeless eyes and indeed looked like it was being controlled. However, after understanding the situation, Luo couldn't help but be shocked. What else could Daganot do? Now, even the legendary pirate who had once cornered the Pirate King Roger multiple times, the Flying Pirate, the Golden Lion, was under Dagu's control. Luo couldn't help but speculate about how many unknown secrets Dagu still had. However, Dagu did not let him think too much. Seeing that Luo had understood the situation, Dagu patted his shoulder again and reminded him, All right, stop overthinking. We have serious business to attend to. Yes. Hearing Dagu's reminder, Luo hurriedly responded and then began the transplant surgery in his domain room. After some time, Luo finally stopped his actions, panting as he sat on the ground. Seeing Luo like this, Dagu couldn't help but curiously ask, What's wrong with you? You weren't like this when you replaced Zep's leg before. Why are you so exhausted this time? Hearing this, Luo took a deep breath and then looked at Dagu with a speechless expression, explaining, Captain, Zep's strength wasn't strong before, and he was not only replacing a leg of the same race, but he also hadn't been without a leg for long. But this. At this point, Luo turned to look at the heavenly Tao golden lion and said, if I'm not mistaken, this golden lion has been without a leg for over a decade. And what's more, he is replacing a fishman leg, a leg from a different race. Doesn't that consume even more effort? I see. After hearing Luo's explanation, Dagu suddenly understood. He then turned and walked in front of the heavenly Tao golden lion, carefully checking the situation. After a moment, Dagu nodded in satisfaction and praised Luo. As expected of our ship's doctor, your medical skills are remarkable. After saying that, Dagu waved his hand, commanding the heavenly Tao golden lion to leap into the air. Then came before Luo and said, Luo, haven't you always been curious about what the top strength of the sea is like? Now let me show you. As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu pointed to the sky, and the heavenly Tao golden lion moved at once, raising its arms with blades, and 2 slashes surged forth. Bang! Accompanied by the slashes, the clouds above their heads were sliced, splitting into 4. Looking at the scene in the sky, Luo was momentarily shocked. Although he had long understood that the top figures of the sea were unfathomable, he never imagined they could be powerful enough to cut the heavens. After all, that could no longer be called human. Calling it a god would be more appropriate. Indeed, Dagu, looking at the commotion caused by the heavenly Tao golden lion, also nodded in satisfaction. Then, Dagu's gaze sharpened as he noticed that the heavenly Tao golden lion was actually launching an attack toward them. Captain, watching this scene, Luo was stunned. He completely couldn't understand why the golden lion, which was clearly being controlled, would attack them. Although he didn't understand what was happening, Luo had no intention of sitting idly by. Instead, he immediately activated his domain, ready to engage in battle with the golden lion above. Don't be nervous. Just then, Dagu patted his shoulder again to comfort him, saying, it's fine, just relax. I will handle this. After saying that, Dagu stepped forward, extended his right hand, and drew his sword, the sword of victory from the contract. Then, with a flick of his wrist, lifted the sword. Swish! Instantly, a continuous slash headed toward the sky. Bang! When the slashes collided, a deafening sound erupted, and the surrounding clouds were cleared. Ding! However, just as Luo thought things had ended, the sound of swords clashing echoed from the sky. When Luo turned to look at where Dagu had originally been, he found that, at some point, Dagu was no longer there. Realizing this, Luo understood that Dagu must have gone up to fight the golden lion. Boom! Rumble. As time passed, sounds like thunder came from the sky. However, to Luo's helplessness, even though he strained to watch, he could only see the clashing of swords and the occasional sparks that stopped briefly. As for Dagu and the heavenly Tao golden lion, Luo could not even catch a glimpse of their figures, which made him somewhat dejected. He had thought that his strength was already quite strong and that he should be able to carve out a place for himself in a new world. However, the ideal was beautiful, but the reality was stark. The scenes before him made Luo realize that his strength was still far from enough. He couldn't even see the shadow of the top strength of the sea. No, not just the shadow. He couldn't even catch up to their aura. Nevertheless, although this result made Luo somewhat frustrated, it also ignited his fighting spirit, giving him a clear goal to pursue. His captain, known as the Son of the Devil. Dagu the Dreamer. What's wrong? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in Luo's ear, startling him. It was the captain. When Luo saw the person next to him, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then turned to the suddenly appearing Dagu, saying, Captain, could you please not always appear out of nowhere? Sorry. Hearing Luo say this, Dagu waved his hand lightly, apologizing with a smile, then placed his hand on Luo's shoulder, saying, all right, we should head back. Wait, Captain. Just as Dagu was about to activate his ability to return, Luo stopped him and pointed at the heavenly Tao golden lion, which had appeared in front of them at some unknown time, asking, is he all right? Don't worry, he's fine. Hearing Luo say this, Dagu understood that his actions had made Luo overthink. So he quickly explained to Luo, actually, the reason he attacked us just now was my arrangement. I wanted to see if his strength had recovered. I didn't expect to scare you. I'm really sorry. After saying that, Dagu bowed to Luo. Chapter 145, Alabasta and Nefertari. Looking at Dagu like this, Luo was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head and said, "It's fine, Captain. You don't need to worry about it." After that, Luo urged Dagu, "Captain, let's go back." Upon hearing this, Dagu no longer said much and immediately used the Flying Thunder God to leave the floating island and return to his ship. In a certain sea area of the Grand Line, aboard the light pirate ship, Robin and the others were somewhat puzzled by Dagu's sudden appearance and the hurried way he took Luo away, not knowing what Dagu was in such a rush for. So when Dagu appeared again, Robin immediately walked up to him and asked, "Dagu, where did you hurry off to take Luo just now?" Well, hearing Robin's question, Dagu was momentarily taken aback, then pointed at the sky and explained, "Nowhere, just took a trip to the sky." The sky. After listening to Dagu's explanation, Robin and the others were even more confused. Could there really be islands in the sky? Indeed, for them, who came from all over the seas, the Sky Island was merely a fantasy. They did not believe it truly existed. However, for Yuta, who had followed Shanks since childhood, the Sky Island was not a fantasy at all because she had been there with Shanks. Therefore, after hearing Dagu's words, Yuta immediately walked over, looking at Dagu with curiosity, and asked, "Captain, did you go to the Sky Island?" Upon hearing this, Dagu pondered for a moment and then uncertainly replied, "Not exactly." He then explained again, "It's just a floating island, not a true Sky Island." "Oh, I see." Hearing Dagu's words, Yuta couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. She thought Dagu had truly been to the Sky Island, but it was just a floating island after all. Floating island. Meanwhile, Robin, after listening to Dagu's explanation, fell in a deep thought, because if she remembered correctly, this floating island in the sea seemed to be exclusive to the legendary pirate, Gold Lion Shiki. It was unique to him. If that were the case, could it be said that Dagu had a connection with Gold Lion, or that he had seen Gold Lion? Thinking of this, Robin asked Dagu, "Dagu, is it Gold Lion?" "Huh." Once Robin said this, she successfully caught everyone's attention, and everyone turned to look at Dagu, eagerly waiting for his answer. Seeing everyone's expressions, Dagu was slightly taken aback and then smiled. "Yes, I did indeed take Luo to treat Gold Lion." "Nanny?" Upon hearing Dagu's affirmative reply, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect their captain to really know Gold Lion and also to have taken Luo to treat him, which indicated that his relationship with Gold Lion was not ordinary. Seeing everyone's surprised expressions, Dagu couldn't help but smile. And then he told them about the matter of the Gold Lion. The reason Dagu shared this with everyone instead of hiding, it was mainly because they were people he recognized and trusted. Moreover, telling them that he could control Gold Lion could serve as a warning and elevate his status in their eyes. Although after all these years of companionship, Dagu's status in their hearts was not low. However, occasionally displaying some means could also boost their confidence and motivate them to improve. As for whether it might have a counterproductive effect, making them negative and complacent, looking at the expressions on everyone's faces, Dagu could only say, overthinking. Let's not talk about Luo, who eventually ascended to the throne in the original work. Guena, although still young, has already proven through her ideals that she is not someone who gives up easily. Bonnie, who was captured several times in the original work but escaped each time. Would she easily give up? As for Yuta and Beppo, Dagu did not expect them to have much strength. They just needed to do their jobs well, guiding the ship's navigation and singing. After all, Dagu could still afford to keep these two canaries, and besides, they weren't completely powerless. At least they could handle some small fry. As for Hawkins, Dagu didn't know, since Hawkins relied on divination. Whatever the fortune told him, he believed. What could Dagu do about that? Seeing that everyone had digested the news about the Gold Lion, Dagu then spoke. "All right, let's continue our journey." "Yes, Captain." Thus, under Dagu's command, the light pirates set sail again, or rather, they hadn't really stopped. They had just been sailing with the wind before, and now everyone was at their posts navigating the ship. On St. Ding Island, a super island in the first half of the Grand Line, there was also a super kingdom, Alabasta. The desert country of Alabasta is a superpower with a standing army of 600,000. Of course, that is considerable in the pirate world, but for other worlds, a standing army of 600,000 is just a drizzle. Interestingly, the royal family of the superpower Alabasta is quite different from the royal families of other countries. Most royal families in other countries are centered around the supremacy of kingship and nobility. However, Alabasta's royal family has not been like this. They have developed with the people as the core since the founding of the nation. So much so that 800 years ago, the Alabasta royal family, the Nefertari family, which was one of the 20 kings and could have become celestial dragons, actually gave up the opportunity to overlook the world from Mebius. Instead, they chose to stay in Alabasta in this impoverished desert. However, perhaps because of this, the Nefertari family did not become as arrogant, proud, and domineering as the celestial dragons. Yet, Dagu speculated that the main reason the Nefertari family did not go to reside in Mebius might be related to the whereabouts of one of the 3 ancient weapons, Pluton, or that Pluton was indeed in Alabasta. This led to the Nefertari family not going to Mebius. At the port of Alabasta, Dagu looked at his companions and said, "This is what I have learned about the Alabasta kingdom and its royal family, the Nefertari family." Of course, Dagu would not tell them about the ancient weapons. He only shared information about the royal family with Robin and the others. Chapter 146, Perfume and Sonda. Originally, after listening to Dagu's explanation, everyone had a bit of understanding about Alabasta. Looking at the bustling crowd around, Dagu then suggested, "Let's go for a stroll." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded, and then they split into male and female teams to start exploring. Joaelly, Bonnie, and Yuta formed one team, while Robin, Dagu, and Hawkins formed another. As for Robin, she naturally stayed with Dagu. "Let's go too," seeing that the others had left. Dagu then said to Robin and walked into a nearby shop. "Welcome." As Dagu and Robin stepped through the shop door, a tanned, healthy-looking attendant approached them and gently asked, "May I help you?" Hearing this, Dagu first looked at the shop's decor and pondered for a moment. He didn't expect this to be a perfume shop since he had just randomly picked a store. But a perfume shop is fine. After all, there were 4 girls on the ship, and they might want some perfume. Thinking of this, Dagu turned to Robin and said, "Robin, you choose." "All right." Hearing Dagu say this, Robin didn't decline. After all, perfume is primarily for women, so it was only natural for her to choose. Then Robin stepped forward and asked the attendant, "What types of perfume do you have? Can I try some?" "Yes, dear customer, please follow me." Upon hearing Robin's question, the attendant responded and gestured for her to follow. Tap, 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 tap. Watching Robin follow the attendant away, Dagu, feeling a bit bored, sat down on a nearby chair, observing Robin as she dashed back and forth. "Are you also here with your girlfriend to buy perfume?" Just as Dagu sat down for a short while, a deep voice came from beside him. Upon hearing this, Dagu turned his head in confusion and looked at a middle-aged man of medium build and square face sitting next to him. He politely smiled and said, "Yes." "Is it the same for you, uncle?" "Pretty much." The man shrugged in response to Dagu's question, saying, "I just don't understand why women are so fond of perfumes. They know it's toxic, yet they still obsess over it." Sigh. As he spoke, the man sighed while looking at his wife, who was busy picking and choosing items in the store. After hearing the man's words, Dagu felt a bit sentimental as he too glanced at Robin and replied, "Perhaps that's just how women are. Just like how we men have no reason to love drinking, it's normal for women to be fond of perfumes without any reason." The man was taken aback by Dagu's words, then shook his head helplessly and said, "Maybe you're right." But he then turned to Dagu and looked him up and down with suspicion, saying, "I never expected the infamous son of the devil, a terrifying existence with a bounty of 1 billion, would actually accompany his girlfriend to shop for perfumes." Dagu wasn't surprised to be recognized. In fact, he thought the man must have recognized him to strike up a conversation. After a brief pause, Dagu smiled back at the man and said, "Same here. Although I don't know how much your bounty is, if I'm not mistaken, you must be a pirate too, right?" Upon hearing this, the man neither shook his head in denial nor nodded in agreement, just chuckled a couple of times. Then he stood up and addressed the charming woman who had approached him at some point, saying, "My lady, it's time for us to go, isn't it? Let's go." The beautiful woman nodded with a smile and then led the way out of the store. "Well then, I hope we can meet again in the new world, son of the devil." The man didn't immediately follow his wife, but turned to Dagu and spoke before catching up to her. Acquaintance? Just as Dagu was lost in thought while watching the couple's backs, Robin's voice reached his ears. No. Hearing this, Dagu turned to Robin and shook his head, saying, just a stranger, but with decent strength. Maybe he can make it to the new world. Really? Upon hearing Dagu say that the man had decent strength, Robin was curious about who he was that could elicit such praise from Dagu. After all, even people like Law and Hawkins only received a lukewarm evaluation from Dagu, far from being deemed decent. As she thought about this, Robin began searching for information about the man in her mind. Xian Zhang, a master of pure physical arts, captain of the Sand Fist pirate crew, with a bounty of 20 million berries. After a while, Robin retrieved the man's information and shared it with Dagu. Pure physical arts? After hearing Robin's introduction, Dagu looked thoughtfully out of the store. This was the first time, no? It should be said, it was the first time he encountered a master of pure physical arts aside from Carp, which inevitably surprised him. However, once Robin finished relaying Xian Zhang's information, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. After all, Xian Zhang's bounty was only a mere 20 million, even lower than the bounty of the ferocious pig, Bamboo Pole Lai, which Hawkins had dealt with alone. Yet, such a Xian Zhang was deemed decent by Dagu, earning his recognition, which made Robin question it. Thinking of this, Robin couldn't help but ask Dagu, but his bounty is only 20 million berries. Is he really as strong as you say? Hearing Robin's words, Dagu shook his head and smiled, saying, Robin, while bounties can serve as a means to gauge strength, they are not a perfect match for actual strength, especially for bounties below 100 million. He then leaned closer to Robin and said in a low voice, I can assure you that this guy, Xian Zhang, actually has a strength level of over 100 million, perhaps even close to 300 million. What? After hearing Dagu's evaluation of Xian Zhang, Robin was shocked. She never expected that a man with a bounty of only 20 million could possess strength comparable to that of a great pirate with over 100 million, or even 300 million. Watching Robin in shock, Dagu chuckled and patted her shoulder, saying, all right, even if he has a strength of 1 billion, I'm not afraid, let alone just 2 or 300 million. As he spoke, Dagu patted his chest to reassure Robin, don't worry, I've got this. Chapter 147. Habit and Space. Watching Dagu like this, Robin couldn't help but smile and then shook her head slightly, saying, all right, we've bought everything we need. Let's go explore other places. After saying that, Robin walked past Dagu towards the street, and Dagu followed closely behind. In the evening, aboard the light pirate cruise ship, the crew, after a day of shopping, had returned to the ship and were sitting on the deck watching the twinkling stars in the sky. After a while, Beepo turned to Dagu and asked, Captain, where are we going next? Beepo's question also drew the attention of the others, who looked at Dagu, waiting for his decision. Seeing everyone like this, Dagu turned to the depths of the island and said, let's check out the inland. Inland. After hearing Dagu's decision, everyone turned to the island's direction, deep in thought. However, Bonnie quickly thought of something and asked Dagu, if that's the case, what about our ship? The reason Bonnie raised this question was that St. Ding Island was too large. If they were to venture inland, it would take several days. At that time, the ship would be left unguarded, which is why Bonnie asked Dagu what they should do with the ship after they left. However, this question was not a problem for Dagu at all, not to mention that he knew of a place to hide the ship. He could also use his ability to store the ship away. Indeed, Dagu could use the power of the Rinnegan to store the ship. After all, the Rinnegan is a space-controlling eye. Although it can't compare to the heavenly sovereign of the moon eye, which is the legendary 9-tomo Rinnegan on the forehead of Kaguya Otsutsuki, it would be a piece of cake to store a ship. However, Dagu previously thought that storing the ship would take away the sense of ceremony, so he never did it. But now, since they would be leaving for several days, it was reasonable to store it away without anyone watching over it. Of course, there was another method, which was to use the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport the ship to the East Sea to Shimatsuki village, and leave it under the care of Keizuki for a few days. But doing so would also ruin the sense of ceremony. Therefore, with this in mind, Dagu said to everyone, actually, I can store the ship in a different space, so we don't need to worry about the ship. To Dagu's surprise, he thought everyone would be astonished and shocked to hear that he could store the ship in a different space. However, Everyone just nodded calmly and said, "Oh, that's good. That way, we really don't need to worry about the ship." Seeing everyone so calm, Dagu was momentarily stunned, and after listening to their words, he quietly suggested, "Then let's first move the ship to a place where no one will notice. When we wake up tomorrow morning, I'll store the ship." "All right." Hearing this, everyone began to stand up, then turned and walked to their respective posts, starting to move the ship. Looking at everyone's calm demeanor, Dagu seemed a bit puzzled and murmured, "Is it because I shocked them too much before, that they have become immune?" Although Dagu spoke very softly, he was overheard by Robin, who had just come in front of him, causing her to chuckle involuntarily and then shake her head as she explained to Dagu, "Take a good look at their expressions." As she spoke, Robin pointed at the others and said, "Actually, they're not calm inside. They have just gotten used to it. So no matter what commotion you cause, everyone will not feel surprised or panic. However, the emotions and thoughts they should have are still there." After hearing Robin's explanation, Dagu turned to look at the others with a puzzled face, and when he noticed their expressions were indeed not calm, he finally understood. It turned out that it wasn't that they were no longer shocked, but that they had gotten used to it, so they suppressed their emotions. "All right." Seeing this, Dagu shrugged helplessly and said, "Let's just do it this way. Set sail." After saying this, Dagu walked to the bow of the ship and began to direct everyone's work, steering their ship away from the port of Alabasta. He then navigated the ship into a natural cave, where they fell into a peaceful sleep. A night passed without incident, and as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the cave, the members of the light pirates had already disembarked from the ship and were standing on a nearby high ground, watching Dagu's actions. Dagu's gaze sharpened, and his observation haki activated. Then, with another shift of his gaze, a black hole appeared beneath the pirate ship, engulfing the entire vessel. Once the pirate ship had completely vanished, Dagu turned around and smiled at the others, saying, "All right, this is it. So simple." Originally, everyone was a bit surprised to see the sudden appearance of the black hole that swallowed the ship, but after hearing Dagu's words, they were left speechless. Just like that? So simple? However, in response to everyone's doubts, Dagu lightly countered, "Otherwise?" "All right." Seeing this, everyone could only respond helplessly and then fell silent. Since the ship had been taken in, they should also be on their way. Noticing that no one else was speaking, Dagu then said, and took the lead out of the cave, heading deeper into the kingdom of Alabasta. As for the others, they naturally followed, especially since they were eager to witness the legendary Nafaltali family of Alabasta, who had given up their identity as celestial dragons. What kind of family would forsake the opportunity to become celestial dragons? Desert, arid, water scarce, hot, unwilling to move. This was the first-hand experience of the members of the Light Pirates who had been walking for 2 days within the borders of Alabasta on St. Ding Island. They had begun to regret why they were walking through the desert and why they hadn't just let Dagu teleport them directly to the capital of Alabasta, Alyabarna. However, when Dagu proposed this, they were met with refusal. The reason was that they had already been in the desert for 2 days. If they teleported now, wouldn't their suffering over the past 2 days be for nothing? Therefore, they firmly disagreed and insisted on walking to Alyabarna. Chapter 148. Aluma and the Sainto River sigh in an unnamed area of Alabasta. The struggling members of the Light Pirates suddenly sighed in unison and then moved to rest in the shade under a nearby boulder. Huff as soon as they sat down. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Bonnie was the first to complain, "How much longer until we reach the next town? I'm going to die from the heat." Saying this, Bonnie turned to Beepo, the navigator, since it was the navigator's responsibility to know the itinerary. However, much to Bonnie's disappointment, Beepo also didn't know how much longer it would take to reach the next town. Unlike Bonnie, who could still hold on, the hot desert environment was extremely unfriendly to Beepo, causing him to nearly faint from the heat on the first day. If it weren't for Robin and Dagu constantly watching over him, he might have actually passed out from heat stroke. However, even though he hadn't fainted, he was still in a daze, unable to tell left from right. So how could he answer Bonnie's question about how many days it would take to reach the next town? Looking at the dazed Beepo, Bonnie could only let out a helpless sigh and then closed her eyes to rest. In the desert, it was better to say less if possible. Witnessing this scene, Dagu couldn't help but shake his head and then close his eyes as well. However, his purpose was not to rest, but to enhance the range of his observation haki perception through closing his eyes. Rustle suddenly. Dagu sensed a clear sound of flowing water from a distance with his observation haki. After carefully focusing on that direction, he smiled. Because, if Dagu's perception was not mistaken, there should be an oasis not far ahead, and it had a river flowing through it. Have you rested enough? Dagu then turned to the others and smiled. I sense the sound of a river ahead. Should we go take a look? A river? Upon hearing Dagu's words, everyone was first surprised, then exchanged astonished glances and said, Oasis! Hurry, hurry, let us go! I'm about to die of thirst. Bonnie immediately urged everyone to set off quickly. She was practically dying of thirst. When everyone looked at her, they could see from her cracked lips that she was indeed very thirsty. In that case, let's go. Seeing this, Dagu didn't delay, calling for them to set off toward the oasis in the desert, Aluma. Aluma, a town built amidst the sandstorms, was established along the mother river of Alabasta, the Sainto River. Unfortunately, in a few years after the original story, due to the reckless actions of one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, this hope in the desert would vanish from the annals of history. So that when Monkey D. Luffy arrived here, all he saw were ruins and desolation. However, unlike Luffy's regrets, Dagu and the others were indeed experiencing the charm of the oasis. Amidst the endless sea of yellow sand, a great river cut across the horizon, with patches of green dotting the landscape, bringing a refreshing feeling. In this greenery, various groups of people could be seen, some leading camels, the main mode of transportation in the desert, while others were asking for directions. There were also merchants negotiating and trading with others, leading camels laden with goods. Of course, amidst this greenery, the desert style was also present. Girls in the oasis wearing crop tops and headscarves. However, for Dagu and the others, this beautiful scenery could not attract their attention. One reason was that they were not gentlemen like Sanji, and the other was that they were captivated by something else. They saw Bonnie holding a skewer of lamb kebabs and recommending to this lamb kebab is really delicious. You should try it. Immediately after, Bonnie turned and offered the skewer she was holding in her left hand to Yuta, saying, Yuta, you should try it too. I'm following Bonnie's actions. Kuina and Yuta reached out to take the skewers of lamb from her hand and began to eat them with great enjoyment. How is it? Is it delicious? Seeing the two of them eating so happily, Bonnie couldn't help but ask if it was really good. In response to Bonnie's inquiry, neither of them stopped eating to answer. Instead, they nodded vigorously, indicating to Bonnie that the lamb skewers were indeed very tasty. Watching their expressions, Bonnie felt very pleased and immediately suggested to them, Then I'll go learn how to make it, and when we get back, I'll make it for you. Boss. As soon as she finished speaking, Bonnie turned around and ran to the boss, asking him about the method for making the lamb skewers. Of course, the boss of the shop would not teach her such a sudden request. After all, if he taught Bonnie, it would be equivalent to finding a competitor for himself, which would be self-defeating, right? However, when Bonnie mentioned that they wouldn't be staying here for long, and that she wanted to learn the recipe so that she could enjoy such delicious lamb skewers elsewhere in the future, the boss reluctantly agreed to teach her a few things. He watching this scene, Daiku, who was standing not far away, couldn't help but shake his head with a smile, exclaiming, "It seems our head chef is quite responsible, always looking to learn new dishes to improve our meals." Just as Daiku finished speaking, Robin, who had been following him, smiled lightly while looking in a certain direction and said, "If you say that, I think our navigator is also very responsible." Oh, hearing Robin say this, Daiku was a bit surprised, and then when he followed Robin's gaze and saw Bepo, the navigator, asking others what to pay attention to in the desert, he immediately smiled and said, "Indeed." Then, when he turned to see Law and Hawkins busy with their own tasks, he took Robin's hand and walked aside. "Let's go. We should take a stroll too." In response to Daiku's invitation, Robin did not refuse. Instead, she gently nodded and allowed Daiku to lead her through the oasis. It is said that when people focus on something, time flies by quickly. This was evident as Bonnie learned how to make lamb skewers. Bepo learned about the desert climate, and Daiku strolled with Robin. As the moon rose and the sun set, the time unconsciously arrived in the evening. In the desert, There's a strange phenomenon where the temperature can soar to 40 or 50 degrees during the day, but at night it can drop to just over 10 degrees, or even a few degrees. This significant temperature difference between day and night can be considered a major characteristic of the desert. Chapter 149. Song and Dance with Father and Daughter. Chio, the sudden drop in temperature made Robin sneeze and shiver all over. Seeing this, Dagu hurriedly took off his clothes and draped them over her, pulling her into his embrace, then chuckled and suggested, "Let's go. We'll find them and find a place to stay." In response to Daiku's question, Robin, who was shy from being suddenly hugged, could only nod silently in agreement. Just like that, Dagu unceremoniously held Robin as they gathered everyone together and then arrived at an inn. "You said there's a song and dance performance tonight?" In the room, upon hearing Yuta mention that there would be a song and dance performance that night, everyone was a bit surprised. "Yes, that's right." In response to everyone's doubts, Yuta nodded and then relayed the news she had heard on the street. It turned out that this time coincided with the celebration of the great Mother River, St. Dor River, which allowed them to live and thrive here. Therefore, during these days, song and dance performances would be held every night to pray for good weather for the coming year. After speaking, Yuta looked at Dagu with anticipation and asked, "So, should we go take a look?" "Sure." Seeing Yuta's excited expression, Dagu didn't let her down and immediately said to the others, "Those who want to go change your clothes and add a few more layers. Let's go see what the song and dance in the desert is like." Saying this, Dagu turned to Hawkins and Law and said, "Those who don't want to go can stay and rest well." "All right, Captain, we'll change clothes right away." "Yuta, Kuina, let's go." As soon as Dagu finished speaking, Bonnie immediately called for Kuina and Yuta to go change clothes, and it was clear they were all looking forward to the performance. Additionally, as Dagu expected, right after he finished speaking, Hawkins shook his head and said, "Captain, I won't be going. The divination shows that today is not suitable for going out." "All right." Dagu knew Hawkins would say that, so he didn't say much. After responding, he turned to Law and asked, "What about you, Law?" "I also." Hearing this, Law had initially planned to refuse, but before he could finish his sentence, Beppo looked at him with hopeful eyes, clearly wanting him to go too. Seeing this, Law could only change his mind at the last minute and said, "I'll go prepare." Beppo. Immediately after, Law called for Beppo and left Daiku's room, followed closely by Hawkins. After everyone left, Dagu turned to Robin and suggested, "Let's get ready too." "Good." Thus, once everything was prepared, Dagu and the others made their way to the banks of the St. Dor River. Has it already started? Looking at the crowded scene by the riverbank, Dagu couldn't help but wonder if the song and dance had already begun. "Yuta, Kuina, let's go. We need to get to the front." Seeing this scene, Bonnie wouldn't miss the chance and immediately pulled Kuina and Yuta to squeeze to the front. "Well then, Captain, we're off to explore." Seeing Bonnie and the others leave, Law said to Dagu before also taking Beppo and leaving. Seeing this, Dagu shook his head slightly and then looked up at the stage ahead, sighing, "I wonder how long this peaceful scene of song and dance will last." Saying this, Dagu turned to a young man next to him who was holding a little girl and asked, "Don't you think so, sir?" In response to Daiku's question, the young man also looked at the stage and smiled. "Perhaps it can last forever." Daiko was not surprised by what the man said, because he knew this man was an optimistic person. Indeed, when Daiko saw this man, he was a bit surprised to see him here, but then he thought about the celebratory song and dance event, and it made sense that the man could be present. Perhaps he arrived today, just like them. Thinking of this, Daiko turned to Robin and said, "Robin, could you take this little princess to find Bonnie and the others to play? I have some things I want to discuss with this gentleman." Saying this, Daiko turned to the man and asked, "Is that all right, sir?" Hearing this, the man first looked at Daiko, then turned to Robin and nodded, "Sure." He then squatted down, gently touched his little princess's head, and smiled as he asked, "Vivi, I need to talk to this big brother. Can you go have fun with that big sister?" Hearing her father's words, the little princess pondered for a moment, then nodded vigorously. "Okay, Daddy. But you have to remember to come pick me up." Seeing the little princess agree, the uncle couldn't help but smile with relief. "Don't worry, Dad will definitely come and get you." Then the uncle stood up, took the little princess's hand, and walked over to Robin, saying, "Then I'll trouble you with this little girl." "All right, then I'll take this little princess to find Bonnie and the others." Seeing this, Robin also chuckled, took the little princess's hand, then turned to Dagu and said something before turning toward Bonnie and the others. Watching his little princess bouncing happily in Robin's hand, the uncle smiled lightly and said, "You have a great group of friends." "Thank you." Dagu smiled back at the uncle's compliment and then, slightly surprised, said, "However, I didn't expect that as the king of this country, you would have the leisure to bring your own princess to watch a song and dance performance." Indeed, the uncle who brought the little princess was none other than the king of this country, Nefertari Cobra of Alabasta. As for the little princess he was holding, she was indeed a real princess, his daughter, the current sole heir to the Alabasta kingdom, Nefertari Vivi, who had a deep friendship with Luffy and others in the original story. However, Cobra was still very young, and Princess Vivi was just a petite little girl. The young Cobra naturally had youthful thoughts, so when faced with Dagu's words, his response was as follows. Cobra looked at Vivi, who was already mingling with Bonnie and the others, and smiled. "Since Vivi wants to see it, I brought her here. After all, fulfilling my daughter's wishes is my duty as a father. Moreover, this song and dance performance is both a gratitude to the St. Du River and a prayer for good weather in Alabasta for the coming year. As the king of this country, I should come and witness it." Chapter 150, Cobra and Vivi. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Cobra turned to Dagu and said, "I didn't expect that the pirate supernova with a bounty of 1 billion berries would also be interested in this song and dance performance." And, at this point, Cobra looked Dagu up and down and said in surprise, "What surprised me even more is that the so-called son of the devil is actually so young and completely different from the rumored appearance." Dagu was not surprised by Cobra's words. He could imagine how the outside world evaluated him. It was obvious that these rumors were spread under the orders of the Navy or the world government. Thinking of this, Dagu also smiled mysteriously at Cobra and said, "Hearing is not as good as seeing, but sometimes seeing may not necessarily be the truth. What you see now may not be the real me. Perhaps I am in disguise." Hearing Dagu say this, Cobra was momentarily stunned, then awkwardly smiled and said, "Perhaps." He then turned his head and began to watch the performance. Seeing this, Dagu didn't say much more and also turned his head to watch the dance performance. Time passed quickly, and soon the bright moon hung high. Robin, holding a sleeping Vivi, led Bonnie and the other girls towards Dagu and the uncle. "Thank you." Seeing this, Cobra first thanked Robin, then reached out to take Vivi, turning to Dagu to bid farewell. Then, "Mr. Driambius, if there's nothing else, please allow me to leave first." Dagu naturally wouldn't stop him, so he immediately extended his hand in a gesture of respect and said, "No problem, please. MHM." Just like that, after Cobra nodded to everyone, he left with Vivi in his arms. Watching Cobra's gradually fading figure, Robin, curious about his identity, turned to Dagu and asked, "Dagu, who is that uncle? You seem to be quite respectful towards him." Hearing Robin's question, Dagu was somewhat surprised. Did Robin not ask anything from Vivi just now? Thinking of this, Dagu asked back, "Robin, didn't you ask that little princess just now?" "No." As Dagu expected, upon hearing his question, Robin quietly shook her head and said, "The girl was so engrossed in watching the performance with Yuta and the others that I didn't ask anything. Moreover, I also felt a bit about gathering intelligence from such a small child." "That's true." Hearing Robin say this, Dagu suddenly realized, and then smiled, that uncle's name is Nefertari Cobra. After saying this, Dagu turned and walked towards the inn, completely ignoring the group of people who were stunned by his words. Nefertari Cobra? After Dagu introduced him, Robin and the others first looked puzzled, trying to recall where they had heard the surname Nefertari. The king. Following this, everyone suddenly realized, and just as they were about to exclaim in surprise, they hurriedly stifled their voices. They understood that if that uncle was indeed incognito, he certainly wouldn't want to be discovered, so they swallowed the words that were already on the tip of their tongues. After observing their surroundings and finding that no one was paying attention, they hurriedly followed Dagu's footsteps and returned to the inn together. The sun rose and the moon set, and in the blink of an eye, a new day arrived. However, when Dagu and the others walked out of the inn, they encountered someone both expected and unexpected. Cobra. "Uncle, are you looking for me?" Seeing this, Dagu, as the captain, naturally stepped forward and asked him directly. Facing Dagu's question, Cobra smiled lightly and said, I would like to invite you to my place for a visit. I wonder what Mr. Mebius thinks. Why? Although the royal palace of Alabasta was indeed one of Dagu's objectives, he didn't understand why Cobra would take the initiative to invite him. In response to Dagu's confusion, Cobra looked down at Vivi beside him and said, Vivi doesn't have many playmates her age, so I wanted to invite you all. More accurately, I want to invite Miss Yuta and Miss Guina to keep Vivi company. At this point, Cobra raised his head to look at Dagu and said, Of course. I also want to have a conversation with Mr. Mebius. I wonder what you think. Hearing Cobra say this, Dagu pretended to hesitate and turned to look at the others, especially asking Guina and the three girls, What do you think? After all, Cobra was inviting them, and the others were just along for the ride. After listening to Dagu's question, Guina and the others exchanged glances, then said in unison, Sure. We also want to see the royal palace. Yuta, Sister Guina, Sister Bonnie. Seeing that Guina and the others agreed, Vivi immediately broke free from Cobra's hand and ran to Guina and the others, grabbing their hands and heading towards the camel cart they had come with, or rather, it should be called the camel cart. Seeing his little princess so enthusiastic, Cobra couldn't help but smile, then invited Dagu, Mr. Mebius, let us go. For Cobra's invitation this time, Dagu didn't pretend to hesitate any longer and followed him onto the camel cart. Of course, it was impossible for so many people to fit in one cart, so Cobra had already prepared 3 camel carts. The first cart carried Ro, Hawkins, and Eichlam, who served as Cobra's guard. The second cart had Dagu and Cobra, and the third cart was for Robin, Vivi, and the other girls. At this moment, in the second camel cart, Dagu was chatting with Cobra. As Dagu gazed at the vast yellow sands in the distance, he quietly asked Cobra, I wonder, Uncle. Oh no, Your Majesty Cobra, what do you want to talk to me about? Upon hearing this, Cobra straightened himself and then focused his gaze on Dagu, saying, I want to know the real reason you came here. I don't believe you simply passed through Alabasta. The real reason? Dagu pondered for a moment at Cobra's words, then smiled and replied, Is there any real reason? It's just that Alabasta happens to be on our route, and so we came here. It's that simple. Is it really that simple? Cobra found it hard to believe what Dagu said. Chapter 151. Jaka and Dagu calmly nodded in response, yes. It really is that simple. When Cobra realized that Dagu was indeed just passing through Alabasta, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had been quite shocked to see Dagu at the gala yesterday. However, as the king of Alabasta, his status did not allow him to show weakness to a pirate, even if that pirate had a bounty of 1 billion. Moreover, Cobra wasn't that timid of a person, but he remained cautious about Dagu's presence. Thus, he inquired about Dagu's intentions, especially after their conversation yesterday, which revealed that Dagu was not a vicious pirate, but rather a relatively kind one. This prompted Cobra to ask Dagu and invite him to the palace, Alabasta, for a short stay. Seeing Cobra's relieved expression, Dagu chuckled lightly and turned his gaze back to the scenery in the distance. In fact, Dagu's main reason for coming to Alabasta, besides just passing through, was Cobra, or rather Nefertari, the royal family that had the chance to become celestial dragons. He initially thought he would have to go to Alabasta to make contact with Cobra and build a relationship, but unexpectedly encountered him in Alabasta. With the shared interest between Yuta and Vivi, Dagu easily achieved his goal. As for why he approached Cobra, besides being curious about why the Nefertari family did not go to Mariewa, he also wanted Cobra to take Robin to see the historical texts. Although he already knew what was written in Alabasta's historical texts and had no interest in them, Robin was interested, and her grandfather, Dr. Clover, died because of it. Therefore, even if he himself wasn't interested, Dagu would continue to investigate alongside Robin. Thinking of this, Dagu couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh. Noticing Dagu suddenly sighing, Cobra immediately looked puzzled and asked, Mr. Dreamy, what's wrong? No, it's nothing. Naturally, Dagu couldn't reveal his thoughts to Cobra. He simply shook his head to indicate it was nothing. Then he suggested to Cobra, Your Majesty Cobra, if you don't mind, I would prefer to be called Dagu, without the Mr. title. Hearing this, Cobra smiled and then proposed to Dagu, in that case, you don't need to call me Your Majesty either. Just like yesterday, call me Uncle. All right. Seeing Cobra say this, Dagu smiled and extended his hand to Cobra, saying then, Uncle Cobra. Looking at Dagu's outstretched hand, Cobra smiled back and reached out to shake hands with Dagu, saying, "Young Dagu." Ha ha ha. Then both of them burst into hearty laughter. As time passed, after several days of travel, Dagu and the others finally arrived at the capital of the Alabasta Kingdom, Alyabarna, under Cobra's guidance. "Your Majesty, you have returned." Just as Cobra and Dagu got off the camel carriage, a voice came from above. A tall and slender figure landed before them and bowed to Cobra, saying, "Your Majesty." Seeing this, Cobra stepped forward and nodded to the tall figure, saying, "Bell, you're back." Top, 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 a tot moment. A sound of footsteps came from within the walls of Alyabarna, followed by a group of about 100 people. "Your Majesty." The leading sturdy man rushed to Cobra and knelt down, saying, "You finally returned. If you hadn't come back, I was going to send Bell to find you." In response, Cobra quietly walked up to the sturdy man and softly said, "Jaka, I'm sorry to have worried you." "No." Hearing Cobra say this, not just the kneeling sturdy man, Jaka, but also the tall man, Bell, hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, you don't have to say that. As the captain of the Royal Guard, this is what we are supposed to do." That's right. These two were indeed Bell and Jaka, known as the Guardians of Alabasta in the original work. Bell has the powers of the bird fruit, falcon form, and is also known as Falcon Bell. As for Jaka, he has the powers of the dog fruit, wolf form. Seeing their attitude, Cobra was at a loss for words and could only nod helplessly before turning to introduce Dagu to the two, saying, "Jaka, Bell, this is the son of the devil, young Dagu." Then Cobra shifted his tone and introduced the two to Dagu, saying, "Young Dagu, these two are the guardians of the kingdom, Jaka and Bell." Following Cobra's introduction, Dagu stepped forward and reached out his hand with a smile, saying, "Hello, I'm Dreamy Dagu. You can also call me Dagu, the son of the devil, Dreamy Dagu." Unfortunately, despite Dagu's friendly gesture, the two did not appreciate it. If they remember correctly, this Dreamy Dagu was a pirate and one with a bounty of 1 billion berries at that. Thinking of this, the two immediately positioned themselves behind Cobra, assuming a combat stance. They cautiously looked at Dagu and questioned, "Son of the devil, what is your purpose in Alabasta? How do you know His Majesty Cobra? What do you really want?" Seeing this situation, Dagu felt helpless and turned to Cobra, saying, "Uncle Cobra, shouldn't we resolve this misunderstanding?" Cobra responded and then commanded Jaka and Bell, "Jaka, Bell, come over here for a moment." After saying this, Cobra took the two aside and began to explain the situation to them. "Captain." At that moment, Law walked over to Dagu and whispered, "Should we fight them?" "No." In response, Dagu shook his head. "This is just a misunderstanding. It can be cleared up with an explanation." "All right." Seeing Dagu say this, Law shrugged and then stepped back. "Young Dagu, let's go inside." After clarifying the situation with Jaka and Bell, Cobra invited Dagu and the others into Alyabarna. "Let's go." Seeing this, Dagu turned to signal everyone and followed Cobra's lead. Chapter 152, Alyabarna and the historical texts inside Alyabarna. In the royal palace of Alabasta, Cobra, having washed up and changed into royal attire, was hosting a banquet for Dagu and the others. Cobra raised a glass of wine and gestured to Dagu, saying, "Brother Dagu, it's rare to find a pirate with a kind heart like yours. Cheers." Hearing Cobra's words, Dagu was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and raised his glass in return, saying, "Your Majesty, you are mistaken. It's not that kind-hearted people are rare." As he spoke, Dagu looked down at the wine in his hand and murmured, "Rather, this world has entered a pathological cycle, causing good people to no longer be good. As the saying goes, there's a reason for the pitiful. But conversely, those who are detestable may also have their own reasons to be pitied. I firmly believe that human nature is inherently good. Most pirates do not choose to go to sea on their own. They are forced into it. The destruction of their homes and the loss of loved ones drive them to leave their homeland and head for the sea, becoming pirates whom the world resents and fears. Just like us." After speaking, Dagu turned to glance at Robin, Law, and Hawkins. "Captain." Similarly, after hearing Dagu's words, Robin and the others fell silent. It wasn't just Robin and the others. Cobra, Ikalum, and others also suddenly fell into an inexplicable silence. After a long while, seeing that the atmosphere had not changed, Yuta, who was determined to bring joy to everyone, could no longer bear it. She immediately stood up and walked to the center of the banquet hall, starting to sing without saying anything. This moment begins the adventurous journey. To follow the winds of the sea, never stopping, aiming for the peak of the world. Keeping a smile, full of confidence, holding on until this moment. Please believe that the winds and waves cannot block dreams. The sun shines on the sea's surface. Our flag flutters with the wind, every innocent but stubborn face. Heading towards the victorious future, we'll face the strong winds and giant waves. We'll overcome difficulties and despair. The dreams we chase on the other side of the horizon. Yeah, right ahead. A song from the original pirate theme, Towards the Sunshine, echoed through the Palace of Alabasta, sung by Yuta and conveyed through Dagu. Clap, clap, clap as Yuta finished her pleasant performance. The applause from everyone was naturally enthusiastic. Thank you. Watching everyone clap, Yuta politely thanked them and then turned back to her seat. Of course, Yuta's performance stirred up a feeling of admiration like light in a young Vivi's heart. Just as Yuta sat back down, Vivi ran up to her without caring about her image, looking at Yuta with starry eyes and said, "Yuta, you're amazing. Yuta, can you teach me to sing? I want to sing beautiful songs like you. Can you, Yuta?" After speaking, Vivi looked at Yuta with teary eyes, as if she would cry if Yuta disagreed. Sure. Seeing Vivi like this, Yuta smiled and agreed without hesitation. Let me tell you, when singing this volume. Thus, Yuta began to teach Vivi some singing tips, as well as pitch and other details. Meanwhile, Dagu started talking to Cobra again. Dagu requested Cobra, "Your Majesty, may I take a tour of the palace?" Oh, upon hearing this, Cobra was puzzled for a moment, then smiled and said, "No problem. I'll take you around." The Palace of Alabasta. As soon as he finished speaking, Cobra stood up and walked outside. "Robin, let's go together." Seeing this, Dagu invited Robin and then followed Cobra's footsteps. As for Hawkins and the others, they went to the training ground with Jaka and Belle, responding to Jaka's invitation for practice. This is the mausoleum of our Nefertari family ancestors. The Mausoleum Hall. When the sun was setting, Cobra brought Robin and Dagu to a palace and pointed at it, introducing it to them. The Mausoleum Hall. Hearing Cobra's introduction, Dagu looked at the stone palace in front of him, his expression slightly unusual. He did not know if this was Cobra's test or just a normal introduction, because if Dagu remembered correctly, there was a historical text inside this so-called Mausoleum Hall. Moreover, it contained information about the Pluto, which the Alabasta royal family, namely the Nefertari family, had guarded for generations. Therefore, Dagu was unsure if Cobra had intentionally or unintentionally brought them here. However, Dagu guessed it should be unintentional. After all, Cobra did not believe that anyone would know that there was a historical text in the Nefertari family mausoleum. Moreover, Dagu was not a member of the world government, so it was even less likely that he would know. Thinking of this, although Cobra was unintentional, Dagu wanted to take this opportunity to let Robin see the historical text in the mausoleum. This would not only fulfill Robin's dream, but also verify whether it indeed contained information about Pluto. Based on this, though somewhat presumptuous, Dagu still requested Cobra. "Then, Your Majesty, could you let us enter the mausoleum to take a look?" Hearing Dagu's request, Cobra paused for a moment, then looked Dagu up and down. After not noticing anything unusual, he shook his head and refused. "Although I also want to let you see, I'm sorry. The Mausoleum Hall is the burial site of the Nefertari family, and outsiders are not allowed to enter." Upon hearing Cobra say this, Dagu felt somewhat disappointed, but could not say much. After all, this was their ancestral grave, and it was generally unacceptable for anyone to want to see someone else's ancestral grave, let alone an imperial mausoleum. Thus, Dagu shrugged and said with slight disappointment, "All right then." Because of this matter, the originally good atmosphere suddenly fell silent. At this moment, Cobra saw that they had almost finished their tour, and then suggested to Dagu and the others, "All right, since we have almost finished the tour, Brother Dagu, let's go back." Although Dagu still wanted to see the historical text, Cobra had said so how could he refuse? Therefore, he nodded silently and said, "All right." In this way, under Cobra's lead, the three of them, along with the accompanying guards, turned back to the palace. The novel could be downloaded using the open-source free StarString downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain this novel file through a proxy download and the merchant did not provide the software source code or open source address, Please request a refund immediately and report the merchant. Author's email, Xing YV Outlook. Com Authors QQ, 201-759-3710 Official QQ Group, 149050832 Official TG Group, https, t. MEFQ Tool, Chapter 153. Information about Pluto and Cobra's hesitation as the moon rises and sets. It quickly reached the time when the moon was at its zenith. Seeing that everyone was already asleep, Cobra once again came alone to the mausoleum hall where the historical text was stored. The historical text. Is this the target of the Devil's Child? After all, they came from O'Hara, which means they are likely to understand the ancient script on it. Inside the mausoleum hall, at the place where the historical text is stored, Cobra looked at the huge stone historical text and murmured, "Is this the historical text?" Suddenly, a familiar female voice entered Cobra's ears. Who? Suddenly, Cobra was flustered and quickly turned around to look behind him. How can it be you? When he clearly saw the figure behind him, Cobra was once again surprised and hurriedly questioned, "Monkey D. Luffy, is this your goal?" To steal Alabasta. To steal the historical text that my Nefertari family has guarded for generations? Indeed. The figure that suddenly appeared behind Cobra was none other than the person who had accompanied Cobra to this place earlier that morning, Luffy and Robin. In fact, earlier that morning, seeing Cobra hesitating about his suggestion, Luffy had secretly placed a flying thunder god mark on him. Luffy speculated that Cobra would likely come back at night to check on the historical text. As expected, when the moon was high in the sky, Luffy discovered that Cobra had left the palace alone. So he quickly woke Robin and followed Cobra's footsteps, leading to the current situation. You go ahead and take a look. At this moment, facing Cobra's question, Luffy calmly suggested that Robin check the historical text first, before stepping forward to Cobra and apologizing. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, for intruding without your permission." However, Luffy then shifted his gaze to the historical text beside him and said softly, "Your Majesty might have misunderstood. Although we want to see the historical text, I do not intend to take it away. I just want to see what it records. After all, since Your Majesty knows my name, you probably also know my background. My grandfather and Robin's mother have spent their lives searching for it. So although I'm not very interested in it, I have to take a look. Because this is their wish, the wish of all O'Hara. And it is also a regret." After listening to Luffy's words, Cobra was momentarily at a loss for words, and then turned to silently observe Robin's actions. After a long while, Robin walked over and nodded gently at Luffy. Seeing Robin come over, Cobra quickly approached her with curiosity and asked, "What does it say on it?" Indeed, although this historical text had been guarded by the Nefertari family for nearly 1,000 years, apart from the first few generations, later generations had no idea what it contained. However, Cobra had always been curious, so when he saw Robin seemingly deciphering the content, he couldn't help but ask. However, in response to Cobra's inquiry, Robin did not answer immediately, but instead turned to look at Luffy. After seeing Luffy nod in agreement, she explained to Cobra, "It records the location of one of the 3 ancient weapons, Pluton." Then Robin looked Cobra up and down, a playful smile appearing on her lips as she said, "If you want to obtain this ancient weapon capable of destroying the world, Pluton, then I can tell you all the information recorded on it, and you can go find it. At that time, whether it is the Navy or pirates, they will not dare to act recklessly in your country, your Alabasta." After hearing Robin's words, Cobra hesitated. After all, who wouldn't be tempted when suddenly hearing about a weapon that could destroy the world, waiting quietly somewhere for you? Moreover, Robin also mentioned that his country, Alabasta, was indeed suffering from pirate attacks. Although the impact was not severe, there were still casualties among the citizens. This made Cobra, who was devoted to his people, feel truly powerless. He couldn't even protect his own subjects. And if, as Robin said, he could grasp the ancient weapon Pluton, then he would have the strength and confidence to protect his people. Even when faced with the oppression of the world government, he could stand tall and speak to them as equals. Yes, although the Nefertari family was once one of the 20 kings alongside the celestial dragons. After the ancestors of the Nefertari family voluntarily gave up living in Mariewa and becoming celestial dragons, the other 19 kings had always wanted to eliminate them. However, knowing that the Nefertari family possessed Pluton, one of the ancient weapons, they refrained from taking action. Now, their continuous harassment of Alabasta was actually a test of the Nefertari family to see if they still held Pluton, whether they still had control over it. Indeed, nearly 1,000 years have passed, and the celestial dragons of Mariewa knew very well that even though Pluton was an ancient weapon, it was neither a reincarnating being like the Sea King, Princess Shirahoshi, nor a heavenly king maintained by the world's wealth and resources. It was merely an ancient and massive battleship. Additionally, after nearly 1,000 years of corrosion and decay, the celestial dragons of Mariewa only dared to provoke and test the Nefertari family now. Therefore, when Cobra heard Robin say that as long as he wanted, he could once again grasp that world-destroying power, he hesitated. "Let us know when you have made up your mind," Luffy said, and then he turned to Robin. "Let's go." Seeing Cobra remain silent, Luffy did not intend to wait any longer. He immediately told Cobra and then turned to call Robin to use the Flying Thunder God to leave. Upon hearing Luffy's call, Cobra, who had hurriedly come back to his senses, wanted to call the two of them back. However, just as he raised his head to speak, he saw Luffy and Robin disappear before his eyes. Sighing helplessly, Cobra could only let out a breath and then glanced at the historical text that recorded the information about Pluton before turning around and leaving the mausoleum, returning to his sleeping chamber in the palace. Chapter 154. Agreement and farewell. As the saying goes, one closes their eyes and opens them. A day has passed. Close them and open them again, perhaps a year has passed. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed since Luffy and Robin viewed the historical text, and Cobra's indecision continued. During these 7 days, Cobra did not provide Luffy with a response. He was still hesitating about whether to seek out Pluton. Unlike Cobra's heavy thoughts, Luffy had no such entanglements. In his view, regardless of the so-called 3 ancient weapons, whether it was the Uranus held by the celestial dragons, or the Sea King, Princess Shirahoshi, or the Pluton that could supposedly destroy an island with a single shot, none of these were as powerful as his own abilities. Whether it was the reincarnating eyes of Golden and Silver Wheel Reincarnation Blast that rivaled Pluton's cannon fire, or the reincarnation Eye Beast control that was similar to the Sea King's control over Sea Kings, or even the ultimate move of the Sharingan, Susun. All of this made Luffy not particularly enthusiastic about the ancient weapons, as he already possessed such abilities. Not to mention the Final Moon Eye, the Ninetales Reincarnation Eye, which had the power of creation and destruction. As long as his Reincarnation Eye abilities were completely stabilized and evolved to the level of the Ninetales Reincarnation Eye, then perhaps Luffy would choose to restart the world. Therefore, during these 7 days, under Yuta's request, Luffy taught her and Vivi singing techniques. Moreover, if it weren't for seeing that Vivi had already learned the basics, Yuta would not have agreed to leave, and Luffy might have to stay in Alabasta longer. Although there is nothing wrong with staying here, Dagu and the others are pirates, and they haven't been at sea for long. How can they retire right after setting sail? Moreover, they're not like those pirates who had no choice but to go to sea. They have dreams of sailing around the world. How can they stay in one place forever? For this reason, Dagu and the others are now ready to depart, standing at the city gate of Alabasta, bidding farewell to Cobra and the others. Dagu glanced at Yuta, who was saying goodbye to Vivi, then turned to Cobra and said, "Your Majesty." However, before Dagu could finish, Cobra interrupted him. "Dagu, there's no need to call me Your Majesty now that there are no outsiders around. Just call me Uncle." Hearing this, Dagu was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and smiled. "All right, Uncle Cobra, I just wanted to ask how you have considered it." After saying this, Dagu focused on Cobra, waiting for his response. Facing Dagu's question, Cobra was first stunned, then smiled lightly. "This is good enough. If we really get that thing, the situation in this country could be worse than it is now. So I think it's good like this. At least it's generally safe." Dagu was not surprised by Cobra's final statement. Rather, he would have been surprised if he had said otherwise, because if that were the case, he would have to suspect that Cobra had been replaced by that Mr. 2 from the original story. The current situation also indicated that Cobra had not been replaced by the imitator from the Baroque works, known as Mr. 2. Thinking of this, Dagu took out a wooden stick, handed it to Cobra, and explained, "Uncle Cobra, this stick has a mark I made with my ability. If you encounter any danger, or if there is something in Alabasta that you can't handle, you can break it. That way, I can sense that there's a problem on your side, and I can come to your rescue instantly. This, after hearing Dagu's explanation, Cobra looked at the wooden stick in his hand with a face full of surprise. He didn't expect such an ordinary stick could allow Dagu to traverse thousands of miles in an instant. In fact, the reason Dagu gave Cobra this special stick was mainly for future preparations to deal with Crocodile, the sand alligator, who would arrive here following the legendary Pluton. On one hand, it was to prevent Crocodile from persecuting Alabasta, and, on the other hand, Dagu was considering whether he could recruit him since Crocodile's strength is not weak, and his character is relatively normal. At least he is not someone who does evil for the sake of evil. As Cobra understood the purpose of the stick, Dagu then began to say goodbye to him. Since that's the case, Uncle Cobra, if there's nothing else, we'll be leaving now. Hearing Dagu's words, Cobra, now forgetting his astonishment, quickly looked up at Dagu and wished him, "Well, I wish you smooth sailing." Dagu smiled in response, then turned to the other members of the light pirates and instructed, "We should go." Yes. Thus, under Dagu's leadership, the light pirates gathered around him. Dagu planned to use the Flying Thunder God to return to the coast directly to save time, since it would take several days to walk from here to the coast. They had also seen the scenery along the way, so there was no need to go through it again. Hence, Dagu decided to use the Flying Thunder God to return to the shore. "Let's go." In this way, under the puzzled gazes of Cobra and the others, Dagu reminded everyone, then activated the Flying Thunder God, disappearing in the blink of an eye before Cobra and the others. Watching the place where Dagu and the others disappeared, Cobra and the others were astonished. They didn't expect the rumors to be true. The captain of the light pirates, the son of the devil, Mebius Dagu, indeed possesses the ability to ignore space and reach any sea or island in an instant. Initially, they thought it was just an exaggeration, a case of hearsay. But when it really appeared before their eyes, they had no choice but to believe it. Sometimes, rumors are true. After a moment of reflection, Cobra took his little princess's hand and walked towards the palace. Meanwhile, after arriving at the cave where they rested that day, using the Flying Thunder God, Dagu also released their ship. "Let's go. On board. Our target is the next island." Dagu then called everyone to board the ship, and under the guidance of the record pointer, they headed towards the next island under the command of Navigator Beepo. Chapter 155. Lies and Truth in an Unknown Sea Area of the Grand Line. The Light Pirates, having left the Alabasta Kingdom for a few days, were sailing. "Captain!" Suddenly, Beepo, who was the navigator, exclaimed as he looked at the record pointer in his hand, drawing everyone's attention on the ship. "What's wrong?" As the captain, Dagu naturally walked up to Beepo to ask what had happened, wondering why Beepo was so startled. "Captain, look!" In response to Dagu's inquiry, Beepo immediately handed the record pointer forward for Dagu to see, his face full of confusion. "Captain, do you think this record pointer is broken? Why is it pointing to the sky?" Hearing this, Dagu was first taken aback, and when he saw that the record pointer in Beepo's hand was slanting upwards towards the sky, he suddenly realized, "So we have arrived here." Hearing Dagu's words, Beepo was puzzled. He didn't understand why Dagu said that. Did Dagu know where they were now? Thinking of this, Beepo immediately asked Dagu, "Captain, what do you mean by arrived here? Where are we? Is the record pointer broken?" With Beepo's questioning, Law and the others also looked at Dagu, waiting for his explanation. Seeing everyone's expressions, Dagu chuckled and then turned to Hawkins and Law, asking, "Hawkins, Law, do you know the great liar Rolando?" Upon hearing Dagu's question, Law and Hawkins exchanged glances. Then Law asked Dagu in return, "Captain, are you referring to the Wumber Rolando, who was tasked with searching for gold 400 years ago, but ended up with nothing and was called the Great Liar?" "Exactly." Dagu nodded and said, "Actually, this Wumber Rolando, who is called the Great Liar in the North Sea, did not lie. He indeed found gold 400 years ago. However, when he went back for the second time with an army, the gold had vanished." Dagu then began to explain to everyone the situation he learned from the original story, picking and choosing his words. In the year 1122 of the Sea Circle calendar, about 400 years ago, Rolando and his crew arrived at Jaya Island to escape a storm, just in time to save the Sandia tribe, which was suffering from a tree fever. They ended the tradition of human sacrifices and became good friends with the warrior Karl Gura, and the gold was indeed seen on Jaya Island. Unfortunately, although Rolando saved the Sandia, he was misunderstood by the tribe as a sinner who violated their traditions and beliefs because he cut down all the sacred trees of the Sandia during the process. Karl Gura immediately issued an eviction order to drive them away, but when Karl Gura learned from Hughes about the reason Rolando cut the trees was to save them. And missing the farewell to Rolando became a source of immense regret for the great warrior. As a result, the Sandia tribe rings their golden bell every day, hoping that their dear friend Rolando and the crew will return to the island. One day, due to a giant updraft in the nearby sea, a part of Gaia Island was thrown into the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Thus, when Rolando returned to Gaia Island on the king's orders to search for gold, he was unaware that Gaia Island had already been swept up to such heights. Unable to find the land of gold and committing the crime of deceiving the king, Rolando was executed and branded as a liar. However, before his death, Rolando speculated that the land of gold had sunk to the seabed due to tectonic movement and uttered a final statement that future generations could not comprehend. I saw gold in the right eye of the skeleton. But by then, no one was listening to him anymore. Consequently, the great liar Rolando became a widely known fairy tale in the North Sea. And the character Rolando transformed into a fool and a liar who often told falsehoods, insisting until his execution that the land of gold truly existed. At this point, Dagu pointed to the sky and said, but in reality, he was more honest than anyone else because the land of gold is real. After hearing Dagu's explanation, not just Luo, but even the usually aloof Hawkins was somewhat taken aback, staring at Dagu with astonishment and asking, Captain, are you saying the land of gold is in the sky? Indeed, anyone would find it hard to remain calm upon discovering that their childhood great liar was not a liar after all, but rather an honest man who never lied. Seeing the two with such reactions, Dagu merely smiled and nodded affirmatively, saying, that's right. 400 years ago, due to the unique geological activity here, a part of Gaia Island, where the Sandia people lived and where the skeletons write, I held the land of gold, was swept up to an altitude of 10,000 meters by a colossal ocean current. Therefore, the log pointer is not broken. It points to the very land of gold from 400 years ago, now an island in the sky. I see. As Dagu finished explaining, Beepo looked at the log pointer still pointing to the sky in his hand and suddenly understood. At the same time, Luo and Hawkins, having grown up hearing Rolando was a liar, found themselves a loss for words. Dagu's words had completely overturned their worldview. They had never considered that the great liar was not a liar, but rather an honest person. Just then, Bonnie, who finally understood the situation, approached Dagu and asked, Captain, does this mean we're going to the sky next? That's right. Dagu replied with a smile and a nod, saying, in the grand line, you may not believe anything else, but you must believe the log pointer. Now that the log pointer is pointing to the sky, we naturally have to go to the sky. Wow, an empty island. Upon hearing Dagu's affirmative response, Bonnie, Yuta, and even Beepo cheered. Similarly, even Hawkins looked up at the sky and murmured, an empty island? However, he then asked, but Captain, how are we supposed to get up there? At that moment, Luo discovered the blind spot. How to make the ship fly. Did Dagu plan to bring the Golden Lion over? With Luo's question, Hawkins, Bonnie, and the others also looked at Dagu with the same confusion. He in response, Dagu simply smiled and did not answer. With a blink of an eye, he switched to the form of the reincarnation eye. Let's go. With that, Dagu said, and the pirate ship slowly ascended into the sky amidst the astonished expressions of everyone. The reason the ship could rise was, of course, due to the gravity and repulsion control capabilities of the reincarnation eye. Dagu merely transformed the downward gravitational force into upward repulsive force. Chapter 156, Floating Island and Sky Island, a marvel of the Grand Line, is different from the floating island of the Golden Lion. The floating island of the Golden Lion relies on the ability of the floating fruit, allowing the island to float. Ultimately, it is merely the power of a devil fruit. In contrast, Sky Island relies entirely on the great power of nature, allowing it to remain suspended in the air. Yes, the greatest difference between the floating island and Sky Island is that one merely floats while the other truly remains stationary in the sky. It is akin to Angel Island at 10,000 meters above sea level and a part of Gaia Island, now referred to as Appiato. Angel Island is a floating island over a white sea, where the inhabitants of Sky Island reside. The edge of the island is Angel Beach, and there is a bustling street called Cute Street, which can be reached from Angel Beach by traversing Cute Avenue. As for Appiato, it is known as the Island of the Gods, the residence of the deities of Sky Island. Because land is very rare in the sky and inhabited by the ruling gods, it is referred to as the Holy Land. However, hidden within this holy land is a place unknown to the people of Sky Island, the Golden City, Zyangula. Zyangula, an ancient city that perished over 800 years ago, is made entirely of gold, including the bell tower, houses, and streets, which is why it is also called the Land of Gold. The residents of Zyangula, however, have a secret that has been guarded for generations: the historical text documenting the information on the ancient weapon, Sea Kings. Indeed, similar to the Nefertari family of Alabasta, the residents of the Golden City, Zyangula, also safeguard the knowledge of the Sea Kings. However, over 400 years ago, after Appiato was swept up to the White Sea by the ocean current, the Sky Islanders, who had never seen land, regarded it as a holy site and invaded Appiato. The expelled Sandia people could only reluctantly find a hidden place to live in Sky Island, which is now their village, Unying Village. However, the Sandia people were not willing to be driven from their homeland so easily. Therefore, to reclaim their homeland, to uncover the secret of the Sea Kings, and to fulfill the promise made with Rolando, the great warrior, Kargra initiated a rebellion against the Sky Islanders 400 years ago, or rather, revenge. Thus, the original Sandia people of Zyangula waged a 400-year-long war against the Sky Islanders to reclaim their homeland and once again ring the golden bell to fulfill their promise to Rolando. The White Sea, the ocean at an altitude of 10,000 meters, is where both Angel Island, the residence of the Sky Islanders, and Appiato, the original home of the Sandia people, exist. The White Sea, at 7,000 meters above sea level, is a unique navigable sea formed by sea clouds, while the ordinary sea on the ground is referred to as the Blue Sea. As for how to reach the White Sea, there are two methods. One is to ascend directly like Luffy and the others in the original story, riding the ocean current all the way up. The other is to take the high-speed air route, facing numerous challenges to reach the White Sea. However, both methods carry obvious dangers. One might be fortunate enough for everyone to arrive, but if luck runs out, everyone might fall into the sea below. One can imagine the scene of falling from nearly 10,000 meters. It would undoubtedly be a deadly outcome. The other method, while considerably safer, still poses a life-threatening risk, with most likely leading to total annihilation. As for how to return, it is quite similar. One has to go to the eastern end of the White Sea, to the edge of the clouds, and take a giant air-cushion octopus to descend. At this point, having taken the ship to 10,000 meters above the White Sea, Dagu looked at the others and smiled, saying, "Of course, we don't need to be so troublesome. We can directly choose where to land." Ha ha ha! Upon hearing Dagu's words, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Ahem, however, the laughter quickly ceased, and everyone started coughing involuntarily, feeling a bit of difficulty in breathing for a moment. Seeing this, Dagu slightly shook his head and reminded them, "This is a normal phenomenon caused by the sudden ascent to an altitude of 10,000 meters where the air is thin, leading to hypoxia. With your current strength, as long as you calm down and take a few deep breaths, you'll adapt." Hoo-hoo! Hearing this, everyone began to calm down and slowly breathed a few times along with Dagu, who after a while, the adjusted group finally stood up again, clearly having adapted to the thin air at high altitude. Just as they were recovering, Yuta pointed at the White Sea below the ship and asked Dagu, "Captain, do you think the sea in the sky has a seabed?" Upon hearing Yuta's question, Bonnie, Bippo, and the others turned to look at Dagu, evidently curious about what the sea in the sky is like compared to the one on land. As the captain, Dagu naturally shared everything he knew. "No." Dagu shook his head and said, "The sky sea has no seabed, which means if we fall down, we will keep falling, until we reach the sea below that we are familiar with." This, after listening to Dagu's explanation, although they had anticipated it. A few of them were still somewhat surprised, because if that were the case, wouldn't an accidental fall mean they'd be lost forever? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but shiver. All right. Seeing this, Dagu clapped his hands and said, "We don't need to go down to the sea. It doesn't matter whether there's a seabed or not, and even if you accidentally fall." Saying this, Dagu looked at everyone and smiled. "Don't forget I can fly. I won't let you fall. Moreover, even if I can't fly fast enough, I can use the flying thunder god technique to appear by your side in an instant. So you really don't need to worry about this." That's true. After hearing Dagu's words, everyone thought about it and realized that they had a captain who could fly and teleport, so they really didn't need to worry about falling. Seeing that everyone understood, Dagu then suggested, "Since you all have come to terms with it, let's keep moving." Yes. Thus, the light pirate crew continued to follow the direction indicated by the record pointer towards their destination, Appiato. As for why it was Appiato and not Angel Island, mainly because Angel Island is a true island formed by clouds and lacks the unique magnetic force found on land. Therefore, the record pointer points to Appiato instead of Angel Island. Chapter 157. Gonfur and the Lord of the Sky. Is this Appiato? It feels like there's nothing special about it except for some tall trees. On the edge of the Sky Island, after observing the environment of Appiato, Bonnie asked in confusion, "So, is the legendary land of gold really here?" "Of course." Dagu replied affirmatively. "The land of gold is indeed here, but..." Saying this, Dagu turned to the nearby woods and shouted loudly, "I just wonder if the master of this place will welcome us?" Dagu's sudden change made everyone alert, and they turned to look into the woods. A sky person? It's been a long time since a sky person came, accompanied by an elderly but powerful voice. An old man with a host slowly walked out of the woods. Although this old man had a head full of white hair and a long beard like snow, his steps were firm, his posture upright, and he walked with vigor. As the old man approached, Dagu moved forward to greet him. Finally, when the two were not far apart, they both stopped. The old man was the first to ask Dagu, "Sky person, what brings you here?" "Hello." Facing the old man's inquiry, Dagu first greeted him politely, then introduced himself. "My name is Dagu, the Dream Pirates, and these are my companions." He then explained, "We came here because we heard that the legendary land of gold is here." Gold. Perhaps seeing Dagu's politeness, the old man, although slightly taken aback by the mention of gold, still politely introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Dagu. I'm the god of this place, Gonfur." He then shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, but there is no gold here, only Bess." "Bah?" Upon hearing Gonfur's words, the other members of the light pirate crew couldn't help but wonder what BAS was. BAS is land, and land is BAS. To clarify everyone's confusion, Dagu smiled and explained, "Because there is no land in the sky Islanders named this island, which was washed out by the heavenly currents and has arable land." "Bah, I see." After hearing Dagu's explanation, the others nodded in understanding. However, Gonfur couldn't help but be a bit suspicious about how Dagu, a sky person, knew so much about the Sky Island. "Mr. Dagu, how do you know so much about our situation? Have you been here before?" With Gonfur's curiosity, Bonnie and the others also looked at Dagu with curiosity, wanting to know why Dagu was so knowledgeable about the Sky Island. However, facing their questions, Dagu naturally couldn't say that he was familiar with the situation in the Sky Island because of the plot in the original work. Instead, he explained, "The reason I know so much about the Sky Island is mainly because of my teacher, Rayleigh. In the years he taught me, he shared many of his experiences from his past voyages, including the Sky Island." "I see." Seeing Dagu mention Rayleigh, Bonnie and the others felt it was only natural. After all, Rayleigh was the vice captain of the Pirate King, and he must have been in many places, including the Sky Island. "Rayleigh?" Upon hearing Dagu mention Rayleigh, Gonfur looked at Dagu and asked, "You mean Silver's Rayleigh, the vice captain of the Roger Pirates?" Gonfur's question was expected by Dagu, or rather, Dagu intentionally brought up Rayleigh to pique Gonfur's interest, because Dagu understood that 20 years ago, the Roger Pirates had also been to this place, Appiato, and Roger had a pleasant conversation with Gonfur. In fact, Roger even left some seeds of food that only existed in the sea below for Gonfur plant. However, one must always play the part. Yes, Therefore, when he heard Ganfer's inquiry, Dagu nodded in acknowledgement, then frowned and asked curiously, "Could it be that you are the sky god that teacher Rayleigh mentioned, who had a pleasant conversation with Captain Roger?" "Exactly." Upon hearing Dagu say that his teacher was indeed Rayleigh of the Roger Pirates, and that he had mentioned him, a smile of reminiscence spread across Ganfer's old face. It has been 20 years since parting with the Roger Pirates, and time has flown by unnoticed. Saying this, Ganfer couldn't help but sigh. Time truly waits for no one. Indeed, listening to Ganfer's emotions, Dagu also sighed, saying, "The teacher is old, and you are old too." However, after expressing his feelings, Dagu changed the subject. If the teacher knew that his old friend was still alive, he would definitely be very happy. After all, he has always complained to me that all the old guys from back then have passed away, and he can't find anyone to drink with. Ha ha ha! Upon hearing Dagu say this, Ganfer couldn't help but burst into laughter. Thud 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 at that moment. The ground suddenly began to tremble. Hiss hiss hiss, then a rapidly swimming blue-scaled giant python appeared before everyone. The Lord of the Sky. How did it come outside the island? The moment Ganfer saw this giant python, he couldn't help but exclaim, "The Lord of the Sky?" The other members of the Light Pirates were puzzled by Ganfer's title for the giant python. Why did he refer to a snake as the Lord of the Sky? Although the snake looked very large, at least 30 to 40 meters tall, it didn't seem that strong. Why did Ganfer, as the god of the Sky Island, look like he was afraid of that snake? Unable to understand, everyone immediately asked Ganfer, "Mr. Ganfer, why do you call a snake the Lord of the Sky? Does it have some special meaning?" "Because it is a giant python that has existed for 400 years, and its strength is terrifying, which is why we call it the Lord of the Sky." Facing everyone's confusion, Ganfer explained, "But never mind that. You all should hurry and leave. Otherwise, if you catch the attention of the Lord of the Sky, you won't be able to escape. I'll go stop it." He then urged Dagu and the others to leave quickly, while he stepped forward, raising the hoe in his hand, intending to confront the blue giant python. Chapter 158. The Roger Pirates and the Light Pirates wait. Just as Ganfer was about to step forward, Dagu called out to him. Ganfer turned around in confusion, looking at Dagu and asking, "Mr. Mebius." "Oh no, Dagu, what do you want to say?" With a smile, Dagu replied, "Mr. Ganfer, what I'm trying to say is, we don't need to run." "Don't need to run?" Upon hearing this, Ganfer became puzzled again. He didn't understand why Dagu said they didn't need to run. Did they underestimate the Lord of the Sky, thinking it was just a snake and that they could handle it? Thinking of this, Ganfer looked at Dagu seriously and said, "Dagu, don't underestimate the Lord of the Sky just because it's a snake. That could be a mistake." Dagu was taken aback by Ganfer's words, then shook his head and smiled. "Mr. Ganfer, I'm not underestimating it. It's just that it really doesn't require us to run." Dagu. Hearing Dagu say this again, Ganfer couldn't help but want to persuade him, but before he could speak, he was stunned by the scene before him. Boom! As Dagu's eyes widened, accompanied by an invisible roar, the 400-year-old blue-scaled giant python, the Lord of the Sky, immediately turned around and fled in panic before Ganfer's shocked gaze. Watching this scene, Ganfer was stunned for a long time. When he finally came to his senses, he looked Dagu up and down and said, "Dagu, is this the Conqueror's Haki that Roger once mentioned, possessed by only one person in a million?" "Yes." Hearing this, Dagu quietly nodded and replied, "Indeed, Mr. Ganfer, this is Conqueror's Haki. I can't believe it. I can't believe it." Seeing Dagu nod in affirmation, Ganfer couldn't help but exclaim, "I never expected that nearly 20 years later, I would still witness such great power." Then Ganfer sighed again. "When I first saw Roger use Conqueror's Haki, I was deeply shocked. At that time, I had never imagined that such a power existed in the world, able to repel the Lord of the Sky with just a gaze." I'm hearing Ganfer say this. Dagu didn't know what to say for a moment. Should he say that this is just a routine operation and that it's a common ability in the New World? If he said that, wouldn't it be a mental blow to Ganfer? So Dagu could only helplessly stand by and listen to Ganfer recounting his experience. Forget it. Perhaps seeing Dagu bored, or maybe it was a bit dull talking alone. Anyway, since Dagu didn't respond, Ganfer could only helplessly invite Dagu. "Come with me. After all, you are considered old acquaintances, and I, Ganfer, should host you. As soon as he finished speaking, Ganfuer turned and walked deeper into the forest. Dagu followed suit without a second thought, calling the others to follow. Captain, where do you think the land of gold is? On the way. Bonnie glanced at Ganfuer leading the way ahead, then turned to quietly ask Dagu about the location of the land of gold. Unfortunately, to Bonnie's disappointment, she was eagerly waiting for Dagu's response, but Dagu shook his head and said, "How would I know?" Just as Bonnie was feeling a bit dejected, Dagu pointed at Hawkins and said, "You shouldn't ask me about this kind of question. You should ask Hawkins. He is the prophet." All right. Hearing Dagu's words, Bonnie suddenly realized, indeed, there was a prophet in their team. Why was she asking Dagu? Thinking of this, Bonnie muttered to herself, it must be like that. Bonnie's unusual behavior caught Quina's attention, so she turned her head to look at Bonnie and asked, "Must be like what?" And nothing. Faced with Quina's inquiry, Bonnie certainly couldn't reveal her near blunder. "Come with me." Instead, she shook her head and pulled Quina to Hawkins, asking, "Brother Hawkins, do you know where the land of gold is?" The land of gold? Upon hearing Bonnie's question, Hawkins pondered for a moment, then took out the playing cards he always carried and began to divine. Seeing Hawkins start to divine, Dagu proposed to everyone, "Since that's the case, why don't you all go look for the land of gold? Robin and I will follow Mr. Ganfuer to his palace first." Robin, after speaking, without waiting for everyone to reply, Dagu called out to Robin, then disregarded Hawkins and the others, and once again followed Ganfuer's footsteps. Watching Dagu's actions, Ganfuer looked back at Hawkins and the others with concern, then turned to Dagu and asked, "Is it really okay? What if they encounter the Lord of the Sky?" Although he knew that Ganfuer was worried about Hawkins and their safety, Dagu understood their strength. If it weren't for Hawkins, he might have been a bit concerned about how Bonnie and the others would fare against that python. However, since Hawkins was with them, there was nothing to worry about regarding the python. Thus, Dagu smiled at Ganfuer and said, "Don't worry. It's fine. They're strong too." All right then. Although Ganfuer was still a bit uneasy, Dagu had said so, and he also thought that since Dagu had such great strength, his companions, Hawkins and the others, must also be strong, just like Roger's pirates with Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba. However, if Dagu knew Ganfuer's thoughts and compare Hawkins and the others to Rayleigh, Jabba, and the like, Dagu might tell Ganfuer that he is overthinking. Perhaps in the future, Luffy and the others could grow to the level of Rayleigh and others. But currently, they're simply not comparable to them. Moreover, the gap in strength between them and Dagu is not at all comparable to the gap between Rayleigh and Roger, because one is a geometric difference, while the other is merely a simple addition or subtraction. Under Ganfuer's lead, Dagu and the others arrived at his palace. It can only be said that Ganfuer truly deserves to be the god of Sky Island. Although he is a bit older, he still lives a rich and flavorful life. "God, you have returned." Just as they reached the palace entrance, two beautiful angel ladies approached to greet him. Chapter 159. The huge golden bell and the historical text basin. In response to the greeting from the two angel ladies, Ganfuer displayed a demeanor completely different from before. He solemnly nodded and instructed, "You two go prepare some food. I need to entertain these two friends from the Blue Sea." "Yes, God." Thus, the two angel ladies went off to prepare items to welcome Dagu and the others. After seeing them leave, Ganfuer changed his attitude again, returning to his previous demeanor, and turned to Dagu apologetically. "Sorry, I didn't want to put on that facade, but it's nothing." However, before Ganfuer could finish his sentence, Dagu interrupted with a smile. "After all, Mr. Ganfuer, as the god of Sky Island, you must maintain a certain authority in front of your subordinates. Otherwise, they might feel uneasy and even cause some trouble." At this point, Dagu glanced at Robin and continued, "Actually, I feel the same way. Sometimes I also have to put on a front in front of them to better maintain team stability." Sigh. Hearing Dagu say this, Ganfuer couldn't help but sigh. It's not easy for anyone. Then Ganfuer gestured, "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. You two, follow me." After saying this, Ganfuer took the lead and stepped into the palace. Dagu and Robin naturally followed behind. "Hey, Dagu, and that lady, you should try this. This is a unique fruit of our Sky Island. It's very sweet." After a while in Ganfuer's reception room, as he was serving Dagu and Robin the food arranged by the angel ladies, he said to Dagu, "By the way, Dagu, What you mentioned about the Golden Country. I'm not very clear on, but I have heard Roger mention it before. He said there's indeed a huge secret hidden in this land. Unfortunately, Roger didn't reveal what that secret was. Hearing you bring up the Golden Country today, perhaps the huge secret Roger mentioned is this. After listening to Gonfuer, Dagu was momentarily taken aback. He did not expect Roger had vaguely mentioned the Sea King to Gonfuer. Indeed, in Dagu's view, the huge secret Roger spoke of could not possibly be the Golden Country, as wealth and such things were merely external possessions to Roger. Only ancient weapons like the Sea King could be regarded by Roger as a huge secret. However, Roger must have only mentioned it briefly. Even if Roger occasionally let his guard down, with Rayleigh around, he wouldn't have had the chance to elaborate further. Therefore, Gonfuer mistakenly believed that the huge secret Roger referred to was about the Golden Country, which Dagu understood. Thinking of this, Dagu slightly shook his head, then stood up to ask Gonfuer, "Mr. Gonfuer, may we take a look around here?" Hearing Dagu's request, Gonfuer was surprised, as Dagu's action was reminiscent of Roger's from 20 years ago. Back then, Roger had just sat down for a short while before saying he wanted to take a look around, and then returned to claim there was a huge secret hidden here. Did Dagu notice something? Thinking of this, Gonfuer looked at Dagu with curiosity and asked, "Dagu, have you sensed something?" Dagu did not expect Gonfuer to ask this, causing him to pause for a moment. After a long contemplation, Dagu suddenly looked up at Gonfuer. With a plan in mind, he made a decision completely different from Roger's. He looked at Gonfuer and said, "Yes, I indeed sense something. There is something above this palace calling to me, which is why I wanted to take a look." In reality, there was nothing calling Dagu. He was not the chosen one like Roger or Luffy, and he did not have the ability to hear the voices of all things. He simply understood through the original work's memory that the Golden Bell and its base, the historical text recording the information of the Sea King, were located above this palace. Unaware of the situation, Gonfuer naturally thought everything was sensed by Dagu. Thus, without hesitation, he agreed to Dagu's request. But Gonfuer also had a selfish thought. "I want to go too, is that okay?" Dagu would certainly not refuse Gonfuer's request. After all, this was his territory, and it would be unreasonable to refuse the owner from seeing his own things. "Sure, let us set off." Thus, with Dagu's agreement, the three of them left the palace and climbed up along the massive vines outside. When the three arrived in midair and saw the enormous historical text base and the golden bell on top of it, both Gonfuer and Robin were astonished. Gonfuer was shocked that the golden bell, which the Sandians had been searching for 400 years, was actually here, atop the massive vines. As for Robin, she was astonished that there was a historical text, even at this height of 10,000 meters. Robin, after a while, Dagu saw that the two had regained their composure and was about to remind Robin to take a look at the historical text, but before he could finish speaking, he saw Robin already standing beneath the historical text. Seeing this, Dagu said no more and turned to Gonfuer, saying, "Mr. Gonfuer, I believe this is the huge secret Roger spoke of, and not the Golden Country we are looking for. Is that so?" Upon hearing Dagu's words, Gonfuer was half understanding, as he thought it was merely a golden bell, although it was significantly larger than other bells. How could it be considered the earth-shattering secret Roger mentioned? However, having this golden bell could indeed put an end to the 400-year-long conflict between the Sandians and Angel Island. Thinking this, Gonfuer believed he had understood what Roger's huge secret was, to ring the golden bell and stop the war. Lost in thought, Gonfuer involuntarily started walking towards the golden bell. However, as he approached the golden bell, Gonfuer fell into silence. Because he couldn't ring the golden bell, it was too large, and being made of pure gold meant that it required even greater force to strike it. Chapter 160. Roger's message, and listening to the voice of all things looking at Gonfuer's expression, Dagu clearly understood what he was thinking. Dagu vaguely remembered that in the original work, the reason for the war between the Sky Islanders and the Shandians was due to the incident 400 years ago when a part of Skypiea, Appiato, was blasted into the sky, accompanied by a thunderous bell sound. With the ringing of that bell, a war lasting 400 years erupted between the Sky Islanders and Skypiea. Therefore, to the descendants of Gonfuer, 400 years later, that bell sound was seen as the fuse of war, or rather, a battle horn. Thus, Gonfer and his companions unanimously believed that as long as that bell sound, representing the call to war, echoed through the skies once more, the lengthy war of 400 years would come to an end. However, Dagu did not agree with Gonfer's desire to ring the golden bell at this moment. After all, this was not the time for both sides to be in conflict. If Gonfer were to ring the golden bell now, the Shandians would not see it as a signal to end the war. Instead, they would perceive it as a provocation from Gonfer and the Sky Islanders. The sudden and unexpected ringing of a bell that had not been heard for 400 years, without any forewarning, would leave the Shandians completely unaware. This would be akin to stealing someone's belongings and then flaunting them in front of them, thinking they were oblivious. If they did not retaliate, it would truly be. Thinking of this, Dagu stepped forward, walked to Gonfer's side, looked at the enormous golden bell, and softly asked Gonfer, "Mr. Gonfer, do you really want to ring this bell?" "Yes." In response to Dagu's question, Gonfer did not choose to hide the truth. Instead, he nodded and recounted the events of the past 400 years between the Sky Islanders and the Shandians to Dagu. Of course, the main focus was still on the golden bell. When the bell rings, war begins. When the bell rings, war ceases. After listening to Gonfer's explanation, although Dagu already understood these matters, he still continued along Gonfer's line of thought and said, "So, Mr. Gonfer, you believe that if you ring this golden bell now, the war between you, the Sky Islanders and the Shandians will end, right?" Hearing this, Gonfer found it strange that Dagu would ask such a question, but he still nodded affirmatively, saying, "Yes, as long as we ring it, then the war, which has lasted for 400 years, will surely come to an end." Sigh indeed. As Dagu had expected, this was Gonfer's thought, and he couldn't help but sigh. "Mr. Gonfer, have you considered that now is not the best time to ring this golden bell?" Gonfer was somewhat puzzled by Dagu's question and turned to look at him, expecting a different perspective. Seeing Gonfer's confused expression, Dagu did not pretend to be mysterious. Instead, he directly expressed his thoughts. "Mr. Gonfer, have you thought about the fact that there is currently no war? This means that if you ring the golden bell now, could it possibly have the opposite effect?" Upon hearing Dagu's words, Gonfer was momentarily speechless. Seeing Gonfer's expression, Dagu understood that he had grasped the point, so he suggested again, "Therefore, Mr. Gonfer, you should choose an appropriate time to ring the golden bell. Otherwise, it will only further exacerbate the conflict, and the war will never cease. Because your intentions will be wasted, used inappropriately." After listening to Dagu's explanation, Gonfer fell silent. He turned to gaze blankly at the enormous golden bell, momentarily lost in thought. Seeing this, Dagu shook his head and didn't say anything further, instead walking over to Robin. "Robin, have you finished interpreting?" Seeing that Robin was no longer observing the historical text, Dagu inquired. And then upon hearing Dagu's question, Robin nodded gravely. "I've interpreted it, but the situation has surprised and shocked me. It actually mentions the sea." As she spoke, Robin intended to convey the details of the historical text to Dagu. "Stop." However, before Robin could finish her sentence, Dagu interrupted her. He then pointed to a corner of the historical text and said, "Robin, you might want to take a look at the text over there." Text? Upon hearing this, Robin, looking puzzled, walked over in the direction Dagu was pointing. When she truly saw the text there, Robin was momentarily stunned, and then she began to observe the text while slowly translating. "I came to this place," leading this text to its final destination. "Pirate, GOLD, Roger." As she spoke, Robin stood up in surprise, turning to Dagu and asking, "Why can Roger understand ancient text, and even write on historical text?" In response to Robin's confusion, Dagu looked up at the enormous golden bell and explained, according to Rayleigh-sensei, Roger had a unique ability that others did not. He could listen to the voice of all things. I believe he could understand ancient text not by reading, but by hearing. He heard the voice of the historical text. Nanny. This time, Robin was genuinely shocked. She had never imagined that the Pirate King Roger possessed such an ability, to the extent that he could even hear the voice of the stone tablets. Dagu was not surprised by Robin's astonishment. As far as he knew, only Roger himself and Monkey D. Luffy had this ability. Others, no matter how formidable, such as the top-tier observation hockey user Red Earl, Baroque Works, or the top-tier armament hockey user Iron Fist, Monkey D, Garp, and even the future renowned Conqueror's hockey user Shanks did not possess the ability to listen to the voice of all things. It could be said that this ability, in a certain sense, belonged exclusively to the Pirate King. Thinking of this, Dagu then explained another issue to Robin. As for the text on this historical document, it was not carved by Roger. Then who? Hearing Dagu say that the text was not carved by Roger, Robin snapped back to reality from her surprise and curiously asked Dagu. Kazuki Odin, Dagu explained. My teacher once told me that in the second half of the Grand Line, in Wano country, there's a family known as the Kazuki family. And this historical text was carved by their ancestors, so it is entirely normal for them to understand it. Chapter 161, Help and Stay I See. After hearing Dagu's explanation, Robin finally understood. It turned out that there were still people in this world who understood ancient text. She had thought that after Dr. Clover and her mother passed away, she was the only one left who could understand ancient text. Unexpectedly, in Wano country in the New World, there was actually a family that engraved the historical text. Moreover, they had accompanied Roger here and left such a message for him. Thinking of this, Robin fell silent while looking at the text. Suddenly, she turned to Dagu and said, By the way, about the content on this. Although Robin had just started to speak, Dagu already understood what she was about to say. Robin, unfortunately, Dagu had no interest in what Robin was about to say next. Instead, he raised his hand to interrupt her, saying, I'm not interested in this, and it's better if fewer people know about it. Saying this, Dagu subtly glanced at Ganfuer beside him and reminded him, so as not to harm others. Understood. Seeing the situation, Robin immediately nodded, indicating that he understood. After a long while, when Ganfuer finally made a decision, it was to follow Dagu's suggestion and wait for the right moment to ring the golden bell. However, Ganfuer then thought of another issue. The golden bell was so large, and the bell hammer had fallen below. Saying this, Ganfuer turned to look at the equally enormous golden hammer that had fallen nearby. Understanding the situation, Ganfuer realized that even if he called everyone from Angel Island, it wouldn't be possible to ring the golden bell in a short time, especially since it had to be rung while fighting against the Sandia people. At that time, the able-bodied people of Angel Island would definitely have to resist the Sandia's attack, meaning that only the elderly, weak, women, and children would be left. In such a situation, Ganfuer could foresee that the final result would definitely be a lot of effort for nothing, and the golden bell would remain motionless. Thinking of this, Ganfuer sighed helplessly. Seeing Ganfuer sighing at the golden bell, Dagu thought for a moment and understood what Ganfuer was struggling with. Therefore, he walked up to Ganfuer and asked Mr. Ganfuer, Are you thinking about how to ring the golden bell? Yes. Ganfuer sighed. This golden bell is so huge that it requires quite a number of people to ring it. This is manageable normally, but if we are fighting against the Sandia people, it will be impossible to gather so many people. After saying this, Ganfuer sighed again. Is that so? After hearing Ganfuer's troubles, Dagu turned his gaze to the golden bell and pondered. Perhaps I can help. Suddenly hearing Dagu say this, Ganfuer was a bit surprised, and he quickly turned to Dagu and asked, Dagu, are you really willing to help us? Hearing this, Dagu smiled and nodded yes. That's great. Seeing Dagu's affirmative response, Ganfuer immediately smiled happily and thanked Dagu. With your help, we can definitely ring the golden bell during the battle. By then, wait a minute. Just as Ganfuer was happily preparing to share his plans, Dagu interrupted him, saying, Mr. Ganfuer, I can ring the golden bell by myself, without needing anyone else's help. Hearing Dagu say he could ring such a large golden bell by himself, Ganfuer was surprised and looked Dagu up and down, half convinced, really? You can do it alone? Saying this, Ganfuer pointed at the golden bell. As for Ganfuer's doubts, Dagu did not respond this time, but smiled confidently in response. Suddenly, Dagu exclaimed in surprise and turned to look down at the clouds. What's wrong? Dagu's unusual behavior naturally caught the attention of Ganfuer and Robin. Robin walked up to Dagu and asked, Is something happening? Ganfuer also looked at Dagu with a puzzled expression, curious about what had surprised Dagu. After hearing Robin's question, Dagu looked at Ganfuer and said with a light smile, Mr. Ganfuer, perhaps today is the time to ring the golden bell. What do you mean? Hearing Dagu's words, Ganfuer was confused, thinking that Dagu had just said to wait for the right moment during the Sandia's attack. Realizing this, Ganfuer was immediately shocked. Are you saying the Sandia people have attacked? Yes. In response to Ganfuer's question, Dagu did not hide it but said directly, that's right. Just now, I accidentally used my observation hotkey and sensed sounds of fighting coming from below the clouds, and one side is my companions. After hearing Dagu's words, Ganfuer did not have time to say much and quickly turned around and rushed down the vine. However, just before going down the vine, Ganfuer remembered the golden bell. Dagu, please ring the golden bell at the critical moment and let this war that has lasted for 400 years come to an end. I beg you. He hurriedly stopped, turned around, and requested Dagu before rushing down again. Watching Ganfuer disappear from view, Robin turned to Dagu and asked, So, are you going to help? Of course. Why not help? Without thinking, Dagu smiled and replied, After all, this is about saving two groups, and moreover, seeing Dagu leave his words unfinished, Robin couldn't help but ask what. Hearing this, Dagu continued to explain, Moreover, we will be living here for quite a long time in the future. Is that so? That's fine. Although Robin was a bit surprised by Dagu's statement about living here for a long time, she didn't mind too much. Besides, she thought it was indeed time to settle down for a while. After all, they were getting closer to Sabaody, and Yuta and the others still had not grown up. If they continued like this, Yuta and the others would definitely not be able to keep up with them. Therefore, Robin actually agreed with Dagu's decision to stay here, as it was indeed a very safe and good decision. Chapter 162. The sound of the bell and the end at the same time, just as Dagu was preparing to ring the golden bell on the other side. When Ganfuer descended the vine and arrived at the place where he had previously fought against the Sandia people with the other combatants from his palace, he unexpectedly discovered that, besides the Sandia people, there were others present. The members of the light pirate crew had gathered as well. Seeing Ganfuer and his group arrive, with Dagu and Robin absent, Rob, who boarded the ship first, took on the role of leader. Speaking, Rob stepped forward and walked up to Ganfuer, asking Mr. Ganfuer, Do you need our help? Hearing Rob's question, although he knew Rob meant well, Ganfuer shook his head and refused. No, this is a matter between the Sky Island people and the Sandia people, so there's no need for you guests to help. Just as he said, this was all a grudge between the Sky Island people and the Sandia people. In the absence of external forces, like Enel's intervention in the original work, it was better to let them handle it themselves. After all, with only the two sides involved, resolving the conflict afterward would be relatively simpler. If additional people got involved midway, it would create a triangular situation. Although triangular relationships are generally more stable, they do not apply here because, while a triangular relationship can lead to a relatively calm state where conflicts do not escalate further, it also makes those conflicts harder to break, which goes against Ganfuer's intention, as he was thinking about eliminating conflicts and ending the war. Therefore, after rejecting Rob's suggestion, to prevent the Sandia people from misunderstanding, Ganfuer shouted to the other side, Vipa, they're just sea people who accidentally came here. It has nothing to do with us, and they will not interfere. As Ganfuer's words fell, a tall and thin man stepped out from the Sandia camp on the other side. His dark face was adorned with unusual patterns, and his clothes barely covered him. This man was the one Ganfuer had called out, the contemporary warrior of the Sandia people. The war demon, Vipa, he was the direct descendant of Karlgla, the great warrior who had made an agreement to meet Rolando again 400 years ago. Over these 4 centuries, Karlgla's descendants had upheld their ancestors' will, never forgetting the promise made by their forebear, always thinking about reclaiming Appiato and ringing the golden bell once more to fulfill the agreement made with Rolando 400 years ago. Therefore, when Vipa heard Ganfuer say that Rolando and the others would not take action, he merely snorted arrogantly, saying nothing further. After all, if Rolando and the others didn't take action, it was precisely what Vipa desired. All of this was because before Ganfuer and the others arrived, Vipa had already had a brief encounter with Rolando and the others. However, the outcome was quite dismal. Apart from Vipa, no one could withstand even a single move from Rolando's side. Moreover, only Hawkins had engaged in battle. Rolando and Guena had not made move. Under such circumstances, Vipa and his group had failed to inflict any effective damage on Hawkins, and they were even completely wiped out by him. In this situation, How could Vipa oppose Ganfoer's statement that Rolando and the others would not take action? He was actually hoping for it. Unfortunately, Ganfoer was unaware of all this. He merely noticed that Vipa did not refute him as usual and felt relieved. This young man, please wait aside for a moment. After we resolve our matters, I will call for you. Charge! Charge! Ganfoer then turned his head to persuade Rolando and the others to keep their distance before commanding the warriors he brought to charge at Vipa and his group. Kill! On the other side, upon seeing the charge from the opposing side, the Sandia people also picked up their weapons to meet the attack under Vipa's leadership. Vipa raised the cannon in his hand and fired at Ganfoer. Boom! In the face of Vipa's cannon fire, Ganfoer remained calm, swiftly turning his body to dodge the shot while flipping his wrist to throw his long spear. Whoosh! The 2-meter-long iron spear flew towards Vipa, followed closely by Ganfoer himself as he rushed towards Vipa. Slap! Just as Vipa turned to dodge Ganfoer's flying spear, he was surprised to find that Ganfoer had caught up with the spear and seized it first. Then, he swung the spear in a sweeping motion. Whoosh! The spear swept through the air like a fierce wind, striking towards Vipa's face. Humph! Though caught off guard by Ganfoer's attack, Vipa remained composed, snorting coldly as he bent his knees to evade. However, Ganfoer had already anticipated Vipa's move. With a loud shout, he exerted force, turning the sweeping action into a downward smash aimed at Vipa's waist. Clang! Ganfoer's strike came so suddenly that Vipa could not react in time and could only hurriedly raise the cannon to block. Unfortunately, Vipa's hasty response meant he could not apply enough force, resulting in him taking a hit. However, although Ganfoer's attack caused Vipa to suffer a setback, Ganfoer was old, while Vipa was still young. Thus, the damage from Ganfoer's blow was minimal for Vipa, even negligible. So, as Vipa knelt on one knee under pressure, he suddenly let out a loud roar, his momentum surging as he forced Ganfoer back several steps. Meanwhile, on the vine above, under the giant golden bell, Dagu, who had witnessed this scene through the reincarnation eye, immediately realized that it might be the right moment to ring the golden bell. With this thought in mind, Dagu raised his head to glance at the golden bell, his eyes widening as he utilized the kaleidoscope Sharingan technique. However, Dagu only manifested one hand of Susanoo. After all, what he needed to do was merely ring the golden bell, and using Susanoo's hand felt a bit excessive. Nevertheless, it was the simplest method. With this, he only needed to clench his right hand into a fist and smash it towards the golden bell. Ding! With Daku's action, the golden bell rang. Perhaps feeling that a single ring was somewhat insecure, he struck the golden bell 2 more times. Ding ding! Instantly, 2 more bell chimes echoed. At the same time, the ongoing battle between Ganfoer and Vipa, along with the Sandia people and Sky Island people, came to an involuntary halt. Chapter 163. Vipa's hesitation and Ganfoer's gratitude. When the bell sound ceased, Vipa looked up at the sky in silence. Not only Vipa, but others too, whether Sandia people or Sky Island people, all raised their heads, except for Ganfoer, who already understood everything. Vipa. After a long while, Ganfoer finally approached Vipa and suggested, "Let's stop. 400 years of conflict is enough, right?" Upon hearing Ganfoer's words, Vipa pondered for a moment, but then his expression changed as he raised his cannon and pointed it at Ganfoer. Questioning, "Ganfoer, where did this sound come from? You seem so calm. You must know where it came from. Speak. Did you Sky Island people hide the golden bell?" As soon as he finished speaking, Vipa raised a hand to signal his companions to remain vigilant. Seeing Vipa's words, Ganfoer's expression became slightly unnatural, but he quickly regained his composure and tossed aside his long spear. "What are you doing?" Ganfoer's action immediately alerted Vipa, who hurriedly moved to the side and raised his cannon again, aiming it at Ganfoer, demanding, "This is indeed your scheme, right, Ganfoer?" Boom! Just as Vipa was about to finish his sentence, a heavy sound of something falling abruptly cut him off. Looking at the fallen spear beside him, Vipa realized he seemed to have misunderstood Ganfoer. Ganfoer was not going to attack him again. Instead, he had laid down his weapon, indicating he had no intention of continuing the fight. Vipa. Following the spear's fall, Ganfoer spread his hands and said, "You see, I am now without combat power. If you believe that eliminating me can quell the hatred in your heart and allow the Sandia and Sky Island people to coexist peacefully in Appiato, then come on. Saying this, Ganfoer simply closed his eyes and shouted, "In me, fire at me." Crack. As Ganfoer's voice fell, Vipa did not hesitate, aiming, loading, and pulling the trigger. Boom. Everyone around initially thought they would hear the sound of cannon fire, but after waiting and waiting, they did not hear the expected blast. When they turned to look at Vipa with puzzled expressions, they found he had not pulled the trigger. He merely placed his finger in position, but did not press down. He was hesitating? That Vipa was actually hesitating. The war demon Vipa was hesitating. Immediately, everyone looked at Vepa in surprise, as they never expected that the war demon, who usually fought the most fiercely and recklessly, would hesitate at this moment. Just then, Vepa took a deep breath in front of everyone's astonished gaze and slowly lowered the cannon in his hand. Seeing Vepa's actions, the crowd, after their initial shock, erupted into cheers. Accompanying the cheers were various shouts, comforting the departed loved ones. Great, great. Whoa, Mom, Dad, did you see? The war is finally over. It's over. Whoa, brother, did you see? The war that lasted for 400 years is finally over. Brother, sister, I'm sorry I can't avenge you, but I believe you would want it to be like this now, right, sister? Because the war is over. Woo from this. It can be seen that whether they were the Shandians or the Sky Islanders, they had long grown tired of war and must have wanted to end this disaster that lasted for several generations. It was just that there hadn't been a suitable opportunity before the sound of the golden bell. Indeed, the reason they had been fighting all this time was mainly due to the lack of an opportunity that would allow everyone to willingly let go. And this opportunity, besides the ringing of the golden bell, had no other alternatives, because 400 years ago, their ancestors started fighting because of it. And 400 years later, they would end it with it. This was the opportunity recognized by everyone to let go. Looking at the cheering crowd around him, the war demon Vepa couldn't help but show a hint of a smile and murmured, "It seems my choice was not wrong." Hearing Vepa's murmurs, Goffer stepped forward and thanked him. "Vepa, thank you. Thank you for ending the war." As he spoke, Ganfer bent down and gave Vepa a deep bow of 120 degrees. Seeing Ganfer's gesture, Vepa was momentarily stunned. Oomph. Then he turned his head and coldly snorted, "Don't get the wrong idea. If you want the war to truly end, you must do as you said and give up Appiato. Otherwise, the war will definitely not end." Impossible. What angered Vepa was that, after hearing his words, Ganfer directly refused his request without any hesitation. Just as Vepa was about to say something while pointing at Ganfer continued to explain, "I will not give up Appiato because Appiato does not belong to me, but to the Shandians." Upon hearing this, Vepa was stunned. He did not expect Ganfer to say such a thing. As the god of the Sky Island, he directly stated that Appiato belonged to the Shandians, not him. Putting that aside, Vepa was still in shock, but Ganfer's words were not finished. He continued, "So Appiato does not need my giving up. The Shandians can decide for themselves what to do." However, at this point, Ganfer requested Vepa, "I hope you can allow us to live here as well and plant some crops." Faced with Ganfer's request, Vepa, who only had fighting on his mind, didn't know what to say. In his heart, fighting was everything, so he had no experience in dealing with such conversations. Sure. Just then, a female voice came from behind Vepa. Lachi. When Vepa and Ganfer turned to see who it was, they saw a young woman with a long gun slung over her shoulder walking over. She then looked at Ganfer and asked, "But we need to go back and ask the chief before we can make a decision. Is that okay?" Of course. Hearing what the woman, referred to as Lachi by Vepa, said, Ganfer readily agreed because he knew that the chief of the Shandians, like him, had long wanted to end the war and let everyone coexist peacefully. Thus, under Ganfer's watchful eyes, Vepa and Lachi led the Shandians away from Appiato, preparing to return and pack their things to move back to Appiato. Chapter 164. Post-war in the army. After watching the Shandians leave, Ganfer turned around and approached Dagu, thanking him. "Thank you, Dagu. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how much longer this war would have lasted. How many lives would have been sacrificed between the Sky Islanders and the Shandians. Overall, thank you so much, Dagu. No need for that, Mr. Gonfer. In response to Ganfer's gratitude, Dagu smiled and waved his hand, then looked at Gonfer and asked, Actually, I would like to stay here for a while. I wonder if Mr. Gonfer would allow it? Huh? Upon suddenly hearing that Dagu wanted to stay here, in Appiato, Gonfer was taken aback and looked at Dagu, saying, That's certainly not a problem. Dagu, you can stay as long as you want. But, he then asked in confusion, Dagu, aren't you supposed to be going on an adventure? Why would you want to stay in the Sky Island? About that, facing Ganfer's confusion, Dagu slowly turned to glance at Yuta and the others, indicating, Mr. Gonfer, you can see that my companions are quite young. They still need to grow. I believe the Sky Island is a suitable place for them to grow, which is why I thought about staying here for a while. I see. After listening to Dagu's explanation, Gonfer looked at Yuta, who was only around 7 or 8 years old, and the similarly young Joaelly Bonnie, and understood. Indeed, Joaelly and the others were too young. No, it wouldn't be right to say young. They were indeed too immature and needed a place to settle down for a while. Realizing this, Gonfer immediately assured Dagu, Dagu, don't worry. You can stay in the Sky Island for as long as you want. I think even if the chief of the Shandians knows that you found the Golden Bell, he won't have any objections. Hearing this, Dagu nodded, then looked at Gonfer and suggested, In that case, Mr. Gonfer, let us go explore other places. Sure, Dagu. You all go ahead. Upon hearing Dagu say he wanted to go explore, Gonfer agreed without a second thought, but he shook his head and added, However, I want to go. I still need to wait for the Shandians to come over and discuss specific matters with them. All right. Hearing Gonfer say this, Dagu was not surprised. He had just been being polite. So after Gonfer finished speaking, Dagu nodded and led the members of the Light Pirates away. Seeing Dagu and the others leave, Gonfer turned to the Sky Islanders behind him and instructed, You all go prepare. After all, it's been 400 years of peace. There's a lot to prepare. Yes, God. Thus, most of the Sky Islanders left the area, some returning to Angel Island next door, some heading back to their base, and others going back to the palace above the clouds. They began to prepare for the situation they would face next, coexisting peacefully with the Shandians, with whom they had fought for 400 years. On the other side, the members of the Light Pirates were heading towards the Golden Country. As they approached, Bonnie turned to Dagu with a mysterious smile and said, Captain, have you ever seen a town made entirely of gold? Hearing this, Dagu was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head and laughing. I don't know if I've seen one, but I have been to Mebius. I don't think there's anywhere in this world more luxurious than Mebius. Nanny? Dagu's words astonished everyone except Robin. They had never known that their captain had been to the pinnacle of this world, the place where the celestial dragons resided, known as the Holy Land, Mebius. After their shock, Bonnie and the others hurriedly asked Dagu about Mebius. Bonnie, holding Dagu's hand, curiously asked, Captain, what is Mebius like? Is it all celestial dragons inside? Are there no other people? Also, I heard that high-ranking officials of the world government live in Mebius. What are they like? And are the 5 elders really just one person? As Bonnie finished speaking, Law chimed in, Yeah, Captain, just tell us about Mebius. Dagu hesitated for a moment, looking at the expectant faces of his companions, and then reluctantly nodded. All right. Actually, I don't know much about Mebius either. I only stayed there for 2 or 3 days. He then looked at Bonnie and explained, Bonnie, there aren't just celestial dragons in Mebius. Besides them, there are also staff from the world government, such as CP agents and so on. In addition, there are also army personnel and slaves of the celestial dragons. Army? Bonnie's face was filled with confusion upon hearing Dagu's words. It wasn't just Bonnie. Law and the others also looked at Dagu with puzzled expressions because they had never heard of any army group. They had heard that former Marine Admiral Steelbone Kong became the commander of the 3 armies after leaving his position. Thinking about this, Bonnie hesitantly looked at Dagu and asked, Captain, are you saying that there are other countries on the Red Line? Is that why the celestial dragons living in Mebius would form an army like those kingdoms? No. Dagu shook his head. There is only Mebius on the Red Line. There are no other towns. Then, what does it mean for the celestial dragons to form an army? Bonnie and the others became even more confused. Since there was only Mebius on the Red Line, what was the point of the celestial dragons forming an army? Was it just for fun because they had too much money? Seeing the changing expressions on their faces, Dagu understood that they were thinking of something, but he didn't know why the celestial dragons would form an army that seemed useless. With this in mind, Dagu explained Bonnie's question again. I don't know why the celestial dragons want to form an army, but Bonnie, the 5 elders are actually 5 people, not just one. Bonnie nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. I see. Chapter 165. The Aftermath of Golden Chandora and Raki's Fear. All right, let's go in. At that moment, Robin reminded them. With Robin's reminder, everyone realized that they had unknowingly arrived outside the Golden City. After glancing at the Golden City, Dagu said, "Let's go," and led the way in, with the others following suit. Golden City Chandora, a town mostly made of gold, was different from the version in the original story years later when Enel destroyed it and took the gold to build the Golden Ark, NoOne. Currently, Chandora was filled with gold, with houses gleaming brilliantly, although dust had covered it after hundreds of years. The golden light still shone brightly beneath the moss-covered stones under the blazing sun. How is it? Seeing Dagu momentarily in shock, Bonnie walked in front of him and smiled. Isn't it stunning? It's all gold. Yes, indeed. Dagu nodded. This city is truly astonishing. Although Mary Geos is also magnificent, it's not entirely made of gold. As he spoke, Dagu looked around and remarked, in a way, this place is even more shocking than Mary Geos. Hee. Hearing Dagu say this, Bonnie, Kuina, and Yuta couldn't help but laugh. To them, it was delightful that their captain, who usually seemed omniscient, was feeling astonished, as it made them feel that Dagu was not as unreachable as a god. Indeed, throughout their journey, Dagu's prophetic demeanor and otherworldly presence made them unconsciously feel that they weren't on the same level as him, as if they were separated by the heavens and the earth, clearly in front of them but unable to reach out. However, Dagu was unaware of Bonnie and the others' thoughts. So when he saw them laughing without understanding, he smiled and asked, "What are you laughing about?" "No, it's nothing." Unfortunately, Bonnie and the others could never be honest about Dagu's question, so all 3 shook their heads and said, "Captain, we didn't laugh about anything. Let's keep exploring." As soon as she finished speaking, Bonnie pulled Kana and Yuta away. Watching the 3 girls leave, Dagu was momentarily puzzled, then shook his head and turned to Robin. Inviting her, "Robin, let's go explore too." Okay. Thus, at Dagu's invitation, Robin followed him to explore in this golden city. Is this the place where our ancestors lived? Golden City, Chandora? As time passed, just as Dagu and the others finished exploring the town made entirely of gold, a female voice suddenly came from outside. Is this Chandora? Our homeland for which we fought for 400 years. Chandora, we have finally returned. What are these? Is this the gold that the Qinghai people spoke of? Gold? Accompanied by the woman's voice, more and more voices came from outside Chandora, and soon men, women, and children slowly entered, all dressed similarly to Weepa, Raki, and others. Clearly, these people were likely the Shandians, here to reclaim their homeland, Chandora. Who are you? Suddenly, one of the Shandians noticed Dagu and the others, who had long been standing aside. Seeing that Dagu and the others were dressed completely differently from the Sky Islanders and Shandians, he immediately raised his weapon, aiming at Dagu and questioning them. As this Shandian acted, the other Shandians also put down what they were doing and surrounded Dagu and the others. Dagu was about to explain when suddenly Raki's voice came from behind the Shandians. Immediately, Raki rushed in front of Dagu and the others, scolding her compatriots. What are you doing? How can you treat our guests like this? As she spoke, Raki noticed that everyone still had their weapons raised and hurriedly shouted, "Put down your weapons right now, do you hear me?" Yes. Although many people did not understand why Raki was so tense with these Qinghai people, her reputation as the housekeeper made them involuntarily follow her orders and put down their weapons. Of course, they were also mostly giving face to Weepa, as everyone knew that in Sandia, the only person worthy of Weepa was Raki. Seeing this situation, Raki nodded in satisfaction. She had just felt a cold sweat when she saw her compatriots pointing at Dagu and the others. She understood very well the strength of Dagu and his group. Not to mention the others, just Hawkins alone had suppressed their guerrilla fighters single-handedly, which was not something they could provoke. Let alone Hawkins was not even the leader of this group. There were also figures like Dagu, who was highly respected by Gonfor, all of which indicated that Dagu and his group were not beings that they in Sandia could provoke. In Raki's view, as long as Dagu wanted, they could easily destroy Sandia at any time. Therefore, she was so nervous when she saw that scene. As everyone put away their weapons, Raki immediately turned to Dagu and apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, sir. My companions seem to have misunderstood you. I hope you can forgive them." Saying this, Raki bowed to Dagu, pleading for his understanding. "It's fine, no need to do this." In response to Raki's attitude, Dagu waved his hand and said, "After all, we came uninvited, so we can't blame them." The previously somewhat dissatisfied Bonnie and Luo quickly said, Yes, you don't have to do this, sister." Hearing Dagu and the others say this, Raki immediately breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Dagu again, saying, "Thank you. Good. No wonder Gonfuer highly respects you. You truly deserve people's reverence." At that moment, an elderly figure slowly walked in from outside, accompanied by a hoarse voice. Gonfuer and Weepa followed on either side of him. Chapter 166. The arrival of the Sandia chief and the Golden Lion. Seeing the old man appear, Dagu immediately stepped forward to greet him, saying, "You must be the chief of Sandia." "That's right." The old man nodded and replied, "I am indeed the current chief of Sandia. Hello, friends from Qinghai." As he spoke, the old man, the chief of Sandia, extended his right hand to Dagu. Seeing the chief's gesture, Dagu smiled slightly and also extended his hand to shake hands with the chief. After glancing at Gonfuer beside him, Dagu said to the chief, "Chief, seeing you and Mr. Gonfuer reconcile after 400 years of conflict truly makes me feel emotional." "Not at all." Upon hearing Dagu's words, the old chief politely replied, "This is also thanks to you, young brother. I heard from Gonfuer that it was you who found the golden bell, which means that if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to reconcile. Therefore, we should also thank you." "Thank you." The old chief bowed in gratitude to Dagu. In response to the chief's thanks, Dagu simply smiled and said, "Chief, you are too polite. If it weren't for the desire for peace from the residents of Sandia and Angel Island, even with the golden bell, the war wouldn't have stopped." At this point, Dagu turned to look at Gonfuer and Weepa beside him and said, "So if you really want to thank someone, you should thank yourselves because this is the peace you chose." After listening to Dagu's words, Weepa and Gonfuer exchanged glances and then smiled in unison, saying, "Indeed, if we didn't want to cease fire, just the golden bell alone wouldn't have prompted us to stop." Seeing the expressions of Gonfuer and the others, the old chief also smiled and shook his head, then turned to Dagu and asked, "Young brother, I heard that you want to stay here?" "Yes." Upon hearing the chief's question, Dagu nodded and said, "Chief, I do plan to stay here for a while. I wonder if you would agree?" Then Dagu changed the subject and said, "Of course, if you don't want us to stay, we can leave." No. Hearing Dagu say they would leave, the old chief directly shook his head and refused, saying, "Young brother, although it sounds like it was our own reason that allowed Appiato to restore peace without you finding the golden bell, Appiato wouldn't have been able to restore peace so soon." So, as he spoke, the old chief invited Dagu, saying, "Therefore, I would like to invite you and your companions to stay in Xiangula for a long time. I wonder if you would be willing?" Upon hearing the old chief's invitation, Dagu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "If the chief doesn't consider us outsiders, we will be happy to stay in Xiangula." "Good." Seeing Dagu agree, the old chief immediately exclaimed, then turned to Weepa and instructed, "Weepa, go arrange for a place for the young brother from Qinghai to stay." "Yes, chief. You all come with me." With the chief's order given, Weepa responded and turned to lead Dagu and the others to follow him. Thus, the light pirates settled in the golden city of Xiangula until a large floating island arrived a month later. What is that? In the outskirts of Appiato, the Sandia people and the residents of the floating island, who were working the fields, looked at the massive object gradually approaching in the distance, momentarily unable to control their emotions, standing there in a daze. On the other side, within Xiangula, Dagu, who was training Yuta and the others with Robin, suddenly turned his head to look into the distance and murmured, "It's coming." "What's coming?" Unfortunately, Dagu's murmur was overheard by Robin, who turned to him and asked, "Is someone coming?" "Yes." Hearing the old chief's question, Dagu nodded and said, "Robin, do you remember when I mentioned that I had control over the Golden Lion?" "Golden Lion?" Upon hearing Dagu's words, Robin was taken aback for a moment, then immediately looked at Dagu and said, "Are you saying the Golden Lion is coming?" "That's right." Dagu nodded again and then said to Robin, "I'll go meet him." As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu turned and left Zangwala, heading to the outskirts of Appiato. "Oh, Weepa." Seeing Weepa and a group of Sandia people watching the golden-haired figure warily, Dagu couldn't help but smile and said to Weepa, "You don't need to be so tense. He is my friend, here to help me. Is that so?" Hearing Dagu's words, Weepa was somewhat skeptical, but he still lowered his weapon. Although he didn't put it away completely. Instead, he held it upside down, ready to act at any moment. Seeing this, Dagu could only shake his head helplessly and then walk straight up to the golden-haired figure. Looking at the radiant golden lion of heaven before him, Dagu couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, saying, "Not bad. It seems Robin's treatment really had a significant effect. Brother Dagu." At that moment, Dagu suddenly heard the voice of the old Sandia chief. So he turned to look at the approaching old chief and asked, "Chief, is there something you need?" Facing the inquiry from Dagu, the old chief looked nervously at Tian Dao Jin Shitsi and said, "Dagu, is your friend a celestial being?" "Huh?" Upon hearing the old chief's words, Dagu was momentarily puzzled, but when he saw the floating island behind Tian Dao Jin Shitsi, he suddenly realized. Clearly, the old chief assumed that the presence of the floating island behind Tian Dao Jin Shitsi was due to him being a celestial being. He thinking of this. Dagu shook his head and smiled. "Old chief, you are mistaken. He is not a celestial being. The reason he can control the islands is actually due to a kind of treasure from the Qinghai called the Devil Fruit. It is this ability that allows him to control the islands." "Is that so?" After hearing Dagu's explanation, the old chief understood. However, a hint of reverence still involuntarily appeared in his gaze towards Tian Dao Jin Shitsi. "Old chief, if there is nothing else, I'll take my friend to find my companions." With that, Dagu led Tian Dao Jin Shitsi towards Zangwala. However, before leaving, Dagu left a statement that left the old chief and the other Sandia people, like Weepa, utterly astonished. "By the way, old chief, consider this floating island as our lodging fee. You can use it freely, no problem." Chapter 167. Dagu is leaving for the new Appiato in Zangwala. Upon seeing Dagu bringing Tian Dao Jin Shitsi over, Robin timely called for Yuta and the others to pause their training. "Let's take a break." Yuta, Joaelly Bonnie. High after the three girls calmed down, they directly ran in front of Dagu, looking curiously at Tian Dao Jin Shitsi. They asked Dagu, "Captain, is this the Jin Shitsi? The legendary pirate who stands alongside the Pirate King and Whitebeard, the commander of the flying pirate crew, Shiki the Golden Lion?" "Yes." Facing the curious inquiries from the three girls, Dagu chuckled and nodded. "This is the legendary flying pirate, Jin Shitsi." While upon hearing Dagu's affirmative answer, the three girls immediately exclaimed in surprise and began to observe Tian Dao Jin Shitsi closely. At that moment, Robin also approached Dagu, glanced at Tian Dao Jin Shitsi, and then turned to Dagu, asking curiously, "Dagu, why did you bring Jin Shitsi here?" Hearing Robin's question, Dagu pondered for a moment, then looked at Joaelly and the three girls who were playing with Tian Dao Jin Shitsi, and softly said, "I'm leaving. Bringing him here is also for your safety, and it allows him to train you." "Leaving?" Suddenly hearing Dagu say he was leaving, and it seemed to imply he was going alone, Robin was taken aback and quickly asked, "Where are you going?" As she spoke, Robin suddenly thought of something and looked puzzled. "And don't you have Flying Thunder God?" "With Flying Thunder God, you can appear anywhere. Why expose Jin Shitsi and bring him here?" Flying Thunder God. In response to Robin's inquiry, Dagu contemplated for a moment and then chuckled. "Robin, Flying Thunder God is not omnipotent, although it allows me to easily reach any place I have been." However, as he spoke, Dagu walked outside while continuing, "In this world, there are countless strange treasures, the devil fruits. You never know when you might encounter someone with a power that can nullify Flying Thunder God. If something happens to you, how would I get there in time? Therefore, I brought Jin Shitsi here to ensure your safety, and it conveniently allows him to train you." "Is that so?" After listening to Dagu's explanation, Robin contemplated, then looked at Dagu and asked again, "So where are you going?" Dagu quietly replied, "To the Revolutionary Army." "What?" Suddenly, hearing Dagu mention the Revolutionary Army, Robin was stunned for a moment, then questioned, "You said you were going to the Revolutionary Army? Why?" Facing Robin's question, Dagu looked into the distance, took a deep breath, and sighed, "The invitation from Dragon. Besides that, I also want to change things up and leave some mark in the Revolutionary Army. After all, this world needs change." After hearing Dagu's words, Robin fell silent, thinking of herself, O'Hara, and Saul. "I want to go too." Suddenly, Robin raised her head sharply and looked at Dagu with determination. "I also want to go to the Revolutionary Army. My abilities can help you handle many things." Faced with Robin's request, Dagu was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Robin's expression. After a long contemplation, he reluctantly nodded and replied, "All right, but you must obey my commands and not take on any dangerous tasks without permission, understood? Even if it's assigned by Dragon." Seeing Dagu agree to let her go, Robin immediately smiled and nodded, then changed the topic. "Then what about Guena and the others? Although you brought Jin Shitsi here for their safety, Jin Shitsi is currently under your control, a puppet. How can he look after Guena and Beppo?" Well, regarding Robin's words, Dagu turned to the distant Ganfu who had appeared at some point and said, "I'll have to ask Mr. Ganfu and the old chief to take care of it." "Mr. Ganfu?" With that, Dagu quickly stepped forward and approached Ganfu, asking, "Mr. Ganfu, what are you doing?" "Nothing much." In response to Dagu's question, Ganfu simply shook his head and said, "I heard that another Appiato has come, and I was planning to go see it." "I see." Hearing what Ganfu said, Dagu quietly nodded, then smiled, "Then let us go together." "Sure." Thus, the three of them headed towards the island's exterior together. "Mr. Ganfu, I see you and the Sandia people get along quite well. It's completely unlike two sides that have been at war for generations." On the way, Dagu asked Ganfu about the recent situation between the Sky Island and Sandia. Upon hearing Dagu's words, Ganfu couldn't help but smile and remarked, "Indeed. However, this is mainly because we all yearn for peace, which is why we can set aside our grievances from the past 400 years and interact so amicably now." In response, Dagu silently nodded in agreement, then asked again, "Now that there's a new Appiato, how do you plan to allocate it?" Suddenly hearing Dagu ask about the new Appiato, Ganfu was momentarily taken aback, then pondered, "I need to discuss this with the others. But I think it should be better than the current situation. After all, with an additional Appiato, there'll be more resources, so both we and the Sandia can have corresponding land to grow crops. Thinking about it this way, it would indeed be better than the present." After finishing, Ganfu smiled. "That's true." After hearing Ganfu's words, Dagu also affirmed, "Ganfu Dagu." At that moment, the old chief's voice suddenly came from his side. When Dagu turned to look upon hearing this, he realized that they had already arrived at their destination, the floating island. "Old chief." Dagu took 2 steps forward and greeted the old chief. However, when Dagu finished his greeting, he was met with the old chief kneeling. The old chief leaned on his cane and thanked Dagu, saying, "Thank you, brother Dagu. Thank you for giving us another Appiato." Thank you. Chapter 168. Entrustment and Departure. Upon hearing the old chief's words, Ganfu then understood that this new Appiato was actually given by Dagu. After realizing this, Ganfu hurriedly thanked Dagu as well, saying, "Thank you, brother Dagu. Don't mention it." Seeing the two of them like this, Dagu quickly stepped forward to help them up, looking at the floating island and saying, "Actually, I have something I want to ask of you, and this floating island is the reward." Hearing this, Ganfu and the old chief exchanged glances and then looked at Dagu together, saying, "Brother Dagu, if you have something you need our help with, just tell us directly. You even gave us an Appiato." As they spoke, their faces couldn't help but blush. They hadn't expected that Brother Dagu had helped their 2 clans reconcile and didn't ask for anything in return, but instead gave them another generous gift. The more they thought about it, the more ashamed they felt. Then they nodded heavily towards Dagu, saying, "Brother Dagu, if you need us to do something, please just say it." Saying this, Ganfu and the old chief looked at each other again, and then said to Dagu together, "Absolutely no objections. We guarantee to complete the tasks you assign." Looking at the expressions of Ganfu and the old chief, Dagu couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect that just by giving them a floating island, they would have such an attitude towards him. If he gave him a few more floating islands, Dagu didn't dare to think any further. He shook his head and then smiled at Ganfu Air and the old chief, saying, "Actually, it's not a troublesome matter, it's just..." At this point, Dagu turned to glance at Robin and then explained to the two again. "Robin and I will be leaving the floating island in a couple of days, and I hope you two can help take care of Gwaina and Hawkins." "No problem." Before Dagu could finish, Ganfu Air and the old chief hurriedly assured him, "Don't worry, we will definitely take good care of your companions and ensure nothing happens to them." "Okay." Seeing that both of them said so, Dagu no longer spoke of the next part but turned to entrust them, saying, "Then after we leave, I will leave them in your care. Rest assured." Looking at Dagu, Ganfu Air and the old chief nodded again, indicating that he could be at ease, as they would definitely take good care of Gwaina and the others. Since that was the case then, seeing that Ganfu Air and the old chief agreed, Dagu finally felt relieved about one thing. He then turned to Robin and said, "Let's go back." "Okay." With that, Dagu took Robin and left, returning to Shandora. "You say, why does Brother Dagu think of leaving his companions here?" Looking at Dagu and Robin's departing figures, Ganfu Air turned to ask the old chief. "Hey." However, facing Ganfu Air's question, the old chief merely chuckled and turned to walk toward the floating island, answering, "What does it matter to know? What Brother Dagu wants to do next, can we really stop it?" Hearing the old chief's words, Ganfu Air was taken aback, then shook his head and followed the old chief's footsteps. "Indeed, you are right. No matter what Brother Dagu wants to do, it is not something we can stop." Time quietly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. When Dagu saw that the people of the floating island and the Sandia people had finally resolved the matters regarding the floating island, he immediately made a decision that it was time to leave. "Captain, can you really not take us with you?" Looking at Dagu and Robin, who were ready to set off, Gwaina couldn't help but ask if they could go along. Unfortunately, in response to Gwaina's request, Dagu firmly shook his head and refused, saying, "No, the place we're going this time is very dangerous, and I can't guarantee that I can protect you at all times. Moreover, this is also to train you, to give you time to grow." Hearing Dagu's words, Gwaina was taken aback and then nodded helplessly, saying, "Okay then." In fact, the reason Gwaina agreed so quickly to Dagu's departure was mainly because she suddenly realized that she had begun to develop a sense of dependence on Dagu. Understanding this point, Gwaina readily agreed and then stepped aside. Seeing Gwaina leave, Dagu turned to look at the others. When he saw that no one had anything to say, he self-deprecatingly smiled and said, "It seems that I, as the captain, am not doing well. Besides Gwaina, no one has come to say goodbye." Upon hearing Dagu's words, everyone was taken aback. They hadn't expected that Dagu would have such a humorous side. However, Bonnie soon stepped forward and patted Dagu on the shoulder, saying, "Captain, do you think Hawkins and the others will still say anything to bid you farewell?" Upon hearing this, Dagu smiled awkwardly and said, "Why not?" Hearing Dagu's words, Bonnie laughed and said, "At first, we might have those thoughts, but we have been together for several years now. Especially in the first 2 years. You often took Robin out for a year or so. We have gotten used to it." As she spoke, Bonnie looked at Dagu and asked with a smile, "Captain, you say this is a common occurrence. How can you expect us to say goodbye?" After listening to Bonnie's words, Dagu was stunned. He looked around at the other expressions and, seeing that they were all similar, couldn't help but shrug and sigh. "All right, I was overthinking it." After saying this, Dagu turned to Robin and said, "Robin, let's go." "Okay." In response, Robin didn't say much and immediately agreed. "Well then, everyone, we are leaving first." With that, Dagu said a word to Bonnie and the others, then took Robin's hand and used the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear in front of everyone. They're gone again. Looking at the place where Dagu and Robin had left, Bonnie sighed and then turned to Gwaina and Yuta, saying, "Let's go. Since Robin is not here today, let's relax a bit." Saying this, Bonnie dragged the 2 girls and ran off into the distance. "Hawkins, it seems we haven't fought in a long time." After everyone left, Law turned to invite Hawkins, saying, "How about a spar?" Suddenly hearing Law say he wanted to fight, Hawkins was a bit surprised, but he didn't refuse, instead saying calmly, "Sure, let's go." And so, after Dagu and Robin left, the other members of the light pirate crew also began to do their own things. Chapter 169. White Earth Island and Amnesiac Sabo. White Earth Island, Baldago, is a desolate island covered with yellow sand and scattered stones. Of course, this is just the surface. In fact, this seemingly desolate island is the base of the most notorious criminal in history sought by the world government, the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army is an organization specialized in opposing the world government, with the capability to overthrow several countries and challenge the world government itself. Unlike pirates, who generally do not actively attack the government or the navy, the Revolutionary Army actively plans to overthrow state power. Because the Revolutionary Army confronts the world government openly, it is regarded as the greatest threat to global stability by the world government. However, despite being seen as the biggest threat, the Revolutionary Army's mysterious nature means that most people are unaware of their actions. Only their leader, Monkey D. Dragon, is known to the world due to being wanted by the world government with a staggering bounty of 5 billion, and he is recognized by the government as the world's most notorious criminal. At this moment, the world's most notorious criminal stands before Luffy. Dragon steps forward, extends his hand to Luffy, and says, "Long time no see, Luffy. Welcome." In response to Dragon's warmth, Luffy reaches out his hand for a handshake and replies, "Mr. Dragon, I hope only you or Mr. Kuma no my deity. Is that okay?" Hearing Luffy's words, Dragon pauses for a moment, then shakes his head and smiles. "Sure, no problem." He then greets Luffy again. Once again, "Welcome, Mr. Luffy." Upon hearing Dragon call him Mr. Luffy, Luffy nods in satisfaction. "Mr. Luffy?" Meanwhile, Robin is puzzled by Dragon's address of Luffy. She does not understand why Dragon would call Luffy Mr. Luffy. Curious, Robin turns to Luffy, waiting for his response. Luffy, not wanting to hide anything from Robin, directly tells her the situation. It turns out that Dragon calls Luffy Mr. Luffy mainly because a year ago, when Luffy brought Bonnie to meet Kuma, he casually mentioned the idea of equality, which Dragon overheard. Impressed by Luffy's words, Dragon invited him to join the Revolutionary Army. The name Mr. Luffy was agreed upon by the two at that time, with Luffy expressing his wish to be called Mr. Luffy instead of Monkey D. Luffy. Back then, Luffy was still somewhat hesitant, but it was his recent battle with Mihawk that solidified his determination to seek Dragon and guide the Revolutionary Army's direction. I see. After listening to Luffy's explanation, Robin understands. Once she realizes that Robin is clear about the situation, Luffy turns to Dragon and asks, "Mr. Dragon, how have the Revolutionary Army's actions been over the past year?" Without further ado, Dragon immediately replies, "Follow me." With that, Dragon turns and walks into the room. "Let's go." Seeing this, Luffy calls out to Robin and follows Dragon. "Mr. Dragon." As Luffy enters the room with Dragon, he sees a half-grown blonde boy greeting Dragon. Upon seeing the boy's appearance, Luffy furrows his brow, thinking to himself that what was bound to happen has indeed happened. This blonde boy is none other than Sabo, the character who in the original story swore an oath with Ace and Luffy, and is also Luffy's little brother from the ASL trio. However, looking at the blonde boy, Luffy understands that Sabo must have gone through the same events as in the original story, having his ship blown up by a celestial dragon, resulting in his amnesia. How does Luffy know that Sabo is still experiencing amnesia? This can be inferred from Sabo's words. After greeting Dragon, Sabo turns to Luffy with a puzzled expression and asks, "Mr. Dragon, who is this gentleman?" "Oh, him." Upon hearing Sabo's question, Dragon is about to introduce Luffy. "Hello." However, before Dragon can speak, Luffy steps forward and introduces himself. "Little brother, you can call me Mr. Luffy. Mr. Dragon calls me that too." Saying this, Luffy places his right hand on Sabo's head and, under Dragon's puzzled gaze, slowly uses the power of the Renegade's human path. After a while, when Luffy removes his hand from Sabo's head, Sabo immediately covers his head, and in just a moment he puts his hand down, looking at Luffy in shock. "Sure." Seeing Sabo about to reveal his identity, Luffy hurriedly covers his mouth and whispers, "You should call me Mr. Luffy now, understand?" Although confused, Sabo nods and makes a couple of sounds to indicate he understood. Satisfied with Sabo's nod, Luffy releases his hand and stands up. Once Luffy's hand leaves, Sabo hurriedly asks, Mr. Luffy, how did you end up here?" Well, in response to Sabo's question, Luffy does not answer directly, but turns to Dragon, indicating to Sabo that if he has any further questions, he should ask Dragon. Observing Luffy's action, the clever Sabo immediately understands and no longer presses the issue. Turning to ask, "So, Mr. Luffy, do you know how Ace and Luffy are doing?" Luffy? Suddenly hearing Sabo mention Luffy, Dragon, still surprised by Luffy's ability to heal amnesia, cannot help but be drawn to Sabo's mention of Luffy. He never expected that the boy he saved could possibly know his son. Luffy's next words confirm to Dragon not only that Sabo knows his son, but also that he is his second brother, meaning that in a certain sense, this boy named Sabo is also his son. Chapter 170, The Revolutionary Army and Mr. Luffy. Ace? Hearing Sabo's question, Luffy ponders for a moment before shaking his head. "I don't know either. After all, I haven't returned to Fusha Village in a long time." Indeed, Luffy has not returned to Fusha Village since taking Yuta from there. The main reason he has not gone back is that he is afraid of being caught by the Navy hero, Garp. After all, he is no longer the same as before. He was just a bounty criminal back then, and Garp had an excuse to ignore his matters. However, the moment he set sail with Yuta, raised the pirate flag, and provocatively relayed a message to the Navy from Logtown, he became the Navy's sworn enemy, a pirate. Faced with a pirate, Garp would have no choice but to take action against Luffy due to his duties. Therefore, since that time, Luffy has never returned to Fusha Village. Upon hearing that Luffy hasn't been back in a long time, Sabo suddenly remembers that indeed, he hasn't seen Luffy in a while. Sighing at this thought, Sabo cannot help but let out a sigh. However, just as Sabo sighed, Daku suddenly looked at him and smiled, saying, "If you want to go back to Windmill Village now, I can take you back, although it would be a bit risky." No. Although hearing that Daku could take him back made Sabo's heart race, he suppressed his excitement and shook his head. "Since I've already set sail, I will not go back until I make a name for myself. I think whether it's Ace or Luffy, they wouldn't want their brother, who just set sail, to return to the village after a short time. After all, we made a vow when we became sworn brothers. Even though we may not be on the same ship when we become pirates, once we bond as brothers, no matter where we are, that bond will always remain connected." All right. Hearing Sabo bring up the vow made by the three brothers, Daku had nothing more to say. He could only shrug and say, "Since you don't want to go back now, then don't go back. Sabo, you." At this moment, Dorag, who had been listening to their conversation, wanted to ask Sabo something, but then he realized it wasn't a good time, so he held back his words. This made Sabo look over in confusion and asked Dorag, "Mr. Dorag, what's wrong? Is there something on your mind?" "No, it's nothing." Unfortunately, having already figured it out, Dorag wouldn't express his thoughts anymore. Thus, he shook his head and then turned to Daku and said, "Mr. Bo, weren't you going to check on the current situation of the Revolutionary Army? Please come this way." Saying this, Dorag led Daku to a large map, a world map. Then, Dorag began to point out various locations on the map and introduce the situation of their Revolutionary Army to Daku. Among them, the Four Seas are considered the strongest area of the Revolutionary Army, and within the Four Seas, the East Sea, where Dorag was born, is the strongest of them all. However, it makes sense, since the East Sea is where Dorag was born. As an East Sea person, he naturally pays more attention to the situation there. So it's no surprise that the East Sea has become the strongest area of the Revolutionary Army. However, when Dorag began to introduce the conditions of the Grand Line and the New World, Daku couldn't help but frown and said, "Are the situations in these two places really that bad?" Sigh upon hearing this. Dorag also couldn't help but sigh. "There's nothing we can do. The Grand Line has the Navy's headquarters, Marine Fort, existing there, and developing under the Navy's watch is as difficult as climbing to the sky. On the other hand, in the New World, while there is no Navy presence, the pirates there are equally formidable, so much so that the entire New World is under pirate rule. Not to mention that the Revolutionary Army is struggling to make any progress in the New World. Even the Navy and the world government are helpless against it." After listening to Dorag's words, Daku was momentarily taken aback and then helplessly shook his head. "You're right. In such circumstances, it is indeed very difficult to develop." Sigh after saying this, both Daku and Dorag looked at the map and sighed. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this." After a long while, Dorag, coming back to his senses, immediately said to Daku, "Mr. Bo, let me introduce you to our partners, the high-ranking officials of the Revolutionary Army." Thus, Dorag began to introduce Dagu to the officials of the Revolutionary Army. Among them, besides Kuma, whom he already knew, and Ivankov, who had gone on a special mission, the Revolutionary Army also had the commanders of the 4 Cs, information control officers, and so on. They were East Army Commander Bello Betty. She is a tall, leggy goddess with short hair, wearing a black hat and sunglasses, a cigarette in her mouth, an 8-point long shirt, a tie, a super short skirt, and stockings, exuding a big sister vibe. Besides that, she is also regarded as a goddess by the people of the Okama Kingdom. West Army Commander Molly. If you see this name and think another female has appeared, then you are mistaken. Don't be misled by his name. Molly is a real male. Moreover, he is quite overweight, a giant just like Dorian Broggy. South Army Commander Lindbergh looks a bit like a cat, carrying various strange weapons on his back. North Army Commander Karasu wears a cloak similar to Doflamingo's, only his is black while Doflamingo's is pink. He is bald and wears a mask that resembles a crow's beak. Information Control Officer Terry Kildillo. As an intelligence officer of the Revolutionary Army, he is a bearded man wearing a bear-shaped helmet with a cigarette in his mouth. Hello. As Dorag introduced everyone to Dagu one by one, Dagu politely greeted everyone and then introduced himself. My name is Abibo. You can call me Mr. Bo. Saying this, Dagu turned and pointed to Robin, introducing. This is my partner, Abihui. Hearing Daku's introduction, Robin did not refute his words, but stepped forward and also greeted everyone. Hello. Faced with the friendly attitude of the two, the others did not want to cause any trouble, especially seeing Dorag's demeanor. These two must have some exceptional qualities. Therefore, they also greeted the two in return. Hello. Chapter 171. Marxism and Mao Zedong thought seeing that everyone had already introduced themselves to each other. Dorag wasted no time and turned to Dagu to express his gratitude. Mr. Bo, what you said about the idea of surrounding the city from the countryside has benefited us greatly. As a result, our progress has accelerated significantly this past year. Now, the scale of our Revolutionary Army has doubled compared to before. You must know this has only been within a year. So, saying this, Dorag looked intently at Dagu and asked, Mr. Bo, we are always eager to hear your teachings again. Faced with Dorag's burning gaze, Dagu was momentarily taken aback. He didn't expect that by merely sharing some thoughts from his previous life regarding Marxism and Mao Zedong thought, they would benefit so much. Realizing this, Dagu suddenly understood that perhaps for the people of this world, the communist ideas of Marxism and Mao Zedong thought are truly advanced concepts. So much so that even a little mention of them could make the top figures of this world swoon. Understanding this, Dagu smiled and shook his head, then looked at Dorag and said, Mr. Dorag, what I said is merely a theory, and theories are not necessarily correct. They must be combined with practice. That is the actual situation. Only when theory is combined with practice, starting from actual circumstances and seeking truth from facts, can it be deemed correct. Only through practice can we test whether the theory is true and develop the truths established from it. I see. After listening to Dagu's words, Dorag showed an expression of sudden realization and then looked intently at Dagu and asked, So how should we connect theory with practice? Hearing Dorag's question, Dagu was momentarily stunned, feeling emotional. It seems that my life in the Revolutionary Army from now on will be as a teacher, which is quite similar to my current alias. Hey, thinking of this, Dagu couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly and then explained to Dorag again. Then, connecting theory with practice. My view is as follows. First, there must be a basic theory, and then there is practice, certification, practice again, and certification again. After going through this repeated certification process, if the theory is correct and feasible, then we can define it as truth. To achieve this, we must form a good style to constrain our colleagues. The style. After listening to Dagu's words, Dorag couldn't help but fall into deep thought. However, seeing this, Dagu didn't stop but continued. For this reason, I roughly divide the style into 3 parts. First is the style of connecting theory with practice, that is, to combine theory with the specific realities of revolution, construction, and reform. Second is the style of closely connecting with the masses, that is, everything for the people, everything relying on the people, coming from the people and going to the people. Third is the style of self-criticism, which refers to carrying out active ideological struggle, always adhering to the truth and correcting one's own mistakes. Wow. After hearing Dagu's 3 styles, Dorag suddenly stood up enlightened. Immediately, Dorag asked Dagu, "Then, Mr. Bo, what should be the foundation of our Revolutionary Army's theory? Is it the harmonious world you mentioned, or?" For Dorag's question, Dagu didn't hold back and immediately explained what theory is and what the foundation of harmony is. With the passage of time, Dagu discussed various thoughts of theories, including Marxism, with Dorag. Of course, Dagu only mentioned them in general terms, as in his previous life. He was not a professional in this area and only understood these thoughts from textbooks and news in a very superficial way. Finally, after Dagu finished speaking, Dorag couldn't help but relax significantly and then turned to thank Dagu again. "Mr. Bo, really, hearing you speak is better than studying for 10 years. Mr. Bo, if I had known you earlier, our Revolutionary Army's cause would definitely be several times better than it is now, even dozens of times better." At this point, Dorag suddenly grasped Dagu's hand and said, "Mr. Bo, I solemnly invite you to join the Revolutionary Army, even if it means giving up my position as leader. Please be sure to join us. Please." Saying this, Dorag even bent down to give a 90-degree bow to Dagu. "We also ask for your help." With Dorag's actions, the other Revolutionary Army cadres, who were equally amazed after listening to Dagu's words, also bowed to Dagu in unison. Watching the actions of the Revolutionary Army cadres, Dagu couldn't help but be taken aback. Although he had already anticipated that they would be exceptionally shaken after he finished speaking, he didn't expect that Dorag would directly invite him to the position of leader of the Revolutionary Army. Unfortunately, to Dorag's disappointment, Dagu had no intention of becoming the leader of the Revolutionary Army. For Dagu, this position held no appeal whatsoever, because with that time, Dagu would rather wait for his eyes to fully awaken. At that time, with an infinite Tsukuyomi, any position in the Revolutionary Army would be meaningless. Of course, this is just a metaphor. Dagu would not actually use infinite Tsukuyomi to trap the whole world in an illusion like Kagaya Otsutsuki. However, that kind of world is not what Dagu wants. He was just using it as a metaphor. Thinking of this, Dagu took 2 steps forward, helped Dorag up, and chuckled. "Mr. Dorag, am I not already standing here? Doesn't that count as joining you?" Upon hearing Dagu's words, Dorag was first taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Haha, that's true. Mr. Bo is indeed standing in the base of our Revolutionary Army, so he is certainly one of us." Ha 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 with Dorag's words. The others also laughed. However, from the fleeting, dim expression on Dorag's face, it was clear that he understood the meaning behind Dagu's words. That is to say, he could contribute some ideas for the Revolutionary Army or even do something for the Revolutionary Army, but he should not think of binding him to the Revolutionary Army's ship. Because Dorag understood the meaning behind Dagu's words, he immediately said to Dagu, "In that case, Mr. Bo, I would like to invite you to be the Chief of Staff of our Revolutionary Army. I wonder if that would be possible?" Chapter 172, Chief of Staff and Guiding Ideology Chief of Staff. Hearing Dorag say that he would take up the position of Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, Dagu was taken aback. However, he quickly thought about it and realized that since he had come to the Revolutionary Army, he should find a position for himself. It wouldn't be appropriate for Dagu to come to the Revolutionary Army and just be an outsider, feeling out of place among them. But if he were to start from a small soldier, that wouldn't be suitable either. And Dagu couldn't say that he came to the Revolutionary Army just to be a small soldier. After all, he is a person with a bounty of 1 billion. Without a sufficiently high position, Dagu would not agree. And the position of Chief of Staff is quite good. Not only does it match Dagu's status, but it also aligns with what Dagu would do in the Revolutionary Army, which is to teach the Revolutionary Army's ideological thoughts. Additionally, Dagu remembered that in the original work, the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army was Sabo, his current subordinate. Thinking of this, Dagu turned to Sabo and smiled, then turned back to Dorag and said, "No problem, Mr. Dorag. I can take the position of Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army." "Great." Hearing Dagu agree, Dorag immediately exclaimed in joy, then took Dagu's hand and brought him to the main seat, turning to the others and announcing, "Everyone from now on, Mr. Bo will be the Chief of Staff of our Revolutionary Army. From now on, What he says is what I say, and you must absolutely obey. Do you understand? As Dorag's voice fell, the other Revolutionary Army cadres in the room all responded loudly. Understood. Hearing this response, Dorag nodded in satisfaction and then said again, in that case, let us welcome Mr. Bo to join us and join the revolutionary ranks. Welcome. Clap, 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 clap. As soon as he finished speaking, Dorag was the first to applaud, welcoming Dagu's joining. Welcome. Following closely were the others in the room, who also welcomed Dagu and raised their hands to applaud. Welcome Mr. Bo to join the Revolutionary Army. Welcome. Welcome. Clap, 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 clap. Faced with the Revolutionary Army's warm welcome, Dagu couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. After a moment of surprise, he hurriedly greeted everyone. Thank you. I hope we can get along well in the future and work together to develop and strengthen the Revolutionary Army for the people. Upon hearing Dagu's words, the members of the Revolutionary Army couldn't help but feel energized again, and they all shouted along with Dagu. For the people. The sudden response from everyone left Dagu momentarily stunned. After thinking for a moment, Dagu realized that they must have never thought of a slogan. Or perhaps they had never considered what would be a more dignified slogan. Understanding this point, Dagu smiled again and shouted, in the past, the people were like cattle and horses. Now we must make them human, make them upright walking beings. Upon hearing Dagu's words, everyone was once again stunned, and then they echoed in unison, let us be upright walking beings. We must firmly believe that a spark can start a prairie fire. One day, we will overthrow the world government, overthrow the celestial dragons, and return an equal world to the people. A spark can start a prairie fire, returning equality to the world. After roaring for a long time, Dagu finally let out a heavy sigh and stopped speaking. Mr. Bog. Immediately, Dorag looked at Dagu with bright eyes and said, your words are very inspiring and have uplifted us greatly. Indeed, I did not invite you in vain. You should join the revolutionary cause. So, saying this, Dorag once again extended an invitation to Dagu. Mr. Bog, please officially join us. The revolutionary cause cannot do without you. You were born for revolution. No. Unfortunately, once again disappointing Dorag, Dagu unhesitatingly declined his invitation. Sorry, Mr. Dorag. I'm not thinking of joining the Revolutionary Army at this time. Moreover, I am tired today and would like to rest first. May I ask where our room is? With that, Dagu expressed that he was tired from speaking for most of the day and wanted to return to his room to rest. Although Dorag knew that Dagu was just being polite, he could not find a reason to refuse. After all, Dagu was not his subordinate. All right, then I will have someone take Mr. Bog to his room to rest. Therefore, Dorag could only nod helplessly and then turn to Sabo. Sabo, you will take Mr. Bog to rest, right? No problem, Mr. Dorag. Facing Dorag's assignment, Sabo agreed without hesitation and walked outside while calling to Dagu. Mr. Bog, please follow me. I will take you to the place to rest. Thus, under Sabo's lead, Dagu and Robin left the Revolutionary Army's conference room and arrived at the room where they would live for the next few years in the Revolutionary Army. Dorag. Just after Dagu and the two left, Terry Kildeo, the intelligence officer of the Revolutionary Army, walked forward and subtly inquired of Dorag. Dorag, this Mr. Bog. Although Terry Kildeo said nothing outright, Dorag understood that he must have guessed Dagu's identity. Although Dagu had controlled his muscle cells to change his appearance slightly before entering the room, it was still at a level that acquaintances could recognize upon serious observation, while outsiders absolutely could not. Because of this, as soon as Sabo regained his memories, he recognized him. However, what Dagu did not know was that it was not just Sabo who recognized him. Kildeo also recognized him. All of this was thanks to Dagu's exorbitant bounty. It was that 1 billion berries bounty that allowed Kildeo to recognize the person in front of him as the son of the devil, Dreamiest Dagu. However, although Dorag was clear that Kildeo had already understood Dagu's true identity, he still shook his head and explained to Kildeo, Mr. Bog is someone I met during my travels outside. Because of a chance remark he made, I was astonished. And then I thought of inviting him to join our Revolutionary Army as our guiding light. Saying this, Dorag sighed. To be honest, over the years, I have increasingly felt overwhelmed in this position. At this point, Dorag realized he might have misspoken, so he hurriedly explained, "Of course, this doesn't mean I don't intend to take responsibility. Rather, I believe we lack an idea, a spirit." After hearing Mr. Bog's words that day, I knew he had that kind of idea, that he could provide that spirit to the Revolutionary Army. I see. After listening to Dorag's explanation, Kildeo was momentarily lost in thought, involuntarily recalling Dagu's passionate discourse a moment ago, and then nodded in agreement. Indeed, this Mr. Bog can indeed provide this spirit to the Revolutionary Army. So, seeing that Kildeo understood, Dorag quickly followed up, "Don't worry about Mr. Bog's identity. As long as he contributes to the revolutionary cause, we should respect and understand him." Yes. Following Dorag's words, not only Kildeo, but others in the room also nodded in agreement. Seeing that everyone expressed understanding, Dorag then suggested, "All right, let's further discuss what Mr. Bog just said." Thus, the senior leadership of the Revolutionary Army began to explore the various ideas proposed by the great figures from Dagu's previous life. Chapter 173. Growth and return time always passes quietly without our notice. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 years had passed, nearly 3 years. And it was now the spring of the year 1514 in the C-Circle calendar. During these 3 years, Dagu had been sharing his various governing philosophies from his past life with the Revolutionary Army. Because of Dagu's ideas, Dorag was able to study and develop the guiding ideology and action program of the Revolutionary Army. As a result, the previously confused and fearful spirit of the entire Revolutionary Army seemed to be rejuvenated and renewed. In addition, Dagu was not idle either. After finishing his lectures for Dorag, Dagu also took on the role of an inspector, going around the seas to inspect the local Revolutionary Army's conduct. If he discovered any behavior that did not align with Dorag's established code of conduct, as the chief of staff, Dagu had the authority to deal with it on the spot. However, the handling here did not mean execution or anything like that. After all, the ideologies were all similar. How could one casually execute others? Therefore, Dagu's so-called handling merely meant punishment. For example, making the offender run 10 kilometers or 20 kilometers, or having them clean their comrades' shoes and socks for a week. In short, while Dagu's punishments seemed light, they tightened people's psychological defenses. Furthermore, the probability of those people making mistakes gradually decreased and eventually disappeared. Seeing the effectiveness of Dagu's approach, other cadres began to emulate Dagu's methods, leading to a fundamental improvement in the atmosphere of the entire Revolutionary Army. Additionally, during his free time, Dagu would guide Sabo. After all, no matter how one looked at it, Sabo was considered his younger brother. Although Dorag also trained Sabo as a successor, he was primarily focused on teaching strength. Knowledge and such were left for Dagu to teach. Of course, Dagu's understanding of this world was ultimately not very comprehensive. Therefore, occasionally, Robin would help teach some things. At other times, Robin would be by Kildeo's side, helping him handle paperwork, and she would also go around the world to carry out tasks for the Revolutionary Army. For instance, going to the East Sea, investigating what the Goya Kingdom planned to do to that village, and then notifying the Revolutionary Army to protect the villagers in advance. Or going to the North Sea, eavesdropping on those royals who treated the people as tools, to find out how they plan to increase taxes and make the already suffering populace even more miserable. Then, she would relay the information to the public, encouraging them to join the revolutionary ranks and together overthrow the decaying royal family and kingdom, singing songs of liberation. Of course, aside from that, both Dagu and Robin have made progress in their abilities. Although they are busy with the Revolutionary Army's affairs, they are not ordinary members, and they still have some free time during breaks. During these breaks, Robin trains and battles with the Eastern Army commander, Bello Betty, and her improvement in strength has been remarkably significant. She can already use the giant transformation ability that, in the original work, she could only perform after 2 years. It is important to note that it is only the year 1514 of the C-Circle calendar, and there are still 6 years until Monkey D. Luffy set sail. Not to mention the 2 years after that, which creates a full 8-year gap. This means that under Dagu's guidance, Robin has entered the realm of an Emperor-level pirate crew 8 years ahead of the original timeline. Since Robin's strength has reached this level, Dagu, as her captain, naturally has not fallen behind. Over the past 2 to 3 years, Dagu has also improved his abilities due to multiple encounters with Dragon, but it has only been a slight enhancement. At Dagu's current level, making any significant breakthroughs is quite difficult. After all, in Dragon's words, Dagu's current strength is already on par with the 3 active admirals, but to truly reach or exceed their level, one must have a particularly outstanding aspect. Just like Whitebeard, Edward Newgate's earth-shattering fruit ability, Kaido of the Beast's terrifying recovery, Big Mom, Charlotte Lean's destructive power, and the future red-haired Shanks Haki. In short, while Dagu is not inferior to the 3 admirals, he has not surpassed them and can barely be considered a character on the same level. Of course, this is just how Dragon views Dagu, but the real Dagu has already reached or even surpassed the level of the 3 admirals. Even if he were to clash with Garp right now, Dagu would dare to say that Garp might not be able to compete with him. The core reason for Dagu's inflated confidence is that his Rinnegan has now fully awakened with all 6 paths. This means that Dagu currently possesses all 3 great ocular techniques from the neighboring Naruto universe, known as the Sage's Eye, Sharingan, Rebirth Eye, and Rinnegan. The collective awakening of these 3 ocular techniques has, to some extent, fed back into his body, the Sage Body, allowing Dagu's Sage Body to rise from an intermediate level to a perfected state. Dagu naturally would not share this series of changes with others, including Robin. It's not that he doesn't trust Robin, but he doesn't want to put too much pressure on her. After all, if Dagu were to tell Robin that she is merely a pawn in his eyes, how would she feel? Therefore, Dagu chose not to tell Robin, and he certainly wouldn't tell Dragon either. Thus, after 3 years of training with the Revolutionary Army, Dagu and Robin finally decided to leave the Revolutionary Army's base, Baldigo Island. Naturally, the members of the Revolutionary Army, who had listened to Dagu's thoughts for 3 years, were reluctant to see him go. Even as Dagu had already packed his belongings and was about to step out, Dragon couldn't help but try to persuade him. "Mr. Dagu, are you really not going to stay a little longer?" No. Unfortunately, to Dragon's disappointment, Dagu resolutely refused. "Sorry, Mr. Dragon, my companions are still waiting for me, and I cannot abandon them." Hearing Dagu say this, Dragon understood that there was no point in trying to persuade him further. Or perhaps he had known from the beginning that Dagu would not stay, but he couldn't help but voice his desire to keep him. Perhaps he was secretly hoping that Dagu would stay to continue teaching them about the revolution. However, he also knew Dagu's stance well. Since Dagu had said so, it proved that he indeed did not want to stay. All right then. Therefore, Dragon could only let out a helpless sigh and then wish Dagu, "I wish you a smooth journey, Mr. Dagu, and may you have great success in your martial endeavors." "Yeah, may you have great success." Upon hearing Dragon's words, Dagu returned a salute and then took Robin's hand, disappearing before Dragon. Sigh after a long while, looking at the place where Dagu and Robin had vanished, Dragon couldn't help but let out a sigh before turning back to his room. Chapter 174. The innate disadvantage of women, and who says women are inferior to men? In the 2 years since Dagu's departure, there haven't been any special changes in Sandora. Everything seems just as it was when Dagu left 2 years ago. The only difference might be Weepa, who is currently practicing with Robin. That's right, Weepa, who was easily defeated by Hawkins 2 years ago, can now actually hold his own against Robin. Although Robin hasn't used her fruit ability, she has drawn her close combat sword, Oni Kuri. It could be considered that she is demonstrating some level of strength. Yet even so, Weepa is still able to engage Robin in a standoff. Although he is still at a disadvantage, he isn't collapsing immediately. At this moment, it seems Robin sensed something and instantly activated her fruit ability, appearing behind Weepa. Bang! With a loud bang, Robin struck Weepa at the back of his neck. Weepa, seeing this, Rachi, who was watching the battle, immediately exclaimed and rushed over to support Weepa, who was about to fall. On the other side, after taking down Weepa, Robin flashed over to Dagu and said, "Captain, you're back." "Captain?" Hearing Robin's words, Guena, Beepo, and others who were focused on the battle turned their heads. "Captain." When they saw the two in front of Robin, they exclaimed in surprise and quickly ran over to greet Dagu and Robin. "Captain, Sister Robin, you are back." "Yeah." In response to everyone's greetings, Dagu smiled and replied. After glancing around at everyone, he said, "It seems you all haven't slacked off during my absence." Of course. Hearing Dagu's words, Bonnie immediately raised her head proudly and said, "During your absence, we underwent very rigorous training, and our strength has naturally improved tremendously." While listening to Bonnie's words and seeing her proud expression, Dagu couldn't help but smile and suggested, "How about I check your training progress? What do you think?" That. Suddenly hearing Dagu say this, Bonnie immediately deflated, lowering her head and stammering, "You little thing." Seeing this, Dagu chuckled and teased Bonnie before turning his attention to Guena, smiling and saying, "Guena, it seems you've also grown quite a bit over these 3 years." "Yes." In response to Daku's praise, Guena felt a bit happy inside, but replied calmly, "Over the past 3 years, I have trained under Brother Robin, Brother Hawkins, and the guidance of Senior Golden Lion. My strength has been continuously improving," but as she spoke, Guena's expression darkened as she appeared dejected. Watching Guena like this, Dagu was momentarily at a loss for words. Even though he hadn't visited Sky Island during these 3 years, he had occasionally learned about everyone's situation from the Heavenly Path, Golden Lion. Indeed, just as Bonnie said, over the past 3 years, Bonnie, Guena, and even Yuta had undergone considerable training, and their strength had seen a certain degree of improvement. However, after all, they are both women, and Bonnie and Guena are just at the age range of girls to young women. As they grow older, natural physiological reactions begin to appear, inevitably leading to a series of problems. Perhaps for Bonnie, the impact is not that significant, but for Guena, who is strong-willed and eager to prove herself in front of her father, Kang Shiro, and to prove that women are not inferior to men, this physiological discomfort feels as if the heavens are deliberately working against her, creating a sense of despair. It's precisely because he understands Guena's dreams that after hearing her words and seeing her gloomy expression, Dagu was momentarily speechless. Guena, and looking at the two of them, although Robin was momentarily unsure why they were acting this way, after hearing Guena's words and seeing her already developing graceful figure, Robin understood that Guena had grown up. Then, after slightly connecting the dots about Guena's dream, she could also deduce why Guena was like this. Therefore, Robin immediately called out to Guena, and when Guena looked up at her, Robin smiled and said, "Guena, come with me." As she spoke, Robin turned to look at Bonnie and Yuta and added, "By the way, you two come along too." As soon as she finished speaking, Robin turned and walked aside. However, upon hearing Robin's call, Guena couldn't help but hesitate and then turned to look at Dagu. "Go." However, faced with Guena's puzzled expression, Dagu smiled and waved his hand, encouraging her to follow Robin. Seeing that Dagu had said this, Guena, although still somewhat confused, didn't say anything further and quickly caught up with Robin and the others. "Captain." Just at that moment, watching the group of girls walk away, Luo couldn't help but feel like saying something. "All right, don't mind them." But just as he was about to speak, Dagu directly raised his hand to interrupt him, then turned to look at him and said, "Speaking of which, we haven't had a good fight in a while." Then, Dagu eagerly invited Luo, "How about it? Do you want to have a match with me? It would also be a good way to test how much your strength has improved." As he spoke, Dagu turned to Hawkins and said, "Of course, even if you want to team up with Hawkins, that's fine too." Hearing this, Luo and Hawkins exchanged glances, then both looked at Dagu and said, "Okay." In fact, Luo did want to find someone to test his own strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been bored in sparring with Viper. He simply couldn't find an opponent here. Fighting Hawkins? Luo just wanted to laugh. Over the past 3 years, he had sparred countless times with Hawkins. At first, Hawkins could maintain a winning rate of about 70 to 80% against Luo. However, in the past 6 months, Hawkins had stopped accepting his challenge invitations, claiming that the omens showed they would end in a draw. At first, Luo didn't believe it and insisted on having a match with Hawkins. But when the results indeed ended in a draw as Hawkins had said, Luo had no choice but to give up on the idea of continuing to spar with Hawkins. Chapter 175. Luo's urgency and 1 against 2 after all, fighting against opponents of equal strength, while it does offer some progress. Neither the speed of improvement nor anything else would be very significant. Moreover, if you fight the same person for too long, it may not only hinder progress, but could even lead to regression. Because when you practice with one person for an extended period, it indicates that you're very familiar with that person's situation, when they will strike, what moves they will use, whether they will use their left or right hand first, etc. You wouldn't even need to use observation hockey to sense it. You could clearly judge it based on your body's instincts. That's why Luo didn't keep pestering Hawkins for practice. Originally, Luo had planned to find Shiki the Golden Lion because, in his view, as a legendary pirate from the same era as the Pirate King, even if he was currently controlled, he would still possess considerable strength. Therefore, Luo sought out Shiki. But he hit a wall. That's right, Shiki completely ignored him, or rather, Dagu's orders did not include letting Shiki spar with Luo and the others. So, Luo came with high hopes, but returned disappointed. In fact, the reason Dagu didn't let Shiki spar with Luo and the others was mainly due to his concern that Shiki might not be able to control his strength. After all, Shiki was merely a puppet, not the real Shiki. He only possessed Shiki's strength without Shiki's consciousness. At this moment, Luo was like a weakling in front of Shiki. With a moment's carelessness, he could be wiped out. Thus, to prevent any accidents, Dagu chose not to give the order for Shiki to fight Luo and the others. So, during the subsequent time, feeling too bored, Luo started to pick on Viper, insisting on a match. At first, Luo used all his strength and instantly knocked Viper to the ground. But then he realized he wasn't there to bully the weak for fun. He was there to train. After coming to this realization, Luo consciously began to control his strength, initially using his abilities to defeat Viper, then gradually reining it in, fighting Viper barehanded without using any abilities or weapons. When Luo fought Viper barehanded, he unexpectedly got knocked down by Viper due to a moment of inattention. He lost. It was precisely because of this that Luo discovered he still had a lot of room for improvement, and he continued to practice with Viper, progressing from being knocked down barehanded to fighting Viper to a standstill. Similarly, due to Luo's practice, Viper also improved rapidly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fight evenly with Luo, who was wielding a knife. However, despite this, there was still a gap between Viper's strength and Luo's, which led to Luo not being very satisfied with the fights. So, when he heard Dagu say he wanted to spar with him, even though Luo knew this would be a one-sided fight, he still agreed, because he wanted to know how far his current self was from Doflamingo and how much longer he needed to grow to avenge Rosinante. Yes, after these years of growth, Luo inevitably became somewhat anxious, eager to find Doflamingo for revenge. However, unfortunately, Dagu was unaware of all this. He merely smiled slightly when he saw Luo and Hawkins agree to fight him, then placed his hands on both of them. In the next moment, with a flying thunder god technique, they vanished from the spot. Dagu also didn't know that just as he took the two away from Appiato, a ship was approaching Appiato from the sky nearby. However, even if Dagu knew, he probably wouldn't care, as there was still Shiki the Golden Lion present on Appiato. Unless a Marine Admiral level figure led the way, it would be impossible for anyone to affect Appiato at this moment. Just get used to it for now. On the Grand Line, on an unknown deserted island, Dagu appeared here with Luo and Hawkins. Seeing the two of them suddenly materialize from 10,000 meters high to sea level, their faces flushed, he couldn't help but remind them, then we can start fighting. Breath in, breath out. Upon hearing this, Luo and Hawkins did not respond, but began to adjust their states as instructed. Finally, after a long while, accompanied by a long, relaxing exhale, Luo and Hawkins finally regained their states. Then both looked at Dagu and said, "Captain, let us start." As both of them had adjusted their states, Dagu didn't say much and simply nodded, saying, "Let's start." Room. As soon as Dagu's words fell, Luo took the lead and activated his fruit ability, opening the surgical space. Demon Exorcism. On the other side, Hawkins also used his ability, and a tall, menacing scarecrow appeared. Slaughterhouse. Without needing to say more, Luo executed a slaughterhouse space swap and instantly appeared behind Dagu, slashing at him. At the same time, Hawkins, in perfect coordination, shouted loudly as the giant scarecrow also swung its knife towards Dagu. Unfortunately, something both expected and unexpected happened. Just as their attacks were about to hit Dagu, he surprisingly used his sky hand force to leave the spot. Clang! Just like that, Luo's attack collided with Hawkins' attack. The sudden change left both Luo and Hawkins momentarily stunned, and they quickly retracted their respective assaults. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, Dagu, who had dodged to the side, walked over, clapping his hands and smiling at the two. Not bad, very good. Continue. Oomph. Seeing Dagu's playful smile, Luo immediately coldly snorted, then silently appeared behind Dagu again. Swinging his knife, Ghost Cry, towards him. Clang, however, just as Luo's long knife was about to hit Dagu's waist, a golden longsword blocked its path. Then, Luo saw Dagu turn his head, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Luo, why do you keep targeting my waist? TCH. However, in response to Dagu's question, Luo didn't reply. Instead, he smirked and said TCH. Room. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he activated his ability. Slap. At that moment, Dagu's empty left hand reached out as if grabbing something. Then he turned to the other side and said, Hawkins, is this how you coordinate with Luo? Indeed, Dagu's left hand suddenly reached out because Hawkins appeared on his left side, and his longsword was also aimed at Dagu's waist, ready to strike. Hey! However, in response to Dagu's question, Hawkins also didn't reply. Instead, Luo grinned and chuckled lightly. Slap. Then, decisively, he reached out his hand that had just released the ability and grabbed Dagu's hand, shouting, Hawkins, make your move. Chapter 176. Luo, Dagu, and Hawkins. Huh? Seeing Luo's action and hearing his words, Dagu couldn't help but feel confused. Soon after, he felt movement from the other side, and without thinking, Dagu released his grip on Hawkins and used another sky hand force to shift away. TSK. After Dagu dodged, the scene left him smacking his lips. After Dagu left, Luo, due to inertia, leaned slightly forward, and at that moment, Hawkins's large hand was also still swinging forward due to inertia. Just as Hawkins's hand was about to hit Luo's face, to prevent Luo from getting hurt, he hurriedly changed his fist into an open palm. Slap! Suddenly, it sounded like Luo had stretched his neck to get hit by Hawkins, and a loud slap echoed. When the slap rang out, both Luo and Hawkins were stunned. They never expected such a thing to happen. Originally, Hawkins intended to reduce the harm, but this situation turned out to be even more damaging than directly punching Luo. You. After a moment of shock, Luo's expression darkened, but he didn't blame Hawkins. Instead, he turned a point at Dagu, yet after saying you, he couldn't find the words. In the end, he could only angrily flick his sleeve and glare at Dagu, saying, Captain, if you keep using teleportation to dodge, then we don't need to fight anymore. Saying this, Luo directly sheathed Ghost Cry, waiting for Dagu's response. Seeing Luo directly refusing to continue, Dagu felt a bit awkward, then scratched his head and said helplessly, All right, then I won't use my abilities. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu immediately exerted force under his feet and charged straight at Luo and Hawkins, simultaneously moving his hand, slashing through the air, unleashing a fierce sword chi towards them. Whoosh! Along with Dagu's movement, Luo and Hawkins quickly focused their attention. Room. Luo once again opened the field, then held Ghost Cry with both hands, slashing back at Dagu's incoming strike. Silently, Dagu's slash was cut in half by Luo. Of course, this didn't mean that Luo's strength was now superior to Dagu's, able to cut through Dagu's attack. The reason he could cut through Dagu's strike was that he used his own fruit ability, the Surgical Fruit. It was precisely because of the Surgical Fruit's power that he could sever Dagu's attack. Clang! Just then, Hawkins unexpectedly reached out, his sword horizontally blocking Dagu's long sword that had approached without him noticing. Not bad. Looking at Hawkins, who was blocking his strike, Dagu couldn't help but chuckle. Hawkins, you've improved quite a bit. You managed to catch my sword, but can you handle this one? Saying this, Dagu withdrew some strength from his hand, pulling back his sword briefly before instantly thrusting it forward again. Clang! Faced with such a situation, Hawkins could only hurriedly brace his sword in front of his chest to block Dagu's attack. Bang! However, Dagu's strike was powerful enough, and, as Dagu expected, although Hawkins managed to block his attack, he was still knocked back. But just then, Dagu's left hand suddenly shot out. Bang! A collision sound rang out. Dagu's expression darkened as he looked at Luo and said, Luo, do you have a grudge against my waist? Why do you keep aiming for it? Saying this, Dagu exerted force in his hand, pushing Luo back several steps, then pointed at his own face. You could even aim for my face. But can you stop targeting my waist? TCH. Hearing Dagu's words, Luo clicked his tongue again, then touched his left cheek and said, "Then how do you explain this slap?" Seeing the red mark on Luo's left cheek, Dagu suddenly fell into an awkward situation. Realizing he was in the wrong, Dagu could only helplessly say, "But you can't keep aiming for my waist." Moreover, saying this, Dagu stared intently at Luo, "And you were previously also aiming for my waist, why?" Seeing that Dagu was still fixating on the waist issue, Luo was momentarily stunned, then looked at Dagu with a strange expression. "Captain, I'm a doctor." From a doctor's perspective. At this point, Luo glanced at Dagu's waist, explaining, "The waist is the only part of the human body that can be both fatal and non-fatal. That's why I keep targeting there." After listening to Luo's explanation, Dagu fell silent. Indeed, from a doctor's perspective, the waist is a place that can be both fatal and non-fatal. Saying it's deadly is because there are major human organs in the waist: kidneys, liver, and stomach. Losing any one of these organs means the human body can no longer live normally. However, it is also not deadly, because even if these are lost, a person can still live. Moreover, with lost surgical fruit, even if something is really cut out, he can put it back. It's just that, although this is the reasoning, Dagu feels uncomfortable about it. After all, no one wants to have their kidney cut out, even if it will return to normal later. It's still quite horrifying, especially when Dagu thinks about what if something really goes wrong after the kidney is cut out and then restored. What then? Thinking of this, Dagu frowned and looked at Law, saying, "In short, you can't aim for my kidney anymore, or I will go back right now and leave you here." Hearing Dagu say this, Law was taken aback for a moment, then shrugged and said, "All right, I won't aim for it then." Seeing Law agree, Dagu nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Dagu noticed that Hawkins on the other side had also recovered, so he immediately said to Law, "In that case, let's continue." As soon as Dagu finished speaking, Law did not hesitate and charged towards Dagu. This time he did not use his fruit powers, but planned to test his swordsmanship against Dagu to check his progress. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thus Law drew his sword, Ghost Cry, and swiftly slashed at Dagu with 3 strikes. In response, Dagu did not keep the agreement and did not use his heavenly hand power to retreat. Instead, he flipped his wrist, turned, and sent 3 similar strikes towards Law. Chapter 177. Enel and Weepa. Meanwhile, on Sky Island, Appiato. At the shore of Appiato, a dilapidated wooden sailing ship was docked. Robin, Kuna, Bonnie, and other members of the Straw Hat Pirates, along with Gonfor, Weepa, and other residents of Sky Island, were facing off against a strangely dressed young man. This man wore a white headscarf, had long earlobes with earrings, was shirtless, had 4 war drums strapped to his back, wore baggy pants, and was barefoot with rings on his toes. Indeed, this man was none other than Enel, the god from another Sky Island, Burka, who would soon occupy Appiato for 6 years in the original story, and the user of the Rumble Rumble fruit. When Enel saw that everyone in front of him, except for Weepa, were either women, the elderly, or children, he couldn't help but sneer, saying, "It seems the god here isn't much. He actually sent some old, weak women and children to die." Just as Enel finished speaking, his followers behind him burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, the great god is right. The god here is just a coward, sending a few old, weak, and helpless to confront our god. Lord Enel, that's right. You'd better kneel before our god, Lord Enel, and pray for his mercy if you want to continue living. Otherwise, exactly. Hurry up and kneel. Kneel. Kneel." Seeing these outsiders so arrogant, Weepa could no longer hold back. He frowned, stepped forward, and sternly looked at Enel, saying, "Who are you people, and what are you doing here?" However, in response to Weepa's inquiry, Enel only snorted coldly and did not reply. Instead, a tall, bald man stepped out from behind Enel, pointing his long knife at Weepa and saying, "Bring your god out. You are not qualified to talk to our god." As soon as the bald man's words fell, the others behind Enel started to jeer again. "Yes, bring your god out. You aren't qualified. Where is your god? Don't tell me he's a turtle hiding in its shell. A turtle hiding in its shell. Your god is a turtle hiding in its shell. Shut up." Seeing this, Weepa could no longer endure it. He shouted angrily, grabbing the cannon from his side and aiming it directly at Enel, saying, "I am the god here." Then he questioned Enel, "Tell me, who are you? What are you doing here? What is your purpose? However, when Enel heard Weepa say he was the god of Sky Island, he was momentarily stunned. After sizing Weepa up, he looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, "Are you really the god here?" "That's right." Weepa replied without hesitation to Enel's question, then glared at Enel again, saying, "Now you can tell us what you came here for." Indeed, 3 years had passed, and the god of Sky Island, Appiato, had changed. Oh no, or rather, the god of Appiato had already been replaced a year ago. The new god was Weepa. As for why Weepa became the new god, it was the result of discussions among Gonfor, the old chief of the Shandians, and many residents of Sky Island. Everyone unanimously agreed that since it was a brand new beginning, the god should also be new. Among them, Weepa, whether considering his identity as a Shandian or his own strength, was an irreplaceable presence among the younger generation. Therefore, with the support of the people, Weepa became the new ruler, the god of Appiato. However, to be safe, the one truly deciding matters was not Weepa, but Gonfor. Yes, after Weepa took over the position of god, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Gonfor, as his assistant, had been supporting him from the side. Another assistant was the female warrior of the Shandians, Rachi. The wise and calm Rachi was arranged by the old chief of the Shandians to assist Weepa, both to balance Gonfor and to show that the new Appiato was jointly managed by the Sky Islanders and the Shandians. Additionally, when Weepa was about to lose control, Rachi could calm him down. However, setting that aside, when Enel saw that Weepa was indeed the god here, he immediately looked at Weepa with pride and declared, "Since you are the god here, I officially inform you that there is only one god, and that is me." Crackle. Just as his voice fell, a sudden thunderous sound echoed across the land. At that moment, as Joaelly Bonnie and others looked up at the clear sky, they couldn't help but wonder where the thunder came from. But just as they looked at Enel, they gasped in surprise. They saw that Enel was actually bathed in thunder, crackling all around him, quite shocking. A lightning-type devil fruit. However, seeing this, Robin murmured a few words but did not elaborate further. After all, it all depended on Weepa now. He was the ruler here, the leader, the god. However, in Robin's view, since the other party was so provocative, Weepa's impulsive nature would surely not let it slide. Sure enough, after hearing Enel's words, Weepa's face darkened frighteningly, and a heavy voice followed. "You want to drive us away?" "No." However, unlike Wei Pa, Enel remained quite calm. After hearing Wei Pa's question, he shook his head and smiled, saying, "I do not wish to drive you away. As long as you submit to me, you can continue to live here. If..." Crackling sounds. As he spoke, crackling noises emanated from Enel's body once again. He then looked down at Wei Pa with disdain and said, "If you do not obey, then you will be of no use to me." Upon hearing Enel's words, Wei Pa, filled with anger, laughed instead. "You want us to submit to you? Dream on. Take this." In this way, Wei Pa was infuriated. They had just ended a 400-year war to reclaim their homeland, and now someone wanted to drive them away. Why should they leave when Appiah was originally theirs? Why should the invaders not be the ones to leave? This frustration drove Wei Pa to fire upon Enel. Boom! Chapter 178, Thunder Fruit and Conqueror's Hockey. To everyone's astonishment, Enel did not dodge or evade. He stood still, waiting for Wei Pa's cannon fire. However, just when everyone thought the cannon fire would hit Enel, Robin keenly noticed that the other people behind Enel showed no signs of concern. Logically, if their god was being attacked as his subordinates, they should not be indifferent, yet they stood aside, quietly watching the cannon fire approach Enel. Seeing the scene, Robin understood that if Enel had lost the hearts of all his people, he must have something that made his subordinates trust him completely. The next moment confirmed that Enel indeed had something to rely on. As the cannon fire reached Enel, to everyone's disbelief, the cannon fire passed right through Enel's body and exploded behind him. And Enel? He stood there unharmed, without even a scratch. Natural type. Looking at Enel like this, Robin murmured, and she realized why Enel's subordinates were not worried about him at all. However, while Robin understood what was going on with Enel, Wei Pa, Goena, and Gonfor found it hard to believe that the cannon fire had passed straight through Enel's body. They couldn't comprehend how Enel achieved this. Since they couldn't figure out, Wei Pa's solution was simple. fire a few more cannonballs at Enel. He would eventually hit him. Bang, 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 bang. So, Wei Pa set up the cannon fire again and aimed at Enel. However, this time, Wei Pa's cannon fire did not hit Enel, as it was intercepted midway. The ones intercepting were 4 men of varying heights and builds, each stopping one cannonball. Seeing the opponents starting to move, Gonfa no longer watched idly. He immediately grabbed his spear and charged forward to help Wei Pa block one enemy. On the other side, seeing Gonfa charging in, Goena did not hesitate and planned to follow. Wait! Just as Goena was about to move, Robin called out to her and said, looking at Enel, leave that person to me, you all deal with the others. Huh? Hearing this, Goena was somewhat surprised at why Robin would say that, but trusting Robin, she only had a moment of doubt and did not ask further. All right. After nodding in agreement, she charged towards Enel's side, but followed Robin's advice and did not seek trouble with Enel, instead targeting the bald man with a sword. Indeed, in Goena's mind, since the opponent was wielding a sword, it proved he was a swordsman, and swordsmen should be dealt with by her. So, even if Robin did not say anything, Goena had no intention of finding trouble with Enel. Her target from the beginning was the swordsman, the one wielding a sword, not the unarmed Enel. However, Robin was naturally unaware of this, but what she did know was that with Daku, Luo, Hawkins, and the others absent, she alone had to face the formidable enemy Enel. This was her first time confronting a strong enemy alone, and to be honest, it was nerve-wracking. In the past, no matter what, she knew Daku was behind her, watching over her, protecting her, but now, she did not know where Daku had taken Luo and Hawkins, or when they would return. Therefore, in the absence of others, Robin had to step up and confront Enel, the strongest enemy she faced. With that, Robin stepped forward to stand before Enel, looking at the woman opposite him. Enel frowned and asked, "Who are you?" In response to Enel's question, Robin feigned calmness and smiled as she asked, "Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking someone else's name?" "Mr. God?" Unfortunately, Enel was unfazed by Robin's words and coldly snorted, "Mortal, you are not qualified to know my name." Following that, Enel paused for a moment, then stretched out his right hand while saying, "Mortal, kneel." Pointing at Robin, he declared, 30 million volts, Thunderbird. In an instant, a giant bird crackling with lightning charged straight at Robin. Seeing this, Robin did not hesitate and crossed her hands in front of her, activating her ability, 30 round flower. Arm claw. Immediately, 30 hands grew from the Thunderbird and quickly condensed, forming a giant hand that, with an arm coated in hockey, directly locked onto the Thunderbird's throat. Boom! Subsequently, the Thunderbird exploded under Robin's attack. Crackle. And with the explosion of the Thunderbird, a burst of lightning erupted, catching Robin off guard. Although Robin had dispersed the arm formed by her ability in advance, the shock from that moment still caused her some harm, albeit not severe. However, seeing Robin could actually touch his Thunderbird and cause it to explode, Enel couldn't help but feel puzzled, scrutinizing Robin from head to toe, trying to discern something different about her. At the same time, Enel attempted to use his observation hockey to sense Robin's movements. But unfortunately, although Enel's observation hockey had a wide coverage, even spanning 2 or 3 islands, it lacked precision. In other words, as soon as he encountered someone with slightly stronger observation hockey, Enel's would become ineffective. Just like now, as time passed, Enel gradually realized that his once infallible, prophet-like ability had actually failed in front of Robin. Seeing his heart network ineffective, Enel couldn't help but feel a bit flustered and looked at Robin, questioning, "Who exactly are you?" However, as soon as he finished speaking, Enel adjusted himself, then calmly looked at Robin and asked, "What kind of person are you? You don't look like a Sky Islander. As a person from Qinghai, why are you here in the Sky Island?" And Enel glanced at Wei Pa Gonfor and the others, then continued to Robin, "And why are you helping these Sky Islanders? What is the reason for this?" Chapter 179. Robin and Enel. How should I put this? Facing Enel's question, Robin turned to look at Gonfor and the others, pondering for a moment. Then she turned back to Enel and smiled. "Because we are friends with Mr. Gonfor and the others. I believe friends help each other without needing any reason, right?" Upon hearing Robin's words, Enel was momentarily stunned, murmuring, "Friends, huh?" The reason Enel reacted this way is primarily because the word friend is too unfamiliar and distant for him. and it makes him feel a deep admiration. In his youth, Enel was ostracized by everyone on the Sky Island due to his different appearance and the lack of wings, which are exclusive to the Sky Islanders. If Enel were from the blue planet, it might have been better. At least he wouldn't be alienated and targeted for not having wings. However, the problem is that Enel is a pure-blooded Sky Islander, with both parents having wings, yet he was born without them. Thus, to others, Enel was seen as an anomaly. A monster, an ominous existence. His peers, influenced by their parents, began to distance themselves from him. Some even took pleasure in bullying Enel, making his childhood dark and devoid of light. As a result, Enel had no friends. In his heart, everyone was an enemy, someone who bullied him. However, when he saw other peers playing and talking together, his heart was filled with longing. He still yearned for a friend, someone to be by his side. So when he heard Robin say they were friends with Gonfor and the others, he was taken aback. Yet, even though Enel longed for friendship, he didn't truly believe in its existence. Therefore, once he regained his composure, Enel looked at Robin and sneered. Friends? That's nice to say. Friends only exist because you can bring them benefits at this stage. If one day your value is used up, do you think they will still consider you a friend? Ridiculous. If it were the original version of Robin during this time, she might have strongly agreed with Enel's viewpoint. After all, in the original story, she was going through betrayal, deception, and slaughter, experiencing the dark side of the world. However, if it were the Robin from 2 years later in the original story, or the Robin who had been under the protection of the great ancient all this time, she would say, no, friends do exist. Friends who share daily life, support each other, and talk about everything do exist. Saying this, Robin turned to look at Queen and Bonnie, who were fighting enemies, and smiled. Just like us. Unfortunately, Robin's words did not resonate with Enel. Instead, they provoked him further. Oomph. As soon as Robin finished speaking, Enel snorted coldly. Then, pointing at Robin, he shouted, 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Suddenly, a dragon shimmering with lightning appeared and charged straight at Robin. 60-round flower. Armed. A tree. Facing Enel's attack. Robin did not panic. Instead, she crossed her hands in front of her and used her ability to condense a giant hand to meet Enel's Thunder Dragon. Boom! In an instant, the giant hand Robin conjured collided with Enel's Thunder Dragon. Crackle. At that moment, a series of crackling sounds suddenly rang out beside Robin. Without thinking, Robin lowered her body, sweeping her left leg in a wide arc, executing a sweeping kick. Bang! To Robin's surprise. She initially thought it was just a simple sweep that would have no effect. However, unexpectedly, her sweeping kick sent Enel, who had sidestepped beside her, crashing to the ground. Crackle. Just as Robin was about to press her advantage, another series of crackling sounds echoed, and Enel instantly appeared on the other side. Looking at Robin, Enel couldn't help but scrutinize her from head to toe. In Enel's limited understanding, and after gaining his divine powers over the years, he had not been struck by anyone for a long time. But today he encountered it, and it was from a woman's sweeping kick. However, no matter how much he observed Robin, Enel couldn't figure out what power she used to hit him. Confused, Enel frowned and shouted at Robin, Hey woman, what means did you use to strike this god? Hearing Enel's question, Robin was first taken aback, then quickly realized. Enel clearly had not heard of hockey, just like the people from the Four Seas. Otherwise, he wouldn't be asking her. However, in response to Enel's question, Robin had no intention of answering. After all, who would tell someone else the secret of how they could counter them? Therefore, Robin simply smiled at Enel, showing no intention of speaking. Seeing this, Enel furrowed his brow tightly, understanding that the woman likely did not intend to speak. However, his heart was also frustrated that his mind games had no effect on her. But this situation did not last long. Enel adjusted his state and looked at Robin with a serious expression. Since you don't intend to say, then this god will investigate myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Enel aimed his right hand at Robin, and lightning began to flicker on it. Then, as the lightning enveloped his entire arm, Enel launched an attack at Robin. Divine Judgment. Seeing Enel's move, Robin was slightly surprised. She hadn't expected that Enel, who hadn't even heard of hockey, would possess such strength to unleash such a powerful attack. Faced with Enel's strike, Robin didn't dare to be careless, as she wasn't sure if she could take it unharmed. So she took it seriously. Wondrous colors, giant tree, slapping palm. Robin used her ability, summoning a gigantic hand to slap at the lightning pillar rushing toward her. Bang! The lightning pillar collided with the giant palm, and a wave of impact swept through the area, causing dust and smoke to fill the air. Cough, cough. However, when the dust settled, a coughing sound followed. Chapter 180. The appearance of the Golden Lion and Enel's ambition. As the scene gradually became clearer, it was revealed that Robin had already knelt on the ground. Why did Robin kneel? This stemmed from the earlier clash. Robin's potential and talent are not of the top tier in this world, which led to her, despite having grown to be on par with her peers, still having limited reserves of armament hockey. This was insufficient to cover the giant hand she conjured, resulting in Robin facing Enel's divine judgment directly. Fortunately, Robin did not resist with her true self. Otherwise, she would have suffered more than just kneeling. She might have been seriously injured. However, although Robin knelt down, it did not mean she had lost her combat capability. She simply felt a moment of unbearable pain and numbness from the lightning strike. Once she adapted, Robin stood up again. Swish! However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Robin, standing in mid-air. Looking at the figure before her, Robin couldn't help but smile slightly, then silently retreated to the back. She understood that since this person had shown up, the farce was about to come to an end. No matter how powerful the opponent was, even if it was an admiral of the Navy, Robin was not worried about what might happen next. All of this was because of the person standing in mid-air before her, a man with golden hair who could make anyone hesitate just by hearing his name at sea and stop a child's crying. The legendary pirate, former captain of the flying pirate crew, and now a puppet of the great Dagu, Golden Lion Shiki. Seeing the man who appeared suddenly, resembling a lion, Enel's forehead broke out in a rare cold sweat as he questioned the Heavenly Way Golden Lion. Who are you? As for why Enel was sweating coldly, the main reason was that the aura of the Heavenly Way Golden Lion was too strong at this moment, and his sudden appearance caught Enel completely off guard. Thus, Enel was shocked enough to sweat. Unfortunately, if it were the real Golden Lion, he might have been very interested in chatting with Enel, the user of the Thunder Fruit. But now, the Golden Lion was merely a puppet of Dagu, and all his actions were carried out according to Dagu's arrangements. The reason he made his move this time was because Robin had been injured. That's right. The instruction the Heavenly Way Golden Lion received was that if Robin was injured, he was to step forward and fend off the enemy. If the enemy was very strong, then the Heavenly Way Golden Lion would execute the second plan and take everyone away. If the enemy was not strong, then the Heavenly Way Golden Lion would subdue the enemy and wait for Dagu to handle it. The reason Dagu issued two instructions was mainly because, aside from a few lucky ones, there were only a limited number of individuals who could ascend to the heavens. And those individuals, Dagu was not sure if the puppet state of the Golden Lion could defeat, which is why he gave the Heavenly Way Golden Lion two instructions. It was evident that although Enel was a user of the Thunder Fruit and had some strength, he had not reached the top level of the sea. In other words, the Heavenly Way Golden Lion's response to Enel was to capture him and hand him over to Dagu. However, after glancing at the surrounding situation, the Heavenly Way Golden Lion couldn't help but frown, then let out a cold snort, and the overwhelming conqueror's haki burst forth, enveloping the entire area. Boom! Accompanied by a wave of invisible rumbling, aside from Enel, Robin, Bonnie, and a few others, whether it was Enel's subordinates or Wipa and others. They were all knocked down. Watching the scene caused by the Heavenly Way Golden Lion, Robin was both shocked and speechless. She was shocked that even though the Heavenly Way Golden Lion was now a puppet, he still possessed such strong conqueror's haki. And she was also shocked that Dagu could control such a Golden Lion. As for being speechless, it was because the Heavenly Way Golden Lion was indeed a puppet. And once the conqueror's haki was unleashed, it did not distinguish between friend and foe. If it weren't for the fact that Robin and Bonnie had significantly improved their strength over the years and had often been trained by Dagu's conqueror's haki, they would likely have been knocked out by the Heavenly Way Golden Lion's conqueror's haki. Robin, what should we do now? After seeing everyone knocked out, Bonnie turned and came to Robin, asking her what to do next. In response to Bonnie's inquiry, Robin turned to observe the situation and suggested, Let's move Kuina and the others to the side first." As she spoke, Robin looked at the two who were confronting each other and said, "The commotion they make when they start moving might not be small, so we need to ensure the safety of Kuina and the others first to avoid them being caught in the aftermath of the battle." Okay. Upon hearing this, Bonnie glanced at the Heavenly Way Golden Lion and Enel, and indeed, from the brief exchange between Robin and Enel just now, it was evident that Enel's strength was quite formidable, at least on par with Robin. As for the Heavenly Way Golden Lion, although they had rarely seen him make a move in the past 2 to 3 years, Bonnie remembered that there was one time when Robin was practicing against Hawkins and lost control, and it was the Golden Lion who instantly resolved the situation. Therefore, Bonnie did not hesitate to agree with Robin's suggestion, nodding heavily. "Robin, as you say, let's first take the others away. Let's go." And so, Robin and Bonnie began to move Kuina and the others, relocating them to a relatively safe place. On the other side, upon seeing the Heavenly Way Golden Lion somehow knock everyone unconscious in an instant, Enel's brow furrowed again, and cold sweat dripped down. Because although he didn't know what method the other party used to knock everyone out for that brief moment, the image of the Heavenly Way Golden Lion in his mind had grown immensely tall. Clearly, the Heavenly Way Golden Lion had used that ability to knock everyone out. But what exactly that ability was, Enel did not know. What he did know was that the man before him was very strong, at least stronger than him. Perhaps much stronger. However, even though Enel understood this, surrendering just like that was clearly not his style. He was a god, the only god of Skypiea. Ever since gaining this divine power, Enel had silently vowed in his heart that he would no longer allow the sky to cover his eyes, and that there would be only one god above the heavens. Chapter 181, Golden Lion and Enel Ha. Therefore, under the pressure of the Heavenly Way Golden Lion's aura, Enel suddenly let out a loud shout, then stretched out both hands. 200 million volts. Thunder God. Before anyone's eyes, as Enel exerted his power, his entire body began to swell, and countless bolts of lightning surged around him. Watching this scene, the Heavenly Way Golden Lion's expression did not change, or rather, as a puppet, he had no expression at all. He simply quietly waited for Enel to complete his transformation, then drew out his weapon, a wooden blade. Yes, facing Enel. The Heavenly Way Golden Lion instinctively recognized that Enel could only make him draw one knife. However, this also indicated that Enel's strength was considerable. After all, the Golden Lion was a top figure in the sea. Just imagine, such a character would instinctively draw a weapon when facing Enel, instead of looking down on him with bare hands. This undoubtedly proved that Enel's strength was indeed quite impressive, at least stronger than Robin and Hawkins, because when facing them, the Heavenly Way Golden Lion's instincts told him that he didn't even need to draw his sword to deal with them. However, drawing the sword and not drawing the sword represented two different auras, at least in front of Enel. Looking at the Golden Lion who drew his long knife, Enel felt an even greater pressure. Unlike before, this time he felt a direct sensation of death. Even though he had now transformed into a giant filled with thunder, Enel still felt that he would die. He would die at the hands of the man before him. Roar. Thinking of this, in his thunder god state, Enel immediately let out a roar, bolstered his courage, and then swung his massive right hand down towards the Heavenly Way Golden Lion. In response to the thunder god Enel's attack, the Heavenly Way Golden Lion, however, was unhurried as he raised the long knife in his hand and swung it down towards Enel's descending fist. Bang! Instantly, a sharp slash collided with Thunder God Enel's fist, creating a violent shockwave that knocked down the ancient trees around them. Crack! 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 As the ancient giant trees fell one after another, the Celestial Path Gold Lion did not stop his actions. He activated his abilities and flew in front of the now considerably larger head of Thunder God Enel, then raised his hand for another slash. Swish! This time, the strike was so close that it reached Thunder God Enel in the blink of an eye. Even before Enel could react, it had already slashed across his face. The effect of this strike from Celestial Path Gold Lion was quite remarkable, causing Thunder God Enel to scream in pain. How powerful! On the other side, watching the battle from a distance, Bonnie couldn't help but exclaim at this scene. She then turned to Robin and asked, "Robin, Is this the power of the top of the sea? Is it really this strong? No. However, what surprised Bonnie even more was that in response to her question, Robin shook her head and remarked, "This is not the peak power of the sea, because Gold Lion is currently only using one sword." As she spoke, Robin shifted her gaze to the other weapon hanging at Gold Lion's waist, indicating to Bonnie, "You should know that Gold Lion is a dual-wielding great swordsman, and his other sword is still hanging at his waist." After hearing Robin's explanation, Bonnie finally realized that Celestial Path Gold Lion indeed had another weapon that hadn't been used. This meant that even in such a situation, for someone like Gold Lion, it was merely a warm-up. Thinking of this, Bonnie couldn't help but recall the great ancient being who could control Gold Lion and turn him into a puppet. What level of power did their captain, Mobius the Great, possess to control such a figure? How far are they from their captain? As she pondered, Bonnie couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow and lowered her head. She thought that her training over the years had already brought her closer to the Great, but now it seemed clear that she had overestimated herself. The gap between her and the Great was as vast as the distance from the Blue Sea to Sky Island, more than 10,000 meters apart, utterly unreachable. Bonnie's state did not escape Robin's notice. She understood that Bonnie must have been overwhelmed after witnessing the power of Celestial Path Gold Lion. However, Robin chose not to say much about it, as the Great had told her that the people he found were not the type to give up easily. Moreover, after so many years together, Robin knew exactly what kind of people they were. Therefore, instead of comforting Bonnie, she turned her head back to watch the battle in the distance. At that moment, the battlefield situation changed again. Thunder God Enel's head, which had just been slashed by Celestial Path Gold Lion, seemed to have recovered, although for some reason his size had decreased significantly, at least 2 sizes smaller than before. However, despite Thunder God Enel's reduced size, his speed had noticeably increased. As a result, the multiple slashes from Celestial Path Gold Lion missed him entirely, allowing Enel to gain a slight chance to counterattack. Bang! Just then, after dodging another slash from Celestial Path Gold Lion, Thunder God Enel threw a punch at Gold Lion's back. Sensing danger, the usually calm face of Celestial Path Gold Lion darkened slightly, and then, "Shinra Tensei." That's right, Celestial Path Gold Lion unleashed his unique ability as the 6 paths of reincarnation, Shinra Tensei, which is also one of the absolute defenses. Bang! Immediately after, Thunder God Enel felt as if he had crashed into a wall, and that wall had a strong repulsive force, causing him to be thrown backward uncontrollably. Faced with such a situation, Celestial Path Gold Lion would certainly not let the opportunity slip by. He charged forward with his long sword raised for another strike. Swish! This slash was different from the previous ones. This time, Celestial Path Gold Lion aimed to end the battle quickly. So he not only coated the slash with haki, but instinctively infused it with his fruit ability as well. Thus, this slash was named Lioness Might Imperial Void Roll. Chapter 182, The Great and Enel Bang. With the slash from Celestial Path Gold Lion landing, Enel crashed to the ground and reverted from his Thunder God state. Seeing the battle over, Robin immediately walked over. "You've worked hard." She first addressed Celestial Path Gold Lion, who was sheathing his sword, then turned to look at the fallen Enel. At that moment, although Enel had no visible injuries, he was lying with his eyes closed, clearly having been knocked unconscious by Gold Lion's Imperial Void Roll. Observing this, Robin fell into contemplation, wondering what she should do with Enel. Swish! Just then, the space beside Robin suddenly rippled, and then the Great appeared, bringing along a dirt-covered Law and Hawkins. Seeing this, Robin couldn't help but smile. It seemed she wouldn't have to deal with this herself. Murmuring to herself, Robin walked up to the Great and relayed the recent events to him. "I see." After hearing Robin's explanation, the Great approached the fallen Enel. Although he had long known Enel would come, he didn't expect their first meeting would be under such circumstances. He had initially thought Enel would take longer to arrive. If he had known he would show up today, well, it seemed there wasn't much he could do. So, after quietly observing Enel for a few moments, the Great turned to Robin and said, "Robin, take care of him, and then treat the others." With that, the Great turned to Hawkins and instructed Hawkins, "Once Robin finishes treating him, bring him to see me in Skypiea." "Yes, Captain." Thus, with the Great's orders given, Robin began treating Enel's injuries. As for the Great, once he saw Robin starting to handle Enel, he turned and led Robin back to Skypiea. Naturally, Celestial Path Gold Lion followed closely behind. Time passed, and before they knew it, Hawkins brought the treated Enel to Skypiea in front of the Great. "Captain, I've brought him." After reporting to the Great, Hawkins turned to leave and went to assist Robin. "You." Seeing Hawkins leave, the Great looked at Enel, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say, ultimately falling silent. However, the Great's demeanor was a form of pressure on Enel, urging him to clarify the situation. But who was Enel? Would he yield to the Great's intimidation? The answer was certainly no. He was not like those old men from the Blue Sea, spineless and submissive. Therefore, when the Great remained silent, Enel would not speak first either, letting out a cold snort and turning away from the Great. Facing Enel's behavior, although Luffy already knew that he was this kind of person, he still felt a bit uncomfortable. After all, Enel, you're already a prisoner. Yet you still act so arrogantly. What's that about? Thinking of this, Luffy couldn't help but chuckle, then unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, instantly pressing down on Enel. The sudden increase in pressure forced Enel to kneel down. He clearly felt that the pressure from this seemingly small man in front of him was far greater than that of the previous blonde man, making it hard for him to breathe. However, it makes sense, as the Golden Lion Shiki was merely releasing his Conqueror's Haki instinctively and unconsciously, while Luffy was specifically targeting Enel with all his Conqueror's Haki, so the pressure was naturally stronger, right? But looking at Enel, who was kneeling yet still holding his ground, Luffy couldn't help but be a bit surprised. He thought Enel would be unable to withstand it. Unexpectedly, he managed to endure it, even though he didn't unleash all of his Conqueror's Haki. But to be fair, it wasn't something a newcomer like Enel could bear. Thinking of this, Luffy looked at Enel's stubborn expression and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, then withdrew his Conqueror's Haki and said to the panting Enel, "Do you want to join us?" Hearing Luffy's words, Enel, who was still catching his breath, immediately stopped and looked at Luffy in shock, pointing at Luffy, then at himself, saying, "You? Me? You want this god to join you and become your subordinate?" "That's right." Upon hearing this, Luffy nodded quietly, indicating his affirmation. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Seeing that Luffy actually wanted him to join them and become his subordinate, Enel quickly shook his head and said, "You are daydreaming. As the only true god of Skypiea, how could I be someone else's subordinate? It's impossible." Hearing Enel say this, Luffy couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. After all, as the strongest user of the Rumble fruit, Enel was indeed the strongest presence in Skypiea. He had no need to join Luffy's pirate crew or acknowledge Luffy as his master. However, although Luffy understood Enel's mindset, he was determined to have Enel on his side. After all, the power of the Rumble fruit was very strong. It had speed and strength, making it the best fruit in Luffy's ideal scenario. If Luffy hadn't had the Sharingan, he might have already found a way to go to the sky to search for Baika and the Rumble fruit instead of waiting for Enel to come to him. But now that Enel had come to him, what reason did Luffy have to let him go? Thus, seeing Enel refuse, Luffy couldn't help but darken his expression and softly murmur, "All right, I was thinking that once you join us, we wouldn't make things difficult for you. But since you don't want to join us..." Saying this, Luffy suddenly raised his head and his Conqueror's Haki poured out again, looking at Enel calmly and saying, "Then don't blame us for killing you to take your power." Luffy's sudden change took Enel by surprise, and he couldn't help but fall into contemplation. All right. After a long time, Enel slowly lifted his head and looked at Luffy, saying, "Let this god join you is fine, but you have to surpass me in speed. If I win, then the position of god still belongs to me, and you must unconditionally obey me." Then he changed the subject and said, "If you win, you can deal with me as you wish." Chapter 183. Flying Thunder God and Electric Man. All right. Hearing Enel say this, Luffy agreed without any hesitation. However, he then said to Enel, "But it will take 2 days." "Why?" Hearing this, Enel looked at Luffy with a puzzled expression, not understanding why he wanted to postpone the competition by 2 days. Regarding Enel's confusion, Luffy chuckled lightly and said, "One is that I have been away for 2 or 3 years and just returned today. The second," saying this, Luffy looked Enel up and down, and then said, "The second is naturally because you just fought with someone else, and to make you convinced. I certainly can't take advantage of your weakness." After listening to Luffy's explanation, Enel understood. Indeed, just as he said, he had just fought that blonde man, and his current condition was not good. However, the stubborn Enel certainly wouldn't admit that his current state was poor, so after understanding Luffy's meaning, he snorted coldly and turned away, no longer looking at him. Seeing Enel like this, Luffy couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. "You can rest here today. This is the room I arranged for you. Robin, let's go." After saying a word to Enel, he left with Robin. Looking at Luffy and Robin's departing figures, Enel couldn't help but fall into deep thought. What he had seen and heard today had far exceeded his understanding. Whether it was Robin's suddenly appearing giant arm, her ability to hit him, or the Golden Lion Shiki's ability to knock out others, as well as the wall he encountered with the Golden Lion Shiki. All of this made Enel realize that these Blue Sea people possessed some kind of ability to resist gods. Even he was not their opponent. Yes, Enel knew very well that if it were just that woman, he might still be able to defeat her, but if he faced that blonde man, and... Thinking of this, Enel murmured in the direction Luffy had left. "And that man, I fear I wouldn't even have the chance to resist." It was precisely because Enel clearly knew he wasn't Luffy's opponent that he proposed to compete in speed instead of strength. Because he knew very well that there was a significant gap in strength between him and Luffy, so much so that even he, who was usually arrogant, had no chance of winning. Thinking of this, Enel couldn't help but let out a silent sigh, then stopped thinking further and lay down on the bed, patiently waiting for the battle 2 days later. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. It was initially agreed to be 2 days, but due to Enel's battle with the Golden Lion Shiki, it caused some damage to Appiato. Therefore, during these 3 days, Luffy had been helping to repair the environment of Appiato, which delayed the competition date by 1 day. However, it was just 1 day, and moreover, it was a competition of this nature. So when he saw Luffy looking a bit awkward across from him, Enel didn't say anything but calmly asked him, "Can we start?" Hearing Enel's words, Luffy, who had felt a bit awkward for not keeping the agreement, immediately came back to his senses and nodded at Enel. "It's ready." Beep beep. Just as Luffy's voice fell, Enel didn't hesitate at all, immediately using his ability. With a series of crackling sounds, he flashed to a distant place. Seeing this, Luffy not only didn't feel anxious, but instead smiled confidently, as if victory was already in his grasp. After all, Luffy had secretly marked Enel with the Flying Thunder God mark when Enel proposed this competition. In other words, no matter how Enel runs or where he goes, as long as he is still in this world, then Dagu can instantly appear in front of him. Moreover, in the neighboring Naruto series, although the Flying Thunder God technique was initially developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, to deal with Uchiha Izuna, it was truly popularized by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, during his confrontation with the Raikage, making a name for himself in the ninja world. Now, although there is no Raikage to give Dagu fame, Enel's ability, the Rumble Rumble Fruit, is even more aligned with the concept of thunder than the Raikage. Thinking about it this way, isn't it even more fitting for Dagu to use the Flying Thunder God against the Lightning Man, Enel? Ha ha ha. With this thought, Dagu couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, Dagu's laughter puzzled others, as they wondered why he was laughing at this moment. Enel had already disappeared, but Dagu not only didn't rush to follow him, but instead laughed heartily to himself. At this moment, Yuta, who was already competitive, couldn't help but turn to Dagu and ask, "Captain, why aren't you chasing after him? That guy has already run away, and if you don't hurry, what if you lose? What should we do?" Yuta's words made Dagu pause for a moment, and then he just smiled and shook his head at Yuta without replying. Meanwhile, Bonnie walked up to Yuta and said, "Yuta, have you forgotten? The captain has that kind of teleportation ability. He isn't worried about that guy getting far away. Because..." Saying this, Bonnie turned to look in the direction Enel had gone and smiled. "No matter where that guy runs, the captain will instantly appear in front of him." "I see." After hearing Bonnie's explanation, Yuta suddenly realized. She remembered that Dagu had such an ability, such a cheating ability. With this thought, not just Yuta but also Bonnie, Kuna, Robin, and even Law looked at Dagu with strange expressions, then turned to look at the direction Enel had left with pity on their faces. Indeed, if that were the case, then the outcome of this contest was already predetermined from the start. Enel could never win, no matter where he runs. He cannot escape Dagu's instant teleportation. I'm going. Seeing the expressions of his companions, Dagu couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. So, after saying a word to everyone, he hurriedly activated the Flying Thunder God and left the spot. Thus, the contest between Dagu and Enel began. Chapter 184, Apple and joining the crew that guy. On Angel Island, on Angel Avenue, Enel, munching on an apple he had somehow acquired, looked at the shops on either side of Angel Avenue, while muttering, "He must not have expected me to come here. Hee-hee-oh, really?" Just then, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly came from behind him, startling him. Slap! Immediately, Enel felt a hand on his shoulder, and feeling the palm on his shoulder, Enel slowly turned his head. "You." Looking at the tall man in front of him, Enel was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. Hee-hee. Seeing Enel's reaction, Dagu couldn't help but laugh unkindly, and instead of mentioning the contest results, he looked at the apple in Enel's hand and asked, "Is this apple good? Where did you buy it?" Hearing Dagu's friendly inquiry, Enel foolishly pointed with his finger to a nearby shop and said, "That." Upon hearing this, Dagu smiled and nodded, then walked towards the shop that Enel pointed to. Watching Dagu walk away, Enel's expression changed several times, filled with uncertainty. He couldn't understand how Dagu suddenly appeared behind him. Clearly, his observation hockey hadn't sensed any sound. "I need to go." Billy lost in thought. Enel made a decision, then stopped eating the apple, and after another round of crackling sounds, he disappeared from the spot. "Thank you." At this moment, Dagu, who had just bought a few pounds of apples from a shop, turned around just in time to see Enel disappearing before his eyes. Looking at the spot where Enel had been, Dagu couldn't help but laugh again, then shook his head and activated the Flying Thunder God. However, Dagu first returned to Robin's side, handed her the apples he had just bought, and then activated the Flying Thunder God again. New Appiato. Far away from Angel Island and the coast of Old Appiato, watching Dagu appear in front of him again, Enel fell silent. He realized that if the first time was just a coincidence, then the second time could not possibly be a coincidence. So, Dagu must have some ability that he was unaware of, allowing him to accurately find him, or rather, to appear beside him in an instant. Because there was nothing on the shore to hide behind, yet despite this, Dagu still appeared silently behind him. Understanding this, Enel's expression darkened as he questioned Dagu. "So, you did it on purpose, didn't you?" Hearing Enel say this, Dagu was momentarily taken aback and asked, "What did I do on purpose?" Hee-hee. Seeing Dagu acting oblivious, Enel had nothing more to say. Although Dagu genuinely didn't quite understand what he meant, Enel felt that Dagu was just playing dumb. He clearly had the ability to teleport, yet he agreed to race him. Isn't that deliberate? With this thought, Enel couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Then his expression turned serious as he looked at Dagu and said softly, "This time, even if you won, I'll let you handle it in the future." "Oh, okay." Although Dagu still didn't understand Enel's thoughts, since Enel had voluntarily admitted defeat, he naturally didn't think too much about it anymore. "In that case, let's go back." Stepping forward, he took Enel's hand and said to him before activating the Flying Thunder God again, returning to where his companions were. Skypea. When everyone saw Dagu holding Enel appear, they couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, Yuta even walked up to Dagu, looked at Enel with a puzzled expression, and turned to Dagu, asking, "Captain, is this over?" Facing Yuta's inquiry, Dagu smiled and nodded, then introduced to everyone, "From now on, Enel is also a member of our crew. Everyone welcome." Clap, clap, clap. As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu was the first to applaud. "Welcome." Clap, clap, clap. Following him were Robin, then Yuta, Kuna, Bonnie, Beppo. All members of the Light Pirates welcomed Enel's joining. However, in response, Enel merely snorted and turned away. Just then, Enel was momentarily stunned, because Enel saw that there was a full bag of apples on the other side, and judging by their appearance, they were clearly the same kind that Enel had just eaten. This meant that if he wasn't mistaken, this bag of apples was just bought by Dagu from that shop. This reflected that Dagu first bought the apples, then delivered them here before looking for him. Upon realizing this, Enel's heart stirred, and he turned to Dagu and asked, "Hey, What ability did you just use? How could you appear beside me in an instant? Hearing Enel address Dagu this way, Yuta was the first to unable to hold back and immediately wanted to lecture Enel. For Yuta, who grew up on Shank's ship, the captain could play around with the crew without any authority in daily life. However, that did not mean the crew could disrespect the captain and address him with hey, especially since Enel had just joined and wasn't even a formal member yet. By addressing Dagu like that, where was Dagu's authority after joining the crew? Could this pirate crew even continue to exist? Because Yuta understood this, she immediately planned to talk to Enel after hearing his words. However, just at this moment, Dagu patted her shoulder, smiled at her, and then turned to Enel to explain the principle of the Flying Thunder God technique. So, after listening to Dagu's explanation, Enel became angry. He glared at Dagu and shouted, "Are you mocking me?" No. Faced with Enel's furious glare, Dagu shook his head and said, "I didn't mean to mock you, Enough." Unfortunately, before Dagu could finish speaking, Enel waved his right hand, stopping Dagu from continuing. He turned to Dagu and said, "The previous match doesn't count. Now you have to fight me seriously. If you win, you are a god. If I win." Chapter 185, Enel versus Dagu, saying this. Enel glanced at the expressions of the others and noticed they showed no signs of worry that Dagu would lose. He couldn't help but continue with what he wanted to say. In fact, he was very clear that he could never defeat Dagu. The main reason he made such a demand was his unwillingness. He was unwilling to accept that Dagu had won against him using a method similar to cheating and became his god. Therefore, even knowing he couldn't match Dagu, Enel still wanted to fight him, partly to see Dagu's true strength and partly for his own peace of mind. Billy. Thinking this, Enel silently activated his ability and flashed to the other side. When Dagu saw Enel stop talking halfway and even run away, he couldn't help but feel confused. After glancing at the others, Dagu, unable to make sense of it, walked to the other side and stood facing Enel. Looking at Enel, who was already prepared on the opposite side, Dagu didn't intend to waste time and calmly announced, "Let's begin." Crackle. At the same time Dagu announced the start, Enel decisively launched an attack. After a series of crackling sounds, a pillar of lightning struck towards Dagu. But that wasn't all. Enel immediately followed up with another series of attacks. 3,000 volts, Thunderbird. 6,000 volts, Thunder Dragon. Divine Judgment. In an instant, the lightning transformed into flying birds, giant dragons, and massive lightning pillars, all charging towards Dagu. Seeing Enel come out swinging with all his might, Dagu shook his head and sighed after dodging the initial lightning pillar. Clang. Then, without hesitation, he drew the victory sword from his waist and swung it towards the direction of the dragon, bird, and lightning pillar. Swish! In an instant, an incredibly large slash was unleashed by Dagu, rushing forward. Boom! 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 Immediately, Enel's series of attacks were all sliced away by Dagu's sword. However, Enel had long anticipated this. The reason he launched a series of attacks against Dagu was primarily to buy time to prepare a big move. Boom! With a loud bang, Enel successfully entered the Thunder God state and became Thunder God Enel. That's right. Seeing Enel in this form, Dagu couldn't help but nod in affirmation. Although Enel's strength hadn't reached Dagu's expectations yet, it was still impressive, at least on par with the level of an average lieutenant. However, Dagu never considered a stalemate with Enel, as he knew that the most effective and quickest way to deal with someone as proud as Enel was to defeat him with overwhelming force. This way, Enel wouldn't find any other excuses to refute Dagu. Thinking this, Dagu's expression became serious, his strength increased, and he activated his observation haki. Armament haki covered him. Conqueror's haki intertwined. That's right, since Dagu decided to defeat Enel with overwhelming force, he naturally couldn't hold back and unleashed all three types of haki. Boom! Instantly, a terrifying aura swept across the space, causing Thunder God Enel, who was rushing towards him, to freeze in place involuntarily. Dagu's terrifying aura made Thunder God Enel recall scenes from his childhood when he was bullied by others, feeling helpless, lonely, and wronged, as if the entire world was pressing down on him. Billy. Just then, as thunder roared, Thunder God Enel suddenly raised his head and shouted at Dagu, "I'm a god. No one can bully me again." Roar. With a loud roar, Thunder God Enel took another step forward and charged towards Dagu. Although Dagu was momentarily surprised by Thunder God Enel's roar, he didn't stop his actions, as Dagu fully unleashed his 3 types of haki. The victory sword shone with golden light, and he slowly lifted it, suddenly swinging it down towards Enel. Boom! In an instant, an enormous golden slash came crashing down towards Thunder God Enel. Such might even made Thunder God Enel feel as if the heavens were crashing down upon him. Finally, as the golden slash drew nearer, Thunder God Enel roared loudly, his body engulfed in lightning, and at the cost of exiting the Thunder God state. He gathered all the lightning into a massive lightning spear. Go! Then, with another furious shout, the lightning spear shot towards Dagu's slash. Bang! At the same time, after unleashing this attack, Enel collapsed to the ground. On the other side, upon witnessing Enel's attack, Dagu, who had been quite calm, couldn't help but widen his eyes. He hadn't expected that under such circumstances, Enel's strength would undergo a tremendous breakthrough, although he still hadn't reached the level of an admiral. With this one strike, Dagu could confidently say that even Akiji wouldn't dare to take it head-on, because Enel's strike already had the attack power of an admiral. Although he collapsed right after the strike, proving he only had that one attack in him, it could also be said that Enel was comparable to the vice-captain of the Yonko in the original work, the King Vice. Damn! Just at that moment, as the 2 attacks were about to collide, Enel lay defenseless on the ground. Dagu immediately let out a long-lost curse, and then used the Flying Thunder God technique to flash away. Bang! Rumble! Looking at the thunderous commotion from the battlefield, Dagu, who had brought Enel back to the others, couldn't help but let out a long breath. It was close. So close, Enel almost perished there. Naturally, Enel, who was being supported by him, was equally aware of this. Looking at the distant commotion and feeling Dagu's presence beside him, Enel experienced for the first time the feeling of being cared for, and it felt pretty good. Thinking of this, Enel couldn't help but curl his lips and smile. Enel's reaction, of course, caught Dagu's attention. So, Dagu immediately turned his head to look at Enel and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Unfortunately, Enel could never reveal his thoughts to others. In response to Dagu's inquiry, he simply shook his head calmly, indicating that he was fine. All right. Seeing that Enel didn't want to say more, Dagu didn't press further and turned to the others, saying, "Let's go back." Yes. Upon hearing this, whether it was Robin and other members of the Light Pirates or Weepa and others from the Sky Island, they all nodded in agreement. Thus, under Dagu's lead, everyone turned and walked towards Skypiea. Chapter 186, The Arc Poneglyph and the Ownership of Gold God. Inside Skypiea, Enel, who had recovered after an hour of rest, was about to tell Dagu something. Wait. However, before he could speak, Dagu raised his hand to interrupt him, saying, "There is no god title here." He then pointed to Robin and the others around, and added, "You can call me Captain like them, or just call me Dagu." Hearing this, Enel first glanced at the others before addressing Dagu. "Captain." Upon hearing this title, Dagu nodded in satisfaction and then smiled at Enel, asking, "So, my crew member, do you have any questions?" It's like this. Hearing Dagu's question, Enel immediately took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Dagu, saying, "This is the blueprint I brought from." Oh! Upon hearing Enel say this, Dagu couldn't help but reach out to take the blueprint he handed over. Looking at the designs on it, if Dagu guessed correctly, what was recorded here should be the enormous golden ship, Arc Poneglyph, that Enel took years to complete in the original story. Sure enough, Enel then said, "This contains all the data about a ship called the Arc Poneglyph. We can use it to build a giant ship that can fly to the Infinite Continent." Infinite Continent? Hearing this, Dagu was stunned for a moment, then casually looked up, and suddenly realized. Indeed, in the original story, it was mentioned that after Enel was defeated by Monkey D. Luffy, he traveled to the moon on the Arc Poneglyph, where he discovered a mechanical city. Thinking of this, Dagu looked at Enel with a peculiar expression because if Dagu remembered correctly, that mechanical city could only be activated with electricity, and it had to be a massive amount of electricity. The only one who could meet this condition was Enel's Rumble fruit, and Dagu suspected that it would also require the Arc, which was entirely made of gold, to provide the initial electricity to activate the mechanical city. Realizing this, Dagu looked at the shipbuilding blueprint in his hand and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. However, Anilu, seeing Dagu's behavior, thought he didn't understand what the infinite continent was, so he was pondering it. Therefore, Anilu immediately began to explain to Dagu. The so-called infinite continent is a land entirely made of base. Stop. Seeing that Anilu was about to continue, Dagu, who had just regained his senses, immediately interrupted him, saying, I'm not interested in whatever infinite continent. Of course. Speaking of this, Dagu looked Anilu up and down and said, if you want to find land, then I can assure you that there is infinite land in the blue sea below, which is what you call base. Hearing Dagu's words, although Anilu felt that what he was saying about the infinite continent was not the same as the one he wanted to go to, he didn't argue further. After all, at that moment, he was merely Dagu's subordinate. Oh no, according to Dagu's words, he should be referred to as a crew member. But whether crew member or subordinate, he should listen to Dagu. Therefore, after Dagu finished speaking, even though Anilu felt a bit unusual, he didn't say anything more. Robin, seeing that Anilu had nothing else to say, Dagu turned his head to call Robin. What is it? When Robin approached and asked what was going on, Dagu extended his hand and handed her the blueprint, saying, take a look. Can you understand what's on this? Can it be built? Okay. Upon hearing this, Robin nodded, took the Poneglyph blueprint, and began to examine it carefully. Captain. Just then, Anilu had a hesitant look as he looked at Dagu. What is it? Seeing Anilu like this, Dagu turned to him and reminded, if you have something to say, just say it. If I can do it. As long as it doesn't go against my principles, I can help you. Seeing Dagu say this, Anilu also set aside his awkwardness and looked at Dagu affirmatively, saying, it's like this, Captain, I can build this ship. Upon hearing this, Dagu suddenly realized that indeed, in the original story, it was Anilu who built the Ark Poneglyph, which proved that Anilu definitely had the ability to construct it. Great. Thus, Dagu then said to Anilu, since you can build it, then you can arrange it. Tell me what you need, and I'll go prepare it. All right. Hearing Dagu say this, Anilu couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. This feeling of being trusted by someone was indeed wonderful. Therefore, Anilu didn't hesitate and quickly listed the materials needed for the shipbuilding to Dagu. Gold. Initially, Dagu didn't have any issues listening to Anilu, as most of the materials he mentioned were available on the Sky Island and not hard to find. However, when Anilu mentioned needing a large amount of gold, Dagu was troubled. Gold wasn't unavailable. Not only was it available, but there was also a vast amount. The problem was that the gold didn't belong to him. It belonged to Skypiea and the Shandians. If Dagu were like the original Anilu, who ruled Appiato through violence, he would have taken all the gold without a second thought. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. He hadn't used violence against the Shandians, nor did he rule over Appiato. He was merely staying here like a friend. That's all, since he was just a guest. What reason did he have to ask the host family to hand over a large amount of gold for him to use in building a ship? Even if gold was worthless on the Sky Island, it wasn't something Dagu could just take at will. Captain Dagu. Just then, as Dagu was feeling extremely troubled, Weepa walked up to him after talking with Gonfor, Laki, and others, looking at Dagu sincerely, saying if you need gold, we can give you all the gold in Skypiea. However, as Weepa paused his tone and then turned to look at the huge golden bell outside, he said, the golden bell cannot be given to you. Wait a minute. Upon hearing Weepa's words, Dagu thought he had misheard. So after Weepa finished speaking, he immediately asked for confirmation. Weepa, are you really going to give us the gold? Chapter 187. The Sandwich Ship and the Red-Haired Emperor. Yes. At that moment, Gonfu Air also walked over. Looking at Dagu with certainty, Brother Dagu, since you need gold to build ships, you can take all the gold from Xiongduola. Why? Hearing this, Dagu was still puzzled. He couldn't understand why anyone would be willing to part with the gold of a city. This was truly wealth that could rival a nation. What Dagu didn't know was that in the hearts of Gonfu Air and the others, helping them resolve the 400 years of war and giving them a divine island made Dagu a godlike figure. Therefore, they willingly offered a large amount of gold. In fact, if it weren't for the significance of the golden bell, they might have even given that to Dagu, because gold had no meaning for them. It couldn't be used to grow crops like base, nor did it have multiple uses like shells. So such useless gold, if it could be used to repay Dagu's kindness, would be the best outcome. After listening to Gonfu Air's explanation, Dagu fell silent. Well, after a long time, Dagu finally nodded helplessly and thanked Gonfu Air and Wei Pa. Thank you, Mr. Gonfu Air. Chief Wei Pa. It's nothing. In response to Dagu's gratitude, Gonfu Air and the others quickly waved their hands, indicating that it was no big deal. Even Wei Pa suggested to Dagu, Captain Dagu, if you need more hands. Saying this, Wei Pa glanced at Lachi, and after seeing Lachi nod, he turned back to Dagu and said, You can find us. We are very willing to help Captain Dagu build the ship. This, faced with Wei Pa's enthusiasm, Dagu hesitated for a moment, then looked at his own crew and reluctantly nodded in agreement to Wei Pa's suggestion. He again thanked Wei Pa. In that case, thank you once more, Chief Wei Pa. Let's get started. Seeing that not only was the material issue resolved, but even the manpower issue was settled, Ainalu couldn't wait to urge everyone to start working quickly, so he could set sail on the Ark. Proverb to the infinite continent, Qinghai. That's right, after hearing Dagu's words, Ainalu slightly changed his goal. He wanted to go to Qinghai first, and then search for the infinite continent where his ancestors lived. As for Dagu, seeing Ainalu so eager, he didn't stop him but said to Ainalu, Ainalu, let's call it a day. You've been injured today. Wait a few days until you recover before we start working again. This, upon hearing Dagu say this, Ainalu was momentarily taken aback, then silently replied, All right, let's wait a few days then. And so, in the blink of an eye, another year passed, and the time unknowingly came to the year 1515 of the Ocean Round calendar. During this year, Dagu and the others didn't go anywhere. They just built their ship. The Ark, Proverb under Ainalu's command. Yes, Dagu didn't change its name, mainly considering Ainalu, as this ship was powered by his abilities so naturally. They had to take his opinion into account. However, unlike the original work, this Ark, Proverb, although still built of gold, looked like just a larger ship from the outside. Others who saw this ship would surely think it was just a relatively big vessel. Why is that? It's actually because Dagu had a sudden inspiration to wrap the golden ship with a wooden ship on the outside. Therefore, this Ark, Proverb could be said to be a ship or two ships. The reason they could achieve this was primarily due to Law's abilities. Using Law's surgical fruit space, they embedded the gold into the wood. In other words, this Ark, Proverb is a sandwich ship with wood encasing gold. Dagu still remembers the exaggerated expressions of others when he proposed this idea. They had never thought that a ship could have a filling like a cookie. However, after experimenting, everyone was stunned because Dagu's suggestion was indeed feasible. Ships could really be made into sandwiches. Thus, everyone enthusiastically started building the sandwich ship, the Ark, Proverb. And just like that, a year passed. On this day, they finally completed this sandwich ship wrapped in wood and gold. However, what Dagu and the others didn't know was that while they leisurely built the ship, two significant events were happening in the Qinghai below. The first was that the Revolutionary Army, based on the construction plan guided by Dagu's thoughts, developed rapidly, even gaining a foothold in the New World. The other event, unlike the unnoticed Revolutionary Army, was a major event that shook the entire sea. Because after 4 years, following Whitebeard, Kaido of the Beast, and Big Mom, another person stood tall above the sea, crowned as an emperor. Red-haired Shanks, Dagu's senior, former intern of the Roger Pirates, chosen successor by Pirate King Roger, and the most outstanding supernova of the new era at the young age of 39. Compared to the other 3 emperors, he is at least a full cycle younger. Even the youngest, Kaido, is over 10 years older than the newly crowned red-haired Shanks. Consequently, rumors began to spread across the seas. Roger's successor would once again reach Raftel and become the new Pirate King. However, unfortunately, Shanks did not follow the others' thoughts and go in search of Raftel. Instead, he did something that surprised everyone. After becoming one of the 4 emperors, he stopped his progress. That's right, the inheritor of the Pirate King. Hailed as the one most likely to become the next generation's Pirate King, red-haired Shanks actually halted his steps after becoming one of the 4 emperors, no longer pushing forward. Instead, he began to conquer territories like the other 3 emperors, clearly indicating that he wanted to carve out his own territory and did not wish to continue towards Raftel. This left the world stunned. They never expected that the person most likely to become the Pirate King would stop right when he was closest to it. Yet, regardless of how the world commented, Shanks continued on his path, pursuing his land-grabbing endeavors. Chapter 188: Magic Valley Town and the Pirates' Magic Valley Town. A port town on Kaya Island of the Grand Line is the only town and also a no-man's land where the Navy, the Kingdom, and the people do not intervene. Because of this, Magic Valley Town has inevitably become a gathering place for nearby pirates, where many pirates reside and seek pleasure and comfort. However, despite the many pirates in Magic Valley Town, it does not mean that the town is so powerful that the Navy dares not intervene. In fact, the pirates in Magic Valley Town are merely small-time pirates, most of whom have bounties of only a few million, and their isn't a single one with a bounty reaching the 100 million mark. Indeed, the reason the Navy ignores Magic Valley Town is not for any other reason, but mainly because the pirates in Magic Valley Town are simply too weak. Considering its geographical location, being on the Grand Line, there isn't even a single pirate with a bounty over 100 million, and they even huddle together for warmth. How could such a ragtag group possibly attract the attention of the Navy or Sengoku the Buddha? However, perhaps it is precisely because of this that so many misfits have gathered in Magic Valley Town. But today, at this very moment, Magic Valley Town has changed. Its upper limit is no longer in the tens of millions, but in the hundreds of millions and even billions. The reason for this is not due to any other factors, but simply because today Magic Valley Town has welcomed the arrival of a significant figure. The arc, the proverb. On board is not only the demon girl, Nico Robin, with a bounty of 150 million berries, but also the demon boy, Mebius Dagu, with a bounty that reaches the pinnacle of this world, a staggering 1 billion berries. Captain, something seems off about the people in this town. Kuina frowned as she looked at the comings and goings of the townsfolk and turned to Dogu. In response to Kuina's question, Dogu awkwardly smiled and said, "That's because this small town doesn't have a single ordinary person. They're all pirates." At this point, Dogu glanced at the others and said, "Let us go. Let's explore and gather some news about the sea over the years." Yes, the others responded in unison and followed Dogu off the ship. Stepping onto the land of Magic Valley Town. Let's check out the tavern. It's the easiest and best place to gather information. After observing the surrounding scene, Dogu said to the group, and then stepped towards a small building with a sign featuring a wine glass. The others had nothing to say about this and quietly followed behind Dogu. Even Bonnie, who was usually the most lively and had disappeared with Ka and Yuta as soon as they disembarked, obediently followed Dogu without wandering off. All of this was because of Dogu's words that this town was filled with pirates, and since they were all pirates, Bonnie didn't lead Ka and Yuta astray. In Bonnie's mind, a town full of pirates wouldn't have any places worth exploring or having fun at. Ding 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 under Dogu's lead. The members of the Light Pirates arrived at the small tavern in Magic Valley Town, and then, under the gaze of others, casually found a place to sit down. "Hey, boss, bring us some drinks." As soon as they sat down, Dogu called out to the owner to bring some drinks. After all, they had entered the tavern, and just sitting there would seem rather odd in the eyes of others. However, Dogu might have overthought it. As soon as they entered the tavern, they had already attracted the attention of others. After all, their combination was somewhat unusual, not to mention their physiques. The presence of the polar bear Beppo and the young Yuta was already enough to draw attention. Sure enough, others were pointing and whispering about Dogu and his crew. A man with a slicked-back hairstyle scanned Robin up and down, his lips involuntarily curling into a smile. Not bad. Just enough for this captain to play with for a couple of days. Of course, it wasn't just Robin with her stunning figure that attracted attention. Others were also drawing gazes. On the other side, a tall, slender man wearing black-framed glasses was looking at the young Yuta with an inexplicable smile. Apart from Robin and the other women, men like Inaru, Law, and Hawkins also frequently caught the eyes of many. However, unlike the attention the women received due to their figures, Inaru and the others attracted attention because of their attitudes. Whether it was Hawkins's indifference, Inaru's arrogance, or Law's silence. Their varied personalities, sitting together, naturally drew the attention of others. In fact, the most eye-catching was Captain Dogu himself, as he not only sat in the main position, but was also chatting and laughing with Robin and the other women. It was easy for anyone with a discerning eye to see who the real leader of this group was. However, unlike a few years ago during the Whiskey Peak incident, Perhaps because Dagu and the others had been out of the public eye for too long, or perhaps because apart from those two world-shaking bounties, Dagu had not made any other significant achievements. This tavern, despite its many patrons, did not have anyone who recognized Dagu immediately like during the Whiskey Peak incident. Thus, in the eyes of others, Dagu and his crew appeared to be nothing more than rookie pirates. Since they were newcomers, the experienced veterans naturally couldn't help but want to teach the newcomers a lesson. "Hey kid," a man with a scar on his forehead and no shirt, wielding a 2-meter-long large sword, approached them. Boom! The man flipped his hand, and the large sword smashed down onto the table in front of Dagu, causing it to shatter. This scene made Dagu frown slightly. Bam! Just at that moment, before Dagu could say anything, Eneru was the first to take action. Bang! A flash of electricity passed by, and the man with the large sword immediately fell to the ground, convulsing a few times before going still. All this commotion immediately drew gasps from the surrounding crowd. The reason was that this man was not an ordinary person, or rather, not just any pirate. Among the many pirates in this tavern, although he was not the strongest with a bounty of 30 million berries, he ranked among the top 5. To think that such a figure was taken down in one attack by what they viewed as newcomers was astonishing. Many even secretly felt relieved that they hadn't acted just moments before, or else they would have ended up like that man. Chapter 189. Low-level pirates and high-level pirates. Looking at the man on the ground, Dagu was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Eneru to act so quickly. He had originally wanted to avoid drawing attention, as being low-key was the style of a cautious person. Unfortunately, with Eneru's actions, Dagu found it impossible to remain inconspicuous. Of course, this was not because Dagu was afraid. He simply didn't want to attract attention. If Dagu had wanted to be in the spotlight, he wouldn't have gone to Mary Geos to rescue Hancock and the others in secret. Instead, he would have made a grand entrance or left some marks to prove he had done it. Breaking into Mary Geos and coming out unscathed would undoubtedly boost Dagu's popularity immensely. He could even rally support and claim a title if he wanted. Don't believe it? Just look at the original story's Fisher Tiger, who single-handedly stormed into Mary Geos, rescued all the slaves, and gained unparalleled popularity, overshadowing even Whitebeard. If Fisher Tiger had seized that opportunity to rally his fellow pirates like Jinbei and other members of the Fishman tribe, he could have easily established a nation comparable to Big Mom's Tato Land. In other words, Fisher Tiger could have become a king just based on his daring act of storming Mary Geos. Unfortunately, Fisher Tiger could not let go of the prejudices between races in his heart. Even though he saved them, he did not accept them, which ultimately led to his downfall. Similarly, if Dagu truly wanted to reach the top early, he could have rallied everyone with the achievements of Mary Ehua. However, at that time and even now, Dagu had no intention of claiming the throne based on such glorious deeds. Dagu preferred to develop quietly in the shadows, silently accumulating strength, waiting for the moment to make a stunning impact. Otherwise, why do you think he went out of his way to find Law and the others, even inviting the young girl Yuta on board? All of this was because Dagu did not want to be too famous or attract too much attention, even though he had already shaken the world twice due to the bounty incidents. However, those events were ultimately without reason, or rather, only the Navy knew the reason. Others did not understand what Dagu had done, nor did they believe that Dagu's bounty was linked to his strength. They might even forget about Dagu, just like the other people in the tavern. But after what just happened, Dagu realized that it was impossible for him to remain low-key anymore. Because no matter what, Dagu wanted to develop quietly, which did not mean he was afraid of trouble. Not to mention, these bounties were not even close to 1 billion. If it were someone like Whitebeard, Dagu might consider whether to take action. So, while others were still in shock, Dagu slowly stood up. Boom! Suddenly, an invisible wave resonated, and the Conqueror's haki poured out, leaving only a few people in the tavern still standing. A slick-back man, a bespectacled man, a hot young woman. Captain, can you not use Conqueror's haki next time? Looking at the scene around her, Bonnie helplessly turned to Dagu and said, "Doing this will make us crew members feel unnecessary." Hearing this, Dagu felt a bit embarrassed and then replied with a smile, "Okay, no problem. I won't do it like this next time." As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu turned to the 3 who were still standing and said, "You all, igreagis." Before Dagu could speak, The two men and one woman hurriedly rushed to Dagu's side, bowing respectfully and asking, "Sir, what are your orders?" Actually, it was understandable for the three to act this way. Just moments ago, they thought Dagu and his crew were just inexperienced little pirates, not realizing that despite their youth, Dagu's strength was not something they could match, and they even thought that Dagu could defeat them without lifting a finger. This was because they clearly knew what Dagu's ability was, the ability to knock out others with a mere presence, something only a king could possess, a symbol of absolute strength. Haki, specifically Conqueror's Haki. If they hadn't been to Sabaody and learned about Conqueror's Haki, they probably wouldn't have been so terrified. They might have thought Dagu was just using some unknown ability to knock others out. But it was precisely because they understood Conqueror's Haki and knew what kind of ability it was that they reacted this way. Looking at the three bowing before him, Dagu couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. He knew that once he made a move, it would end up like this. And that's why he preferred to act low-key. Unfortunately, human effort sometimes has its limits, and there are always things in the world that don't go as one wishes. However, this wasn't a big problem for Dagu, just a bit annoying, that's all. So, Dagu chose to ignore their attitude and calmly asked, "I ask you, have there been any major events on the sea in the past 2 years?" Yes. Facing Dagu's question, the woman among the three, the hot young woman, was the first to respond. "Back to you, sir, there haven't been any other major events at sea in the past 2 years, only one." Saying this, the hot young woman paused, observing Dagu's expression. After finding no dissatisfaction, she continued, "That is, the former Pirate King's crew member, red-haired Shanks, has become another emperor of the sea after Kaido. So now there are already 4 emperors on the sea, namely Whitebeard, Kaido of the Beasts, Big Mom, and the newly crowned red-haired Shanks. They are collectively referred to as the 4 emperors. Their pirate crews are known as the 4 emperor pirate crews. Has it already come to this?" After listening to the hot young woman's explanation, Dagu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Unknowingly, red-haired Shanks had already become one of the 4 emperors. Shanks has become one of the 4 emperors. At the same time, upon hearing that Shanks had become one of the 4 emperors, Yuta, Shanks' daughter, couldn't help but exclaim and then turned to Dagu, saying, "Captain, I want to go back and take a look. Is that okay? I want to see Shanks and casually ask him why he didn't tell me about such a big deal as becoming one of the 4 emperors. Does he still think of me as his daughter?" Chapter 190. CP Organization and Dagu's return. This. Hearing Yuta's words, Dagu was momentarily stunned, but the other 3 fell into a daze upon hearing her words. They did not expect that the youngest-looking member of the crew was actually related to one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, and judging by her words, she was Shanks' daughter. Thinking about it this way, who was the Captain Dagu? With this thought, the 3 slightly raised their heads and carefully observed Dagu's appearance. The son of a demon. Suddenly, the bespectacled man exclaimed, and then with a thud, he knelt down before Dagu, trembling all over, unable to speak for a long time. Son of a demon? At the same time, although the other 2 were still somewhat confused, the bespectacled man had already knelt down. Even if they didn't understand anything, they didn't dare to hesitate and quickly knelt down before Dagu as well. "Oh!" Hearing the bespectacled man's exclamation and seeing the others kneeling down, Dagu couldn't help but be a bit surprised. He thought that after all these years, no one would remember him. He didn't expect that just after returning to the East Blue, he would be recognized. He had to admit he underestimated his own influence. After all, not everyone can break 1 billion bounty on their first bounty, and the second bounty directly skyrocketed to 10 billion. Even Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, and the Pirate King, Joel Roger were not directly declared to have a bounty of 1 billion when they first set sail, let alone Monkey D. Luffy, whose first bounty was only 30 million berries years later. However, being recognized was being recognized. Since he had already made a move, he wasn't afraid of being known. With this in mind, Dagu no longer paid attention to the kneeling trio, but turned to Robin and the others, saying, "Let's go back to the ship." As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu stepped directly toward the door. "Yes, Captain." Hearing Dagu's words, Robin and the others first glanced at the kneeling trio and then followed Dagu's lead. "Wait, Lord Son of a Demon." Just as Dagu was about to walk out of the tavern, the bespectacled man suddenly stood up and called out to Dagu. Hearing this, Dagu silently turned around and quietly looked at him. Seeing this, the bespectacled man did not hesitate and immediately said to Dagu, "Lord Son of the Devil, I want to." Unfortunately, just as he was about to say something, Dagu raised his hand to interrupt him and turned around without looking back, saying, "If you want to join my ranks, then there's no need. I don't need vassals." Watching Dagu leave with the others, the bespectacled man stood there in a daze. He never thought there could be such a special existence in the world, someone who would refuse subordinates delivered right to him. "Hey, why were you so respectful to that person just now?" At the same time, as Dagu and the others had already gone far away, the hot woman immediately approached the bespectacled man to inquire about Dagu's identity. Although she knew that someone who could become the captain of the red-haired pirates must be extraordinary, she really had no idea who that person was. Not just her, the slick-back man beside her also looked puzzled at the bespectacled man. Although they had heard the bespectacled man mention Dagu's name, they still couldn't recall who the son of the devil was. Regarding the confusion of the two, the bespectacled man did not hide it and immediately explained Dagu's identity to them. What? After the bespectacled man finished explaining, the slick-back man and the woman were once again shocked. They never expected that the person was the super rookie who caused a stir in the sea a few years ago with a bounty of over 1 billion. The son of the devil, Mebius Dagu. Hey, just as the two were coming back to their senses and wanted to ask the bespectacled man something else, they found that he had vanished without a trace. After looking around and still not finding the bespectacled man, they had no choice but to give up searching and began to call their subordinates. Little did they know, the bespectacled man they were looking for was already standing on the roof of the tavern, dialing a number with a snail phone. Beep, beep, beep after a series of sounds. Although there was no response from the other side, the bespectacled man understood that the call had been connected. Therefore, he did not waste time and immediately reported to the person on the other end. "Commander, this is Magic Valley Town. Just now, the son of the devil, Mebius Dagu, who has been missing for years and has a bounty of 1 billion berries, and his accomplices have landed here, and on their ship." Just at that moment, as the bespectacled man was about to say something else, bip, 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 suddenly a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, and the bespectacled man vanished from the world. Meanwhile, in the Holy Land, Mariewa, in the CP-5 Command Center, the CP-5 commander looked at the suddenly silent snail phone in front of him and fell in a deep thought. Beep, beep, beep after a long while. He picked up the snail phone again and dialed a number. "Who is it?" Shortly after, a voice that he expected came through the snail phone. "Admiral Sengoku." Upon hearing this, the CP-5 commander did not put on airs like he did when facing the bespectacled man, but directly told the Navy Admiral Sengoku about the situation that the bespectacled man had reported. After finishing the report, the CP-5 commander added, "There's another piece of news. I suspect that a lightning-type ability user has appeared in the Son of the Devil's team, and their observation haki is very strong." Hearing the CP-5 commander's words, Sengoku, who was far away in Marineford, was momentarily surprised and then asked, "Why do you say that?" Facing Sengoku's inquiry, the commander was not displeased but immediately shared his speculation. He recalled the commotion that had just occurred while explaining to Sengoku, "Because before my subordinate encountered trouble, I clearly heard a thunderous sound. And my subordinate, a member of CP-5, could not possibly be foolish enough to report to me right under the son of the devil's nose." After listening to the commander's analysis, Sengoku fell silent. He understood that the reality might indeed be, as the CP-5 commander said, that the son of the devil, Mebius Dagu, had returned with even stronger power after disappearing for years. Chapter 191. Guion moves out in private space after quietly looking at the disconnected snail phone for a moment. Sengoku turned to the young woman standing beside him and said, "Guion, you must have heard that. What are your thoughts?" In response, the tall young woman, Peach Rabbit Guion, calmly replied, "Mr. Sengoku, I want to go to sea." Hearing this, Sengoku couldn't help but stare at Guion for a long time. Only after seeing that she was completely unfazed did he reluctantly wave his hand and say, "Go ahead. Be careful." Yes. Thus, with Sengoku's permission, Guion left the office, boarded her vehicle, and headed for Water 7. Clearly, Guion understood that if she went directly to Magic Valley Town, she might miss Dagu again. so she planned to get there first and arrive at the next island on Dagu's route, Water 7, to wait for him. Meanwhile, on the Arc Maxim in Magic Valley Town, Enel, who had just issued a divine punishment, was gathering his power. At the same time, the unaware Bonnie walked up to Enel with a puzzled expression and asked, "Enel, what were you doing just now? Why did you attack?" Hearing Bonnie's question, Enel slightly raised the corner of his mouth and coolly replied, "This god just dealt with a rat." "A rat?" Upon hearing Enel's words, Bonnie was momentarily puzzled, but then suddenly realized that the rat Enel mentioned was clearly not a real rat, but a bug, a spy. Bonnie then turned to Enel, her face filled with curiosity, and asked, "Is it all right?" Seeing that Bonnie was about to ask Enel something else, Dagu immediately interrupted and said, "There's no need to worry about any rats. Since they have already been dealt with by Enel, there's no need to pay attention to them anymore." Besides, Dagu's gaze shifted towards the direction of Magic Valley Town. "Even if a Marine Admiral comes, you don't need to worry too much. I will hold them off. Right now, the most important thing is to take Yuta back to the red-haired pirates." At this point, Dagu turned to Law and said, "During my absence, Robin will take charge of the ship's affairs, with Law assisting her. Is that all right?" Law. Upon hearing this, Law nodded and said, "No problem, Captain." How could Law have any objections to Dagu's arrangement? Not to mention Law, who was appointed as the assistant. Even a usually arrogant Bonnie and the aloof Hawkins had no objections, because everyone had become accustomed to the fact that during Dagu's absence, Robin would handle all matters. So how could they have any objections to Robin leading them? As for Law, no one cared because Robin would take care of everything. So Law had no opportunity to exert himself, and they couldn't have any objections. Of course, this did not include Enel, who had just joined the crew for a year and had been with everyone. In Enel's view, Dagu being the captain was fine with him. Robin, as Dagu's woman, had proven her strength during their previous fight, so Enel had no major objections to Robin taking command instead of Dagu. But Law, who was Law? He can't ride on the head of God. That's impossible. Therefore, Enel directly said to Dagu, "Captain, I have an opinion." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Dagu was momentarily surprised, then turned to him and asked, "What's wrong? Do you have an opinion?" To Dagu's question, Enel immediately pointed at Luo and said, "Captain, I have no objection to you making Robin the temporary commander, but I have an objection to you making Luo the deputy." Hearing this, Dagu was slightly taken aback and asked, "What objection do you have?" In response to Dagu's question, Enel answered without a second thought, "Luo's strength is not as strong as mine." Enel's words not only left Dagu speechless, but even Luo fell silent as well. However, the difference was that Dagu was troubled by Enel's slight defiance, while Luo was simply frustrated that he was outperformed by a newcomer and had no way to refute it. After pondering for a long time, Dagu raised his head and looked at Enel calmly. "Enel, do you think your strength is very strong? That no one is stronger than you on this sea?" Upon hearing Dagu's words, Enel immediately retorted, "Not at all, at least, Captain. You are stronger than me. And also," saying this, Enel turned to look at Robin and added, "And Robin's strength is not weak either." Hearing this, Dagu understood that in Enel's mind, apart from himself and Robin, whom he had fought against, he did not regard anyone else highly, believing that the strength on this sea was just that level. Not to mention, he had just defeated 2 pirates with 2 ordinary attacks, which further deepened his arrogance. Realizing this, Dagu frowned and looked at Enel. Later, "You will follow me to visit Shank's ship." That's right, Dagu planned to take Enel along to meet the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, and broaden his horizons. This, facing Dagu's sudden arrangement, Enel was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and replied, "No problem, Captain, as long as I can follow you." Hearing Enel's words, Dagu nodded, then turned to Robin and instructed, "Robin, I will leave it to you from here on." Upon hearing this, Robin also nodded in response, "Don't worry." In that case, seeing Robin agree, Dagu immediately reached out and pulled Enel and Yuta, saying, "Let's set off." As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared from the Arc Maxim room. Just as Dagu took Enel away, Beepo looked at Luo, who had suddenly opened his domain, and asked, "Luo, where are you going?" Unfortunately, in response to Beepo's question, Luo did not reply, but directly activated his ability, disappearing from the spot as well. Luo. Looking at the spot where Luo had disappeared, Beepo felt dejected. He didn't understand why Luo would leave alone without taking him, especially since they were the best of friends. Beepo. Seeing Beepo's expression, Robin smiled and walked over to him, gently placing a hand on his head, comforting him. Everyone has secrets they don't want others to know, even if that person is their best friend. Just like me and Dagu. I also have some secrets I don't want Dagu to know, and similarly, Dagu has secrets I don't know about, although I don't know what they are. I know he has secrets. So Beepo, give Luo some personal space, and give yourself some personal space too. After hearing Robin's words, Beepo suddenly understood and immediately nodded in response. Yes, I understand, Robin. Then I will go back to my room. After saying that, Beepo turned and walked towards his room. Seeing this, Robin just shook her head and said no more. After all, the one who ties the bell must be the one who unties it. Let them figure it out themselves. Chapter 192. Farewell and combat in a certain sea area of a new world. The red-haired pirate ship, the Red Force, was slowly sailing. Suddenly, Shanks, who was sitting at the bow of the ship, turned to look at the mast, where three figures had appeared without him noticing. Yuta. Seeing the three people appear, Shanks immediately walked over quickly, half squatting down and looking at his growing daughter, asking, "Why did you come here? Did you miss me?" Unfortunately, in response to Shanks' warm greeting, Yuta did not appreciate it. Instead, she snorted coldly, looked around, and said to Shanks coldly, "Shanks, I heard you became a 4 Emperor?" Hearing this, Shanks was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, "Yes, I have indeed become what they call a 4 Emperor." Upon hearing Shanks admit that he was already a 4 Emperor, Yuta glared at him angrily and asked, "Then why didn't you tell me? Do you still have me in your heart? Do you still consider me your daughter?" Hearing Yuta's words, Shanks was taken aback. He didn't understand why Yuta was so agitated. To Shanks, this so-called 4 Emperor was merely an external label, nothing significant. Whether he said it or not didn't really matter. However, Shanks did not know that in Yuta's heart, she did not care about the 4 Emperor status. What mattered to her was that such a big event happened, and her father, Shanks, didn't tell her. To Yuta, this was equivalent to Shanks no longer considering her a member of the red-haired pirates, as if he had forgotten her, thinking it unnecessary to share the adventures of the red-haired pirates with her anymore. Therefore, Yuta became so angry upon hearing that Shanks had become a 4 Emperor without informing her, and insisted that Dagu bring her to see Shanks immediately. This was all because Yuta was afraid that the people of the red-haired pirates, afraid that her father, Shanks, would really forget her, completely excluding her from the red-haired pirates. Of course, Shanks was unaware of Yuta's thoughts, but looking at her expression, he understood that he must have done something wrong to make Yuta so angry. Yuta. Thus, after pondering for a moment, Shanks stepped forward 2 paces, extending his only hand to embrace Yuta tightly, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Yuta, although I don't know what I did wrong. But please believe me, Shanks, love you always, always. You will always be my daughter, no matter when. You are my only daughter, red-haired Shanks' daughter." Shanks. Listening to Shanks' words, Yuta fell silent. She didn't know whether she should still be angry or if she had any reason to be angry or afraid. Just like that, the father and daughter embraced in silence. Time slowly passing by for a long, long time. Ahem. Not knowing how long had passed, seeing that the two showed no signs of parting, Dagu, who couldn't bear to watch any longer, finally cleared his throat twice to remind them. Upon hearing the noise, Yuta immediately pushed Shanks away, and Shanks slowly stood up, turning to Dagu and asking, "Junior brother, is there something you need at this time?" Saying this, Shanks slightly tilted his head to glance at Enel beside him, inquiring, "Is this your new partner?" "Yes." Facing Shanks' question, Dagu nodded and then explained to Shanks, "Senior brother, although the main reason for coming here this time is that Yuta wants to see you, but..." At this point, Dagu turned to Enel and said, "I also want Enel to have a spar with the members of the red-haired pirates. Is that okay?" "Oh." After hearing Daigu's words, Shanks was a bit surprised. He then looked Enel up and down before greeting him. "Hello, my name is Shanks. Nice to meet you." However, Enel did not take Shanks' greeting seriously. He merely responded with a faint grunt. Seeing this, Shanks was momentarily taken aback, and then smiled knowingly. He understood why Dagu brought Enel over and mentioned a spar. Enel's demeanor clearly indicated that he was a rookie, unaware of the world's vastness, which was why Dagu brought him here, to let Enel learn a lesson. Beckman. Therefore, after coming to this conclusion, Shanks turned to his first mate, Ben Beckman, and said, "Why don't you practice with this young brother?" Sure. Beckman did not refuse Shanks' order. He had been observing Enel since earlier, and knew that if he wanted to fulfill Daigu's hidden intentions of making Enel experience setbacks, the other members of the Red Hair Pirates, aside from him and Shanks, were lacking in strength. Although both Yasopp and Lucky Roo could defeat Enel, Beckman sensed that they would definitely be in a stalemate against someone like Enel, which contradicted Daigu's idea. If Beckman guessed correctly, Daigu's intention was to let Enel suffer a defeat, or even a crushing blow, to suppress Enel's arrogance and sense of superiority. The only ones who could achieve this in the red-haired pirates were Shanks and Beckman. However, it wouldn't be appropriate for Shanks, as the captain, to fight against a crew member, even in a friendly spar. Thus, Shanks let Beckman take the stage, and Beckman agreed without hesitation. Junior brother. Seeing Beckman agree, Shanks turned to Dagu again and said, "Since the participant is decided, you'll handle the venue." "No problem." Dagu responded without hesitation, then without delay. Place his hands on Beckman and Enel. Flying Thunder God. With a burst of space-time transformation, Dagu took the two away from the Red Fourth ship. Yuta. After the three left, Shanks turned to his precious daughter, Yuta, and requested, "Yuta, we haven't heard your singing for a long time. Can you sing us a song?" Looking at Shanks like this, Yuta couldn't help but frown. Perhaps she had been on the quiet Daigu's ship for too long, making her a bit unaccustomed to Shanks' playful demeanor. However, it didn't matter much. Yuta soon relaxed her brow, walked to the center of the ship where she used to stand, and began to sing. The long journey has just begun, filled with courage, love, and friendship. Chapter 193, Beckman and Enel crash. In the North Sea, on an unknown small island. Thunder roared, lightning flashed, and the sky above was clear with the blazing sun hanging high. Bang, bang, bang. Amid the roaring thunder, there were several gunfire sounds mixed in. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot down from the sky toward a tall man on the island. Whoosh facing the fierce, oncoming lightning. The tall man exhaled lightly and then raised his weapon. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, a bullet shot out from the man's gun, meeting the mighty pillar of lightning. Boom! The bullet collided with the lightning, but unexpectedly, that small bullet dispersed the surging lightning with a single shot. Oomph! Watching this scene, a tall man in the sky, holding a golden staff and with long ears, snorted. Then he swept the golden staff, accurately striking the empty drums behind him. Boom! 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 With the sound of 4 drums, 4 pillars of lightning appeared, directly attacking the tall man below. The two engaged in combat were none other than Beckman, who was brought here by Dagu from the Red Hair Pirates, and his crew member, the Thunder Fruit user, Enel. The two had been fighting for half an hour. Dagu originally thought that Enel would quickly be defeated by Beckman, realizing that he couldn't act recklessly with his current strength in this world. However, to Daigu's surprise, after a clash with Beckman, Enel realized it was not going well and used his ability to control lightning to play a game of kite flying in the air. Although Beckman also had air capabilities, this was just a friendly spar for him, and there was no need to go all out. If he couldn't control his strength, any injuries to either Beckman or Enel would be undesirable. Thus, while Enel was recklessly attacking, Beckman was being quite restrained. However, facing such a situation, Dagu couldn't help but feel a headache. He knew that his intention was to let Enel understand that there were people stronger than him. But if this continued, the outcome might not only fail to suppress Enel, but could also greatly embolden his arrogance. Thinking of this, Dagu sighed helplessly and then looked at Beckman. "Beckman, could you take a bit more seriously? Always going easy isn't good." Upon hearing Daigu's words, Beckman first pondered for a moment, then nodded in response. "You're right. In that case, I'll take a bit more seriously." As he spoke, Beckman looked at Dagu and reminded, "If this leads to any consequences, I won't take responsibility, all right? Don't worry." To Beckman's surprise, after hearing his words, Dagu nodded without any hesitation, even looking at him with an eager expression, as if urging him to quickly give Enel a good beating. Confused about Daigu's situation, Beckman didn't pay him much attention anymore. Instead, he turned his gaze to Enel in the air, and then with a movement of his feet, flew straight towards Enel. Huh? Seeing Beckman rushing towards him, Enel, who had been relaxed, couldn't help but express his surprise. Then his expression turned cold, and he swung his golden staff. Boom, 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 boom. The thunderous drum beats echoed endlessly, accompanied by the continuous lightning. Although this lightning was much weaker than before, its numbers were relentless, causing Beckman, who was charging forward, to furrow his brows. Watching the lightning coming at him, Beckman sighed slightly, then focused his gaze, and his aura began to surge. Boom! With a loud bang, Beckman charged recklessly into the sea of lightning. But strangely enough, although he was surrounded by lightning, Beckman remained unscathed. Even the thunder seemed to be afraid of Beckman, brushing past him without attacking directly. Of course, the reality was that it wasn't the thunder that feared Beckman. Rather, it was more accurate to say that Beckman slightly sidestepped as the thunder was about to strike him. Thus, under the bewildered gazes of Dagu and Enel, Beckman passed through the sea of thunder unharmed and continued towards Enel. However, just as Beckman was about to make contact with Enel, a flash of lightning caused Enel to disappear from his original spot and reappear on the other side. Bang! But just when Enel thought everything was normal, a bullet grazed the tips of his hair and flew far away. This situation made Enel break into a cold sweat as he reached up to brush the singed strands of hair from his face. Looking at it, Enel felt a stir in his heart. He was so close, just a little bit more, and he could have been done for. Bang! But it wasn't over yet. Just as Enel was in a daze, another gunshot rang out, and in the blink of an eye, a bullet shot straight through Enel's forehead. Billy. Surprisingly, this attack had no effect on Enel at all. This was because Beckman hadn't used hockey on that bullet. It was merely an ordinary bullet. As everyone knows, normal attacks are ineffective against Logia users. Otherwise, Enel's head could have really exploded. All right. Seeing this, Dagu instantly appeared in front of the two, saying, "The match is over. Let us go back." As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu grabbed Beckman with one hand and placed the other on Enel's shoulder, regardless of how disheartened Enel looked, and then activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Crack! However, what Dagu didn't know was that, down on the uninhabited island below, a pigeon was taking a close-up shot of the three with a camera. Thus, without Dagu's knowledge, he and his crew member Enel became famous. Although Dagu's bounty remained unchanged, Enel's encounter with Beckman and his mastery of thunder had garnered significant attention from the Navy. The reason being, the current 3 admirals of the Navy were all Logia users. And although Enel seemed unable to defeat Beckman now, he shouldn't be underestimated. Moreover, even though Enel lost to Beckman, he didn't fall apart, especially considering his opponent was the vice-captain of the Yonko red-haired Shanks, Ben Beckman, who possessed strength close to that of the Yonko. Therefore, based on all of this, the Navy set a new high for Enel's initial bounty, shocking the world. Along with that, Dagu and his light pirates also stirred up a wave. Chapter 194, Shanks' Envy and Buggy and Treasure Hunting Him? In the New World, on the Red Force, Shanks, who was originally listening to Yuta's singing, suddenly paused and turned to see Beckman and Dagu, who had appeared beside him. "You're back," he said. Then, Shanks looked towards Yuta and remarked, "It seems like it's been a while. Yuta has sung several songs." "Sorry." Upon hearing Shanks' words, Beckman first apologized and then sat beside him to watch Yuta's performance. Seeing this, Shanks didn't bother with Beckman anymore and turned to Dagu, asking, "How is it?" As soon as he finished speaking, Shanks gestured with his eyes towards the still dejected Enel. Hee in response. Dagu shook his head with a slight smile, not answering Shanks' question, but instead turned to Enel and said, "Enel, don't be down. Come over and listen to Yuta sing." Hearing this, Enel remained silent, but walked to the side and quietly watched Yuta perform. Seeing Enel like this, Dagu helplessly shook his head, then ignored Enel and sat beside Shanks, thanking him while watching Yuta's performance. "Thank you, senior brother." "No need." In response to Dagu's gratitude, Shanks merely waved his hand, indicating no need for thanks. Suddenly, Shanks seemed to think of something and turned to Dagu, asking, "By the way, junior brother, where did you find him?" After speaking, Shanks glanced at Enel, indicating he was asking about him. Hee hee. In response to Shanks' question, Dagu couldn't help but grin. He then told Shanks about his trip to the Sky Island and his encounter with Enel. I see. After listening to Dagu's explanation, Shanks nodded silently, then looked at Dagu with a face full of envy and said, Junior brother, how come I never encounter such good fortune? Just casually going to the sky and finding such a talented partner. At that moment, seeing Shanks' expression, Beckman struck again, casually remarking, and he's also known as the user of the strongest thunder fruit. Huh. Hearing Beckman's words, Shanks was momentarily taken aback. Then his pupils gradually widened, and he looked at Enel with intense longing. Clearly, he was tempted, given Enel's age and current strength. Shanks could be sure that if he were to take him under his wing, Enel would definitely become another figure like the current 3 admirals. Moreover, the ability of the thunder fruit is more comprehensive compared to the fruit abilities of the current 3 admirals. Although it can't be said to be stronger than them, it would definitely be better suited to adapt to various environments. Because the thunder fruit boasts speed comparable to the light fruit and power comparable to the magma fruit. And the paralysis effect after a lightning strike is also similar to the control ability of the ice fruit. With such an almost all-encompassing devil fruit, who wouldn't be tempted? Even Dagu, who possessed the sage's eyes and the sage's body, had once been tempted, let alone Shanks, who only had 3-color hockey and swordsmanship. However, Shanks' expression soon darkened, as he realized that Enel was currently his daughter's companion and his junior brother's crew member. Yet even so, Shanks couldn't help but ask Dagu, Junior brother, do you think it would be possible for that young man to come to my side? Hearing Shanks' words, Dagu was immediately speechless, looking at Shanks with a blank expression and remained silent for a long time. Although he already knew that Shanks was someone who valued talent and had even dared to invite Marco onto a ship in front of Whitebeard for the sake of talent, Dagu really didn't expect Shanks to want to poach his junior brother's crew member for the sake of talent. Thinking of this, Dagu silently looked at Shanks and said, Senior brother, I have never seen anyone as shameless as you. He upon hearing Dagu's words. Shanks couldn't help but laugh awkwardly and then turned his head to stop talking. Seeing this, Dagu also said nothing more and turned his attention back to Yuta's performance. And so, time quietly passed in this silence, and before they knew it, night fell. Senior brother, we're leaving now, under the moonlight on the Red Force. Dagu was bidding farewell to Shanks. As for this, Shanks just nodded and said, Okay, come back when you have time. At this moment, Yuta, who was beside him, looked at Shanks, hesitant to speak. What's wrong, Yuta? Shanks noticed Yuta's demeanor and immediately half-squatted down to look at her, asking, Is there something else? Or is someone bullying you? As he spoke, Shanks' gaze shifted to Dagu, clearly thinking that Dagu hadn't taken good care of his precious daughter and that she had been bullied. No. However, when Yuta heard Shanks' words, she shook her head and said, No one is bullying me, it's just... Forget it. Let's leave it at that. With her words trailing off, Yuta changed the subject and said goodbye to Shanks. Shanks, I'm leaving. I'll come back next time when I have time. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuta turned to Dagu, took his hand, and said, Captain, let's go. All right. Seeing that Yuta had said so, Dagu had nothing more to say. He could only nod in agreement with Yuta's words and then said goodbye to Shanks before using the Flying Thunder God technique to return to their ship with Yuta and Enel. Looking at the place where Dagu and the others had disappeared, Shanks' eyes flickered as he sighed repeatedly. Envy. How can one not be envious? Just as Shanks finished speaking, Beckman, who was beside him, exhaled a puff of smoke and said, If you are envious, why don't you eat a devil fruit? Maybe you'll get lucky and gain the ability to teleport at will. Then you can go wherever you want. Hearing Beckman's words, Shanks was momentarily taken aback. And then he actually began to contemplate whether he should eat a devil fruit. No. However, after a moment of deep thought, Shanks shook his head and said, Devil fruits are not suitable for me. I don't want to become a landlubber. Speaking of this, Shanks couldn't help but think of his little buddy, Buggy, who had been a trainee crew member in the Roger Pirates back in the day. He wondered where he was now. Is he still continuing his treasure-hunting journey? Achoo, at this moment, in a certain sea area of the East Sea, Buggy, who was digging for treasure with his subordinates, couldn't help but sneeze, but he didn't pay it any mind and continued urging his subordinates to dig for treasure. Chapter 195. the Great Capture Operation and the frustrated crowd. Long Chain Island, located in the first half of the Grand Line, is a prairie-like, relatively elongated ring-shaped island that is usually divided into 10 small islands by the sea. However, every year there's a significant low tide, and, at that time, the 10 small islands merge back into one ring-shaped island. But this only lasts for a few hours. After that, the entire island will turn back into 10 small islands. At this moment, the light pirates are landing on this peculiar island aboard the Ark Maxim. On the coast of Long Chain Island, the members of the light pirates, seeing this type of island for the first time, couldn't help but exclaim, "This island is quite special." After expressing their amazement, Dagu looked at everyone and said, "Let's go, let's explore." With that, Dagu took the lead and walked into the island. At the same time, after exchanging glances, Robin and the others followed suit to explore this unique island. On the vast prairie, a few antelopes were running, with lions roaring in between, giraffes walking in groups, and 2 white elephants playing in a waterhole, looking quite content. "Hey!" Suddenly, a loud voice broke the tranquility, causing the animals to scatter in all directions. Seeing this, Dagu and the others' expressions darkened, and they turned to look at the culprit causing all this commotion, a flamboyantly dressed woman in a bright red robe, waving something at them. Observing the woman's actions and glancing at the others around her, Dagu walked up to the woman and asked, "Is there something you need?" "Oomph." In response to Dagu's inquiry, the woman did not answer immediately. Instead, she first huffed and then said to Dagu, "You are pirates too, right?" As she spoke, the woman pointed at the flag on the Ark Maxim behind Dagu and asked, "How about it? Would you like to?" With a flip of her wrist, she pointed behind her and added, "The Poison Spider pirates want to have a duel." Poison Spider. Upon hearing the woman's words, Dagu looked at her and the others behind her in confusion, then shook his head and said, "Sorry, we have no intention of dueling with you." With that, Dagu prepared to turn and leave. "Wait," but just as Dagu turned around, the woman called out to him again, "Do you know about Davy Back Fight?" Hearing the woman's words, Dagu was puzzled and turned to Robin, hoping that the academic Robin could translate this for him. Not disappointing Dagu, Robin explained, "Davy Back Fight. The Great Capture Operation is a game commonly seen among pirates." The Great Capture Operation? A game? After hearing Robin's explanation, Dagu felt puzzled for a moment, then suddenly realized that he remembered such a plot, which indeed happened on this island. However, he recalled that Luffy encountered a forked-headed person with the power of the time fruit, not this flamboyant woman in front of him. Thinking of this, Dagu couldn't help but scrutinize the woman in front of him, then realized that there was still at least 5 years before Luffy set sail. It was quite normal that the person here wasn't that forked-headed individual. However, Dagu rejected the woman's proposal, as he was completely uninterested in such games. As far as he knew, this so-called Great Capture Operation was just a child's play, utterly meaningless. Therefore, Dagu shook his head at the woman and said, "I'm sorry, we're not interested." After saying this, Dagu turned to leave again. Smack, however, at that moment, the flamboyant woman, seeing that Dagu was not taking the bait, took out a coin and threw it into the sea. "Huh?" Hearing the noise, Dagu turned around in confusion and looked at her, asking, "What are you doing? What does this mean?" "Oomph." Facing Dagu's question, the flamboyant woman was somewhat surprised that Dagu didn't understand this, but she didn't say much. After a huff, she explained, "This is a game that has been passed down from certain pirate paradise long ago. Pirates compete with each other to get the best crew members from others, which is the Davy Back Fight, the Great Capture Operation. Throwing a coin into the sea signifies that Davy Jones has acknowledged this game. The entire game is decided in 3 rounds, and the loser must swear allegiance to the winner for life, to Davy Jones. If there are no desirable crew members, they can also take away the pirate flag, which is considered the life of the ship, making it a brutal competition that bets on comrades and dignity. The Davy Back Fight also has 3 major agreements. First, anything lost in the Davy Back Fight must be won back in the Davy Back Fight. Second, the crew member chosen by the winner must immediately swear allegiance to the opposing captain. 3 is the flag of the defeated that will never be raised again. Those who violate these 3 rules will be regarded as the disgrace of pirates and sent to Davy Jones' locker. Legend has it that Davy Jones was a pirate cursed by a demon long ago, living at the bottom of the sea. collecting all the sunken ships and treasures into his locker. After listening to the woman's self-introduction, Dagu couldn't help but frown and said, "So, you mean we have to agree?" "That's right." Although the woman felt a bit frightened seeing Dagu's expression, she steeled herself and said, "You must play this game with us, the Poison Spider Pirate crew, or you'll be violating the rules and be the disgrace of pirates." Hearing this, Dagu's eyes widened as he prepared to unleash his conqueror's haki to knock her out, but at that moment, Robin placed her hand on his shoulder and turned to signal him to look at the others. Following Robin's gaze, Dagu was surprised to see that his companions were all eager to try, clearly wanting to play this so-called Davy back fight. All right. Seeing this, Dagu understood that he couldn't stop them from playing, so he helplessly turned to the woman and said, "We'll play." "How do we play?" With that, Dagu asked the woman how the game should be played. Seeing Dagu agree, the woman couldn't help but smile lightly and said, "It's simple. Davy back fight is usually a best-of-3 match." Thus, after the woman finished her introduction, a traditional pirate game officially began. Chapter 196, The Fun of Purple Pearl and Pirate Football. The first round. Find the strongest animal on Long Chain Island. Start now. Shortly after the female pirate introduced the competition, she immediately announced the start of the match without any pause, then turned to Dagu and the others and said, "Please send the contestants to the stage." Hearing the female pirate's call, Dagu and the others turned to look at Enel. Clearly, for this first round of the scavenger hunt, they had chosen Enel as their contestant. With Enel's vast range of observation haki, he was the best choice to go out. Although Dagu's observation haki, and even his eye abilities, were more suitable than Enel's, as the captain, Dagu could not be the one to take the lead. Therefore, this first round naturally fell to Enel. Enel didn't mind this. Ever since he had been defeated by Beckman a few days ago, he had been curious whether anyone from the Blue Sea was strong enough to defeat him easily. Whether it was Dagu, Shiki, or Beckman. He had even heard Yuta say that his father, that red-haired guy, was stronger than Beckman, which made him even more curious. Because of this, Enel accepted without hesitation. He wanted to see if anyone from the Blue Sea could truly defeat him so easily. However, he was soon disappointed, as when he easily brought a 10-meter male lion in front of everyone, the opposing team only had a 5 or 6-meter small lion, which looked like a juvenile compared to his. In such a situation, Enel felt no joy. Instead, he was somewhat frustrated, realizing that not everyone in the Blue Sea was strong. Sighing at this, Enel quietly stepped back behind Dagu, no longer paying attention to what had turned into a farce in his eyes. But unlike Enel, the members of the Poison Spider Pirate crew were shocked as they compared the large lion Enel had brought with their small lion. At that moment, they realized that Dagu and the others were likely not ordinary pirates, as ordinary pirates could not easily subdue a male lion over 10 meters long. Understanding this, the female pirate first instructed others to check Dagu and the others' bounties, then stepped forward 2 paces to Dagu and said, "Since you won the first round, according to the rules, you can choose one person from our side to go over, or you can choose to make us lower our flag. Speak up. What is your decision?" However, to the female pirate's surprise, after hearing her words, Dagu just waved his hand and said, "No rush. Let us finish the next 2 rounds first." Upon hearing Dagu's words, the female pirate's face showed astonishment. She had never imagined that someone like Dagu would be so naive. Clearly, if he made a request, whether it was for a person or to lower their pirate flag, it would greatly demoralize them. Yet, Dagu asked for nothing and just wanted to continue to the next round, leaving the female pirate unsure whether to see Dagu as confident or simply bold. Regardless of which, she thought Dagu was foolish, and naturally, she wouldn't refuse such a foolish request. All right. Therefore, after her shock, the female pirate immediately smiled and said, "Then we'll talk after the next round." After saying this, the female pirate turned and walked back to her crew. Oh, by the way, just as she turned to leave, she suddenly remembered something, then turned back to Dagu and smiled. "My name is Purple Pearl, the captain of the Poison Spider Pirate crew." After saying this, the female pirate, oh no, the captain of the Poison Spider Pirate crew, Purple Pearl, didn't wait for Dagu to respond and turned back to her crew. Purple Pearl's attitude towards Dagu naturally attracted strange looks from Bonnie and the others. "Captain, Oh my, Bonnie exclaimed while glancing back and forth at Dagu and Purple Pearl. You. Seeing Bonnie like this, Dagu was speechless. How was he supposed to know that Purple Pearl would give him a look before leaving? Thinking of this, Dagu turned to look at Robin and, finding her unresponsive, he breathed a sigh of relief and then said to Bonnie, "Hurry up. Aren't you going to compete in this round?" TCH. Hearing Dagu's words, Bonnie, who was originally hoping to watch the excitement, clicked her tongue and then turned to shout, "Kuina, Yuta, and Beppo, let us go." After saying this, Bonnie took the lead and walked towards the poisoned spider pirate crew, with Kuina and the others following closely behind. As Bonnie and the others left, Dagu turned to Robin and opened his mouth to say something. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Robin placed her finger against his lips, then quietly embraced Dagu, murmuring, "No need to say anything. No need to explain anything. Just let me stay by your side." Upon hearing this, Dagu said nothing more, only silently reaching out to gently embrace Robin, everything unspoken. TCH on the other side, observing Dagu closely, Purple Pearl saw Dagu embrace another woman and immediately gritted her teeth, clicking her tongue. Then, she turned to the contestants for the second round and ordered, "You all listen closely. Only allowed to win, cannot lose." Turning back, Purple Pearl looked at Dagu again and mumbled, "I want that kid to become my man." "Yes, Captain." With Purple Pearl's command issued, the participants from the poisoned spider pirate crew, upon agreeing to her request, immediately charged aggressively towards the three girls and a small white bear across from them. "Let's start." Before long, the two sides met, and Purple Pearl did not linger, immediately announcing the start of the game. Hearing their captain's command, several members of the poisoned spider pirate crew smirked and then moved their feet, kicking the ball at their feet and rushing towards Bonnie and the others. Seeing this, Bonnie and her friends focused intently on the ball in front of them, stepping forward to block it from passing by. Indeed, the second match was none other than soccer, or rather a variation of it, since the total number of participants from both sides was less than half that of a regular team, with only 7 people and 1 bear. As for what constituted victory, naturally, it was kicking the ball into the opponent's camp to win, but unlike ordinary soccer matches, there were no restrictions on attack methods since both sides were pirates. In other words, the players could freely attack each other. Who, for example, at this moment, the poisoned spider pirate crew was facing off against Kuina, wielding an iron rod and preparing to strike her. Chapter 197. The bounty notices of everyone and Purple Pearl's realization ding. Faced with this blow, Kuina did not hesitate, immediately drawing her sword, the Wado Ikamanji, to block it. At the same time, she moved her feet, turning her body, and actually used the momentum to take the pirate's ball, running towards the direction of the poisoned spider pirate crew. Kuina's swift movements truly surprised the pirate with the iron rod. He had thought that this young girl would surely be unable to react and would be knocked down by him. However, to his surprise, when the two made contact, he felt a powerful force from this girl that numbed his hand. Not only that, but the most significant was the girl's speed. He had only felt such speed from their captain, Purple Pearl. One must know that his captain, the leader of the poisoned spider pirate crew, Purple Pearl, was a big shot with a bounty of 40 million berries, and she was adept at speed, even able to hover in the air for a while. How could such speed appear in a girl who looked like she was not yet of age without shocking this pirate? Not just him, even Purple Pearl, who was watching from behind, was equally astonished, and she vaguely realized that Dagu and the others might not be ordinary pirates, but some major figures. However, the person she had sent to gather information had not yet returned, so she could not judge who this group was. Just as Purple Pearl was contemplating this, the situation in the arena changed again. With a delicate shout, Bonnie exerted force, and a pink wave of energy flashed, turning the opposing pirates into elderly men with white hair and faltering steps. The ball at their feet was easily taken by Bonnie and her team and sent in front of Purple Pearl. While Purple Pearl was in a daze looking at the 4 balls in front of her, Bonnie called out to her, "Hey woman, we won. Hurry up and announce the result." Hearing Bonnie's shout, Purple Pearl hurriedly came to her senses, then looked at Bonnie with a complex expression, before raising her head and loudly announcing, "This Davy-back fight has been won by our poisoned spider pirate crew." After speaking, Purple Pearl's expression fell, and she silently walked in front of Dagu, saying, "Captain, according to the rules, you have won 2 out of 3 matches, and you have won this battle for crew members. You." At this point, Purple Pearl looked up at Dagu and asked, "What do you plan to do with us?" Facing Purple Pearl's inquiry, Dagu hesitated a bit. It wasn't that he wanted to do something to Purple Pearl, but he couldn't think of a good solution at the moment. Should he let the poisoned spider pirate crew join under his command as an affiliated pirate crew? Thinking of this, Dagu shook his head repeatedly. No way. He didn't want any affiliated pirate crew. He found it troublesome. Then should he let the poisoned spider pirate crew disband? Upon thinking of this, Dagu's eyes lit up, but then he dimmed again. It was possible to disband this pirate crew, but who could tell if they would really abide by the game rules? After all, it was just a game. Not to mention others, Dagu himself didn't care too much. If it weren't for Bonnie and the others wanted to play, he would have returned to the ship to rest long ago. After coming to this conclusion, Dagu sighed helplessly and waved his hand to Purple Pearl, saying, "Forget it. We don't need anything from you. Just don't oppress ordinary people in the future. Robin, let's go." After saying this, Dagu didn't wait for Purple Pearl to reply. Calling the others and turning to leave, he was really afraid that Purple Pearl would say something inappropriate, which, although it wouldn't have much impact, would be annoying. So, he simply didn't give Purple Pearl a chance to speak and directly returned to the ship. Watching Dagu's departing figure, Purple Pearl stood there in a daze for a moment. She had thought that Dagu's earlier silence was due to some intention towards her entire poisoned spider pirate crew. However, now that the outcome was clear, Dagu only asked them to treat ordinary people better in the future, without stating any demands. What did he want them to do? This truly made Purple Pearl somewhat perplexed, and at the same time, it piqued her interest in Dagu even more. "Captain!" At that moment, a voice suddenly called out from behind Purple Pearl, bringing her back to her senses. She slowly turned around to look at the subordinate she had just sent to gather information and asked, "What's wrong? Did you find anything?" Yes, Captain." You look." In response to Purple Pearl's inquiry, the pirate, while catching his breath from his earlier rush, handed a stack of bounty notices to his captain, Purple Pearl. Looking at the bounty notices handed over by her subordinate, Purple Pearl hesitated for a moment before slowly taking them, and then began to examine them one by one. Light pirate crew, Captain, son of the devil, Dagu. Bounty, 1 billion berries. Crew member, daughter of the devil, Nico Robin. Bounty, 150 million berries. Crew member, Thunder God, Enel. Bounty, 300 million berries. Crew member, Death Surgeon, Trafalgar Law. Bounty, 60 million berries. Crew member, Magician, Basil Hawkins. Bounty, 80 million berries. Crew member, Gluttonous Chef, Joaelly Bonnie. Bounty, 40 million berries. Crew member, Swordswoman, Quina. Bounty, 30 million berries. Crew member, Songstress, Yuta. Bounty, 10 million berries. Crew member, Pet Beepo. Bounty, 200 berries. After reading the bounty notices of Dagu and the others, Purple Pearl fell silent, and she finally understood why Dagu looked down on her. Although she had largely overestimated Dagu and his crew, she never expected that even the bounties of the 2 young girls among them were comparable to hers. As for that guy in her eyes who was competing with her for a man, her bounty was as high as 150 million berries, while his was an astonishing 1 billion berries. This staggering amount of bounty hit Purple Pearl hard, making her realize that she and he were not from the same world, and she was not qualified to stand by his side. Thinking of this, Purple Pearl sighed helplessly, then silently turned and walked towards her ship. She had already made up her mind. Although she could not stand by his side, since she had lost to him, she still had to abide by what needed to be followed. She wanted to go back to the 4 seas, to help the people of her homeland resist the invasion of other pirates. Set sail, everyone. Destination, the 4 seas. Thus, under the watchful eyes of Dagu and the others, Purple Pearl and her poisoned spider pirate crew, which had been sailing for several years, embarked on their journey home. Chapter 198, Alabasta and Crocodile on the Ark Maxim. As she watched the poisoned spider pirate cruise ship sail away, Bonnie couldn't help but turn to Dagu and tease, "Captain, you're just letting her leave like that? Aren't you going to try to keep her? You guy." Upon hearing Bonnie's words, Dagu couldn't help but feel embarrassed and angry. Directly placing his hand on Bonnie's head and rubbing it roughly, Dagu's actions made Bonnie shout urgently, "Let go! Let go!" While shouting, she flailed her arms trying to break free from Dagu's hand. But unfortunately, at this moment, her petite form was completely at the mercy of Dagu's 3-meter-tall hand. Leaving her with no space to counterattack, she couldn't even touch Dagu. All right. However, at this critical moment, Bonnie's deity, Robin, spoke up. Robin walked up to the two who were playfully wrestling and said, "We're not kids anymore. We should pay attention to the differences between men and women." Upon hearing Robin's words, both Dagu and Bonnie were momentarily stunned, not expecting Robin to say such a thing. Dagu even felt that Robin's words were clearly directed at him, and the reason was obviously related to Purple Pearl's earlier actions, which made Robin jealous. Unintentionally, Dagu blurted out his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Robin was taken aback and then silently shook her head, saying nothing as she turned and walked back to the cabin. Seeing this, Dagu naturally followed closely behind. The others who remained in place looked at the two with knowing smiles. At this moment in the room, Robin was sitting in a chair reading a book of unknown content, while Dagu stood quietly beside her, not saying a word. After a long while, it seemed Robin could no longer bear Dagu's silent state. She took a deep breath and looked at Dagu, saying, "Sit down." Hearing Robin's command, Dagu hurriedly responded and sat down in the chair in front of her. Clap. Seeing Dagu sit down, Robin helplessly shook her head and then snapped the book shut. She turned to face Dagu and said, "Dagu." Hearing this, Dagu promptly replied, "Yes." Seeing Dagu's anxious demeanor, Robin shook her head again and softly said, "Dagu, you really don't need to be so nervous. I have no objections." Besides, as she spoke, Robin couldn't help but smile at Dagu. Besides, you and that Purple Pearl have nothing at all. Even if you really did have something, I only need to know that you are by my side. Robin. Listening to Robin's words and seeing her smile, Dagu fell silent. He slowly reached out his hand without saying a word, silently pulling her into his embrace. At that moment, time seemed to stop, just for the two of them. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Robin gently pushed Dagu away, looking at him with soft eyes, and said, "All right, let's go out. You still need to set the course for the next destination." As she spoke, Robin pulled Dagu up and turned to walk towards the door. "Captain, Sister Robin." On the deck, upon seeing Dagu and Robin come out, Kuna and the others immediately greeted them, then waited for Dagu's instructions on whether to continue sailing or stay here for a while. Facing everyone's greetings, Dagu quietly nodded, then surveyed the crowd before saying, "Set sail." Towards the next. However, to everyone's surprise, Dagu's words suddenly halted, and his expression began to grow serious. Dagu's sudden change naturally piqued everyone's curiosity, and Robin directly asked him, "What's wrong? Is something happening?" "No." In response to Robin's question, Dagu slowly regained his composure, then looked at everyone again and changed his words. "You all can play around here for a while. I have something to take care of." As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for everyone to react, Dagu instantly disappeared from their sight with a flying thunder god technique. Seeing Dagu leave in such a hurry, although he said it was nothing serious, everyone still felt something was off. They turned to Robin with puzzled expressions, hoping she could provide some answers. Unfortunately, Robin also had no idea what was going on. Facing their gazes, she could only helplessly wave her hand and say, "I don't know either." After speaking, Robin turned her gaze toward Long Chain Island and said, "Although I don't know what is going on, Dagu's words are reliable, so let us listen to him and have a good time here." Hearing Robin's words, everyone felt it made sense. After all, their captain was a very cautious person, and even if there was something he couldn't handle, he wouldn't get into trouble. After all, if anything went wrong, their captain could appear anywhere in the world with a single flying thunder god. Understanding this, everyone nodded and said, "All right, then we'll wait here for the captain to come back." Immediately afterward, Bonnie turned to Kuna and Yuta and shouted, "Kuna, Yuta, let us go play downstairs." As she spoke, without waiting for the two to respond, Bonnie grabbed their hands and jumped off the ship, stepping back onto the land of Long Chain Island. On the other side, in the palace of Alabasta, in Cobra's study. "Uncle Cobra, is something wrong?" Dagu, who had teleported here using the Flying Thunder God, was asking Cobra if something had happened, as Cobra wouldn't have destroyed the Flying Thunder God item he left behind for no reason, bringing him here. In response to Dagu's question, Cobra pondered for a moment before explaining to Dagu. It's like this, Dagu, recently in Alabasta. As Cobra explained, Dagu finally understood why he had called him over. It turned out that it was just as Dagu had thought. This period happened to coincide with Crocodile, the sand crocodile, attacking Alabasta. However, what puzzled Dagu was that Robin had been with him the whole time and had never left. So how did Crocodile come to think of attacking Alabasta? Why did he believe that Alabasta contained what he was looking for? As he pondered, Dagu couldn't help but speculate whether it was information given to him by the world government to test Alabasta's royal family, the Nefertari family. Chapter 199. Cobra's sigh and Crocodile thinking of this. Dagu looked at Cobra and asked, Uncle Cobra, why did Crocodile come to Alabasta? As soon as the words fell, Dagu suddenly realized that Cobra could not possibly know why Crocodile had come to Alabasta. After hearing Dagu's question, Cobra pondered for a long time but couldn't come up with an answer. Seeing this, Dagu shook his head and asked Cobra, then Uncle Cobra, where's Crocodile now? Upon hearing this, Cobra immediately replied, in Rain Base. Ever since he arrived, he has been living in Rain Base, making it his base of operations. Dagu wasn't surprised by this. Indeed, Crocodile had chosen the same place as in the original story. However, Dagu wasn't very clear about the geography of Alabasta, as he hadn't explored it seriously during his last visit. Thus, he helplessly asked Cobra, then where is this Rain Base? Hearing this, Cobra realized that Dagu might not know the location of Rain Base, so he didn't waste any time and immediately turned to the outside and shouted Burl. Following Cobra's shout, soon the guardian of the Alabasta kingdom, Burl, pushed the door open and walked in, standing in front of Cobra and saying, Your Majesty. Facing Burl's greeting, Cobra nodded slightly and then turned to Dagu, saying, Burl, I want you to take Dagu to Rain Base. Is that okay? Hearing Cobra's words, Burl was initially surprised and then, after glancing at Dagu, shook his head and said to Cobra, No problem, Your Majesty. I can set off any time. Good. Seeing Burl agree, Cobra then looked at Dagu and asked Dagu, How about it? Let Burl take you there? That's fine. Dagu had no objections to Cobra's decision and immediately nodded in agreement. He then turned to Burl beside him and said, Thank you, Uncle Burl. No need. Burl responded to Dagu's politeness with a simple statement, then turned to Cobra and said, In that case, Your Majesty, we will set off now. Hearing Burl's words, Cobra pondered for a moment and then nodded, saying, All right, the sooner you go, the sooner you return. Yes. Burl responded to Cobra and then turned to Dagu, saying, Dagu, let's go. After saying that, without waiting for Dagu's response, Burl turned and walked outside, and Dagu followed Burl's footsteps after signaling to Cobra. Thus, under Burl's guidance, Dagu set off towards Rain Base. Watching the two leave, Cobra gazed out the window and murmured, The warlord of the sea. If it weren't for you releasing dance powder in this country, I wouldn't have called Dagu here. Indeed, the main reason Cobra called Dagu over was due to Crocodile's release of dance powder in this country. Unlike the original story, where Cobra knew that Crocodile was the culprit behind Alabasta's lack of rain, but felt powerless, this time, Cobra had a choice, and that was Dagu. Yes, in Cobra's heart, he trusted Dagu more than the Navy, or rather, facing an existence like one of the warlords of the sea, the Navy was completely meaningless. Moreover, compared to the Navy, Cobra believed that Dagu could better resolve the country's predicament. That was precisely why Cobra destroyed the Flying Thunder God items left by Dagu and called them over. Sighing at this thought, Cobra lowered his head again and murmured, World Government. Meanwhile, after a day of flying, Dagu finally arrived at Crocodile's base of operations, Rain Base, under Burl's guidance. Flap flap in the sky, Burl flapped his wings, looking at Dagu, who was hovering beside him, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He initially thought that Dagu would either be standing on his back or held by his claws to Rain Base, but he never expected that this son of a demon could actually fly. Thinking this, Burl shook his head and pointed to the town below, explaining to Dagu, This is Rain Base. After Crocodile came to Alabasta, he made this place his base and even opened a casino here. At this point, Burl pointed to a crocodile-shaped building in Rain Base and said, That is the casino opened by Crocodile, named Rain Banquet, because of Crocodile and the warlords of the sea's reputation. This casino has become the most famous entertainment facility in all of Alabasta. Many people come here hoping to get rich overnight. Moreover, Burl's expression turned serious for a moment. He continued, and because Crocodile has recently dealt with several pirates disturbing Alabasta, his reputation among the people is quite high, even surpassing that of His Majesty Cobra, who is beloved by the people. But, as he spoke, Burl's expression gradually soured, and he said angrily, "But all of this is fake. I saw with my own eyes how those pirates interacted with Crocodile. I saw those pirates kneeling before Crocodile. Clearly, those pirates invaded Alabasta under Crocodile's orders. Otherwise, how could so many blind pirates invade Alabasta just when Crocodile happened to arrive? Alabasta is not a small country. The standing army of Alabasta has as many as 600,000 troops. How could it frequently suffer pirate invasions? Did those pirates go crazy? Knowing there was no chance of winning, they still sought their own doom?" Listening to Burl's words and seeing his indignant expression, Dagu fell silent for a moment. Based on what Dagu had seen and heard in the original story, Crocodile was indeed capable of such actions, a person who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. However, whether in the original story or now, the final outcome would be Crocodile's defeat. In the original story, it was because of Monkey D. Luffy's existence. And now it was because of him, Dagu. Hey, thinking of this, Dagu shook his head with a smile and said to Burl, "Don't worry. After today, Crocodile will no longer stay in Alabasta." After saying this, Dagu headed straight for the crocodile-shaped rain banquet. Seeing this, Burl hesitated for a moment before quietly landing on the ground, hiding among the crowd. He wanted to see who was stronger, the son of the demon with a bounty of 1 billion berries, or Crocodile, one of the warlords of the sea. Chapter 200, Dagu and the Crocodile. Rain Banquet, a casino founded by Crocodile, one of the warlords of the sea, to gather funds. Also, due to the convenience and authority of the warlords of the sea, along with Crocodile's previous series of schemes, this casino is quite famous in Alabasta. Not only in Alabasta, but also in the nearby seas, residents from other islands come flocking, hoping to get rich overnight. This has led to Rain Banquet and even Rain Base becoming very lively, if not for the increasingly strange climate in Alabasta since Crocodile's arrival. Kabura became suspicious and arranged for Bell to investigate secretly, discovering that Crocodile was actually using dance powder in Alabasta. If Kabura couldn't find him, he certainly wouldn't be able to summon Dagu. However, what Kabura didn't know was that the item Dagu left for him, marked with the Flying Thunder God seal, was specifically prepared for Crocodile. Years ago, when Dagu first arrived in Alabasta, he had his sights set on Crocodile, which is why he left such an item and told Kabura to contact him if there were any issues. However, Dagu later realized that Robin had been by his side, and Crocodile might come looking for him first, so he was initially prepared to give up on Kabura. Unexpectedly, perhaps because the light pirates had been in the sky for these years and Dagu and Robin were secretly working for the Revolutionary Army, Crocodile couldn't find them, which led him to target Alabasta. With this thought, Dagu looked up at the rain banquet in front of him, shook his head, and stepped inside. "Quick, quick, quick! Buy it and leave, buy it and leave. Big, 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 big. What big? Small, 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 small. What big, what small? I want a leopard. A leopard? Full house. Ha ha, I won. Damn it, how did I lose? Bastard." As Dagu stepped in, listening to the noisy sounds, he felt as if he had entered another world. "Hello, sir." At this moment, a waitress dressed as a bunny girl approached Dagu and greeted him. "May I help you?" Hearing this, Dagu pondered for a moment, looked around the environment again, and smiled at the bunny girl, asking, "I'm looking for someone. Can you take me to see him?" "Oh, who is it?" Upon hearing Dagu was looking for someone, the bunny girl was puzzled. She didn't understand why this tall guest would want to find someone at the casino. Facing the bunny girl's confusion, Dagu didn't hesitate and immediately answered, "Warlord." The air froze. When Dagu uttered these words, the previously noisy environment, which was even louder than a vegetable market, fell silent. Ha 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 ha. Soon after, laughter erupted, and everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. A young man who was regretting losing all his wealth laughed heartily. "Huh. You want to find Warlord Crocodile?" Ha ha. A handsome man in a dealer's robe behind him also laughed. "Ha ha. Not bad. Kid as guts, I admire you." Ha ha. On the other side, a hot girl smoking a lady cigarette exhaled a smoke ring, looked Dagu up and down, and laughed This little brother must have just set sail, wanting to challenge Lord Crocodile. Not just these people. Everyone in the hall laughed at Dagu upon hearing his words, mocking his arrogance and how he dared to challenge the warlord Crocodile. Faced with such a situation, Dagu couldn't help but sigh. He had anticipated this because, to these people, Crocodile, as a Logia user, might seem invincible, like a god. But to him, Crocodile was just that. Perhaps even Enel at this moment could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. However, listening to the noisy laughter around him, Dagu felt quite uncomfortable. Thus, he didn't waste words and let out a cold snort, immediately unleashing the Conqueror's Haki. Boom! Immediately, with an invisible and silent wave, everyone in the hall, except for the bunny girl in front of Dagu, fainted. Looking at the surrounding situation, no matter how the bunny girl reacted, she understood that the young man in front of her was not an ordinary person, at least not someone she could casually tease. So, without hesitation, the bunny girl immediately said to Dagu, "Sir, please follow me. I will take you to meet our boss." Upon hearing this, Dagu nodded quietly. Then, under the bunny girl's lead, Dagu finally met the owner of the casino, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, who once challenged the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, and aimed at one of the 3 ancient weapons, Pluton, the Logia Sansan fruit user, Crocodile. Looking at the man with slicked back hair sitting opposite at the long table, smoking a cigar, Dagu couldn't help but feel a bit dazed, as if he had returned to his previous life, sitting in front of a computer. But Dagu understood that all of this was just an illusion. It was merely because the scene felt too familiar, making him think he was sitting in front of a computer, binge-watching a show. With this thought, Dagu couldn't help but shake his head secretly. What's wrong? The son of the devil seems to be a bit disappointed in me. However, Dagu's head shake was seen by Crocodile, as if he had some objections. No. Upon hearing Crocodile's words, Dagu immediately shook his head and explained, "I'm not disappointed in you. I'm disappointed in myself." Oh. Hearing this, Crocodile couldn't help but feel puzzled. What did the son of the devil mean by this? What did it mean to not be disappointed in him, but disappointed in oneself? Unable to understand, Crocodile then asked Dagu, "I'm curious, why are you, with a bounty of a full 1 billion, still disappointed in yourself? What about you are you not satisfied with?" Upon hearing this, Dagu sighed helplessly and said, "I'm disappointed in myself because I shouldn't have thought of making you my crew member. I originally thought that after you challenged Whitebeard and understood the great power of this world, you would train harder to catch up and even surpass Whitebeard." But, as he said this, Dagu quietly looked at Crocodile, then turned around and walked out, saying, "I'm sorry, I came to the wrong place." Chapter 201. Dagu in the Desert. Hearing Dagu's words, although Crocodile remained silent, Dagu understood from the quicksand spreading beneath him that Crocodile still responded as he had expected. Looking at the quicksand that seemed to want to swallow him, Dagu raised the corner of his mouth, then returned to calmness, turned to Crocodile, and pointed to the quicksand beneath him, asking, "What does this mean?" In response to Dagu's question, Crocodile only sneered and didn't say a word more. Just from the gradually speeding quicksand, Dagu knew Crocodile was serious, or perhaps in Crocodile's eyes, even though he had a bounty of 1 billion berries, he still didn't have the qualification to speak to him like this. After all, Crocodile had challenged Whitebeard and survived. A newcomer with a bounty of 1 billion berries simply didn't have the right to speak to him on equal terms, let alone mock him. Understanding this, Dagu shook his head silently once more. Then his gaze changed, and he unleashed a technique. Snap! Suddenly, Dagu placed his hand on Crocodile's shoulder and said softly, "It's better to talk things out. After all, as the saying goes, a gentleman uses words, not fists." However, Crocodile didn't respond to Dagu's words. Instead, he looked at Dagu with a surprised expression. He never expected Dagu to have such speed. Although he had heard that the son of the devil seemed to possess some sort of spatial ability that allowed him to appear anywhere in the world at will, Crocodile had never paid much attention to it. In his view, all of this was just an exaggeration. Even if there really was a spatial shifting ability, it couldn't possibly allow someone to travel around the world without side effects. However, after what had just happened, Crocodile understood that even if Dagu's ability to travel the world had some side effects, he indeed possessed spatial powers. Moreover, It was recognized by the Navy and valued at 1 billion. Indeed, even now, Crocodile still believed that Dagu's 1 billion bounty stemmed from his fruit ability rather than Dagu's own strength. But in the end, this was also Dagu's fault. After all, he had never fought openly against the well-known figures of the sea. Although the former Golden Lion, red-haired Shanks, and even Mihawk, as well as the current Peach Rabbit, all had significant reputations on the sea. The problem was that when Dagu fought them, it was either in the sky, on deserted islands, or in the ruins of O'Hara, where there were no other witnesses besides the combatants. This led to Dagu's strength being very inconspicuous on the sea, or rather, not taken seriously. In fact, after the footage of Enel fighting Beckman was released, many people who were unaware of the truth believed that Enel was the true captain of the light pirate crew. This included Crocodile. Crocodile examined Dagu from head to toe and said, "I wonder how your strength compares to your captain." "Raijin? My captain? Raijin?" Hearing Crocodile's words, Dagu was confused. When did he have a captain named Raijin? Pondering this, Dagu fell into deep thought. After a long while, Dagu suddenly looked up at Crocodile and asked, "Are you talking about Enel? You mean Enel is my captain?" "That's right." Seeing Dagu's astonished expression, although Crocodile was a bit puzzled, he didn't ask further. Instead, he turned and picked up a bounty notice from a nearby table and tossed it to Dagu. This was a bounty notice that had recently shaken the entire sea, and the prediction of the thunder fruit on it intrigued Crocodile, which is why he hadn't put it away until now. Looking at the bounty notice of Enel in his hand, Dagu was momentarily speechless. He never expected that Enel's first battle, even if it was just a sparring match, would be exposed like this. Seeing the bounty that was 3 times higher than his own first bounty, and the description stating that he was not at a disadvantage against red-haired Shanks vice captain, Ben Beckman, Dagu could guess that Enel was now obviously a household name across the world. Looking at the imposing image of Enel bathed in lightning on the notice, Dagu also understood why Crocodile called Enel his captain. Indeed, compared to Enel's battle against Beckman and the remarkable photo on the notice, if Dagu were unaware of the situation, he too would think that Enel was the one in charge. With this in mind, Dagu didn't explain anything to Crocodile, but instead placed his hand on him. Flying Raijin. Following that, with a technique called Flying Raijin, Dagu brought Crocodile to the other side of Alabasta, where there were no other towns within several days' journey, allowing Crocodile to unleash his abilities without worry. Dagu's thoughts were simple. Since you don't believe it, let the facts speak for themselves, and the fact was battle. Looking at the swirling yellow sand around him, Crocodile was slightly surprised to be suddenly brought here. But he quickly calmed down and turned to Dagu, saying, "It seems the rumors are true. The son of the devil indeed has the ability to transport himself at will." Hearing Crocodile's words, Dagu showed no reaction, but instead said to him, "Come on." "Huh?" Seeing Dagu's attitude, Crocodile was puzzled again because Dagu's demeanor seemed different for what he understood. As far as he knew, this son of the devil, although a pirate, was generally friendly towards others and usually greeted people with a smile. Why was he acting this way with him? However, although he was somewhat confused, Crocodile wasn't the type to dwell on it. He was merely slightly surprised. Then, Crocodile returned to his usual self, looked around at the environment again, and couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Kid, if the rumors are correct, your teleportation should be able to cover a great distance, right? And since you came to find me, it means you must have heard of me. So why not teleport to a place without deserts and go straight to the sea instead, like?" At this point, Crocodile's expression suddenly changed as he realized that the reason Dagu didn't teleport to the sea or other non-desert areas was that he had absolute confidence. Even in his own territory, he could suppress Crocodile. Understanding this, Crocodile's anger surged, and he growled at Dagu, "Kid, you're looking for death." As soon as he finished speaking, Crocodile immediately launched an attack at Dagu. Sandstorm. With a wave of Crocodile's right hand, the surrounding sandy ground began to surge, and soon a sandstorm formed, sweeping towards Dagu. Whoosh! Watching the disaster-like sandstorm, Dagu couldn't help but exhale, then place his right hand on his sword and began to gather power. Clang! Finally, just as the sandstorm was about to reach Dagu, he suddenly drew the sword of contract victory and slashed at it. Swish! Following that, a magnificent slash appeared, directly facing the newly formed sandstorm. Boom! With a loud bang, the sandstorm was violently cleaved apart. Huh. However, Dagu was surprised to find that following the destruction of the sandstorm, a crescent-shaped sand blade came flying towards him. It was clear that this was Crocodile's attack. While creating the sandstorm, he had also unleashed this crescent sand blade. The sandstorm was merely a feint. The crescent sand blade was his true killing move. Realizing this, Dagu couldn't help but smile. It was very much in line with Crocodile's character. Underhanded guy. Chuckling, Dagu murmured, then extended his left hand. Shinra Tensei. In an instant, the gravitational repulsion of the Rinnegan was unleashed by Dagu, repelling Crocodile's sand blade and sending it back. But at that moment, Dagu's sword-wielding right hand moved, blocking behind him. Clang! A sound of metal clashing rang out. Unbeknownst to him, Crocodile had already appeared behind Dagu, extending the golden hook on his left arm to press against Dagu's long sword. TCH. Seeing that his sneak attack had failed, Crocodile couldn't help but let out a hiss. And then he hid his figure again, merging into the sand. Just after Crocodile went invisible again, Dagu turned around and looked at the sand, saying, "Is this the Sand Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords? I didn't expect that a dignified warlord would be just a coward who likes to sneak attack and fears direct confrontation." At this point, Dagu expressed his regret. I had heard that the 7 warlords, Crocodile, bravely challenged that man and successfully left his territory. I wonder what kind of heroic figure he would be, but I didn't expect. Saying this, Dagu shook his head, his face full of disappointment as he continued. I didn't expect you to be just a sneak attacker. I guess the reason you survived under that man's hand is also due to this sneak attack tactic. Upon hearing this, even though Crocodile knew Dagu was trying to provoke him, he couldn't help but reveal his figure and pointed angrily at Dagu. What he hated the most in his life, yet was also the proudest of, was his battle with that man, the one who stood on the world's highest throne, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. That battle made his name known, allowed him to witness the greatness of the world, and not only crushed his ambition, but also made him understand his own limits. Therefore, his feelings were complicated when others mentioned that battle, especially since this kid's words were not complimentary. This made him very angry, but also helpless because what the kid said was the truth. At that time, he indeed did not fight Whitebeard head-on. He merely attempted a sneak attack like just now and was knocked down by Whitebeard. However, it was precisely because of that battle that he came to Alabasta, as he had heard that there was one of the ancient weapons here, Pluton. He wanted to use the power of Pluton to go to the New World again and fight Whitebeard once more. This time, he was absolutely confident he would win. But now he lacked one crucial point, someone who understood ancient writing, and, as far as he knew, this kid happened to have such a person on his ship. The wanted devil child, Nico Robin. Thinking of this, Crocodile couldn't help but size Dagu up and then proposed. "Kid, I have a proposal. Do you want to hear it?" Hearing Crocodile's words, Dagu couldn't help but feel puzzled, then relaxed a bit, looking at Crocodile and asking, "What proposal? Let's hear it." "It's very simple." Seeing Dagu lower his guard, Crocodile smirked and explained to Dagu, "I need Nico Robin from your ship to do something for me, and in return, I can give you what you want. How about that?" After finishing, Crocodile invited Dagu. "This is a deal, a mutually beneficial deal. You just need to lend me Nico Robin, and I can bring you anything you want." However, what puzzled Crocodile was that after he finished speaking, the kid opposite him did not respond at all. Instead, his face darkened. Realizing this, Crocodile quickly understood that this kid was unlikely to agree to his proposal. However, Crocodile didn't care about Dagu's attitude because he didn't really intend to cooperate with him. He just wanted to keep Dagu steady for now. Whatever Crocodile wanted, he intended to take by himself. He only wanted to laugh at the idea of cooperating with others. Therefore, from the very beginning, he never thought about cooperating with Dagu. What he said to Dagu was merely a preparation for an attack, and now he was ready. Desert Sunflower. With Crocodile's loud shout, the sand beneath Dagu suddenly began to flow violently, gradually forming a quicksand layer that was slowly engulfing Dagu. He watching Dagu gradually sink without any reaction. Crocodile couldn't help but laugh. Indeed still young, so easily. But soon, his expression stiffened, and he couldn't laugh anymore. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound, the quicksand suddenly surged into the sky, and Dagu slowly floated up into the air, appearing in front of Crocodile, looking at him with a dark expression. Crocodile, you have crossed my bottom line. Are you ready to face the consequences? Before Crocodile could respond, Dagu raised his right hand, and his sword instantly slashed down on the unprepared Crocodile. Slash! This sword, catching Crocodile off guard, he couldn't dodge at all, although he instinctively used his elementalization. Dagu's attack still accurately struck his main body. Instantly, Crocodile cried out in pain, blood gushing from his chest. Chapter 203. Choice and Closure. This was not over. For at that moment, Dagu suddenly reached out and grabbed Crocodile by the neck, then narrowed his eyes. Human Path, Soul Extraction. In an instant, Dagu unleashed another ability awakened by his Rinnegan over the years, the Human Path of the Rinnegan's 6 paths, forcibly extracting Crocodile's soul. Bang! Immediately after losing his soul, Crocodile's body collapsed to the ground as Dagu released him. Looking at Crocodile's soul, which was emitting an invisible smoke under the sunlight, Dagu finally relaxed his brows. Huff then, as Crocodile's soul gradually became transparent under the scorching sun, Dagu let out a long sigh and sent it back to his body. After a long while, watching Crocodile, who was slowly recovering, Dagu smiled and said, "What? Still planning to target Robin? You?" Upon hearing Dagu's words, Crocodile wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he froze, feeling scared. In that brief moment, when his soul was exposed to the blazing sun, he felt fear. The burning sensation of the fierce sun and the sense of waiting for death made him panic, making the always proud Crocodile feel flustered. Even when facing Whitebeard, Crocodile never felt this way, but in front of this kid, he panicked. He was afraid. Seeing Crocodile like this, Dagu nodded in satisfaction and then said, "Crocodile, given your attitude just now, I officially inform you that you." Saying this, Dagu smirked and said cheerfully, "From now on, you will be my crew member. This is to prevent you from secretly attacking us. Of course." At this point, Dagu shifted his tone. "You can also choose not to join us, but I think you understand consequences. I will not allow someone who covets my partner, no, my wife, to remain in this world. So, Crocodile, make your choice. Will you join us, or shall I send you to meet Roger?" After finishing, Dagu quietly looked at Crocodile, waiting for his response. Hearing what Dagu said, Crocodile fell silent. He understood that the kid in front of him, known as the son of the devil, was not joking. If it were him, he wouldn't allow someone with intentions toward him to keep making secret moves. Unless that person was someone he couldn't deal with. Otherwise, he would never let it slide. Therefore, after listening to the choice Dagu provided, Crocodile realized that if he wasn't careful, he could really die. Thinking of this, Crocodile couldn't help but shudder, then took a deep breath, closed and opened his eyes, finally making up his mind. He saw that Crocodile, although helpless, had to respectfully call out to Dagu, "Captain." Good. Upon hearing Crocodile call him Captain, Dagu immediately laughed, shouted, and then placed his hand on Crocodile's body, followed by a flash of light. Crocodile suddenly felt his body as light as it had never been before, even lighter than before his soul had been extracted. This change made Crocodile's gaze towards Dagu more serious and astonished. He didn't expect the abilities of the son of the devil to be so diverse. Not only could he teleport, but he could also extract souls and heal injuries. These various abilities showcased Dagu's extraordinary nature, and at the same time made him realize that he truly couldn't escape, as he knew too much. Since the outside world saw the son of the devil as having only teleportation abilities, it indicated that he had been deliberately hiding his powers. However, so many abilities were revealed in front of him. Clearly, if he really disagreed to join, then what awaited him was indeed only one path. Thinking of this, Crocodile secretly felt relieved that he hadn't made the wrong choice. As long as he was still alive, there was always hope. If he were dead, then he would have truly lost everything. "All right, let us go back." At that moment, Dagu suddenly suggested. Upon hearing this, Crocodile didn't say anything but silently nodded. All right. Since he had already agreed to Dagu, then let it be. Following him to take a look wouldn't be bad, especially considering the strength the other party had just displayed, which was already very close to Whitebeard. If there were more hidden strengths, then he could be at the Emperor level. Thinking this, Crocodile couldn't help but exclaim, Hey, seeing Crocodile's reaction, Dagu couldn't help but laugh. Then didn't respond, and directly placed his hand on Crocodile's shoulder. Flying Thunder God. Then, with another Flying Thunder God, they appeared directly in the rain area. Dagu originally wanted to go directly to Alabasta to meet Cobra, but he suddenly remembered that Belle was still in the rain area, which was why he returned here. All right. Inside the casino, after glancing around, Dagu immediately said to Crocodile, Crocodile, you handle this place. You'll be on my ship from now on, so everything here is unnecessary. As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu walked toward the door. By the way, however, suddenly Dagu thought of something and turned his head to remind Crocodile, you'd better not think about running away, because I've already left a mark on you. Spatial mark. After saying that, without waiting for Crocodile to respond, Dagu directly walked out of the rain banquet. Crocodile watched the direction he left, falling into deep thought. It was clear that Dagu's last words were a warning him not to have any different thoughts. Because no matter where he ran, Dagu could appear in front of him instantly with his spatial abilities, just like he had returned here before. Understanding this, Crocodile helplessly shouted, Someone come. Tap, 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 tap. After a while, with the sound of footsteps, a group of people appeared in front of Crocodile and respectfully said, Boss. Looking at his subordinates, Crocodile expressionlessly nodded, then directly announced to everyone, From today on, the rain banquet is closed. I'm going to see. As soon as he finished speaking, Crocodile didn't care how the others would react, nor did he care about how the funds accumulated over the past few days would turn out, and directly transformed into quicksand, disappearing from the spot. Chapter 204 Dagu's Return and Hawkins' Sense of Crisis. On the coastline of Long Chain Island in the first half of the Grand Line, aboard the ship of the Light Pirates, Ark of Prophecy, Hawkins suddenly felt something and turned to look at one side of the ship. Then, under Hawkins' gaze, two figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. When Hawkins saw who it was, he immediately greeted one of them. Captain, you're back. In response to Hawkins' greeting, the person lightly nodded and then asked Hawkins, Where are Robin and the others? Indeed, the ones who suddenly appeared on the ship were none other than Dagu, who had fought in Alabasta, and the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile. Why say former? It was because not long ago, after Dagu met with Crocodile in the rain area and used Flying Thunder God to return to Alabasta, he explained the situation to Cobra. He also used Crocodile's exclusive warlord transponder snail to inform Navy, announcing that Crocodile officially withdrew from the position of warlord of the sea and joined his light pirates. Although such actions were quite different from Dagu's previous behavior and seemed a bit high-profile, Dagu didn't need to be cautious anymore. With his current strength, even facing a Marine Admiral head-on would make it hard to determine a winner. Not to mention, in a full-blown battle, even against Whitebeard or Garp. While Dagu wouldn't dare to say he could win, they certainly wouldn't be able to defeat him either. This doesn't mean Dagu would leave using Flying Thunder God, but rather that in direct combat, with punches and blades clashing. He had undergone tremendous changes over the years of time, sedimentation, and the development of the Rinnegan and the Rebirth Eye. Otherwise, how could he easily subdue Crocodile, who was a warlord of the sea? It was precisely because of his confidence in his strength that Dagu boldly announced to the Navy that Crocodile was withdrawing from the warlords and joining his ranks. As for Crocodile's opinion on this, he had no objections, or rather, he didn't dare to have any objections. Who told him he couldn't defeat Dagu? If Crocodile could beat Dagu, he would surely do something about it. Unfortunately, Crocodile could only think about it. It was impossible for him to deal with Dagu, now or in the future, because while his strength was increasing, Dagu's strength was also rapidly increasing, and even faster than his, after all. Dagu was much younger than him. Being younger means greater potential and faster growth rate. Thus, the later it got, the more Crocodile couldn't compete with Dagu, which was also the reason Dagu could confidently take him under his wing. Speaking of this, Crocodile, who had the same thought, couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Dagu in front of him. Sigh hearing the noise, Dagu, who was originally talking with Hawkins, immediately turned to look at Crocodile and asked, What is wrong? However, faced with Dagu's question, Crocodile naturally wouldn't express his thoughts. He merely shook his head and said, It's nothing. Oh, looking at Crocodile's expression, although Dagu understood that he must have something unsaid, he didn't ask more questions. He simply responded with an "oh," and then jumped off the ship according to what Hawkins had just said, stepping on a long chain island. He planned to find Robin and the others and casually bring them back to prepare for departure. Shichibukai. After Dagu left, Hawkins finally turned his gaze towards Crocodile, and at that moment, he realized that the man brought back by his captain was actually one of the Shichibukai. Regarding Hawkins' confusion, Crocodile, although he didn't want to respond, had no choice. He was now considered a companion of theirs. And in response to the greetings from his companions, if he didn't reply, he couldn't guarantee that the son of the devil wouldn't use that as an excuse to do something to him. Therefore, Crocodile nodded and said, "That's right. I am indeed one of the Shichibukai, but I am just a former Shichibukai. Now Saying that, Crocodile turned to look at the island and continued, "Like you, I'm also a member under the son of the devil. Oh no, under the captain." "I see." After hearing Crocodile's explanation, Hawkins seemed to ponder for a moment. Then he no longer paid attention to Crocodile and turned to pick up his weapon to train. He sensed a crisis coming from within, as well as a crisis of strength. He realized that after this voyage, his power and status within the team had become increasingly lower. Whether it was the newly joined Enel or the former Shichibukai Crocodile, Hawkins understood that he could not handle either of them. Moreover, not only them, but even Law, who was originally under him, had gradually caught up and might even surpass him. This made it impossible for Hawkins to calm down and relax. After all, he could be considered one of the older members of the ship, yet he was continuously surpassed by newcomers, which made the aloof Hawkins quite frustrated. Swish, swish, Lost in thought, Hawkins trained even more vigorously, wielding the swordsmanship inherited from the One Heart Dojo, Kanshiro. As for Crocodile, since it was his first time seeing Hawkins, he thought that Hawkins was a person who trained hard. He even sighed, thinking that the people under the son of the devil were quite diligent, training without pause. On the other side, on Long Chain Island, Dagu did not use Flying Thunder God to teleport directly to Robin and the others, but followed the reaction he sensed with Observation Haki to find their location. Robin. Looking at the few people sitting together, Dagu called out to Robin. "Dagu?" Hearing the sudden voice, Robin was taken aback for a moment. When she looked up and saw Dagu walking towards them, she immediately stood up and said to Dagu, "You're back." Facing Robin's greeting, Dagu smiled and nodded, before turning to look at the others. "Captain." Seeing Dagu's gaze, Kuina, Bonnie, and Yuta all greeted him. Seeing this, Dagu also responded with a smile, then looked at Robin and asked, "Robin, where are Enel, Law, and Beepo? Where did they go?" Upon hearing Dagu ask about Enel and the others, Robin turned her head to the side and pointed, saying, "They went over there. I don't know what exactly they're doing." Hearing Robin say this, Dagu became curious about what Enel and Law were up to. "I'll go take a look." After saying this to Robin, Dagu walked in the direction Robin pointed. Chapter 205. The connection between Shichibukai and Everyone Boom. This is one of the islands on Long Chain Island, and a loud explosion suddenly echoed across the island. Crackle following that, a thunderous sound rang out, and a massive lightning pillar appeared from the sky, crashing down towards the ground. Boom! Then there was another loud noise that spread across the entire island, making the small island tremble. However, before the lightning pillar struck the ground, a transparent light shield had already formed in advance, covering a large area. Sighing the air, Dagu, who had just arrived, looked at the scene below and sighed to himself. Dagu knew that this battle was clearly proposed by Law because Enel was not very keen on fighting. Of course, Law was not one who enjoyed fighting either, but he was anxious. Or rather, ever since they left Skypiea, Law had become anxious. But it made sense, after all. It had been 8 years since Law lost Razanani, and nearly 9 years since Dagu invited him onto the ship. After so much time, Law had grown from a naive boy to a young man in his prime, and most importantly, his strength had also improved tremendously. Now, Law could even stand against a vice admiral in the Navy without backing down, and he might even win. It was precisely because of this increase in strength that Law became more anxious. He wanted to find Don Quixote Doflamingo for revenge. But the captain of this ship was not him, and he couldn't decide the course. Although he understood that Dagu would definitely go after Doflamingo, he still couldn't help it. He needed to vent, which is why Law sought to battle Enel. In the previous years, Law's opponent had always been Hawkins since their strengths were quite similar. Unfortunately, because they had been fighting for so long, Law no longer felt any progress against Hawkins. Or perhaps it was because they were too familiar with each other. They knew each other's movements down to the smallest muscle twitch. In such a situation, how could there be any progress or room for improvement? Therefore, he sought Enel. First, he had known Enel for over a year, but since everyone was busy building the Arc Maxim, they hadn't had much time for sparring and understanding. Second, Enel's strength was greater than his, providing him with pressure and pushing him to improve. With this, looking at Enel across from him, Law said, "Enel, you are strong. Stronger than I thought. That's great, very good. Room. Butchery." Saying this, Law instantly activated his ability, teleporting to Enel's side, and simultaneously slashed at Enel with his sword, Onigiri. Bleep seeing this, Enel showed no hesitation and immediately used his Logia elementalization, preparing to distance himself from Law through elementalization. Clang. Bang. But at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared between the two, blocking Law's Onigiri with one hand while stopping Enel from leaving with the other. Such a change surprised both Law and Enel, and when they looked at the person in front of them, they couldn't help but exclaim in unison, "Captain?" Then both of them retracted their auras and greeted their captain, Dagu, saying, "Captain, you're back." In response, Dagu simply nodded silently, not commenting on the battle between the two, but instead turned and said, "Get ready, we should set sail." After saying that, without waiting for the two to respond, Dagu turned and headed back the way he came. Yes. After hearing Dagu's words, Law and Enel exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, then followed Dagu's footsteps. Not long after, Dagu returned with the two people to the place where Robin and the others were, and naturally, Beepo, who had been following Robin, was with them. "We're back." Seeing Dagu return with people, Robin immediately greeted him. Dagu smiled in response to Robin's greeting, then turned to look at everyone and said, "Let's go back. Prepare to set sail. We have a new partner to introduce." After speaking, Dagu headed towards the ship. New partner? The others, hearing Dagu mention a new partner, were puzzled and curious about what kind of partner would make Dagu invite them aboard. While thinking this, they followed Dagu back to the shore and were momentarily stunned upon seeing the tall figure with a slick-back hairstyle, smoking a cigar on the ship, one of the 7 warlords. Looking at that figure, Robin turned to Dagu in confusion and asked, "Dagu, is this the new partner you mentioned? Is it Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords?" "Yes." Dagu confirmed with a nod, then pointed to Crocodile above and said, "He is Crocodile, one of the former 7 warlords, also known as Sir Crocodile. From now on, he will be a member of our light pirate crew." While as soon as Dagu finished speaking, the crowd erupted in surprise. Goena and the others never expected that the new partner would be one of the 7 warlords, and the first to become a warlord, Sir Crocodile. Looking at the shadow of Crocodile, slightly overshadowed by the sunlight, everyone's thoughts turned in various directions. Is this the person who shares the title of 7 warlords with my father? As another warlord, Bonnie, the daughter of Bartholomew Kuma, thought of her own father when she looked at Crocodile's shadow. 7 warlords? Doflamingo. On the other side, Trafalgar Law, who also had connections to the 7 warlords, couldn't help but think of the warlord, the night demon, Flamingo, Don Quixote, Doflamingo. 7 warlords? Mihawk. At the same time, Goena, who aimed to become the world's greatest swordsman, looked at Crocodile and thought of the warlord who held the title of the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Hancock. Even Robin, upon seeing Crocodile, couldn't help but think of her childhood friend, the only female among the 7 warlords, the current empress of Amazon Lily, known as the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. As for Yuta, Beepo, and Enel, they had no direct connection to the 7 warlords, but they understood the influence and strength that the 7 warlords held in these waters. Thus, when they looked at Crocodile, their expressions were not much weaker than those of the others. Chapter 206, Self-Introduction and Angering the Crowd. Let's go. Seeing everyone lost in thought, Dagu couldn't help but shake his head, then reminded them and led the way onto the ship, the Arc Maxim. Oh, after the others reacted, they quickly followed him onto the Arc Maxim. "Captain." On the Arc Maxim, Seeing Dagu come aboard, Crocodile, though reluctant, greeted him, then turned his head away and looked at the other people who had followed him. Dagu didn't express any opinion about Crocodile's attitude. Instead, he turned to introduce the crew, saying, "These are all the members of my light pirate crew." As he spoke, Dagu pointed at Crocodile and introduced him to everyone. "This is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, and the user of the Sansan fruit. You all can introduce yourselves." As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu stepped back, making way. "Hello." Seeing this, Nico Robin, who had been following Dagu, was naturally the first to step forward and introduced herself to Crocodile. "I'm Nico Robin. Nice to meet you, Mr. Crocodile, the former 7 warlord." However, Robin was surprised that after she finished speaking, Crocodile did not immediately introduce himself, but instead looked her up and down, seemingly lost in thought. Cough, cough. At that moment, Dagu suddenly coughed twice, as if to remind Crocodile, waking him up. Then, Crocodile looked at Robin and said indifferently, "Hello, survivor of O'Hara." Suddenly, the air froze. After Crocodile spoke, everyone instinctively held their breath, quietly watching Robin, afraid of her reaction. But to everyone's surprise, after hearing Crocodile's words, Robin indeed paused for a moment, but then smiled and walked over to Dagu's side, not showing any extreme reaction. However, Dagu could clearly feel from the hand he was holding that Robin's heart was not so calm. Of course, no one can truly remain calm when facing their past, especially one as hellish as hers. Thinking of this, Dagu let out a sigh, tightened his grip on Robin's hand, hoping to reassure her a bit. "Hey!" On the other side, although Robin calmly walked aside, Bonnie understood that her heart was not so peaceful. With a plan to stand up for her good sister, Bonnie did not hold back against Crocodile, directly walking up to him, pointing at his face and aggressively saying, "How could you say something like that? Do you know how much that hurts, Sister Robin?" "You, Bonnie." But at that moment, Robin's voice came from the side, startling Bonnie. When she turned to look at Robin and saw her shaking her head, Bonnie could only sigh helplessly and then turn to Crocodile, warning him, "Crocodile, I warn you. Don't think that just because you are a former warlord, you're so impressive. My father is also a warlord, and he is still an active one. Don't think I'll be afraid of you, especially since the captain is still here. The captain cares most about Sister Robin. If you dare to make Sister Robin sad again, you'd better watch out for the captain's wrath." After speaking, Bonnie didn't bother to introduce herself to Crocodile, directly turning and walking back to Robin's side, silently looking at her and saying, "Sister Robin, I..." Bonnie, however, before she could finish, Robin shook her head first and said, "No need to say anything. I'm fine." As she spoke, Robin smiled and thanked Bonnie. "But I still want to thank you for speaking up for me just now." "No, Sister Robin, I..." Hearing Robin's words, Bonnie immediately wanted to say something to express her feelings, but as soon as she opened her mouth, Dagu interrupted her. Then she heard Dagu say, "All right, let's just let this matter pass. No need to discuss it further." Seeing that Dagu had said so, Bonnie finally realized that her words, in a way, were also hurting Robin. Therefore, after coming to this understanding, Bonnie obediently closed her mouth, then turned around, glaring fiercely at the culprit of the situation, former warlord Crocodile. At this time, Crocodile was engaged in conversation with Yuta. Yuta mimicked Bonnie's earlier actions, pointing at Crocodile with even more arrogance than Bonnie. She actually flew above Crocodile, using the air shoes made from the wind shells on Skypiea, looking down at him. She warned, "I warn you, if you dare to make Sister Robin sad again, I can guarantee that you will not only face the captain's wrath, but also the anger of the 4 emperors. And don't think I'm lying, I..." At this point, Yuta felt her credibility was a bit low, so she quickly explained to Crocodile, "I am Yuta, the daughter of the 4 emperors Shanks, and I absolutely keep my promises." After saying this, Yuta let out a cold snort and flew straight to Bonnie's side, silently standing behind Robin, looking as if she was supporting her. Following Yuta was Kuina. Although she also wanted to back up her sister Robin like Bonnie and Yuta, she couldn't leverage any background since she didn't know the strength of Crocodile. Therefore, she could only say to Crocodile, "Crocodile, although I don't have a shocking background like Bonnie and Yuta, but clang." At this point, Kuina drew her sword from her waist, pointing at Crocodile and declared, "But I, Kuina, will definitely become a great swordsman in the future, even the world's #1 great swordsman. So you better be careful." After speaking, Kuina also didn't wait for Crocodile to respond and turned to stand behind Robin. As for Crocodile, after hearing her words, he expressed skepticism about her claim of not having a background. To him, if this woman named Kuina had no background, it was impossible for her to possess a famous sword. Indeed, although Crocodile did not recognize the sword Wado Ikamanji, he could tell that it was not an ordinary sword. At the very least, it belonged to the category of great swords. In his eyes, a girl like Kuina, who was only around 10 years old, could not possibly possess one of the 21 remaining great swords without some background. Chapter 207. Crocodile and the Thunder God. Next, after Kuina left, Law walked in front of Crocodile, sizing him up from head to toe, and said, "Hello, I am Trafalgar Law. My position is ship doctor. We can spar sometime." As he spoke, Law turned to his side and introduced his companion. "This is Beepo, who serves as the navigator." "Hello." With Law's introduction, Beepo stepped forward a couple of paces to greet Crocodile and then retreated back behind Law, clearly influenced by Crocodile's earlier words to Robin. Seeing Beepo like this, Law didn't say anything else to Crocodile and directly took Beepo to the side. To be honest, he also had some opinions about Crocodile, not because he was a warlord of the sea, but like everyone else, it was because of Crocodile's earlier remarks. After all, he had lived with Robin for nearly 8 or 9 years. They had feelings for each other, and seeing Robin upset made Law feel uneasy as well. That's why he decided to turn away with Beepo after the introduction. Billy. At that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot toward Crocodile. Faced with this scene, Crocodile immediately frowned, then stood still and allowed the lightning to pass through him. Bang! In no time, the lightning passed through Crocodile's body and struck the nearby Long Chain Island. While the spot hit by the lightning on Crocodile only had a few grains of sand fall off, showing no effect on him at all. However, this change still made Crocodile furrow his brow, looking at the long-eared man who had approached him, the man he had previously mistaken for the captain of the light pirates. The Thunder God, Enel, with a bounty of 300 million berries. Seeing that Crocodile accepted his attack in a similar manner, Enel couldn't help but scrutinize Crocodile seriously and then said, "Are you also a god?" "God?" Upon hearing Enel's words, Crocodile felt a bit puzzled, but he quickly realized that Enel might be mistaking his Logia powers as divine power. Indeed, from an ordinary person's perspective, the destructive power of Logia abilities, which stem from nature, can be likened to natural disasters and could be considered godly in a certain sense. However, that was not a reason for Enel to attack him, let alone the fact that he was not only not an enemy of Enel, but also his comrade. It was surprising that Enel would use an attack as a form of greeting for a comrade they just met. Thinking of this, Crocodile couldn't help but snort coldly. Suddenly raising his right hand, a grain of sand appeared and launched directly at Enel. Enel didn't expect Crocodile to counterattack. He merely wanted to joke with Crocodile since he was aware that this guy was a warlord of the sea. Based on his earlier observations, it was clear that this warlord had considerable strength, so Enel was just testing the waters and, in a way, venting for Robin. Indeed, one of the reasons Enel took action against Crocodile was to vent for Robin, or rather, it accounted for a large part of the reason. Although he had only joined the Light Pirates for a short year, far less than the others, his feelings for the crew were no less than anyone else's. Why did Enel have such strong feelings for the crew? It primarily stemmed from his experiences in his youth. In his hometown, Skypiea, Burka, Enel had not encountered anyone his age. No, not just peers, but no one had ever cared for him or communicated with him kindly. However, in the Light Pirates, with Dagu and the others, although it had only been a year, that year's experience was unimaginable for Enel. He never thought he could have friends or that anyone would care about him. That's why he didn't refuse Law's sparring request and felt inexplicably angry when Robin was targeted. However, Enel naturally wouldn't voice all this. When facing Crocodile's attack, he also didn't make any moves, allowing it to pass through his body and strike the distance. Billy. After a thunderclap, Enel returned to his original form and quietly said to Crocodile, "Do you want to have a fight? A battle of gods." "You." Upon hearing Enel's words, Crocodile frowned again and looked up and down at Enel, as if he understood something. This thunder god was likely just a rookie who had just set sail, or perhaps merely a middle schooler just entering society. Understanding this point, Crocodile seemed less angry, but he didn't intend to let the earlier incident of Enel attacking him go. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, Crocodile turned to Dagu and asked, Captain, I want to spar with this Thunder God. What do you think? Huh? Suddenly hearing that Crocodile wanted to fight, Enel surprised not only Dagu, but also Robin and the others. They didn't expect Crocodile, who had just joined the pirate crew, to cause so much trouble and still want to fight Enel. To their surprise, after Crocodile finished speaking, Enel immediately asked Dagu, Captain, I also want to have a battle with the 7 warlords to see the strength of the Qinghai. Hearing this, Dagu looked at the expressions of the two and pondered for a moment before reluctantly nodding and replying. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu reminded the two, but you'd better keep it within limits. If I find out that you're being ruthless, don't blame me. Upon hearing this, Crocodile was stunned, recalling the pain of being burned by the scorching sun. As he thought about it, Crocodile couldn't help but shiver and then assured Dagu, got it. At the same time, Enel also assured Dagu, Captain, you can rest assured. I will pay attention to the scale. Seeing that both of them said so, Dagu didn't know what else to say and immediately told the two, you can fight here on Long Chain Island. Saying this, Dagu turned to Robin and the others and said, you should also see what top-tier strength looks like in this sea and what you're lacking compared to it. Yes, Captain. Upon hearing Dagu's reminder, Luo, Hawkins, Guena, and others immediately responded and focused their attention on Crocodile and Enel. Chapter 208, Thunder, Sand, and the Awakening of Devil Fruits, woo woo woo. Here, on Long Chain Island in the Grand Line, a sudden gust of wind swept through. Crackle, crackle immediately. Dark clouds covered the sky, thunder rolled, and arcs of electricity flashed across the sky, illuminating the dim Long Chain Island shrouded in clouds. Boom! Suddenly, a series of loud noises erupted, and the entire Long Chain Island began to shake continuously, and the original grassland scenery gradually turned into a sky full of yellow sand. Watching this scene, everyone on the Ark of Prophecy couldn't help but be astonished. Although they had long heard about the power of the natural type, which could easily change the surrounding environment, they didn't expect the natural type to be capable of such a degree, completely altering the environment of an entire island. However, what surprised everyone even more was that in the face of this scene, Enel actually retaliated in the same way. Rumble, Billy Billy. In the high sky, thunder rumbled, and lightning occasionally flashed, and then a giant thunder dragon began to emerge from the clouds. 120 million volts, double thunder dragon. Then, accompanied by a sound, the giant dragon immediately charged down towards the island below, and behind it, there was another equally magnificent giant beast accompanying it. Roar, the two thunder dragons roared, exuding an unmatched might, pressing down on the yellow sand below like a bamboo. Boom! Seeing the giant dragon coming, Crocodile, standing on the yellow sand, naturally would not remain indifferent. With a wave of his hand, the yellow sand began to surge and gradually rise. Heavy sandstorm. Then, accompanied by Crocodile's loud shout, the yellow sand condensed and the sandstorm surged, instantly kicking up sand and stones, shaking the heavens and the earth. However, the Thunder Dragon did not show any fear in this situation. Instead, its momentum surged, and without any hesitation, it plunged into the sandstorm. Bang! In an instant, thunder and sand intersected, and the accompanying sound seemed to shake the heavens and the earth. On the other side, watching the scene, Luo, Hawkins, and others felt an extraordinary shock. Even though they had reached such strength now, they had never imagined that human power could achieve this extent. However, it should also be said that this was because their experience was somewhat shallow. After all, they had only lived in the East Sea and Sky Island for these years. Although they had the likes of Heavenly Way, Gold Lion to teach them, dealing with the current group didn't require much effort. So they couldn't talk about this scene that could change the world. Moreover, compared to the Heavenly Way, Gold Lion's float fruit, the natural type's commotion was clearly greater and more shocking. Besides, as the saying goes, how can human power compare with the might of nature? No matter how superhuman the superhuman type is, it still has the character human in it. Although the superhuman type can exert some characteristics of the natural type after awakening. It cannot compare to the natural type that can manipulate the forces of nature from the start. Additionally, although Luo and the others had fought with Enel and had seen the battle between Enel and Dagu, it was only a single sound of thunder, far from the shock brought about by the clash of thunder and sand. Therefore, in the intersection of thunder and sand between Crocodile and Enel, Hawkins and Luo were deeply moved. Thus, Luo couldn't help but exclaim, "This power from nature is indeed very daunting." Indeed, upon hearing this, Hawkins nodded in agreement. This kind of power that can change the terrain of a place can only be done by the natural type. Not necessarily. Just as Hawkins finished speaking, Dagu shook his head and said, "Changing the terrain of a place is indeed the specialty of the natural type. But it doesn't mean that only the natural type can do it. The superhuman type, and even the animal type, can also do it." Hearing Dagu's words, Bonnie looked at Dagu with a face full of surprise. "Captain, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that the superhuman type?" At this point, Bonnie pointed to herself and Hawkins and the others. "We can also create a commotion like Enel and the others, changing the terrain of a region?" "Exactly." Listening to Bonnie's words, Dagu nodded. Then, under the puzzled gazes of everyone, he explained, "Changing the terrain is not exclusive to the natural type. The other two types of devil fruits can also achieve it. However, it requires the individual's devil fruit to reach a certain level of awakening. But not all devil fruits can change the terrain after awakening. Ordinary animal types and superhuman types still can't achieve this. Devil fruit awakening." After hearing Dagu's explanation, everyone was even more confused. Does the devil fruit have an awakening? What is awakening? Looking at the puzzled expressions of everyone, Dagu couldn't help but smile and explained again. The so-called devil fruit awakening refers to a qualitative leap that suddenly occurs when one's devil fruit is developed to a certain extent. For example, some superhuman types can influence things outside of the user after their abilities awaken, and at that time, they have a similar influence to the natural type. As for the animal type, after awakening, it can significantly enhance recovery and combat ability. But the animal type cannot be generalized because there is a special category within the animal type. Mythical beasts. The current fleet Admiral Sengoku and one of the four emperors, Kaido, are such existences, and they must have successfully awakened. However, the animal type also has a weakness that other types do not have. Other types either successfully awaken or cannot awaken. But the animal type may fail to awaken, resulting in some unpredictable side effects. Losing their sanity, truly becoming an animal, and among us. At this point, Dagu looked around at everyone and shook his head. "Even if you all awaken, you still cannot reach the level of Enel and the others, because you're not that special superhuman type, or to say, the mythical beast type of animal." Originally, everyone was looking forward to being able to change the terrain like Enel in the future, but upon hearing Dagu's words, they couldn't help but feel a moment of daze and disappointment. Seeing everyone's expressions, Dagu understood that this matter was not a big deal. They were just a bit down for a moment and would recover quickly. So he didn't say anything more and instead turned around to continue watching the battle on Long Chain Island. Chapter 209. Chilin and Thunder at this moment. On Long Chain Island, thunder and sand were intersecting and the battle between Crocodile and Enel was still ongoing. 300 million volts, Chilin. Boom. Suddenly, with a roar, a thunder beast mixed with immense lightning plunged down from the dark clouds above. Tornado of sand. At the same time, Crocodile, standing on the island, shouted, and the vast yellow sand began to gather again, forming a sand tornado that rose from the ground to meet the descending thunder beast. Billy, but that wasn't the end. Just as the sand tornado and the thunder beast Chilin collided, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed. Whoosh directly, while Crocodile was still watching the sky. A golden stick whistled towards him from behind. It was evident that Enel had noticed Crocodile's attention was on the sky and intended to catch him off guard with the speed of lightning. However, Crocodile was indeed experienced in battle. Although Enel's sudden appearance surprised him, it did not cause him to panic. Hey, just as Enel's golden stick was about to hit him, Crocodile smirked slightly, and without any visible movement, when the golden stick swept past, Crocodile suddenly collapsed into a pile of sand and stones. Erosion reincarnation. At that moment, Crocodile's shout suddenly came from not far away, and immediately, An erosion force began to spread up from the sand beneath Enel's feet, quietly absorbing the moisture from Enel's body. Billy. But Enel was not flustered by this situation. Instead, he seemed to have anticipated it and entered elementalization. While resisting the erosion force with elementalization, he also used the power of lightning to crystallize the sand and stones beneath him, preventing Crocodile from controlling the quicksand around him. Watching the scene, Crocodile couldn't help but be surprised. He had forgotten one thing. Sand would crystallize under high temperatures, and lightning just happened to generate high temperatures. This meant Enel's ability was quite restraining against him. Realizing this, Crocodile's expression turned ugly. This was the first time he had encountered such an opponent, one that restrained him in every aspect, whether it was actions always a step ahead of him or the current issue of attribute restraint. Crocodile had never faced this before. Even during his battle with Whitebeard, he had never felt this constrained. In his view, Whitebeard relied merely on the power of vibrations to disperse his sand attacks, but it did not deal any effective damage to the sand itself. Unlike the guy in front of him, Enel, who directly crystallized the quicksand, causing him to lose control over it. Thinking of this, Crocodile couldn't help but scoff coldly and then raised his hand. Desert sunflower. Instantly, the flowing sand began to gather, as if to bury Enel, who stood within it. However, Enel was not nervous about this at all. Instead, he turned to look at Crocodile. Billy. Then, with another rumble of thunder, Enel once again flashed up into the sky, causing Crocodile's attack to miss entirely. Seeing this scene, Crocodile could no longer remain calm. He pointed directly at Enel in the sky and yelled, "Thunder God, is running all you can do?" Hearing this, Enel immediately planned to descend and have a proper fight with Crocodile, but when he caught a glimpse of Dagu nearby, he instantly suppressed his impulse. After experiencing battles with Dagu, as well as over a year of interaction with the Sky Island and the Golden Lion, coupled with the sense of defeat he felt from Beckman, Enel no longer believed his lightning power was invincible, like a descending deity. He now understood clearly that while he had strength, it was not unbeatable, at least not in the Qinghai, let alone against an opponent who possessed divine power, even if it wasn't the same as lightning. Therefore, in response to Crocodile's provocation, Enel not only did not act impulsively, but remained calm in the sky, indifferent to whatever Crocodile did, even swinging his golden stick. Thunderstorm. Crackle. Instantly, countless bolts of lightning descended like torrential rain. Seeing Enel's reaction, Crocodile snorted coldly. Then, realizing that further provocation would be futile, he stopped talking and raised his hand again. Desert. Sunflower. In an instant, another desert sunflower was unleashed. However, unlike the previous one, this time the target was not Enel in the sky, but instead buried Crocodile himself beneath the swirling sand. As the onlookers outside wondered why Crocodile would do this, the thunder was just about to crash down. Boom, but what followed made everyone understand why Crocodile would attack himself. Crackle, when the thunder fell, it did not hit Crocodile himself, but rather the desert sunflower he had created to protect himself. In other words, Crocodile had transformed his attack into defense. This thought immediately left the onlookers, such as Law and Hawkins, in awe, because if it were them, they definitely wouldn't think of using an attack as a defense. It wasn't that they couldn't do it, but their lack of combat experience made it impossible for them to think of this layer of strategy, let alone talk about transforming an attack into defense. However, unlike the astonishment of Hawkins and the others, Enel in the sky seemed to have anticipated Crocodile would do this. After releasing the thunderstorm, he began to gather energy. And at this moment, as the thunderstorm ended, Enel's energy accumulation was also just finishing. Above Enel, a massive thunderball that silently contained boundless power quietly formed. 10,000 thunder. Then, accompanied by Enel's roar, the tremendous thunderball immediately plummeted towards the ground. Watching this scene, not only did Crocodile's expression darken as he faced this strike, but Dagu on the Arc Maxim also looked grave. He knew that if Enel mishandled this move, Longchain Island might become the second O'Hara, sinking into the sea. Chapter 210. Victory and Departure. Thinking of this, Dagu felt he could no longer watch. If this island were just a deserted island, it would be one thing, but the problem was that there were people living on this island. If the island were destroyed, who knows how many people would be displaced because of it. Although this island had already been battered and bruised under the destruction caused by Enel and Crocodile, it was still livable. Moreover, the impact caused by Enel and Crocodile was not permanent. With the passage of time, these could all be restored. However, if it sank directly into the sea, there would be no chance for restoration. Just as Dagu figured this out, at the moment when Enel's thousands of thunderbolts were about to strike down, he finally moved. With a burst of sky hand power, he instantly flashed to Crocodile's side. Then, under Crocodile's puzzled gaze, he shot straight up into the sky to meet the descending ball of lightning. Super Shinra Tensei. As he approached the lightning ball, Dagu spread his arms and unleashed a powerful technique of the Rinnegan. Following this, to the astonished eyes of Crocodile below, Enel above, and everyone on the Arc Maxim, that menacing lightning ball seemed to collide with something elastic, and after a slight downward push, it shot back up into the clouds at an even faster speed. Boom! As it soared into the clouds, the lightning ball exploded with a tremendous force, transforming the originally dark sky into a clear blue expanse. Watching this scene, whether it was the people on the ship or the two on the island, everyone felt an indescribable shock. They realized for the first time the extent of their captain's strength, which had reached such a level. Enel's long-prepared ultimate move was so easily repelled. Yes, it was repelled, not directly blown up. It's important to note that blowing it up is much easier than repelling it. Blowing it up just requires continuous force. But to repel, it requires a force nearly equal to it, as too much force would cause it to explode, while too little would be suppressed. Only with a nearly equal force can it be completely repelled. Of course, the others were unaware that Dagu's move was essentially a rebound. So as long as there was enough force, it would work. As the saying goes, great force produces miracles. If everyone had understood the nature of Dagu's technique, they wouldn't have been so surprised. However, Dagu was not aware of the thoughts of the others. What he knew was that this battle had come to an end. If it continued, the Long Chain Island would likely not hold out and would sink. Therefore, Dagu turned to Enel and said, "Enel, let's call it a draw this time, how about it?" After the previous bout of lightning, Enel had lost the desire to continue fighting, so upon hearing Dagu's words, he nodded immediately without hesitation. "No problem, Captain. All right, then let's head down." Seeing Enel agree, Dagu reminded him and then turned around, using sky hand power once more to flash to Crocodile's side. He looked at Crocodile and asked, "Crocodile, shall we call this a draw?" "No objections." Upon hearing this, Crocodile also nodded without hesitation. After experiencing Dagu's previous attack, Crocodile recalled the scene of his soul being exposed to Dagu's power. So how could he possibly have objections upon hearing Dagu's question? Seeing that Crocodile also agreed, Dagu nodded and said, "In that case, let's return to the ship." Upon hearing this, Crocodile and Enel responded in unison, "Yes." Thus, under Dagu's lead, the three returned to the Arc Maxim. "Captain, on the ship." Upon seeing Dagu return, everyone greeted him. However, in response to everyone's greetings, Dagu merely nodded, then turned his gaze to Long Chain Island. Observing the environment that had become riddled with holes due to the battle between Crocodile and Enel, and couldn't help but frown. Forget it. But then Dagu sighed inwardly, turned to the others, and said, "Set sail to the next island." "Yes, Captain." Following Dagu's orders, everyone went to their respective positions, and the Arc Maxim began to leave Long Chain Island, heading for the next island. Just as the ship was departing from the shore, Dagu unexpectedly returned to Long Chain Island. Universal pull. Immediately, in front of everyone's eyes, Dagu seemed to use some ability, and all the fine sand created by Crocodile was drawn together, finally merging into a huge sandball. Looking at the sandball before him and the newly rejuvenated land below, Dagu nodded in satisfaction, then focused his gaze on the sandball. Flying Thunder God. Dagu disappeared from everyone's sight. But just as they were curious about where he had gone, suddenly, Dagu's voice came from behind them. "Let's go." When everyone turned to look, they saw Dagu leisurely sitting on a bench on the deck, soaking up the sun. "Captain." Seeing this situation, Bonnie immediately walked up to Dagu, her face full of curiosity. "Where did you just go? What about that big sandball?" In response to Bonnie's question, Dagu chuckled lightly, then explained, "I just went to Alabasta." "Oh." Upon hearing Dagu say this, everyone immediately realized that the big sandball must have been taken to Alabasta by Dagu. It made sense. Alabasta is a desert country, so it was reasonable for Dagu to bring the sand there. Once they understood, everyone stopped asking and focused on their own tasks. Crocodile. As everyone was busy with their own things, Dagu called out Crocodile's name. Captain. Hearing the call, Crocodile walked up to Dagu and asked, "Is there something you need?" Listening to Crocodile's question, Dagu pondered for a moment, then looked up at Crocodile and smiled. "This is my pirate ship. I hope you can remember that, Mr. Crocodile of the former warlords of the sea." Understood. Upon hearing Dagu's words, Crocodile's spirit jolted, and he replied coolly, "If there's nothing else, I'll go rest." Watching Crocodile's demeanor, Dagu smiled and said, "Nothing else." Upon hearing this, Crocodile immediately turned and walked into the cabin. He understood that Dagu's earlier words were a warning, reminding him not to get too complacent. Because this is his ship, the ship of the demon child, Dagu, not his ship, the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile. It was precisely because Crocodile understood the meaning behind Dagu's words that he did not ask further and instead turned to request rest, which was also his way of expressing his attitude. That is, even when resting, he needed to seek Dagu's opinion. So did Dagu think he had any other intentions? Naturally, Dagu also picked up on Crocodile's meaning, which is why he smiled and let him return to his room to rest. Thus, after watching Crocodile return to his room, Dagu resumed enjoying his sunbathing. Chapter 211. Naval Reinforcements, and that man 2 days after the battle between Enel and Crocodile at the Marine headquarters in Marineford. A gathering of high-ranking naval officers was taking place due to the events on Longchain Island. Sitting at the head of the table was the current Marine Admiral, Sengoku the Buddha, who was the first to speak. Let's hear everyone's thoughts. How should we respond to this light pirate crew? After speaking, Sengoku pointed to the bounty posters of the light pirate crew on the table in front of him, as well as the previously abolished bounty of the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile, which had now been reinstated and increased to 400 million berries. What disappointed Sengoku was that after hearing his question, none of the senior Navy officials spoke up. They all pretended to be deep in thought, as if they were actually considering something. But as a marshal known for his wisdom, did Sengoku not understand their thoughts? Clearly, they had no ideas at all. Seeing this, Sengoku helplessly sighed and then turned to the Navy Chief of Staff, his old partner, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and said, "Little Tsuru, what do you think?" Sure enough, his old partner did not let him down. Just as his words fell, Vice Admiral Tsuru pondered for a moment and directly said, "I think the main thing now is to recall Gon." As she spoke, Tsuru immediately explained, because with the current strength of the light pirates, Gion alone cannot handle them. Not only that, but she could even be captured by them, putting us in a difficult position. After hearing Vice Admiral Tsuru's explanation, the senior officials once again exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. They understood that what Tsuru said might be correct, but recalling Gion would essentially mean that the Navy was afraid of the light pirates. If that were the case, where would the Navy's authority be? How would they maintain order in the seas? Would the public still trust them? Trust a Navy that would give way to pirates? Impossible. Although what Tsuru said was right, recalling Gion would indeed preserve her as a promising candidate for Admiral, along with the new Navy talent she led. However, considering the overall interests of the Navy and the impact on the world, they should not retreat, at least not before they had even encountered the enemy. If they did that, then there would be no need for the Navy to continue to exist. Of course, as the Navy Chief of Staff, Tsuru understood this very well. Therefore, she immediately added, "However, we cannot actually recall Gion. Thus, for safety reasons, I believe we should send reinforcements to assist Gion in capturing the light pirates." Indeed, hearing Vice Admiral Tsuru say this, not only did the others nod, but Sengoku also agreed with her assessment. However, Sengoku then asked Tsuru, "But little Tsuru, who should we send to support her? Given the current situation with the light pirates, we must send someone strong, and it might even require an admiral to ensure success." But, at this point, Sengoku glanced at the senior Navy officials present and continued to say to Tsuru, "You see, the 3 admirals are all on missions. Sakazuki is stationed in the New World. Borsellino is in the 4 Seas. Kazan has gone to Mariewa. And that bastard Garp, he has returned to the East Blue." Speaking of Garp, Sengoku couldn't help but curse. finally sighing helplessly. So, apart from me, where else is there any Admiral-level combat power in the Navy? No, there is. However, to Sengoku's surprise, after he finished speaking, Vice Admiral Tsuru shook her head, indicating he was wrong. Then, under Sengoku's puzzled gaze, Tsuru smiled and explained, Sengoku, have you forgotten about the training camp? Huh? Hearing Tsuru's words, Sengoku was first confused, then his pupils suddenly widened, but immediately afterward, he seemed to deflate and sighed. Sigh indeed. He is also an Admiral-level combat power. But given his physical condition, I am very worried he will get into trouble. Little Tsuru. Regarding Sengoku's concerns, Tsuru was equally aware. As she also sighed, I know what you're saying, but if we don't have an admiral stationed, I believe we cannot handle the current son of the devil. After saying that, Tsuru looked at Sengoku and said, although you could go, but can you? As the Navy Marshal, personally capturing a rookie pirate who has just stepped onto the Grand Line. How good would that reputation be if it got out? So we can only let him fight. With him, we will not lose face and can ensure a certain level of feasibility. Of course. At this point, Tsuru turned to the senior Navy officials and said, to prevent any unexpected events, I think we should also send a few vice admirals. Oh. Upon hearing Tsuru's words, Sengoku was momentarily taken aback, then turned to everyone and smiled. Indeed, with several vice admirals, it should be foolproof. Then, Sengoku's expression became serious as he looked at everyone and asked, who among you is willing to go into battle? Unfortunately, upon hearing Sengoku's inquiry, none of the senior Navy officials stepped forward to volunteer to help Gion fight against the pirates. However, this was not entirely their fault. After all, this was originally a support mission. Regardless of whether they won or lost, the main credit would go to Gion. Not to mention, from Sengoku's earlier words, it seemed that the one from the training camp would also be going into battle. In this case, even if they won, the credit they would receive would be minimal. They were not like the hawkish Navy members who followed Sakazuki, such as the likes of Don Quixote and the others, who held a strong desire to eliminate pirates. If there were merits, that would be one thing, but without any merits, how could they foolishly charge in? Therefore, when Sengoku looked at them, they all wished they were not there today, so they wouldn't have to face this dilemma. Sigh seeing everyone's performance. Sengoku couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh, and then said, since you are not willing to step forward, I will designate someone. Just as he was about to speak, the office door suddenly burst open, and a male voice came through. Marshal Sengoku, I think I can handle this alone. Chapter 212. The Admiral Candidate Shibuda and Arrival at Water 7. Immediately afterward, a man nearly 3 meters tall, but slightly lewd in appearance walked in. Jackie. Looking at the man who walked in, Sengoku was slightly surprised and then asked, have you completed your mission? Yes, Marshal Sengoku. The man, known as Jackie, nodded in response. I just completed my task and coincidentally heard your discussion just now. As he spoke, Jackie turned to the others and said, I believe I can handle this task by myself. At this point, Jackie turned to Sengoku and proposed, if you're not at ease, you can also arrange for the instructor to accompany me. Hearing Jackie's words, Sengoku fell into deep thought, carefully considering the feasibility of this suggestion. After a long contemplation, Sengoku felt that Jackie's proposal was entirely feasible, because this Navy member named Jackie was none other than Shibuda, another admiral candidate alongside Gion in the Navy headquarters. With him and Gion, plus the one from the training camp, it would be equivalent to deploying 3 admirals. With such strength, let alone the light pirates, Sengoku couldn't help but worry they might go looking for trouble with the 4 emperors in the New World, because they had that capability. All right. With this in mind, Sengoku immediately agreed, saying, Jackie, you will go with the chief instructor to support Gion. We do not expect to capture that son of the devil, but at least we cannot tarnish the Navy's reputation. Yes. Hearing what Sengoku said, Kaji was somewhat puzzled as to why Sengoku thought their lineup could not take down a newly developed pirate crew. However, Kaji did not hesitate and immediately agreed, saying to Sengoku, since the matter is settled, Marshal Sengoku, I will inform my teacher so we can set off as soon as possible. Go ahead. Sengoku nodded in response. Wait. Suddenly, Sengoku remembered something and continued to speak to Kaji. You can reach Judicial Island directly through the Justice Gate. and then set off to Water 7 from there. Understood. After hearing Sengoku's reminder, Kaji nodded seriously and then left the office without looking back. After Kaji left, one of the high-ranking Navy officers stood up and asked Sengoku, "Marshal, why do you think their lineup can't capture that so-called son of the devil?" Upon hearing this, Sengoku sighed first and did not directly answer the man's question. Instead, he countered with, "Have you forgotten the abilities of the son of the devil?" I see. When Sengoku mentioned the abilities of the son of the devil, not just the man, but everyone else suddenly realized. Indeed, considering the son of the devil's ability to traverse space at will, even if this lineup was incredibly strong, they might not be able to capture him. Since the decision has been made, you all can go back. Seeing that everyone understood, Sengoku said no more and waved his hand for everyone to return to their posts. Yes, Marshal. Hearing this, everyone left Sengoku's office without any hesitation, except for the Chief of Staff, Vice Admiral Tsuru. Looking out at the sky, Sengoku murmured, "Do you think they can capture that son of the devil?" "No." Listening to Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tsuru shook her head and said, "With the son of the devil's abilities, unless he is threatened by his companions, it is impossible to capture him. The few people on this trip would never do such a thing, so..." Just as Vice Admiral Tsuru was saying this, Sengoku immediately continued, "So he can't be captured." The two sighed in unison, gazing out the window without speaking further. On the other side, after drifting at sea for several days, the light pirates, under the command of Navigator Bepo, finally successfully landed in Water 7, the city with the most developed and prosperous shipbuilding industry in the pirate world. At this moment, at the port of Water 7, the light pirates were docking their ship, the Ark Proverb. "Hey!" Just then, a somewhat rough voice came from the side. Hearing this voice, Crocodile frowned and was about to take action, but when he saw Dagu looking over, Crocodile had to suppress his dissatisfaction and continue with his own tasks. Seeing Crocodile calm down, Dagu couldn't help but smile slightly and walked up to the man, saying, "Hello. Is there something I can help you with?" However, contrary to Dagu's friendly greeting, the man did not appreciate it and coldly snorted, "You guys are pirates, right?" "Aye." Upon hearing this, Dagu was about to respond, but before he could speak, the man continued, "If you are pirates, you shouldn't dock here. And how dare you fly a pirate flag?" Saying this, the man glanced at the flag waving on the Ark Proverb and added, "You are really asking for trouble. You should know that there are Navy forces on the island now, and you're acting so brazenly." After hearing the man's words, Dagu was stunned. He never expected that there would be Navy forces in Water 7 at this time, although he didn't know which Navy was present. His current actions were indeed a bit too ostentatious. "Thank you." Thinking this, Dagu first thanked the man in front of him and then turned to Enel on the lookout tower, saying, "Enel, take down the flag." Understood. Hearing Dagu's words, Enel, although a bit confused, did not hesitate and immediately complied. However, Enel's action was a bit late, as just when he had just taken down the flag, inside a building in Water 7, a man holding a telescope happened to see the waving skull flag. Immediately after, the man turned to the two men and one woman in the room and reported, "Report, officer. The light pirates have landed at the port of Water 7. Hearing the man's report, the older man among the two nodded quietly and said, "It seems our mission is about to begin." "Yes, Teacher Zifa." Upon hearing the older man's words, the remaining man and woman nodded in agreement. Chapter 213, Zifa's Justice and Guillaume's Decision. Boom. Not long after, at the port, a powerful pink slash whistled through the air. Swish. Seeing the incoming slash, Dagu, who was about to say something to Robin, did not hesitate for a moment, immediately drawing the contract victory sword from his waist and swinging it to meet the slash. Bang! In no time, the two slashes collided and canceled each other out. However, Dagu's expression gradually became serious because he had realized who the Navy station here was. In his impression, there was only one person who could unleash such a slash. That was the former Navy Lieutenant Commander, now Navy Rear Admiral, and a candidate for Admiral, Momonosuke Guillaume. Just as Dagu was thinking about this, the figure walking out from the city confirmed his guess. "Long time no see, Navy Miss." Seeing that figure approaching, Dagu immediately greeted her, then turned his gaze to the two men flanking her, one appearing quite robust and the other looking extremely sleazy. Looking at these two, along with the Navy Miss, Guion, Dagu understood that today was unlikely to end well. At the same time, he did not expect that the Navy would mobilize such a lineup for him. They truly regarded him highly. Because if he was not mistaken, the older man should be the former Navy Admiral, and now the Navy's chief instructor, known as the Black Arm, Zifa, and that sleazy middle-aged uncle. Judging by how he looked at Guion and his position, was likely another candidate for Admiral, known as T-Pig, Kaji. Haha, thinking this, Dagu couldn't help but self-mockingly smile. Dreaming of a universe, seeing Dagu smile in such a situation, Guion thought he did not recognize the two men beside her and called out, Dagu. Then she began to introduce, this is Teacher Zifa. But just as Guion began to speak, Dagu immediately turned to Zifa and said, I've heard of the Black Arm Admiral who doesn't kill. Seeing that Dagu actually knew Zifa, Guion felt a bit awkward yet surprised. After all, Zifa hadn't appeared in public for a long time, and for Dagu to recognize Zifa at a glance, how could Guion not be surprised? However, the surprises did not end there. Dagu, after greeting Zifa, turned to Kaji and said, I suppose this is Rear Admiral T-Pig, right? I didn't expect the Navy to send you out just to deal with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu glanced at the three people and said to his old acquaintance, Sure, Zhong, Naval Miss, you really think highly of me. To deal with us, you've actually sent a former admiral and 2 admiral candidates. That's a total of 3 admiral-level figures. What? After Dagu's words, the members of the light pirates, who were standing behind him and initially indifferent, were instantly taken aback. They had thought that the 3 people opposite them were at most 3 vice-admirals. However, after hearing Dagu's introduction, they realized they had underestimated the situation. They never expected the Navy would send out 3 admiral-level figures. Although one was a former admiral, who was retired, the other 2, according to Dagu, seemed to be candidates for admiral, meaning they could become admirals in the future. The problem was that whether it was the former admiral or the future ones, both at least proved that they had admiral-level or near-admiral-level strength. Facing such a lineup, how could Robin and the others not be shocked? Ha! After hearing Dagu's words, Zifa, who was standing behind, immediately laughed and stepped forward, looking Dagu up and down with curiosity, and asked, Kid, since you know us, you don't seem too worried about your safety, do you? In response to Zifa's question, Dagu chuckled lightly and replied, Admiral Zifa, oh no, I should call you Mr. Zifa now. Mr. Zifa, have you forgotten where we are right now? Saying this, Dagu looked around and reminded Zifa, we are currently inside Water 7. If you don't care about the safety of others, you can go ahead and take us down. Upon hearing Dagu's words, Zifa frowned, realizing that this was indeed not a good place for a battle. Similarly, after hearing Dagu's words, Kaji immediately rushed forward, pointing at Dagu and wanting to say something. However, before he could speak, he was stopped by Zifa, who then looked at Dagu with a frown and said, It seems you are quite confident in your own strength. Not at all. Upon hearing this, Dagu couldn't help but bow slightly in humility and then looked directly at Zifa and answered, In front of Mr. Zifa, I dare not overestimate myself. However, as he said this, Dagu raised his head, looked inside Water 7, and smiled. If we were to engage in battle, I believe it wouldn't be good for Water 7, right? Hearing Dagu's words, Zifa merely snorted coldly without rebutting. Because he was right, regardless of the outcome, as long as they fought, it would be disastrous for Water 7. Otherwise, Sengoku wouldn't have sent him and Kaji here to provide support. All of this was because Sengoku recognized the strength of this group of pirates and acknowledged that capturing them would require the 3 of them working together. In other words, Sengoku equated this group of pirates with the Yonko pirate crews, indicating that they possessed Emperor-level combat power. And if the Emperor-level combat power were to unleash its full strength, it could completely destroy an island. Therefore, after hearing Dagu's words, Zifa did not rebut and even felt a bit disheartened. If this continued, wouldn't they have to watch the pirates leisurely right under their noses? Thinking of this, Zifa's expression changed, and he stared at Dagu. Kid, don't think that just because you threaten us with Water 7, we will let you go unscathed. You better never leave Water 7, otherwise, Impel Down will definitely have a place for you. Shizhong, Kaji, let's go. With that, Zifa turned to Shizhong and Kaji, called out to them, and prepared to leave. Teacher Zifa. However, just as Zifa turned around, Shizhong said to him, I want to follow Dagu. Hearing Shizhong's words, Zifa turned his head with a puzzled expression, looked at the emotion in Shizhong's eyes, and then glanced at the members of the light pirates beside him. He understood Shizhong's intention and nodded in acknowledgement of her request. Teacher Zifa. Meanwhile, Kaji, who initially found Shizhong's words somewhat incomprehensible, was even more surprised to see Zifa agreeing with her. He immediately wanted to say something to Zifa. All right, Kaji. But before he could finish, Zifa interrupted him and said, Shizhong has her own considerations. Let us go. As soon as he finished speaking, Zifa ignored Kaji and headed straight back to Water 7. Kaji saw this, hesitated for a moment, then looked at Shizhong. Seeing her determined expression, he could only helplessly follow Zifa back to Water 7. Chapter 214. Kara and Katifa watching Zifa and Kaji leave, and seeing Shizhong still standing in place. Dagu thought for a moment and understood her intentions. If Dagu guessed correctly, Shizhong was probably thinking of monitoring them to prevent them from sneaking away. Understanding this, Dagu shook his head helplessly and then turned to Enel and Crocodile, saying, You guys go and explore. As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu reminded them, but don't cause any major disturbances. After all, there are Navy forces here. Understood, Captain. After hearing Dagu's words, everyone nodded in agreement and then, under Shizhong's watchful eyes, began to pair off and leave. As for Shizhong, she didn't pay attention to the others leaving because her task was simply to keep an eye on Dagu. What happened to the others was not important. After all, the others did not possess the ability to teleport like Dagu. So in the end, only Robin remained, stepping forward to look at Shizhong and saying, Long time no see. Naval Miss. Facing Robin's greeting, Shizhong nodded slightly and then silently walked aside. This time, she had no intention of conversing with Dagu and Robin, because in the short time they hadn't seen each other, Dagu's strength had completely surpassed hers. Although Dagu's aura was restrained and she couldn't sense his exact strength, it was precisely because she couldn't sense it that she understood Dagu's strength truly exceeded hers. If their strengths were comparable, then no matter how much Dagu tried to hide it, she would ultimately be able to detect it. Only when there was a significant difference in strength would there be no trace of aura. And she had only experienced this in two individuals. One was the revered Navy hero Monkey D. Garp, and the other was the former Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong, who had been promoted to Commander-in-Chief of the entire Navy. Moreover, over the years, the impression Steelbone Kong left on her had become increasingly clear, while Garp still felt somewhat shrouded in mist. If her perception was indeed correct, didn't that mean Dagu, the son of the devil, had already attained strength equivalent to that of a Navy hero? Thus, Shizhong silently stepped aside this time and no longer communicated with Dagu. Unaware of Shizhong's thoughts, Dagu, upon seeing her retreat to the side, found her behavior strange compared to before but didn't inquire further. After all, she was Navy and he was a pirate. Therefore, Dagu did not pay attention to Shizhong and instead looked at Robin, saying, Robin, let us go explore. However, Robin did not respond to Dagu's invitation immediately. Instead, after pondering for a moment, she walked up to Shizhong and invited her. Naval Miss, would you like to join us for a walk? Yeah. Suddenly hearing Robin's invitation, NoOne was a bit surprised, and after glancing at Dagu, he shook his head at Robin and said, You guys go ahead. I can just follow. All right then. Seeing NoOne say this, Robin nodded helplessly and turned to Dagu, saying, Let's go. Hearing this, Dagu nodded, and then he and Robin began walking towards Water 7. As for NoOne, she naturally followed behind the two. Time passed slowly, and Dagu and Robin thoroughly enjoyed the local customs and culture of Water 7, such as the water meet, the vehicle named Blue, and the fountains and arch bridges along the way. Of course, none of this mattered to NoOne. Although she followed the two around, her mind was not on these external things. She was primarily focused on Dagu, to prevent him from suddenly disappearing. However, to her disappointment yet relief, Dagu showed no intention of running away throughout the day, and even when they accidentally ran into Zephyr, he acted completely casual. Instead, he naturally approached to greet him and even offered Zephyr a piece of water meat, asking if he wanted to try it. Naturally, Zephyr firmly declined Dagu's courtesy and turned to leave. Seeing that Zephyr was ungrateful, Dagu suddenly suggested going to see the shipyard. Although NoOne found Dagu's suggestion sudden, she didn't think much of it, as Water 7 was famous for its shipbuilding industry. It was understandable for Dagu to want to check out the shipyard. Thus, the three of them arrived at the largest shipbuilding company in Water 7, Carrera, with the company of Navy Vice Admiral NoOne and Dagu's enormous bounty. The three of them smoothly arrived at the office of Espago, the president of Carrera, and also the mayor of Water 7. However, upon entering, Dagu and the others first encountered not the mayor, Espago, but a slender, blonde-haired, blue-eyed office lady. "Hello." The office lady greeted Dagu and the others upon seeing them enter, then turned to NoOne and asked, "May I ask if Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit is here for something that we at Carrera can assist with?" But to the office lady's confusion, after she finished asking, NoOne did not respond, but instead turned to Dagu, indicating that he was the one in charge. In fact, the office lady recognized Dagu's identity, the son of the devil with a bounty of 1 billion berries, at first sight. However, to disguise her knowledge, the office lady could only pretend not to know, turning her gaze back to NoOne, as most people would assume that the Vice Admiral was the one in charge. Now, after hearing NoOne's words, the office lady silently turned back to Dagu and greeted him. "Hello, sir. My name is Kadifa, and I am President Espago's secretary. May I ask what you need from our Carrera company? Are you looking to build a ship or repair one?" Listening to the office lady, oh no, Kadifa's words, Dagu did not respond immediately. Instead, he curiously examined Kadifa and then said to her, "I would like to find President Espago. I have some matters to discuss with him." After hearing Dagu's request, Kadifa hesitated for a moment, and then upon seeing NoOne nod, she said to Dagu, "All right." Kadifa then turned around, pointing to a small door beside her, indicating to Dagu, "Please follow me." As soon as she finished speaking, Kadifa walked ahead to the small door and called inside, "Mr. Espago, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit has brought someone to see you." "Oh, is it Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit? Please come in." Just as Kadifa finished speaking, a steady male voice came from inside the room. Creak. Hearing this, Kadifa pushed the door open and then said to Dagu and the others, "Please." "Thank you." Seeing this, Dagu thanked Kadifa and then entered the room first, followed closely by Robin and NoOne. Chapter 215, Espago and the shipbuilder inside the room. As soon as Dagu and the other two stepped in, Espago immediately walked up to NoOne and greeted her. "Vice Admiral NoOne, may I ask if there is something you need Carrera to handle? If so, I assure you, I will take it on without hesitation." "You're too polite, Mr. Mayor." Listening to Espago's greeting, NoOne responded first and then stepped aside, indicating to Espago, "Actually, it's him looking for you, not me." "Oh." Hearing NoOne say this, Espago turned to look at Dagu. Upon seeing Dagu and Robin, Espago's pupils involuntarily contracted twice, and then he asked Dagu, "May I ask what you need from me, sir? Are you looking to build a ship? Or?" Hearing this, although Dagu noticed something unusual in Espago's eyes, he did not pay it any mind. Instead, he looked at Espago and said, "It's like this, Mr. Espago. It seems my ship has some issues. Could I ask you to take a look?" But when faced with Dagu's request, Espago hesitated a bit because he understood the implication in Dagu's words. Dagu clearly wanted Espago himself to check his ship, not just any shipwright from Carrera. Noticing Espago's hesitation, Dagu understood that the other party should be aware of his intentions, so he continued, "If Mr. Espago has any inconveniences, then forget it. Actually, I heard that Mr. Espago is the best shipwright in Water 7, which is why I wanted to ask you to check my vehicle. After all, a ship is also a partner of mine, and I always want to provide the best within my capabilities for my partners." "All right." Hearing Dagu's words, Espago couldn't help but perk up and immediately said, "Very well, sir. I can go check your ship." Seeing Espago agree, Dagu was a bit surprised and then smiled. "Then I would trouble Mr. Espago." "It's no trouble." In response to Dagu's courtesy, Espago shook his head and then turned to the door, saying, "Kadifa, take note. I will now go check this gentleman's ship and may not return today." "Yes, Mr. Espago." Originally standing at the door observing the situation, Kadifa immediately responded when she heard Asbaga's call. She then returned to her workstation and recorded Asbaga's upcoming schedule. This was her duty as a secretary. Although she was an undercover secretary, she was still a professional undercover agent, and she would handle her responsibilities properly. Seeing Kadifa recording, Asbaga looked back at Dagu and said, "In that case, let's go." "All right." Dagu nodded in agreement and turned to leave the room, leading Asbaga towards his ship. As for Robin and Tien, they naturally followed closely behind, keeping pace with Dagu. In no time, at the ship of the light pirates, the Ark Maxim, after observing the general style of the ship, Asbaga turned to Dagu and asked, "Sir, may I ask who the shipwright is?" Next, perhaps worried that Dagu wouldn't understand, Asbaga explained, "It's better if the shipwright is nearby when I inspect the ships. After all, that shipwright is usually in charge of the ship's condition." Hearing Asbaga's words, Dagu also felt it made sense. Then, under Asbaga's puzzled gaze, he raised his head and shouted, "Enel." Billy. As soon as Dagu finished speaking, a thunderous sound suddenly rang out, and a tall figure, the thunder god, Enel, appeared before everyone. He walked up to Dagu and asked, "Captain, did you need something?" Dagu nodded in response to Enel's question, then turned to introduce Asbaga's, saying, "This is Mr. Asbaga's, the strongest shipbuilding technician in Water 7. I invited him to check our ship, and you can learn from him as well." "Yes." Hearing Dagu say this, although Enel was a bit curious about Asbaga's, he didn't refute Dagu's words and nodded in agreement. He then walked up to Asbaga's and said lightly, "Let's go." Faced with Enel's attitude, Asbaga's couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. He hadn't expected that someone as polite as Dagu would have a shipwright who was completely the opposite. However, Asbaga's just paused for a moment before following Enel onto the Ark, Proverb, to check its condition. Meanwhile, Dagu, feeling bored, took out a deck of cards from somewhere and waved it, signaling to Joaelly, "Miss Navy, do you want to play a hand with us?" Watching Dagu's actions, Joaelly hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, Robin." Seeing Joaelly agree, Dagu immediately turned and called out to Robin, then casually found a place to sit down and started playing do di jeu with the two of them. Time quietly passed like this until Enel and Asbaga's finished inspecting the Ark, Proverb, and Dagu and the others finally stopped their actions. When Asbaga's came down from the ship, Dagu immediately stepped forward to greet him, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Asbaga's. It's nothing." Facing Dagu's courtesy, Asbaga's waved his hand, indicating not to mind such things. But then Asbaga's looked at Dagu with a strange expression and exclaimed, "Now I understand why you insisted that I come." Hearing Asbaga's words, Dagu understood that he must have figured out the structure of the ship, which was why he said this. In response, Dagu could only scratch his head and smile. Seeing Dagu like this, Asbaga's shook his head but didn't say anything more. Heaven knows how shocked he was when he learned that the skeleton of such a large ship, and even the entire ship, was made of gold. With so much gold, Asbaga's began to doubt Dagu's identity as a pirate. After all, aren't pirates supposed to go out to sea for treasure? With so much gold, Dagu and the others had already achieved financial freedom. Asbaga's simply couldn't understand why they still sailed the seas, constantly facing the pursuit of the Navy. Thinking of the Navy, Asbaga's glanced at Joaelly, who was standing behind Dagu, then shook his head helplessly, deciding not to think about it anymore. He said to Dagu, "Since the matter has been handled, I will be leaving now." Saying this, Asbaga's glanced at Enel before continuing. "I've informed the shipwright of some important points regarding the ship, and any future issues should be handled by the shipwright." "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Dagu thanked Asbaga's once more. Asbaga's, however, didn't say anything else, turned, and left, walking towards the city. Chapter 216. The confused Asbaga's and the sharp-witted Peach Rabbit. That night, in Asbaga's bedroom, he was sitting in a chair with a serious expression. He was deep in thought, reflecting on the conversation he had with that son of the devil aboard the light pirate ship. Although to outsiders, it seemed like he and Dagu were only discussing ship-related issues. In reality, they were communicating through the notes left by Dagu. Heaven knows how shocked he was when a shipwright brought him into the cabin and took the book he handed over. At first, he thought it was just a design plan for the ship to help him understand its condition. However, upon flipping through it, he was stunned. As the book contained information about the Pluton, or rather, information about him, Asbaga's, Indeed, it detailed a series of events involving Ice Dagu and Frankie, including both being disciples of Tom, Frankie's name change from Frankie, and how the design plans for Pluton passed from Ice Dagu to Frankie. Each of these events made Ice Dagu think that Dagu was also an eyewitness. However, none of this was what truly made him ponder. What really got him thinking was the mention of CP9 at the very end. He truly hadn't expected that his secretary, Katifa, was actually a member of the world government's CP organization. And not just Katifa, but also the new shipwrights, Rob Lucci, Kaku, and others. They were all CP members with the goal of stealing the design plans for Pluton. Sigh thinking of this. Ice Dagu couldn't help but let out a sigh. Frankie. He then turned to the window, looking at the distant lights, lost in thought. On the other side, in a certain hotel in Water 7, after arranging accommodations for everyone, Dagu looked at Ji Yuan, who was also going to stay there, with some surprise and asked, Miss Navy, don't you really need to go meet with Mr. Zephyr and the others? No need. In response to Dagu's inquiry, Ji Yuan calmly shook her head and said, my mission is to monitor you. If I go back now, wouldn't that be neglecting my duty? Hearing Ji Yuan say this, Dagu and Robin exchanged glances, ultimately letting out a reluctant sigh. All right, Robin, let's go back to our room. Dagu then turned to pull Robin back to their room. Wait. However, just as Dagu was about to move, Ji Yuan called out to stop him. What is it? Hearing this, Dagu turned around with a puzzled expression and asked Ji Yuan, does the Navy miss have something else? Facing Dagu's question, Ji Yuan nodded and then pointed at Robin, saying, for today, oh no, for a period of time afterwards, she will be with me. Upon hearing Ji Yuan's words, not only Dagu but also Robin, who was about to go upstairs, along with Hawkins, Bonnie, and everyone else from the Light Pirates, were all taken aback. They never expected that Ji Yuan would come up with a way to keep Dagu in check by having Robin, someone who was extremely important to Dagu, stay with her 24 hours a day. It must be said that, in a way, this was indeed very effective. In fact, the reason Ji Yuan had this idea was that she observed Dagu and Robin throughout the day. She noticed that the son of the devil, Mebius Dagu, truly cared about the daughter of the devil, Nico Robin, as he would worry about her falling or something, even knowing her strength. It was precisely for this reason that she had a sudden inspiration. She didn't have to keep an eye on the son of the devil. Keeping an eye on the daughter of the devil would be just as good. Therefore, when she saw Dagu and Robin preparing to go back to their room, she called out to Dagu to let Robin come with her. After the shock, Dagu thought of this as well, and he couldn't help but admire Guillaume a bit. She truly is a woman who stands beside the Chief of Naval Staff. Her thinking is indeed sharp and incisive. Thinking this, Dagu shook his head and then looked at Robin, saying, what do you think? Upon hearing this, Robin chuckled lightly and replied, I have no objections. Seeing Robin say this, Dagu had no other choice but to nod in agreement, saying all right. As he spoke, Dagu turned to Guillaume and said, Miss Navy, I'll trouble you with Robin during this time. Guillaume merely nodded slightly at Dagu's words, then looked at Robin and said, so, Nico Robin, let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, Guillaume took the lead and walked towards the corridor, and seeing this, Robin chuckled softly and followed in Guillaume's footsteps. Captain. Just as Guillaume brought Robin into the room, Bonnie turned to Dagu and opened her mouth, intending to say something. However, before she could speak, Dagu shook his head and said, there's no need to worry about Robin's safety. This Guillaume is different from other navies. Robin will be safe with her. Moreover, at this point, Dagu raised the corners of his mouth and smiled confidently, saying, moreover, with Robin's current strength, even if Guillaume wanted to do something to her, it wouldn't be that simple. And during this time, it will be enough for me to be by Robin's side. Then, after hearing Dagu's words, Bonnie pondered for a moment, but ultimately realized that this was indeed reasonable. Given Robin's strength, even if something did happen, she could hold on until Dagu arrived to support her. Understanding this, Bonnie reluctantly nodded and said, all right. Then, Captain, we'll head back to our room. After saying this, Bonnie turned around and pulled Kuni and Yuta as they headed up the corridor. Seeing that the matter was settled, Roe, Hawkins, and the others also returned to their own rooms silently. Seeing this, Dagu shook his head and then walked back to his own room. However, it is said that 3 women make a play. Although these 2 women cannot put on a play, they still have topics to chat about. in Robin and Guillaume's room. The two were sitting opposite each other, quietly looking at one another. After a long while, it was Gon, as a member of the Navy, who broke the silence first, saying, "Nico Robin, do you really have no room for negotiation?" Well, in response to Guillaume's question, Robin pretended to ponder for a moment before smiling and saying, "If O'Hara were still around, perhaps we would have room for negotiation." Hearing this, Guillaume was momentarily at a loss for words. She understood that the main reason, or rather the only reason, Dagu and Robin became pirates was the extermination order issued by the Navy against O'Hara. In Guillaume's view, this was the Navy's fault, but if the scholars of O'Hara hadn't wanted to study history, how could the extermination order have possibly fallen upon the scholarly sanctuary of O'Hara? Thinking of this, Guillaume inadvertently expressed her thoughts aloud. If you didn't study history, the extermination order wouldn't have fallen on O'Hara. Nico Robin. Chapter 217. Robin and Guillaume. Listening to Guillaume's words, Robin couldn't help but sneer, looking at her calmly and saying, "Is it wrong to study history? Then what is the purpose of written words? Without history, there would naturally be no words. At that time, everything in this world would be ignorant. Only through the sedimentation of history do written words emerge, leading to the development of civilization, making the world what it is. If history ceases to exist, if written words vanish, what would happen to the world? And what would humanity become?" As she spoke, Robin fixed her gaze on Guillaume's eyes and asked, "Have you thought about that?" After finishing, Robin turned around and asked, "So, on what grounds do you say that studying history in O'Hara is wrong? On what grounds does the Navy and the world government decide to destroy O'Hara?" As she spoke, Robin's tone gradually rose, and she finally roared at Guillaume, "On what grounds?" Faced with Robin's questioning, Guillaume found herself at a loss for words. One could only say that Robin was indeed a scholar. Her argument was logical and irrefutable. Meanwhile, Dagu, who had heard the commotion, fell into silence. Sister Robin. As for Bonnie, Kuni, and Yuta, the three of them rushed out of their room, running to Robin's room while calling her name and pushing the door open. Clearly, Robin's sudden shout had made them think something had happened to her. However, when they pushed the door open and saw the situation inside, they were momentarily confused. They saw Guillaume with her head down, silent, and Robin also remained quiet. The room was eerily silent, although they didn't understand the situation. Bonnie still approached Robin with Kuni and Yuta, keeping a wary eye on Guillaume while asking Robin, "Sister Robin, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Listening to Bonnie's question and seeing the actions of the three girls, Robin felt a warmth in her heart, but shook her head, saying, "You all should go back." "I'm fine." "But Sister Robin." Hearing Robin say this, Bonnie still felt uneasy and wanted to say something else. However, just as she began to speak, Robin interrupted her, saying, "Don't worry. If something really happened, Dagu would have been the first to come over before you all." Upon hearing this, Bonnie and the three girls thought about it and agreed. If something had truly happened to Robin, the captain would definitely be the first to arrive. And since he hadn't shown up now, it proved that nothing had indeed happened. "All right then." Understanding this, Bonnie silently nodded, turned around, and led Kuni and Yuta away from the room. However, Bonnie couldn't help but say to Robin one last time, "Sister Robin, if something really happens, remember to call us." "Don't worry, I will." Robin responded with a smile to Bonnie's concern. Seeing Robin agree, Bonnie didn't say anything further and directly took the other two girls out of the room and back to their own room. However, after the three girls returned to their room, they didn't rest but remained on guard in case something unexpected happened with Robin. With the commotion caused by Bonnie and the others, the originally awkward situation was relieved. "I'm sorry." Guillaume walked in front of Robin, who had returned to her chair to read, looking apologetic and saying, "No need." Unfortunately, in response to Guillaume's apology, Robin continued to look at the book in her hands without raising her head and said, "These matters have nothing to do with you. You don't need to say this." Hearing this, seeing Robin's expression, Guillaume still had more to say, but chose not to speak further. Instead, she turned and walked to the window, looking up at the sky in a daze. As the sun rose and set, a new day began again. When the sun rose, the light pirates began to wander around water 7 once more. When Bonnie and the others saw that Robin was indeed fine and that Dagu was also by her side, they turned and left the inn. "Dagu, where are we going today?" Looking at everyone leaving, Robin turned to Dagu and asked about today's itinerary. Let's go check out the shipyard today. In response to Robin's inquiry, Dagu pondered for a moment before looking into the distance and saying, I heard that it is the place where the world's #1 shipwright, Tom, built Roger's ship, the Oro Jackson. The Pirate King's ship? Hearing this, Robin couldn't help but murmur, following Dagu's gaze to the distance. Let's go. Under Dagu's lead, Robin and Shizuka arrived at the site of the original Tom's workshop, the abandoned shipyard. Is this the place where the ship that sent Roger to the position of Pirate King was built? Looking at the chaotic environment of the abandoned shipyard and the shipwrecks scattered everywhere, Robin couldn't help but sigh. Upon hearing this, Dagu gently nodded and replied, This is where the Oro Jackson and the Sea Train were built. The original Tom's workshop located in the abandoned shipyard. Let's go take a look at this miraculous place. After saying that, Dagu stepped into the abandoned shipyard, and Robin naturally followed closely behind. As for Shizuka, she was also a bit curious about the Pirate King's vehicle and the environment in which the roaring sea train was created, so she also stepped forward to follow Dagu. Suddenly, a sharp reprimand rang in the ears of the three. It's impossible. There's nothing impossible, Frankie. You have to leave today. Immediately after, the familiar voice of Icebug also reached their ears. Hearing the commotion, Dagu and the others exchanged glances and then walked towards the source of the sound. Not far away, Icebug was confronting a man in a short-sleeved shirt. The man looked at Icebug and coldly snorted, In any case, I'm not leaving. What right do you have to tell me what to do? Frankie, upon hearing the man's words, Icebug couldn't help but angrily retort, This is not the time to be willful. You should think about Mr. Tom, too. Can't you just listen to me this once? Mr. Tom. Hearing Icebug mention the term master, the man called Frankie was momentarily stunned. However, he quickly raised his head, his gaze firmly fixed on Icebug, and said, In any case, I'm not leaving here. You could give up on that idea. As soon as he finished speaking, Frankie turned around and walked away, ignoring Icebug. Frankie. Seeing Frankie's attitude, Icebug couldn't help but shout again. Unfortunately, Icebug's shout had no effect. The man named Frankie resolutely left the abandoned shipyard right before his eyes. Chapter 218, Internal Affairs and Surveillance, Mr. Icebug. After Frankie left, Dagu immediately led Robin and Shizuka out. Suddenly hearing Dagu's voice, Icebug was momentarily taken aback, and his expression involuntarily showed a hint of panic. But when he saw that it was Dagu, Icebug let out a sigh of relief, then turned around to greet Dagu, saying, Mr. Dagu, hello. In response to Icebug's greeting, Dagu nodded slightly and then looked in the direction where Frankie had left, asking Icebug, Mr. Icebug, who were you talking to just now? It seemed a bit tense. Seeing Dagu's intentionally probing expression, Icebug understood that he was saying this because Shizuka, a Navy officer, was present. If Shizuka weren't there, Dagu definitely wouldn't have said that. However, knowing that Dagu was asking intentionally, Icebug had to play along. If Frankie's identity were exposed in front of the Navy, it could lead to the exposure of the design drawings of the Pluton. At that time, the things that his master, Mr. Tom, passed down with his life could be lost. Therefore, playing along with Dagu's question, Icebug casually replied, It's nothing. That person is a thug from Water 7, often causing trouble for other shipyards, so I went to talk to him. But, sighing, Icebug continued, Thugs, as you know, are not so easy to deal with. I see. After hearing Icebug's explanation, Dagu and the others suddenly understood. Of course, who truly believed Icebug's words among them was a matter of perspective. However, Dagu then followed Icebug's words and kindly suggested, if you can't resolve it, I can step in on your behalf, as a favor for you checking our ships. No need. Suddenly hearing this, Icebug thought Dagu wanted to take this opportunity to obtain the design drawings from Frankie, so he quickly shook his head and refused. This is an internal matter of Water 7, so there's no need to trouble Mr. Dagu. As soon as he finished speaking, Icebug turned and said, If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Mr. Dagu, you can continue to explore. Water 7 is worth visiting. All right. Hearing this, Dagu nodded and said, Mr. Icebug, please feel free to go. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of Dagu and the others, Icebug turned around and walked toward the town. Watching Icebug leave, Shizuka turned to Dagu and asked, Dagu, are you going to find that thug? No. However, to Shizuka's surprise, Dagu shook his head and said, just as Mr. Iceberg said, this is an internal matter of Water 7. Since he, as the mayor, didn't he ask me for help, what reason do I have to intervene? Oh, listening to this, Shizuka nodded quietly and then no longer focused on Frankie. After all, as Dagu said, this was an internal matter of Water 7, and since Iceberg hadn't opened up, it was indeed inappropriate for them, as outsiders, to intervene. Seeing that Shizuka had let go of her concern about Frankie, Dagu then suggested, so, let's continue exploring. Okay. Hearing this, Shizuka nodded. Thus, the three of them continued to wander around the abandoned shipyard. Not only the abandoned shipyard, but after finishing there, they also returned to Water 7 for a tour, before finally returning to the hotel to rest. Inside the hotel, Dagu suddenly spoke up, you all chat. I'm in the restroom. Without waiting for Shizuka to respond, he directly got up and headed toward the restroom in the hotel. Seeing this, even though Shizuka knew she shouldn't let Dagu leave alone, she couldn't do anything about it. After all, regardless of anything, there was a gender difference between her and Dagu. So, watching Dagu's departing figure, Shizuka subtly glanced at the side. At that moment, among the three sitting at another table, a burly man immediately stood up and followed Dagu. Clearly, this person was also one of the Navy's arrangements to monitor Dagu. Not only him, but the others sitting at the table were also watching Dagu leave and were conversing with Nico Robin. In fact, it wasn't just around Dagu that the Navy was present. Bonnie, Law, Hawkins, and even Inaru and Crocodile had people monitoring them. However, the difference was that the ones responsible for monitoring Law, Bonnie, Hawkins, and the others were just some ordinary Navy personnel, at most one from Zifa's elite training camp. Meanwhile, the ones monitoring Crocodile and Inaru were Zifa himself and the Vice Admiral candidate, T-Pig, Kaji. At that moment, in a certain part of Water 7, Crocodile, while smoking a cigar, looked at Zifa, who was standing openly in front of him, and asked, Admiral Zifa, are you really that worried about us? Pirates are hard to trust. Regarding Crocodile's inquiry, Zifa replied indifferently, what's more, the fact that you've become a pirate again makes me even more uneasy. Hearing Zifa's words, Crocodile exhaled a puff of smoke and did not argue. After all, it wasn't his choice to become a pirate again. He was forced into it. Otherwise, who would give up a perfectly good official identity as a warlord of the sea to become a pirate? But could Crocodile say that? Not to mention whether Zifa would believe him. Even if Zifa did, Crocodile's pride wouldn't allow him to admit that he was defeated by Dagu and had to submit. If he really said that, would he still be Crocodile? Thus, in response to Zifa's words, Crocodile quietly said, perhaps you were right. But there's no need for you to keep an eye on us. After all, if we really wanted to leave, you wouldn't be enough to stop us. Upon hearing Crocodile say this, Zifa's expression changed. He couldn't understand Crocodile's confidence in believing that they could speak such words under the encirclement of himself, Guion, and Kaji, which was equivalent to 3 admirals. If Crocodile were a rookie, Zifa might not have reacted so strongly. After all, rookies tend to be fearless and unaware of the admiral's strength, which can lead to some arrogance. But Crocodile was someone who had fought against Whitebeard. Not only that, but when he was invited to join the Warlords of the Sea, the Navy also sent an admiral to express their sincerity, as Crocodile was the first pirate to become a Warlord of the Sea. It could be said that Crocodile was very aware of the power of the Navy's admirals. Yet this Crocodile, when facing the 3 of them, claimed that their strength was not enough to threaten the light pirates. How could that not make Zifa's expression change? Chapter 219, Zifa's worries and Dagu's plans. Seeing Zifa's expression, Crocodile didn't say more. After exhaling another smoke ring, he turned to look into the distance. After a long while, Zifa, coming back to his senses, fixed his gaze on Crocodile and asked, what did you mean by that? Are you saying that you now have the strength to confront 3 admirals at the same time? Hearing Zifa's question, Crocodile replied calmly, that's not my meaning. That's the Navy's meaning. Our Navy? Zifa was momentarily taken aback. Yes, your Navy's meaning. Facing Zifa's confusion, Crocodile nodded again to explain. If the Navy didn't believe we had the strength to confront 3 admirals, how could they send you 3 here? This, after hearing Crocodile's words, Zifa found himself unable to refute for a moment. Indeed, if it weren't for the Navy, or rather Sengoku, believing that the light pirates had that strength, how could they send all three of them at the same time? Sai realizing this, Zifa sighed and said, "If Sengoku thinks so, it seems you have really grown." At hearing Zifa's words, Crocodile sneered and then turned to look at Zifa, saying, "What you said has nothing to do with me. I just joined." Hearing this, Zifa couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then looked Crocodile up and down while also pondering again about Dagu's strength. From Crocodile's attitude, it was clear he wasn't there voluntarily, which meant someone must have pressured him. And in Zifa's view, the only person with that kind of power was the captain of the pirate group, the son of the devil, Dagu. With this thought, Zifa's expression became serious. At the same time, he began to worry about Gion's safety, wondering if she was okay. Meanwhile, Gion, whom Zifa was concerned about, was in a completely different situation. Inside the inn where everyone was staying, Gion was sitting face to face with Robin, both of them quiet and patiently waiting for Dagu to come out. "Are you both this quiet?" Suddenly, Dagu's voice reached their ears, and then his figure appeared around the corner. "Is it bad to be quiet?" Robin replied with a light laugh. "Do you want to see us fight?" Hearing this, Dagu was momentarily stunned, then shook his head and said, "Of course. I don't want to see you fight. I just thought you would have some topics to discuss." Saying this, Dagu sat back down, glanced at the two of them, and continued, "As women, you should have plenty to talk about." Hearing this, Robin and Gion exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison, saying no. As soon as the words were out, seeing that the other person synchronized with her, both were taken aback, but then they fell silent again, returning to their previous calm. Seeing this, Dagu could only shake his head helplessly and sigh. "Forget it. Since you have no topics, we'll leave it at that." As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu turned to Gion and said, "Miss Navy." "Huh?" At Dagu's sudden call, Gion looked at him in confusion and asked, "What's wrong?" Seeing Gion looking at him, Dagu pondered for a moment and said to her, "We'll be leaving Water 7 tomorrow. If you're going to catch us, then come along." Hearing Dagu's words, Gion was not particularly moved. She just nodded quietly and stood up to leave the inn. She had known for a long time that Dagu wouldn't stay in Water 7 forever, which was why she had suggested to Zifa to stay and monitor Dagu, fearing he would suddenly run away. And now, the reason she left without hesitation was that her interactions with Dagu over the past 2 days had given her some understanding of him. And she also realized what Dagu meant, a declaration of war. That's right, Dagu had declared war on their navy. Since it was a declaration of war, Gion naturally wasn't worried about Dagu suddenly escaping, because if Dagu ran away after declaring war, his reputation at sea would be completely ruined. No one would respect someone who declares war and then runs away. Therefore, after agreeing to Dagu's words, Gion left without hesitation, also calling other Navy personnel to leave with her. "We're leaving tomorrow?" Seeing Gion and the others departing figures, Robin turned to Dagu and asked, "Have you finished your business?" In response to Robin's inquiry, Dagu nodded without hesitation and said, "It's done. After returning to the room, I'll show you." "Okay." After hearing Dagu's words, Robin nodded and then stood up, walking towards the hallway. Seeing this, Dagu naturally followed Robin's footsteps. A little while later, in Dagu's room. "Here, this is the purpose of my trip." Dagu reached into his pocket and took out a stack of yellowed papers, handing them to Robin. "This is the design of one of the 3 ancient weapons. Pluton?" Robin murmured softly as she took the papers from Dagu, then began to read the contents. Seeing Robin focused on the papers, Dagu couldn't help but let his thoughts wander, recalling the situation after he went to the bathroom earlier. Actually, when Dagu left his seat to go to the bathroom earlier, he wasn't really going to wash his hands. Instead, he used the Flying Thunder God technique he had set on Frankie back at the shipyard to teleport to Frankie's side. Then, before Frankie could react at all, he knocked him out and took the design for the Pluton from him based on his memory of the original story. Robin knew all of this, and even the others were aware that Dagu had something to do in Water 7. The difference was that Robin knew everything, while the others were only following Dagu's orders to distract the Marines. As for why Gion, who had been following Dagu the whole time, was completely unaware, it was mainly because Dagu had already informed the others of the plan using his eye ability when he first saw Gion and the others. Since they were in a space of illusion, Gion didn't notice anything even though he was following Dagu. Similarly, on the ship, the reason Inaru showed the things to Ace was also due to Dagu's instructions through an illusion. However, Inaru didn't know the content. Dagu only asked him to show a notebook to Ace, and nothing more. He also told Inaru that if Ace wanted to take the notebook, then it would be up to him. This wasn't because Dagu didn't trust everyone, but because the matter of the Pluton battleship was significant, and it was better for fewer people to know about it. Chapter 220, Accident and Continuation. Huff. After a long while, Robin, having finished looking at the design, couldn't help but take a deep breath and then looked at Dagu, asking, "Is it true that the Pluton has the ability to sink an island with one shot?" "It should be, right?" Upon hearing this, Dagu replied uncertainly, "I don't know if the Pluton really has that ability to sink an island with one shot." But then he added, "However, as one of the 3 ancient weapons, even if it can't sink a large island, it should be able to handle a smaller one, right?" "Is that so?" After listening to Dagu's words, Robin couldn't help but look at the design in her hands, deep in thought. Seeing Robin's expression, Dagu immediately reached out to take back the design, then looked at Robin and said, "All right, it's getting late, let's rest. After all, we're leaving tomorrow." "That's true." Hearing Dagu's words, Robin thought for a moment and agreed. Then she stopped dwelling on the matter of the Pluton battleship and turned to enter the bathroom. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a certain part of Water 7, Frankie suddenly woke up and immediately recalled what Ace had told him earlier, hurriedly checking his own condition. Huff when he found himself unharmed. Frankie couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But then he opened his upper body and looked at the space that should have contained items, which was now completely empty. Who did this? Frankie couldn't help but exclaim in anger. After shouting, Frankie realized the seriousness of the situation, quickly composed himself, and ran towards Ace's house. He needed to find Ace and tell him that something big had happened. Before long, Frankie arrived outside Ace's villa. Wait, but just as Frankie was about to rush in, Katia happened to come out and blocked him, saying, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Hearing Katia's voice, Frankie, who was initially frantic, regained some composure and looked at Katia, saying, "I'm looking for Ace. It's urgent. Let him out quickly. Do you have an appointment?" Seeing Frankie's demeanor, Katia did not let him in but said calmly, "If you don't have an appointment, please come back tomorrow. It's late. Mr. Ace is already resting." "You." Hearing Katia's words, Frankie became furious, pointing at her for a while, and finally shouted, "Ace, come out quickly. Something big has happened." "Ace? Huh? Frankie?" Inside the villa, Ace, who was already preparing to rest, paused upon hearing the voice. He then walked to the window and looked at Frankie, who was shouting outside, frowning and murmuring. What does he want? Could it be? Suddenly, Ace's expression changed drastically, and he rushed out of the room and down the stairs. Frankie. Upon hearing Ace's voice, Frankie immediately stopped shouting and hurriedly ran in front of Ace, saying, "Ace, it's gone. That thing is gone. It's gone." "Huh?" Hearing Frankie's words, Ace was momentarily stunned, wondering what was gone. But he quickly thought that if he wasn't mistaken, Frankie must be referring to the Pluton design. Realizing this, Ace couldn't help but panic and quickly asked, "How could it be gone? Didn't you say it was well protected and no one could find it?" I don't know either." Listening to Ace's question, Frankie stammered for a long time, and finally had to tell Ace the situation. "I was just browsing around, but I don't know who suddenly knocked me out. Then when I woke up, I found that thing was gone." This. Hearing Frankie's words, Ace fell silent. If he guessed correctly, this must have been Dagu's doing, because up until now, in Ace's impression, besides himself and Frankie, only the devil child, Dagu, knew where that thing was. As for the others, thinking of this, Ace glanced at Katia, who was also silent. Ace helplessly sighed and then comforted Frankie. "Frankie, if it's gone, it's gone. But enough, Frankie." Hearing this, Frankie was about to say something, but before he could speak, Ace interrupted. "You can rest here today." After saying that, without waiting for Frankie to respond, Ace turned to Katia, who was still lost in thought, and instructed, "Katia, arrange a place for him." As soon as he finished speaking, Ace turned and returned to his room. Upon hearing Ace's words, Katia also regained her composure and looked at Frankie, saying, "Sir, please follow me. I'm okay." Hearing Katia's words, Frankie nodded blankly and then, under Katia's arrangement, settled into Ace's villa. After arranging for Frankie, Katia directly left the villa and headed straight to a bar in Water 7. After informing the other CP9 members of the situation, Katia then looked at the strongest among them, Rob Lucci, who had a pigeon perched on his shoulder, and asked, "What should we do now?" As Katia's voice fell, the other CP9 members in the tavern turned their attention to Rob Lucci, waiting for his response. After a long silence, Rob Lucci finally spoke. "This question we should ask our superior." As soon as he finished speaking, Rob Lucci casually took out a din-din mushy and dialed it. "Beep, beep, beep, what is it?" After a busy signal, a cold voice came from the din-din mushy. "It is like this, Commander." After hearing this voice, Rob Lucci immediately reported the situation that Katifa had just mentioned in detail, and finally asked, "So, Commander, do we still need to continue with the mission?" After listening to Rob Lucci's explanation, the person on the other end of the phone bug couldn't help but fall into silence. "Continue." After a while, the command finally came through, and then the phone bug was hung up. Looking at the hung-up phone bug, everyone present exchanged glances and then left the tavern in silence, returning to their respective posts. Chapter 221 Departure and War in the Morning. At the port of Water 7, Dagu and the members of the Light Pirates were all ready. Stepping onto their vehicle, the Art Proverbs. "Captain, are we really going to fight them?" As soon as he boarded the ship, Beepo walked up to Dagu with a worried expression, pointing at the naval warship on the other side, and asked Dagu, Hearing this, Dagu quietly gazed at the naval warship across the way, nodded, and said, "Although I could take you away from here, if we just run away every time we encounter the Navy, then what adventures do we have left?" This. Upon hearing Dagu's words, Beepo fell silent. Seeing Beepo's silence, Dagu turned around to scan everyone and said, "In the past few years, since you were still young, I tried to take you to relatively safe places for training. And now among you, except for Yuta, who is relatively small, everyone else is grown up. Since that's the case." At this point, Dagu paused, his tone deepening as he asked everyone, "Do we really have to keep avoiding confrontation?" After Dagu's words, except for the recently joined Crocodile and Enel, everyone who had followed Dagu from the beginning fell silent. They also finally realized the problem, which is that in the past, they indeed had not experienced any battles that could be called real fights. Because whether in the Four Seas, Whiskey Peak, Drum Island, Alabasta, or even on Sky Island, everything they experienced had Dagu backing them up, and everything happened under Dagu's watchful eye. This led everyone to unconsciously develop a mentality, which was both a contempt for others and a confidence in themselves, or perhaps arrogance. Everything that had happened before had been too smooth for them, so smooth that they felt like they were on vacation. Although some felt a sense of urgency for various reasons. That sense of urgency was actually a reflection of their own arrogance about their strength. They were confident that their strength was already strong enough and were eager to do something to prove that they were not just people who lived off the ship. Dagu was also clearly aware of the problem, which is why he did not directly use Flying Thunder God to leave with the ship and crew, but instead chose to stay and engage in a fight with the Navy. This was also a training opportunity for Hawkins and the others. Thinking this, Dagu turned to look at the Navy warship across the way, where Guion was always watching them, then shook his head helplessly and said to everyone on the ship, "Set sail?" "Yes." Thus, under Dagu's command, the Art Proverbs began to move slowly. Teacher, and seeing the Art Proverbs start up, Guion immediately asked Zifa, "The son of evil has set sail. Should we pursue them?" Hearing this, Zifa frowned as he looked at the gradually receding Art Proverbs, quietly nodded, indicating his agreement with Guion's request. Set sail. Seeing Zifa agree, Guion did not waste any time. Immediately turned to everyone and shouted, then looked at the Art Proverbs ahead and said, "Target ahead. Light Pirates." "Yes." Following Guion's command, a group of Navy personnel began to move, driving the warship closely behind Dagu and the others. In the blink of an eye, a day passed, and the Navy had been following Dagu and the others for a day. By now, they were quite far from Water 7 and had a considerable distance to the next island. Therefore, the Navy Zifa was preparing to take action. All preparations. Zifa shouted loudly, then waved his hand. "Target the pirate ahead. Fire." Boom, 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 boom. With Zifa's order, All the Navy warships launched a fierce bombardment towards the Ark Proverbs. Captain. At the same time, seeing the rain of cannonballs coming, Yuta, Beppo, and others looked worriedly at Dagu. To this, Dagu frowned and immediately shouted, "Enel." "Yes, Captain." Following Dagu's order, Enel immediately took action. Crackle in an instant. Countless bolts of lightning surged forth, roaring towards the incoming cannonballs. Bang, 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 bang. Before long, the cannonballs fired by the Navy were all intercepted by Enel's lightning. Jaji, looking at the scene before him, Zifa furrowed his brow and shouted, "Stop him." "Yes, teacher." Hearing this, Jaji immediately took command and flew up into the air above the Ark Proverbs, shouting at Enel, "Hey, lightning kid, come play in the sky." Oof. In response to Jaji's invitation to battle, Enel snorted coldly and immediately, without needing Dagu to say anything, used his ability to soar into the air and confront Jaji. Seeing Enel being drawn away by Jaji, Zifa turned to his subordinates and instructed, "Keep firing." Boom, boom, boom. Just like that, with Zifa's next command, the cannon fire rained down once again. Seeing this situation, Dagu frowned but did not say anything, just turned to look at Crocodile, signaling that it was his turn to take action. However, to Dagu's surprise, under his signal, Crocodile just exhaled a puff of smoke and explained to him, "Captain, we're at sea. My abilities are quite limited here." Hearing Crocodile say this, Dagu tightened his brow. Although he knew this was Crocodile trying to slack off, he had no rebuttal, because just as Crocodile said, they were on the vast sea, surrounded by water, and once Crocodile's sand came into contact with water, his control would greatly diminish. This also meant that Crocodile's strength would quickly decline, and as more and more sand came into contact with water, Crocodile's strength would decrease even further. And right now, this was just the beginning. It was indeed not the right time to let Crocodile's strength take a hit. Sigh helplessly, Dagu sighed and turned to Law and Hawkins, saying, "You two go." "Yes, Captain." Hearing this, Law and Hawkins immediately took command and then stepped forward together. Demon form. Room. Slaughterhouse. Immediately, the two activated their abilities, instantly obliterating all incoming cannonballs in the air. Chapter 222 Target and Defeat. Looking at the cannonballs that were intercepted once again, Zifa furrowed his brow again and shouted, "Keep firing." Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Zifa's words fell, another round of cannon fire erupted. At the same time, as the Navy bombarded once again, the members of the light pirate crew furrowed their brows. Then, without the need for Dagu to command, Bonnie, Beppo, and even Yuta stood up in succession, preparing to intercept the incoming cannonballs alongside Law and Hawkins. Seeing their offensive once again intercepted, Jiuen's expression darkened, and she looked at Zephyr, suggesting, "Teacher, let's go for a boarding battle." Hearing Jiuen's words, Zephyr fell into thought. Soon after witnessing another round of cannon fire being intercepted, Zephyr, though helpless, could only give the order, "Target the pirates ahead. Boarding battle." Yes. With Zephyr's command, the cannon fire finally ceased. "Captain." Seeing the Navy stop firing, everyone immediately approached Dagu, wanting to say something. "All right." But before anyone could speak, Dagu said, "First, get ready. We should be going into a boarding battle next." Hearing Dagu's words, everyone exchanged glances and then nodded in agreement. "Yes, Captain." Following that, everyone began to adjust their states, waiting for the Navy to come over. Bang! Before long, with a sound of collision, the Navy's warship connected with the Ark Phronesis. Dagu. At the same time, Jiuen shouted, leaping over the obstacles, raising her weapon, Jin Pira. She slashed directly at Dagu. Seeing this, Dagu also did not hesitate, drawing the sword of victory to meet her. Clang! As the blades clashed, an invisible wave of energy swept through, causing those around to squint slightly. Einbins. Zephyr then turned to the two students standing behind him and said, "You two take a part of the crew to deal with the magician, Hawkins, and the surgeon, Trafalgar Law." "Yes, teacher." Following this, Ein and Bins, called upon by Zephyr, took their orders and, after gathering a team of colleagues, charged towards Law and Hawkins. Tina. Seeing Ein and Bins set off, Zephyr looked at the pink-haired Navy and instructed, "Nico Robin, it's up to you." Tina understood. Upon hearing this, the pink-haired female Navy, Black Cage, Tina, immediately took her orders and stood opposite Robin. Whatever you want to do, figure out yourself. Just don't interfere with my capturing the pirates. After Tina left, Zephyr murmured something, not knowing who he was speaking to. Then Zephyr turned to the others and instructed everyone else, target the light pirate crew, go. After saying that, Zephyr charged ahead, confronting Crocodile. Former warlord of the sea, Sand Crocodile, Crocodile, I now declare you. Looking at Crocodile, who was casually smoking a cigar, Zephyr frowned and shouted, you are under arrest. Huh. As soon as he finished speaking, Zephyr yelled and charged at Crocodile. Boom. As the fists collided, a powerful wave of energy was unleashed, but unfortunately, it had no effect on Crocodile. Because just before Zephyr's attack arrived, Crocodile had already elementalized in advance, successfully dodging Zephyr's fierce punch. Aren't you going to help? Meanwhile, in the air, seeing both sides engaged in a boarding battle, and clearly the other side at a disadvantage, Kaji couldn't help but ask Enel, who seemed indifferent to it all. In response to Kaji's question, Enel merely replied coolly, they can handle it. Why should I get into trouble? Moreover, saying this, Enel glanced down at Dagu, who was grappling with Jiwen, and said, the captain hasn't given an order, so why would I take the initiative? I didn't expect you to have principles. Hearing Enel's words, Kaji was somewhat surprised and then sighed. It's a pity you became a pirate. Since you're a pirate, you naturally can't let it go. As soon as he finished speaking, Kaji launched another attack at Enel. Crackle at the same time, lightning and thunder erupted around Enel as he charged at Kaji. The battle in the air ignited once more, while the battle on the ships below continued fiercely. Crocodile, you have no advantage at sea. Give it up. Zephyr shouted earnestly at Crocodile. Unfortunately, in response to Zephyr's advice, Crocodile merely exhaled a puff of smoke and looked at him indifferently, saying, what's wrong with the sea? Although my advantage may be suppressed, it's not so easy for you to take me down. Moreover, instead of thinking about capturing me, it would be better for you to think about capturing the captain. If he can bring me into his crew, wouldn't that be even? At this point, Crocodile suddenly paused, then looked Zephyr up and down, laughing. I see. You don't have confidence in capturing the captain who can freely shift spaces, so you've set your sights on us. I was wondering, as the commander, why you didn't go find the captain to engage with him. It turns out you came to capture me. Oomph. Hearing Crocodile's words, Zephyr couldn't help but snort coldly. Yet he did not refute. Clearly, the fact was as Crocodile said, their target was not the son of the devil. Because even if they locked their sights on the son of the devil, they might not necessarily catch him. If that's the case, why waste manpower and resources? It would be better to focus on others from the start, such as Crocodile in front of him or Nico Robin beside him. Thinking of this, Zephyr couldn't help but glance at Nico Robin, then nodded in satisfaction. Bang! Just then, with a bang, Robin, who was fighting Tina, suddenly reacted too late and was punched in the back, suffering serious injury. Sister Robin, seeing this, Kuna, Bonnie, and Yuta, who were originally battling other Navy soldiers, couldn't help but exclaim, momentarily distracted. Such an opportunity, the Navy naturally wouldn't let it go. Immediately, the Navy shouted loudly and surged forward, quickly overpowering all three women. This scene seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Soon after the three women were captured, Beepo was also taken down by the Navy, and even Law, who had been worried about it, showed a moment of vulnerability, allowing Ayn to seize the chance to transform into a child. Chapter 223. Dagu returns and Zephyr's roar Law. Seeing Law transform into a child, Hawkins couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise, momentarily lost in thought. Thick and winding, seizing the opening, Binns, who was engaged in battle, quickly acted and tightly bound Hawkins. At this point, aside from Crocodile, who was fighting Zephyr, Enel, who was battling Kaji, and Dagu, who was grappling with Jiwen, the light pirate crew was completely wiped out. Sai looking at the captured individuals, especially Robin, who was sealed by Tina in the black cage. Dagu couldn't help but deeply sigh. Really, to have fallen after just holding on for such a short time. It seems they still lack experience. Speaking, Dagu pondered. It seems I need to give them more tasks in the future to train their adaptability. However, seeing Dagu's demeanor, Jiwen, standing opposite him, couldn't help but furrow her brows. She didn't understand how Dagu could remain so calm in such a situation. To know most of his crew has been captured. Isn't he anxious? Unable to understand. Cheyenne immediately inquired of Dagu. Mebius Dagu, your companions have all been captured. Aren't you worried? Huh? Dagu, who was originally lost in thought, was suddenly startled by Cheyenne's voice. Then he smiled and shook his head, saying, Miss Navy, it's not that I look down on you, but it's impossible for you to capture my companions in front of me. But that, seeing Dagu say this, Cheyenne immediately pointed to Robin and the others, wanting to say something. Boom! But before the words could leave her mouth, she felt an invisible force sweeping across the sea. Subsequently, the Navy fell one after another. In the end, only a few Navy personnel remained standing, including Zifa, Tina, Ein, Binz, and 3 other Navy officers in uniform. Although they were Navy, Dagu did not consider them ordinary Navy, because ordinary Navy personnel could not possibly still be standing at this moment. Billy at this moment, with a sound of electricity, Enel suddenly appeared on the ship, coming before the crowd, which temporarily protected those who were unable to move. So, looking at this scene, Dagu turned to Cheyenne and smiled. Miss Navy, do you have any more questions? Seeing Dagu's proud expression, Cheyenne couldn't help but darken her face, cursing Conqueror's hockey. At the same time, seeing that his subordinates had all been knocked unconscious, Zifa's face was also gloomy, and he couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. Had he known this, he wouldn't have brought this batch of new recruits out, but should have brought some veterans. At least the veterans would have some resistance when facing the impact of the Conqueror's hockey, instead of being completely wiped out like now. Yes, although it still seemed that the Navy had the upper hand, Zifa felt that they had already been completely defeated, because those pirates who had been captured stood up again, and judging by their appearance, they hadn't sustained any significant injuries, at least not affecting their ability to fight. Realizing this, Zifa looked at the other still conscious people gathered around him, then stepped forward to face Dagu and said, Demon Kid, you're quite something. Hearing Zifa say this, Dagu immediately chuckled. You're overpraising me, Mr. Zifa. Then Dagu changed the subject and asked, I wonder if Mr. Zifa could let us leave since we've fought. Let's call it a draw this time. Faced with Dagu's proposal, Zifa fell into thought for a moment. To be honest, in his view, this situation was the best possible outcome, because if they continued to fight, if the Lightning Kid and that crocodile went all out, the resulting commotion could very well cause the other people present to perish in the depths of the sea. Commander Zifa, just as Zifa was contemplating, the 3 Navy officers in uniform immediately reminded him, Commander Zifa, you should understand the key to this mission. Billy, however, before Zifa could respond, just as he finished speaking, Enel instantly shot out a bolt of lightning at them, causing all 3 to involuntarily shudder. How this change made Zifa let out a long breath, then looked at Dagu and said, Demon Kid, as you wish. You can leave. After speaking, Zifa casually picked up 2 unconscious Navy personnel nearby and returned to the Navy ship. Seeing this, although the others were extremely reluctant to admit it, they had no choice but to follow Zifa's actions and bring their colleagues back to the Navy ship. To be honest, if it hadn't been Zifa leading this time, but Sakasuke, it would have been impossible for Dagu and the others to threaten the Navy into retreat like this. The only possibility would be that under Sakasuke's orders, Dagu and the others would perish together with the unconscious Navy. Of course, if they really encountered Sakasuke, Dagu wouldn't just fight him, but would take Sakasuke directly to some uninhabited island to let him fend for himself. It was precisely because Zifa was leading the team, and the accompanying team included moderate Navy like Kaji, Cheyenne, and Tina. If the hawkish Navy had come to pursue them, Dagu felt that they wouldn't have been so easygoing. Thus, as time passed, Zifa finally managed to transport all the Navy back to their own ship. Although Dagu thought about helping, he was refused. After all, how could the Navy accept help from pirates? Thinking this, Dagu shook his head, then looked at Zifa, who had returned to the Navy ship, and said, Thank you, Mr. Zifa, for your escort all the way. We shall take our leave now. Let's go. Saying this, Dagu turned to the others, then started to take action. Rumbling. Before long, with a roar, the Ark Maxim sailed towards the distance. Mebius, watching Dagu and the others gradually disappear from sight, Cheyenne couldn't help but murmur, By the way, There's something I need to take care of. But at this moment, Dagu's voice suddenly came from behind the crowd. Mebius Dagu. As everyone turned around, they saw Dagu standing behind the 3 Navy officers, with bloodstains already on their necks. Seeing everyone look over, Dagu smiled at them, then said, "It's taken care of." Then, "Goodbye, everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu instantly disappeared from the spot. Mebius Dagu. Watching Dagu come and go freely before him, Zifa couldn't help but roar at the Arc Maxim. Similarly, Cheyenne and the others looked at the Arc Maxim, silent. Chapter 224. Devil Sea and Ghost Ship's time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it had been 10 days since the battle between the Light Pirates and the Navy. During these 10 days, the members of the Light Pirates not only rested, but also reflected on their mistakes. This defeat made everyone realize one problem. Their combat experience was severely lacking. In the past, when facing other pirates or the Navy, the disparity in strength was so great that Dagu had knocked out the others with his Conqueror's Haki from the start. Because their opponents had all been knocked out by Dagu, they could say that they had not faced much pressure during the battle. Everything had gone so smoothly, but now, when facing the Navy fleet led by Zifa, everyone felt for the first time what pressure was and what a truly evenly matched battle was. This also led everyone, even after 10 days had passed, to still remember that battle, while seriously thinking about what they had overlooked during that battle and what was unnecessary and shouldn't have been focused on. That is, suddenly, the navigator Beepo looked ahead at the mist-covered area with a puzzled expression. What place is that? Why is it so dark? Huh? Hearing Beepo's shout, Dagu also turned his head in confusion. Looking at the black fog ahead, Dagu couldn't help but smile, then explain to everyone. This place is called the Devil's Sea. It is said that many ships passing through here never come out again. Hearing this, Beepo immediately shouted and quickly ran behind Law to hide, clearly frightened. Seeing Beepo's reaction, Law couldn't help but rub his forehead and said helplessly, "With the captain here, do you think we won't be able to get out?" Hearing Law's words, Beepo was momentarily stunned before realizing that with Dagu's ability to traverse space, how could they possibly not get out? At the same time, Yuta looked at Dagu with an eager expression and said, "Captain, let's go in and take a look." "No problem." Dagu nodded without hesitation in response to Yuta's request. The main reason was that Dagu's purpose for this trip was to enter the Devil's Sea to find someone. A former member of the Rumbar Pirates, acting Captain Brook. That's right, Dagu hadn't forgotten that he had promised Kurokas to look for Brook for him, or rather for Labun. Thinking of this, Dagu turned to everyone and said, "Set sail, destination, the Devil's Sea." "Yes, Captain." With Dagu's command, the Arc Maxim slowly moved forward, entering the dimly lit Devil's Sea. Inside the Devil's Sea, looking around at the darkness, even though it was still midday, it felt as if it were deep night. Beepo, Yuta, and Bonnie couldn't help but shiver, appearing quite unsettled. Meanwhile, after observing the surroundings, Law asked Dagu, "Captain, what do you think is in this Devil's Sea? Why is it like this?" "Well," hearing Law's question, Dagu pondered for a moment before hesitantly replying, "I've heard a speculation that one of the 3 ancient weapons, the Pluto, the king of the underworld, is sleeping in this Devil's Sea." Of course, this was just hearsay, and whether it was true or not was unknown. The king of the underworld. As soon as Dagu finished speaking, Crocodile's pupils constricted, and his face showed shock. He never expected that the king of the underworld would be in this Devil's Sea. Although Dagu said it was just hearsay, combining the legend of the king of the underworld with the tales of the Devil's Sea, Crocodile increasingly believed that Pluto might really exist here. However, seeing Dagu's indifferent demeanor, Crocodile couldn't help but feel puzzled. He didn't think Dagu was unaware of the power of the king of the underworld. Since he knew the power of Pluto, why did Dagu seem indifferent? After all, it wasn't about Dagu searching the world for historical texts or coordinates of the king of the underworld. It was just a matter of circling the Devil's Sea, and he might find Pluto. That was the king of the underworld right in front of them. Why was Dagu still not the slightest bit moved? Unable to understand, Crocodile then asked Dagu, "Captain, why do you seem uninterested in the king of the underworld?" However, Dagu did not answer Crocodile's question. Instead, he asked back, "Why should I be interested in the king of the underworld?" Hearing Dagu's words, Crocodile was momentarily stunned. Then his expression became a bit excited as he said, "But that's the king of the underworld. An ancient weapon that can sink an island with a single shot." Unfortunately, unlike the excited crocodile, Dagu, after listening to his words, shot him a strange look and said, "You said it yourself, that's an ancient weapon. We don't even know if it can be used now. Besides," as he spoke, Dagu changed the subject and smiled. "Why do we have to rely on the king of the underworld to sink an island? Can't we do it ourselves?" "We? Ourselves?" After hearing Dagu's words, not only was Crocodile stunned, but the others were also taken aback. Could they really sink an island? Everyone looked at each other in silence. Suddenly, the sound of flowing water reached everyone's ears, followed by singing. "Captain, what is this?" Listening to the commotion, everyone exchanged glances. And then Bonnie walked up to Dagu with a puzzled look. However, unlike everyone's confusion, upon hearing the singing, Dagu smiled. He didn't expect to be so lucky to encounter someone he wanted to meet as soon as he entered the Devil's Sea. Or perhaps the other party had been waiting at the entrance of the Devil's Sea. Otherwise, how could they have met so quickly? Thinking this, Dagu turned his gaze towards the ship that was slowly approaching them, which exuded a sinister aura resembling a ghost ship. Oh no, it was indeed a ghost ship. As they got closer, everyone saw that there was a skeleton standing on it. If it were an ordinary skeleton, it would be one thing, but this skeleton was waving at them. Upon seeing this, Beppo, Yuta, Bonnie, and even Kina couldn't help but shiver, their faces changing dramatically as they screamed and ran behind Dagu, seeking safety. Although they all huddled behind Dagu and were trembling, they still couldn't help but peek out to sneak a look at the skeleton. Seeing this situation, Dagu shook his head helplessly and then turned to the others and asked, "I want to go take a look. Does anyone want to come with me?" Facing Dagu's question, everyone exchanged glances, clearly not wanting to meet a moving skeleton. That image was too beautiful. They didn't even dare to imagine it, let alone see it. Looking at everyone's reaction, Dagu couldn't help but let out a sigh. "Since none of you want to go, then I'll go alone." After saying that, Dagu directly soared into the air and landed on the ghost ship. Oh ho ho! As soon as Dagu approached, the skeleton on the ghost ship immediately called out and then bowed to Dagu, saying greetings. Then the skeleton couldn't help but exclaim, "I don't know how many years it has been. I finally see a living person again. It's all ghost ships here. It's really terrifying. Come, don't be shy. Let's go inside and have a good chat." As he spoke, the skeleton turned to invite Dagu into the cabin. However, in response to the skeleton's invitation, Dagu did not nod in agreement. Instead, after sizing him up, he said, "I wonder what Laboon would think when he sees this scene." Laboon. Hearing Dagu mention Laboon, the skeleton visibly shuddered, even though it was just a skeleton. "You've seen Laboon?" The skeleton then turned to Dagu and asked, even though he had no eyes. Suddenly being stared at so intently by a skeleton, Dagu couldn't help but shiver involuntarily, feeling a bit creeped out. This wasn't about strength. It was purely because no one could remain calm in such a situation. It was too scary. A skeleton in a dark environment, staring at you with its eye sockets devoid of any other bodily tissue. Thinking this, Dagu shivered again, and he couldn't understand how the members of the Straw Hat Pirates who followed him in the original work could withstand this. Not to mention Luffy. How did Nami, Usopp, and Chopper manage to endure it? Unable to comprehend, Dagu could only shake his head, attributing it to the fact that WT was just a comic artist. Seeing that Dagu did not respond, the skeleton asked Dagu again, "Excuse me, sir, have you seen Labu?" Facing the skeleton's repeated inquiry, Dagu finally came to his senses and nodded in response. "Yes, I have indeed seen Labu, or rather, there's not a single ship sailing on the Grand Line that does not know Labu." Hearing Dagu's words, the skeleton was surprised. Although Dagu did not state the reason, the skeleton understood that Labu was clearly still adhering to their agreement and was waiting for him at the foot of the Red Earth continent in the Twin Gorges. If it were not so, the young man in front of him would not say that there was not a ship on the Grand Line that did not know Labu. Lo? Thinking of this, the skeleton couldn't help but hesitantly ask Dagu, "Is it okay?" "Not good." Upon hearing this, Dagu shook his head and said, "It has been crashing into the Red Earth continent almost every day. How could it be okay?" "Nanny?" "Oh." Hearing Dagu's words, the skeleton was shocked. He never expected that Labu would be crashing into the Red Earth continent. Why would it crash into the Red Earth continent? But then the skeleton suddenly raised his head, his empty eye sockets fixed on Dagu. He understood. Labu must have thought they were on the other side of the Red Earth continent, which is why it kept crashing into the continent, trying to find them. Realizing this, the skeleton's emotions sank, and he murmured, "Labu, why are you so foolish?" After saying that, the skeleton raised his head again and looked at Dagu. Thank you. Thank you for telling me about Labu." Then, the skeleton changed the subject and asked Dagu, "However, I would like to ask you for a favor. Could you tell Labu that Brook? Just say that the Rumbar pirates have not forgotten him, but they have already." Stop. Unfortunately, just as the skeleton was about to say more, Dagu raised his hand to stop him. What's wrong? Seeing Dagu's action, the skeleton tilted his head to look at him, indicating his confusion. Looking at the skeleton's expression, Dagu chuckled lightly. "Whatever you want to say, you should say it to Labu yourself, instead of asking us to do it. After all, your personal presence will definitely be more effective than 1,000 words." This. Hearing Dagu's words, the skeleton fell silent again, and then helplessly explained to Dagu, "Although I really want to tell Labu myself, but right now." Seeing the skeleton's troubled expression, Dagu also realized. If he remembered correctly, the skeleton in front of him was Brook, the former acting captain of the Rumbar pirates, who had his shadow taken away by Gecko Moria and thus lost the ability to exist in sunlight. Those who had their shadows taken away by Moria would gradually vaporize if they encountered sunlight. This meant that Brook could only struggle for survival in the dark. Devil's Sea where not even sunlight could penetrate. That is my situation, so I'm really sorry, but please tell Labu for me. Just as Dagu was lost in thought, the skeleton, Brook, had already finished explaining his situation and requested Dagu, Brook, our Rumbar pirates have not forgotten the promise to him. But please let him stop waiting foolishly. Please." After saying that, Brook bowed to Dagu. Looking at Brook, who was bowing in front of him, Dagu felt his heartstrings tugged again, as if he had returned to his previous life, sitting in front of a computer watching One Piece. The reason he had always chased after One Piece, although he was obsessed with the cool skills and devil fruits, was initially because he was attracted by the friendship depicted in it, which is why he continued to pursue it. All right. Therefore, realizing this, Dagu immediately called out to Brook. However, before Brook could feel happy, Dagu changed his tone. "You should tell Labu what you want to say yourself. If you can't see the light because your shadow was taken away, then just get your shadow back." Saying this, Dagu waved to Brook. "Come with me." After finishing, Dagu turned around and returned to his ship, not giving Brook a chance to refute. This, and Brook, seeing this, couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, as if in a daze, followed Dagu onto his ship, the Ark Maxim, Chapter 226, Brook's Shadow and Gecko Moria Captain. On the Ark Maxim, seeing Dagu return, Bonnie and others immediately wanted to ask him something, but before they could speak, they noticed the explosive-haired skeleton, Brook, following behind Dagu. Seeing Brook's appearance, everyone became alert, and Bonnie directly questioned Brook. "Who are you? No, what are you?" Yo-ho-ho, hearing Bonnie's voice, Brook finally came to his senses, and then looking at the crowd surrounding him, he couldn't help but smile and said, "It's been a long time since I've seen so many living people. It's really so moving." Yo-ho-ho, as soon as he finished speaking, Brook walked up to Robin and politely asked, "Excuse me, beautiful lady, may I see your panties?" Upon hearing Brook's words, Robin couldn't help but smile while supporting her cheek, then turned to Dagu and asked, "Do you think I should tell this skeleton gentleman? Don't be mischievous." Hearing Robin's words, Dagu's face darkened, and then he directly introduced to everyone, "This is Brook, a member of the former Rumbar pirates, and the one Labu has been waiting for." After Dagu's introduction, Bonnie, Beppo, and even Robin looked at Brook with shocked expressions. They never expected that the person Labu had been waiting for was actually a skeleton. Oh no, he should be considered a skeleton now. As for Enel, Crocodile, and other later members, they did not know of Labu's existence, so they did not have much emotional response to Brook's story. They only found it unbelievable that Brook, a skeleton, could still be considered alive, because, in a sense, Brook had already achieved immortality. "Hello everyone, I am Brook, the former acting captain of the Rumbar Pirates. Facing the surprise of Bonnie and others, Brook greeted them with noble etiquette, introduced himself, and thanked everyone. Thank you all for taking care of Labu in the Twin Gorges. Yo-ho-ho, after finishing, Brook unconsciously chuckled. No need to be polite. In response to Brook's gratitude, Bonnie and others waved their hands, indicating that Brook did not need to be so courteous. All right, since we VE met. Once everyone had introduced themselves, Dagu immediately proposed. Then let us talk about Brook's situation. Brook's situation? Hearing Dagu's words, everyone looked at Brook in confusion, not knowing what Dagu was referring to. Although Brook's skeleton appearance was indeed a bit strange, it was something they could not solve. Even though they had Law, who possessed the surgery fruit could not regenerate a person's cellular tissue. Did they want Law to do something like making a sandwich for Brook too? As they thought of this, the looks in several people's eyes towards Brook became increasingly strange. This reaction naturally caught Dagu's attention, and he understood that they must have misunderstood something. What are you all thinking? He quickly reprimanded, then pointed to the ground under Brook's feet and said, I was talking about retrieving Brook's shadow, not about those nonsense thoughts. Shadow? With Dagu's reminder, everyone turned their attention to the fact that there was indeed no shadow under Brook's feet. It should be noted that due to the eerie nature of the Devil's Sea, the ship's lighting tools were always on, which meant that the Arc Penance was not dark at all, but rather brightly lit. However, in such a situation, Brook's shadow was completely absent. Although he was just a skeleton now, even a strand of hair would cast a shadow, let alone Brook's large skeletal frame. After realizing the situation, Kuina walked up to Dagu with a puzzled expression and asked, Captain, why does Brook not have a shadow? Well, faced with Kuina's question, Dagu immediately wanted to explain. Because of Moria, right? But before he could speak, Crocodile interjected. One of the 7 warlords, Gecko Moria. I remember he is the user of the Shadow fruit, and has been known to steal other shadows. That's right. After Crocodile finished speaking, Dagu nodded in agreement. Brook's shadow was taken by Moria, which means Brook cannot live in sunlight now and has lost the ability to return to Twin Cape. So our next goal is to retrieve Brook's shadow and defeat Moria. Just as Dagu said this, Bonnie continued his words and looked at Dagu with a smile. Right? Captain? Yes. Seeing Bonnie's expression, Dagu smiled and then instructed everyone. Get ready. We're going to find Moria. As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu turned to Enel and commanded. Enel, see where Moria is? Yes, Captain. Enel did not hesitate at Dagu's command, and after responding, he activated his wide-ranging observation haki, mind network, to sense the movements in the Devil's Sea. After a while, Enel pointed in one direction and said, Captain, there's some noise over there. Good. Hearing Enel's voice, Dagu responded and then said to everyone, Set sail, destination, Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords. Oh. Thus, with Dagu's command, the light pirates began to steer the Arc Penance towards the direction pointed out by Enel. It was at this moment that Brook finally realized that they were actually going to confront that person, the one who took a shadow. Realizing this, Brook immediately wanted to dissuade Dagu, because in his view, everyone except Crocodile was too young. How could they possibly contend with that man? However, before Brook could speak, Dagu directly raised his hand to interrupt. Brook, I think you underestimate us and overestimate Gecko Moria. After saying this, Dagu no longer paid attention to Brook, but turned around and sat down on the deck bench with Robin, closing his eyes to rest. Watching Dagu's actions, Brook was somewhat confused. Could it be that the strength of these young people was very strong? Brook, even though I have never seen that Gecko Moria. Meanwhile, seeing Brook's expression, Law immediately explained to him. But for the captain, no matter who the opponent is, he will not lose, even if the opponent is an admiral of the Navy. After finishing his words, Law also turned and walked to his post. Admiral of the Navy. After hearing Law's words, Brook was shocked. Although he had not sailed the seas for decades, he still understood what it meant to be an admiral of the Navy. That was the pinnacle of power on the sea. And now, listening to this, it seemed that this young man, named Dagu, already possessed the strength of a Navy admiral. This made Brook astonished, and, at the same time, he felt relieved. If someone with the strength of a Navy admiral could not retrieve his shadow, then he might as well jump into the sea, because there would be no hope at all. After coming to this conclusion, Brook also turned and walked to a nearby chair, sitting quietly. He awaited the ship's journey to find Gecko Moria and retrieve his shadow. Chapter 227. The One Thrown into the Sea and Robin's Quirk. This is. Inside the Devil's Sea, aboard the Ark Penance, Beepo suddenly exclaimed as he looked ahead. What is wrong, Beepo? At the same time, Law followed Beepo's gaze and looked ahead, puzzled. What is that? He hearing Law and Beepo's voices. Dagu chuckled lightly. It seems we have arrived at our destination. Then Dagu also looked up ahead and saw a row of things that looked like teeth blocking their way. Bang! Suddenly, with a loud sound, the teeth opened up, and it was as if a large mouth had opened, waiting for Dagu and the others to enter. Watching this scene, Bonnie, Yuta, Beepo, and even Law couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Let's go. However, to this, Dagu shook his head and said, The host has invited us in. Can we really not go in? After saying this, Dagu turned to signal Enel to drive the Ark Penance. Beep beep, understanding Dagu's signal. Enel quickly released a bolt of lightning to provide a bit of power to the ship, allowing it to sail into the giant mouth. Island? After a while, as the ship sailed into the giant mouth, Dagu and the others finally saw what was inside, but the scene inside once again surprised everyone. They discovered that inside the giant mouth was actually an island. At that moment, Brooke suddenly spoke up to explain. This is the ghost island that wanders the sea, the terrifying three-masted ship. Then, Dagu immediately followed up, and also the headquarters of the Seven Warlords, Gecko Moria. Moria's headquarters. Hearing Dagu's explanation, the members of the Light Pirates couldn't help but exchange glances. Then Enel, Law, Hawkins, Kuna, and others all jumped off the Ark Penance and onto the island. It was clear that they were going to confront Moria. Watching the backs of the departing members, Dagu helplessly shook his head and then turned to Crocodile and said, Keep an eye on Kuina. Don't let her suffer. Huff facing Dagu's order, Crocodile remained silent, but after exhaling a puff of smoke, he followed Kuina's footsteps. Seeing this, Dagu couldn't help but smile in satisfaction, then looked at the others and asked, Do you want to go ashore and take a look? This kind of haunted house-like island is quite rare. No. Unfortunately, in response to Dagu's proposal, Beepo was the first to shake his head and refuse. Since Beepo is not going, then I won't either. At the same time, seeing Beepo refuse, Bonnie also followed suit and rejected Dagu's suggestion. As for Yuta, Bonnie isn't going either, so how could she possibly go? Therefore, she shook her head to indicate that she didn't want to go down. Well then, seeing that everyone was unwilling to go down, although Dagu felt helpless, he could only give up and turn to Robin, saying, Robin, shall we take a walk on the island? Sure. Facing Dagu's invitation, Robin immediately nodded in agreement and followed in Dagu's footsteps. Oh right. Suddenly, Dagu seemed to realize something, then turned to Bonnie and said, Although I'm not very capable as a captain, I can still protect my crew. Captain? Hearing Dagu say this, not just Bonnie, but Yuta and Beppo were also dumbfounded, completely unable to understand why Dagu would say this to Bonnie. Universal pool. Unfortunately, Dagu did not answer everyone's confusion, but instead reached out his hand toward Bonnie and suddenly unleashed his ability. Cough, cough. Immediately, a series of coughs abruptly came from in front of Dagu, and then a figure began to slowly appear. At this moment, everyone finally understood to whom Dagu's words were directed. It turned out that at some point, a person had sneaked onto their ship. Seeing himself exposed, the person who was grabbed by Dagu by the neck was about to say something. Goodbye. However, before he could say anything, Dagu took the lead in saying goodbye, then raised his hand and threw him. Just like that, following a perfect parabolic trajectory. Bang! The person was thrown directly into the sea by Dagu, given the circumstances of the other party's sudden appearance. It was clear that he would not be able to surface again, because from the moment the other party suddenly appeared, everyone had already understood that he must be a devil fruit user, and devil fruit users are basically powerless in seawater. In other words, after this person fell into the water, there was no chance of him surfacing again. Moreover, don't expect any companions to save him, because his companions were all entangled with Enel and others waiting on the island. Crackle in the middle of the island, lightning power wreaked havoc, clearly showing that Enel was showcasing his might. On the west side of the island, A transparent force field covered the area. Although everyone could not see the situation inside, they understood that this was law fighting someone. On the east side, a magical statue towered, wielding a long knife that was Hawkins. And in the woods in front of the ship, accompanied by the collapse of tree after tree and the occasional flying slashes, everyone understood that this was Kana making her move. The cause of all this, Brooke had long since gone up the island with Kana and was currently wandering around the island, searching for his shadow. Therefore, there would be no one coming to rescue the figure that Dagu had thrown into the sea. Seeing this, Dagu said to Robin again, "Let's go to the island." Robin responded quietly, nodded, and then followed Dagu onto the island. Strolling through the island, looking at the various strange creatures rushing around, Robin couldn't help but feel excited and interested. However, seeing Robin encounter all sorts of bizarre creatures without any fear, but rather eager to try, Dagu could only facepalm. As expected, although Robin had always followed him and hadn't experienced the troublesome events in the original story, her taste was still quite peculiar. However, Dagu felt slightly helpless about this little quirk of Robin's, and didn't say much. Or perhaps it was this little quirk of Robin that made Dagu feel that the usually mature Robin also had a girlish side. Thinking about this, Dagu looked at Robin in front of him and said, "Robin, how about we catch one and raise it?" Catch one? Hearing Dagu say this suddenly, Robin was taken aback, then looked at the strange animal in front of her, smiled, and shook her head. "No, even though I like these strange shapes, Bonnie and the others definitely won't like it. Since that's the case, how could I ruin everyone's mood just for my own preferences?" Saying this, Robin raised her head and looked at Dagu. "Let's keep going." After her words fell, Robin no longer paid attention to those strange creatures, but walked towards the place where the thunder was rolling. Seeing this, Dagu also shook his head slightly and followed. Chapter 228, Enel and Moria Boom. Soon, Dagu and Robin arrived at the center of the island. Looking at the huge figure fighting Enel in front of them, Robin couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. It was as if she had returned to over 10 years ago, back to O'Hara, because Saul's figure was also this big, so Robin was reminded of Saul. Billy, Captain, you're here." Suddenly, a thunderous voice rang out beside the two, followed by Enel's voice. Facing Enel's greeting, Dagu nodded in response, then looked at the huge figure and asked Enel, "How do you feel about this big guy?" Listening to Dagu's question, Enel pondered for a moment and said, "Not very capable, not only in strength, but I also feel that his movements are very simplistic. That has to be expected." Hearing this, Dagu lightly nodded and explained, "Because this big guy was created by Moria's ability, it's just a puppet." "I see." After hearing Dagu's explanation, Enel suddenly realized, no wonder he always felt something was off about this big guy. It turned out it was just a puppet. In other words, he had been fighting a puppet all along, behaving like a monkey. Crackle thinking of this, Enel's expression darkened, and he became angry. As the mighty god of thunder, being toyed with like a monkey was infuriating. Enel's anger had serious consequences. As soon as the thunder rang, Enel immediately appeared in the sky, then pressed down with his golden staff. 300 million volts Sheelan. Instantly, thunder roared, and a thunder beast materialized, charging towards the giant figure with Enel's movement. Roar facing the attack of the thunder beast, the huge figure, which was the legendary giant demon, Ors from 500 years ago, also roared and raised its fist to meet the thunder beast. Boom! Not long after, the two collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave, with lightning wreaking havoc. But at that moment, another loud roar came from Ors's mouth, and then he fell straight down. It was clear that compared to the current Enel, the lifeless Ors was no match. The reason he was able to hold out against Enel for so long was mainly because Enel hadn't gone all out. The moment Enel really made his move, the result turned out like this. Ors couldn't withstand a single attack. Or suddenly, as Ors fell, a roar came from the castle behind him. Then a voluptuous figure emerged from the top of the castle, fiercely staring at Enel in the sky. "God of thunder, why did you destroy my Ors?" Unfortunately, in the face of this person's accusation, Enel couldn't be bothered to respond. Merely snorted coldly and said, "Does this god need to report to you about what I do?" Hearing Enel's words, the person paused, then realized that they were enemies. Since they were enemies, How could the other party tell him the reason? However, even if they were enemies, the other party dared to destroy his Oz, and they would have to pay the price. Thinking of this, the man's gaze sharpened, and he shouted, "Since that's the case, today I will let you understand why I, Gecko Moria, was summoned into the Seven Warlords." Shadow Angle Gun. As he spoke, the man, who was the target of Dagu and the other's mission, Gecko Moria, let out a furious roar, and the shadow beneath his feet suddenly rose up, charging towards Enel in the sky. In the face of Moria's attack, Enel showed no signs of panic, even letting out a cold laugh before raising a finger. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. Instantly, a Thunderbird appeared, meeting Moria's attack head-on. Bang! The Thunderbird collided with the Shadow Spear. Scatter bats. But this was not the end, as Moria had another attack, following closely behind the Shadow Angle Gun. After the Shadow Spear disappeared, a large swarm of bats suddenly appeared, flying towards Enel. Seeing the large number of bats flying towards him, Enel frowned, then raised his golden staff, pointing into the sky. 100 million volts. Thunderstorm. In an instant, the already dark sky became even darker, and then countless bolts of lightning fell, targeting the flying bats. Bang, 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 bang unsing. All the bats were struck by the lightning and dispersed. Seeing this, Moria couldn't help but feel surprised. He had thought that this so-called Thunder God was just a newcomer, and the high bounty was mainly due to his devil fruit ability. But the current situation made him realize that the Thunder Goddess power might indeed match his bounty. With this in mind, Moria's expression became more serious, and then he spread his hands and suddenly exerted force. Shadow Sorcerer. In an instant, Moria split into two, which also meant he was serious now. Watching Moria's actions, Enel was somewhat surprised, and he began to wonder if he could also split himself in two like Moria. As soon as he thought of it, he began to exert force, with lightning surging around him, gradually forming a humanoid shape. Crackle. Unfortunately, the power of the lightning was too violent, and since it was Enel's first attempt, it ended in failure without any surprises. Seeing Enel's appearance, Moria couldn't help but laugh out loud, and it was quite a boisterous laugh. Being mocked by Moria made Enel feel a bit embarrassed, and with a cold snort, he said nothing, raising his golden staff again and pointing. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Instantly, another giant lightning beast surged towards Moria. Shadow Angle Gun. Seeing this, Moria was still laughing, but did not let his guard down. He raised his hands, and the shadow beneath him rose again, launching another Shadow Angle Gun towards Enel. Billy, but in that instant, Enel had already appeared beside him, swinging his golden staff towards Moria. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, facing Enel's sudden attack, Moria seemed unable to react in time and was struck by Enel's staff. However, looking at the Moria he had struck down, Enel did not feel happy. Instead, he felt somewhat serious, because he had not felt the resistance that usually came with hitting something. Instead, it had been incredibly smooth. Shadow Box. Just then, Moria's voice suddenly came, indicating that Enel's feeling had been correct. He had not hit Moria. At the same time, seeing the shadows surrounding him, Enel understood he had stepped into Moria's trap. Crackle, however, this did not restrict Enel, because just as the shadows were about to close in, with a crackling sound of lightning, Enel reappeared in the air. Chapter 229. Changing Swords and Returning to Hitch. Seeing Enel return to the air, Moria, who had reappeared, couldn't help but click his tongue, but he was not discouraged. Instead, he exerted force again and launched another attack towards Enel. Captain. At the same time, Law's voice reached Dagu's ears from not far away. When Dagu turned to look, he saw not only Law but also Crocodile, Hawkins, Gunnar, and others who had come to the island. Even Brooke was following behind them. Seeing the arrival of the group, Dagu nodded, then glanced at the long sword in Guenna's hand and asked, "Guenna, are you going to change swords?" Suddenly hearing Dagu's words, Guenna was taken aback, and when she realized he was asking about the sword in her hand, she immediately shook her head and said, "It's not like that, Captain." Then, Guenna presented the black sword, Autumn Water, which was different from the sword of supreme grade, to Dagu and said, "This was given to me by a senior swordsman." asking me to find a successor for him. I see. After listening to Guana's explanation, Dagu pondered for a moment and then reached out to take autumn water, saying, "Then I'll hand it over to Zoro. That should be fine, right?" Zoro? Hearing Dagu mention Zoro, Guana was slightly taken aback, and after thinking for a moment, she nodded and said, "Zoro is indeed a good choice." Seeing Guana agree, Dagu immediately said, "If that's the case, once we finish up here, I'll head back to the One Heart Dojo, hand it over to Kankuro, and then let Jinxiro decide when to pass it on to Zoro." "That works." Upon hearing this, Guana nodded. Then everyone turned their attention back to the battle above, where the two combatants were still locked in a stalemate. One was in the sky, occasionally launching lightning attacks, while the other was on the castle, seemingly playing a game as he countered each lightning attack. Finally, unable to endure this style of combat any longer, Moria looked up at Enel in the sky, hooked his hand, and said, "Come down." To this, Enel was equally unreserved, pointing his golden staff at Moria and shouting, "You come up, you come down, you come up, Captain this." The sight of the two playing such a game left Law and the others bewildered. It was their first time seeing a battle like this. Moreover, neither of them were ordinary people. One had a bounty of 300 million, and the other was a warlord of the sea. For such powerful individuals to engage in battle like this. Watching this scene, Dagu shook his head. It was also his first time seeing such a situation. Clearly both had strength, yet due to the geographical advantage, they were unwilling to step into each other's territory. The Lightning Man, Enel, had a clear advantage in the air. And after the recent trap, Enel also understood that Moria had a greater advantage on the ground. This was because Moria's ability mainly relied on shadows, and shadows were always below, which created this situation. It wasn't that Moria couldn't fly. If he couldn't fly, how could he fight Kaido? It's just that even if he flew, he would still be inferior to Enel in the air. Therefore, Moria simply chose not to fly, which might give Enel an unexpected surprise. Seeing that the two were still planning to continue like this, Crocodile turned to Dagu and asked, "Captain, is there any meaning in continuing like this?" Faced with Crocodile's reminder, Dagu also understood that continuing to fight like this was meaningless. After pondering for a moment, he turned to Crocodile and said, "Go." Upon hearing this, Crocodile took a puff from his cigar and stepped out of the group, heading towards the two fighters. Shasha following closely was a sound of sand and stones, and before long, the sandstorm began to spread. By the time Crocodile reached the two, the sand had already covered the entire battlefield. Then, Crocodile looked up at Enel in the sky and said lightly, "The captain sent me to end this battle." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Enel nonchalantly responded with an "oh," and then slowly descended. "Crocodile?" It was at this moment that Moria noticed Crocodile's presence. Immediately, Moria looked at Crocodile with a puzzled expression and asked, "How did you get here? What do you mean by captain? Aren't you a Shichibukai?" Regarding Moria's confusion, Crocodile chose not to hide it and explained on the spot. "As you can see, I have withdrawn from the Shichibukai and joined the pirate crew of Light." The pirate crew of Light. Upon hearing this, Moria murmured and then turned to look at Dagu, who had been standing outside the battlefield. What kind of power does this man possess to make the Thunder God, Enel, and someone like Crocodile submit? However, unlike Moria's hesitation, Crocodile did not think too much and immediately asked Moria, "So Moria, are you still going to fight?" Listening to Crocodile's words, Moria fell silent for a moment. After glancing at Crocodile and Enel several times, he helplessly shook his head and said, Forget it. Forget it. There's no meaning in continuing to fight." After saying that, Moria released his Devil Fruit ability and walked up to Dagu, saying, "What do you want from me?" "Well." Facing Moria's question, Dagu pondered for a moment and glanced at Brook, then said, "I came for a shadow." His shadow. Upon hearing Dagu's explanation, Moria also looked at Brook in confusion, then glanced at his feet, only to see that Brook's shadow had already returned. Seeing this, Moria's expression darkened, and he looked at Dagu with an unfriendly gaze, saying, "Since he has already retrieved his shadow, do you plan to stay?" Well, hearing this, Dagu pondered for a moment. Originally, he intended to recruit Moria into the crew, as Moria's strength was somewhat significant, given that he could stand up to Kaido. However, after glancing around at everyone, Dagu shook his head and said, No, we should leave now. Law, Inel, Crocodile, we are leaving. As he spoke, Dagu called out to Crocodile and the others, then turned and walked back the way he came. Yes, Captain. Seeing this, everyone said nothing more and followed Dagu back onto the Ark of Prophesy. Chapter 2:30 Autumn Water and Zoro the Son of the Devil. However, watching Dagu and the others leave, Moria's expression was somewhat unpredictable. After this brief pause, Moria's subordinates had already informed him of the situation on the island. What made him furious, yet helpless, was that even though his subordinates were dealt with by the son of the devil's people, he had no way to take revenge for them. Just like more than a decade ago, when he fought Kaido. Even though his companions were completely wiped out by Kaido, he could only watch helplessly and ultimately had to leave in sorrow. Hogback, Absalom. Moria murmured the names of the partners he had lost and turned back into the castle. On the other side, under Dagu's leadership, everyone returned to the Ark of Prophesy once again. Captain, upon seeing Dagu return, Bonnie and the others on the ship immediately greeted him. Dagu nodded in acknowledgement of Bonnie's greeting, then turned to Brook and asked, Brook, now that you have retrieved your shadow, what are your plans? Do you want me to send you back to Twin Cape or what? No. Hearing Dagu's words, Brook shook his head and said, I won't trouble you all. I will return to Twin Cape by myself. Upon hearing Brook's response, Dagu understood that Brook probably thought he meant sailing him back. Thinking of this, Dagu slightly shook his head and said, Brook, sending you back to Twin Cape is actually very simple. It only takes a moment. A moment? Hearing Dagu say this, Brook looked surprised, although he had no muscle tissue. That's right. Facing Brook's confusion, Dagu affirmed, my ability is space type. It only takes a moment to get from here to Twin Cape. Is that so? Seeing Dagu's confirmation, Brook fell silent for a moment. He was hesitating. He was contemplating whether to go see La Boone now. Clearly, the agreement with La Boone was to meet again after sailing around the Grand Line. Yet now he hadn't even reached halfway, and he was about to return. Seeing Brook hesitate, Dagu did not force him, but turned to the others and said, regardless of that, let's leave here first. Yes, Captain. Thus, with Dagu's command, the Ark of Prophesy set sail for the sea once again. Just as the ship sailed out of the range of the three-masted sailing ship, Dagu turned to Kuina and asked, Kuina, are you going back? Aye. Facing Dagu's sudden question, Kuina was slightly taken aback. Then, after pondering for a moment, she shook her head and said, no. All right then. Seeing that Kuina wasn't going, Dagu did not insist. After acknowledging her, he looked at Robin and said, Robin, I leave this place to you. Hearing Dagu's instruction, Robin smiled slightly and said, don't worry. Seeing this, Dagu said no more and immediately used Flying Thunder God to leave the Ark of Prophesy. Sai, watching Dagu suddenly disappear before him, Brook finally believed that he could indeed traverse space, which meant he could truly be sent back to Twin Cape in an instant. Mr. Brook, what's wrong? Brook's unusual behavior naturally caught everyone's attention. Robin, who was taking Dagu's place, immediately inquired about his situation. It's nothing. However, in response to Robin's inquiry, Brook did not say much, but quietly acknowledged and turned to sit aside. He had made up his mind. Since he had an agreement, he would honor it and not give up halfway. He would, according to the agreement, stand before La Boone after sailing around the world and tell him, I have returned. Although Robin did not know Brook's decision, since he did not want to say much, she naturally wouldn't ask further, and she too sat down on a nearby chair and began to read. Mr. Gung Shiro. On the other side, Dagu had returned to the One Heart Dojo through Flying Thunder God, and he was now speaking to Gung Shiro. This is something Ka entrusted to pass on. You see what should be done. As he spoke, Dagu handed over the black blade, Autumn Water, to Gung Shiro. Autumn Water. Looking at the long sword handed over by Daku, Gung Shiro was somewhat puzzled. He never expected that the national treasure of Wano country, Akiyuki, would actually be obtained by his daughter, and it was even entrusted to her by someone. Thinking of this, Gung Shiro couldn't help but ask with a confused expression, "You've been to Wano country?" Daku didn't think much about Gung Shiro's words because he knew that Gung Shiro understood the significance of Akiyuki. Therefore, it was understandable that Gung Shiro was suspicious that they had arrived in Wano country. However, to Gung Shiro's disappointment, they had not been to Wano country, and Akiyuki was obtained outside of it. With these thoughts, Daku explained the situation to Gungshiro. After hearing Daku's explanation, Gungshiro's expression turned gloomy as he said, "So you got Akiyuki from a Tomb Raider?" "Yes," Daku nodded in response. At the same time, he understood Gungshiro's demeanor. After all, Gungshiro was from Wano country, and the national treasure, Akiyuki, was stolen by a thief. No matter how you think about it, he wouldn't have a good expression. Gungshiro even looked at Daku with a complex expression and asked, "So this Akiyuki was given to Guena by that Tomb Raider?" Hearing Gungshiro's question, Daku was taken aback and quickly shook his head. That's not the case. It's following that, Daku told Gungshiro what he knew, which was mostly in line with the original story. During the battle with Guena, the residual will of the dragon-slaying swordsman, Ryoma, recognized Guena, which led to Akiyuki being entrusted to her. In the end, Daku also said to Gungshiro, "So this Akiyuki can also be said to be entrusted to Guena by its original owner." "I see." Upon hearing this, Gungshiro's expression finally softened. He then extended his hand to take Akiyuki, gently stroking its blade while softly saying, "If Zoro can meet my requirements, I will give Akiyuki to him." Hearing this, Daku smiled slightly and said, "Then it will trouble you, Mr. Gungshiro." It was clear that Gungshiro was already aware of Daku's intention in handing over Akiyuki. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned Zoro in that way. After a while, Gungshiro looked up at Daku and said, "Since the matter is settled, you should head back now." Faced with Gunshiro's obvious dismissal, Daku was not dissatisfied. After smiling, he activated the Flying Thunder God and left the One Heart Dojo. Sighing, Gungshiro glanced at the spot where Daku had disappeared, then looked down at Akiyuki in his hand again. Chapter 231. Carp and Cheyenne Sabiti Archipelago, the endpoint of the first half of the Grand Line, was also the first island that Daku encountered after setting sail. Strictly speaking, Sabiti Archipelago is not an island. It is merely formed by a giant mangrove tree. At this moment, at the marked place of number 13 on the island's coast, the Ark Pledge has docked. "Brooke, are you leaving?" Meanwhile, Daku turned to Brooke, who was preparing to disembark. "Yeah." In response to Daku's question, Brooke nodded and smiled. "Yo-ho-ho, I've been bothering everyone for a while, it's time to leave." Saying this, Brooke looked around at everyone in the Light Pirates and bid farewell. "See you all again if fate allows." After finishing, Brooke jumped directly off the Ark Pledge. Looking at Brooke's departing figure, Daku fell into silence. Glancing at Robin beside him, Daku thought to himself, did he just steal a crew member from Luffy again? Shaking his head slightly, Daku turned to everyone and said, "If you want to go sightseeing, go ahead." As soon as he finished speaking, Daku turned to Robin and said, "Robin, let's go meet the teacher." "Okay." Without hesitation, Robin nodded in agreement with Daku's suggestion. The two then walked down the ship together, heading towards the interior of the island. Beepo. As for the others, upon seeing Daku and Robin leave, Law also called out to Beepo and then jumped off the ship. Billy at the same time, with the sound of thunder, Enel also left the ship. Following that, Bonnie turned to Yuta and Guena and said, "Yuta, Guena, let's go explore too." "Okay, Sister Bonnie." Yuta and Guena nodded in agreement. Just like that, in an instant, only Hawkins remained on the Ark Pledge. Looking at the empty ship, Hawkins shook his head helplessly, casually finding a chair to sit down and watching the ship. Dingling at number 13 Mangrove in Shaki's bar, Daku gently pushed the door open and greeted, "Long time no see, teacher's wife, teacher." Just then, Daku was about to ask about Rayleigh's whereabouts, but he paused, because inside the bar, there were two unexpected guests. Daku then walked up to the two and curiously asked, "Mr. Carp, Navy Miss, what are you doing here?" Indeed, the two who appeared in the bar were none other than Luffy's grandfather, Carp, and the Marine Rear Admiral who had been entangled with Daku. Through drink facing Daku's question, Carp took a sip of his drink before looking at Daku and saying, "Kid, Sengoku is worried you'll cause trouble, so he sent me over to take a look." Hearing Carp's words, Daku was taken aback and then turned to Tsuru. Unexpectedly, Tsuru also nodded and said, "I feel the same way." Sighing, upon hearing Tsuru say this, Daku's face darkened, and he sighed as he sat down beside the two. Once seated, Daku again asked Carp, "So all my actions here in Sabeti will be monitored by you, Mr. Carp?" "No." However, in response to Daku's question, Carp did not answer, but instead, Tsuru shook her head and explained to Daku, Mr. Carp is here to keep watch, as long as you don't cause a major incident. He won't intervene. Upon hearing this, Daku was surprised and then turned to Tsuru and asked, so that means the Navy Miss will be following me? Hearing this, Tsuru nodded and said yes. Subsequently, Tsuru recalled the situation from a few days ago, after they parted ways with Daku and the others and returned to headquarters without resting for a few days. The Navy received news that the light pirates had appeared in Moria's territory and were fighting against Moria. This made the Navy very alert. They were worried that Moria might be taken under the wing of the son of the devil, just like Crocodile. However, when they learned that Daku had only fought Moria for a while before leaving, the Navy's high command breathed a sigh of relief. Although this represented another defeat for one of the 7 warlords, it was still within the Devil's Sea, and there were few who knew about it. So the impact was much less than Crocodile, and thus the Navy did not make things difficult for Moria. Moreover, Crocodile had just exited the 7 warlords, and now another one was kicked out. Was there still a need for the 7 warlords to exist? Therefore, even though Moria was defeated, they did not forcibly cancel his position as a warlord. However, in response to the light pirates' rampant behavior, the Navy, after some discussion, also provided 2 options. Saying there were 2, in reality, it was just one, because one side had dispatched enough military force to completely annihilate the light pirate crew. The situation had already been rendered pointless due to the battle involving Zephyr, Cheyenne, and Kaki, as well as Dagu's spatial movement ability. On the other hand, the decision to monitor Dagu and others and restrict their activities was unanimously approved. However, the initial candidate for monitoring set by the high-ranking Navy was actually only Carp. Cheyenne requested to join herself, and her reason was quite sufficient. She had always been responsible for the light pirate crew, so she should bear the responsibility. Thus, Cheyenne followed Carp to Sabaody. Seeing Cheyenne nod, Dagu shook his head and sighed again. It seems the Navy really values me. Hearing this, Carp casually replied, after all, your strength can no longer be underestimated. For some reason, upon hearing this from Carp, Dagu felt a bit happy, as he had received Carp's acknowledgement of his strength. However, Dagu also felt a bit uncomfortable, precisely because of Carp's remark about his strength not being underestimated. Because of this, the Navy directly sent Carp, and even brought Cheyenne along to monitor him. Thinking about it, Dagu decided to ignore Carp and the others. After all, they could follow him if they wanted, as he wouldn't be doing anything major in Sabaody. The main reason was that Dagu felt that since Carp and the others were so openly monitoring them, there was no way any celestial dragons would come to Sabaody at this time, and thus, nothing major would happen. For the Navy and the world government, only matters concerning the celestial dragons were considered significant. Everything else was trivial. Understanding this, Dagu turned to Shaki and asked, Mother, where is Master? I want to find him to coat the ship. Chapter 232. The auction house and Hancock Huff facing Dagu's question. Shaki first glanced at Cheyenne and Carp, especially Carp. Seeing that he had no reaction, she then replied to Dagu. He went out to sell himself again. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Dagu lightly nodded and then said to Shaki, Well then, Mother, let's go for a stroll, and when Master returns, we can come back. That works. Hearing Dagu say this, Shaki also nodded in agreement. Seeing Shaki agree, Dagu immediately turned to Cheyenne and asked, In that case, Miss Navy, shall we go together? However, in response to Dagu's invitation, Cheyenne first looked at Carp. After seeing Carp nod, she stood up and replied, Of course. Seeing this, Dagu smiled slightly and then looked at Robin. Let's go. After saying that, Dagu turned and left the bar, with Robin and Cheyenne naturally following closely behind. Aren't you worried that girl might get into trouble? Just as Dagu and the others were leaving, Shaki walked up to Carp, quietly watching him as she asked a question. Worried about what? In response to Shaki's question, Carp casually said, Not to mention that kid isn't that kind of person, but even if he really wanted to do something, Cheyenne wouldn't have no room to resist. It would be enough time for me to rush over while they are in a stalemate. After hearing Carp's words, Shaki thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. That's true. After all, that girl is a candidate for Admiral, so she definitely wouldn't be easily restrained. After that, the two fell into silence. Meanwhile, on the other side, After leaving the bar, Dagu brought the two women to the #1 red tree. However, he was not there to find Rayleigh, but rather to see if there were any fishmen at the auction house today. If there were, lending a hand would also be possible so that when they went to Fishman Island later, they could receive some preferential treatment. Thinking of this, Dagu stepped into the auction house. A young and beautiful woman, 23 years old. As soon as he stepped into the auction house, Dagu heard a voice. Then, when Dagu looked towards the main stage, the auctioneer continued, 170 centimeters, 50 kilograms. Starting bid, 1 million berries. Watching this scene, Cheyenne, as a member of the Navy, felt very uncomfortable, but she didn't say anything, just silently followed Dagu and sat down in an empty seat, quietly observing everything. In fact, not only Cheyenne, but Dagu and Robin also felt uneasy about this scene. However, no matter how uncomfortable they felt, they did not express a desire to take action, because they knew that even if they did something this time, what about next time? And the time after that? There is even a significant possibility that because they did something this time, the situation might become even worse next time. To change all this, a fundamental change was necessary, which is also why Dagu would go to the Revolutionary Army. Although according to the world's trajectory, this world would eventually undergo a major transformation. Dagu wanted it to come sooner, which is why he would teach the Revolutionary Army that knowledge. As he thought about this, Dagu's mood seemed to lighten a bit, no longer feeling so depressed. Similarly, as time passed, the auction was nearing its end. Unfortunately, and fortunately, although it might sound a bit wrong to say, Dagu and the others did not see any fishmen until the very end. Let's go. Seeing that the auction had ended, Dagu immediately said to the two women and then stood up to walk out of the auction house. Dagu? Just as Dagu was about to step out of the auction house, a voice suddenly called out to him. Hearing this voice, Dagu was a bit curious about who was calling him, as it sounded both unfamiliar and familiar. With curiosity, Dagu slowly turned around to look in the direction of the voice. Instantly, when Dagu saw that figure, he couldn't help but be surprised, then exclaimed, Hancock, what are you doing here? Indeed, the figure who suddenly called out to Dagu was none other than the first person he encountered after leaving O'Hara, the current Empress of Amazon Lily, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, known as the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. Hancock? Similarly, upon hearing Dagu's exclamation, Robin couldn't help but shudder, then turn around. When she truly saw it was Hancock, Robin immediately rushed to Hancock and embraced her, saying, Long time no see, Hancock. In fact, it would be more accurate to say that Hancock embraced Robin, given their height difference. Looking at Robin, who tightly held her, Hancock couldn't help but smile, then also reached out to hug Robin back, saying, Long time no see, Robin. As she spoke, Hancock looked up at Dagu and said, And Dagu, long time no see. Long time no see. In response to Hancock's greeting, Dagu immediately replied, then looked at the tall figures on either side of Hancock. Long time no see, Marigold, Sandersonia. Long time no see, Dagu. Marigold and Sandersonia hurriedly greeted Dagu in return. At that moment, Cheyenne, who was nearby, said in surprise, I didn't expect you all knew each other. Upon hearing Cheyenne's voice, Dagu felt a bit embarrassed. Robin and Hancock also separated, and then Hancock looked at Cheyenne with curiosity, asking Dagu, So, have you joined the Navy? Or are you being monitored by the Navy? Facing Hancock's question, Dagu hesitated for a moment, then shook his head helplessly and said, Let's not talk about me for now, what about you? As he spoke, Dagu looked around at the Boa sisters and asked, Why are you here? Us. Hearing Dagu ask about their purpose, Hancock did not hesitate and immediately explained, We came to see if there are any sisters who haven't given up hope and to bring them back to Amazon Lily. I see. Listening to Hancock's explanation, Robin pondered for a moment. It seemed Hancock was here to recruit for Amazon Lily. At the same time, Robin remembered how Susan had gone out back then and ended up bringing more people back. It turned out they were bringing others into Amazon Lily. Indeed, without new blood, Amazon Lily would probably face troubles one day. With these thoughts, Robin secretly shook her head. Kid. Just then, a brazen voice suddenly came from ahead. The group turned to see they had been surrounded, and a pirate was pointing a knife at Dagu, saying, Our captain has taken a liking to them, so you better scram. As he said this, the pirate gestured towards Robin and the others. What surprised the pirate was that after he finished speaking, Dagu not only did not refute him, but instead chuckled softly and retreated to Robin's side, quietly waiting for the show to begin. He understood that Hancock was not someone to be indifferent in such situations, let alone the Navy officer Guion. In this case, he didn't need to do anything because they would handle it, huh? Sure enough, when Hancock and Guion reacted, they both turned their heads and asked the pirate, "Your captain has taken a liking to us?" That's right. At this moment, the pirate, still unaware of the severity of the situation, thought Hancock and the others were intimidated by his captain's name. So he continued, "Our captain has taken a liking to you, so you better come over and serve him." As soon as he finished speaking, the pirate turned and walked toward the middle-aged man in a suit, bowing respectfully. "Captain." At the same time, upon seeing the suited man, Robin introduced, "Gentleman, Vici, captain of the Gentleman Pirates, bounty of 101 million berries from the West Sea. It is said that although he is very violent, he always prides himself on being a gentleman, a fellow from the West Sea." After hearing Robin's introduction, Dagu murmured and then didn't think much more of it, because no matter how this Vici was before today, his fate would only lead him to Impel Down after this. Unless this Vici was also a time traveler. Otherwise, facing a combination like Guion and Hancock, there was no surprise to be had, especially since his bounty was only just over 100 million. At the same time, he was a bit curious. Was this Vici someone who didn't read the newspapers? Not to mention Guion, Hancock's image had already spread throughout the seas since she became a warlord of the sea. In this situation, how could this Vici not recognize Hancock? This made Dagu somewhat astonished. In fact, the situation was somewhat different from what Dagu thought. Vici had seen Hancock's image, but it was just a portrait, far less impactful than seeing her in person. Moreover, with Hancock's graceful figure, combined with the influence of her sweet fruit, Vici momentarily could not connect her to the warlord of the sea. This was simply a case of the observer being confused. Sure enough, after dealing with his subordinates, Vici stepped forward and politely invited Guion and Hancock. "Beautiful ladies, may I invite you both to dinner?" As he spoke, Vici turned to Robin and asked, "Of course, may I also have the honor of inviting this lady?" Alas, unfortunately for Vici, Robin smiled but said nothing, appearing to be watching a good show. Meanwhile, Guion and Hancock's expressions had turned completely dark. "Navy, shall we have a competition to see who can take down more?" Then, Hancock suggested to Guion whether they should have contest. Okay. Guion agreed readily without hesitation. Swish! And with that, she swiftly launched an attack towards Vici. Bang! A furious punch struck Vici's fairly handsome face, sending him flying. TCH. Seeing Guion act first, Hancock felt a bit displeased but said nothing, turning to attack others as well. Sweet, sweet wind. After kissing her lips lightly, she formed a bow and arrow stance. Whoosh! Then with a whoosh, countless pink arrows appeared, instantly turning all the pirates on that side into stone statues. Oomph. Witnessing this scene, Guion snorted coldly and then leaped into the air, executing one of the Navy's 6 styles, the Gale Kick, delivering a wide-range attack to balance the situation. Ha! Watching Guion's actions, Hancock similarly sneered, and then turned to charge at another group. Bang! 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 After a series of kicks, another group of pirates fell at Hancock's feet. This situation made Guion furrow her brows, and then she turned to charge at the last group of pirates. Under the double attack of the Navy's 6 styles, shave and finger pistol, the last group was also dealt with by Guion. After surveying the area, both looked at each other and simultaneously said, 100 people. I win. After speaking, both were momentarily stunned. They hadn't expected the final outcome to be this way. A tie. Damn little girls, how dare you? But just then, the Vici who had been sent flying by Guion finally stood up. He looked around at his fallen subordinates and pointed angrily at the two. How dare you do this to Lord Vici's subordinates? Unforgivable. With that, Vici let out a roar and charged at the two. He, however, seeing Vici charge, neither Guion nor Hancock showed any fear. Instead, they both smiled, thinking, I won. With that thought, Guion used Shave to appear right in front of Vici, preparing to punch him again. Boom! But just then, an invisible energy suddenly appeared, causing Vici to faint on the spot and fall forward, due to inertia. Bang! Immediately afterwards, a burst of air exploded. It was caused by Vizzy's sudden collapse, which made Guillaume punch the air. I won. Looking at Guillaume's expression, Hancock smiled, genuinely happy. I lost. Guillaume was also a bit disheartened for a moment, but she quickly reacted, took out the snail phone she carried, and informed the Navy in Sabaody to send some people to handle the situation. Chapter 234. Amusement Park and Encounter with Vice Admiral Momonosuke. Soon, under the leadership of a Navy officer, a team of Navy soldiers arrived. In response to the officer's greeting, Guillaume simply nodded quietly and then pointed at the still unconscious members of the Gentlemen's Pirates, saying, "Take them back." "Yes, Vice Admiral Momonosuke." The officer responded without hesitation to Guillaume's command, but then subtly glanced at Dagu before asking Gon, "Vice Admiral Momonosuke, you don't need to worry about them." Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, Guillaume directly interrupted him and said sternly, "They are not your concern. Just handle your own matters properly." Yes. With Guillaume being so serious, what else could the officer say? He could only respond earnestly and then turn to command his subordinates. Seeing this, Guillaume turned around and walked up to Dagu and the others, saying, "I've finished dealing with my matters. Should we continue to stroll or—" Well, Dagu did not respond immediately to Guillaume's question. After glancing at the time, he turned to Hancock and asked, "Hancock, are you all going back to Amazon Lily today?" "No." Although curious about why Dagu asked her this question, Hancock shook her head and replied, "We arrived in Sabaody yesterday and have no plans to return to Amazon Lily today." As she spoke, Hancock smiled slightly and said, "Actually, we came out to have fun, so we don't plan to go back until we've had enough." "I see." After hearing Hancock's explanation, Dagu understood and then suggested, "In that case, let us go to the amusement park." Upon hearing this, Hancock first exchanged glances with her two younger sisters and then nodded in agreement. "Okay, let us go." Seeing Hancock agree, Dagu immediately called out and led the way toward the amusement park. Hancock and her sisters, Robin and Guillaume, naturally followed closely behind. Bonnie, Yuta, Kuina. However, to Dagu's surprise, they encountered acquaintances as soon as they arrived at the amusement park. "Captain? Sister Robin?" Hearing Dagu's voice, Kuina, who was resting under a sunshade, immediately turned her head and saw Dagu and the others. So, the three of them quickly stood up and walked in front of Dagu and Robin, asking, "Captain, Sister Robin, are you here to play games too?" After speaking, Kuina turned to look at Guillaume, the female naval officer who was already a great swordsman and the target she had set for herself, and then asked Dagu, "Captain, why is Vice Admiral Momonosuke here too?" In response to Kuina's inquiry, Dagu hesitated for a moment and then said helplessly, "Just like Water 7 in Sabaody, this naval lady will also be with us." Nanny. After hearing Dagu's explanation, Bonnie and the others were shocked. Why is Guillaume still following them? Didn't they just fight? Is the Navy not at ease with them? Or does this naval officer have some thoughts about their captain? Otherwise, why would it be her instead of someone else? Thinking of this, the three girls gradually began to look at Guillaume with a strange gaze. "Robin, are they your companions?" Just then, another voice caught the attention of the three girls, and they noticed that there were three women standing next to Robin, one of whom looked somewhat familiar. Following that, Robin's words also resolved their doubts. She turned to that person and answered, "Yes, Hancock, they are our companions from the pirate crew." Hancock. After hearing Robin's words, Kuina and the others were slightly taken aback, then reacted and looked at Hancock in surprise. "Boa Hancock? The pirate empress? One of the 7 warlords of the sea? Hello." In response to the three girls' surprise, Hancock took a couple of steps forward and greeted them. "My name is Hancock. Please take care of me." Faced with Hancock's warm greeting, the three girls were momentarily stunned, but quickly returned the greeting. "Likewise, please take care of us." Next, Marie Gourd and Santa Sonia also introduced themselves to the three girls. All right. Seeing that everyone had already introduced themselves, Dagu immediately suggested, "Since we all know each other now, let us go play in the amusement park." Upon hearing this, the girls exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Sure. As time passed, the group enjoyed all the amusement park attractions, including the bubble roller coaster, bubble drop tower, spinning bubble, bubble boat, bubble Ferris wheel, and so on. During this time, although some people caused trouble, They were all resolved by Sandersonia and Marie Gourde. As for the troubles they couldn't handle, there were none, because generally speaking, those who couldn't be dealt with wouldn't know Hancock, let alone those who would be as leisurely as Dagu and the others to come to the amusement park to play. Hancock, outside the amusement park. Dagu looked at Hancock and asked, "Do you want to meet my teacher?" Teacher? Suddenly hearing Dagu mention a teacher, Hancock was momentarily confused, and then she realized that Dagu was probably referring to Rayleigh, but she did not intend to meet Rayleigh, or rather, Shaki. Therefore, she shook her head and refused. "No, I need to return to the ship. Otherwise, I'm worried something might happen to them." Upon hearing Hancock say this, Dagu did not stop her and immediately replied, "All right then." But then he said to Hancock, "How about this? Since I have nothing else to do, I'll take you back." Upon hearing this, Hancock hesitated for a moment and then nodded. "Okay, let us go." After speaking, Hancock stepped forward and led the way. And seeing Hancock agree, Dagu no longer said much, following behind Hancock, along with Robin, Quina, and the others. They all expressed that they were very eager to see Hancock's ship. Thus, led by Hancock, the group arrived at Port 44 in Sabaody. As soon as they arrived at the port, Hancock pointed to the ship docked nearby and introduced, "That is our ship from Amazon Lily. Let us go." Saying this, Hancock took everyone aboard the ship. However, just before boarding, Dagu suddenly turned his head to the side and muttered in surprise, "What's wrong?" Dagu's strange behavior immediately drew Robin's inquiry. Chapter 235, Staying with Rayleigh It's Nothing. Let us go up. However, faced with Robin's curiosity, Dagu merely shook his head slightly, and then pulled Robin on a Hancock ship. "Captain, can we take a look around?" As soon as they boarded the ship, Yuta came to Dagu and expressed her desire to explore the ship of the Amazon Lily pirates, but Dagu did not respond directly. Instead, he turned to Hancock. "Sure." Seeing Dagu's expression, Hancock naturally understood what he meant. However, she did not refuse Yuta's request, but immediately agreed and turned to Sandersonia, saying, "Sandersonia, take them for a walk." "Yes, big sister." Upon hearing this, Sandersonia replied, and then turned to Yuta and the others, saying, "Next, I will take you to explore our snake pirate ship." "Thank you." Seeing this, the three women also thanked Sandersonia, and then followed her to tour the snake pirate ship. As for Dagu, Robin, Hancock, and the ever-present Guillaume, they walked over to a bench on the deck and began to chat. "I didn't expect you all to know each other." As soon as they sat down, Guillaume looked at the three in surprise. "Well," upon hearing this, the three exchanged glances, and in the end, Dagu said to Guillaume, "We've known each other for quite a long time. Over 10 years ago." As he spoke, Dagu recounted to Guillaume how he accidentally traveled to Nine Snake when his powers awakened. Of course, the reason he dared to tell Guillaume this without fearing the Navy would use it against Hancock was due to a precedent. It was indeed because of the relationship between Shanks and Mihawk that he felt safe sharing his connection to Hancock. However, he still requested Guillaume in the end, "I hope you won't tell anyone else about us." Unfortunately, Dagu was disappointed when Guillaume shook her head in response. "Even if I don't say anything, others will know. Just based on your actions today in Sabaody, anyone would understand that you have a connection." But Dagu chuckled lightly at this. "If that's the case, wouldn't it be the same for you, Navy lady? And not just today. We had already been alone for 2 days back in Water 7. This statement left Gon momentarily speechless as she realized that Dagu was using her as a shield. Since she, a vice admiral in the Navy and a candidate for admiral, could accompany him, the warlord Hancock could use the same excuse. Moreover, the reasoning was quite valid. She couldn't handle the devil child alone, so the Navy asked Warlord Hancock for help. Understanding this, Guillaume fell silent. Noticing Guillaume's silence, Dagu also refrained from saying more and turned to Hancock, asking, "Hancock, how have you been all these years?" Hearing Dagu's question, Robin also looked at Hancock and said, "Right. How'd you been since we left? And what about Susan? After you left, In response to Dagu and Robin's inquiries, Hancock did not hesitate and immediately shared her experiences over the years, including Susan's melancholic end, her succession as the Empress of Nine Snake, and her joining the Warlords of the Sea at the suggestion of Joel D. Roger. She recounted everything to Dagu and the others, not caring that there was an outsider, gone, present. After listening to Hancock's story, Dagu let out a long sigh. At the same time, Robin reached out and held Hancock's hand to offer comfort. It's okay. However, Hancock slightly shook her head at Robin's consolation and turned to ask, "Forget about me. What about you? How have you been all these years?" "Well, Upon hearing this, Robin immediately began recounting her experiences over the years, mentioning Twin Cape, the East Blue, Skypea, and so on. After hearing Robin's narration, Hancock couldn't help but exclaim, "You've had a more exciting life than me." Hancock. Listening to Hancock's words, Robin and Dagu found themselves at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. "Captain." Just then, Yuta's voice happened to come through. Hearing the commotion, Dagu turned to look at Yuta and the others who were walking towards them, asking, "Are you done exploring?" "Yes." Yuta lightly nodded in response to Dagu's question, but then hesitantly asked, "Captain, can we stay here tonight?" Hearing this, Dagu was surprised and then turned his body to look at the three women, saying, "Sure. How about this?" After finishing his sentence, Dagu turned to Robin and said, "Robin, you should also rest here today. You haven't seen Hancock in a long time, and you must have a lot to talk about." For Dagu's suggestion, Robin only glanced at Hancock before nodding in agreement. "Okay." Then, Robin looked at Hancock and asked with a smile, "Hancock, is that all right?" "Of course, that's fine." Hancock answered without a moment's hesitation. "In that case, I'll take my leave." Seeing Hancock agree, Dagu said a few words to the others before turning to leave the snake pirate ship. After all, things were different now. He was no longer a child without choices. And now his ship was just on the other side of the island. In this situation, how could he possibly stay on a ship full of women? With this thought, Dagu left the snake pirate ship and headed toward the person he had just unintentionally spotted. Looking at the white-haired old man before him, Dagu smiled slightly and said, "Master, long time no see. I'm here." Hearing Dagu's greeting, the white-haired old man, known as the king of the underworld, was now just a coding craftsman named Rayleigh. "Old Ray," he lightly replied. Then he slowly turned around and looked at Dagu, asking, "You just arrived today, right?" Hearing Rayleigh's not-so question, Dagu nodded and replied, "Yes. Just in time. I'm off work too." Upon hearing this, Rayleigh glanced at the nearby ships and then turned to Dagu, saying, "Take me back." "Yes. Flying Thunder God." Just like that. Under Rayleigh's instructions, Dagu placed his hand on Rayleigh's shoulder and then used Flying Thunder God to return to Shaki's bar. Chapter 236, The Royal Class and a Smile Shaki. "I'm back." As soon as he appeared in the bar, Rayleigh greeted Shaki. "Got it." Hearing Rayleigh's voice, Shaki responded lightly, then poured a glass of wine at the bar, clearly for Rayleigh. Rayleigh was not pretentious and immediately walked to the bar and sat down, turning to Dagu and asking, "Kid, are you planning to go to the New World?" "Yes, teacher." Dagu did not deny Rayleigh's question, but also sat down next to him, saying, "This time I'm going to the New World." As he spoke, Dagu turned and added, "For this, I hope you can help coat my ship." "Coating, huh?" Upon hearing this, Rayleigh pondered for a moment and then replied, "That's no problem." Seeing Rayleigh agree, Dagu immediately thanked him. "Thank you very much, teacher." "No need." In response to Dagu's gratitude, Rayleigh merely waved his hand and then said, "However, Dagu, you should know that old man Carp is on the island, right?" "I know." Dagu nodded and then said, "I just arrived today and ran into Mr. Carp here. Now the Navy's Vice Admiral Momonosuke is still monitoring us." In that case, hearing this, Rayleigh looked at Dagu with a puzzled expression and asked, "Are you confident you can leave?" Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, Dagu couldn't help but smile and explained to Rayleigh, "Don't worry, teacher. It's not the Navy that is stopping me from leaving, but rather they can't wait for me to leave quickly." "Oh, is that so?" Listening to Dagu's words, Rayleigh was astonished. He had never thought that the Navy's attitude towards Dagu had reached this point. He had only seen such treatment with Shiki before, and even Whitebeard didn't have that kind of treatment. The root of it all was that Shiki could fly. His entire pirate crew could fly, which resulted in the Navy having very low control over him. Now, from what Dagu meant, it seemed that the Navy had placed him on the same level as Shiki, and in the terms of this era, that meant a king-level status? Rayleigh murmured to himself. Hearing Rayleigh's mumbling, Dagu replied, "Pretty much." Seeing Dagu's acknowledgement, Rayleigh couldn't help but smile and looked up at him, saying, "Then I'll test your results." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Conqueror's haki burst forth, pressing down towards Dagu. Seeing this, Dagu also smiled slightly, focusing his gaze as he unleashed his Conqueror's haki. Boom! Instantly, the two powerful waves of Conqueror's haki collided, creating a silent explosion. Whoosh! But at that moment, a voice interrupted the collision of their haki, followed by Shaki's voice. Are you trying to destroy my little bar? Hearing Shaki's words, Rayleigh immediately felt embarrassed, while Dagu hurriedly apologized to Shaki. Sorry, teacher, I got a bit carried away. I'm sorry. Saying this, Dagu bowed in apology to Shaki. Seeing Dagu like this, Shaki didn't press the issue further, but turned to Rayleigh and said, if you want to spar with your disciple, you can let him take you to other islands tomorrow. It's so late now, what's the point of sparring? Especially in a bar. This, hearing Shaki's words, Rayleigh felt even more embarrassed. In that case, master, teacher, I'll take my leave. As Shaki's attention turned to Rayleigh, Dagu quickly said one more thing and then activated Flying Thunder God to leave the bar. However, what Dagu didn't know was that after he left, Rayleigh and Shaki returned to calmness. Rayleigh looked at the place where Dagu had disappeared and gently asked, what do you think? Facing Rayleigh's question, Shaki also looked at the place where Dagu had vanished and replied, in terms of haki alone, it's sufficient. Not to mention this kid also has swordsmanship and devil fruit abilities. Hearing Shaki say this, Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh. Truly, the student surpasses the teacher. After speaking, Rayleigh picked up his glass and began to drink. Seeing Rayleigh drinking, Shaki didn't say anything more. Meanwhile, on the Arc Maxim, Dagu had returned to the deck. But he was puzzled. Where's everyone? Looking at Hawkins, who was fiddling with tarot cards on the deck, Dagu asked, what about the others? In response to Dagu's question, Hawkins slowly raised his head and replied, Luffy and Beepo have returned to their rooms, but Crocodile, Enel, and Bonnie haven't come back. Oh, so Bonnie and the others aren't coming back today. Hearing this, Dagu casually explained and then pondered, but what are Enel and Crocodile up to? In thought, Dagu said to Hawkins, I'm going to check it out. After saying that, Dagu activated Flying Thunder God and left the Arc Maxim. Seeing this, Hawkins shook his head slightly and then stood up to return to his room. On the other side, after teleporting through the Flying Thunder God mark on Enel, Dagu was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Enel to have this hobby. Da-da-da. Shao. Hearing the noisy sounds around him, Dagu shook his head helplessly. He never thought that Enel would come to the casino with Crocodile. Indeed, Enel was with Crocodile, and the place they were in was a casino. However, that was not what surprised Dagu. What truly surprised him was the person who was gambling against Crocodile. A man with short black hair, a circle of beard around his mouth, wearing a light purple kimono, tied with a black-purple belt, and leaning on a cane with his right hand. However, Dagu knew that this was not a cane but a sword disguised as a cane, known as a sword cane. Based on these characteristics, Dagu confirmed the identity of the person in front of him. Fujitora Isho? No, he should not be called Fujitora Isho yet, but simply Isho, because he was not the admiral who would rise through the world conscription 2 years later in the original story. Right now, he was just Isho, a samurai who had left Wano country. Chapter 237. The Gamble That Is Not a Gamble, and Isho joins the crew looking at Isho in front of him. Dagu slightly calmed himself and asked Enel beside him, Enel, what's going on? Why is Crocodile gambling with others? This, facing Dagu's question, Enel thought for a moment before shaking his head and saying, I don't know. Seeing Enel's expression, Dagu initially thought he understood what was happening, but he only got a don't know in return. Sigh helplessly, Dagu sighed and quietly observed the situation between Crocodile and Isho. He noticed that the chips in front of both of them were almost the same, which meant they were still tied. Seeing this, Dagu was astonished. Dagu's sudden exclamation caught Crocodile's attention, and he turned to look at Dagu, saying, Captain, you're here. Saying this, Crocodile stood up and turned to the casino staff, saying, Change the chips. I'm leaving. This, hearing what Crocodile said, the staff hesitated and glanced at Isho, as if wanting to ask for Isho's opinion. However, he quickly realized that Isho seemed to be blind, so he approached Isho and asked, Sir, your opponent says he wants to leave. What do you think? Is that so? Hearing the staff's words, Isho hesitated for a moment and then said with a dejected expression, since the gentleman opposite wants to leave. I am a bit sad, but I have no objections. Seeing that Isho had no objections, the staff immediately turned back to Crocodile and said, "In that case, please wait a moment, sir. I will go exchange your chips right away." As soon as he finished speaking, the staff quickly gathered all of Crocodile's chips and turned to exchange them for cash. Meanwhile, Isho, seemingly still unsatisfied, turned to the people around him and said, "I wonder if there are any other gentlemen willing to have a match with me?" What disappointed Isho was that no one else reacted to his invitation because they were scared. That's right, they were afraid. Although Isho's eyes were not visible. Perhaps because he had no eyes, his luck was surprisingly good, almost always hitting the mark. It could be said that Crocodile was able to tie with him largely due to his years of skill. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have been able to match Isho. Therefore, after Crocodile announced his withdrawal, no one was willing to challenge Isho anymore. Although Isho was invisible, they could report numbers at will to trick him. But it wasn't that they didn't want to do this. They simply couldn't. Because this casino had a significant background, standing behind it was a big shot. So they didn't dare to mess around here. Not being able to return was a small matter, but one careless move could lead to losing everything. In such circumstances, who would dare to fight against Isho, whose luck was off the charts? Sigh after a long time without a response. Isho understood that his wish for another battle could not be realized. With a slight sigh, he stood up. Wait. Just then, Dagu raised the corner of his mouth and called out to him. Hearing Dagu's sudden voice, Isho turned around in confusion and faced Dagu, asking, "Do you want to fight me?" "That's right." Looking at Isho's puzzled face, Dagu chuckled lightly and said, "I want to have a match with you. But it's a bet without a gamble." Oh, hearing this new term from Dagu, Isho curiously asked, "What is a bet without a gamble?" The so-called bet without a gamble is actually quite simple. Upon hearing this, Dagu didn't play tricks, but immediately explained to Isho, "If you don't want to gamble, we will turn around and leave, and I will give you my partner's chips. If you choose to gamble, then you will have to get on my ship." Huh? As soon as Dagu finished speaking, Isho couldn't help but frown. At the same time, the others around reacted, and a noisy discussion erupted. What kind of bet without a gamble is this? Isn't this just inviting someone to join? Yes, this is just inviting someone to join. Where does the bet without a gamble come from? However, some seem to have thought of something, their eyes shining with a knowing expression. "Young man." At this time, Isho also raised his head and looked at Dagu with his pale, sightless eyes, saying, "This is indeed a bet without a gamble, but I'm curious. What is your stake?" "Stake?" Facing Isho's question, Dagu pondered for a moment, then suddenly raised his head and smiled at Isho. "What you want?" Hearing Dagu say this, Isho was surprised again and then asked, "Oh, you know what I want?" This time, in response to Isho's question, Dagu changed from his earlier playful demeanor to a very calm tone. "What is justice?" As soon as Dagu said this, Isho's body trembled, and surprise appeared on his face. He didn't understand why this young man in front of him knew his thoughts. He was certain that this was not the effect of Kin Bunchika Haki, because he had never thought about these things since he arrived here. In this situation, even if the young man opposite had the ability to see into people's hearts, he couldn't possibly know his true thoughts. Moreover, this thought was something he hadn't even confirmed himself. He was still hesitating. Why would this seemingly younger man know these things? Why? Unable to comprehend, Isho immediately asked. However, to his disappointment, Dagu did not answer directly, but instead asked him again. "So, do you want to gamble?" Hearing Dagu's question again, Isho first fell silent for a moment, then suddenly drew a knife from his cane and slashed at Dagu. Boom! As Isho moved, the gravity around Dagu suddenly increased several times, causing him to sink momentarily. However, he quickly used the power of his eyes to counteract the gravity. After stabilizing himself, he looked at Isho and smiled. "Welcome aboard." Indeed, although Isho's action was somewhat unexpected for Dagu, it also made him understand that this was Isho's test to see if he had the qualifications to take him on. And now, Dagu believed that being able to move freely under such gravity was enough. Just as Dagu thought, Isho suddenly attacked to confirm Dagu's strength. Now, although in his perception, Dagu's ability seemed somewhat opportunistic, he indeed managed to withstand his attack with ease. With this in mind, Isho slowly put away his knife and walked up to Dagu. saying, I look forward to working with you. Captain. Chapter 238, Vice Captain and Admiral level. In the blink of an eye, day turned to night. Captain, we are back. Early in the morning, Yuta's voice came from below the ship. Hearing the commotion, Dagu walked to the edge of the ship and looked down, seeing Yuta, Robin, and even Hancock coming along. Shortly after, as the group stepped onto the deck, Dagu greeted. Hancock, Navy Miss, welcome. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to Hancock and asked, by the way, where are Sandersonia and the others? In response, Hancock softly replied, they took the others to have some fun. I see. After hearing Hancock's explanation, Dagu nodded and then turned to introduce Yixiao, who had just boarded the ship yesterday. This is Mr. Yixiao, who will also be our partner from now on. Mr. Yixiao? Following Dagu's gaze, everyone turned to look at the quietly drinking tea Yixiao, and noticing the scars on his face, they couldn't help but wonder what was so special about this Yixiao that Dagu invited him aboard. However, curious as they were, a few people still approached Yixiao and introduced themselves. Hello, Mr. Yixiao. I'm Bonnie, the cook on board. Just tell me what you want to eat. This is Bonnie, the cook. Hello, Mr. Yixiao. This is Kuina. Mr. Yixiao, nice to meet you. I look forward to working with you. This is Robin. Hello, Uncle Yixiao. I'm Yuta. Just tell me what song you want to hear, and I promise to make you happy. This is Yuta, the singer. In response to everyone's greetings, Yixiao smiled back. I'm also very happy to travel with all of you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yixiao stood up and formally introduced himself. I am Yixiao. Although I cannot see, I can still do what I can. I hope to have your support in the future. After speaking, Yixiao bowed to everyone. Where did you find him? At the same time, regarding the addition of another person to the No Light Pirates, GUN couldn't help but ask Dagu. Well, just yesterday. In response to GUN's confusion, Dagu did not hide it and immediately explained. Just last night, after I separated from you, I was originally going to find Crocodile and the others. Then I saw Crocodile playing dice with Mr. Yixiao, and then I invited Mr. Yixiao to join. Is it that simple? GUN looked incredulous. Based on her understanding of Dagu, she didn't believe that Dagu would simply invite the other party to join. It must be because this person named Yixiao had some extraordinary qualities that made Dagu extend an invitation upon their first encounter. With this thought in mind, Shiguan turned to Dagu and asked what she was thinking. Well, Dagu hesitated for a moment in response to Shiguan's question and then said, let us put it this way, you can't beat him. Hearing Dagu say that she couldn't beat a blind uncle like Yixiao, Shiguan's first reaction was disbelief. However, she quickly furrowed her brows, realizing that Dagu had no reason to lie to her. So even though she was still skeptical, she had to consider whether she really couldn't defeat someone named Yixiao. Then she thought of another question. If she couldn't beat him, did that mean Yixiao had the strength of a general? After all, Dagu was very aware of her current identity, status, and strength. The only people she couldn't defeat were those at the level of a king. With this thought, Shiguan furrowed her brows tightly and no longer monitored Dagu and the others, turning to leave the Ark, proverb, heading towards the naval base. This wasn't her abandoning her post. Rather, she felt that the emergence of another general-level figure was more important than continuing to keep an eye on Dagu. However, not everyone understood what Shiguan was thinking. As soon as she left, Hancock turned to Dagu and asked, what happened to her? It's nothing. Unfortunately, although Dagu understood Shiguan's thoughts, he didn't share them with Hancock, instead shaking his head slightly and saying, maybe the Navy has something for her to handle. After saying that, Dagu turned to the others and announced, I have an announcement to make. From now on, Mr. Yixiao is our pirate crew's official vice captain. While I'm not here, everyone should listen to him. Huh? As soon as Dagu's words fell, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Then, Bonnie quickly asked Dagu, Captain, why so sudden? Why make Mr. Yixiao the vice captain? Yeah, Captain. Following that, Yuta also hurriedly asked, Uncle Yixiao just joined the pirate crew. He is still a newcomer. And where do you see a newcomer becoming vice captain on their first day? How at the same time, Crocodile looked at Dagu and asked, if you say that, then I'm quite curious. What makes you think you can ride on top of me? Dagu, bro. At this moment, Yixiao, the person in question, also quickly stood up, eager to say something to Dagu. But before he could speak, Dagu had already explained. If you also have the strength of a general, then having you take this vice captain position would be no problem. General. Dagu's words once again surprised everyone. They never expected that this latest addition would actually be a general-level figure. Looking at everyone's expressions, Dagu calmly asked, "Any more questions?" None. Upon hearing this, Bonnie Law and Hawkins all shook their heads to indicate they had no further questions. Facing a general, what more questions could they have now? Dagu had anticipated their reactions, and after nodding in response, he turned his gaze to Crocodile and Enel, as their current strength, while not on par with the general, could still hold their own against one or two. Moreover, if they were to argue about who boarded the ship first, they still had that qualification. Additionally, given their personalities, Dagu didn't think they would have no objections. Captain. Sure enough, just as Dagu was thinking about this, Enel spoke first. I have no objections, but I hope to fight him once to see what qualifications he has to be appointed as vice captain. Saying this, Enel glanced at Robin and continued. The reason we had no objections when you let Robin manage us before is that she was the first to follow you and is also your woman. So we had no objections. But, at this point, Enel turned to look at Yixiao and said, "This uncle perhaps has the general-level strength you mentioned." Listening to Enel's words, Dagu didn't respond immediately, but turned to Crocodile and asked, "Do you share this opinion as well?" Chapter 239, Enel and Yixiao. But to Dagu's surprise, in response to his question, Crocodile merely took a puff of his cigar and then said lightly, "I have no objections if he really has general-level strength." Seeing this, Dagu nodded and then turned to Yixiao and asked, "Mr. Yixiao, would you like to have a match with Enel?" Hearing Dagu's words, Yixiao hesitated for a moment, unsure how to respond, not to mention being appointed as vice captain right after joining. Just the idea of having to fight a companion upon boarding was contrary to his life motto, but he also understood that this match was unavoidable, as he could tell from Dagu's determined attitude that he had no room for rebuttal. Coming to this conclusion, Yixiao silently nodded. All right. Seeing Yixiao agree, Dagu no longer said much and immediately placed his hand on Yixiao's shoulder, turning to shout at Enel. "Enel, come over. I'll take you to another place." "Yes, Captain." Upon hearing this, Enel quickly walked to Dagu's side, allowing Dagu to place a hand on his shoulder. "Wait." But just as Dagu was about to take the two of them away using Flying Thunder God, Law called out to him and requested, "Captain, I also want to see." "Miju." As soon as Law finished speaking, Yuta, who loved to watch the excitement, quickly added, "Captain, me too." But in Dagu's view, it wasn't just those two. Everyone was looking at him with hopeful eyes, clearly eager to witness Yixiao's strength. All right. Seeing this, Dagu shook his head slightly, then released Enel and Yixiao, turning to address everyone. "Since you all want to see, let us go together." Boom! As soon as his words fell, Dagu suddenly exerted force, unleashing his momentum. Flying Thunder God. Following that, he used Flying Thunder God, taking everyone along with the Ark, proverb away from Sabeti Archipelago and onto an uninhabited island in the Calm Belt. This was a small island that Dagu had discovered by chance. Out of habit, he had left a Flying Thunder God mark when he encountered this island, and now it came in handy. This is, looking at everything around, Hawkins and the other members of the Light Pirates were already accustomed to it. However, this scene was somewhat beyond Yixiao's expectations. Although he couldn't see the surrounding situation, the change in climate and his observation haki made him realize that they had already left Sabeti and were now somewhere unknown. This is an uninhabited island in the Calm Belt. Regarding Yixiao's surprise, Dagu immediately introduced it to him, then turned to Enel and Yixiao and said, "Wait, Mr. Yixiao, Enel. You two will fight on the island, and we will watch from outside the island." Upon hearing this, Enel immediately nodded in agreement. "No problem." Yixiao similarly responded with a smile. "Sure, I will follow the captain's arrangements." With that said, seeing that both of them had no objections, Dagu immediately pointed to the island and said, "You can go ashore." Crackle. As soon as he finished speaking, Enel took the lead and transformed into lightning to appear on the island. As for Yixiao, after hearing Enel's movement, he also ascended to the island at a leisurely pace. Let's move a bit further away. Watching Enel and Yixiao go ashore, Dagu told the others to keep the ship at a distance to avoid being affected. Meanwhile, on the island, Enel and Yixiao faced each other from a distance. As Enel assessed Yixiao, he said, "Although the captain said you have the strength of a general, I still want to see why the captain appointed you as the vice captain." Billy. Without waiting for Yixiao to respond, Enel flashed forward and launched an attack at Yixiao. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. A large bird, crackling with lightning, suddenly appeared and charged toward Yixiao. Although Yixiao couldn't see it with his naked eye, he could clearly identify Enel's technique through the sound of the lightning and his own observation hockey, and he was ready to respond. Just as the Thunderbird was about to reach him, Yixiao quietly drew his staff blade and slashed at the Thunderbird. Gravity blade, fierce tiger. In an instant, a blade of energy surged toward the Thunderbird. Bang! Before long, as the blade energy reached the Thunderbird, it seemed to be pressed down by something and shattered completely. Gravity? Huh. Watching this scene, Enel murmured. Although he had known Yixiao's ability since yesterday, he had previously thought that gravity wouldn't affect him. After all, his attacks were lightning, which, strictly speaking, should not be affected by gravity. But now it seemed that Yixiao's gravity could indeed influence his lightning. However, just as he thought of this, Enel pondered, "I need to experiment to see how far it can affect." 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Saying this, Enel launched another attack at Yixiao, this time a more powerful Thunder Dragon than the Thunderbird. But to Enel's dismay, his attack was once again intercepted by Yixiao's slash. Bang! Watching the Thunder Dragon shatter once more, Enel's thoughts shifted. Billy in a flash of lightning, he appeared directly in front of Yixiao, swinging his golden staff at him. Clang! Hearing the sound, Yixiao reacted quickly, twisting his wrist to block Enel's golden staff with his blade. Seeing Yixiao block his attack with his blade, Enel felt that his guess was likely correct. That is, Yixiao had no gravity surrounding him. But was it really as simple as Enel thought? The answer was certainly no. Hell journey. Just then, while the two were in a stalemate, Yixiao frowned and suddenly exerted his strength. Humph. In an instant, Enel couldn't help but grunt, feeling as if his body had become many times heavier. Just as he was about to topple to the ground, Enel instinctively entered elementalization. Originally, Enel thought he couldn't escape, but to his surprise, after entering elementalization, he easily left the range of the gravity. I see. After flashing a distance away, Enel looked thoughtfully at Yixiao across from him, then smirked and soared into the sky, clearly preparing to unleash his full power. Sure enough, as Enel ascended, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder roared. Before long, Enel's golden staff came crashing down toward Yixiao. Thunder. At the same time, with Enel's movement, the lightning above rushed out of the dark clouds toward Yixiao below. This time, the lightning had no form, only the raw appearance of lightning, which in Enel's view should no longer be affected by gravity. Chapter 240, Meteorites from the Sky and the Annihilation Disk. Meanwhile, outside the island, Captain this, gazing at the situation above the island, Yuta turned to Dagu and opened his mouth to say something. Don't worry. But before the words could come out, Dagu spoke first. They won't get into trouble so easily, especially with me here. All right. Hearing Dagu's words, Yuta nodded quietly, thinking, that's true, the captain is watching here. If something really happens, he will definitely step in immediately. Understanding this, Yuta set aside his worries and continued to watch the battle on the island. However, unlike Yuta's concern, Luo, Hawkins, and even Kuina were all frowning, their expressions serious, because they were different from Yuta, who didn't care much about strength. In fact, Yuta didn't care about strength at all. But they were different. They each had their own ambitions, and this ambition drove them to enhance their power. For example, Kuina wanted to become a great swordsman who could impress Geng Shilang. For Luo, he wanted to avenge Razanani and kill Doflamingo, which required him to boost his own strength. All these motivations pushed them to improve their strength, and they felt pressured seeing one powerful person after another join. Initially, they weren't that eager for strength, but ever since powerful figures like Enel and Crocodile joined, they couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. And today, after Yixiao joined and was appointed as vice captain, their urgency to enhance their strength increased another level. That was why they were so tense and seriously watching the battle between Enel and Yixiao. Observing Luo and the others, Dagu couldn't help but shake his head slightly. saying nothing, and turned his attention back to the battle between Enel and Yixiao. At this point, the situation had changed. In the sky, Enel occasionally unleashed bolts of lightning, while on the island, Yixiao also occasionally slashed out blade energy to neutralize Enel's lightning. However, perhaps feeling a bit frustrated after once again neutralizing Enel's attack, Yixiao frowned and suddenly raised his staff blade to fire an unknown wave of light directly into the sky. Enel was puzzled by Yixiao's action, not understanding why he was attacking the air. If it had been at the beginning, Enel might have suspected that Yixiao couldn't see and missed. But now, through battling Yixiao, he had become very clear. Perhaps Yixiao couldn't see with his naked eyes, but his Kinbunchika haki was very strong, even stronger than his own. So it was impossible for him to miss. The only possibility was that Yixiao's move had some deeper meaning. Thinking of this, Enel's expression grew serious, and he became alert. Suddenly, Enel exclaimed in surprise, looking up at a higher point, feeling that something was moving above. What is this? But when he looked up, he was shocked to see a meteorite sparking as it fell toward him from above. However, after the shock, Enel understood that now was not the time to be surprised but to find a way to deal with it. Watching it fall, Enel pondered for a moment and then turned around to face the meteorite directly, raising his right hand as power began to surge forth. 300 million volts, Kirin. Soon, Enel pointed his golden rod, and the dark clouds in the sky began to gather, forming a giant lightning beast that faced the meteor falling from the sky. Boom! There was no sound of a bang. As soon as the lightning beast made contact with the meteor, a terrifying explosion occurred. Although the explosion happened high in the sky, the shockwave it generated was massive, shaking not only the island below, but also the Arc Maxim, which was some distance away from the island. However, this was not the reason for the surprise of Hawkins and others on the ship. The real reason was that after the explosion, there were still meteors in the sky. Captain, that is... Beepo looked up at the scene in shock, pointing his hand as if to ask Dagu something, but he was too stunned to say anything. Seeing Beepo open his mouth but not speak, Dagu said to him, "Just watch. This is the true top power of this sea." After Dagu's words, he turned his attention back to the situation on the island. The others, including Beepo, also silently looked back at the situation above the island. At this moment, beneath the meteor, Enel was sweating profusely. He originally thought there was only one meteor, but to his surprise, there were not just one, but 1, 2, 3, 8 meteors? Plus the one from before, that makes 9. Counting the meteors in the sky, Enel's expression grew increasingly grim. 9 meteors were falling from the sky. Although he could elementalize, the problem was that if these 9 meteors attacked him at the same time, Enel felt that even with elementalization, he wouldn't fare well, and there was a strong possibility he would leave this world. Thinking this, Enel began to take action. In the originally windless area, dark clouds began to gather, and lightning surged within them. 1 billion volts, annihilation. Shortly after, with a loud shout from Enel, all the dark clouds gathered, forming a high-speed, rotating disk. The lightning within seemed like blades merging on the outer side of the disk, and, as the disk spun, it appeared as if it would tear apart space itself. Go! Following this, with a swing of Enel's golden rod, the lightning disk charged towards the meteors summoned by the smile. It can only be said that this was indeed Enel's full power annihilation. What had seemed like a concluded situation to others changed after the rotation of that disk, and the meteor quietly dissipated. However, for each meteor that was destroyed, the lightning disk shrank in size, and when the 7th meteor was extinguished, the lightning disk had exhausted its energy and disappeared. Looking at the remaining meteor, Enel wanted to make a move, but he couldn't do anything. Even his body could no longer maintain its hovering state and was slowly descending. Clearly, the recent move, the lightning disk, annihilation, had consumed all of Enel's energy, leaving him without any power to resist. Chapter 241. Victory in return. Seeing this situation, Dagu frowned and immediately used his heavenly hand to swap positions with a fragment of rock in the air, then focused his gaze. Super Shinra Tensei. The power of the Rinnegan's Deva Path was instantly unleashed, sending the remaining meteor far away. It then slowly descended, landing beside Enel. Looking at the half-kneeling Enel, Dagu said nothing, simply placing his hand on Enel and using the abilities of the sage body to begin healing him. After a while, Dagu withdrew his hand and calmly looked at Enel, saying, "You were a bit overconfident." "Sorry, Captain, Enel, facing Dagu's reprimand, immediately wanted to say something to Dagu. "That's enough." But before he could speak, Dagu raised his hand to stop him and said, "No need to say more. Just be careful next time." After saying this, Dagu turned and walked towards the smiling figure. Watching Dagu's departing back, Enel couldn't help but let out a sigh, then slowly stood up. "Mr. Smile, how do you feel?" Standing in front of Smile, Dagu asked him about his battle with Enel. "I'm sorry, Captain. Just like Enel, Smile did not answer Dagu's question immediately. Instead, he bowed to Dagu and said he was sorry. But just as he was about to continue speaking, Dagu preemptively said, "Hey, why say that? It was Enel who challenged you, and nothing really happened." "Captain." Just then, Yuta's voice came from the side. Hearing this, Dagu turned to look in the direction of the voice and found that everyone had come over. "You all came." Seeing this, Dagu first greeted everyone, then said to Law, "Go check on Enel." "Yes, Captain." Law did not say much in response to Dagu's order. He nodded and turned to check on Enel. Meanwhile, Yuta was circling around Smile, asking him, "Uncle, your strength is really strong. You can actually summon meteors to attack." He facing Yuta's compliment. Smile smiled lightly and explained, "That's my ability. My ability is gravity. Just now, I merely applied my ability to the meteors, which is how I was able to pull them down. But that's still very strong." Listening to Smile's seemingly humble words, Yuta hurriedly said, "Since you can accurately pull down meteors, that means you can sense their positions, which also indicates that your observation haki is extraordinary. You have to know that most people can't even sense this small island, let alone pull down 9 meteors at once." Well, hearing Yuta's words, Smile didn't know how to respond for a moment, because if he continued to be humble, it would no longer be humility but a form of arrogance. However, he couldn't bring himself to admit his abilities like he was boasting. Helpless, Smile turned to Dagu, hoping that the captain could save him from this awkward situation. Seeing Smile's expression, Dagu shook his head slightly, then walked in front of Yuta and said, "All right, Yuta, let's talk about any issues when we get back." Hearing Dagu's words, Yuta hesitated for a moment, then helplessly replied, "Okay then." Seeing Yuta agree, Dagu then turned to everyone and said, "Since the competition is over, let's head back." After speaking, Dagu led the way towards the ship, and the others naturally followed closely behind. Just like that, the group that had just left the ship soon returned once again. Looking at everyone on board, Dagu smiled and asked, "Do you all have any questions about Mr. Smile serving as the vice captain?" Facing Dagu's question, everyone first looked at each other, then shook their heads in unison. "No, we have no objections to Mr. Smile serving as the vice captain." "Very good." Seeing everyone had this attitude, Dagu couldn't help but cheer, then walked up to Smile and said, "Mr. Smile, that's it. From now on, you will be the vice captain of our light pirates. Please take care of us." Saying this, Dagu patted Smile on the shoulder. "Please advise me, Vice Captain Yixiao." Meanwhile, others also greeted Yixiao, and to show that they had no objections, they addressed him as vice captain. Faced with everyone's enthusiasm, Yixiao quickly greeted everyone as well. "Please take care of me too." After saying this, Yixiao bowed to everyone to show his attitude. Then, turning his head towards Robin, he said, "Although the captain has appointed me as vice captain, I am still a newcomer to the pirate crew and don't understand many things. So I hope Miss Robin can take care of me in the future." Mr. Yixiao is joking. Although Robin was a bit surprised by Yixiao's attitude, she still smiled and replied, "Actually, there isn't much to handle on a daily basis. Before Mr. Yixiao, I was just temporarily filling in the vice captain position. But to be honest, I hardly did anything because everyone was doing what they wanted. So strictly speaking, our pirate crew doesn't have much of a class division, because everyone is the same." Oh! Upon hearing Robin's words, Yixiao seemed thoughtful. He had thought that this pirate crew was like others, with a clear class division. In the end, apart from Captain Dagu, who naturally had a higher status, even the vice captain didn't stand out much. Although Robin was only an acting vice captain before, which was different from his official position, as the first crew member to follow Dagu, and also his woman, Robin was someone Yixiao couldn't compare to. But even so, it seemed like everyone was pretty much the same. Yes, yes. At that moment, Yuta walked up to Yixiao again and smiled. So uncle, you really don't need to be nervous or do anything. We'll take care of ourselves. Hearing Yuta say this, what more could Yixiao say? He could only nod in agreement. Yeah, I understand. All right, we should head back now. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Dagu turned to everyone and instructed, sit tight. Yes, Captain. With Dagu's words, everyone responded and stopped talking, standing in place to avoid being left behind by Dagu. Once everyone was standing properly, Dagu didn't hesitate and once again used the Flying Thunder God technique, bringing both people and ship back to Sabaody. Chapter 242. Coding in battle on the coast of the Red Tree number 13 in Sabaody. The ship, the Ark, Prophecy, appeared silently. Dagu, Robin, I'm going back. On the deck, Hancock, seeing that they had returned to Sabaody, turned to Dagu and said, then directly walked off the ship towards the location of the Kuja pirates. Although Hancock wanted to stay for a while longer to chat with Robin and Dagu, they were no longer children. The Kuja pirates needed her, and she couldn't be away for too long. For this reason, Hancock didn't linger, and since Dagu and the others had just confirmed the vice captain, they must have some matters to handle. If she stayed at this time, it would be a bit of an inconvenience for them. Watching Hancock's departing figure, Dagu turned to everyone and said, all right, let's go. Where to, Captain? Listening to Dagu's words, Beepo couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Were they really leaving Sabaody just like this? Regarding Beepo's question, Dagu smiled slightly. We're going to meet someone. Let's go. With that, Dagu stepped off the ship first. As for the others, although they were curious about who Dagu wanted them to meet, they didn't ask more and followed closely behind Dagu. In no time, outside Nakan Bar, Dagu brought everyone from the light pirates here. Nakan, looking at the sign above, Law, Bonnie, and the others couldn't help but be surprised. This name clearly sounded untrustworthy and was likely a black shop. Why did Dagu bring them to this black shop? Thinking this, everyone exchanged glances and then looked at Dagu in unison, hoping for an explanation. However, although Dagu noticed everyone's confusion, he didn't provide an explanation. Instead, he took a couple of steps forward and pushed open the shop door. As he walked inside, he greeted, Master, I'm here again. Master? Hearing Dagu address the person inside this way, Law, Bonnie, and the others were all shocked because they understood that Dagu's master was no ordinary person. That was the legendary Pirate King's vice captain, Silver's Rayleigh. This meant that the person inside was the woman of the Dark King. It was even possible that the legendary Dark King was also there. Thinking of this, Law and the others were taken aback. For the newcomers, Crocodile and Yixiao, who didn't know that Dagu had a master, they were very curious about what kind of person could be Dagu's teacher. With this thought, everyone followed Robin and stepped into the bar. We're here. Once everyone entered, Dagu immediately called out to them and then looked at Shucky behind the bar, introducing, this is my master. You can call her Aunt Shucky. Of course. Saying this, Dagu turned to Yixiao and chuckled. Mr. Yixiao, it's better if you call her Miss Shucky. After that, Dagu turned to the man in front of him and introduced, this is my teacher, Rayleigh. Rayleigh? Dark King Rayleigh. Initially, when the group heard Dagu introduce Shucky, they didn't react much, but when it came to Rayleigh, everyone, including Crocodile, couldn't help but be surprised. Hello. However, in response to Crocodile and their astonishment, Rayleigh merely raised his glass to gesture to everyone. Then he turned to Dagu, who was sitting next to him, and said, not bad. Your friends are all quite good. Thank you, teacher, I. Hearing this, Dagu was about to reply. But before he could finish, Crocodile walked directly in front of Rayleigh, looking at him with uncertainty. Are you really Rayleigh? The Dark King Rayleigh? The vice captain of the Pirate King? Yes. Seeing Crocodile's confused expression, Rayleigh smiled slightly. No doubt about it. The former warlord of the sea, Crocodile. After Rayleigh confirmed this, Crocodile immediately asked him, can you tell us about the situation of Laughtail? Laughtail. Hearing Crocodile mention Laughtail, Rayleigh couldn't help but fall into deep thought. At the same time, as Crocodile mentioned Laughtail, Yuta and the others also reacted. Since Rayleigh was the vice captain of the Pirate King, he must have gone to Laughtail with Roger. Yes, yes. Therefore, they hurriedly requested Rayleigh, Uncle Rayleigh, please tell us about the situation of Laughtail. This, seeing everyone's expressions, Rayleigh was slightly taken aback. Then he shook his head with a smile. No, You'll have to find out about this yourselves. Moreover, saying this, Rayleigh turned to Dagu, and your captain is not interested in these things. Upon hearing Rayleigh say this, everyone was stunned and then turned to look blankly at Dagu. In response, Dagu just chuckled and said, "Indeed, I didn't go to sea for laugh tale. I simply wanted to experience this world, and then try to change it." As he spoke, Dagu murmured to himself. It was the first time he heard that Crocodile, who later joined his crew, had such a dream, and they couldn't help but be a bit surprised. It was indeed the first time they heard of a pirate captain going to sea to experience the world. Other pirates either sought treasure, the so-called freedom, or the title of Pirate King. To go out to experience the world was truly unprecedented. Although it was similar to freedom, it was different in essence. Thinking of this, Crocodile could only helplessly say, "All right, since the captain has said so." After finishing, Crocodile sat back down in his seat. Originally, Robin, who had also wanted to say something after hearing Crocodile's words, had now regained her calm. Seeing the expressions of everyone, Dagu smiled with satisfaction and then turned to Rayleigh and asked, "By the way, teacher, when are you going to coat my ship?" Coat. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh looked puzzled. Seeing Rayleigh's confused expression, Dagu thought he had forgotten, so he immediately nodded affirmatively. Yes, coat it. But unexpectedly, Rayleigh did not answer him. Instead, he turned to ask, "By the way, kid, didn't I mention yesterday that you were going to have a duel with me today?" Huh? Saw thee. Hearing Rayleigh mention this, Dagu was startled. He hurriedly apologized to Rayleigh and then explained, "Teacher, something came up on our side today, and I forgot about our agreement. I'm really sorry. I'll take you somewhere else right now." Saying this, Dagu had already placed his hand on Rayleigh's shoulder. Flying Thunder God. Chapter 243. Master and Apprentice. Chapter 243. Rayleigh and Dagu. Wait a minute. Seeing that Dagu was about to leave, Law and Kuina immediately wanted Say to take them along. However, before they could speak, Dagu had already disappeared with Rayleigh. Sai seeing this, everyone could only helplessly sigh and quietly wait for Dagu's return. In fact, even if they had expressed their wish to go, Dagu wouldn't have taken them. Because if he did, he would inevitably be distracted and unable to fight with all his strength. Moreover, this was ultimately a duel between Dagu and Rayleigh as master and apprentice. No matter who won, wouldn't look good. If Dagu won, it meant he defeated his teacher, which would be embarrassing for Rayleigh. If Rayleigh won, it would mean Dagu failed to live up to Rayleigh's teachings, unable to defeat even an old man, and once again, it would be Rayleigh who would be embarrassed. In such a situation, how could Dagu possibly take them along? Therefore, Dagu did not ask them as he did in the morning whether they wanted to go, but directly left the bar with Rayleigh. On a deserted island in the windless zone, looking around at the environment, Rayleigh sighed. "Your ability is truly convenient no matter how many times I see it." "Teacher, you flatter me," Dagu replied with a slight smile. "This ability is just convenient for traveling. It's really nothing special." "You." Rayleigh shook his head at Dagu's modesty and then said, "Do you want to take a break? If not, we can start right away." "No need." After hearing Rayleigh's words, Dagu immediately said, "Teacher, let's begin." After saying that, Dagu flashed to the other side, putting some distance between himself and Rayleigh. Clang. Without pausing, he immediately drew the victory contract sword and reminded Rayleigh, "Teacher, be careful." Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu raised his right hand and slashed a sword aura towards Rayleigh. Good. Seeing Dagu's action, Rayleigh first called out a word of praise and then drew his own sword. Aurora. To meet Dagu's sword aura. Whoosh. Soon, the two sword auras collided. Boom! The clash of sword auras unleashed a powerful shockwave that lifted the surrounding vegetation off the ground, raising a cloud of dust, but this did not stop Dagu and Rayleigh's movements. In the midst of the dust, Dagu appeared behind Rayleigh in an instant. With a victory contract sword pressed against Rayleigh's waist, slashing horizontally. This scene did not alarm Rayleigh. Rather, he seemed to have grown accustomed to such situations. Ha! Facing Dagu's strike, Rayleigh merely chuckled lightly and turned his wrist, causing the Aurora sword to move and intercept Dagu's attack. Clang! Dagu was not surprised by this. After being blocked, he did not stop or retreat, but directly continued to strike at Rayleigh's waist. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Faced with Dagu's relentless attacks, Rayleigh furrowed his brows but did not slow down. With each swing, he perfectly blocked Dagu's sword blade. Clang, 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 clang. After a round of combat, Dagu retreated to a distance from Rayleigh. Then he smiled at Rayleigh and said, "Teacher, you really are as sharp as ever." Enough of that. Unfortunately, Rayleigh dismissed Dagu's compliment and then pointed the Aurora sword at him, saying, "Let me see your full strength." Hearing Rayleigh say this, Dagu couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Heavenly hand power. He then stopped talking and immediately used the power of his eyes to exchange with a nearby rock, attacking Rayleigh. However, Dagu's attack, though sudden, did not succeed. Rayleigh's observation haki had already sensed the impending danger, prompting him to instinctively react. Clang! In front of the victory contract sword, the Aurora stood like a shield blocking it. Your ability may be sudden, but for someone proficient in observation haki, it's not undetectable. After blocking Dagu's long sword, Rayleigh began to lecture him. Although my observation haki is not as good as Raidfield's, it's enough to detect your movements. Dagu did not respond to Rayleigh's lecture. Or perhaps he had known from the start that Rayleigh's main purpose in wanting to fight him was to test whether he truly had the strength to venture into the new world. Therefore, to avoid disappointing Rayleigh, Dagu decided to put on a good performance. With this thought, Dagu grinned and suddenly raised his left hand towards Rayleigh. Shinra Tensei. Just as Rayleigh was curious about what Dagu was doing, a massive repulsive force suddenly emanated from Dagu, sending him flying away. Bang! After flying several meters, Rayleigh finally stabilized himself. As soon as he stood firm, he curiously asked Dagu, "What was that technique you just used? Why did it send me flying?" "We'll talk about it after the fight." Unfortunately, to Rayleigh's disappointment, Dagu did not answer his question directly, but instead said, "Teacher, you taught me that in battle, one shouldn't reveal their abilities to the opponent to avoid being targeted. You brat." Upon hearing Dagu use his own past teachings against him, Rayleigh couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Pointing at Dagu, he said helplessly, "All right, we'll talk after the fight." After saying this, Rayleigh no longer waited for Dagu's attack and charged directly at him. Whoosh! Rayleigh pushed off the ground with force, launching himself towards Dagu. Whoosh! Just as he was getting close, Rayleigh suddenly swung his sword, Aurora, unleashing a wave of sword energy towards Dagu, and he did not stop his momentum, following closely behind the attack. However, Dagu seemed to be oblivious to Rayleigh's strike, remaining unmoved. Heavenly hand power. But just as the sword energy was about to hit, Dagu surprisingly switched places with the rubble behind Rayleigh, causing Rayleigh's attack to miss while simultaneously launching a new offensive against him. Dagu raised his left hand towards the still charging Rayleigh and shouted, "Universal Heavenly Pull." Huh! Suddenly, Rayleigh felt an inexplicable pulling force from behind him, dragging him backward. Chapter 244. Susanoo and the World's Strongest, however. Even though Dagu's move was once again unexpected, it did not throw Rayleigh into a panic. Boom! As Rayleigh was being pulled back, he suddenly stomped down hard on the ground, pivoting his body to face Dagu directly, while simultaneously swinging Aurora towards him. Whoosh! Seeing the swift strike coming his way, Dagu frowned and swiftly raised his right hand, also swinging his sword towards Rayleigh. Bang! In an instant, the universal heavenly pull ceased, and the two waves of sword energy collided, erupting in a thunderous roar. At the same time, Rayleigh did not stop, but instead moved right in front of Dagu, making a quick upward strike. Clang! However, in the blink of an eye, Dagu turned his right hand and blocked Rayleigh's attack with his sword. "Master, it seems that in terms of combat experience, I still fall short," Dagu said humbly as they were locked in a stalemate. In response to Dagu's words, Rayleigh chuckled and said, "You brat, are you mocking me for living these decades in vain?" Hearing Rayleigh's remark, Dagu hurriedly smiled and replied, "I wouldn't dare. I'm just praising my master." "Master, all right." But just as Dagu was about to compliment him again, Rayleigh directly interrupted him, saying, "Let's continue the fight." "Yes," Dagu responded, no longer saying anything else. He exerted strength in his hands, pushing Rayleigh back. Subsequently, Conqueror's haki surged forth, wrapping around his victory contract sword. Huh! Seeing this, Rayleigh chuckled lightly and also wrapped his Conqueror's haki around Aurora to counter Dagu's attack. Slash! Not long after, as the Conqueror's haki fully enveloped the victory contract sword, Dagu swung it towards Riley without any hesitation. Whoosh! Likewise, Riley also swung his sword in response. Boom! In an instant, a tremendous shock wave of energy surged from the point where their attacks met, spreading across the entire island. Boom, 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 boom. But this was not the end. Next, Dagu and Riley continued to clash, their strikes infused with Conqueror's Haki, containing terrifying might. Each wave of sword energy struck down, leaving the once desolate island in ruins. Finally, perhaps seeing that the battle was at a standstill, Riley suddenly exerted force, pushing Dagu back 2 steps and temporarily creating some distance between them. Brat. Then, looking at Dagu, Riley said, I've come to understand your swordsmanship. Now let me see your abilities. After finishing his words, Riley charged at Dagu once more. This time, facing Riley's onslaught, Dagu sheathed his sword and extended his hand towards Riley. Shinra Tensei. As Riley wished, Dagu no longer attacked with swordsmanship, instead using his abilities. Feeling a stronger repulsive force than before, Riley, though reluctant to retreat, had no choice but to be pushed back a few steps. Boom! But that was not the end. Just as Riley was being forced back, Dagu made yet another unexpected move. Susanoo. Indeed, Dagu unleashed his Sharingan's ultimate technique, summoning a golden giant over 100 meters tall, wielding a long sword. Looking at the colossal figure, even Riley, who had roamed for many years, could not help but be shocked. Over the years, apart from the Sea Kings, he had never seen another race or ability user capable of creating such a massive form. Master, this is one of my abilities, Susanoo. Just as Riley was still in shock, Dagu's voice echoed from above. Susanoo, gazing up at the giant, Riley murmured and then shouted, You brat? You really are somewhat beyond my expectations. In the sky, the Susanoo's forehead twitched as it listened to Riley, and Dagu couldn't help but smirk, feeling a bit proud. However, he quickly regained his composure and reminded Riley, Master, be careful. With that, Dagu raised the giant sword in his hand and swung it down towards Riley. Whoosh! The massive long sword descended from the sky, creating a tremendous visual impact that momentarily stunned Riley. However, being battle-hardened, Riley quickly regained his focus and began to gather energy with Aurora in hand. As the giant sword approached, Riley completed his energy buildup. With a loud shout, the Aurora, wrapped in immense Conqueror's Haki, was instantly thrust upward toward the giant sword. Boom! Immediately, an incredibly massive wave of sword energy collided with the giant sword, unleashing a terrifying sound that shook the entire island. No wonder he is Master Riley. Dagu, atop his canoe, murmured as he watched the giant sword being severed, marveling at Riley's overwhelming strength. Although he hadn't used his complete form, the sheer size of the sword, combined with the enhancements he possessed, allowed Riley to break through it with a single strike effortlessly. Dagu couldn't help but reassess his understanding of strength in this world. Previously, he thought he could sweep through this world with ease. His strength had indeed improved significantly, whether it was the Rinnegan or the Tensegan. The abilities of the Sharingan had given him immense confidence. Yet, today's battle with Riley had awakened him to the fact that while his strength might be considerable, it had not reached a level of invincibility. After all, the opponent he was fighting today was merely an elderly Riley whose strength had somewhat declined. Even in this state, Riley could easily break through his Susanoo, albeit not in its complete form. But Riley's strength was not that of the pinnacle in the sea. There were still figures like Whitebeard and Carp above him. If he were facing Whitebeard or Carp today, Dagu felt that even his complete Susanoo might not be enough. Not to mention him, who was above them all. Thinking of this, Dagu's expression became serious. He had indeed been somewhat overconfident. Brat, are you still going to fight? At that moment, seeing Dagu hesitate to make a move, Riley couldn't help but call out to him. Hearing the sound, Dagu finally returned to his senses. But after reflecting on everything, he no longer had the desire to continue fighting. Dagu slowly retracted his Susanoo and stood before Riley again, saying, Master, let's call it day for this match. You've seen it. With that, Dagu smiled slightly at Riley and added, With my current strength, I'm more than ready to venture into the new world. Upon hearing this, Riley did not respond immediately. Instead, He hesitated for a moment, looked up and down at Dagu, and then reluctantly nodded. All right, then, teacher, let's go back. Saying this, Dagu directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to sobriety with Rayleigh. Chapter 245, The Old Man and the Decision-Maker Captain. In sobriety, at Shaki's bar. When Dagu returned with Rayleigh, Luo and the others immediately surrounded Dagu, inquiring about the outcome of their battle. Luo, Dagu was the first to be asked. Captain, you're back. Who won between you and Rayleigh Senpai? Following closely, Bonnie hurriedly asked. Yes. Captain, who won between you and Rayleigh Senpai? Did you win, or did Rayleigh Senpai win? Finally, even Crocodile couldn't help but be curious, looking at Dagu and asking. I'm also a bit curious. How do you compare to the Pirate King's first mate? Who pulled me onto the ship? No one won. However, in response to their questioning, Dagu shook his head and said, We didn't determine a winner. Overall, it should be considered a draw. After finishing, Dagu turned to look at Rayleigh. Following Dagu's words, everyone turned to Rayleigh, waiting for his answer. About the same. Regarding this, Rayleigh thought for a moment and could only nod helplessly. We indeed did not determine a winner, so it doesn't matter who lost or won. Sigh after hearing Rayleigh's explanation. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Seeing everyone's reaction, Dagu quickly said, then asked Rayleigh, Teacher, since we've fought, when can you help us coat the ship? Saying this, Dagu looked at Rayleigh with an expectant expression. You brat. In response to Dagu's request, Rayleigh couldn't help but laugh and scold him, then looked at him and said, I've just fought a battle. Shouldn't I have some time to rest? After that, Rayleigh took a sip from the cup on the table and continued, Tomorrow, I'll coat it for you. Thank you, teacher. Hearing this, Dagu expressed his gratitude to Rayleigh with a beaming smile. Coat? For whom? But just then, a rough male voice suddenly came from outside. Following that, two familiar figures to Dagu walked in. Mr. Garp, Navy Miss. Seeing the two who entered, Dagu greeted them. Indeed, the two familiar figures were the previously departed Shirley and the old man Garp. Although Dagu knew their intention, he still had to ask, Why are you here? Hearing Dagu's question, Garp directly scratched his nose and looked at Dagu. Kid, why do you think we came? After speaking, Garp bypassed Dagu, turned, and looked at a smile, staring intently for a few moments before walking over to Rayleigh. Bang! With a slap, Garp's hand directly slammed Rayleigh's head onto the table. What are you doing? Garp's action immediately caused Luo and the others' faces to change drastically, as they seemed to adopt a battle stance, guarding against Garp and Shirley beside him. Don't be nervous. But before they could do anything, Dagu spoke first. Mr. Garp means no harm. Huh? At Dagu's words, everyone looked puzzled. They were already getting physical. Yet there was no malice. However, the fact was just as Dagu said, Garp indeed meant no harm, at least not at the moment. Facing everyone's wariness, Garp ignored them entirely and instead sat down beside Rayleigh, looking at the cup in front of him and saying to Rayleigh, You old man have done well. Your disciple's vice captain is already a figure of a high level. Hearing Garp's words, Rayleigh slowly raised his head and said, If you have the ability, go find a disciple like that to inherit your position as a Navy hero. Sigh, you old man. I. Rayleigh's calm words instantly made Garp turn to look at him, originally wanting to say something. In the end, he could only let out a helpless sigh, unable to say anything. It wasn't that Garp couldn't find such a person. He had two who had walked out from under him, one being the current admiral, Akiji Kazan. The other was his son who he had high hopes for, Monkey D. Dragon. Unfortunately, Dragon ultimately left the Navy, which was Garp's eternal pain. Seeing Garp suddenly stop talking, Rayleigh, who had been both an enemy and friend to him for life, certainly understood what he was thinking. However, as an outsider, he felt it was inappropriate to comment too much, so he could only remain silent. And the others, seeing that Garp indeed was going to fight Rayleigh, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They were genuinely worried about a confrontation with Garp. Although they had the legendary figure of Rayleigh, their captain, and the newly appointed vice captain, Mr. Smile, whose strength was not weak, and their own strength was also considerable. The reputation of the Navy hero, Garp was far too intimidating to them. They had essentially grown up hearing tales of Garp's exploits. In such a situation, how could they not be nervous about confronting Garp? Looking at everyone's expressions, Dagu shook his head helplessly, then turned to the still-standing Joaelly and asked, "So, Navy Miss, you came here because of Mr. Smile, right?" "Yes." Facing Dagu's seemingly questioning but actually affirmative inquiry, Joaelly did not deny it and immediately nodded, saying, "We came here mainly regarding your new member, Mr. Smile." Saying this, Joaelly also turned to look at a Smile, while recalling the earlier conversation with the Navy's higher-ups. A little earlier, after Joaelly left the Ark, she went directly back to the Navy base and immediately informed Garp about Smile's situation. Garp, without hesitation, immediately dialed Sengoku's private transponder snail. "Beep, beep. Beep, who is it?" After a series of beeping sounds, the Navy Admiral, Buddha Sengoku, answered the call. "It's me. Some situations have come up on my end." Seeing that the transponder snail was connected, Garp did not beat around the bush and immediately reported Joaelly's situation, then turned to report to Sengoku. However, in the end, Garp said to Sengoku, "You guys better make a decision quickly so I can carry it out." After speaking, regardless of how angry Sengoku was, Garp did not linger for a second and hung up the transponder snail, just as he said. It was Sengoku and the others who needed to come up with a plan, rather than him participating in it. "Little Garp, isn't this a bit too much?" Of course, Garp's actions inevitably drew Joaelly's reprimand. Chapter 246. The Navy's Decision and Unusual Relationships. However, Garp was not particularly moved by Joaelly's reprimand. Instead, he said to her, "Joaelly, don't say that. I'm just an ordinary vice admiral. These matters should be the admiral's concerns. What does it have to do with me? A vice admiral? I'd better enjoy some donuts." After speaking, Garp took out a bag of donuts from somewhere and started eating them. Besides looking at Garp like this, Joaelly was also left without any anger. Don't be fooled by her usually calling Carp little Carp. In reality, she is just following Sister Crane's lead. In her heart, she holds a great respect for Carp. Therefore, seeing Carp in this state, Jiun wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. In the end, she could only step aside and wait for Marineford's decision. Meanwhile, at Marine Headquarters Marineford, after listening to Carp's account, Sengoku immediately called in Crane, the Navy's chief of staff, and Akiji Kazan, who happened to be at headquarters, to discuss the matter. After informing them of Carp's situation, Sengoku looked at the two and asked, "What are your thoughts?" Of course, he was primarily looking at Vice Admiral Crane, as he believed Kazan wouldn't be able to provide a satisfactory suggestion. As expected, after hearing his account, Kazan still looked drowsy and said lightly, "Sengoku, do you want me to support Mr. Carp?" In contrast to Kazan, Vice Admiral Crane fell into deep thought after hearing Sengoku's words. After a long moment, she raised her head and said to Sengoku, "I think the one who should be having a headache now is not our Navy, but the New World." Then, she analyzed directly. According to the information from Carp, the son of the devil leads a pirate crew with the complete strength of a Yonko-level crew. Their high-level combat power even surpasses that of Big Mom's crew. Besides Big Mom herself, only Katakuri can be considered as top-tier strength in the sea. Moreover, this son of the devil has strength that Carp has to take seriously, and he also has Crocodile, a former warlord of the sea, under his command. You know that those who can become warlords may not necessarily have the strength to look down on the sea, but at least they are not far off from Katakuri. Not to mention, he also has the so-called strongest Logia user, Enel, under him. Now, with a general-level presence named Yishio added, it can be said that the son of the devil's pirate crew has fully grown into a force that can rival a Yonko-level crew. So at this moment, the one who should be worried is not us, but them in the new world where the son of the devil is heading next. After listening to Crane's analysis, Sengoku hesitated and asked, "So we don't need to do anything now?" "No." However, what puzzled Sengoku was that when he asked, Crane shook her head and said, "We still need to do something because they're still in Sabaody. We just need to put on an act. Like having Carp personally follow them, and also..." At this point, Crane turned to Kazan and said, "Kazan, you should also go to Sabaody to keep watch." "Huh? Me?" Hearing Crane suddenly mention him, Kazan, who was about to fall asleep, woke up in a daze and pointed at himself, asking, "Do you want me to go to Sabaody?" "Exactly." Crane nodded and said, "Because the strength of the son of the devil is too formidable in case of emergencies. You need to support Carp, right?" At the same time, Sengoku also said to Kazan, "This time, you go to support Carp just in case." It would be best if a fight doesn't break out, but if it does, it will still be a safeguard. All right, I'll go. Seeing that his superior had said so, Kazan had no choice but to agree. He had actually been very interested in this son of the devil for a long time. Unfortunately, he had never had a formal encounter until now, and this time could be considered as fulfilling his expectations. Thinking this, Kazan turned and left the office, then rode his bicycle towards Sabaody alone. Watching Kazan's departing figure, Sengoku quietly asked Vice Admiral Crane beside him, "You let him go because you saw through his obsession, right?" Indeed, Crane did not refute Sengoku's statement, but looked at Kazan's increasingly distant back and said, "Over the years, Kazan has never forgotten what happened in O'Hara. This time, besides having him support Carp, it also gives him a chance to open up." Sighing, Sengoku listened to Crane's words but did not respond. Instead, he turned to look at the office's justice above all. After a long time, Sengoku finally said to Crane, "You should inform Carp of the situation. I'm going to rest." After saying that, without waiting for Crane to reply, he left the office. Sighing, Crane felt heavy-hearted watching Sengoku's departing figure. She understood what was bothering Sengoku. But what could she do? Or rather, what could the Navy do? Besides maintaining this hard-won peace, what else could they do? Although this peace is superficial, it is still peace, and just this point makes her reluctant to break it. Beep, beep, beep. Lost in thought, Crane dialed Carp's transponder snail. After the call connected, she got straight to the point and informed Carp of their decision. This is also why Carp followed Jiun to the bar. In the bar, seeing Jiun finally snap back to reality from her thoughts, Dagu couldn't help but smile and ask, "Did the Navy lady remember something?" No. Unfortunately, Jiun had no intention of sharing her thoughts with Dagu. Instead, after rejecting Dagu's inquiry, she looked at him strangely and said, "Speaking of which, we've known each other for so long. Why do you still call me Navy lady? When addressing others, you use their names or code names. Don't tell me you don't know my name or code name. Do you know what my subordinates say about you? They say you have feelings for me, which is why your form of address is different from others." This made Dagu pause for a moment. He had never thought that calling Jiun Navy lady would be seen in such a way. He had simply thought that it was a way to maintain a certain distance. It turns out that what he thought was the most normal way of addressing her was seen as the most abnormal by others. It seems the saying is true: when the abnormal becomes the norm, then the abnormal is normal, and the normal becomes abnormal. And if no one contradicts it, then over time, this abnormality and normality will become accepted as correct. Chapter 247, Ancient Weapons and Accusations. Thinking of this, Dagu smiled and shook his head, then turned to Jiun and said, "If you don't like it, then I will call you Vice Admiral Momonosuke from now on." "Okay," Jiun responded without refusal, immediately accepting Dagu's new form of address. So, seeing Jiun agree, Dagu turned to her and asked, "Vice Admiral Jiun, what plans does your Navy have for us?" "Plans?" Facing Dagu's inquiry, Jiun pondered for a moment but did not answer immediately. Instead, she turned to Carp, clearly letting him decide. Carp, however, did not mind and looked at Dagu and said, "Kid, our Navy's requirements are quite simple. Just don't cause any trouble." Just that? Hearing Carp's words, Dagu was somewhat skeptical. He couldn't believe that Sengoku would be so at ease, simply trusting him to not cause trouble. Seeing Dagu's disbelief, Carp shrugged and said, "What else can we do? This is actually Sengoku's last resort." Just as Carp finished speaking, Jiun explained, "Your ability is too convenient. We won't act against you casually until we have absolute certainty of capturing you." "I see." After listening to Gion's explanation, Dagu finally realized that everything was due to his abilities. So even though the Navy knew his strength had increased further, they did not take any significant action. With this understanding, Dagu no longer paid attention to Carp, but turned to Luo and the others, saying, "If you want to have fun, go ahead. The coding will take a few more days. Consider these days a vacation." Hearing this, Luo and the others hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Carp and Gion before nodding and leaving the bamboo stick bar together. As others left, Carp looked at Dagu with curiosity and asked, "Did you send them away to say something?" Carp's words immediately drew the attention of Gion, Rayleigh, and the others present, who all turned their gazes to Dagu, waiting for his answer. Truly, Mr. Carp. And just as Carp anticipated, Dagu indeed had something to discuss after sending everyone away. Dagu glanced at Robin, Gion, Carp, Rayleigh, and Shachi then walked over to sit beside Carp. After signaling for the others to sit down, he looked at everyone and said, "I do have something I want to say to Mr. Carp." After that, Dagu turned to Carp and asked, "How much do you know about the 3 ancient weapons?" As soon as Dagu finished speaking, not only Carp but also the others couldn't help but tighten their brows, looking around warily before collectively asking Dagu what he meant. Rayleigh, Dagu's teacher, was the first to speak up, asking, "Do you have thoughts about the ancient weapons? Didn't you disdain such things?" Next, Guillaume looked at Dagu with a serious expression and said, "You want the ancient weapons? Do you even know what they are?" Dagu. Robin looked at Dagu with a complex gaze, but said nothing, merely holding his hand gently, showing through her actions that she would support him no matter what he did. Seeing this, Dagu gently patted Robin's hand and then turned to Carp. "Kid, you should understand that if you're just following Roger's path, then I can still hold off the Navy to some extent." However, facing Dagu's gaze, Carp looked serious and replied, "If you really touch the ancient weapons, the Navy, and not just the Navy, the entire world government will definitely come after you with all their might, even to the point of execution." "I know," Dagu replied calmly. "I understand what touching the ancient weapons means, just like O'Hara. Since you know, why would you still want to touch them?" Carp asked, looking confused at Dagu's calm demeanor. "I was a bit uncomfortable." In response to Carp's question, Dagu's face showed bitterness. "Why is it that just for searching history, the world government has to impose the matter of ancient weapons on O'Hara, on my grandfather?" As they watched Dagu's expression, everyone present fell silent. They all understood Dagu's experiences in his youth and realized where his interest in ancient weapons stemmed from. At the same time, Robin tightened her grip on Dagu's hand a bit more, showing her inner unrest. After a long silence, Carp stared at Dagu and questioned, "So you want to make this matter a reality?" Carp's words once again made everyone present tense up. "Yes." In response to Carp's question, Dagu did not deny it and directly answered, "Since the world government believes that O'Hara has been researching ancient weapons, then I'll really take one to show them. You." Hearing that Dagu truly intended to go after ancient weapons, Guillaume was shocked to the core, pointing at Dagu and momentarily forgetting what to say. She had never seen anyone openly express their desire for ancient weapons, especially in front of the Navy, and in front of the Navy's hero and a prospective admiral. The shock was not limited to Guillaume. Shachi, Rayleigh, and even Carp himself were also stunned. However, after the initial shock, Carp understood that this was not the time for astonishment, but for figuring out what Dagu intended to do with the ancient weapons. Or rather, how he knew where to find them. Thus, he directly asked Dagu, "Kid, do you know the whereabouts of the ancient weapons? What do you intend to do with them? Challenge the world government? Or seek to dominate on your own?" No. To Carp's surprise, Dagu had not thought of any of these plans. He simply shook his head and said, "I just want to solidify that accusation, nothing more." You. Listening to Dagu's plan, everyone present frowned again. They had never considered that someone would merely want to solidify an accusation, willingly risking being targeted by the world government. This time even Rayleigh had to advise Dagu, saying, "Dagu, think it through. This is not a small matter. You've seen the consequences of the ancient weapons. Even if you aren't afraid, what about Robin?" Saying this, Rayleigh glanced at Robin and continued, "What about your companions? What about your other friends over the years? Have you thought about them?" Chapter 248. Carp's frown and Rayleigh's helplessness. Rayleigh's words made Dagu fall into silence. In fact, he had considered all of this. But ever since O'Hara was destroyed because of this matter, he had harbored the thought of solidifying this issue. Since the world government claimed they violated the law by researching ancient weapons, he wanted to truly bring one into the picture to solidify it. Otherwise, wouldn't that be a huge injustice? To be wrongfully accused of something that did not happen. Thus, Dagu had been troubled by this matter in his heart. Of course, in reality, he did not need the ancient weapons for anything. He merely wanted to solidify that point to annoy the world government. However, the others were unaware of this, and they were not very willing to believe that Dagu would not use the ancient weapons for anything. After all, people can change, and once one possesses such immense power, they wouldn't believe Dagu could maintain his original intentions. Therefore, seeing Dagu remain silent, Rayleigh, as Dagu's teacher, couldn't help but advise again, "Dagu, have you really thought this through? You must understand that even Roger and Whitebeard never considered seeking the so-called ancient weapons. You." Exactly. Before Rayleigh could finish, Shachi interjected. The last person who coveted world power was Rox. You might not know his fate. Teacher, I understand. Surprisingly for Shachi, before she could finish her sentence, Dagu interrupted her. Decades ago, the world-dominating Rox, dissatisfied with his position, decided to lead his pirate crew, including legendary pirates like Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Wang Ji, to confront the world government. In the end, he was defeated at his base, Haven Island, by Roger. At this point, Dagu looked at Carp and continued, and Mr. Carp, who teamed up to defeat him. Since you understand, why are you still doing this? Seeing that Dagu was aware of events from decades ago, Shachi was very confused about why he insisted on solidifying that accusation. Carp also frowned, staring directly at Dagu, and asked, Kid, do you mean to say that you are now stronger than Rox and can withstand my punches? Dagu replied, neither humble nor arrogant. I don't mean to look down on Mr. Carp. You have always been a respected elder to me, and I regard you the same way I regard my teacher. Oof. Seeing Dagu's flattering words, Carp couldn't help but snort, but he didn't say anything because he knew Dagu's words weren't finished. Sure enough, Dagu continued, but even with Mr. Carp, you have no way to deal with my spatial teleportation ability, right? Hearing Dagu's words, Carp frowned, his expression darkening. Indeed, as Dagu said, with his strength, he might be able to defeat him, but what use is it if he can't find him? However, Dagu's words were not over. After glancing at the crowd, Dagu continued, you all know that my ability allows me to bring people along, which means as long as we are together, you will never catch us. Perhaps there are abilities in this world that can restrain mine, but it won't be easy for the Navy or the world government to find them. Moreover, my strength doesn't rely solely on spatial teleportation. My teacher, who just fought with me, knows this best. After speaking, Dagu looked at Rayleigh. Indeed, seeing everyone following Dagu's gaze, Rayleigh did not hide it and immediately explained, I did indeed have a fight with him just now, and I acknowledge his strength. Saying this, Rayleigh turned to Carp and said, to be honest, Carp, I really don't think you can take on my disciple. Oh, Rayleigh's words piqued Carp's curiosity. He was somewhat intrigued by what this young man in his 20s had that would make Rayleigh say he couldn't handle him. So, Mr. Carp. But facing Carp's gaze, Dagu seemed oblivious and turned to say, the reason I told you my plan is that I hope when I truly appear on the sea with ancient weapons in the future, you could turn a blind eye. I have no intention of using ancient weapons for anything. I have always put people first. You kid. Looking at the smiling Dagu, Carp was momentarily at a loss for words. Forget it, forget it. Finally, shaking his head helplessly, he stood up and turned to Jiyuan, saying, Jiyuan, we should head back. Mr. Carp really, seeing that Carp was actually going to let Dagu, who was so openly plotting to obtain ancient weapons, go. Jiyuan found it hard to believe and immediately wanted to say something. All right, let's go. But before she could finish her sentence, Carp urged them to leave first and directly left the bar without waiting for Jiyuan. Seeing this, Jiyuan said nothing more, casting a complex glance at Dagu before hurriedly following Carp's footsteps. Kid, are you really going to seek ancient weapons? After Carp and the others left, Rayleigh couldn't help but confirm Dagu's thoughts once more. Yes, and for Rayleigh's repeated confirmation, Dagu nodded affirmatively and said, Teacher, I will indeed involve ancient weapons. As for the purpose, I just want to embarrass the world government. Nothing more. Seeing Dagu's resolute attitude, Rayleigh sighed helplessly, unsure of what else to say. Because a king has his own persistence, and once a decision is made, it's hard for anyone to change it. He deeply understood this from Roger. Thinking of Roger, Rayleigh shook his head again. Then, looking at Dagu with a complex expression, he said, Kid, since you've really made up your mind, I won't stop you. But with you so openly revealing this to Carp, your path ahead might not be easy. Hearing this, Dagu chuckled lightly. You don't have to worry about that. My companions are all strong, and I believe they can handle everything that comes next. Since Dagu has said so, Rayleigh had nothing more to say and could only sigh. In that case, I will go and coat your ship so you can set off quickly. After that, Rayleigh stood up and walked towards the door. Chapter 249, Enel and Kazan in the blink of an eye. 2 days had passed. During these 2 days, due to Dagu's words, Rayleigh rushed to get Dagu's ship coated in advance. Similarly, because of Dagu's words, the Navy had to change their strategy. In addition to Kazan, who was already on his way to Sabaody. Vice Admiral Tsuru, as the chief of staff, was also steering a warship to the scene. "Captain, should we strike?" On the shores of Sabaody No. 13, aboard the ship Ark Purgatory, Luo asked Dagu while looking at the Navy warship not far away. "Wait a moment." Hearing this, Dagu simply waved his hand, then stepped forward and shouted, "Are you all here to see us off?" In response to Dagu's shout, Vice Admiral Tsuru, who was standing on the warship observing them, couldn't help but frown and then glanced at Kazan beside her. Understanding Tsuru's hint, Kazan immediately soared into the air and landed on the surface of the sea. Ice Age. Immediately, Kazan unleashed the Ice Age technique, instantly freezing the entire sea area. Watching Kazan's actions, Dagu and the other members of the Light Pirates couldn't help but frown. Clearly, the Navy was trying to prevent their ship from submerging. However, the Navy should also know that this situation is meaningless for them. If they really wanted to leave, the Navy couldn't stop them at all. And all of this was because of Dagu's teleportation ability. Thinking of this, everyone unconsciously looked at Dagu, waiting for his decision. To this, Dagu didn't mind and shouted again at the Navy, "Is Admiral Kazan trying to keep us here with this ice?" Son of the devil. But to Dagu's surprise, the one who answered him was not Kazan, but another female voice, one he had not heard before, but understood who it belonged to. Because in the Navy at this stage, only Vice Admiral Tsuru, who had the power to make even an admiral bow down, was capable of such boldness. Sure enough, an elderly figure stepped out from behind the warship and came to the front, coming into Dagu's view. It turned out to be Vice Admiral Tsuru of the Navy. Long time no see. Looking at Vice Admiral Tsuru, Dagu first greeted her, then asked, "Vice Admiral Tsuru, do you want to keep us here?" Facing Dagu's question, Tsuru frowned and then questioned him, "Son of the devil, why would you want to solidify that matter? What good would it do for you for?" At this point, Tsuru paused for a moment before continuing. "Is there any benefit to it?" Chief Tsuru. Dagu could have chosen not to answer Tsuru's question. But in the end, he still explained, "Even if that matter is solidified, it brings no benefit to me or O'Hara." But, saying this, Dagu couldn't help but curl his lips into a bitter smile. But what right does the world government have to burn O'Hara for something unfounded? Who, hearing Dagu's words, Vice Admiral Crane couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh, then looked at the phone bug in her hand that was still in call, and said, "You all heard that. What should we do specifically? You make the arrangements. The 5 elders." That's right. The person on the other end of Vice Admiral Crane's phone bug was none other than the pinnacle of power in this world government. The 5 elders. At this moment, inside Mary Geos, the 5 elders did not respond immediately to Vice Admiral Crane's inquiry. Instead, they exchanged glances and began to discuss. One of the 5 elders with white curly hair calmly said, "My idea is to kill him directly." However, as soon as this 5 elder finished speaking, a tall, thin 5 elder gave a different opinion. "No," he slowly said, "I believe we shouldn't kill him now, but wait until he finds the ancient weapon before taking action. This way, we will also obtain an ancient weapon." "I don't agree with what you said." Just then, the blonde 5 elder directly analyzed. "How can you guarantee that this son of a demon will bring the ancient weapon with him and not hide it?" "That's right." Meanwhile, another 5 elder with a Mediterranean hairstyle directly said, "If he really obtains the ancient weapon, regardless of whether he is truly doing it just to embarrass us or not, we cannot let this happen. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain ourselves." As soon as the Mediterranean 5 elders' words were spoken, they immediately silenced the other 5 elders. Soon after, the last 5 elder holding a long sword calmly said one sentence, which finally led all the 5 elders to reach a consensus, which was, "Kill." Meanwhile, in the waters of Sabaody on the Navy warship, with the 5 elders' order given, Vice Admiral Crane no longer wasted words and turned to look at Carp beside her. "Carp, you heard it too. This is the order of the 5 elders." Upon hearing this, Carp fell silent, his expression downcast. Noticing this, Vice Admiral Crane stopped looking at him and turned to Kazan, who was still standing on the ice. "Kazan, make your move." Sigh in response to Vice Admiral Crane's order. Kazan let out a helpless sigh and then steadied his mind. Turning to Dagu on the Arc Maxim, "It's my duty. I'm sorry." Ice block, 2-pronged spear. After saying that, Kazan directly raised his hands and sent out 2 ice spears towards Dagu and the others, and he himself followed closely, charging toward the Arc Maxim. Clang! Sensing Kazan's movement, Ikaku immediately drew his staff sword, preparing to respond to Kazan's attack. Mr. Ikaku, however, just as he was about to act, Dagu called for a stop. Then Dagu turned to Inaru and instructed, Inaru, I'll leave him to you. No problem, Captain. With Dagu's order given, Inaru immediately responded. Bzzz. After a burst of thunder, Inaru directly shattered Kazan's ice spear and stood proudly in front of Kazan, looking at him and saying, I heard you're an admiral. I've never fought a real admiral before. Saying this, Inaru pointed to his golden staff. Come on, let me see how much of an admiral you really are. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. After saying that, Inaru unleashed a Thunder Dragon that charged straight at Kazan. Ice Block, Violent Snowbird. Seeing this, Kazan frowned and then conjured an Ice Bird to meet Inaru's Thunder Dragon. Boom! Before long, the Thunder Dragon collided with the Ice Bird, creating a terrifying shockwave that shook the previously frozen sea surface open again. Chapter 250. Ikaku and Crocodile seeing that Inaru could actually hold his ground against Kazan, Vice Admiral Crane couldn't help but tense up and turn to Ikaku. Following Vice Admiral Crane's hint, Ikaku said nothing and immediately leaped down, landing on the still unmelted ice. Clang! Raising the golden staff in his hand, he pointed at Dagu and declared, dreaming of a battle with Dagu. However, to Ikaku's disappointment, Dagu did not respond to her challenge. Instead, he turned to Crocodile and said, just hold him off. Got it. Although Crocodile was displeased with Dagu's command, there was nothing he could do. Under the eaves, one had to bow their head. So even though he was reluctant, he had a nod in agreement and then moved to face Ikaku. Seeing that it wasn't Dagu himself coming to fight, but Crocodile instead, Ikaku was clearly a bit unhappy, but she couldn't say anything. She knew that compared to Dagu, she was already at a disadvantage. Even if Dagu accepted her challenge, she didn't know how long she could last. Moreover, in Dagu's heart, he probably had long since stopped seeing her as a rival. Thinking this, Ikaku forced a smile and glanced back at Carp, who was still on the ship. Crescent-shaped sand dune. Suddenly, Ikaku's expression tightened, instinctively swinging her blade down in front of her. Boom! A loud bang rang out. Distracted in battle? Do you look down on me? Immediately, Crocodile's voice reached Ikaku's ears. Oomph. Unfortunately, in response to Crocodile's dissatisfaction, Ikaku merely snorted coldly and did not reply. Because in her view, this former warlord of the sea, Crocodile, was fundamentally different from Dagu and was not worthy of her respect. Swish. Therefore, the only response Ikaku gave Crocodile was a single slash. But watching the strike coming at him, Crocodile didn't feel nervous at all. In fact, he leisurely took a puff of his cigar before reacting to Ikaku's attack. Crescent-shaped sand dune. Another crescent-shaped sand dune met Ikaku's slash head-on. But soon after, he frowned, looking down at his waist, which had been split in half. Then Crocodile raised his head, looking at Ikaku not far in front of him, and sighed. No wonder you're a candidate for Admiral. I underestimated you. Unfortunately, the response to Crocodile was still a cold snort, along with another blade slash. Desert Diamond Blade. Although Ikaku's attack was sudden, Crocodile, who had already acknowledged her, finally reacted in time and quickly conjured a sand blade. Clang! He successfully blocked Ikaku's golden staff. Swish, 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 swish. Seeing this, Ikaku didn't stop. Instead, she continued to strike, aiming for Crocodile's vital points. Facing Ikaku's relentless assault, if it were the old Crocodile, he might have relied on his elementalization to dodge. However, after spending some time with Dagu, Crocodile no longer clung to elementalization. There was no choice under Dagu's Eye of Reincarnation. The elementalization he once prided himself on was completely meaningless. Thus, during this time, Crocodile had been learning from Dagu how to fight without relying on elementalization. Just like now, facing Ikaku's blade, Crocodile was also wielding his diamond blade to counter. Clang, 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 clang. However, the two seemed to be so engrossed in their battle that they forgot they were standing on the ocean. Splash, splash. With one misstep, the two of them stepped into the void beneath them, instantly feeling their bodies lose strength and then falling into the sea. Seeing this situation, Dagu also frowned and then extended his hands. Universal Pool. At that moment, even with the powers of the Rinnegan and the Heavenly Path, he successfully pulled the two up. However, this action of Dagu inadvertently revealed a capability in front of Vice Admiral Crane. Kapu. Vice Admiral Crane frowned, not intending to delay any longer, and directly shouted Kapu. Then wave his hand. Attack. Yes. With Vice Admiral Crane's order, a group of Navy soldiers began to move, loading their weapons, setting up cannons. And some Navy officers who mastered the moonwalk charged directly towards Dagu and others, including Kapu, because all the Navy understood that besides Kapu, no one present could withstand the son of the devil. Boom! However, facing the Navy's explosive attack, Dagu remained calm and unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. What surprised him was that after he released his Conqueror's Haki, not a single Navy soldier fell. However, although the Navy's quality exceeded Dagu's expectations, it did not make him panic. He turned to Yixiao and calmly said, "Mr. Yixiao, just focus on sinking the ship later. As for the situation here, leave it all to me." Saying this, Dagu turned to the approaching Kapu and said, "Mr. Kapu, although I would love to have a thrilling battle with you, I'm not in the mood for that right now, so I apologize." Boom! After speaking, Dagu drew his victory contract sword and fully unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. Thud! 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 This time, facing Dagu's full-powered Conqueror's Haki, the Navy soldiers finally fell one after another, not just the soldiers on the warship, but even some officers who jumped into the air fell into the sea. As for those who did not fall into the sea, they had no choice but to dive underwater to rescue their comrades. It can be said that Dagu's Conqueror's Haki successfully neutralized Vice Admiral Crane's move. Swish! But that wasn't the end, because after Dagu unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, he did not retract it, but instead wrapped it around his victory contract sword and slashed towards Kapu. Seeing this, Kapu had to stop, clench his right fist, and struck back at Dagu's slash. First, there was a silent collision. Boom! Then a deafening, immense energy erupted from the center of their battle. Ice Age. At the same time, just as the seawater was about to surge, Kazan unleashed a powerful move, completely freezing the sea surface. However, although Kazan did this to prevent a tsunami, it also froze many Navy personnel who had fallen into the water. But no one on the scene cared about this. Everyone who was still conscious was shocked by the scene of Dagu fighting Kapu, including Rayleigh, who was watching from the shore. This kid seems to have really grown. Looking at Dagu standing opposite Kapu, Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 251, Dagu vs. the Three Admirals. Boom. Just as everyone was marveling at the commotion caused by Dagu and Kapu, Yixiao suddenly used his ability to crush the ice layer around the ship. Enel, Crocodile. At the same time, Dagu shouted to Enel and Crocodile, "Get on the ship." Billy upon hearing this, Enel showed no hesitation and boarded the Arc Maxim the moment he heard Dagu's voice. Got it. Crocodile also responded and transformed into sand to fly onto the ship. Kapu. Seeing Dagu and the others' actions, Vice Admiral Crane hurriedly called out to Kapu, asking him to stop them. "Kid, do you think you can leave in front of me?" To this, Kapu frowned and calmly asked Dagu. Ice Block, Two-Pronged Spear. At the same time, Kazan suddenly attacked the Ark in an attempt to intercept Crocodile and the others. Bang! Bang! However, Kazan's attack had not even reached the ship before Dagu intercepted first. Seeing Dagu's actions, Kapu's frown tightened even more. He understood Dagu's intention. Dagu wanted to hold them off alone, just like Roger did in the past. Guion also thought of this and glared at Dagu, dreaming of becoming Dagu. "Do you really think you can stop the three of us by yourself?" Facing Guion's question, Dagu did not respond, but from his demeanor, Guion could tell that he thought he could. Because right after she finished speaking, Dagu raised his victory contract sword, separating the three of them from his ship. Swish! Looking at the sea that was half water and half ice, everyone present, including Rayleigh on the shore, fell into silence. They were witnessing someone so arrogant for the first time, daring to stand against three admiral-level figures, including Kapu, all by himself. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Kapu burst into laughter. Not long after, Kapu turned to the shore and shouted, "Old man, your disciple doesn't seem to want you." Instead, he has a bit of Whitebeard style. Tell me the truth. Did you mistakenly take him as your disciple? This guy, on the shore, seeing Kapu say this, Rayleigh felt a bit annoyed. He never knew that Dagu had such high aspirations, wanting to stop 3 admirals all by himself. Even the Whitebeard of his prime never had such boldness. Although that was also because he had never encountered it. But soon after Rayleigh's expression darkened, Dagu's current momentum reminded him of someone. Roxdy Zebek. Yes, Rayleigh had only seen this kind of momentum in Rox. He had not seen it in anyone else, not even Roger. This is not to say that Roger was inferior to Rox, but Roger's ambitions were not focused on this. In the past, even when facing Kapu, Roger would run if he could, only fighting Kapu when he had no choice. The feat of standing against 3 admirals alone, like Dagu today, was something only Rox had done. Thinking this, Rayleigh's gaze towards Dagu became increasingly complex. He might have misjudged his disciple. On the other side, seeing Rayleigh not respond, Kapu did not wait for him, but turned to Dagu. Kid, I don't know what gave you the confidence, but I will let you understand that sometimes boasting is not allowed. Boom! After speaking, Kapu stepped forward and instantly appeared in front of Dagu. Simultaneously, his right hand was directed towards Dagu's face. Bang! Unfortunately, although Kapu's punch was fierce, evaporating the seawater in front of him for hundreds of meters, it did not affect Dagu at all. Because just as Kapu's fist was about to hit, Dagu exchanged positions with a piece of floating ice next to Guion, using the effect of the kaleidoscope. Heavenly hand power. Mr. Kapu, this is my confidence. Huh? Suddenly, Dagu's voice came from beside, startling Guion, who was still shocked by Kapu's strength. Clang. However, her reaction was not slow. Just as Dagu finished speaking, Guion had already turned her wrist, and her sword, Jin Pira, directly stabbed towards Dagu's waist. Clang. At this critical moment, Dagu timely blocked Guion's surprise attack with his sword. Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. So, sudden? After blocking, Dagu smiled at Guion. Oomph. But in the face of Daiku's teasing, Shiwan only responded with a cold snort. And then, with another twist of his wrist, he had already stabbed at him several times. However, just like before, no matter where Shiwan attacked from, Daiku managed to block all of them without missing a single one. Bang! But suddenly, Daiku felt that something was off with his blocks. When he reacted, he realized that Kazan had appeared at his side with an ice blade at some point. It can be said that if his reflexes weren't quick enough, he would have probably ended up with a hole in his body. Thinking of this, Daiku sighed slightly and said, I say, Admiral Akiji as a Navy Admiral. Can't you give a warning before attacking? Sneaking up like this really undermines the Navy's prestige. Ah, well, in response to Daiku's words, Kazan casually replied, I truly apologize. I'll be more careful next time. But, just as he spoke, Kazan's tone turned cold, and he stared directly at Daiku, saying, For someone like you who completely disregards the Navy, even if you come from O'Hara, I won't hold back anymore. Is that so? Seeing Kazan say this, Daiku fell silent, then looked at Kazan and said, Then let's just see who is stronger. Although you were just following orders at the time, you still bear some responsibility for the fall of O'Hara. Shinra Tensei. After saying that, Daiku directly used Shinra Tensei, pushing Shiwan and Kazan back. This is, the two of them, who were suddenly pushed back by the repulsive force, couldn't help but be shocked. The son of the devil actually has this kind of ability. Isn't his power supposed to be space transfer? Thinking this, Shiwan directly asked Daiku his thoughts. Mebius Dagu, isn't your ability spatial? Why is there also gravity and repulsion? To this, Daiku replied, You mean this? Can't I use my spatial ability to push you away? You. Seeing Daiku's obviously perfunctory explanation, Shiwan couldn't help but feel angry. How could he say such nonsense with a straight face? If it were any other ability, it would be fine, but your family's spatial ability is supposed to be the gravity that pulls people out of the sea and the repulsion that pushes them away, right? Who do you think you're fooling? Chapter 252. Susanoo and the Frost Giant looking at Shiwan's expression. Daiku just smiled slightly and didn't explain further. However, what Daiku didn't know was that his sudden departure just now had stirred some emotions in Carp. He was already a bit annoyed by Daiku's arrogance, and combined with Daiku's recent teasing, it only made things worse. Indeed, just now, Daiku's sudden appearance seemed to Carp like he was mocking him. Therefore, Seeing Shiwan suffer a setback again, Carp was truly angry. Carp was very angry, and the consequences were severe. "Kid, look at my iron fist of love." Carp shouted loudly and charged at Dagu again. Mebius Dagu watched the blade. At the same time, Shiwan also swung his sword at Dagu. "Son of the devil, I'm reminding you again." Not only that, but Kazan also swung his ice blade toward Dagu. Faced with this three-pronged attack, even Dagu couldn't help but frown, secretly lamenting the situation. Susanoo. But just when Carp and the others thought Dagu would teleport away again, a massive samurai, entirely golden in color, suddenly appeared before the three of them. Boom! Bang! Crash! At that moment, all three of their attacks struck the giant golden samurai. Looking at the towering golden samurai, Carp, Shiwan, and Kazan, including Vice Admiral Tsuru on the ship, couldn't help but change their expressions. However, unlike the others, Kazan, who had seen it before, began to compare it with his past experience. In the end, he realized that this golden samurai was not just 10 times larger than before. It was almost 100 times larger. And if he wasn't mistaken, the size of this golden samurai also represented Daiku's strength, meaning his power had increased nearly 100-fold. Thinking of this, Kazan's expression grew increasingly grave. Although the others didn't understand this, they realized that breaking through this giant's eyes would clearly not be easy. And if they weren't mistaken, this giant was just an energy body. In other words, even if they broke it, it would only cost Dagu some energy. Therefore, Carp directly shouted at Dagu, who was on the giant's forehead, "Kid, you made it so big. Do you still want to fight?" Suddenly hearing Carp say this, Dagu was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and directly slid down from the forehead of the golden giant to the ground. Looking at Carp and the others, Dagu smiled slightly and said, "What's wrong? Mr. Carp, are you scared of me?" What a joke. Daiku's words made Carp so angry that he laughed instead. He pointed at the golden giant, which was Daiku's Susanoo, and said, "Do you think I'd be scared of this thing? I've fought against kings of this size before." "Is that so?" Seeing Carp say this, Dagu didn't say much and calmly replied, "In that case, please teach me, Mr. Carp." After saying that, Dagu returned to the forehead of Susanoo along the same path he had come from. Ice Giant. However, to Daiku's surprise, just as he returned to the forehead of Susanoo, a frost giant, almost as tall as Susanoo, suddenly appeared. No wonder he's an admiral. Looking at the three men on the frost giant's head, Dagu couldn't help but marvel. Admiral Kazan's frost giant is indeed a bit beyond my expectations. Bang! Suddenly, Dagu felt that Susanoo's arms were bound. "Kid, where are you looking?" Just then, when Dagu was about to look down, Carp's voice timely reached his ears. Boom! Then a violent force surged from outside the crystal Dagu was in, flooding into his senses. Is this a coordinated attack? Watching the tacit understanding between Kazan and Carp, Dagu began to ponder. As expected of the Navy's upper echelons, their division of labor was clearly unspoken. Kazan restrained his Susanoo, while Carp targeted his main body for an attack, and the remaining Shiwan was responsible for filling in the gaps. Indeed, although Carp only hit him once, Dagu had already figured out their arrangement. The actual situation was just as Dagu thought. Carp and the others indeed planned it this way. Carp, with the strongest attack power, served as the main attacker, while Kazan was responsible for containment, and the weakest Shiwan was tasked with blocking Daiku's surprise attacks and launching his own. Just like now, seeing that the protective crystal around Dagu was about to break, Shiwan couldn't help but feel it was unsatisfactory. Whoosh! With a swift motion, Shiwan delivered the final blow to the crystal. Crack! Sure enough, as soon as Shiwan's sword fell, the crystal finally shattered. However, what left the three of them speechless was that just as Shiwan shattered the crystal, Dagu restored it to its original form in the next second. Although after this, the three of them clearly felt the golden giant shrink. Compared to its height, that little bit was completely insignificant. Mr. Carp, Admiral Kazan, Vice Admiral Momonosuke. At that moment, Dagu suddenly called out to the three and said, "Although I also want to continue fighting with you, I'm sorry, but the time is almost up. I have to go." As soon as the words were spoken, Dagu suddenly disappeared right before the eyes of the three. After a long while, when they realized that Dagu had really left and was not just hiding, the expressions of Carp and the others turned somewhat unfriendly. Had they all been played by Dagu? Moreover, the three admirals working together had not even managed to capture a single person from the opposing side. With such a defeat, how could they hold their heads high? How could the Navy maintain its dignity? Yes, although on the surface it seemed that there was no clear winner or loser, Carp and the others were 3 against 1. And in this situation, failing to capture even one opponent already meant they had lost. And they had lost thoroughly, especially since they were even mocked by Dagu at the end. Thinking of this, Carp and the others had grim faces as they descended from the ice giant and returned to their warship. He left. Upon seeing the 3 return, Vice Admiral Tsuru immediately asked them about Dagu's situation. However, even though it was a question, Tsuru's tone was assertive, as if she had known from the beginning that Dagu would be able to leave. As expected, in response to Tsuru's question, Shiwan silently nodded, confirming her speculation. This, although she had already known the situation, hearing it directly from the person involved still left Vice Admiral Tsuru feeling somewhat incredulous. After all, Dagu was facing 3 admiral-level figures. Yet even with such a lineup, he had managed to leave with ease. How could that not be astonishing? Chapter 253. Fishman Island and the 7 Warlords. Fishman Island, a miraculous island located 10,000 meters beneath the sea. It is called miraculous because even at 10,000 meters underwater, there is sunlight on Fishman Island. 800 years ago, during the blank 100-year period, a human named Joy Boy made a certain promise with the mermaid princess of his time. However, due to circumstances, he was unable to fulfill it and left behind a historical text in the coral forest of the Sea of Trees to apologize to Fishman Island. The residents of Fishman Island thus began to guard the ancient giant ship Noah on the island, firmly believing that one day, someone would come to fulfill the promise in place of Joy Boy. In the past, the fishmen and merfolk on Fishman Island were classified as fish by humans and were subjected to severe discrimination until 200 years ago when the Ryugu Kingdom became a member of the world government, beginning to establish friendly relations with humans. However, despite this, humans still held a disdainful attitude towards the fishmen, and the problem of discrimination did not improve but rather worsened. In order to change the plight of the fishmen and humans, the queen of the Ryugu Kingdom, Princess Otoheim, who was the mistress of Fishman Island, began to call on the island's residents to treat humans equally and not to harbor hatred against them. However, this good situation did not last long. Several years ago, during a speech, Princess Otoheim was shot and killed, and under the guidance of some malicious fishmen. The hatred of Fishman Island towards humans not only did not diminish, but grew stronger. They completely forgot who had protected the entire Fishman Island after the era of the great pirates began, preventing it from being bullied, and making those marauding navies and pirates dare not continue their invasions. It should be noted that initially, there were quite a few navies and pirates who conducted large-scale kidnappings and plundering of the fishmen and merfolk on the island. The reason was that young female mermaids could fetch high prices in human auction houses. Of course, all of this can strictly be blamed on humans, or rather, the degenerate nobility among humans, the celestial dragons. If they hadn't offered high prices, how could others risk their lives to dive into 10,000 meters of deep sea to plunder the residents of Fishman Island? In addition, Fishman Island held a lesser-known secret, which was also the reason Dagu had come here. One of the 3 ancient weapons, the Sea King, Poseidon, according to the royal legends of Fishman Island, every few hundred years, a mermaid princess who can summon the Sea King will appear on the island, bringing about great changes to the world. Based on the original work, Dagu is certain that the current mermaid princess, Shirahoshi, is indeed the Sea King, Poseidon. Shirahoshi, outside Fishman Island, Dagu, who had returned to the Ark Maxim, gazed at the huge bubble-shaped island before him, and his thoughts began to drift. Captain, just then, seeing Dagu in a daze, Law couldn't help but ask, "Are we not going in? Let's go." Upon hearing this, Dagu gently nodded and then directly instructed everyone to maneuver the ship into Fishman Island. Of course, unlike the illegal entry of Luffy from the original work, Dagu and his crew entered through the main gate. This also signaled to the high-ranking officials of Fishman Island that they had arrived. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Not long after Dagu and the others entered Fishman Island, in the Ryugu Palace, which represented the highest authority of Fishman Island, a catfish fishman was hurriedly calling out something. "Left Minister, why are you in such a hurry? Is something wrong?" Before long, a somewhat coarse voice sounded, and then a pufferfish fishman walked out from the front palace door. This person was none other than the ruler of the Ryugu Palace and Fishman Island, the King Neptune, known as the Great Knight of the Sea. As for the catfish fishman earlier, he was the left minister of the Ryugu Palace. However, at this moment, the left minister showed no trace of the imposing manner of a minister. He appeared anxious as he faced Neptune's question and said hurriedly, "They've come. They've come. Your Majesty has come." "What do you mean they've come?" Hearing the left minister's half-finished words, Neptune was completely puzzled. "What has come? Is it a person or what?" Seeing Neptune's bewildered expression, the left minister realized he had misspoken. After calming his breath, he once again reported to Neptune in a steady tone, "Your Majesty, the son of the devil has arrived. The son of the devil, Dagu, with a bounty of 1 billion berries." "What?" With the left minister's words, Neptune was taken aback. If it were someone else coming, he wouldn't be so surprised. But Dagu having a bounty of 1 billion before even entering the new world made Neptune realize that it couldn't be simple. Moreover, the high bounty for Dagu, but with very few feats known to the public, whether it was opposing former Admiral Zephyr or capturing former Warlord Crocodile. Just one of these deeds would be enough to shock the world. So it was clear that Dagu's bounty was not inflated at all. In fact, Neptune even thought the Navy had underestimated him. Thus, when he heard of Dagu's arrival, he showed a very shocked expression. "Let's go, we will meet him." Soon, Neptune decided to personally check on Dagu. First, only he could show genuine sincerity when meeting someone like Dagu. Second, if Dagu suddenly made a move, only he could somewhat resist it. "Your Majesty, let me go." But just then, a voice came from the palace that Neptune had just walked out of, and then a blue-skinned, rotund whale shark fishman stepped out slowly. Jinbei. Looking at the whale shark fishman, Neptune couldn't help but exclaim, how could he have forgotten this character? One of the 7 warlords, the sea hero who was also a pillar of Fishman Island, Jinbei. Jinbei walked slowly in front of Neptune and quietly said, "Your Majesty, before you are clear about the intentions of the son of the devil, let me go instead." Jinbei. Looking at Jinbei's earnest expression, Neptune felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. Ever since Fisher Tiger passed away, Jinbei had inherited his will and became the protector of Fishman Island. To be honest, Neptune had seen and remembered Jinbei's dedication. "All right, you can go." Therefore, although he felt a bit reluctant about Jinbei's request, he did not refuse but nodded in agreement, as this was Jinbei's own will. However, Neptune couldn't help but remind him, just in case that demon child has ill intentions, don't act alone. Come to me first, and we'll face it together. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Upon hearing this, Jinbei expressed his gratitude to Neptune and then left the Dragon Palace, heading towards Fishman Island below. Chapter 254. Foreseeing the future and Madam Shirley go ahead and explore. At Fishman Island, at the port, after anchoring the ship, Dagu immediately let everyone go explore. He then turned to Robin and said, "Robin, let's go too." "Okay." Robin nodded in response to Dagu's invitation. Following Dagu, they began to explore this dreamlike island. Standing in the Jillincod Square, Dagu couldn't help but let his thoughts drift, imagining Princess Odoheim giving a speech here. What's wrong? Dagu's unusual behavior naturally caught Robin's attention, and she looked at him curiously, asking what was going on. "It's nothing." Dagu didn't want to say much about it. After all, Princess Odoheim was no longer here. What was the point of saying more? So, shaking his head, Dagu pointed to a more bustling street nearby. "Let's go explore over there." "All right." Although Dagu's demeanor was somewhat unusual, Robin didn't dwell on it, casually nodding and following him towards that direction. Coral Hill, the most prosperous street in Fishman Island. Fishman CAF. Looking at the name on the signboard in front of him, Dagu murmured, then walked straight in. Ding, 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 as Dagu stepped in. A bell rang at the door. "Welcome." At the same time, a female mermaid serving as a waitress came directly to Dagu, asking, "What would you two like to order?" However, Dagu did not respond to the waitress's question, but turned to Robin, signaling her to speak. Seeing this, Robin smiled slightly and stepped forward to say to the waitress, "Just bring us some specialties." "Got it." As soon as Robin finished speaking, The waitress immediately responded, then led them to a table and turned to go to the kitchen. Did you come here for something? After the waitress left, Robin asked Dagu a question, prompting Dagu to smile slightly. You're right. Dagu chuckled and said, I heard that the owner here has the ability to foresee the future. So I wanted to come and take a look. Foresee the future? Dagu's words caused Robin to pause slightly. Could someone really foresee the future? Yes, foresee the future. Seeing Robin's puzzled expression, Dagu nodded and said, Roger had her predict some things in the past. So it's true. Upon hearing that even Roger had asked her for predictions, Robin had to believe that someone could foresee the future. Isn't that right, Madam Shirley? At that moment, Dagu turned to a woman walking towards them and asked. Dagu's action prompted Robin to also turn her head to look, assessing the newcomer while secretly wondering. Is that her? In response to Dagu's question, Shirley, who was walking towards them, replied calmly. Indeed, I did predict some things for Roger back in the day. As she spoke, Shirley sat down next to them and looked at Dagu. So, did you come here just to ask about this? Demon child, Dagu. Yes, to Shirley's surprise. In response to her inquiry, Dagu nodded and said, I just wanted to see what the legendary mermaid CAF owner, who can foresee the future, Madam Shirley, was like. Is that so? Listening to Dagu's explanation, Shirley fell silent for a moment. In fact, she had noticed Dagu back at Gillincott Square. It was hard not to notice a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. Moreover, she had even made an exception to perform a divination for Dagu. But to her surprise, no matter how she divined, there was no response, as if Dagu had no future at all. Not only Dagu, but to avoid mistakes. She also divined for Robin, but the result was the same, no response. This outcome was what prompted Shirley to come out to see Dagu. Otherwise, she would not have intended to make an appearance. Demon child. Thinking about it, Shirley looked at Dagu with a complicated expression. You have no future. Huh? Upon hearing Shirley say this, Dagu frowned, a bit surprised. What does Shirley mean by this? While pondering, Dagu asked Shirley what he was thinking. In response to Dagu's inquiry, Shirley didn't hold back and immediately answered, It means I can't see your future, not even a tiny bit. After answering, Shirley's expression turned serious. In this situation, even Roger never experienced it, because even when I divined for Roger, I could at least know something. But, as she spoke, Shirley looked Dagu and Robin up and down. When I divined for you, there was not a single reaction. Not just you, but even the demon girl beside, you had no response at all. I see. After listening to Shirley's explanation, Dagu seemed to understand something. It seemed that it was because he was not from this world that Shirley couldn't predict his future. And the reason Robin couldn't be predicted was also because her future had already been changed by him. Not only Robin, but Dagu felt that Shirley should also be unable to foresee the futures of others who had interacted with him. Seeing Dagu appear lost in thought, Shirley couldn't help but be curious. Did this demon child know something? So, she asked, It seems like you thought of something? I have some guesses. In response, Dagu nodded, confirming Shirley's suspicion, but then he said to Shirley, However, these have nothing to do with Madam Shirley. That's true. Upon hearing Dagu say this, Shirley thought it over and agreed. Whatever it was the other party's business and seemed to have nothing to do with her. In that case, understanding, Shirley turned to bid farewell to Dagu and Robin. Please enjoy your meal. Shirley will take her leave now. After saying that, Shirley turned and left. Watching Shirley's departing figure, Dagu's thoughts couldn't help but drift off. He remembered Arlong. Shirley and Arlong were siblings. If he were to reveal that he had killed Arlong, he wondered what Shirley's reaction would be. Of course, Dagu was just thinking about it. How could he possibly expose the fact that he killed Arlong? If this matter were to be exposed, it would greatly affect his future actions. If he wanted to make something of himself on Fishman Island, he must not expose the fact that he killed Arlong. Because no matter what Aaron has done in the East China Sea, he is still a resident of Fishman Island. A proper fishman. Chapter 255. Dagu and Jinbei, let's go. Shortly after, Dagu and Robin finished their meal, and at Dagu's suggestion, the two left the Fishman CAF, the son of the devil. However, just as they took a few steps, an old voice called out to them. Following the direction of the voice, Dagu slowly turned around. Huh. As soon as he turned around, Dagu was surprised for a moment, but then smiled at the newcomer. See, hero, Jinbei, I've heard so much about you. Although Dagu welcomed him with a smile, The blue fat man Jinbei did not return the courtesy. He simply asked Dagu plainly, "What brings you to Fishman Island?" In response to Jinbei's question, Dagu did not reply immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment before saying to Jinbei, "I do have some matters to attend to here on Fishman Island." After speaking, Dagu turned and suggested to Jinbei, pointing at the Dragon Palace in the sky, "How about we go to the Dragon Palace and talk?" Huh. However, Jinbei frowned at Dagu's sudden proposal to go to the Dragon Palace, clearly not intending to agree to Dagu's suggestion. Because in his view, Dagu and the others' intentions were unclear and could pose a threat to Fishman Island, and the Dragon Palace was the most important place on Fishman Island. So he was reluctant to let Dagu go there. In that case, seeing Jinbei hesitate, Dagu proposed, "How about this? You take us around Fishman Island, and after seeing how we perform, then decide whether to take us to the Dragon Palace?" Saying this, Dagu smiled at Jinbei. "To be honest, if we really wanted to do something to Fishman Island, with its current strength, it might not be able to stop us." Hearing Dagu's obvious threat, Jinbei was momentarily furious, but he couldn't find a rebuttal. Although he had just met Dagu today, he knew very well that with the strength of Dagu's light pirates, if they truly wanted to make a move against Fishman Island, it would indeed be unable to withstand it. As for bringing up Whitebeard, Jinbei was not that foolish. Since Dagu's attitude was still unclear and seemed relatively objective towards Fishman Island, if he brought up Whitebeard now and provoked Dagu's rebellious psychology, then regardless of the outcome, it would be a disaster for Fishman Island. Understood. Therefore, out of helplessness, Jinbei had to agree to Dagu's proposal. Since that's the case, seeing Jinbei agree, Dagu smiled again and said to Jinbei, "Then let's go." After that, Dagu took Robin and began to walk away, with Jinbei naturally following closely behind. Sea Forest. This is an underwater forest located in the northeast of Fishman Street. Due to many sunken ships being carried here by the tides, it is also known as the ship graveyard. Among these, there is something that Robin is very interested in, a historical text. Moreover, it documents a letter of apology related to Joy Boy. This is actually a letter of apology. At this moment, under the historical text, Robin, who had just finished reading its content, was looking at it with a puzzled expression. A letter of apology? Robin's words successfully piqued Jinbei's curiosity. Although it wasn't the first time he had seen this historical text, it was indeed the first time he learned that it was a letter of apology. It was a letter of apology written by a man named Joy Boy to the mermaid princess of that time, 800 years ago. Seeing Jinbei's curious expression, Robin, after obtaining Dagu's consent, explained to him. The general meaning is that Joy Boy had made some agreement with the mermaid princess at that time. But ultimately, he did not fulfill that agreement due to certain circumstances. Is that so? After listening to Robin's explanation, Jinbei's expression became somewhat complicated. Although he did not understand what agreement Joy Boy had with the princess 800 years ago, it must have been a significant agreement. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been recorded in the historical text. All right, let's go to the next place. Seeing that the matter regarding the historical text was resolved, Dagu immediately led the two to the next location. Soon, the three of them arrived at Mermaid Cove. But to Dagu's disappointment, it seemed that his luck was not as good as Sanji's. At this time, there were no mermaids playing around. Jinbei, since you don't want us to go to the Dragon Palace, then? After taking a stroll around Mermaid Cove, Dagu turned to Jinbei and asked, "How about you take us to your home for a visit? Let's enjoy some hospitality." Hearing Dagu's words, Jinbei hesitated for a moment. His home is not a good place. Fishman Street. This is Jinbei's home. Fishman Street was initially a large protective measure for orphans on Fishman Island, but soon the facilities began to fall into disrepair, and the managers were helpless. From then on, it became a lawless area where the rogues of Fishman Island gathered. The fishmen who grew up in Fishman Street also took different paths. Some fishmen, despite being fishmen, became traders who sold their own kind, while some irritable ones became pirates, and not just any pirates, but unruly ones. Of course, in their view, their actions were merely mimicking the atrocities of humans, nothing more. Naturally, where there are bad people, there are good ones. The previous leader of Fishman Street, Fisher Tiger, is a typical example. Over a decade ago, Fisher Tiger left this country as an adventurer, attempting to find a way for Fishman Island to coexist peacefully with humans. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Not long after leaving Fishman Island, he was captured by humans and sent to Mariewa, although he later managed to escape. However, not long after that, he was found by the Marines and ultimately perished. Jinbei, on the other hand, is the one who inherited his will. However, unlike Tiger, Jinbei, due to his predecessor's lessons, has been much more cautious. While he hopes for peaceful coexistence between Fishman Island and humans, he does not act blindly. Instead, he chooses to trust selectively. For example, it is clear that he does not trust Dagu at this moment. So he did not directly take him to the Dragon Palace and even hesitated to bring him to Fishman Street. So seeing that Jinbei had not responded for a long time, Dagu couldn't help but sigh. If it's inconvenient, then forget it. I really didn't expect that the great sea hero wouldn't even have the courage to invite someone to his home. Side Chapter 256. Sea hero Jinbei and Hody Jones. Unfortunately, to Dagu's disappointment, even after saying this, Jinbei still seemed to ignore him and sat quietly without answering. Seeing this, Dagu helplessly sighed and then said to Jinbei, "Since you are unwilling, then let's forget it. Boom." However, things often have unexpected twists. Just as Dagu was about to say something, a deafening sound came from afar. That is, in the next moment, Dagu directly used his Rinnegan to observe the situation over there, while Jinbei and Robin sensed the situation with their observation haki. Soon, all three of them had strange expressions, and Jinbei even distanced himself from Dagu and the others, because the situation over there was caused by Dagu's crew member, Enel. Immediately, Dagu suggested to Jinbei, Let's go see what happened." Well, as for this, Jinbei didn't refuse anymore. After all, something has happened, and he couldn't avoid it even if he wanted to. So, at Daigu's suggestion, the three of them headed towards the scene of the incident. Before long, Daigu and the others arrived at their destination, Fishman Street. However, looking at the environment before him, Jinbei felt somewhat silent. Indeed, this was Jinbei's home, Fishman Street on Fishman Island, but at this moment, Fishman Street was in a state of decay, with the entire area pockmarked and dilapidated due to a thunderous attack, although it was already in a ruined state. Enel. Seeing this situation, Daigu directly called out to Enel, "Captain." Shortly after, Enel appeared before Daigu. Upon seeing Enel approach, Daigu immediately questioned him, "What's going on? Didn't I say not to cause trouble? Why did you attack here?" This, in response to Daigu's question, Enel hesitated for a moment and then turned to look at Yuta, who had also walked to the side. Seeing this, Daigu turned to Yuta and asked, "Yuta, what do you think happened?" "It's like this, Captain." Just now, upon being questioned by Daigu, Yuta did not hesitate like Enel, but directly explained the reason to Daigu. It turned out that while Daigu was wandering with Robin, Yuta and her two companions were also out together, starting to explore the dreamlike Fishman Island. However, to their surprise, Fishman Island was not as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. While the three women were shopping, a group of fishmen suddenly charged out and surrounded them. Because Joaelly and Bonnie were both strong, only Yuta, as a musician who was not good at fighting, was captured. The subsequent events were simple. Joaelly and Bonnie found Enel and had him use his exceptional observation haki to locate Yuta, leading to the situation that Daigu and the others saw. Crack! As Yuta finished explaining, the air around them instantly solidified, accompanied by the sound of shattering. Following that, Jinbei felt a powerful aura emanating from Daigu, instantly spreading across the entire Fishman Street, causing the already broken Fishman Street to completely collapse. Feeling the aura from Daigu and the scene he caused, Jinbei was deeply moved. He had only seen such power in Whitebeard, and that was when Whitebeard was angry. "Jinbei, if I say I want to destroy this place, what do you think?" Subsequently, Daigu's calm voice reached Jinbei's ears. "No way." Hearing this, Jinbei immediately rejected Daigu's request without thinking, but he quickly realized he had overreacted. He turned to Daigu and said, "This matter, I assure you, Fishman Island will give you a satisfactory result. Don't worry." After saying that, Jinbei rushed into the already ruined Fishman Street. Although Daigu had destroyed Fishman Street, what he had just destroyed were, strictly speaking, just some buildings, and the fishmen in Fishman Street had actually not suffered much loss. This was also the reason why Daigu still asked Jinbei. What he meant by destruction was to annihilate the fishmen of Fishman Street as well. Jinbei understood what Dagu meant, which was why he hurriedly stopped him. Captain. Meanwhile, Bonnie, seeing that Dagu actually let Jinbei handle matter, looked at Dagu in confusion and said, "Why are you leaving this matter to him to handle?" Saying this, Bonnie angrily added, "These fishmen kidnapped Yuta, All right." But before she could finish her sentence, Dagu directly interrupted her, and then explained, "Fishmen, like humans, have good and bad. We cannot judge the entire Fishman Island based on a few bad ones. As long as the final result is satisfactory, what reason do we have to disagree?" After saying that, Dagu posed a rhetorical question to everyone, but then he also added, "Of course, if the final result is not satisfactory, then using force is not too late. This is called first courtesy, then arms." I see. After hearing Daigu's plan, everyone pondered for a moment and then set their minds at ease, waiting for Jinbei to handle the situation. Boom. However, what surprised Dagu was that he did not wait for Jinbei. Instead, a commotion arose from within Fishman Street. Hearing the noise, Dagu and Robin exchanged glances. Clearly, the fishmen in Fishman Street had clashed with Jinbei. Let's go take a look. Before long, at Daigu's suggestion, the light pirates headed towards the source of the sound. In a short while, Dagu led everyone to the location of the incident, only to see Jinbei fighting with several fishmen. Looking at the appearances of those fishmen, Dagu recognized a few of them. They were indeed Hody Jones's gang. Jinbei. Seeing that Jinbei was unable to take down Hody Jones's gang for a moment, Dagu couldn't help but call out to Jinbei, "If you can't handle it, then let us take over." Huh. Hearing Daigu's words, Jinbei immediately frowned, suddenly exerting force to push Hody Jones back, then turned to Dagu and said, "No need for you, I can handle it." After saying that, Jinbei decided to stop holding back, because if he really let Dagu take action, Hody and the others would have no chance of survival. For their safety, Jinbei had to personally take them down. Tankawawa's Justice Fist. Chapter 257, Fishman Street and Neptune Boom. With Jinbei's sudden burst of power, Hody Jones's gang was instantly sent flying like debris in the wind, being knocked back several meters. Captain, seeing Jinbei suddenly putting in so much effort, Robin couldn't help but curiously ask Dagu, "Are you really not going to take action?" In response to Robin's question, Dagu first nodded and then explained to everyone, "If Jinbei can handle it well, then I want to intervene because I have something to do here on Fishman Island, and it's better not to worsen the situation too much." I see. After hearing Daigu's explanation, everyone finally understood why Dagu had not taken action at the beginning and let Jinbei handle it. What's going on? But at that moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the air, followed by a question. "Son of the devil, do you think there's no one on Fishman Island?" Accompanying this question was a slash aimed at Dagu. However, what surprised the attacker was that, facing his strike, Dagu remained unmoved, simply looking up at him quietly. 5,000 tiles, Justice Fist. But what truly surprised the attacker was that just as his attack was about to hit Dagu, Jinbei, who was still battling Hody Jones's gang, suddenly intervened to block his attack. And then he immediately said to him, "King Neptune, this matter is our fault on Fishman Island. Please do not be angry." Hearing this, the newcomer, who was Neptune, the king of Fishman Island and known as the Great Knight of the Sea, was momentarily taken aback. He then realized that perhaps the fault did not lie with Dagu and the others, but rather with Fishman Island. Because at this moment, he finally realized where this was. This is the most chaotic place in Fishman Island, Fishman Street, and there really isn't much to see here on Fishman Street, which means that normal people wouldn't come here at all. However, the current situation is that the entire Straw Hat Pirates are here. In fact, if Neptune could calm down, he would understand that this was likely due to something the fishmen in Fishman Street had done, which led to the appearance of Daegu and the others. At first, when he saw the miserable state of Fishman Street, as the king of Fishman Island, he was indeed a bit overwhelmed with anger and didn't think of this layer. Now that he has calmed down, he has regained his composure and approached Daegu, apologizing. "I'm sorry, It's fine." However, Neptune was surprised again when Daegu waved his hand and said, "I can understand your actions. It's human nature." But, as he spoke, Daiku's tone became slightly cold. "It's a bit unreasonable for you to attack us without distinguishing right from wrong." Seeing Daegu say it's fine on one hand, and then accuse him of being unable to tell right from wrong on the other. Neptune was somewhat at a loss for words. Mr. Dagu, His Majesty Neptune. Seeing Neptune in trouble, Jinbe immediately wanted to say something, but before he could speak, Daiku's actions reminded him. Following Daiku's gesture, he saw Hody Jones and his gang fighting again, gathering together. Your Majesty, here's the situation. Looking at Hody's group's actions, Jinbe frowned and then explained the reasons to Neptune. What? After hearing Jinbe's explanation, Neptune was extremely shocked. Although he had some suspicions, he never expected that Hody's gang had kidnapped Daiku's crew, which led them to gather in Fishman Street. Moreover, to prevent Dagu from acting, Jinbe had already promised to give them a satisfactory answer. I'm sorry, this matter is the fault of Fishman Island, and I will give you a satisfactory answer. After clarifying the whole situation, Neptune first assured Dagu and then turned to the soldiers he brought, commanding, arrest Hody's gang and take them to the dungeon to await my handling. Yes. With Neptune's order given, a group of guards immediately rushed toward Hody's gang, and Jinbe took action as well. After the previous confrontation, he knew that these ordinary soldiers could not subdue Hody Jones, so he had to step in. Your Majesty. Finally, with the support of the guards, Jinbe managed to capture Hody Jones and his accomplices. Looking at the unconscious Hody Jones and the others, Neptune nodded solemnly and then turned to Dagu, saying, Mr. Dreambius, I would like to take them to Ryugu Palace for trial. I wonder. After speaking, Neptune nervously looked at Dagu, worried that Dagu would disagree. No problem. But to his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Dagu directly nodded and replied, just in time. We also want to see Ryugu Palace. Although Daiku's statement about going to Ryugu Palace made Neptune somewhat uneasy, he couldn't argue against it. After all, this time it was the fault of Fishman Island, and, as the victim, Dagu had the right to be involved. Therefore, reluctantly, Neptune could only say to Dagu, if that's the case, please follow me. After saying that, Neptune turned to point at Hody Jones and the others, instructing everyone, take them back to the palace. After that, Neptune led Dagu and the others towards Ryugu Palace. Whoosh! Suddenly, an unknown object flew over the heads of the crowd. Bang! But before that thing could fly far, Dagu swiftly used the universal pull to draw it over. TSK, looking at the object in his hand, Dagu couldn't help but click his tongue. If you remember correctly, this was a guy named Vanderdecken 9, a user of the target fruit, who had witnessed Princess Shirahoshi summon sea kings with her cries. And upon realizing that she was the legendary mermaid princess who had been sought after by their ancestor for years, he resorted to such actions to try to force Fishman Island, or rather Neptune, to marry Shirahoshi to him. However, what that guy didn't expect was that Neptune did not comply with his wishes and instead built a hard-shell tower, preferring to imprison Shirahoshi. Thinking about this, Dagu couldn't help but shake his head, disagreeing with Neptune's decision. If it were him, if someone treated his daughter like that, he would have fought back with all his might, regardless of who the other party was. Chapter 258 Vanderdecken and the Mermaid Princess Captain. What is this? But not everyone understood this, as Goenna looked at Dagu with a puzzled expression and asked. Well, unfortunately, Goenna was somewhat disappointed as Dagu did not answer her question, instead turning to Neptune, making it clear that this was something she should ask Neptune, not him. Seeing this, Goenna and the others turned to Neptune, waiting for his explanation. Sigh, this is... Neptune, however, did not hide anything and immediately told everyone about Vanderdecken 9. After all, this was common knowledge on Fishman Island, and any fishman could provide the information. I see. After hearing Neptune's explanation, Goenna and the others couldn't help but feel enlightened, while also feeling very angry about Vanderdecken's behavior. You say you're an old man, yet you have inappropriate thoughts about a girl who isn't even 10 years old. That's one thing. What's worse is that after being rejected, you continue to cling on and even use your powers to force her. This is truly intolerable. Captain, unable to bear it any longer. Goenna immediately wanted to suggest to Dagu that she go capture that Vanderdecken 9. But to her surprise, several voices chimed in with her. In the next moment, Goenna, Law, Bonnie, Yuta, Beepo, and others couldn't help but look at each other, clearly thinking the same thing. And Dagu, seeing this, could only shake his head helplessly before turning to Neptune and asking, Your Majesty Neptune. Do you intend to capture Vanderdecken 9? If so, may I ask? As he spoke, Dagu pointed at Guena and the others, saying, Can my companions lend a hand? Hearing Daiku's words and facing the hopeful gazes of Guena and the others, Neptune couldn't help but hesitate. Although he also wanted to capture Vanderdecken 9, and Vanderdecken 9 had been wandering outside Fishman Island, it was difficult to find him, and Vanderdecken 9 was not weak. If they wanted to capture him, Fishman Island would likely suffer losses. This was why Neptune had not made up his mind to deal with him. Now that Dagu was saying they would help him solve Vanderdecken 9, Neptune was actually willing. However, if he wasn't mistaken, most of Daiku's group were devil fruit users, which meant they wouldn't be able to exert much strength in the sea and might even fall into a trap. This was the reason why Neptune didn't agree immediately. Forget it. Seeing that Neptune did not speak, Dagu could only shake his head helplessly and say, Your Majesty Neptune. This matter is after all an internal issue of Fishman Island, and, as outsiders, we really cannot get involved. However, upon hearing Dagu say forget it, Neptune felt a bit disappointed, but understood him. Before he could regain his composure, Dagu directly came forward and asked, I would like to meet Princess Shirahoshi, may I? To see Shirahoshi? Hearing that Dagu wanted to meet his precious daughter, Shirahoshi, Neptune couldn't help but be taken aback, then fell in a deep thought. He was contemplating whether to take Dagu and the others to meet Shirahoshi. Although it seemed that Dagu and the others had no bad intentions at the moment, one could never know a person's true thoughts. What if he had designs on Shirahoshi? That would be inviting a wolf into the house. It can only be said that sometimes things might truly reveal the truth by accident. Just as Neptune feared, Dagu's target was indeed his daughter, the current mermaid princess, Shirahoshi. Unfortunately, not only was Neptune unaware of this, but even Crocodile and Enel were clueless. The only one who had some inkling of Dagu's intentions was Robin, who vaguely understood the identity of the mermaid princess. Therefore, while Neptune was pondering, Jinbi, who had always felt guilty, advised Neptune, Your Majesty, it's just a meeting with the princess. There's nothing to worry about. Moreover, you and I can accompany them the whole way to be on the safe side. As he spoke, Jinbi leaned close to Neptune's ear and added, And if we can connect with the son of the devil through this, it would be more beneficial than harmful for Fishman Island. After hearing Jinbi's persuasion, Neptune visibly relaxed. That's true. Seeing Neptune loosen up, Dagu immediately seized the opportunity and said in agreement with Jinbi. Just as the Sea Knight said, Your Majesty Neptune, if you are worried about me, you can accompany us all the way. And if I make any inappropriate moves during this time, you can act against me, and I will not retaliate. As he spoke, Dagu glanced at his companions and then assured Neptune, Not just me. They will never make a move either. Captain, with Dagu's words, Hawkins and the others couldn't help but be surprised, but it was also within reason, as Dagu had used similar assurances before. However, for those who were unaware of these matters, Dagu's words were like a reassurance pill, making it hard not to believe him. Good. Immediately after Dagu finished speaking, Neptune responded with a good and assured Dagu. Mr. Dreambeard, you can rest assured. Once we handle Hode's gang, I will take you to meet Shirahoshi. Seeing that Neptune agreed, Dagu's mouth curled up slightly, and then he replied, Thank you, Your Majesty Neptune. With the matter settled, Neptune nodded and said, In that case, let's hurry back to the Dragon Palace. After he spoke, Neptune turned to his subordinates and urged, Pick up the pace. Yes, Your Majesty Neptune. Thus, with Neptune's command, the guards quickened their steps. Before long, Neptune led Dagu and the others into the Dragon Palace, and after dealing with Hode's gang, he turned and brought Dagu and the others to the Hardshell Tower. As for how Neptune dealt with Hode's gang, it was somewhat unexpected for Dagu. He initially thought the laws of Fishman Island would be quite strict. However, the outcome was merely imprisonment, although the duration was quite long, 20 years. To be honest, Dagu was not very satisfied with this result, but there was nothing he could do. He had to endure it for now, as he had not yet settled the matter on Fishman Island. He had to hold on for the sake of eventually bringing Shirahoshi on board. Chapter 259. The Hardshell Tower and the mermaids. Seeing that Dagu had nothing to say, Neptune also did not say much, but turned to Dagu and asked, In that case, Mr. Dreambeard, shall we go meet Shirahoshi? That works. Upon hearing this, Dagu nodded. Then, under Neptune's lead, they arrived at the entrance of the hard shell tower. This is, looking at the completely enclosed, dark tower filled with various weapons. Kuina and the others were momentarily at a loss for words. They could hardly imagine how a person could spend years in such a gloomy environment. And it was still a little girl under 10 years old. What had she gone through during this time? As they thought of this, Kuina, Yuta, Bonnie, and the other girls couldn't help but feel their eyes moisten. Your Majesty Neptune, please open the door. At the same time, Dagu said solemnly to Neptune, with me here, Princess Shirahoshi will be safe. All right. Seeing Dagu say this, Neptune did not hesitate any longer and took a step forward to personally open the door. Immediately after opening it, Neptune did not leave, but instead stood guard at the entrance and said to Dagu, Mr. Dreambeard, you may enter. After saying this, Neptune turned to Jinbe and said, please follow them, Jinbe. Yes, Your Majesty Neptune. Upon hearing this, Jinbe immediately nodded and then looked at Dagu. Please follow me. With that, Jinbe stepped forward and entered the hard shell tower. After exchanging glances, Dagu and the others followed closely behind. Is this a little girl? Before long, inside the hard shell tower, looking at the mermaid who was nearly as tall as the entire tower, the members of the light pirate crew couldn't help but turn to Jinbe, all looking speechless. Your little girl is over 10 meters tall? Are you sure she's a member of the mermaid race, not a giant? Well, looking at everyone's expressions, Jinbe felt somewhat embarrassed. What could he say? The princess just had to grow this tall. What could he do? He felt helpless too. Mr. Jinbe. Suddenly, a timid voice came from above everyone's heads. Princess Shirahoshi. Upon hearing this, Jinbe first respectfully called out to Princess Shirahoshi, then pointed to Dagu and the others to introduce. This is Mr. Dreambeard Dagu. He is the captain of the light pirate crew. This is Nico Robin, she. In no time, Jinbe introduced everyone from the light pirate crew to Shirahoshi. Hello. As Jinbe finished the introductions, Shirahoshi timidly greeted everyone again. Faced with Shirahoshi's demeanor, not only Crocodile, Enel, and the other men, but even Kana, Bonnie, and the other women frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. They all thought that Shirahoshi was indeed too grown up to be acting like this. As they thought about it, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. Hello, Princess Shirahoshi. One could only say that Yuta was indeed a musician, bringing joy to others. While everyone was still in disbelief, she stepped forward and asked Shirahoshi, do you like listening to music? Music. Suddenly hearing Yuta mention music, Shirahoshi fell silent for a moment. She thought of her mother, Queen Odoheim. Back then, besides teaching her to become a qualified princess, she often sang songs for her. Those times could be said to be the happiest days of Shirahoshi's life. Seeing Shirahoshi's expression, everyone should have recalled something related to music. The wheel of fate keeps spinning. And at this moment, Yuta's singing suddenly echoes. But I have always waited for you. Why am I so fortunate in this life? But I have always waited for you, looking up at the starry sky with a smile. The wheel of fate keeps spinning, spreading the wings of courage. No matter when, luck is waiting for you, always watching over you, always watching over you. As time passes, a song turning the wheel of fate lingers in the air and inside the hardshell tower. Mother, accompanied by Yuta's song, White Star is already in tears. This song makes her feel that her mother is watching over her from above, never leaving her. Hachi, meanwhile, outside the hardshell tower, after listening to Yuta's performance, Neptune also bursts into tears. But unlike White Star, his tears are filled with regret. Regret for imprisoning White Star all these years. Indeed, although it was for her protection, it was also a form of imprisonment, something Neptune knew from the very beginning. I'm sorry, I don't have any objections to your song, After a long time, White Star finally wiped her tears and apologized to Yuta. It's okay. In response to White Star's apology, Yuta just smiled slightly and said, this at least proves that my song can reach you and help you step out of the gloom. That's enough. Thank you. Hearing Yuta say this, White Star's heart trembled, and then she smiled and thanked Yuta. By the way, suddenly, White Star seemed to remember something and eagerly asked Yuta a series of questions. For example, she asked Yuta if she had ever seen the sun. Then at night, do the stars rise up into the sky? And what about animals with fur and all kinds of flowers and grasses? Of course, in the end, White Star didn't forget to ask Yuta, have you been to the forest? They say it's all green as far as the eye can see. After speaking, White Star's face was filled with longing, and she even began to fantasize about being in that lush green forest. And for White Star's curiosity, Yuta was not impatient. She immediately answered her questions one by one. For example, the sun is very big and very hot. As for the stars, they are always in the sky. You can only see them at night when the sun has gone down. As for furry animals, don't we have one right here? Therefore, Yuta pushed Beppo forward and explained to White Star what a furry animal is based on Beppo. As for flowers and grasses, naturally, that was left to Nico Robin, who has the flower fruit ability. Although she can't really produce flowers, she has planted many flowers on the ship, so her understanding of flowers is certainly greater. Regarding the forest, which White Star was most concerned about, Yuta also provided her explanation. I have been there. The forest. Yuta looked at White Star and said, the forest is actually not always green. It changes in autumn. Chapter 260. The great reason of Dagu and Neptune's affirmation wow with Yuta's introduction. White Star's face was filled with longing, and she was extremely excited. She really wanted to see the surface of the sea, that forest, the strange animals, and all kinds of flowers. But she quickly dimmed down because she couldn't go out. If she did, she would face various attacks from golden weapons, which forced her to hide inside this hard-shell tower for safety. White Star, and naturally, White Star's expression was noticed by Queen Ah and the others. They watched as White Star, who had just been excited and eager to try, suddenly turned into this. They felt quite uncomfortable. At the same time, they couldn't help but harbor deeper resentment towards Vanderdecken 9. If it weren't for him, White Star wouldn't have become like this. Captain. Thinking of this, Queen Ah and the others turned to look at Dagu, hoping he would agree to their request. No, unfortunately. Dagu shook his head and said, ultimately, this matter is about Fishman Island. Until Fishman Island speaks up, we, as pirates, should not interfere. Because if we intervene on our own, it would be seen as a provocation against the White-Beard pirates. After all, Fishman Island is still under the protection of the White-Beard pirates. After hearing Daigu's explanation, Queen Ah and the others realized. Intervening in someone else's territory is indeed seen as a provocation against the host family. But they still couldn't control their thoughts. They all wanted to bring Vanderdecken 9 to justice and give White Star a brand new world. How about this? Seeing that Kuna and the others were still deep in thought, Dagu suggested, let's discuss it with King Neptune during the banquet later and see if he agrees. If he agrees, then I won't stop you. But, saying this, Dagu paused slightly and continued. However, if King Neptune disagrees, then I won't be able to help. Of course. At this point, Dagu paused again, then closed his eyes and said, I'm not a god. I also need to rest. I want to know what happens while I rest. After hearing Daigu's words, Queen Ah and the others couldn't help but exchange smiles, dreaming of the Mebius Dagu. Meanwhile, nearby, Jinbe looked at Daigu's demeanor, a bit lost in thought. He didn't understand why Dagu would help them. Clearly, it was Fishman Island that acted first against them. But why did they seem to be unconcerned now and want to stand up for Princess White Star? Thinking about this, Jinbe couldn't help but ask Dagu. But in response to Jinbe's question, Dagu smiled slightly and said, nothing is absolute, and no one is perfect. In my view, whether human, fishman, or other races, there are distinctions between good and evil. Although sometimes malice is more prominent, it cannot be completely disregarded. Just like Hody Jones from Fishman Island, to us, they represent the evil side, while you, saying this, Dagu pointed to Jinbe and said, the sea hero, Jinbe, to us, you represent the good side. I see. After hearing Daigu's explanation, Jinbe seemed to understand something, looking enlightened. Good. At this moment, Neptune, who was originally guarding outside, suddenly shouted loudly, calling out a good. Then Neptune pushed the door open and walked in, instantly making the already slightly cramped space feel even more enclosed. Father. When White Star saw Neptune enter, she quickly greeted him. However, in response to White Star's greeting, Neptune only smiled and nodded, then looked at Dagu and said, Mr. Mebius, I apologize for my earlier doubts about you. I'm sorry. Saying this, Neptune bowed slightly to Dagu. No, Seeing this, Dagu quickly waved his hand, signaling that it was nothing. However, before he could finish speaking, Neptune solemnly said to him, "Therefore, Mr. Mebius, I now officially invite you and your companions to help Fishman Island deal with Vanderdecken 9 and give White Star a bright world." Okay. Hearing this, Dagu smiled slightly, then turned to look at the eager Guena and the others, saying, "You all heard it. Why aren't you taking action?" "Yes, Captain." With Neptune's approval, under Dagu's orders, Guena, Luo, Bonnie, and others rushed out of the hardshell tower to find Vanderdecken 9. Wait. But at that moment, Neptune suddenly called a few of them back. "Take these." He then took out several items and handed them to everyone, saying, "This is bubble coral. After using it, a membrane will adhere to your body, just like the membrane on your ship." "Is that so?" Listening to Neptune's introduction, the group looked at the bubble coral in their hands, unsure of what to say. They had never thought that the membrane from their ship could also be used on people. This was quite unexpected for them. In the end, they could only marvel at how vast and wondrous the world is. "Thank you, Your Majesty." With this in mind, Guena and the others expressed their gratitude to Neptune before leaving the hardshell tower one after another. Jinbei, similarly, after seeing Guena and the others leave, Neptune seemed a bit worried about them and turned a glance at Jinbei. Jinbei understood and followed in the footsteps of Guena and the others. Crocodile, Enel. Coincidentally, as Neptune signaled Jinbei to follow, Dagu also instructed Crocodile and Enel to follow along. Thus, in the end, the hardshell tower was left with only Neptune and his daughter, Dagu, Robin, and the large shark, Mekaro, who had been there all along. Seeing that everything was finally settled and many had left, Shirahoshi could not help but curiously look at Neptune and ask, "Father, what are you talking about?" Facing Shirahoshi's question, Neptune didn't think much and immediately explained what everyone had just discussed. This, upon hearing that Guena and Jinbei were going to find trouble with Vanderdecken 9. Shirahoshi's mood seemed to plummet as if she had fallen into a valley, and tears began to flow uncontrollably from her eyes. Seeing Shirahoshi, so grown up yet crying, the people present felt speechless but helpless. Chapter 261. Praise and Memories. Sigh. Looking at Shirahoshi's appearance, Neptune shook his head helplessly and then turned to Dagu, saying, "Mr. Driambius, I apologize for making you smile. Shirahoshi has lived in this hardshell tower for many years, so she is a bit. It's all right." However, before Neptune could finish, Dagu spoke first. "It's perfectly understandable that Princess Shirahoshi can live alone in this hardshell tower for years. It's only natural for her to be a little emotional." Since Dagu said so, what more could Neptune say? All right, he could only nod and then invite Dagu. "How about this, Mr. Driambius? The banquet is almost ready. Why not join us?" "Sure." Facing Neptune's invitation, Dagu did not refuse but immediately agreed, turning to Shirahoshi and asking, "Princess Shirahoshi, would you like to join?" "Huh?" Upon hearing Dagu invite her to go out, Shirahoshi was a bit confused at first, and then she timidly looked at Neptune with hopeful eyes. Clearly, she very much wanted to go out, but she remembered her father was present. Okay, this time, facing Shirahoshi's request, Neptune did not refuse her as he usually did, but nodded in agreement. "Thank you, father." Seeing this, Shirahoshi immediately thanked Neptune with joy. Looking at the happy Shirahoshi, Neptune felt a bit moved. He realized it had been a long time since he had seen Shirahoshi smile, a genuine smile. All right, but Neptune quickly regained his composure and turned to Dagu, saying, "Mr. Driambius, let's go." "All right." Upon hearing this, Dagu nodded. Thus, under Neptune's lead, Dagu, Robin, Shirahoshi, and Mekaro left the hardshell tower and arrived at the banquet hall of Fishman Island. Meanwhile, a significant event was happening on the sea, and it was related to Dagu. That is, Dagu and the others had engaged in battle with the Navy along the coast of Sabaody, which had sent shockwaves around the world. It was to be expected, as Sabaody is considered the center of the world, and the parties involved were not small fries. One side was the recently famous Straw Hat Pirates, while the other side included naval heroes, Carp, Admiral Akiji, Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit, and the terrifying lineup that included Fleet Admiral Tsuru. How could such a battle not attract attention? Of course, what truly shook the world was not the battle itself, but the Navy's response afterward. Indeed, after battling Dagu, the Navy, or rather the world government, 5 elders, personally issued a bounty for the Straw Hat Pirates. Specifically, they offered a shocking bounty of 3 billion berries for the son of the devil, Dagu. Yes, a staggering bounty of 3 billion berries. This also represented that Dagu had instantly risen to the level of an emperor. The subsequent bounties further solidified the Straw Hat Pirate status as an emperor-level pirate crew. In this battle, Enel, who fought against Kazan, was given a bounty of 2 billion. Similarly, Crocodile, who battled against Zoro, was also given a bounty of 1 billion. Most notably, even Yixio, who hardly appeared in this battle, was given a bounty of 1 billion. These 3 were even given special titles by the world government, akin to Kaido's calamities or Big Mom's sweet commanders, directly aligning them with emperor-level officers. Clearly, this was a tactic of the world government to elevate them. Naturally, it was inevitable that after this battle, Luo, Guina, and others also saw an increase in their bounties, though not as dramatically as Enel and the others. Each of them only saw a slight increase of several million to 1 billion. Despite this, it still sent shockwaves through the world. Garara, in the New World. In a certain sea area, on the Moby Dick, Whitebeard was laughing heartily as he looked at Dagu's bounty order in his hands. Brother, you really are something. Meanwhile, on the other side of the New World, on the Red Force, Shanks sat at the bow, gazing into the distance with emotion, also holding Dagu's bounty order in his hand. In the West Sea, in an unknown sea area, a lone sailboat was sailing, and the figure on the boat was also looking at Dagu's bounty order. Although his expression was not very pronounced, a hint of eagerness could be seen in his eagle-like eyes. Guina, in the East Sea, in the Yushin Dojo, Gungshiro was also holding a bounty order. But unlike everyone else, he was not holding Dagu's bounty order, but that of his daughter, Guina. It clearly stated, Devil Sword, Guina. Bounty, 100 million berries. Indeed, after this, Guina's bounty not only rose to 100 million, but her title also changed from female swordsman to Devil Sword Captain. However, all of this is unknown to Dagu and the others who are thousands of meters underwater, at least for now. You're back. At this moment, accompanied by a shout, Dagu looked at the group of partners who stepped in and chuckled. You've worked hard. How's the situation? Facing Dagu's question, Guina was the first to nod and said, It's already resolved. That's good. Seeing this, Dagu nodded in satisfaction. However, before he could say much more, Bonnie directly pointed at Enel and said, Enel went a bit overboard this time. He fried the opponents with a single lightning strike. Is that so? Hearing Bonnie's explanation, Dagu turned to look at Enel in surprise, then dismissively said, It's fine, you can't really blame Enel. After all, we're underwater, and water conducts electricity. So perhaps Enel just wasn't used to fighting underwater and accidentally used too much force. Is that so? After listening to Dagu's explanation, Bonnie and the others couldn't help but look at Enel with puzzled expressions. They didn't quite believe that the Enel from just now was simply unfamiliar with the environment. After all, Enel had unleashed an attack of 1 billion volts. If they hadn't been a bit further away and had the presence of a smile, they might have been affected by Enel's attack. As for why Enel acted that way, well, it's simple. Seeing them reminded Enel of his childhood, which triggered an overreaction. Chapter 262, Princess Shirahoshi and Whitebeard. Seeing the expressions of everyone, Dagu couldn't help but shake his head, but he didn't say anything further. Instead, he turned to Princess Shirahoshi and smiled. Princess Shirahoshi, now that Vanderdecken 9 is no longer here, you can come and go freely from Fishman Island. Really? Upon hearing this, Shirahoshi immediately looked at Neptune with a face full of disbelief, probing whether she could truly come and go freely from Fishman Island. Yes. Facing Shirahoshi's eager gaze, Neptune smiled slightly and said, From now on, Shirahoshi, you can come and go freely from Fishman Island. You don't have to stay in the hard-shell tower anymore. That's great. Seeing Neptune nod, Shirahoshi immediately shouted in joy, unable to sit still, and turned to Mekalo, saying, Mekalo, did you hear that? Father said I can leave the hard-shell tower. Saying this, Shirahoshi directly pulled Mekalo and walked outside while saying, Let's go, Mekalo. Let's go for a stroll. Shirahoshi. Watching Shirahoshi rush off, Neptune couldn't help but call out, but just as he did, Shirahoshi had already disappeared from his sight. Sigh. Seeing this situation, Neptune could only shake his head helplessly and then looked at Dagu and said, "Forgive me for laughing, Mr. Monkey D. Dream. It's fine." However, Dagu chuckled and said, "It's truly reassuring to see Princess Shirahoshi so lively." Speaking of which, Dagu couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, I thought Shirahoshi wouldn't be able to come out for a while. Hearing Dagu's words, Neptune couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. And then his expression darkened as he self-reproached, "It's my fault. If I had made my decision sooner, Shirahoshi wouldn't have had to live alone in that hard-shell tower for years." "Your Majesty." Looking at Neptune's expression, the left and right ministers of Dragon Palace, along with other officials, and even Jinbei, fell silent. They all understood that Neptune's reason for locking Shirahoshi in the hardshell tower was not really because of Vander Decken 9. The real reason was due to Shirahoshi's ability, or rather, the ability of the Sea King. The situation on the day Princess Otoheim passed away was witnessed by the entire Fishman Island. Several giant Sea Kings occupied Fishman Island. Such a spectacular sight could not have gone unnoticed. And Neptune, based on the royal family's generations-old legends, had long known the reason behind it, all because of the Sea King. According to the royal legend, the Sea King, Poseidon's true form, appears only once every 800 years. And that is a mermaid princess who can communicate with Sea Kings. She is the queen of Sea Kings, possessing immense power that can save countless lives or destroy the entire world. It was precisely for this reason that Neptune had to seal Shirahoshi away, using time to eliminate the impact Shirahoshi caused that day and make people forget that she was the Sea King. Seeing everyone on Fishman Island fall into silence, Dagu felt rather bored. So he looked at Neptune and asked, "Your Majesty Neptune, may I ask if you would consider letting Princess Shirahoshi go to sea?" As soon as Dagu said this, the entire Fishman Island became alert, and even Jinbei seemed to be on guard. After staring at Dagu for a few moments, Neptune finally asked Dagu in return, "Mr. Monkey D. Dream, do you mean to say you want Shirahoshi to board your ship?" "Yes." In the face of Neptune's question, Dagu did not refute, but affirmed, "I do intend to let Princess Shirahoshi board my ship." Dagu's candid admission surprised Neptune a bit, but he still looked solemnly at Dagu and said, "Mr. Monkey D. Dream, although I know that Fishman Island's strength cannot compare to your pirate crew, you also understand that Fishman Island is still within Whitebeard's sphere of influence. If you want to set your sights on Fishman Island, you must first ask Whitebeard. Whitebeard's opinion, right?" After saying this, Neptune's gaze fixed intently on Dagu, waiting for his response. "Is that so?" Hearing Neptune say this, Dagu fell into deep thought. "Your Majesty Neptune." After a long silence, Dagu suddenly looked up at Neptune and said, "You should have Whitebeard's Den Mushi, right?" Seeing Dagu suddenly ask about Whitebeard's Den Mushi, Neptune was momentarily taken aback. Did he want to speak to Whitebeard personally? That's right. Perhaps Neptune's thoughts were too easy to guess, while he was lost in thought. Dagu once again said, "Since Your Majesty Neptune believes that this matter could be decided by Whitebeard, then let me talk to Whitebeard. You." Seeing that Dagu didn't seem to be joking, Neptune couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He really didn't expect that the other party was actually thinking about confronting Whitebeard directly. All right. After staring at Dagu for a long time, Neptune heavily nodded, then took out the Den Mushi and dialed Whitebeard's private number, then handed it to Dagu and said, "The call is connected. You can speak for yourself." "Thank you." Seeing this, Dagu took the Den Mushi while thanking Neptune. "Garara, Neptune, my friend, is there something you wanted when you called?" After a while, a slightly aged yet still imposing voice came through. "Whitebeard." Hearing this voice, Dagu replied calmly, As soon as Dagu spoke, it immediately stunned the person on the other end. Garara, then came a burst of hearty laughter, followed by the voice from the other end again. "Is it that demon brat?" Dagu was not surprised that Whitebeard recognized him. If Whitebeard couldn't recognize him, it would have been a bit unexpected. After all, he was someone who had been in a battle of wits with the strategist, Sengoku, in the previous era. How could he not guess it? Speaking of which, Dagu was somewhat curious. Whitebeard and Sengoku are a pair, Roger and Carp are a pair, and the Golden Lion and Zephyr are a pair. But the problem is, in Dagu's view, these three pairs just don't seem to match at all. Not to mention Carp and Roger, just considering Sengoku and Whitebeard. Could Sengoku really hold off Whitebeard alone? And then there's Zephyr, who is easily defeated by Whitebeard's second son. Could he really stand up to the Golden Lion? Thinking about this, Dagu couldn't help but shake his head and set those thoughts aside, turning to Whitebeard on the transponder snail and saying, "Yes, I am Dream Beast Dagu." Chapter 263, Agreement and Choice at the Same Time, on the deck of the Moby Dick in the New World. Gururora with one hand holding the transponder snail and the other getting in full drip, Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh out loud upon hearing Dagu's words. Then said in a booming voice, "Demon brat, are you after my Fishman Island?" "Huh, that." Whitebeard's sudden shout immediately drew the attention of others on the Moby Dick. Among them, Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, hurried over to Whitebeard and asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" Unfortunately, Whitebeard did not answer Marco, but continued to question Dagu on the transponder snail. "Demon brat, answer me. Do you want my Fishman Island?" "No." Facing Whitebeard's inquiry, Dagu replied calmly, "I have never thought about looking for territory." "Oh." Hearing Dagu say this, Whitebeard was surprised. Is there really someone who doesn't want territory? Thinking this, Whitebeard couldn't help but ask Dagu, "Then why did you call me?" Upon hearing this, Dagu did not hide anything and immediately explained to Whitebeard, "I want to invite a mermaid on board, and then King Neptune said I should talk to you." Invite a mermaid on board? Listening to Dagu's words, Whitebeard turned to look at Marco, feeling somewhat puzzled. Although he had claimed Fishman Island as his territory, it seemed he hadn't restricted the residents of Fishman Island. They could do whatever they wanted, so why would Neptune send that demon brat to ask him? Thinking of this, Whitebeard turned back to Dagu and asked, "So, you want to invite that mermaid on board? Why did Neptune ask you to consult me?" As soon as Whitebeard finished speaking, Dagu calmly said, "Princess Shirahoshi." "Huh?" Upon hearing the name Shirahoshi, Whitebeard was momentarily stunned, unable to recall who she was. But then again, this was understandable, as Shirahoshi had lived alone in the Noah for several years, almost as if she didn't exist in the eyes of outsiders. However, soon after, Whitebeard's expression became serious. He remembered what Roger had said in the past, and then recalled seeing Princess Shirahoshi at Fishman Island. He finally remembered who Shirahoshi was, but because he remembered, his expression changed drastically, staring at the transponder snail and saying, "Demon brat, you." However, just as he started to speak, Whitebeard paused, then quietly said, "Demon brat, Shirahoshi is the princess of Fishman Island. Are you trying to have a princess accompany you across the sea? Moreover, Shirahoshi is the daughter of my friend, Neptune. From another perspective, she is also my daughter. You have your eyes on my daughter. Are you provoking me?" Boom. After speaking, Whitebeard's entire aura exploded, shaking the nearby sea 3 times. "Dad." Seeing Whitebeard suddenly act like this, Marco and the other members of the Whitebeard pirates were somewhat shaken and stood up, ready to defend Whitebeard at any moment. On the other side, at Fishman Island, within the Dragon Palace. Provoking? Hearing Whitebeard say he was being provoked, Dagu couldn't help but pause, then shook his head helplessly. "Whitebeard, you're overthinking it. I'm not provoking you. It's just a friendly conversation. If you don't want to, then forget it." Saying this, Dagu was about to hang up the transponder snail. "Demon brat." However, before Dagu could hang up, Whitebeard's voice came from the transponder snail again, surprising Dagu. Whitebeard calmly said, "If you really want to take Shirahoshi on your ship, then come to me, so I can see for myself if you're qualified to have my daughter on your ship." At this point, Whitebeard turned and added, "The last person who took someone from me was Roger. I wonder if you'll be the next one." Tut tut tut. After saying this, Whitebeard directly hung up the transponder snail. Seeing Whitebeard hang up, Marco, who had been waiting, immediately asked Whitebeard, "Dad, did that call just now come from the demon child, Dream Beast Dagu?" "Yes." Facing Marco's question, Whitebeard nodded silently. That demon brat actually wants Neptune's daughter on his ship, and Neptune had no choice but to throw the problem to me. "I see." After listening to Whitebeard's explanation, Marco nodded, understanding the situation. On the other side, inside Fishman Island, after Whitebeard hung up, Dagu couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. He then helplessly shook his head and handed the transponder snail back to Neptune, saying, King Neptune, you heard it too. Whitebeard said I should go find him. Upon hearing this, Neptune looked at Dagu with a puzzled expression. Mr. Dream Beast, you don't seem very afraid of Whitebeard? To Neptune's surprise, Dagu did not answer immediately, but instead retorted, why should I be afraid? He then explained, Whitebeard is a person, and I'm also a person. Moreover, Whitebeard is ultimately beneath Roger. And in this era, I consider that no one is above me, not even my peers. Listening to Dagu's confident words, not just Neptune, but Jinbei, Enel, Ka, and even the ministers of the Dragon Palace were somewhat shocked. At the same time, they found it hard to refute. Some might say, isn't there Shanks? Shanks is not that old, and can also be considered a contemporary. But in reality, Shanks is not from the same era as Dagu, because Shanks had already been sailing the seas during Roger's time. Even when he later formed a crew, it was still a decade earlier than Dagu. So there's absolutely no mistake that Shanks and Dagu are not from the same era. King Neptune, seeing everyone silent, Dagu turned to Neptune and asked, since the matter of inviting Princess Shirahoshi on board will wait until I meet Whitebeard, can we first get familiar with Princess Shirahoshi here, so that we can adapt to each other? Hearing Dagu's words, Neptune hesitated a bit. His original intention was to make Dagu reconsider, but unexpectedly, not only did it not discourage Dagu, but it also led to the other party reaching a condition with Whitebeard, which was somewhat beyond Neptune's expectations, leaving him unsure of what to say. Chapter 264, Invitation to Shirahoshi and Differential Treatment, alright. After a long while, Neptune finally responded helplessly. During this time on Fishman Island, Shirahoshi can play with your crew. However, saying this, Neptune glanced at Jinbei and then continued, I hope Jinbei can accompany us throughout. Hearing this, Dagu turned to look at Jinbei, then nodded and said, no problem. Jinbei, seeing that Dagu had no objections, Neptune turned to Jinbei and instructed, I'll trouble you for the next part. No problem, Your Majesty Neptune. Facing Neptune's request, Jinbei didn't refuse, but nodded in agreement and expressed that he would take good care of Princess Shirahoshi. With the matter settled, Neptune looked around at everyone and said, in that case, let us continue the banquet. Yes. Thus, as time passed, the banquet finally came to an end. Your Majesty Neptune, we'll take our leave now. Shortly after, Dagu bid farewell to Neptune and left the Dragon Palace with the light pirates, turning to descend Fishman Island. Watching Dagu and the others leave, Neptune couldn't help but sigh, then turned back into the hall. Captain, why did you want to bring that princess on board? You even had to confront Whitebeard for it. On the other side, Bonnie was asking Dagu why he wanted to invite Shirahoshi on board. In fact, it wasn't just Bonnie, Guena, Law, and others were also curious about this point. Why did Dagu want to invite that princess who often cries? Well, looking at everyone's expressions, Dagu hesitated slightly, then glanced at Yuta before explaining. Actually, there's no particular reason. I just saw that she and Yuta got along so well, and I thought it would be nice to have her on the ship. Because of me? Hearing that Daiku's reason for inviting Shirahoshi was because of her, Yuta was taken aback. Not just Yuta, others also felt that Daiku's answer had many flaws and wasn't the real reason. However, since the conversation had reached this point, everyone understood that Dagu must have some reason for not revealing the truth. So, after exchanging glances, they decided not to press Dagu further on this issue. Instead, they directly moved on and asked, so, Captain, how long are we going to stay on Fishman Island? Hearing this, Dagu was taken aback for a moment. Then after pondering for a while, he said, it depends on our mood. If we're enjoying ourselves, we'll stay a couple more days. If we get bored, we'll leave a couple days early. All right then. In response to Daiku's statement, the others had nothing more to say, so they nodded and then dispersed to do their own things. Watching his companions leave one by one, Dagu turned to Robin and Jinbei, suggesting, let us go to the sea forest. After saying this, without waiting for a response from the two, Dagu headed towards the sea forest. Princess Shirahoshi, outside the sea forest, seeing the giant mermaid sitting quietly within the forest, seemingly napping, Jinbei was somewhat surprised. Did Princess Shirahoshi come here to rest right after leaving the Dragon Palace? Looking at Shirahoshi's tranquil appearance, Dagu couldn't help but smile slightly, and then slowly walked over to her side, not disturbing her, but sitting down quietly by her feet while pulling Robin to watch Shirahoshi's sleeping posture. Seeing this, Jinbei also didn't disturb her and quietly walked to the other side to observe Shirahoshi. Perhaps because the three were staring too intently. Or maybe Shirahoshi had almost finished her nap. Not long after, accompanied by a soft murmur, Shirahoshi slowly awakened. Jinbei, Lord Dagu, Lord Robin? Upon waking, Shirahoshi was somewhat dazed to see familiar faces in front of her and asked, "What are you doing here?" Princess Shirahoshi. In response to Shirahoshi's question, Dagu immediately replied, "We came to find you." "Find me?" Hearing this, Shirahoshi was even more confused. Didn't her father allow her to come and go freely on Fishman Island? Why would Jinbei come looking for her? That's right in Shirahoshi's eyes. Daigu's statement about looking for her was actually Neptune looking for her. The situation is like this, Princess Shirahoshi. This time, it was Robin who explained the situation to Shirahoshi. I see. After listening to Robin's explanation, Shirahoshi finally understood. So it was because Dagu wanted to invite her on board, and he thought it would be nice for her to get familiar with the pirates first. I'm sorry, Lord Dagu. Unfortunately, despite Daigu's sincere invitation, Shirahoshi still declined. I am the princess of Fishman Island. I cannot leave Fishman Island. When Shirahoshi said this, Dagu was somewhat surprised because, in the original story, she had expressed a desire to go out to sea with Luffy. Why was she saying she couldn't leave Fishman Island now? Unable to understand, Dagu then asked Shirahoshi, "Why? Didn't you want to see the real forest?" "Of course I do." To Daigu's surprise, right after he finished speaking, Shirahoshi immediately exclaimed. But then her expression dimmed as she said, "Although I really want to see the real forest, I still have a mission to fulfill. The mission of the princess of Fishman Island." Seeing Shirahoshi mention the mission of the princess, Dagu genuinely felt at a loss for words. In the end, he could only attribute it to the world's will. Otherwise, why would Shirahoshi's response to his invitation be so different from her response to Luffy's? Clearly, in the original story, Shirahoshi was eager to follow Luffy to the surface. But here, she said she couldn't leave Fishman Island because she was the princess. I'm sorry. Noticing Daigu's expression was not good, Shirahoshi couldn't help but apologize to Dagu again. "It's fine." Seeing this, Dagu helplessly waved his hand and said, "Perhaps you're still young now. After some time, your thoughts might change." That's right in the end. Dagu understood that perhaps the current Shirahoshi was younger compared to the original story, so her thoughts might be different. With this thought, Dagu slightly shook his head, then looked at Shirahoshi and smiled. "However, even if you don't want to leave, you wouldn't refuse to play with Yuta and the others, right?" For this, Shirahoshi didn't shake her head again. Instead, she nodded vigorously, indicating her willingness to play with Yuta and the others. Chapter 265 Departure and Explanation. So for a while, Shirahoshi played with Yuta and the others. They not only explored Fishman Island, but also took a trip around the waters near Fishman Island, thoroughly enjoying the wonders of the deep sea. Of course, at the same time, news about the situation at sea also reached Dagu and the others through the pirates who came down later, letting everyone know what was going on. However, Dagu didn't pay too much attention to this. In his view, the bounty amount was completely irrelevant because at this moment, if he wanted, he could completely restart the world. Indeed, Dagu now had that confidence. His strength allowed him to do so. From awakening the Sharingan to the Rinnegan, and now, under Daigu's full power, he had no idea what consequences could arise. One could only say that what the Sage of Six Paths could do in Naruto, he could do as well, without mentioning the Kaleidoscope, Sharingan, and the Rinnegan. Just the abilities of the already activated reincarnation Eye alone can grant Dagu the power to create and destroy worlds. Not to mention the addition of the other two. With all these factors, Dagu's full power is undoubtedly the strongest existence in this world. It is also because of this that Dagu previously spoke so boldly in front of Carp at Sabaody and dared to face 3 Admiral-level figures alone. Although his sparring with Rayleigh made Dagu a bit more aware, it did not completely eliminate the pride in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done what he did later. Although Dagu doesn't care much about the bounty, for others, it is indeed shocking news. After all, A bounty of 3 billion berries is an astronomical figure. Even Enel, Crocodile, and Smile have bounties exceeding 1 billion berries. Since the news of the new bounties of Dagu and others reached Fishman Island, Neptune and the others have indeed been a bit restless, wishing they could leave as soon as possible. However, this does not mean that Neptune and the others are afraid that Dagu will cause trouble. After all, they have already been at Fishman Island for a few days, and they are quite reassured about the island's attitude towards them. What Neptune and the others are actually afraid of is the Whitebeard pirates, or rather, the pirate crews under Whitebeard, fearing they might come to Fishman Island to find Dagu. After all, Fishman Island is still under Whitebeard's jurisdiction, and Dagu had just had a friendly conversation with Whitebeard a couple of days ago, and now suddenly a bounty of 3 billion has surfaced. This inevitably raises concerns that the pirate crews under Whitebeard might offer their loyalty by targeting Dagu's light pirates. Thus, the next scene unfolds. Mr. Dagu, when are you planning to head to the New World? Neptune asked Dagu, who was smiling and standing next to the Arc Maxim. Although Dagu understood the implication behind Neptune's words, which was a subtle hint for him to leave, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Your Majesty Neptune, we're here to say goodbye. Oh. Neptune was surprised when Dagu said he was here to say goodbye, then smiled back. Then, I wish Mr. Dagu a smooth journey. Thank you. Dagu responded with a smile to Neptune's politeness, then turned to the other members of the Light Pirates and said, Let's go. Yes, Captain. Under Dagu's leadership, the entire Light Pirates headed towards the port of Fishman Island. What kind of changes will they bring to the world when they reach the New World? Looking at the backs of the departing crew, Neptune couldn't help but murmur. Although he did not know what kind of changes would occur, he was certain that it would definitely shake the entire world. As Neptune finished speaking, Jinbei beside him also quietly replied, Princess Shirahoshi, are you going to come ashore with us? On the other side, Dagu was smiling as he asked the beautiful figure that had suddenly appeared beside the Arc Maxim. However, even though Dagu asked this, he knew that Shirahoshi would not come with him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have refused earlier. That's not the case. Sure enough, upon hearing Dagu's question, Shirahoshi immediately shook her head and said, Mr. Dagu, I am here to see you off, not to go with you. All right. Although Dagu already knew Shirahoshi's intentions, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. After nodding, he looked at Yuta and the others and said, Yuta, Captain. Hearing Dagu's call, Yuta and the others said nothing and immediately walked up to Shirahoshi to talk with her. Dagu then approached Crocodile and the others, scanning the group before fixing his gaze on Law. Law, on the next route, we will pass through Dressrosa. Are you? Dagu paused to ask. Are you prepared? Aye. Hearing this, Law opened his mouth to say something but then paused. How could he not understand what Dagu meant? At the same time, he was also very clear about where Dressrosa was, but the impact from his childhood was not something he could easily overcome. Even though his strength was already very strong now, and he could easily deal with some Marine Headquarters Rear Admirals, sometimes some matters are truly unrelated to strength. Moreover, over the years, Law, under Dagu's protection, had not experienced too many things, which meant that his experiences were limited, and he inevitably felt a bit constrained when facing certain issues. Forget it. Seeing Law's expression, Dagu could only helplessly change the subject. Let's talk about it when we reach Dressrosa. After finishing, Dagu turned to Enel and said, Enel, when we arrive at Dressrosa, you will be the main attacker. Yes, Captain. In response to Dagu's order, Enel did not hesitate at all, directly nodding without even knowing who the opponent was. Dressrosa? Is it the Flamingo? Meanwhile, Crocodile curiously looked at Dagu and asked, Does he have a grudge with Law? Saying this, Crocodile glanced at Law, who was still looking down. That's right. Dagu did not hide this point and immediately told everyone about Law's connection to Dressrosa, specifically the Flamingo, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and Corazon, Don Quixote Rosinante. Chapter 266, The White Sea Dragon and Punk Hazard. I see. After listening to Dagu's account, Crocodile and the others finally understood that Law had such a history with Da Flamingo. Thinking about it, everyone couldn't help but look at Law. Captain, I'm going back to my room. Perhaps unable to bear the gazes of everyone, or for some other reason. Law immediately stood up and, after saying a word to Dagu, turned and returned to his room. Sai, watching Law's departing figure, Dagu couldn't help but let out a sigh. What's wrong with Law? Just then, Robin's voice suddenly rang out beside Dagu. Hearing the sound, Dagu immediately turned his head but did not answer Robin's question. Instead, he asked Robin, did Shirahoshi go back? MHM. In response, Robin nodded and said, after we finished talking, I'll let her go back since she is not suitable to appear on the surface right now. You're right. Hearing Robin's words, Dagu also agreed with her decision, then turned his gaze to the direction where Law left and explained to her, we just talked about Dressrosa and Doflamingo. I see. Upon hearing Dagu mention Doflamingo, Robin immediately understood why Law had that reaction. What's wrong? Meanwhile, Bonnie and the others turned their heads upon hearing Dagu mention Doflamingo, looking at him with curiosity. Captain, what do you mean by the flamingo? Are we going to fight him at our next stop? Pretty much, Doflamingo. In response to Bonnie's question, Dagu did not choose to hide it, and similarly explained Law's relationship with Doflamingo to Bonnie and the others. So that's how it is. After listening to Dagu's explanation, Bonnie and the others immediately showed thoughtful expressions, not knowing whether they truly understood or were still confused. Boom! In short, at this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the hull, attracting everyone's attention. It was, in an instant, the expressions of the crowd became somewhat astonished, because they discovered that a white sea current, resembling a sea dragon, had appeared ahead, and the art proverbs was being drawn closer to it. Looking at the massive sea current, Dagu furrowed his brows and prepared to cut it off. Wait! Just as Dagu was about to act, he was stopped by Beepo, the navigator. Beepo stepped forward, observed the white dragon's sea current twice, and said, Captain, we might be able to ride it to rise to the surface faster. Oh! After hearing Beepo's words, Dagu also recalled that there was indeed such a scene in the original work, where Luffy and his crew encountered this white sea dragon after leaving Fishman Island. Their approach was just as Beepo suggested. They rode the white sea dragon and accidentally reached the crucial island not shown on the map, Punk Hazard. All right, with this in mind, Dagu nodded in agreement with Beepo's suggestion, deciding to ride the white dragon and see if they could reach Punk Hazard. Since the decision was made, Dagu didn't hesitate and immediately instructed everyone, get ready, we're boarding it. Yes, Captain. The crew had no objections to Dagu's request and quickly agreed, then took their positions on the art proverbs to navigate into the white dragon. Boom! Before long, with a loud noise, Dagu and the others successfully boarded the white sea current, and it felt as if they were riding a sea train, with speed increasing dramatically. Punk Hazard is an island located in the New World and is directly governed by the world government. It is also the first island that the Straw Hat crew landed on after entering the New World in the original work. According to the original description, a terrible accident occurred on Punk Hazard, releasing a large amount of corrosive substances from the island, turning it into a deserted island. Moreover, after the famous Marineford War in the original story, due to a duel between Akiji and Akainu for the position of Fleet Admiral, the climate of Punk Hazard underwent drastic changes, becoming an island that was half ice and half engulfed in flames. However, all of this happened in the original story, and now there are still several years until the events of Punk Hazard unfold. Even Luffy hasn't set sail yet. He is still fighting Ace in the Gorgonzola Mountains of the Goa Kingdom. Therefore, Punk Hazard is currently still a scientific research base for the Navy. And the person in charge here is none other than Caesar Clown, who prides himself on being on par with Vegapunk, an ability user of the gas fruit. As for the research Caesar is currently responsible for, it is precisely the artificial devil fruits that Vegapunk had just abandoned. Indeed, not long ago, even at the time Dagu arrived at Fishman Island, Vegapunk was still in charge here. However, just the day after Dagu arrived at Fishman Island, Vegapunk announced that he no longer wanted to work on artificial devil fruits and left Punk Hazard. Thus, the world government, not wanting to waste research materials, handed everything over to Caesar. Little did the world government know that this island, which was removed from the map, would actually have someone accidentally stumble in. And the force was not some small fry, but a colossal beast, the Pirates of Light. This island, in the waters off Punk Hazard, the art proverbs was floating alone, and on the ship, Bonnie and the others looked at the situation on the island, their brows furrowing unconsciously. Because this island, although not an ice and fire island or a poisonous island like in the original story, had its environment thoroughly destroyed by Vegapunk's research. Therefore, Punk Hazard now looked like a dead island devoid of any life. Let's go. We'll know once we check it out. Dagu didn't say much about this, just called out to everyone and directly used his ability to bring the art proverbs to the shore of Punk Hazard, then turned around and stepped onto the island. Seeing Dagu go up, Bonnie and the others exchanged glances and followed Dagu's lead, stepping onto the land of Punk Hazard. Chapter 267, Caesar Clown and the Dragon Fruit they are. Meanwhile, inside the island, in a certain building, there was a figure with a unique appearance, staring in surprise at the monitor showing Dagu and the others. Suddenly, this person let out a very strange laugh. However, his laughter abruptly stopped, because he noticed that while he was laughing, Dagu suddenly looked up, his eyes meeting his, and he even smirked. Dagu's action instantly sent a cold sweat down his back, causing him to abandon his original plans. You see, when he first saw Dagu and the others, he thought they were just some newcomers to the new world and looked down on them, even considering capturing Dagu as research material. But that glance from Dagu successfully woke him up. Dagu was not comparable to other small fry just entering the new world. He was a notorious pirate known as the Demon Child, Dagu, who had fought the Marine hero, Garp, and Marine Admiral, Akiji, and was wanted by the world government for 3 billion berries. Therefore, he, the ruler of Punk Hazard, the user of the gas fruit, and the greatest scientist in the world, Caesar Clown, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Following that, with a strange laugh, Caesar Clown suddenly transformed into a gas and disappeared into an unknown location. Captain, did you just notice something? On the other side, Goena was curious about why Dagu had smiled at a certain spot just now. In response to Goena's question, Dagu did not hide anything and immediately explained to her. There's a surveillance snail there. It's obvious the people on the island have detected our arrival. I see. After hearing Dagu's explanation, Goena nodded, indicating she understood. After Goena, Hawkins also couldn't help but ask Dagu, Captain, should we deal with the other party? It was clear he had also noticed Caesar Clown inside the island. No need. Unfortunately, Dagu did not accept the suggestion. Instead, he said, he hasn't provoked us, so there is no need to go looking for trouble. All right. Seeing Dagu say this, Hawkins had nothing more to say and just nodded in agreement, stepping back. Let us go. Seeing that no one had any more questions, Dagu called out to everyone, picked up his pace, and headed toward the place he had just seen with his eyes. As for Dagu's goal, it was quite clear, since they had come to Punk Hazard. That devil fruit could not be left here to be eaten by that person in the future. Therefore, whether he would give it to someone in the crew later or keep it as a collection, he had to obtain it for himself. Not long after, Dagu brought the members of the Sea of Light Pirates to their destination, the Research Institute. Artificial devil fruits, fish fruit, mythical zoan, dragon form. Looking at the devil fruit placed on the pedestal in front of him, Dagu murmured a phrase. Then he picked it up and examined it carefully before turning to the others and asking, "Is anyone interested in it?" However, although he was looking at everyone, Dagu was mainly focusing on Kuina. Among all those present, only Kuina was not a devil fruit user. As for the others, whether it was Crocodile, Enel, who joined later, or Bonnie, Hawkins, who joined from the beginning, they were all already devil fruit users. So if anyone could actually eat this devil fruit, it would only be Kuina. Moreover, Dagu was already well aware of the appearance of this devil fruit. It was pink. The pink appearance was relatively suitable for Kuina. After all, she was a girl. No need, Captain. Unfortunately, in response to Dagu's inquiry, Kuina immediately refused without a second thought and raised the sword in her hand, saying, "I am a swordsman. The sword is the most important. If I eat the devil fruit, then my sword might become less pure." All right then. Seeing Kuina say this, Dagu could only nod helplessly, but he couldn't help but say to Kuina, "Actually, Kuina, is it possible that you're overthinking it?" As soon as Dagu said this, it left Kuina somewhat confused. Seeing Kuina's expression, Dagu didn't keep it a mystery, but directly explained, "Kuina, you should remember Vice Admiral Momonosuke from the Navy, right? Do you think she is a powerful swordsman?" Hearing Dagu mention Momonosuke, Kuina answered without thinking, "Of course. Of course, because in Kuina's view, Momonosuke was the goal she pursued, strong, beautiful, full of justice, and more importantly, she was also a swordsman and a female swordsman at that. One could say that Momonosuke was the perfect version of herself in Kuina's heart. Seeing Kuina's expression, Dagu smiled slightly and asked again, "Then do you know she's also a devil fruit user?" Huh. Dagu's words immediately surprised Kuina. She never thought that Momonosuke, whom she viewed as a goal, had never used devil fruit powers, was actually a user of a devil fruit. That's right. Hearing this, Dagu nodded affirmatively. Momonosuke ate a devil fruit. She is a bona fide devil fruit user. As he spoke, Dagu changed the subject and said to Kuina, "So even if you eat a devil fruit, you can still specialize in swordsmanship. You can completely view the devil fruit as something that enhances your physical abilities." At this point, Dagu looked at the devil fruit in his hand and softly said, "After you eat it, the most significant change will be that your physical abilities will be vastly different. You will no longer be limited by the inherent disadvantages of being a girl. After eating it, you will have physical abilities that are not inferior to Zoro, and even stronger than Zoro. In the future, when you meet Zoro again in battle, you might even be able to suppress his 3 swords with one hand and say to him, 'Zoro, it's been years since we last met. How come you can't even handle my sword?'" With that, Dagu stopped saying anything else and quietly watched Kuina, waiting for her decision. Chapter 268. Kuina in the dragon form. After listening to Dagu's words, Kuina did not respond immediately. Instead, she fell into deep thought. Observing Kuina's expression, Dagu did not urge her but turned to Law and said, "Law, this is a research institute. You can go in and take a look. There should be things that interest you." "Okay." Upon hearing this, Law nodded, then turned around and started exploring the research institute, with Bippo closely following him. Next, Dagu played with the devil fruit in his hand, quietly waiting for Kuina to make a decision. "Captain." Finally, as time passed, it seemed that Kuina had come to a conclusion. She raised her head and looked at Dagu, saying, "I will eat it." "Good." Seeing Kuina say this, Dagu smiled slightly, then extended his hand to pass the devil fruit to Kuina, introducing, "This is an animal-type devil fruit, the fish fruit, mythical Zoan, dragon form." Mythical Zoan. Dagu's words immediately surprised everyone present. They did not expect this devil fruit to be a mythical Zoan and a dragon form at that. As far as they knew, another devil fruit user of the dragon form was one of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the beasts. This meant that this devil fruit had the potential to become one of the 4 emperors. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Kuina with a bit of envy. However, despite their envy, they did not have too many thoughts, as they were all already devil fruit users. According to the rule that one person can only eat 1 devil fruit, even if this devil fruit were given to them, they couldn't eat it. At most, they would find a buyer to sell it at a high price. However, in that case, it would be better to let Kuina eat it directly. After all, she was a companion. With that thought, everyone's gazes gradually returned to calmness. Meanwhile, since she had already made her decision, Kuina was not a hesitant person and immediately ate the devil fruit. Burp just after swallowing it, Kuina uncontrollably made a vomiting gesture. It was evident that although this devil fruit was artificially made by Vegapunk, its taste was still very authentic. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Dagu couldn't help but laugh a couple of times. However, Dagu only laughed for a moment before quickly regaining his composure and then asked Kuina, "How do you feel now? Is there anything uncomfortable?" Listening to Dagu's question, Kuina did not answer immediately, but remained silent, feeling her own condition. After a long silence, Kuina raised her right hand. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, Kuina's right hand slowly began to change. Scales were gradually attaching to her right hand, and her hand suddenly grew much larger. This is watching the changes in Kuina's right hand. Dagu and the others were momentarily at a loss for words. In the end, it was Dagu who said to Kuina, "Very good, Kuina. With these dragon scales, your physical abilities and strength will undergo a tremendous transformation." "Thank you, Captain." In response, Kuina did not say anything else. She just silently thanked Dagu, then retracted her ability, and her right hand returned to its usual appearance. "Captain, there are some issues here." Just at that moment, Law, who had just left, suddenly shouted to everyone. "What?" Upon hearing Law's shout, Dagu first asked, then said to everyone, "Let's go take a look." Thus, under Dagu's lead, Everyone made their way to where Law was. Before long, everyone arrived at Law's location under Dagu's guidance. But looking at what Law was holding, everyone was a bit confused, completely not understanding why Law had called Dagu over. Unable to comprehend, everyone directly asked Law, "What is this?" Facing the curiosity of the crowd, Luo did not hide anything. Instead, he tossed the item in his hand and explained, "This is a type of drug which contains." As Luo explained, everyone began to understand why he had called them all over. It turned out that this was actually a drug that could make people grow larger. But it had side effects. If the suppressive medication was not taken regularly, then this drug would become a poison. Finally, with a serious expression, Luo said, "So I suspect that someone here is conducting research that can make people grow larger." Seeing Luo's expression, Dagu calmly asked, "Do you want to stop it?" "Yes." In response to Dagu's question, Luo did not refute, but nodded in agreement. The most significant aspect of this research is that it must involve children. Only children's bodies can adapt. Therefore, I want to stop it. Seeing Luo's firm attitude, Dagu couldn't help but smile slightly. "Then let's do it." After saying that, Dagu turned to the others and said, "You all come along." "Yes, Captain." In response to Dagu's order, Crocodile and the others did not refuse but agreed. "Thank you, Captain." Seeing this, Luo bowed to Dagu to express his gratitude. "Follow me." Subsequently, Luo directly led everyone toward the distance, where his observation hockey had detected some unusual places, likely where those children were located. After seeing Luo lead everyone away, Dagu did not follow. Instead, he took Robin and walked in another direction. He wanted to find the owner of this place to ask some questions and borrow some items. Caesar Clown. Soon, Dagu arrived in front of Caesar, the son of the devil. Seeing Dagu suddenly appear, Caesar was filled with fear. He didn't understand how Dagu could find him so precisely and suddenly, as if he had teleported in front of him. After his shock, Caesar still asked Dagu, "What are you doing here? I haven't offended you, have I?" "No." Dagu shook his head. Seeing Dagu shake his head, Caesar asked again, "Then what are you here for?" Watching Caesar's terrified look, Dagu smiled slightly and said, "I came to find you. What do you want me for?" As soon as Dagu said this, Caesar broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that Dagu was here to kill him. Chapter 269. The Situation in the New World and Research Materials. Seeing Caesar's expression, Dagu couldn't help but smile slightly. "Don't be nervous. I'm not here to do anything to you. I just want to ask you about some information since, as you know, I'm not familiar with everything here in the New World." "Oh." Hearing Dagu say this, Caesar couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out Dagu was just here to ask him for information. Then, Caesar explained to Dagu, "As you can see, I'm a scientist, so I'm not very familiar with the situation in the New World either. Most of what I can tell you is hearsay." After listening to Caesar's words, Dagu didn't mind and casually waved his hand. "It's okay, just say whatever you want." "All right." Seeing that Dagu said this, Caesar stopped being pretentious and immediately began to introduce the situation in the New World. The situation in the New World was the same as in the original story. There hadn't been any significant changes because of Dagu's arrival. The entrance to the New World was still in a vacuum zone, not under the control of any of the four emperors. If it had to be said, it would be the Navy, because Mariehua was right above the red line, and the Navy's G1 branch was also in this sea area. Therefore, the pirates gave the Navy and the world government face and did not occupy this sea area at the entrance. As for the rest, it was the same as in the original story, divided cleanly by Kaido, Big Mom, Whitebeard, Red-Haired, and other four emperors. The buffer zone among these people was taken over by underground world figures like Flamingo, Dufeld, and Kyberson. These were the obvious situations in the New World. As for the hidden small forces, there were actually many, but those forces generally depended on the four emperors or pirate groups under the four emperors. Therefore, they lived quite well in the New World. After listening to Caesar's account, Dagu silently nodded without saying anything, instead falling into deep thought. He was contemplating what direction to take in the upcoming voyage after resolving the issues with Doflamingo. Should he pause to recuperate and wait for Monkey D. Luffy to set sail, or should he continue forward, aiming straight for Raftel? After pondering for a long time, Dagu let out a faint sigh. "What's wrong?" Hearing Dagu's sigh, Robin couldn't help but be curious about what he was sighing about. "It's nothing." In response to Robin's question, Dagu did not elaborate, but merely shook his head gently and then looked at Caesar again, saying, "Actually, besides all this, I also want to borrow some things from you." WH. What? As soon as Dagu said this, Caesar became extremely tense again, thinking that borrowing something might mean borrowing his life. "Don't be nervous." Seeing Caesar's expression, Dagu chuckled softly, encouraging him to relax, and then said, "Aren't you doing research?" "Aye." Just then, hearing Dagu mention his research, Caesar interrupted before Dagu could finish. "You want me to work for you?" "No." But to Caesar's surprise, as soon as he spoke, Dagu directly shook his head and said, "I'm not asking you to work for me. I just want your research materials." At this point, Dagu paused and added, "All of them." "All of my research materials?" After hearing Dagu's request, Caesar's face was filled with confusion. He completely didn't understand what Dagu wanted his research materials for. Did he want to conduct research himself? However, as far as he knew, there were no research personnel on the ship of the Son of the Devil, let alone scientists comparable to him. Unable to understand, Caesar directly asked Dagu, "What do you want my research materials for? Do you want to do research yourself? That's not your concern. Just give them to me." Unfortunately, in response to Caesar's question, Dagu did not answer, but instead urged him and reminded him once again, "Remember, it's all of them." This. Upon hearing Dagu's undeniable tone, Caesar wanted to refuse. After all, his research materials were not simple. They included not only his own, but also those of Vegapunk and even materials from the Vinsmoke family in the North Sea, as well as materials from other scientists he had worked with in the past. So, Caesar was really unwilling. "I just need a backup." Perhaps seeing Caesar's predicament, Dagu directly gave him a shot of encouragement, stating that he only needed a backup and not the original. Once this was said, it indeed reduced a lot of Caesar's resistance. He had thought Dagu must need the original. If that were the case, he would lose a significant portion of his research materials. But now that Dagu only needed a backup, he only needed to make a copy. As for those that cannot be copied, he can't be blamed for not giving them. Thinking of this, Caesar felt relaxed and immediately looked at Dagu. "All right, I'll go get it for you now." As soon as he finished speaking, Caesar directly left this hiding place and returned to where he kept his research materials. "Here, this is what you wanted." Finally, with the passage of time, and after rummaging through things, Caesar pointed to a pile of materials. Looking at the research materials stacked high like a small mountain, although Dagu felt a bit overwhelmed, he still pretended to remain calm and nodded. "Flying Thunder God." Then he walked directly in front of that pile of materials, placed a hand on it, and immediately used the Flying Thunder God, disappearing with the mountain of research materials in front of Caesar and Robin. Is this spatial movement? Looking at the spot where Dagu suddenly vanished, Caesar couldn't help but exclaim. As for Robin, she said nothing, just walked over to a nearby chair, sat down, picked up a book of unknown content, and kept an eye on Caesar to prevent him from escaping. Faced with such a situation, Caesar could only helplessly sigh, then also walked over to a nearby chair and sat down, waiting for Dagu's return. On the other side, Dagu had brought Caesar's research materials to an unexpected yet reasonable place. That is, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, White Earth Island, Baldiago. Indeed, the reason Dagu wanted those research materials was actually for the Revolutionary Army. Otherwise, with just one ship, what would he need research materials for? Chapter 270. The Revolutionary Army and the Big Boy Mr. Bach? On White Earth Island, inside the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army in Baldiago, Drago was quite surprised by Dagu's sudden appearance. He couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Bach, why are you here at this time? Shouldn't you be in the New World?" Hearing this, Dagu chuckled and pointed to the research materials he brought. "I'm here to deliver these." "What is this?" Following Dagu's gesture, Drago saw a large pile of documents, but he didn't understand what Dagu brought them for. Seeing Drago's confused expression, Dagu didn't hide anything and directly explained. "These are some research data, including artificial devil fruits and medicines that can enlarge people, among other things." Oh, hearing Dagu say this, Drago's interest was piqued. He then walked directly to the pile of materials and casually picked one up to look at it. "I've given you the items, so I'm leaving now." Seeing Drago engrossed in the materials, Dagu decided not to linger and, after saying a word to Drago, used the Flying Thunder God again to leave Baldiago and return upon hazard. Unfortunately, He didn't even hear Drago's call. Sighed, looking at the empty space. Drago sighed helplessly, then didn't think more about Dagu and began to look at the materials Dagu had sent. I'm back. On the other side, in Punk Hazard, at Caesar's research center, upon seeing Dagu return, Robin greeted him and casually put down the book she was holding. In response to Robin's greeting, Dagu nodded slightly, then looked at Caesar, who also stood up. I've dealt with my matters, but what? Dagu's heavy breathing immediately made Caesar tense up again. Looking at the nervous Caesar, Dagu said calmly, but the matter with my companion hasn't been resolved. Your companion's matter? Dagu's words made Caesar slightly stunned. He didn't remember having any connection with Dagu's companions. In fact, he had only met him for the first time today. Come with me. However, this time, Dagu didn't explain anything to Caesar, just said to follow him, and then led Robin out of the room. Seeing this, although Caesar felt that the situation was a bit bad, he didn't directly run away because he knew that even if he escaped, it would be useless. With Dagu's spatial transferability, where could he run to? Therefore, reluctantly, Caesar could only follow Dagu's footsteps. In this way, the group turned around and arrived at a huge room's entrance, where they saw Ro treating some big children inside the room. They were indeed big children, each looking about 10 years old, but standing several meters tall, even over 10 meters in height. They also saw a smiling Kuna and the others, who looked a bit grim. Upon seeing Ro treating the children, Dagu didn't disturb him, but walked over to everyone and asked Bonnie, Bonnie, what's the situation now? Captain. Facing Dagu's question, Bonnie first called him, then turned to look at Ro and explained, the current situation is that these children all experienced a giantization reaction after taking that medicine. It could be said that if this continues, they will have no future. At this point, Bonnie's expression darkened a little, but she continued, although Ro is treating them now. Due to the short time, his treatment can only be a temporary fix. Is that so? After listening to Bonnie's explanation, Dagu fell silent for a moment, then looked at Caesar. You caused this, so you solve it. Huh? Dagu's words shocked Caesar. Asking him solve it? Since he created these things, he had never thought of a solution. After all, that existence wanted giants that couldn't be restored. Oh, thinking of that existence, Caesar suddenly seemed to gain some confidence, straightened his back, and looked at Dagu defiantly. Son of the devil, I advise you not to get involved in this matter, and you'd better release me quickly, otherwise. Zhu Luo. Saying this, Caesar suddenly burst into laughter. Watching the laughing Caesar, Dagu was taken aback, unable to understand what was going on with him. Just moments ago, he was timid as a mouse, and now he dared to laugh out loud in front of him. However, Dagu's surprise didn't mean that others would be surprised. Ving. Just as Caesar was laughing, a bolt of lightning struck right next to his feet. Shut up. Immediately, a reprimanding voice followed. Clearly, this was Enel's reaction to Caesar's behavior. Looking at the scorched mark at his feet, Caesar's expression stiffened. But he immediately shouted at Enel, What are you doing? Do you know who I am? I am. Sasa. Unfortunately, this time, before Caesar could finish his sentence, a stream of sand quietly surrounded him, completely enveloping him. Caesar even felt that if he said one more word, the sand would come crashing down. This situation finally made Caesar shut his mouth. Who on the other side, after treating the last child, Ro let out a sigh of relief and returned to everyone. Captain. As soon as he returned, Luo first greeted Dagu with a nod, saying, You've worked hard. Dagu smiled in response to Luo's greeting, then looked at the children and asked him, How are the kids doing? Can they recover? Luo did not answer Dagu's question immediately, but turned to glance at Bonnie before explaining, Actually, it's quite simple to cure them. As long as Bonnie uses her abilities on them, it would be fine. However, Luo changed his tone and continued, If Bonnie uses her abilities and then tries to undo them, it could very likely worsen their conditions. I see. After hearing Luo's explanation, Dagu fell into deep thought. After a long silence, Dagu turned to Caesar and asked, Can you solve this? Caesar was momentarily taken aback by Dagu's question and then shook his head, saying, I can't. After that, Caesar quickly explained to Dagu, These are tasks assigned to me by a certain important figure. That person has always wanted giants. How could they possibly want me to develop an antidote? Well then, hearing Caesar's words, Dagu sighed helplessly and looked at Luo, asking Luo, "Do you have any other solutions?" Upon hearing Dagu's question, Luo fell in a deep thought for a while before finally saying to Dagu, "If you give me some time, I think it should be fine." "Oh, really?" After listening to Luo, Dagu fell silent for a moment before saying, "If you don't want to go to Dressrosa, then we can stay here a bit longer." Dressrosa. When Dagu mentioned Dressrosa, Luo hesitated significantly. His original intention was to go to Dressrosa as soon as possible, but, thinking about it, Luo turned to look at the older children, who were all nervously watching him. Seeing this, Luo's heart shook violently, and he directly said to Dagu, "Captain, I want to treat them first." Seeing that Luo had made his choice, Dagu did not stop him, but instead smiled and affirmed, "All right, then go ahead. By the way." Suddenly, Dagu seemed to remember something and pointed at Caesar, saying, "This guy is the researcher who developed the growth potion. Take him with you." "Yes." Upon hearing that Dagu referred to Caesar as the researcher, Luo's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, nodded at Dagu, and looked at Caesar, saying, "Come with me." After that, Luo turned and walked toward the older children, not worried that Caesar wouldn't keep up. In reality, after hearing Luo's words, Caesar hesitated for a moment, but he quickly felt a few cold glares, which made him realize the situation and hurriedly followed Luo. Looking at Caesar's back, Kuina walked up to Dagu's side and asked uncertainly, "Captain, is he really okay?" "Don't worry." In response to Kuina's doubts, Dagu waved his hand and said, "With us around, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly, and with Luo watching him, even if he wanted to, he wouldn't have the chance." "All right." Since Dagu said so, Kuina had nothing more to say and could only nod in agreement. Thus, during the following time, Dagu and the others stayed in Punk Hazard. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Dagu did not waste time, but instead conducted special training for Kuina, who had just gained her devil fruit abilities, allowing her to adapt to her suddenly increased physical capabilities. In addition, during this time, Dagu also established his future course of action. Ultimately, Dagu decided that after dealing with Whitebeard, he would stop and wait for Monkey D. Luffy's appearance. After all, his goal of going to sea was not initially to find the One Piece, so there was no need to go to Raftel. Therefore, it would be better to settle down and wait for Luffy's departure while also waiting for the complete awakening of his Rinnegan. Thus, even though he stayed in Punk Hazard for 2 months, Dagu did not rush Luo to hurry up. Instead, he hoped they could take their time. However, contrary to his wishes, just when Dagu wanted Luo to slow down, Luo ran up to him and reported, "Captain, the antidote is ready. However, this medicine is not an instant solution. They need to take it long-term to gradually improve their conditions." "That's great." Dagu did not say much about this and simply smiled slightly, saying, "Since you have prepared it, then get it to them." "Yes, Captain." Upon hearing Dagu's order, Luo immediately went to deliver the medicine to the older children, the son of the devil. As for Caesar, who came with Luo, he did not leave with him. Instead, he stood in front of Dagu, hesitating to speak. Regarding Caesar's odd behavior, Dagu simply said lightly, "What's wrong? Can you let me go now?" Following Dagu's words, Caesar suddenly shouted, "Do you know how much I've lost in these 2 months while being with you? And soon, those 2 important figures will come to check. How am I supposed to explain this?" "I see." After listening to Caesar's words, Dagu appeared to be enlightened and then chuckled lightly, saying, "If you can't produce it, what does it have to do with me? It's not like I have to take it out. You." As soon as Dagu said this, it immediately made Caesar furious, pointing at Dagu, momentarily at a loss for words. "It's over, it's over, it's over." In the end, Caesar could only keep muttering that it was over. Seeing Caesar's reaction, Dagu did not pay him any mind but directly ignored him and turned to others, saying, "Since Luo's matter has been resolved, we will set sail once he returns." "Yes, Captain." The members of the light pirate crew did not hesitate at Dagu's command and answered immediately. Soon, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, Luo walked up to Dagu with the older children and said, "Captain, let's go." Upon hearing this, Dagu did not agree immediately, but pointed at the older children, asking, "Are you planning to send them back?" "Yes." Without thinking, Luo answered Dagu's question. "All right." Seeing this, Dagu could only nod in agreement, and then waved his hand, saying, "In that case, let's all board the ship." "Thank you, Captain." Upon hearing Dagu's invitation for them to board the ship, the older children expressed their gratitude to Dagu one by one. "Let's go." In response to the children's thanks, Dagu did not say much. He simply called out and then turned to board the ship, the Ark Maxim. Thus, the light pirate crew left Punk Hazard with the older children, heading towards the children's homeland. As for the anger Caesar would face from the two emperors next, that was none of Dagu's concern. After all, this was something that Caesar had brought upon himself and should be borne by him alone. Chapter 272, Dressrosa and Don Quixote. Doflamingo Dressrosa, 800 years ago, was ruled by the Don Quixote family. However, the Don Quixote family chose to leave and join the world government, becoming celestial dragons. Consequently, the guardian family at that time, the Rica family, became the new royal family of Dressrosa. A few years ago, Don Quixote Doflamingo, a descendant of the Don Quixote family, returned here with his subordinates. Years ago, Doflamingo appeared before King Riku and threatened him to gather a sum of 10 billion berries in one day, or he would invade Dressrosa with his army. King Riku, concerned for the safety of his people, pleaded with the citizens of Dressrosa to hand over all their cash, unaware that it was all a trap set by Doflamingo. As a result, he fell into Doflamingo's scheme, who used his devil fruit powers to control his actions, leading to the deaths of his soldiers and citizens, and even causing arson in the town. This led to widespread disdain among the populace for his tyrannical actions. Ultimately, Doflamingo seized the opportunity to portray himself as a hero, overthrowing his regime and becoming the new king. Thus, the Riku royal family, which had ruled Dressrosa for 800 years, was ousted and met with public scorn. After 8 centuries, Dressrosa returned to the hands of the Don Quixote family. Does this mean Doflamingo is a celestial dragon? After hearing Dagu's explanation, Crocodile looked at Dagu in surprise and asked. At the same time, Bonnie, Hawkins, and the others turned their gazes toward Dagu, waiting for his response. "That's right." Facing the crowd's gaze, Dagu replied. Although Doflamingo was expelled from Mebius, it cannot be denied that he is indeed a genuine celestial dragon. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Law. After all, the reason they came to Dressrosa was because of Law, and they were eager to know how Law would react when facing a celestial dragon. Understanding their thoughts, Law knew what they were thinking. To be honest, he was shocked to learn Doflamingo was a celestial dragon. This meant that the person he admired, Corazon, also known as Don Quixote Rocinante, was a celestial dragon. After all, the two were brothers. If Doflamingo was a celestial dragon, then Corazon, as his younger brother, must also be a celestial dragon. Law found himself at a loss for words upon receiving this news. Just a moment ago, he had looked down on celestial dragons. But now he realized that the person he admired was one of them. Law. Seeing Law fall silent, Dagu understood he was likely thinking of Rocinante and didn't know what to say. Therefore, he patted Law's shoulder and said, "A celestial dragon is a celestial dragon, and Rocinante is Rocinante. You don't have to force Rocinante to fit the mold of a celestial dragon. After all, he didn't grow up in Mebius. Instead, he was raised within the Navy, and Admiral Sengoku even took him as an adopted son. In strict terms, he should be considered a Navy member, not a celestial dragon." Sengoku est son? Dagu's words caused Crocodile and the others to look at Law with a strange gaze. Because if what Dagu said was true, it would mean that Law, in a sense, was Sengoku's grandson. A Law, who also realized this point, found it hard to accept. Just a second ago, the person he admired was a celestial dragon, and now he himself was suddenly the grandson of an admiral. Just then, Dagu suddenly felt a gaze directed at him. Following his instinct, Dagu turned to look at the nearby island, Dressrosa, discovered. Meanwhile, on the heights of Dressrosa, a woman in a long dress noticed Dagu's gaze and was startled. She quickly lowered her hands, which were making strange gestures in front of her eyes, and turned to run into the palace behind her. Doflamingo. Soon, the woman found Doflamingo, who was basking in the sun. "What's wrong, Violet?" Hearing the woman's call, Doflamingo lazily turned his head to ask what had happened. Indeed, this woman was Violet, the daughter of the former king of Dressrosa and a user of the paramecia-type Dengeki fruit. At that moment, Violet regained her composure in response to Doflamingo's question and said calmly, "The son of the devil has arrived." Upon hearing this, Doflamingo was taken aback, then murmured, "Law, have you finally come?" Fu. After saying this, Doflamingo suddenly burst into laughter. Doflamingo. Watching Doflamingo laugh heartily, Toripole, Diamante, and the others were momentarily stunned, feeling a bit worried, because unlike other pirates new to the New World, this son of the devil had made a powerful entrance by defeating 3 admirals. He was truly a formidable force. After laughing, Doflamingo returned to normal. Family. He looked around at the people present and said, "Let's go meet that son of the devil and welcome our long-lost family, Law." Saying this, Doflamingo walked toward the exit. Yes. Following Doflamingo's command, the members of the Don Quixote family immediately fell in line and followed him. "Captain, someone is coming." Soon, at the port of Dressrosa, aboard the ship Gospel, Enel reported to Dagu that several strong presences were approaching them. "Oh!" Upon hearing Enel's words, Dagu looked in the direction he was pointing and said to Law, "Law, your target has arrived." "Is that so?" Law replied quietly, then walked over to Dagu's side, seeing the members of the Don Quixote family approaching. The Plum Army, Toripole, the Spade Army, Pica the Diamond Army, Diamante, Monet, Sugar, Gladius, Lau, G. Buffalo, and... Looking at each familiar yet strange face, Law named them one by one, finally focusing on one person, whispering, "Baby 5. Chapter 273. The Don Quixote family and the light pirates. Law. Meanwhile, Doflamingo, who had stepped in front of everyone, warmly greeted Law. "Long time no see. Welcome home." However, in response to Doflamingo's greeting, Law did not reply and even wore a displeased expression. Since his arrival, Law had been looking grim. Doflamingo, unfazed by this, turned to Dagu and asked, "Son of the devil, what brings you here?" Before Dagu could speak, Doflamingo pointed at Law, looking at Dagu with surprise. "Are you here for Law?" Fufufu. After speaking, Don Quixote Doflamingo immediately burst into laughter and said while laughing, "But you must understand, Law is a member of my Don Quixote family, and he is simply coming home." "Right." Hearing Doflamingo's words, Dagu did not refute him, but simply said lightly, then looked at Law and said, "Law, do whatever you want." As he spoke, Dagu turned to Ishao and said with a smile, "Mr. Ishao, please keep an eye on Law." "Yes, Captain." In response to the captain's order, Ishao nodded without saying much. Then, Dagu looked at the others and said, "You all pick your opponents." "Okay, Captain." Upon hearing this, Crocodile and the others nodded. Devil Child. At this moment, seeing that Dagu not only ignored him but also arranged opponents, Doflamingo's anger suddenly flared up. He pointed at Dagu and questioned, "Don Quixote Dagu, what exactly do you want to do?" "Me?" Hearing this, Dagu turned his head with a puzzled look, first pointing at himself, then calmly looking at Doflamingo and saying, "I don't want to do anything. I just heard that Dressrosa has a very good local culture, so I thought I'd come for a visit. As for finding you..." At this point, Dagu turned to look at Law and smiled slightly, saying, "You also said that Law is your family, and you even welcome him home. Therefore, it's not me looking for you. It's just Law returning home." Fufufu. After hearing Dagu's words, Doflamingo laughed loudly again. He was laughing out of anger. However, he did not say anything more to Dagu, but looked at Law again and said, "So Law, are you here to avenge Rosinante?" "Oh no." Upon mentioning Rosinante, Doflamingo couldn't help but shake his head and then said, "It should be said, Corazon." He then directly questioned Law. "So, are you here to avenge Corazon?" "Trafalgar Law." "That's right." In response to Doflamingo's questioning, Law nodded and said, "I am here to avenge Corazon, the brother you killed." "Mr. Corazon?" Fufufu. Seeing Law's serious expression, Doflamingo laughed again. But this time the laughter clearly carried a different tone. After laughing, Doflamingo said, "Law, a life that was so hard to save, returned by Corazon's life. But you don't know how to cherish it. I really don't know what to say about you, Law. You have no right to mention him." Doflamingo. Unexpectedly, this statement directly angered Law. Schwa. After a furious shout, he drew his sword, Kikoku, and charged at Doflamingo. "How can you get so close to our king?" But at that moment, Diamante suddenly shouted and blocked Law's path. "Your opponent is me." Just as he made his entrance, someone immediately faced him. Hawkins. That's right. The one facing Diamante was Basil Hawkins. Oof. Seeing this, Diamante snorted coldly but did not go after Law. Instead, he focused on Hawkins. Although Hawkins was still a newcomer to the new world, his bounty prevented Diamante from treating him as just a rookie. He thought, even if he couldn't go after Law, there were still others. However, when he saw the situation of the others, he was actually stunned. Because contrary to his expectations, there was not a single person blocking Law's path. Then, when he looked around, he understood why there was no one to block Law's advance. Because those who could block him were all being blocked. Pika of the stone fruit was stopped by the former Shichibukai crocodile. Trouble of the sticky fruit was blocked by the thunder god, Enel. Baby 5 of the weapon fruit and Monet of the snow fruit were stopped by the big eater, Joaelly Bonnie. As for Ultai of the blast fruit, Buffalo of the spin fruit, and Sei or Pink of the swim fruit, they were all subdued by the mysterious blind swordsman, Yishao, who had a bounty of 1 billion berries from the Navy. Faced with such a situation, Diamante was at a loss for what to do. Fufufu. But at this time, Doflamingo still laughed and even said to the rushing Law, with your reckless charge, how long will it take for you to change? Stringline. After saying this, Doflamingo raised his right hand and directly attacked Law first. Dong. With Doflamingo's movement, Law immediately lifted his sword slightly and successfully blocked his attack using his observation haki. Oh! Seeing Law easily fend off his attack, Doflamingo expressed his surprise. He sighed, Law. It seems you have truly grown. Oomph. Unfortunately, Doflamingo's words did not stir much in Law's heart. He merely snorted coldly, but his movements did not stop. Instead, he raised his sword high. Shwa. Suddenly, a flying slash shot towards Doflamingo. Bang. As Law expected, this attack did not inflict any damage on Doflamingo. It didn't even have any effect. In the next moment, Doflamingo also launched an attack against him. 5 color strings. Before Law, 5 nearly transparent thin strings were produced from Doflamingo's 5 fingers. Then, taking on a beast claw posture, the 5 strings lunged towards Law with his movements. Chapter 274 Doflamingo and the Three Sweet Commanders Room Slaughterhouse. Faced with Doflamingo's attack, Law's first reaction was not to choose to take it head-on, but to instinctively use his devil fruit ability to dodge. Sigh watching Law's movements, Dagu, who was observing from a distance, couldn't help but sigh and quietly remarked, "It seems Law still hasn't completely overcome the shadows of his childhood." As soon as Dagu finished speaking, Robin beside him seemed to recall the past and sighed. How could shadows be so easily overcome? Upon hearing this, Dagu said nothing more and continued to focus on watching the duel between Law and Doflamingo. He saw Law holding Kikoku, slicing towards Doflamingo's waist from behind. Fufufu. Sensing the movement behind him, Doflamingo chuckled lightly, but didn't pay much attention. Because just as Kikoku passed through, yes, it passed through. Law's Kikoku smoothly sliced through Doflamingo's body. Feeling the force in his hand and seeing Doflamingo in front of him, who showed no sign of pain even when bisected, Law realized that the Doflamingo before him was not the real Doflamingo. Bang! Sure enough, in the next moment, the Doflamingo in front of Law collapsed, turning into a string. Yes, the Doflamingo before Law was merely a string clone created by Doflamingo. As for the real Doflamingo, he was in the sky, or rather, he had never appeared in front of Dagu and the others at all. This is also why Dagu let Yishao pay attention to Luo, rather than him watching Luo, because he needed to keep an eye on the true form of Doflamingo in the sky. When he saw that Luo had dealt with the line clone, Dagu immediately looked up and shouted to the high sky, "Flamingo, your clone has been taken care of. I sent Tia time to come down." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu suddenly unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, attacking Doflamingo in the air. Suddenly hit by Dagu's Haki, Doflamingo couldn't help but feel a jolt in his mind. Then he also unleashed his own Conqueror's Haki to counter Dagu's. Boom! Thus, at the port of Dressrosa, invisible waves swept through, causing one after another of the common people to fall into a state of fainting. However, this wave did not last long, as Doflamingo could not hold on any longer. Yes, after clashing with Dagu's Conqueror's Haki, Doflamingo finally understood why the world had placed a bounty of 3 billion berries on this guy. After understanding, Doflamingo laughed loudly as he descended, landing opposite Dagu. Dreaming of a better world, Dagu, with such strength, what do you want to bring to this world? As soon as he landed, Doflamingo posed a question to Dagu. What I want to do has nothing to do with you. Unfortunately, in response to Doflamingo's question, Dagu merely replied calmly, because you already have no future. Even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to see it. Is that so? Upon hearing Dagu say this, Doflamingo's expression noticeably darkened, but he quickly smiled at Dagu and said, "Are you so sure you can keep me here? You could try." In response, Dagu calmly replied again, "Hoo hoo hoo." Dagu's words made Doflamingo laugh instead of getting angry. However, he soon couldn't laugh anymore. Are they your alliance? Because Dagu was looking to the other side and said lightly, "Come out. There are not many who can be relied upon by Doflamingo, and even fewer who have conflicts with me. Don't you agree? The sweet commanders of the big MOM pirates. No wonder he was the son of the devil with a bounty of 3 billion from the Navy." As soon as Dagu's voice fell, accompanied by a sigh, a group of 3 men and 2 women walked out from a large mirror nearby. Charlotte, Katakuri. Looking at the few who emerged, Robin was somewhat surprised. Indeed, the ones appearing here were Big Mom's children, the sweet commanders. They were the special Paramecia, Machi Machi fruit user, Minister of Flower, Charlotte Katakuri. The Paramecia, Juice fruit user, Minister of Juice, Charlotte Smoothie. The Paramecia, Biscuit fruit user, Minister of Biscuit, Charlotte Cracker. And the one who was removed from the original work after being defeated by the monster monk Urki, Charlotte Snag. Why did Katakuri and the others appear in Dressrosa? To put it simply, it was because of Dagu. His actions in Punk Hazard had drawn the attention of Big MOM. Then, for her own ambitions, Big MOM immediately decided to send Katakuri to find trouble with Dagu. But in the end, something unknown happened. In short, when Katakuri set out, Big MOM arranged for the other 3 sweet commanders to accompany him. As for the last mirror fruit user, Charlotte BRLE, she actually requested to come, and Katakuri thought having her along might help, so he took her with him. And it turned out that bringing BRLE was indeed useful, though not very much. Katakuri fixed his gaze on Dagu and said, "Son of the devil, you must have known our hiding place from the very beginning, right?" Yes, in Katakuri's view, Dagu likely already knew their hiding place. Sure enough, as expected, facing Katakuri's question, Dagu immediately nodded affirmatively. Before arriving at the island, I sensed the situation on the island. However, at that time, I didn't know it was you. I only guessed it might be Doflamingo's partners. But when you came with Doflamingo, I saw you clearly. Saw clearly? Dagu's words instantly shocked Katakuri and the others. They had just been in BRLE's mirror space. Yet this son of the devil claimed to have seen them clearly this. Thinking this way, the Charlotte family members looked at Dagu with increasingly strange eyes. They felt they had underestimated this son of the devil in front of them, or perhaps his strength truly matched his bounty. Son of the devil, what exactly is your ability? Suddenly, Katakuri became curious about Dagu's ability. Although according to rumors, this son of the devil's ability should be related to spatial transfer. It now seemed that it might not be that simple. After all, if it were merely spatial transfer, how could he see them inside the mirror space? Chapter 275. 1 against 2 as Dagu eats melon. Want to know? Looking at Katakuri's expression, Dagu said lightly, then with a smirk added, "You can see for yourself. You." As soon as Dagu said this, it immediately drew the dissatisfaction of Snag, Smoothie, Cracker, and BRLE, who all wanted to say something. However, just as they were about to speak, they were stopped by Katakuri's gesture, and then Katakuri did not respond to Dagu, but instead looked at Doflamingo and said, "Doflamingo, if Dressrosa gets wrecked later, don't blame us." Ho ho ho. Hearing this, Doflamingo not only did not get angry, but instead laughed. Of course not. Very well. Seeing Doflamingo say this, Katakuri nodded, then looked at Dagu and said, "Son of the devil, as long as you hand over the devil's daughter, Nico Robin, to us, we can let you leave Dressrosa. Otherwise, boom." Before Katakuri could finish his sentence, a mighty conqueror's haki suddenly erupted, instantly enveloping the entire Dressrosa. Otherwise what? Immediately afterward, Dagu's cold voice sounded. Under the impact of Dagu's conqueror's haki, Charlotte BRLE he was the first to be unable to hold on, letting out a groan before collapsing. Soon, the guards of Dressrosa, members of the Don Quixote family, and even weak high-ranking members like Buffalo and Sugar all fell down one after another. Looking at the scene before them, whether it was Doflamingo, Karakuri, or the others, they all fell into silence. They had not thought that Dagu might be very strong, but they never expected him to be this strong. Just looking at the power of his conqueror's haki, Karakuri felt that even Big might not compare. Not to mention the other members of the Don Quixote family. Without having seen the powers of the other four emperors, they thought that Dagu's conqueror's haki might be on par with Shanks, who was rumored to have the strongest haki. Son of the devil. After a long silence, it was finally Katakuri who reacted, and he roared angrily, unleashing his own conqueror's haki to counter Dagu's. Boom! Boom! Not just Katakuri, but at the moment Katakuri erupted, Don Quixote Doflamingo also unleashed his conqueror's haki. Thus, the two powerful haki clashed against Dagu's haki. However, to the disappointment of the Don Quixote family and the Charlotte siblings, even with Katakuri and Doflamingo teaming up, their haki was overwhelmed by Dagu alone. Katakuri, Doflamingo. In the end, Dagu looked at the two and smiled, saying, "Haven't you eaten?" Upon hearing this, the two, who were originally planning to compete with Dagu in haki, simultaneously retracted their haki and charged at Dagu together. Just then, an unexpected incident occurred. Law, seeing the figure in front of him, Doflamingo had to stop. "What's wrong?" He stared at Law for a moment before asking, "Law, do you still want to fight me?" "Humph." In response to Doflamingo's question, Law first snorted, then said very seriously, "Doflamingo, I said before, I'm here to take revenge for Corazon today, so I won't hand you over to anyone else." "Is that so?" Hearing Law say this, Doflamingo lightly acknowledged it and lost the desire to trouble Dagu, instead focusing on Law. As for Katakuri, Billy he was about to rush in front of Dagu when suddenly a bolt of lightning struck his path, and then Enel appeared in front of him, looking at him and saying, "I've heard you're quite strong. Want to spar with me?" Thunder God Enel. Looking at the figure standing before him, Katakuri's expression turned serious. Initially, he thought that Enel, who had a bounty of 1 billion berries before entering the New World, was merely a name-dropper. But after witnessing Dagu's earlier eruption, Katakuri understood that Enel was definitely not just a name-dropper. He possessed strength worthy of the 1 billion berry bounty. Therefore, instead of recklessly ignoring Enel, he regained his composure and said to Enel, "All right." Whoosh! With that, Katakuri twisted his wrist and thrust the trident in his hand towards Enel. Whoosh facing Katakuri's sudden attack. Enel was not surprised. Instead, he raised his golden staff and swept it towards Katakuri. Bang! Soon, the trident and staff collided, unleashing a terrifying wave that swept through the area. Sweet Commander, Charlotte Cracker. Former Warlord, Sir Crocodile. Meanwhile, on another side, Cracker confronted Crocodile. Sweet Commander, Charlotte Smoothie. Demon Girl, Nico Robin. Similarly, Smoothie was also intercepted, and the one blocking her was none other than Robin. "It seems the world has underestimated your strength, Demon Girl." Looking at Nico Robin, who was equally imposing, Smoothie's expression grew serious. "You're overestimating me." Unfortunately, Robin paid no mind to Smoothie's compliment and simply replied lightly, leaving it at that. Sweet Commander, Charlotte Snack. Magician, Basil Hawkins. In another corner, Hawkins also faced the last of the Sweet Commanders. As for the members of the Don Quixote family who were supposed to deal with them, aside from those knocked out by the haki, the remaining ones were stopped by Ichiji, Bonnie, Bippo, and Kana. Although Bippo and Kuina's strength hadn't fully matured yet, they had no problem dealing with a member of the Don Quixote family, while the others were mostly stopped by Ichiji. The battle was about to erupt, but the strongest presence on the scene, who also had the highest bounty, Dagu, he found a spot to sit down, took out some sunflower seeds from who knows where, and leisurely watched the battles unfold. How relaxing. Chapter 276. Enel and Katakuri Dressrosa, a country of love, passion, and toys in the New World, was supposed to be a scene of great prosperity. However, at this moment, Dressrosa was contrary to its title of the country of love, passion, and toys. Because throughout Dressrosa, there were thunderous sounds echoing, and within the island, no one was left standing. Everyone had collapsed by the roadside. The toys that were once everywhere in Dressrosa had inexplicably vanished, as if there had never been any toys in Dressrosa at all. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sound reverberated throughout Dressrosa, capturing the attention of everyone who was previously engaged in battle. On the other side of the port, dark clouds gathered, and lightning danced within them. It was clear that the thunder god, Enel, was unleashing his power. Glutinous, 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 but that wasn't the surprising part. The real shock came when, beneath those dark clouds, countless glutinous beings appeared from nowhere, filling the entire area. Brother Katakuri, it's serious now. Looking at the endless glutinous beings, Smoothie, who was previously clashing with Robin, couldn't help but stop and say, "Is this what Dagu meant by the awakening of the Paramecia devil fruit?" At the same time, Robin also turned her gaze towards that direction, even unconsciously murmuring, "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Smoothie immediately replied, "This is the awakening of the devil fruit. Only by reaching this level can one truly develop their devil fruit." Is that so? Listening to Smoothie's explanation, Robin didn't say anything further. She just quietly observed the distant scene, trying to find her own path of evolution. You're really not bad. On the other side, seeing that Katakuri could create a powerful domain by assimilating the surrounding materials, Enel's eyes lit up. It seemed he had found the right opponent. You're not bad either. Thunder God. Similarly, in response to Enel's compliment, Katakuri couldn't help but reply, "The world has underestimated you. You really possess strength that matches your bounty." Whatever. Unfortunately, upon hearing Katakuri's words, Enel did not feel much. In his view, how the world spoke was their business. Of course, he didn't know who said it. If he did, he would definitely let the other party know what divine retribution was. Divine retribution. Thinking this, Enel first launched a divine retribution towards Katakuri. As mentioned earlier, if he didn't know, it would be fine, but now that the person was right in front of him, how could he not unleash a divine retribution? Boom! Thus, with Enel's movement, a massive bolt of lightning, mixed with an overwhelming aura, crashed down towards Katakuri below. Oomph! Looking at the commotion above, Katakuri snorted coldly, and then suddenly exerted his strength. Invincible sweet donut. Countless donuts made of glutinous rice suddenly appeared around Katakuri, and then fists emerged from them. Monster strength rice cake. But in the next moment, countless donuts began to gather, gradually merging into one, and the fist also simplified from many to one. Drink! Immediately, as the lightning in the sky was about to strike him, Katakuri suddenly reached out and punched towards the thunder. Boom! Following Katakuri's movement, the enormous fist he created also struck towards the thunder. Crash! In an instant, a sound that shook the heavens and earth erupted between the two, resonating across the land of Dressrosa. Crackle, but this was not the end. On the contrary, it was just the beginning, because in the next moment, Enel teleported to Katakuri's side and swung a staff at him. Woos bang! Unfortunately, Katakuri had already sensed Enel's movements with his advanced observation haki, which allowed him to foresee the future. So Enel's sudden attack did not achieve the expected result and was directly blocked by Katakuri wielding his trident. However, the two did not stop there. Instead, they immediately engaged in close combat. Clang, clang, clang. Enel's golden staff flew, striking towards Katakuri's vital points with every move. But no matter where Enel attacked from or how unexpectedly he struck with varying force, Katakuri intercepted every single attack. Captain, why do I feel like Katakuri seems to know where Enel is going to attack before he even strikes? Watching the battle between the two, Yuta, who had been by Dagu's side, couldn't help but voice her doubts. You're not mistaken. In response, Dagu did not deny Yuta's words, but instead nodded in affirmation and then explained to her what the advanced use of observation haki is, foreseeing the future. Is Katakuri really that strong? After hearing Dagu's words, Yuta couldn't help but look shocked. It seemed she had underestimated this so-called top of the sweet commanders of the big MOM pirates, Katakuri. Katakuri is indeed impressive. Listening to Yuta, Dagu nodded again and said, one could say that if it weren't for Big Mom's presence above, if Katakuri ventured out alone, he might very well become the next emperor. Of course. But then Dagu quickly changed his tone. However, if he really left Big Mom, he might end up in a worse situation. After all, without Big Mom's protection, They seem to have long been buried in the sea. Hearing Dagu say this, Yuta suddenly seemed to think of something and did not respond, instead falling into silence. Seeing Yuta like this, Dagu shook his head and did not disturb her, but continued to look towards another battlefield, Doflamingo and Law's fight. He saw that after Katakuri used his awakened devil fruit ability, Doflamingo, for some unknown reason, perhaps acknowledging Law's strength or not wanting the big MOM pirates to overshadow him on his turf, also used his awakened devil fruit ability, transforming everything nearby into his ability form. Strings. Looking at the suddenly white surroundings, Law felt at a loss for words. Although he had tried to raise Doflamingo's strength, he realized he had still underestimated him. He had never thought that Doflamingo had already awakened his devil fruit. Chapter 277. The Battles of Everyone and Kaido's Arrival. What's wrong? Are you scared? Seeing Law's expression, Doflamingo couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Oomph. Hearing Doflamingo's somewhat provocative words, Law said nothing, merely snorted, and then charged again towards Doflamingo. Seeing Law charging at him without a word, Doflamingo couldn't help but smile again. But then his expression became serious, and he suddenly unleashed the skill after awakening his devil fruit. White wave of strings. The next moment, as Doflamingo exerted force, countless transparent white strings suddenly arranged horizontally on the ground, forming a torrent-like attack that surged up from below Law, gradually closing in on him. Room, slaughterhouse. Seeing this, Law did not sit idly by. Instead, he immediately used his own devil fruit ability to successfully swap places with a stone behind Doflamingo, outside the white strings. Whoosh! The swap succeeded, and Law swiftly aimed his sword, Kikoku, at Doflamingo's neck. Unexpectedly, when facing this strike from Law, Doflamingo did not use his devil fruit ability again, but instead directly clenched his right fist and smashed it towards Law's beloved sword, Kikoku. Clang! Unsurprisingly, the next moment, a metallic clash echoed from their collision. After all, no matter what, Doflamingo couldn't just catch Law's sword with his bare hands. He was, of course, using haki. Watching Doflamingo still smiling as ever, Law felt an imbalance in his heart, because it felt as if he was mocking him for not having changed at all over the years. Drink! Thinking this, Law couldn't help but shout, and at the same time, he suddenly increased his strength and speed, pouring a flurry of attacks onto Doflamingo. Clang, clang, clang. Unfortunately, no matter how he attacked from any angle, Doflamingo blocked every single strike. After a long while, Law let out a deep sigh, feeling somewhat exhausted. He didn't know why he felt this way. Clearly, his experiences over the years were entirely different from the original story. In the original, Law, after leaving the Don Quixote family, had lived a long period of impoverished life, and he had not received guidance from world-class figures like Corazon, Dr. Correja, or the Golden Lion. Yet the current situation was that even with so many top-notch mentors, Law was still at a disadvantage against Doflamingo, even though Dagu thought his strength was already quite good, at least not worse than some Marine Rear Admirals. Thinking of this, Dagu couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Law's figure, then turned his head to observe the duel between Robin and Smoker. The battle between these two was quite evenly matched. Just as Robin had just delivered a whip kick to Smoker, he retaliated with a hook punch. Bang! Robin's kick landed on Smoker's thigh, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. Slap! But Robin didn't fare any better, as at that moment, Smoker swiftly turned his giant sword and struck her in the abdomen. Cough! Cough after taking this hit. Robin couldn't help but cough twice, but it wasn't a big deal, because just as Smoker attacked her, Robin had already applied haki to herself in advance. Seeing Robin's condition, Daga nodded, then turned to observe the situation between Bonnie and Quina. After Law, Hawkins, Enel, and Crocodile exited the scene, their opponents were taken over by Bonnie, Quina, and Ichiji. Among them, Quina faced off against Hawkins' opponent, Diamante of the Block Army. Perhaps because the other party also wielded a sword, Quina chose to confront him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bonnie was up against Pika of the Black Army. As for the remaining members of the Don Quixote family who were not stunned by the Conqueror's haki, such as Torbol and Oni Sir Peak, they were all stopped by Ishao. In fact, with Ishao's strength, he could easily take care of all of them, but for some reason, he didn't do so and instead engaged in a stalemate with the opponent. As long as the people on the other side didn't move, he wouldn't move either, as if he could only discern their position through sound. Seeing this, Dagu shook his head helplessly, then stopped looking at him and turned to Yuta beside him. Yuta, let me take you back to Shanks. Why? Yuta was confused when she suddenly heard Dagu wanted to send her back to Shanks, completely not understanding why she needed to be sent away. Although her strength was still weak, there was no one who could attack her in the current situation. Moreover, she was still next to Dagu. How could there be any danger? Faced with Yuta's confusion, Dagu looked up at the sky and said lightly, I might not have time to take care of you later. Huh? As soon as Dagu said this, Yuta immediately became nervous, clearly realizing that another enemy was coming, and the opponent's strength was so strong that even Dagu had to take it seriously. Kaido? Suddenly, Yuta thought of a possibility. If there was anyone in the New World who could make Dagu take it seriously, it would only be the Emperors of the Sea. And among them, the one who could kill from the sky was either Big Mom or Kaido. But the fact was that Big Mom had already sent the Sweet Commanders, and she herself was unlikely to come, leaving only Kaido. Hearing this, Dagu nodded quietly. All right. Seeing Dagu nod, Yuta replied helplessly, Sorry for the trouble, Captain. Let's go. With that, Dagu reached out and placed his hand on Yuta's shoulder, then disappeared from Dressrosa with a flying thunder god technique. Roared just as Dagu vanished. A dragon roar suddenly came from the sky, as if expressing dissatisfaction with Dagu's sudden disappearance. Whoosh! But before anything else could happen in the sky, Ishao on the ground shot a beam of light into the air first. Boom! A moment later, a massive meteorite came from the sky, targeting the figure in the air. As for the members of the Don Quixote family who had just fought with Ishao, they fell silent at this moment. They were stunned. They had thought Ishao was only attacking because he couldn't see, but it turned out that his attention was not on them at all, but in the sky, on that Azure Dragon. Chapter 278, Kaido and Dagu Kaido, known to the world as the strongest creature among all living beings on land, sea, and air. The governor of the Beast Pirates, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, with a bounty of 611 billion berries. He is a user of the fish fruit, mythical Zoan type, Azure Dragon form. Hailing from the Waka Kingdom, he was once an apprentice pirate of the Rocks Pirates before leaving the crew. Moreover, after the Rocks Pirates disbanded, his strength increased instead of decreasing, and many pirates submitted to him due to his formidable power. He is now the guardian king of Wano country, residing on Onigashima, possessing one of the 4 road poneglyphs necessary for reaching Laugh Tale. Not only that, but he also aims to establish an anarchic pirate empire, naming it the new Onigashima Plan. As for why he appeared here in Dressrosa, the main reason was similar to Katakuri and the others. Kaido also came to find Dagu due to the events that took place in Punk Hazard and Dagu's sudden rise. Of course, before this, Kaido had first made a phone call to Big Mom, which is why, even though Katakuri was about to set off, Big Mom still called for Cracker, Smoothie Snakeman, and the other 3 Sweet Commanders. However, what Kaido did not expect was that as soon as he arrived, that little devil had already left. This made Kaido quite unhappy, and he roared in frustration. But what surprised Kaido even more was that, after his roar, the guy who seemed to be the little devil's subordinate below actually had the guts to attack him first. What amazed Kaido even more was that the guy's attack was not simple at all. Looking at the meteorite rapidly descending from above, Kaido laughed loudly. Or a ho-ho. Heat breath. However, Kaido immediately composed himself and unleashed a heat breath at the meteorite. Boom! Instantly, the massive meteorite was shattered by Kaido's heat breath, scattering into the waters off Dressrosa. Bang! Before long, a huge sound echoed in Dressrosa, and then, under the gaze of everyone, Kaido, wielding a kanabo, emerged from the smoke. Beast! Kaido! Looking at Kaido's towering figure, everyone involuntarily stopped their movements, and then, as if they had agreed, each retreated to their respective camps. The Don Quixote family gathered around Don Quixote da Flamingo. The Sweet Commanders regrouped around Katakuri, not forgetting to bring the unconscious Broly with them. As for the Light Pirates, due to Dagu's sudden departure, everyone naturally gathered around Robin, forming a clear hierarchy led by her. However, even though Robin was supported by everyone, she was very clear that with her current strength, she did not even have the qualification to speak with Kaido, so she did not truly take on a leadership role. Instead, she turned to Ishao, who had been appointed as the vice captain by Dagu. Ishao looked at Robin and said, "Mr. Ishao, now that Dagu is not here, it is your duty as vice captain to command this." Hearing Robin's words, Ishao was first taken aback, then smiled helplessly. "All right." After saying that, Ishao stepped forward and, based on his observation haki, turned to Kaido and said, "This must be Mr. Kaido, the governor of the Beast Pirates." Upon finishing his sentence, Ishao then asked, "May I ask, Mr. Kaido, are you just passing by, or a ho-ho?" In response to Ishao's question, Kaido did not answer immediately. Instead, he laughed heartily. "You have some decent strength. Why are you following that little devil? Why not follow me instead? I can guarantee, Mr. Kaido." Unfortunately, before Kaido could finish speaking, Ishao interjected. As the saying goes, a horse cannot bear two saddles, and a loyal minister does not serve two masters. Captain Dagu has treated me well, and I have no intention of leaving for now. Hearing Ishao say this, Kaido was taken aback, but he quickly replied, "But as the saying goes, a good bird chooses a good tree to perch on, and a good minister chooses a good lord to serve. Compared to me, what does that little devil have? What does he have? Do you want to know what I have?" Just then, a voice that the light pirates were all too familiar with suddenly rang out from beside Robin. "Captain!" Hearing the commotion, the members of the light pirates turned their gazes over and greeted the figure that had suddenly appeared there. At the same time, Ishao quietly retreated to the back. Seeing Ishao do this, Dagu felt helpless but said nothing. After all, Ishao had only joined recently, and such situations should disappear with time. In a moment of contemplation, Dagu stepped forward, facing Kaido directly, and said, "Kaido, are you trying to take my vice captain right in front of me?" Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Conqueror's haki erupted from him, surging towards Kaido. Oro, oro, oro. Feeling the impact of Dagu's Conqueror's haki, Kaido couldn't help but burst into laughter. But in the next instant, Kaido's gaze sharpened, and he released his own Conqueror's haki. Boom! In an instant, the two enormous waves of Conqueror's haki collided, each terrifying in its might, and the resulting combination was astonishing. As a result, members of the Don Quixote family, including Gladius and Sei or Pink, who had been awake, all fell to the ground. Even Guinan and Beppo swayed unsteadily, about to follow suit. Seeing this, Ishao immediately stepped forward to shield Guinan and the others from the impact of Dagu and Kaido's Conqueror's haki. Oro, 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 oro. After a long while, accompanied by another round of Kaido's laughter, the two finally retracted their Conqueror's haki and quietly stared at each other. "Demon Kid, your Conqueror's haki isn't weak." Kaido was the first to break the silence. Unfortunately, in response to Kaido's praise, Dagu did not make much of a move, merely replying indifferently, "Mutual respect." At the same time, his thoughts briefly drifted back to when he was sending Yuta off. Shanks had expressed a strong desire to accompany him when he heard he was going to fight Kaido. Although it seemed like Shanks wanted to help his junior brother fend off Kaido, from another perspective, if Shanks were to intervene, regardless of the final outcome, people would prefix the incident with Emperor Red-Haired Shanks. Indeed, no matter the final result, as long as Shanks appeared and stood by his side, in the end, he, the son of the devil, would definitely be excluded from the narrative. At most, it would just be added that he was someone who picked up the pieces in the Battle of the Four Emperors. Chapter 279, New Grudges and Old Hatreds. Oro, 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 oro. Seeing Dagu's expression, Kaido couldn't help but chuckle again. Boom! But then, turning around, Kaido swung his kanabo, creating a massive noise, and stared directly at Dagu, saying, "Demon Kid, I've heard you destroyed my factory. Have you thought about how you're going to compensate me?" Compensation? Hearing Kaido mention the factory and Punk Hazard, Dagu couldn't help but chuckle, shrugging his shoulders and casually replied, "Compensate for what? You only contacted me a few days ago, and you don't even know if that factory can operate normally. How can you ask me for compensation?" Upon hearing this, Kaido was momentarily stunned, then turned to Doflamingo and said, "Joker, you assured me there would definitely be a devil fruit. Are you trying to deceive me?" Huh? Boom! As he spoke, Kaido's Conqueror's haki surged towards Doflamingo. Kaido. Faced with Kaido's sudden outburst, Doflamingo dared not resist and hurriedly explained, Over the years, have I ever deceived anyone in business, Joker? Hearing Doflamingo say this, Kaido recalled that he indeed had not been deceived in business over the years. Oomph, it better be that way. With a cold snort, he stopped paying attention to him and turned back to Dagu, saying, Demon Kid, you heard that. So how do you plan to compensate for my losses? Under Kaido's gaze, Dagu smiled slightly and retorted, Do you think I will compensate? Oro, oro, oro. Upon hearing this, Kaido couldn't help but laugh in anger. It was the first time someone had spoken to him like this since he became one of the four emperors. Very well, but after laughing, Kaido became furious, shouting loudly as he lifted his kanabo and swung it towards Dagu. Boom! Suddenly, a massive surge of energy erupted from the kanabo, directly charging towards Dagu. Oomph! Facing such an attack, Dagu also snorted, drawing out the sword of victory, and then swung it. Swish! Bang! In an instant, two powerful attacks clashed. Dust flew in Dressrosa, and a fierce wind rose, with the energy shockwave splitting the clouds above and the seas outside the island. Not to mention the members of the Don Quixote family who were nearby, including the Sweet Commanders. Although Doflamingo and Katakuri immediately intervened to block the attack, their strength was still somewhat lacking compared to a four-emperor-level opponent like Kaido. Therefore, while they managed to defend, they were not completely able to withstand it. One by one, they were sent flying dozens of meters away, barely stopping with the assistance of their awakened abilities. As for the Straw Hat Pirates, thanks to the presence of Yi Xiao, as well as Enel and Crocodile, they were not significantly affected. At this moment, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates still had the leisure to comment on Dagu and Kaido's battle. Is this the battle of the four emperors? Looking around, especially at the state of the sky and the sea, Joaelly, Bonnie, Hawkins, and Law couldn't help but be filled with astonishment. They had never imagined that someone could achieve such a level solely through human strength. They thought that to reach this point, one must possess a Logia-type devil fruit like Enel or Crocodile. Little did they know, their captain was giving them a lesson at that moment. Simultaneously, several of them couldn't help but cast their eyes on Yi Xiao, who stood in front of everyone. If they remembered correctly, the captain had said he also possessed such strength. Thinking of this, everyone felt a renewed sense of inadequacy regarding their own strength. In the first half, it was fine as they had the capability to face anyone. But in the second half, now in the new world, everyone felt a sense of urgency again. Oro, 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 oro. Suddenly, Kaido's laughter rang out again, drawing everyone's attention. Demon Kid, you're quite impressive. Kaido leaned on his kanabo, praising Dagu, then looked at the sword of victory in his hand and asked, Demon Kid, what is the name of that sword in your hand? Why do I feel like I've seen it somewhere before? Upon hearing this, Dagu did not refuse to answer, but slowly raised the sword in his hand. Stroking the blade as he introduced, the sword's name is the Sword of Victory, also known as the Sword in Stone. It is the holy sword of Britannia from long ago. Britannia. Listening to Dagu's words, Kaido suddenly appeared lost in thought, falling into memories. After a long time, Kaido finally came back to himself and looked at Dagu with a sense of nostalgia, saying, Decades ago, when I was still an intern, I followed my captain to a country. If I remember correctly, its name was Britannia. Before Kaido could finish, Dagu interjected, that country's name is indeed Britannia, and it is also the birthplace of this sword of mine. Back then, your captain wanted to invite the king of that country, who was also the former owner of this sword, King Arthur, onto the ship, but he was refused. Because of this, your captain not only killed him, but also destroyed his entire country. Oro, 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 oro. Listening to Dagu's narration, Kaido laughed again. After laughing for a while, he fixed his gaze on Dagu and said, I didn't expect you to know so much. Saying this, Kaido turned to Dagu and asked, What's wrong? Do you want to avenge your predecessor? I do have that thought. Upon hearing this, Dagu nodded quietly and said, After all, I inherited his sword, so it's not unreasonable to do something within my abilities for him. Within your abilities? Daku's words stunned Kaido for a moment, and then he burst into laughter. Oh ho ho, little demon, you make it sound like you can easily solve me. In the next moment, Kaido pointed his kanabo and said, Come, let me see if you have the right to say those words. Thunderbagwa. After finishing his words, Kaido swung his kanabo, and a wave of Thunderbagwa surged out, heading straight for Daku. However, The next scene puzzled Kaido because Daku did not dodge or counterattack. Instead, he simply raised his left hand. But what surprised Kaido even more was that after Daku raised his hand, his attack actually rebounded back at him. Shinra Tensei. Indeed, Kaido's attack rebounded because Daku used the ability of the Rinnegan's Deva Path, Shinra Tensei. Chapter 280. Susanoo and Kaido the Azure Dragon Thunderbagwa. Looking at the returning attack, Kaido raised his hand for another Thunderbagwa to cancel it out. Oh ho ho. In the next moment, Kaido laughed again. Little demon. Your ability is quite good. Hearing Kaido's laughter, Daku did not respond but instead turned his gaze towards the entire Dressrosa. Upon discovering its devastated state, Daku couldn't help but frown. Then his body slowly rose up and said to Kaido, Kaido, let's fight in the sky. After saying that, Daku accelerated his ascent and soon flew above the clouds. Roar seeing this, Kaido did not hesitate and transformed into his Azure Dragon form to chase after him. Brother Katakuri, what should we do next? Looking at the figures of Daku and Kaido leaving, Smuggy turned to Katakuri and asked what they should do next. Continue fighting or leave? Let's wait. Hearing Smuggy's question, Katakuri looked up at the sky and said lightly, we'll talk when they have a result. If Kaido wins, we don't need to leave. But if that demon child wins? Upon hearing this, although Katakuri did not finish his sentence, Smuggy and the others understood his meaning and nodded in agreement. Yes. At the same time, Doflamingo's decision was the same as Katakuri's, which was to wait and see the outcome between Kaido and Daku. However, while Doflamingo wanted to pause the battle, some people were not going to let him off easily. Doflamingo! Suddenly, Law shouted at Doflamingo. I said, I'm here to avenge Mr. Corazon today, you can't leave. Room, slaughterhouse. As soon as his voice fell, Law suddenly activated his ability and swapped Doflamingo with a nearby stone. Law. Doflamingo's expression became very ugly when he suddenly found himself swapped, glaring at Law. In that case, let's see if you really have the ability to avenge Corazon. 5 color strings. After speaking, Doflamingo's right hand became claw-like and reached for Law. Clang, clang, clang. Facing Doflamingo's attack, Law appeared very calm, flipping his wrist and coating his weapon with haki to block Doflamingo's attacks one by one. Doflamingo. Meanwhile, Diamante and other members of the Don Quixote family, seeing Doflamingo being swapped by Law, became anxious and rushed towards the two, fearing that something might happen to Doflamingo. After all, Law was surrounded by the entire Straw Hat pirate crew. How could they not be afraid? However, in reality, they were overthinking because neither Kuna, Bonnie, nor Enel Crocodile had any intention of joining Law to attack Doflamingo. After all, this was Law's own business. If they acted rashly before Law called for help, they might even be disliked by him. Therefore, the members of the Straw Hat pirate crew had no intention of helping Law. But when Diamante and the others came running, they became targets. As before, Kuina went after the swordsman Diamante again. Hawkins turned to face Treble, Bonnie faced Pika, and Say or Pink was intercepted by Beepo. As for the other members of the Don Quixote family, aside from those knocked out by Conqueror's Haki, the remaining few were blocked by Crocodile. In the end, the remaining members of the Straw Hat pirate crew were Ichiji, Robin, and Enel. The reason they stayed was also to guard against the surprise attack from Katakuri and the Sweet Commanders. Of course, the ones really guarding against Katakuri were Robin and Enel. Ichiji's main focus was actually on the battle between Daku and Kaido in the sky. Although Ichiji recognized Daku's strength, one must always be prepared for the unexpected. What if Daku lost? At the current stage, aside from Daku, he was the only one who could hold back an enemy of Emperor level. Therefore, Ichiji felt it was necessary to pay attention to the battle in the sky, just in case. On the other side in the sky, after seeing Kaido transform into his Azure Dragon form, Daku also activated Susanoo. Oh ho ho, looking at Daku's Susanoo, Kaido, transformed into a dragon, laughed with his dragon mouth wide open. Little demon, I didn't expect you to have such an ability. Now we can have a good fight. Roar heat breath. Saying this, Kaido roared, and a burst of heat breath followed, heading straight for Daku's Susanoo. Facing the scorching energy attack coming towards him, Daku's gaze remained calm throughout. Even as the heat breath approached, Daku merely raised his hand and wielded the sword of Susanoo, slashing out. Swish! In an instant, an enormous blade of energy cut through, and Kaido's heat breath dissipated in an instant. Roar seeing this, Kaido let out an angry roar and stopped using heat breath against Dagu. Instead, he directly moved his massive dragon body towards Dagu. In response to Kaido's action, Dagu also made a counter. The wings behind Susanoo flapped, propelling him to meet the Azure Dragon Kaido. Bang! In an instant, the dragon's fangs clashed with Susanoo's giant sword, creating a tremendous sound. However, it wasn't over. Just as the dragon's fangs and the giant sword were at a standstill, Kaido suddenly extended his dragon claw, aiming directly at Dagu's forehead at the center of Susanoo. Boom! However, Kaido's plan did not succeed because just as he extended his dragon claw, Dagu also stretched out his other hand, perfectly blocking Kaido's claw. But the problem was that the Azure Dragon Kaido did not have just one hand, and besides his hands, he also had a strong, powerful dragon tail. Roar! Just then, after his hand was restricted, Kaido swung his tail, and the thick dragon tail slammed down towards Dagu's Susanoo with terrifying force. Facing Kaido's tail swipe, Dagu's expression finally changed. He first furrowed his brows, then widened his eyes, and a massive repulsive force emerged, sending the Azure Dragon Kaido flying away. Super Shinra Tensei. Indeed, what Dagu used was the God Realm's Shinra Tensei of the Rinnegan, and to be safe, he didn't use the ordinary Shinra Tensei, but directly employed the Super Shinra Tensei, which sent the Azure Dragon Kaido flying. Chapter 281, Wolf Tooth Club and Sword in the Stone Bag. After being sent flying several dozen meters, Kaido erupted with a burst of power, stopping his momentum. However, rather than recklessly charging back in, Kaido paused, constantly sizing up Dagu, trying to figure out what his abilities were. Why could he use repulsion? Wasn't he supposed to have a space-type ability? Suddenly, Kaido seemed to think of something and asked Dagu, Demon Brat, are you a mythical Zoan type? Mythical Zoan? Hearing Kaido's question, Dagu was momentarily stunned, then pondered slightly before replying, sort of, Orolo. Upon Dagu's admission, Kaido immediately chuckled and then directly invited Dagu, Demon Brat, how about coming to my crew? I'll make you the vice captain. What do you say? Not interested. Unfortunately for Kaido, Dagu rejected him outright without hesitation, saying, in this world, I will not be anyone's subordinate. Is that so? Faced with Dagu's righteous words, even Kaido couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. But he quickly recovered and looked at Dagu, saying, in that case, I'll take you down and see what kind of king you can become. Heat breath. After saying that, Kaido shot a blast of heat towards Dagu, who watching the surging heat coming at him. Dagu took a deep breath and then suddenly raised his right hand and waved. As Dagu made his move, the enormous Susanoo followed suit. In an instant, the long sword in Susanoo's hand slashed out a vast sword aura towards Kaido's heat, deflecting it into the higher sky until it vanished from sight. But that wasn't the end, because in the next moment, Susanoo's long sword spun around. Bang! In that instant, a loud sound erupted. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that Kaido had taken advantage of Dagu dealing with the heat breath and rushed to Dagu's side at high speed, swinging his tail at him. Unfortunately, his surprise attack was detected by Dagu in advance and intercepted. With the attack blocked, Kaido immediately turned around and swung his tail at Dagu again. However, before Kaido's tail could hit, Dagu had already raised both fists and began to rain down punches on Kaido's dragon body. Bang, bang, bang. In just an instant, Dagu had landed over 100 punches on Kaido's dragon form. Bang. Finally, with a heavy punch, Kaido was once again sent flying several dozen meters. Cough, cough. After taking that hit, Kaido couldn't help but cough a couple of times, indicating a change in his condition. At the same time, he realized that he was at a disadvantage against Dagu in the air. Understanding this, Kaido felt the need to change tactics and directly shouted at Dagu, Demon Brat, if you have the guts, come down and fight me. As soon as he finished speaking, Kaido immediately flew down towards Dressrosa. However, to Kaido's surprise, just as he was about to fly towards Dressrosa, Dagu suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Seeing this, Kaido became furious. Demon Brat. He ignored whether they were in the air or not, and with a roar, he abruptly exited his Azure Dragon form and entered his strongest dragon human form. Then, he raised his Kanabo and charged at Dagu. Thunderbawa. With a powerful and heavy swing, the Kanabo, infused with Conqueror's haki, rushed towards Dagu at great speed. In response to Kaido's swing, Dagu did not choose to block it with Susanoo. Instead, he also exited the Susanoo state, drew the Victory Contract Sword, and similarly wrapped it in Conqueror's haki to meet the attack. Boom! The next second, a massive wave of energy surged forth, followed by tremendous sound. The power of this energy was so great that even the people on the island felt this significant pressure, causing everyone to involuntarily stop their movements and stare blankly at the two figures standing against the clear sky. After silently watching for 2 seconds, Katakuri suddenly turned to his younger siblings and said, "Let's go." Katakuri brother. Seeing Katakuri suddenly urging them to leave, Smoker and the others were puzzled and immediately wanted to ask what was going on. Although the demon brat's strength exceeded their expectations, there was no need to flee outright. That's right, from Smoker's perspective, leaving at this moment symbolized running away. Don't ask, just go. But before they could voice their thoughts, Katakuri preemptively blocked their questions and then made his way towards the other side of the island, where their ship was docked. Seeing Katakuri's demeanor, Smoker and the others exchanged glances, and ultimately, no one said anything, silently following in Katakuri's footsteps. As for why Katakuri was in such a hurry to leave, it was because he saw the future. He foresaw that in the next moment, Kaido would fall from the sky, shaking the entire Dressrosa 3 times. For this reason, Katakuri was eager to leave, as this situation indicated that Kaido would most likely not be able to defeat the demon brat. In other words, it was impossible for them to recover their losses, so why stay? Thus, Katakuri decided not to wait for the outcome of their battle and planned to leave immediately. Bang! Sure enough, just as Katakuri had just left the port and had not yet reached their ship, Kaido suddenly fell from the sky, crashing onto the streets of Dressrosa, shaking the entire city. This scene immediately shocked both the Don Quixote family and Smoker and the Sweet Commander Stars. They never expected that Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, would actually lose in a battle against the newcomer. Captain. In contrast to them, Guena, Hawkins, and Law were all excited upon seeing Dagu knock Kaido down. Although they had long known that Dagu was strong and had previously fought against top-tier characters like Aokiji, Garp, and Gion, the problem was that they had not witnessed that battle firsthand, or rather, they had only seen a little bit at the beginning, far less than what they were seeing now, so their emotions were naturally not as stirred as they were at this moment. Meanwhile, upon witnessing this, Aizo finally set aside his worries. Chapter 282. The departure of the Sweet Commander Stars and the return to Punk Hazard, but the next moment, to everyone's surprise. Just as Kaido had not yet stood up, Dagu suddenly appeared beside him and directly took him away from Dressrosa. What does this mean? Watching this unfold, whether it was Katakuri, Don Quixote, or Aizo and the rest of the light pirates, they were all puzzled. Sister Robin, where did the captain go? Guena then turned her gaze to Robin, trying to find out the answer from her. I don't know either. Unfortunately, Robin also had no idea where Dagu had gone. Katakuri, are we still leaving? At the same time, on the other side, after seeing Oden and Kaido disappear, Smoker once again asked Katakuri if they were going to leave. Let's go. In response, Katakuri replied without hesitation. Kaido doesn't know where that devil child took him, but it's very likely he won't be coming back. Since that's the case, what are we still doing here? Smoker and the others realized this too. Indeed, as Katakuri said, Kaido was taken to an unknown place by Oden, and by the time he returns, who knows how much time will have passed. However, if Oden wants to return, it can happen in an instant. The reason Oden hasn't returned yet should be that he wants to fight Kaido. Otherwise, he could have just left Kaido behind and come back. Understanding this, Katakuri and the others no longer hesitated and immediately ran towards the distance, then boarded the ship that had come for them to leave Dressrosa. Thus, the only ones left in Dressrosa were the Don Quixote family as the hosts and the Straw Hat Pirates as guests. Doflamingo, looking at the Straw Hat Pirates, who not only outnumbered them, but were also stronger, Diamante and the other awake high-ranking members of the Don Quixote family couldn't help but glance at Doflamingo, waiting for his orders. However, faced with such a situation, Doflamingo didn't have any good solutions. If it were other pirate crews, that would be one thing. At least there would be a chance for negotiation. Like with the Beast Pirates, and the Big Mom pirates. But the problem now was that the Straw Hat pirates were different. Thinking about this, Doflamingo quietly looked at Law, who was among the Straw Hat pirates, and shouted, "Law, weren't you going to take revenge for Corazon? What's wrong? Afraid to take action? You." Hearing Doflamingo's obviously provocative words, Law couldn't help but feel the anger rising within him. Clang! In the next moment, Law drew his sword, Onigiri, and charged straight at Doflamingo. Seeing Law's actions, Bonnie and the others couldn't help but sigh, but they didn't just stand by and let Law face the Don Quixote family alone. Instead, they followed closely behind and intercepted the others besides Doflamingo. Boom! Instantly, the battle broke out once again, and this time, the intensity was much greater than before, as there were no outsiders like Katakuri and Kaido present. Naturally, there was no need to hold back any longer. Where's this place? On the other side, several days' journey away from Dressrosa, on Punk Hazard, Kaido stood up unsteadily, looking around in confusion. He was a bit dazed. He clearly remembered fighting that devil child in Dressrosa. So how did he suddenly end up here? This is Punk Hazard. In response to Kaido's confusion, Odin didn't remain silent. Instead, he generously informed him, "It's where your factory is located." Factory? Listening to Odin's explanation, Kaido was still a bit confused and couldn't recall what factory Odin was talking about. However, Kaido soon brightened up and began to sense the situation on the island with his observation haki. But soon, Kaido furrowed his brows because, in his perception, there was only one presence on the island. Besides that, there were no other presences. Devil Child, did you take everyone here away? The next moment, Kaido turned to question Odin. To this, Odin's answer was, "Yes, but not all." "What do you mean?" Upon hearing this, Kaido was puzzled. Looking at Kaido's expression, Odin explained lightly, "I did take away some people, but they shouldn't be related to what you want because the ones I took are all abnormal children. Then why is there only one presence here?" Hearing Odin say he took away some children, Kaido instantly became furious, thinking Odin was lying to him. "How would I know?" Facing Kaido's anger, Odin shrugged indifferently. Seeing Odin's attitude, Kaido immediately roared in anger, and then swung his kanabo and charged at Odin. Seeing Kaido like this, Odin was equally unyielding, raising his sword to meet him. Boom! In an instant, the sword and the kanabo collided in mid-air, releasing an incredibly terrifying force. Bang! 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 But that wasn't the end. Just a moment later, Kaido swung his kanabo repeatedly, striking at Odin from all directions. Yet, his attacks were repeatedly blocked by Odin, creating a series of clashes. Thunderbagwa. Suddenly, Kaido unleashed a Thunderbagwa, attempting to inflict some damage on Odin. Shinra Tensei. However, Kaido might have forgotten Odin's ability. Just as Kaido executed the Thunderbagwa, Odin immediately followed up with Shinra Tensei, reflecting Kaido's Thunderbagwa back at him. Seeing his attack coming back at him, Kaido let out a cold snort. But the next scene surprised Odin. Just as Odin thought Kaido would use another Thunderbagwa to counter the reflected attack, Kaido suddenly used a technique to redirect the reflected Thunderbagwa, spinning it around and charging at Odin, adding an additional layer of Thunderbagwa. In other words, Kaido's move was a double Thunderbagwa. Watching this scene, Odin felt some surprise in his heart, but his hands didn't slow down. Just as the double Thunderbagwa approached, Odin also swung his sword twice, executing 2 slashes to meet the attack. Chapter 283, Odin vs. Kaido. Boom. In an instant, the two attacks collided, unleashing a terrifying wave that pressed down the surrounding area by half a meter. But did you think that was the end? No. Just as the residual waves of the attack had not yet calmed, Odin finally initiated his offensive. Whoosh! With the power of 10 hands. A stone nearby Kaido instantly transformed into Odin. Swish! Without pausing, just as he transformed, and before he had completely landed, Odin turned his sword and slashed at Kaido's waist. Or rather, Odin could only attack Kaido's waist when he was still in the air. There was no way. At this moment, in his human dragon form, Kaido was simply too tall. At least compared to Odin's 3 meters, Kaido in human dragon form was like a skyscraper. So to attack Kaido's vulnerable waist, he had to be airborne. Otherwise, he could only rely on long-range attacks like flying slashes. However, although Odin felt it was quite abrupt, Kaido quickly responded. He saw Kaido retract his left hand and smash down, just in time to block Odin's sword. Clang! In an instant, another surge of momentum erupted, causing the already sunken ground to sink even further. What happened? What happened? Punk Hazard, inside the experimental base, felt like it had just experienced an earthquake due to the battle between Kaido and Odin. No, it actually did experience an earthquake. In this shaken experimental base, Caesar, who was still fast asleep, was jolted awake and looked around, trying to find the source of the commotion. Kaido, the son of the devil. In the next moment, Caesar saw the culprit behind all this on a monitor, but he wished he hadn't. It was over. Upon realizing that the visitors were Kaido and Odin, Caesar's spirit instantly collapsed, kneeling on the ground, clutching his head, mumbling incessantly. Clearly, he was terrified because Kaido was coming to settle the score with him regarding the artificial devil fruit that Odin had forced to be halted. However, it can only be said that Caesar was overthinking, not to mention that Kaido was too busy to pay attention to him, even if Kaido weren't fighting Odin. He wouldn't do anything to Caesar. After all, he still needed Caesar for his artificial devil fruits. So, although Kaido sensed Caesar's presence, he deliberately avoided him and redirected his attacks as much as possible to the other side. Odin, knowing Kaido's intentions, did not intervene, but instead followed Kaido, moving the center of battle to the other side of the island. After reaching the other side of the island, Odin suddenly looked at Kaido and said, "Kaido, we're far enough away from him now. You should be able to let loose." "Oha, ho ho ho." Hearing Odin say this, Kaido immediately laughed and replied, "All right, since you've said so, I'll give you this face." Conqueror's Haki, 8 trigrams. Kaido's Conqueror's Haki surged, wrapping around his kanabo, and then with both hands gripped tightly, he struck towards Odin at extreme speed. Oof. In the face of such an attack, Odin also snorted coldly, infusing his sword. The sword of victory with Conqueror's Haki, and met the attack head-on. Boom! In an instant, there was another loud bang, followed by an unstoppable shockwave sweeping through, turning this land, which was still relatively intact, into ruins. But this was only the beginning, as Kaido then leaped into the air, and with the kanabo wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, he struck down again. Lower 3 realms, Indra's fall. Another powerful attack left Odin no time to think about anything else. He had to focus entirely on battling Kaido. Conqueror's Haki, heavenly subjugation. This time, in response to Kaido's Indra's fall, Odin actually unleashed a combination attack using the Rinnegan and Conqueror's Haki, wrapping Conqueror's Haki around heavenly subjugation. It must be said that Odin's idea was indeed ingenious and backed by evidence. After all, Conqueror's Haki is fundamentally a form of spiritual attack, while heavenly subjugation is also a spiritual-based Rinnegan ability. The encounter of these two did indeed produce incredible effects, as Conqueror's Haki interfered with reality, a capability only the top-tier Conqueror's Haki could possess, yet Odin utilized it in this clever way, and the effects seemed quite good. At least it sent Kaido's attack back. Bang! With a loud noise, Kaido was successfully propelled back dozens of meters by Odin's Conqueror's Haki version of heavenly subjugation before crashing down to the ground. Cough cough afterward. Kaido stood up, coughing, and looked at Odin with a gaze filled with uncertainty. He understood that this was definitely not the simple rebound ability he had encountered earlier, because if it were just that, it wouldn't have sent him flying back like before. And he could also feel the power of Conqueror's Haki within it. This made Kaido realize that this ability must have come from Odin combining Conqueror's Haki with his own powers. Oh, ho 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 ho. Coming to this conclusion, Kaido smiled again, feeling that this was the fun part. After laughing, Kaido did not charge directly at Odin. Instead, he took out a wine gourd from his waist and started drinking. Watching this scene, Odin's expression finally changed slightly. He knew that Kaido drinking was not a sign of giving up. On the contrary, Kaido drinking during battle meant he was finally taking things seriously. Thus, Odin made his countermove. Golden light began to gradually emerge from Odin's body, and as more and more appeared, soon he was enveloped in golden light, turning into a small golden figure. This small golden figure form was actually Odin's Rinnegan chakra mode. Indeed, it was the Rinnegan chakra mode used by Otsutsuki Kinshiki in the neighboring Naruto universe, but in Odin's case, the original green light had turned into golden light. Aside from that, there were no other differences. Oha, ho 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 ho. In the next moment, seeing Odin also undergo a transformation, Kaido laughed out loud again, appearing quite satisfied. Bang! But this was just the surface, as in the next moment, the laughing Kaido suddenly charged in front of Odin, swinging his kanabo in a wide arc. Seeing this, Odin did not hold back. He raised his sword of victory to meet the attack. Boom! Another collision, another roar, and another destruction of the island. Chapter 284. The Celestial Dragon's National Treasure and a Life Not Inferior to Others. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa, the battle between Law and Doflamingo was also reaching a boiling point. 1,000 arrows through the heart. Feather Strike Line. Doflamingo unleashed a Feather Strike Line, causing thousands of armed lines to surge up from the ground, surrounding Law in the shape of flamingo wings, aiming to pierce him as if with 1,000 arrows. Room. Slaughterhouse. In response, Law's counter was simple. With a slaughterhouse, he successfully dodged, causing Doflamingo to waste his efforts. But was it really a waste? In the next moment, where Law reappeared, Doflamingo's attack followed right after. 16 Sacred Death Bullets. Divine Execution. 16 strands of high-density armed, white lines suddenly surged up from the ground, rapidly shooting towards Law at an incredible speed, as if they wouldn't stop until they completely pierced him. This time, there was a clear difference from before, as Doflamingo's follow-up was so seamless that Law couldn't react in time. When he tried to escape again through the slaughterhouse, it was too late. Seeing the attack coming, Law had no choice but to shout and raise his sword, Onigiri. But just at that critical moment, someone who didn't need to be on guard. A smile appeared just in time to save the day. With one move of Onigiri, he successfully pinned Doflamingo's lines to the ground, rendering them unable to rise again. Watching this scene, Doflamingo was greatly shocked. He never expected that this guy named Smile would be so powerful. Realizing this, Doflamingo's expression darkened, feeling that today he might really be in a dire situation. In the end, Doflamingo took a deep breath, holding on to the slightest hope. He felt he should negotiate terms with the other side to see if he could let this matter pass. Thus, Doflamingo did not launch another attack, but instead looked at Smile and smiled slightly. Mr. Smile, right? I have a business proposition here concerning the Celestial Dragons. I wonder if you might be interested? Celestial Dragons business? Hearing Doflamingo's words, Smile was momentarily taken aback, then paused his actions, and based on his observation hockey, turned to Robin. It is clear that it's better for Robin to handle this kind of thing. The business of the Celestial Dragons. I have to say, Doflamingo really knows how to stir up trouble. At least when he mentioned that this matter concerns the Celestial Dragons, everyone else, whether it was Bonnie, Hawkins, Kuina, and others, stopped their attacks and quietly observed the situation here. Similarly, after hearing Doflamingo's words, Robin was also stunned. For a moment, she didn't know what to do, whether to continue letting Law take revenge or to agree to Doflamingo's deal. Thinking this over, Robin turned her gaze to Law, the person involved, feeling that this should be decided by Law himself. Facing Robin's gaze, Law was also hesitant. He didn't know what to do either. On one hand was the revenge for Corazon, who was like a father to him, and on the other hand was the matter concerning the Celestial Dragons. Either choice left him at a loss. What business are you talking about that involves the Celestial Dragons? In the end, Law decided to ask what the business was before making a decision. The situation was stronger than the individual, and Doflamingo had no choice but to explain the matter of the Celestial Dragon's national treasure to everyone. Of course, Doflamingo wouldn't reveal everything in detail. Thus, it seemed that Doflamingo said a lot, but when everyone processed it, they found that his words could be summarized in just 6 words. The Celestial Dragons have a national treasure. Once everyone realized this, they were all speechless. Although Doflamingo indeed revealed some information, the key points were not disclosed at all, so everyone still didn't know what to do. Should they let Doflamingo go or not? They pondered this question deeply. Just when this was happening, a voice that felt incredibly familiar to the light pirates and made Doflamingo's heart skip a beat suddenly rang out. Then everyone noticed that someone had appeared next to Robin without them realizing it. And that person was none other than the Devil Fruit user who had just left with Kaido, Mebius Dagu. Captain. Upon seeing Dagu appear, the members of the light pirates quickly returned to Daku's side and greeted him. Facing everyone's greetings, Dagu lightly nodded, then turned to Law and asked Law, "Is it over?" Captain. Unfortunately, facing Daku's question, Law hesitated. Seeing Law's expression, Daku felt puzzled and turned to Robin, asking, "What's the situation?" "It's like this," Doflamingo said he. Upon hearing this, Robin immediately reported the recent situation to Daku. "I see." After listening to Robin's explanation, Daku pondered for a moment, then turned to Doflamingo and said, "Sorry, but I'm not interested in whatever national treasure you're talking about. What I care about is my crew." After saying this, Daku turned to Law and asked, "Law, follow your heart. Do you want to deal with Doflamingo and take revenge for Corazon? Or do you want him to continue ruling in Dressrosa?" Upon hearing this, Law fell silent, contemplating whether he should disregard everything and kill Doflamingo. Although Daku had clearly stated that he was not interested in that so-called national treasure, it sounded like it was of great importance. Even if he wasn't interested, what if solving Doflamingo's issue caused irreparable losses in the future? Law. Perhaps sensing Law's hesitation, Daku then spoke directly as captain, "No matter what this so-called national treasure is, you can completely trust your captain." Saying this, Daku suddenly declared dramatically, "My life is not weaker than anyone else's." Captain. Hearing Daku's words, not only Law, but also Kuna, Crocodile, and other members of the Light Pirates, even Doflamingo and Diamante from the Don Quixote family, couldn't help but feel a tremor in their hearts. Clearly, everyone was astonished by Daku's words. It was indeed the first time they heard someone say his life was not weaker than anyone else's. The surprising thing was that when it came from Daku's mouth, it somehow felt convincing. This was quite unexpected. Chapter 285, Spatial Ability and its Proper Use. Understood. After a moment, Law nodded, indicating that he understood. Since the captain said so then, Law turned around and looked at Doflamingo, saying, "Doflamingo, you won't be leaving today. Room slaughterhouse." In an instant, Law used his teleportation ability again, appearing behind Doflamingo and launching an attack. Faced with Law's sudden attack, Doflamingo's expression darkened immediately, but he didn't say anything more and focused on countering Law's attack. Doflamingo let out a cold snort, then activated his haki, turning as he executed a right whip kick. Clang! In that moment, Law's attack was accurately blocked by Doflamingo. Whoosh! At the same time, a white line suddenly shot up from the ground, stabbing Law's right arm while he was unable to divert his attention. With his right arm pierced, Law let out a muffled grunt, almost unable to hold onto his blade, the onigiri. Shinra Tensei. But just then, Daku suddenly appeared between the two and used Shinra Tensei on Doflamingo, sending him flying away. "Are you okay?" However, after sending Doflamingo flying, Daku didn't chase after him. Instead, he turned to ask about Law's condition. "I'm fine." In response to Daku's inquiry, Law first glanced at the injury on his right hand and, seeing just a small hole, shook his head slightly, indicating that he was okay. "That's good." Seeing this, Daku nodded, then turned to Doflamingo, who had been sent flying, and said, "Doflamingo, from now on, I will be your opponent." Whoosh! After saying this, Daku raised the victory contract sword in his hand and slashed a powerful sword energy toward Doflamingo. Watching the sword energy rushing toward him, Doflamingo frowned and immediately activated his Devil Fruit Awakening. Shield White Line. In an instant, countless white lines formed shield, blocking Doflamingo and successfully intercepting Daku's slash. But Daku's attack was not that simple. Just as Doflamingo was defending against Daku's slash, Daku himself suddenly appeared to Doflamingo's right side, facing him with one hand. Shinra Tensei. As expected, another Shinra Tensei sent Doflamingo flying again. However, this time, before Doflamingo could land, Daku was already behind him. Shinra Tensei. Then another Shinra Tensei sent Doflamingo flying once more. Just like that, whenever Doflamingo was about to land, Daku would always appear behind him first and send him back up again, leaving him with no time to rest. This bizarre scene caused both the Don Quixote family and Law, Crocodile, and others to change their expressions, especially Crocodile. Watching this scene, Crocodile couldn't help but recall how he had been completely powerless against Daku in Alabasta. But as he watched, Law suddenly expressed suspicion. He understood why Dagu would deal with Doflamingo in this way. Clearly, if he really wanted to deal with Doflamingo, there are many other methods. But Dagu deliberately chose this. It turned out Dagu was teaching Law, instructing him on how to fight enemies using spatial abilities. The first point was that Law, who relied on his devil fruit abilities, should not always think about close combat with enemies. Instead, he should consider how to use his abilities to turn the tide of battle in his favor, just like Dagu was doing now. Don't be fooled by the way Dagu was bouncing Doflamingo around like a punching bag. It looked easy, and in reality, it was quite easy, because Dagu was only using two abilities here, one of which was crucial, and Law could also do it. That was the ability to switch positions with an object, thereby activating his teleportation capability. This ability was also Law's forte, but what he had thought of before was too meaningless. A good spatial teleportation ability had been turned into a life-threatening skill for Law. He either teleported in front of the enemy to engage in close combat or used this teleportation ability on some small minions, making them experience spatial transportation. He completely lacked Dagu's mobility of hitting and running again. It was precisely because of this that Dagu deliberately used this method to make Law realize how spatial abilities should be used. But Dagu did not expect that. Besides Law, Enel was also watching his fighting style and seemed to be pondering. Obviously, he was considering whether he could showcase his lightning speed like Dagu. In contemplation, Enel felt that it didn't seem like a bad idea. Dagu's method, after all, relied on ultra-high-speed movement to leave the opponent unable to react. If that was the case, couldn't he use lightning speed as well? ZZZT. Thinking of this, Enel immediately flashed behind Treble. Bang! With a hit, Treble was sent flying by Enel. ZZZT. Then, with another thunderous sound, Enel instantly appeared behind Treble again. Bang! Another hit sent Treble flying once more. Seeing this, Enel seemed to have found something fun, continuously striking Treble, making him accompany their young master, Doflamingo. Doflamingo, Treble. Watching the two, Pika, Diamante, and the other members of the Don Quixote family fell silent. They didn't understand. Just yesterday, they were standing at the heights of the New World, looking down at its storms. Why today? Thinking of this, everyone looked at Dagu and the others, their expressions turning even uglier. Bang! Finally, perhaps Dagu had had enough fun, or perhaps Doflamingo could no longer withstand it. In any case, with a loud bang, Doflamingo landed. Doflamingo! Seeing Doflamingo land, Diamante and the others rushed over to check on his condition. Dagu did not stop their actions, but instead walked back to Law's side and asked Law, "Did you understand?" Hearing this, Law felt a slight shock in his heart. It was indeed the case. Dagu had done this on purpose. So, Law nodded and said, "Yeah, I understand." Chapter 286. The Sorrow of Doflamingo and Shank's challenge son of the devil, however, unlike the ease of Dagu and the others, Doflamingo, who had been treated like a punching bag for a long time, was furious. But he had no way to deal with Dagu. He was self-aware that the strength gap between him and Dagu was too great. Just based on the fact that Dagu had returned unscathed while Kaido was nowhere to be seen, Doflamingo knew that Dagu was truly strong. Therefore, even though he realized Dagu was underestimating him, Doflamingo said nothing, silently standing up without a word. On the other side, after educating Law, Dagu turned again to look at Doflamingo. Seeing Doflamingo's appearance, Dagu calmly said, "Doflamingo, you can't escape today." Listening to Dagu's words, the previously silent Doflamingo suddenly laughed. That is not necessarily true, fufufu. After laughing, Doflamingo suddenly took out a din mushi from his pocket, extending it forward towards Dagu. "Son of the devil, do you want to hear what these people have to say?" The five elders. Seeing Doflamingo's action, Dagu instantly understood who was on the other end of the line. Tenryubito. But before the person on the din mushi could speak, Dagu directly used his ability to transfer the din mushi into his own hand and crushed it with force. Crack! The din mushi shattered into pieces. Obviously, Dagu had no intention of conversing with the five elders, as in Dagu's heart. The culprits who had harmed his grandfather and Robin's mother were precisely the five elders who issued the extermination order. Thus, how could Dagu possibly show a good face to the five elders? At the same time, upon seeing Dagu crush the din mushi, Doflamingo's heart sank, and his expression became even uglier. "Doflamingo, do you have any tricks left?" In the next moment, Dagu's voice suddenly rang in Doflamingo's ears, causing him to tremble in shock and jump away suddenly. Nothing left? But just as Doflamingo jumped away, Dagu's voice rang in his ears again. Whoosh! Hearing the sound, Doflamingo quickly jumped away again. But in the next moment, Doflamingo felt a sharp pain in his chest, and then he saw a blade protruding from his heart. Cough! Looking at this scene, Doflamingo immediately prepared to say something, but he couldn't say anything. Bang! As Dagu slowly pulled out the blade, Doflamingo immediately lost his support and fell down. Thus, the once ruler of the Dark World, Joker, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, former celestial dragon, now the king of Dressrosa, Doflamingo, fell. Doflamingo. As Doflamingo's body fell, Diamante and the other members of the Don Quixote family could not help but be filled with grief, tears streaming down their faces. Although they were all ruthless people, Doflamingo was someone they had watched grow up and nurtured. Moreover, how much effort they had put into raising Doflamingo to his current status. It was suddenly gone. How could anyone not feel a pang of regret? Law also felt the same regret. Doflamingo. Law silently walked up to Doflamingo's corpse, looking at him. For some reason, Law felt a sense of emptiness. Clearly, he had avenged Corazon, even if he didn't kill him. But Doflamingo died right in front of him. Why did he not feel much joy in his heart? In fact, far from joy, Law felt a sense of sorrow, which was quite ridiculous. Seeing Law's expression, Dagu did not disturb him, but turned around and approached the members of the Don Quixote family. End it yourself. There was no second choice. Dagu wanted them to commit suicide, with no intention of making them submit and using them for himself. After all, they were not like Crocodile. Although Crocodile was also a villain, he had strength. But the Don Quixote family, aside from their numerous crimes, were completely incompetent in terms of strength. Even the underage Quina could contend with one of the square army members, Diamante. It is easy to imagine that their strength was truly insignificant to Dagu. Not to mention, Dagu had no plans to expand his power. Therefore, from Dagu's perspective, there was absolutely no need to keep them alive. On the contrary, keeping them might pose a hidden danger. Of course, for Monet, Sugar, and Baby 5, who had made few mistakes and were petitioned by law, Dagu chose to let them go. However, while they escaped the death penalty, they could not escape from living punishment. Although the 3 of them were not directly dealt with by Dagu, they were arranged to be busy. First, Monet was assigned to work under Robin, assisting her. Then there was Baby 5. Since Law wanted to keep her, he would naturally take care of her. Lastly, Sugar. Sugar was the most special case because of her ability, the Hobby fruit. It was precisely because of the extraordinary ability of the Hobby fruit that Dagu did not kill Sugar outright, as no one knew what kind of person would obtain the Hobby fruit next after her death. Therefore, the best approach was to keep Sugar close for monitoring. Flying Raijin. After handling the major matters, Dagu entrusted the affairs of Dressrosa to Robin and then used Flying Raijin to arrive on Shanks' ship, where he came to bring Yuta back. Senior brother. As soon as he boarded the ship, Dagu greeted Shanks. Junior brother. Hearing the noise, Shanks quickly got up and returned the greeting. But soon, Shanks looked at Dagu with a surprised expression and said, "You solved Kaido so quickly?" "Well, after I returned." Upon hearing this, Dagu did not hide anything and recounted his battle with Kaido to Shanks. "I see." After listening to Dagu's account, Shanks nodded gravely. Realizing that he might have underestimated his junior brother, Dagu's strength might already surpass his own. Whether it was the Susanoo that could match the size of Kaido's dragon form, or this bizarre spatial ability, all these proved Dagu's extraordinary nature and the unpredictability of his strength. Thinking about this, Shanks suddenly smiled at Dagu. "Junior brother, I really want to spar with you sometime." To this, Dagu could only respond with a smile. "Definitely when there's time." "So, senior brother, if there's nothing else, I'll take Yuta back now." After saying this, Dagu directly took Yuta and left Shanks' Red Force. Chapter 287. A year passes and Ace arrives. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye. It was the year 1517 of the sea calendar. More than a year had passed since Dagu's battle with Kaido and the death of Don Quixote Doflamingo. After killing Doflamingo, Dagu did not continue to advance, but rather stopped directly in Dressrosa. During this year, many events occurred in the world. First, the death of Doflamingo represented the demise of the Don Quixote family he managed. However, Just as the subordinate forces of the Don Quixote family were on the brink of destruction, Dagu suddenly dispatched Robin, Crocodile, and Monet, who served as Robin's assistant, to take over the vast majority of the Don Quixote family's assets. As for why he said the vast majority instead of all, it was naturally because, as a young person of the new era, Dagu did not take over activities such as slave trading and drug dealing. He only took over the arms business. Additionally, to prevent any former subordinates of the Don Quixote family from using his name to continue these activities, Dagu directly sought out Morgans. He had him publish a front-page headline. The content naturally announced that he had taken over the Don Quixote family's inheritance and the rules he had established. Furthermore, Dagu also introduced revolutionaries into Dressrosa, allowing members of the Revolutionary Army to directly participate in his arms trade. On the surface, it seemed that all of this was handled by Dagu, but in reality, everything was being managed by the revolutionaries. He was merely providing them with a trading location. He would then collect some rent to support the large family on his ship. It was precisely because of dealing with these matters that Dagu temporarily forgot about his agreement with Whitebeard. As a result, Marco, the first division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, who was also a Zoan-type devil fruit user with a mythical phoenix form, even came to Dressrosa to meet Dagu. However, it was not until they met that Marco was astonished by the lineup of the. At the same time, he understood why Dagu had the confidence to declare war on Old Dad. The son of the devil, Dagu truly had that confidence. In addition to Marco, Shanks also visited Dressrosa. As for his reason for visiting, it was simpler. He came to probe Dagu's intentions, curious as to why Dagu had suddenly stopped again. Dagu explained that Yuta was still too young, and he wanted to take this opportunity to leverage the influence of the Don Quixote family to make Yuta an international superstar. In fact, Dagu had indeed succeeded in promoting Yuta's fame to the entire world in the past year. Of course, all of this was thanks to Morgans. If it weren't for him, Yuta's fame wouldn't have spread across the world in just a year, whether in the East, South, West, or North Seas, or even the first half of the Grand Line and the New World. Naturally, fame comes with controversy. After Yuta became famous, many pirates and merchants tried to take advantage of her. However, in the face of such situations, how could Dagu not have made arrangements? Dagu had long arranged for Joaelly Bonnie to stay by Yuta's side, both to accompany her so she wouldn't feel lonely and also for Yuta's safety. For ordinary pirates or merchants, Joaelly and Bonnie were sufficient to handle them. But when facing some real experts, even Bonnie found it difficult. At this time, another person was needed to step in. The Thunder God, Enel. That's right, Enel had also been arranged by Dagu to protect Yuta. Fortunately, Dagu had arranged for Enel. Otherwise, in the face of the Celestial Dragon's attack, Bonnie and the others truly wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Yes, because Yuta's fame was so great that it even reached Mariewa. Some Celestial Dragons suddenly got a wild idea and wanted to capture Yuta to take her back, and they secretly slipped out of Mariewa with their subordinates to find Yuta. They even proclaimed that they would take Yuta back to become their personal pet. Unfortunately, just as their subordinates defeated Bonnie and Joaelly and were about to capture Yuta, crackle. With a clap of thunder, Enel appeared instantly and saved Yuta. In addition, Enel also did something that shocked the entire world. He actually killed that Celestial Dragon in broad daylight. Yes, with a swing of Enel's golden staff. He easily killed a Celestial Dragon. As a result, they also attracted the attack of the admirals. But what was even more surprising was that even the admiral, Kizaru, Borsellino personally intervened, yet he couldn't do anything to Enel. At this point, people on the sea had a new understanding of the light pirates led by Dagu. Consequently, Dagu's status was elevated to be on par with Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, and Shanks, the four emperors. In just a few years at sea, nearly 30-year-old Dagu achieved the status of an emperor, successfully breaking Shanks' record as the youngest emperor. Thus, the balance of power at sea changed again, and the four emperors became the 5 emperors. Dagu didn't feel much about becoming one of the 5 emperors, or rather, in Dagu's view, this so-called 5 emperors was of no use at all. However, while this 5 emperor status didn't mean much to Dagu, it held great significance for certain individuals. For example, the young man standing in front of Dagu, whose face was full of acne and wearing a smiley hat. Long time no see, Ace. Looking at the young man in front of him, Dagu greeted him with a smile. That's right. The young man standing in front of Dagu was his subordinate from years ago in Windmill Village and also the posthumous son of the Pirate King, Roger. In the original work, he was the future 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates and the user of the Flame Fruit. Poor Gasti Ace. Long time no see. Dagu. Master. In response to Dagu's greeting, Ace also smiled back. I didn't expect that when we meet again, Master Dagu would already be one of the 4 emperors. Oh no, the 5 emperors. As he spoke, Ace's expression suddenly changed, revealing a strange smile. I wonder what kind of expression Luffy will have when he knows about Master Dagu's current achievements. I think, upon hearing this, Dagu also thought of Luffy and chuckled. He would probably laugh out loud and say that the one who is going to be the Pirate King is me. Chapter 288. Ace's thoughts and the Moby Dick ha ha ha. Then Dagu and Ace both burst into laughter, clearly envisioning that scene. However, after the laughter, Dagu calmed down and turned to Ace to ask, Ace, what are your plans next? Plans. Hearing Dagu's question, Ace fell silent for a moment, then raised his head to look at Dagu. Master Dagu, I plan to find Shanks and express my gratitude on behalf of Luffy. Shanks, huh? Listening to Ace's plan, Dagu pondered. Ace didn't stop and continued. After that, I will go to find Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard. Hearing Ace's plans, which were not much different from the original work, Dagu fell silent. After thinking for a long time, Dagu looked at Ace and said, Ace, do you know Shanks' identity? The identity of the red-haired? Upon hearing this, Ace was puzzled. Isn't Shanks one of the 4 emperors? Oh no, the 5 emperors? Does he have another identity? Confused, Ace directly questioned Dagu. Master, does he have any special identity? Facing Ace's question, Dagu quietly nodded, then recounted, about 40 years ago. The second half of the Grand Line was not yet called the New World. At that time, a pirate crew, after a great battle, accidentally discovered something unexpected among the spoils, 2 children. In the end, the crew believed it was fate's safety, so they decided to keep them and took them along on their journey to the island known as the Final Island, Raftel. One of these 2 children had a very prominent big red nose, while the other had bright red hair. At this point, Dagu stopped, as Ace had already fallen silent after being shocked. It was clear he understood Dagu's meaning. He never expected that the person his younger brother talked about every day had actually been on that man's ship as a crew member. Seeing Ace's silent expression, Dagu said nothing further and directly stood up, leaving the room to let Ace be alone in silence. Robin. After leaving the room, Dagu went to find Robin. Dagu, what's wrong? Hearing Dagu's call, Robin, who was reviewing various materials, immediately put down what she was doing and turned to Dagu. Aren't you catching up with Ace? In response to Robin's question, Dagu lightly nodded, acknowledging her words, but then turned to say, Pack your things, we will be leaving for a while. Leaving? Suddenly hearing Dagu say they were leaving, Robin was somewhat puzzled. Where are we going? Thinking this, Robin directly asked Dagu, Leaving? Are we going with Ace for a while? No. Listening to Robin's guess, Dagu shook his head. We are not going with Ace. We are going to find Whitebeard. Saying this, Dagu looked out the window and murmured, It's been over a year. Some things indeed need to be dealt with. Understood. Hearing Dagu say this, Robin finally reacted. Indeed, a year ago, Dagu had promised Whitebeard on Fishman Island that he would come to discuss the ownership issue of the mermaid princess, Shirahoshi. In the previous year, due to just settling in Dressrosa and having many matters to handle, this promise had been repeatedly postponed. Now, a year has passed, and everything that needed to be dealt with has been addressed. It was time to fulfill the promise. Then you should get ready. Seeing Robin come to this realization, Dagu reminded her again before returning to Ace's side. As for why he didn't remind her earlier, it was precisely because of Ace. After all, Ace was still his subordinate, and knowing that his younger brother might be bullied, as an older brother, he couldn't go against his brother's wishes. However, it was completely fine to go ahead and set the stage. That's right, Dagu's reason for wanting to meet Whitebeard before Ace did was to support Ace. Although, from the original work's perspective, Ace didn't suffer too much harm on Whitebeard's ship. As an older brother, wanting to support his younger brother was completely acceptable. Thinking this, Dagu nodded a couple of times. Just then, noticing Dagu's sudden strange nodding. Ace, coming back to his senses, couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Master, what's wrong?" "It's nothing." Unfortunately, Dagu could never express his inner thoughts. He directly shook his head, indicating he was fine, then turned the question back to Ace. "Ace, would you want a father?" "No." The moment Dagu's words came out, Ace replied without hesitation, "I have no father, nor do I want one." "Is that so?" Dagu was not surprised by Ace's answer. Before being won over by Whitebeard, Ace indeed had such a personality, or even after being won over by Whitebeard, Ace's character didn't change. Otherwise, during the Marineford War in the original work, he wouldn't have been provoked by Akainu's 2 sentences. Just as Dagu was pondering, Ace asked again, "Master, why did you ask me this question?" Dagu didn't tell Ace the truth about his curiosity, just waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, just a little curious." Suddenly, a phone bug in Daiku's arms rang, drawing their attention. When Daiku took it out and saw it was Robin calling, he immediately said to Ace, "Ace, I have something to take care of. You could just wander around here for now." Flying Thunder God. With that, Daiku disappeared in front of Ace and reappeared in front of Robin. Flying Thunder God. Without saying anything, he used the Flying Thunder God again and left Dressrosa, using the mark on Marco to arrive at the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates, Moby Dick. Meanwhile, seeing Daiku suddenly disappear, Ace opened his mouth and eventually left the room helplessly, wandering around Dressrosa instead. Chapter 289, Whitebeard and Daiku somewhere in the New World. This is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, where they are currently resting, and their ship Moby Dick is docked on the shore. On the ship, only Whitebeard and Marco, the 1st Division captain and ship doctor of the Whitebeard pirates, who is always attentive to his health, are present. Suddenly, while lying on a deck chair getting in 4, Whitebeard's spirit jolted, and he turned his head to look at Marco. Immediately, under Whitebeard's gaze, 2 figures appeared out of thin air next to Marco. "What the hell?" Feeling something suddenly appear next to him, Marco exclaimed in surprise and reflexively kicked out without thinking. Bang! But the next moment, Marco felt as if he had kicked a steel plate. No, it wasn't a steel plate. After all, how could an ordinary steel plate withstand his kick? In Marco's view, only the historical text could give him that feeling. "Little Marco, you really are enthusiastic." Just as Marco was pondering, a voice that sounded somewhat familiar reached his ears. Hearing this, Marco slowly raised his head and saw the person who had received his kick. The son of the devil. Marco immediately withdrew his foot and looked at Daiku in front of him, saying irritably, "Can you not just appear next to me out of nowhere? And you left a mark on me, didn't you?" Saying that, Marco curiously asked Daiku, "So, when exactly did this happen? How did you leave a mark on me?" Well, faced with Marco's barrage of questions, Daiku scratched his head and awkwardly replied, "It was when we first met. I left a mark on you back then." At that time, after hearing Daiku's explanation, Marco fell into a moment of reflection. Seeing this, Daiku slightly shook his head and then ignored him, turning to stand in front of the towering Whitebeard. Looking at Whitebeard, Daiku said calmly, "Whitebeard, I'm here." Then Daiku even apologized to Whitebeard, saying, "I'm sorry for making you wait a year." Gurura, hearing Daiku apologize to him, Whitebeard burst out laughing. "Son of the devil." After a long time, when Whitebeard stopped laughing, he fixed his gaze on Daiku and asked, "You said you want to take Neptune's daughter, Shirahoshi, on your ship?" "Yes." Facing Whitebeard's question, Daiku nodded directly, as his main purpose for coming here was indeed about Shirahoshi. Since that was the case, there was no need to beat around the bush. Seeing Daiku agree, Whitebeard asked him again, "Do you know Shirahoshi's identity?" "I do." Daiku understood that Whitebeard was likely asking about Shirahoshi's identity as the Sea King, as Whitebeard himself might not have known at first. But Daiku believed that Roger must have mentioned the Sea King to Whitebeard, which was why he would have said those words over a year ago. Gurura. Seeing Daiku nod again, Whitebeard couldn't help but burst into laughter once more. But at the same time, Whitebeard suddenly drew the large sword behind him, one of the 12 supreme blades. Unkiri. Whoosh, and with a twist of his wrist, he slashed it towards Daiku. "Then let me see if you have that qualification." Old man. Seeing Whitebeard suddenly make a move, Marco also snapped back to reality. "Then you can take a good look." Facing Whitebeard's attack, Daiku calmly responded and drew the sword of victory to meet it. Boom! In an instant, the sword and blade clashed in midair, and an overwhelming energy erupted from their collision. In a moment, both the sky and the surrounding sea seemed to be cut by something, remaining unhealed for a long time. Old man, old man, old man. Not long after, the other members of the Whitebeard pirates, startled by the actions of the two, rushed from the island to the ship, each with a wary expression as they stared at Dagu, who was grappling with Whitebeard. Although they were all on guard against Dagu, they couldn't help but marvel at his strength. To be able to grapple with Whitebeard without falling behind, they had only seen other emperors. Oh no, it should now be 5 emperors. They had only seen Kaido, Shanks, and Big Mom fight Whitebeard to this extent. Naturally, without anyone needing to introduce. Everyone easily recognized Daiku's identity, the current one of the 5 emperors, the son of the devil. Monkey D. Dagu. Grrrr, as expected by the crowd. Whitebeard laughed again. Not bad. Very good. No wonder you have the guts to challenge me. After that, Whitebeard sheathed S on Kiri. Likewise, after seeing Whitebeard put away S on Kiri, Dagu also sheathed the Sword of Victory and turned to look at Whitebeard, saying so. Whitebeard, do you agree to let Shirahoshi come with me? Shirahoshi, huh? Hearing Daiku's question, Whitebeard still did not respond immediately. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Dagu and asked, Son of the Devil, why are you so fixated on Shirahoshi? Upon hearing this, Dagu was slightly taken aback. Why? He really couldn't articulate a specific reason at that moment. Originally, he had decided to take Shirahoshi to annoy the world government. If he had to give a concrete reason, Dagu truly couldn't provide one. It seems you're just acting on a whim. Seeing Dagu fall silent, a hint of disappointment flashed across Whitebeard's face for some reason, and then he said calmly, In that case, Shirahoshi cannot go with you, because you can't even express why you want to take her. That makes me very uneasy. Is that so? Hearing Whitebeard say this, Dagu also felt somewhat despondent. Seeing Daiku's dejected expression, Robin felt a bit uncomfortable as well, because she knew that the reason Dagu wanted Shirahoshi on the ship was actually for O'Hara. To seek some justice for O'Hara, Dagu was thinking of bringing Shirahoshi on board. Whitebeard. With that thought in mind, Robin stepped forward, intending to say something to Whitebeard. But before she could speak, Dagu stepped in first, taking a step forward to address Whitebeard. If I say I'm doing this to protect her and train her, would you believe me? Chapter 290. Dagu and Whitebeard. Hearing Dagu's words, Whitebeard burst into laughter again, then fixed his gaze on Dagu and said, Train? Protect? Don't make me laugh. What qualifications do you, a pirate, have to talk about protection? What strength do you have to protect? Faced with Whitebeard's question, Dagu fell silent for a moment before looking at Whitebeard and saying, On this point, I believe you, as a fellow pirate, have no qualifications to speak. Bastard. Son of a devil. Do you want to die? Son of a devil, apologize quickly. However, unexpectedly, as soon as Dagu finished speaking, it immediately sparked dissatisfaction among the members of the Whitebeard crew present, who clamored for Dagu to apologize. Facing dozens of furious eyes, Dagu said nothing. He simply raised his head quietly, and in that moment, a massive wave of Conqueror's haki surged forth. Boom! In an instant, just a moment. With the emergence of Conqueror's haki, the majority of the members of the Whitebeard pirates fell to the ground. In the end, only a few high-ranking members like Marco and Jozu remained standing. Son of a devil. At the same time, seeing that Dagu had suddenly made a move, or rather, had suddenly used his haki to stun his sons, Whitebeard became furious. Roaring, he swung his sword, the Kangun cut, downwards, targeting Dagu. Dagu did not hold back. He also drew his sword, the Sword of Victory, in an instant. Bang! Another wave of energy surged, sweeping across the area. Stalemated, Dagu glanced at the situation around him and then turned to Whitebeard, suggesting, Whitebeard, let's change locations. Okay. Hearing this, Whitebeard also noticed the situation around him and nodded silently in agreement with Dagu's proposal. The next moment, both of them simultaneously withdrew their power. And then Whitebeard looked at Marco and the others, saying, Marco, find an island. Yes. Although Whitebeard's words were not finished, Marco understood his meaning and directly responded. Then, he turned and, along with Jozu and the others, woke up those who had been stunned, steering the Moby Dick towards the distance. As time passed, after traveling several dozen nautical miles, they arrived at a new island. This island appeared battered and bruised, clearly a place used by the Whitebeard pirates for their daily training. Let's do it here. On the Moby Dick, looking at the island ahead, Whitebeard said calmly, Marco, you all stay on the ship. Without waiting for Marco and the others to respond, Whitebeard leaped up and jumped onto the island. Seeing this, Dagu shook his head slightly, then turned to Robin and advised, Robin, you should stay on the ship too. I understand. Robin nodded quietly in response, but then she countered Dagu's advice. On the contrary, you should be more careful. After all, Whitebeard is known as the strongest man in the world. Don't worry. Facing Robin's concern, Dagu smiled slightly, reassuring her that even though it was Whitebeard, he will be fine. Then, Dagu turned to Marco and asked, Little Marco, the Whitebeard pirates 1T make things difficult for guests. Will they? Do you think my Whitebeard pirates are like other pirate crews? Upon hearing Dagu's words, Marco thought for a moment and understood his meaning, then replied, Go ahead. Your companions won't have any problems. Thank you, little Marco. Seeing Marco agree, Dagu thanked him and then turned to leap onto the island, facing Whitebeard from a distance. On the island, looking at Dagu across from him, Whitebeard said calmly, Son of a devil, use whatever moves you have. Clearly, Whitebeard wanted Dagu to make the first move. After all, in terms of age, pirate experience, or reputation, Whitebeard was much greater than Dagu at this moment. Therefore, as a senior, Whitebeard felt he should let the younger generation make the first move, so no one could say he was bullying the young. Since you said so, then. Heavenly Hand Power. Seeing that Whitebeard had said so, Dagu did not refuse. He directly declared while using Heavenly Hand Power, instantly appearing behind Whitebeard. Gula-la-la-la. Seeing Dagu's actions, Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh again, but as he laughed, he also swung his Kangun cut towards Dagu. Shinra Tensei. Faced with Whitebeard's strike, Dagu did not choose to resist with his sword like on the ship. Instead, he unleashed Shinra Tensei, unexpectedly pushing Whitebeard back 2 steps. But this was not the end. As Whitebeard involuntarily stepped back, Dagu let out a loud roar and swung his sword forward. Seeing Dagu's golden slash, Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, and without time to change his sword, he quickly clenched his left fist and struck out. Bang! The power of the Tremor fruit, known as the strongest of the Paramecia type, erupted in an instant, shattering Dagu's slash, and Whitebeard's blow continued forward, directly targeting Dagu. Although Dagu could easily dodge this attack using Heavenly Hand Power or Flying Thunder God, dodging would go against the purpose of his visit. Shinra Tensei. Therefore, in response to this strike, Dagu directly extended his hand to block, once again unleashing Shinra Tensei, successfully neutralizing Whitebeard's tremor force. Gula-la-la. Seeing this, Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh a few times before looking at Dagu with curiosity and asking, Son of a devil, what is your fruit? Why do you have so many abilities? Unfortunately for Whitebeard, Dagu did not directly tell him. Instead, he replied, I'll tell you after the fight. All right. Seeing this, Whitebeard felt a bit disappointed but didn't say much. After nodding in agreement, he said to Dagu again, Since that's the case, let's have a good fight. Airquake. After saying that, Whitebeard punched down, unleashing an airquake towards Dagu. Facing the airquake that Whitebeard charged up, Dagu frowned and then extended his left hand. Super Shinra Tensei. An enhanced version of Shinra Tensei was unleashed to counter Whitebeard's airquake. But at that moment, a fierce wind struck from Dagu's left side. Whitebeard was swinging his Kangun cut towards Dagu. Chapter 291. Injury and ceasefire. At this moment, Dagu had just used Shinra Tensei, and his old power had faded while new power had not yet emerged. Moreover, since Whitebeard was attacking from Dagu's raised left side, it made things even more difficult for Dagu. However, difficult as it wasn't without ways to cope. Universal Pull. Dagu directly used his left hand with force, executing Universal Pull to slightly deflect Whitebeard's Kangun cut. Swish! However, this was not the end. Just as Whitebeard's Kangun cut was diverted, Dagu's right hand suddenly turned, and the sword of victory lunged straight for Whitebeard's wrist. Facing the sword from Dagu, Whitebeard frowned but did not panic. Instead, he directly activated his ability. In the next moment, his wrist was enveloped by a white, translucent orb of light. As Whitebeard unleashed his power, Dagu's sword did not achieve the desired result. Bang! With a loud thud, the sword of the victory contract was directly thrust against the white orb, unable to advance any further. Boom! At that moment, Whitebeard's other hand, also shrouded in the orb of light, struck out a punch towards Dagu. Conqueror's Haki, God's Wrath. Yes, Dagu directly used the God's Wrath enhanced with Conqueror's Haki, successfully nullifying Whitebeard's punch. The two then took a few steps back, pausing the battle. Looking at Dagu, who held the sword, Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh. Demon brat. Not bad. It's been a long time since I've felt this level of battle. Grrr, seeing Whitebeard laughing heartily, Dagu calmly replied, that just shows, Whitebeard, that you've been living too comfortably these years, nearly forgetting the feeling of battle. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard was momentarily taken aback. Grrr, the next moment, Whitebeard burst into laughter again, but while laughing, he raised his weapon and charged at Dagu. Demon brat, you're not in a position to lecture me. Boom! In an instant, the Conqueror's Haki-infused cloud cutter collided with the victory contract sword, erupting with a thunderous sound, splitting the sky and sea once more. This demon child's strength is actually this formidable, able to fight with Dad to such an extent? Outside the island, on the Moby Dick, Jozu and the other members of the Whitebeard pirates, seeing the commotion caused by Dagu and Whitebeard's battle for the first time, couldn't help but marvel at Dagu's strength. Facing the astonished expressions of his brothers, Marco said casually, otherwise, why do you think he was able to make the 4 emperors into 5? With almost no one opposing it, it's all due to his strength. Whether it was fighting 3 admiral-level figures alone outside Sabaody or his battle with Kaido over a year ago, all proving he is the demon child, with royal-level strength that can rival Dad. After Marco's explanation, everyone present fell silent. They then looked back at the two battling on the island. At this point, the battlefield had changed. Dagu and Whitebeard had abandoned their weapons and were now engaged in a bare-fisted fight. Bang! Whitebeard clenched his right fist, infused with the power of the Tremor fruit, and punched towards Dagu. On the other side, to compensate for the size difference, Dagu also activated Susanoo to battle Whitebeard. Bang! In the next instant, Susanoo's enormous fist met Whitebeard's fist, both fists clashing with great force, though not as catastrophic as when they wielded weapons. However, it still unleashed significant power, shaking the surrounding area 3 times. Bang, 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 bang. But this was not the end, as the two continued to exchange blows, trading punches and palm strikes dozens of times. Yet, it was far from over, as they suddenly picked up their weapons again and slashed at each other. Boom! Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, Blade Aura, and Sword Energy erupted in succession, wreaking havoc on the sky and sea once more. Cough, cough! Suddenly, an untimely cough interrupted Dagu, causing him to freeze, and Whitebeard's expression changed drastically. Seeing this, Dagu quickly stopped his attacks and looked at Whitebeard, saying, Whitebeard, you. But before Dagu could finish, Whitebeard raised his hand to interrupt, saying, it's nothing, just an old problem. After that, Whitebeard looked at Dagu and said, Demon brat, let us continue. Seeing Whitebeard trying to maintain his composure, Dagu did not accept his challenge. Instead, he sheathed the victory contract sword and said, I don't fight with disabled individuals. Heavenly Hand Power, Flying Thunder God. Without waiting for Whitebeard to speak again, Dagu immediately used Heavenly Hand Power combined with Flying Thunder God, taking Whitebeard back to the Moby Dick. Dad, how are you? Upon seeing Dagu suddenly return with a pale-faced Whitebeard, Marco and the others immediately surrounded Whitebeard, asking about his condition. At the same time, Marco used his powers to begin treating Whitebeard. Dagu, are you okay? Meanwhile, Robin looked at Dagu with a worried expression, checking to see if he was injured. To this, Dagu gently shook his head and said, I'm fine. Demon brat. Just then, Whitebeard's voice suddenly interrupted the two's interaction. However, neither seemed annoyed. They quietly turned to look at Whitebeard and asked, What? Your old injury has flared up and you still want to fight me? Are you looking for punishment? The members of the Whitebeard pirates, completely caught off guard by Dagu's words, immediately got angry. They glared at Dagu and said, Demon child, don't think you can insult Dad just because you're strong, you. Unfortunately, like Robin, before they could finish, Whitebeard raised his hand to interrupt them and calmly looked at Dagu, saying, Demon brat, if you can get Shirahoshi to willingly come aboard your ship, Then I have no objections. Chapter 292, Law's treatment and Whitebeard's refusal. Seeing Whitebeard say this, Dagu couldn't help but smile, then confirmed with Whitebeard, good. You said it. Hearing this, Whitebeard nodded calmly. Indeed, I said it. Robin, Seeing Whitebeard like this, Dagu immediately turned to Robin, ready to take her back. But just as he spoke, he felt that leaving so simply seemed a bit off. So, he turned back to Whitebeard and said, Whitebeard, since you agreed to my request, it wouldn't be polite to not reciprocate. Let me give you a return gift. Flying Thunder God. Saying this, Dagu completely disregarded Whitebeard's condition and used Flying Thunder God to leave the Moby Dick. Staring blankly at the spot where Dagu had disappeared, Whitebeard turned around, looking puzzled at Robin, saying, Girl, what is your captain up to? This. Faced with Whitebeard's question, Robin was also taken aback, to be honest. She didn't know what Dagu was doing either. Could it be? But soon, seeing Whitebeard lying down and Marco's expression beside him, Robin started to have some guesses. Then, Robin smiled slightly and said, Although I don't know what Dagu is up to, I think you will like the return gift he prepared. Upon hearing Robin say this, Whitebeard also began to look forward to the return gift Dagu mentioned. In fact, it didn't take long for everyone to wait, as Dagu returned to the Moby Dick once again, and he brought someone with him. As expected, at the moment he saw that person, Robin quietly nodded, revealing an expression of I knew it. Whitebeard. At the same time, Dagu brought that person to Whitebeard and introduced, This is my ship's doctor, Trafalgar Law, a surgery fruit user. Surgery fruit. After hearing Dagu's introduction, the members of the Whitebeard pirates couldn't help but be surprised, and then they quickly realized what Dagu meant by gift. If their guess was correct, Dagu wanted their ship's doctor to treat Whitebeard. Sure enough, Dagu's next words confirmed everyone's thoughts. After finishing the introduction, Dagu immediately continued, I think you will need his help. Saying this, Dagu turned to Law beside him and said, Law, please treat Whitebeard. Yes, Captain. Although Law was still a bit confused by Dagu's order, he did not refuse. Instead, after agreeing, he walked straight up to Whitebeard, raising his hand to prepare to use his abilities to treat him. Wait. But at that moment, Whitebeard suddenly called for Law to stop, and then, with a serious expression, looked at Dagu and asked, You little devil, what do you mean by this? Do you think I was just injured by you? Not all. Dagu was not surprised by Whitebeard's sudden question. Instead, he calmly replied, I just think it's a bit inappropriate to owe someone a favor, and I wanted to repay it. Gururara. Hearing what Dagu said, Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh again, but after laughing, he shook his head and refused. I don't need a junior like you to repay any favors. Old man, you just. Unexpectedly, as soon as Whitebeard said this, Marco and the others all shouted out, wanting to persuade Whitebeard to accept treatment. However, before they could finish their words, they were stopped by Whitebeard. Looking at Whitebeard's expression, although the Whitebeard pirates felt a bit helpless, they had no choice but to accept. After all, this was the Whitebeard pirates, and Whitebeard was absolute. All right then. Seeing this, Dagu didn't insist any longer. After all, it was Whitebeard's own choice. So after responding, Dagu turned to Law and said, Law, since Whitebeard doesn't need treatment, let's go back. After saying this, Dagu looked at Whitebeard and said, In that case, Whitebeard, we will take our leave. Flying Thunder God. After that, Dagu directly took Law and Robin away from the Moby Dick. Watching Dagu and the others disappear, Marco couldn't help but ask Whitebeard, Old man, why didn't you let the devil's child treat you? Marco. Looking at Marco's expression, Whitebeard then gazed out at the distant sea and said softly, I've spent my life at sea, and what I've experienced, I believe you understand. The injuries and ailments on my body, in a way, give me the feeling of still being alive. Because of them, I feel like I'm still living. Old man. Hearing Whitebeard say such sentimental words, Marco and the others fell silent. Of course. But at that moment, Whitebeard turned his head to look at everyone and said, Ultimately, I just don't trust that little devil for now, which is why I refused his treatment. I see. Hearing what Whitebeard said, everyone finally understood that it was because Whitebeard didn't trust Dagu. Seeing everyone understood, Whitebeard then told them, All right, we should head to the next island. In response, everyone replied in unison, Yes, old man. Thus, the Whitebeard pirates set sail from the already battered deserted island aboard the Moby Dick heading towards the next island. Captain, is Whitebeard's injury very serious? Meanwhile, back in Dressrosa, Dagu was greeted with Law's inquiry. However, Dagu only smiled slightly and replied, "He's getting old. There are bound to be some issues." "Is that so?" Seeing Dagu respond this way, Law paused for a moment and then said nothing more. After bidding farewell to Dagu and Robin, he walked off into the distance. Watching Law's departing figure, Dagu shook his head slightly and then looked at Robin beside him and said, "Robin, I know." However, before Dagu could finish his sentence, Robin spoke first, saying, "Let us go back." Seeing Robin like this, Dagu didn't say anything more. After nodding to reassure Robin, he once again used the Flying Thunder God and vanished from the land of Dressrosa. Ancient weapons. Watching the place where Dagu disappeared, Robin murmured, then turned and headed towards the Rising Dragon's Peak. Having been away for a while, she figured some matters had piled up that needed her attention. Chapter 293. Invitation refused and flag borrowed, refused Fishman Island, Dragon Palace, in Neptune's study. Neptune, who was originally handling state affairs, suddenly felt that something had changed in the room and quickly looked up. "Long time no see, King Neptune." The next moment, a somewhat familiar voice entered Neptune's ears. Following that, Dagu's figure appeared in front of Neptune. "Mr. Dreamius?" Upon seeing Dagu, Neptune hurriedly stood up and walked over to greet him. "What brings you here? Please, have a seat. Please have a seat." Saying this, Neptune led Dagu to a chair to sit down. "Someone, prepare some sweets. We have a guest." Afterward, Neptune turned to the outside and instructed, then asked Dagu again, "I wonder what brings Mr. Dreamius here this time?" "It's like this, King Neptune." In response to Neptune's question, Dagu did not answer directly, but instead asked, "Does King Neptune still remember the agreement from a year ago?" The agreement from a year ago. Hearing Dagu's question, Neptune fell into recollection. Shirahoshi? After a long while, Neptune finally remembered the matter from a year ago, which was about Shirahoshi coming aboard. Thinking of this, Neptune turned to Dagu with a calm expression and confirmed, "So, Mr. Dreamius really intends to have Shirahoshi come aboard, right?" "Yes." Upon hearing this, Dagu quietly nodded. Seeing Dagu nod, Neptune couldn't help but feel a shock. Because according to the agreement from a year ago, if Dagu wanted Shirahoshi to come aboard, he would have to get Whitebeard's consent. In other words, he would have to fight Whitebeard first and gain his recognition before he could come to take Shirahoshi aboard. So Dagu must have already fought Whitebeard. As Neptune pondered, his expression changed several times, and he finally exclaimed, "I didn't expect Mr. Dreamius to have reached a level to rival Whitebeard. It's truly astonishing." After saying this, Neptune quickly changed the subject. "In that case, I won't hold you back any longer. As long as Shirahoshi agrees, Mr. Dreamius can take her away." "Thank you very much, King Neptune." Seeing Neptune say this, Dagu immediately smiled slightly and expressed his gratitude. Looking at Dagu's smile, although Neptune felt very reluctant, he had to call out, "Someone, go call Shirahoshi over." After giving the order, Neptune turned to Dagu and said, "Please wait a moment, Mr. Mebius." "No need." However, Dagu shook his head, signaling Neptune not to be so polite. He then continued, "Moreover, Your Majesty Neptune, since White Star will be my crew member from now on, there's no need to call me Mr. Mebius anymore. It feels distant. You can just call me Dagu. It feels more friendly." "All right." Hearing this, Neptune pondered for a moment and nodded. "In that case, I will call you Brother Dagu from now on." Saying this, Neptune called out to Dagu, "Brother Dagu." Similarly, upon hearing Neptune's address, Dagu also responded with a smile. "Then I won't call you Your Majesty Neptune anymore, Uncle." "How does that sound?" "Very good. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing Dagu call him Uncle, Neptune immediately burst into laughter. At the same time, Dagu also laughed happily. "Father, are you looking for me?" But at that moment, White Star's voice suddenly came from outside the door, followed by her tall figure appearing. "White Star, come here." Upon seeing White Star, Neptune immediately called out to her, "Father, what do you need me for?" Hearing Neptune's words, White Star curiously walked to his side. "Lord Dagu." Suddenly, White Star noticed that Dagu was also nearby, so she hurriedly greeted him. "Lord Dagu, how come you're here? Aren't you in Dressrosa?" "Hello, Princess White Star." Facing White Star's greeting, Dagu first responded with a smile, then explained to her, "I came here to formally invite you to join my pirate crew. the Light Pirates. After saying this, Dagu then asked White Star, I wonder if you would like to join the Light Pirates. Hearing Dagu's invitation to join the Light Pirates, White Star was momentarily stunned. She didn't expect that after a year, Dagu still wanted her to join his crew. Unfortunately, although White Star really wanted to see the land, she also clearly knew that Fishman Island still needed her, and she couldn't leave yet. I'm sorry. Therefore, in response to Dagu's invitation, she could only shake her head and refuse, saying, I'm sorry, Lord Dagu, but White Star can't leave Fishman Island. Fishman Island needs me. Seeing White Star refuse, Dagu was also taken aback. He didn't expect that after a year, White Star still wasn't willing to come aboard his ship, which inevitably gave him a sense of frustration. The smooth sailing over the years made Dagu feel that everything was already under control, and he just needed to wait for his abilities to be fully awakened. Then he could take revenge for his grandfather and O'Hara. Hey, thinking of this, Dagu gave a self-deprecating smile. Brother Dagu. At this moment, Dagu's smile made Neptune feel worried. He was afraid that Dagu was angry and wanted to retaliate against Fishman Island. After all, times had changed. Dagu was no longer the person he was a year ago. Now, he was revered as the Emperor of the Sea, one of the 5 emperors of the New World. If he were to get angry, Fishman Island might not be able to withstand it. Well, all right. However, to Neptune's surprise, the thing he worried about did not happen. After laughing, Dagu helplessly shook his head and then said to White Star, since White Star doesn't want to go to sea, I won't force you. However, but halfway through, Dagu paused, and then, under Neptune's tense expression, he slowly said, however, if anything happens to Fishman Island, you can always come to me for help. You can even hang my flag alongside Whitebeard's flag. Although hearing that Dagu was not angry, Neptune felt somewhat relieved, but he hesitated to agree to Dagu's proposal of borrowing the flag. According to the unwritten rules of the sea, an island can only fly one flag. If a second flag appears, it can be seen as that pirate crew wanting to declare war on the previous pirate crew. Therefore, regarding Dagu's suggestion of borrowing the flag, Neptune could only shake his head and refuse, saying, although I'm very grateful that Brother Dagu is willing to lend us the flag, we have already hung the Whitebeard Pirates flag. So, Chapter 294. Ace leaves and sets off again, all right. Seeing Neptune say this, Dagu could only helplessly nod. However, but then Dagu promised Neptune, even so, Fishman Island is my friend. If anything happens to Fishman Island in the future, please let me know. Absolutely. Seeing that Dagu was not unhappy for being rejected twice, Neptune was surprised and quickly responded, if there really is any trouble that cannot be resolved in the future, I will definitely let you know. That's good. Hearing this, Dagu nodded and said, in that case, I will head back now. After saying a few words, Dagu directly used the Flying Thunder God technique and left Fishman Island. Sigh. Watching the place where Dagu disappeared, Neptune couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. He then turned to White Star beside him and curiously asked, White Star, why did you refuse his invitation? You must know he is not the same as before. He is now the Emperor of the Sea, and his strength has been recognized by the entire ocean. Father. To Neptune's surprise, upon hearing his question, White Star also felt a bit confused and softly replied, I don't know why I refused Lord Dagu's invitation either. I just don't know why there's a voice in my heart that keeps telling me not to leave with Lord Dagu, as if. Saying this, White Star fell into deep thought. After a long while, she then continued, as if he is not the person I am waiting for. Is that so? After listening to White Star's explanation, Neptune was momentarily stunned, and then he couldn't help but fall silent. After a while, Neptune finally raised his head to look at White Star and said, since he has already left, you should go back now. Yes, father. Hearing this, White Star quietly nodded and then turned to leave the room. Sigh. Watching White Star's departing figure, Neptune sighed again and then continued with his work. Meanwhile, on the other side in Dressrosa, Dagu, you're back. Seeing Dagu return, Robin immediately smiled at him, but then looked around Dagu curiously and asked, did White Star not want to come? In response to Robin's question, Dagu did not hide it, but directly nodded. He then sat down on a nearby chair and sighed helplessly. Perhaps she has some concerns. I see. Hearing Dagu say this, Robin pondered, but did not ask further. Instead, she said to Dagu, Ace just came by a while ago and said he is leaving. But when he saw you weren't here, he said he would wait for you to come back to talk. Ace is leaving? Upon hearing Robin mention Ace, Dagu suddenly remembered that Ace was still on the island. It was understandable that Dagu forgot about Ace, as there had been quite a lot going on today. While thinking, Dagu slowly stood up and said to Robin, "Let's go find Ace." As the conversation ended, Dagu was the first to step out of the room and head towards the streets of Dressrosa. Robin also stopped what she was doing and followed in Dagu's footsteps. Soon, with Dagu's observation hockey, the two found Ace, who was gorging himself in a restaurant. Upon hearing Dagu's call, Ace immediately stopped eating, turned around to face Dagu, and stammered as he tried to say something, but could only make muffled sounds since his mouth was stuffed with food. Realizing this, Ace quickly patted his chest twice and forced the food down. He then rushed in front of Dagu and greeted him. "Dagu-sensei, you're back." "Yes." Dagu smiled at Ace's greeting and then asked, "I heard you're leaving?" "That's right, Dagu-sensei." Ace nodded, saying, "I have my own adventures. It wouldn't make sense to stay on your island forever." "That's true." Dagu did not refute Ace's words. Instead, he agreed. He was not there to stop Ace from going to sea. On the contrary, he was there to bid farewell. "Ace." Dagu looked at Ace and warned him, "The road ahead won't be as easy as before. The new world might not be much for me, but it may not be the same for you. So, if you encounter anything you can't handle, feel free to use my name. As your teacher, it's my duty to protect my students." Teacher. Hearing Dagu say this, Ace was momentarily stunned. For the first time in his life, he felt a sense of security from someone. This made his eyes slightly moist, but his stubbornness prevented him from crying. In the end, Ace could only firmly assure Dagu, "I understand, teacher." "Good." Seeing Ace like this, Dagu smiled again. Suddenly, Ace looked at Dagu and said, "Teacher, I will take my leave now. Brothers, let's go." After saying that, Ace turned to call his crew and walked past Dagu towards the port. Watching Ace leave, Dagu said nothing more and simply gazed until Ace disappeared from view. "Let's go back." He then turned to Robin and headed back to their residence. As time passed, it had been 7 days since Ace left. On this day, Dagu gathered all the members of the light pirate crew. "Captain, are we setting sail again?" Upon entering, Yuta asked Dagu if they were going to continue their journey. Similarly, Crocodile and the others turned their eyes to Dagu, awaiting his response. "That's right." As expected, upon hearing Yuta's question, Dagu nodded and replied, "I called you all here because we are indeed setting sail." Saying this, Dagu glanced around at everyone and explained, "The reason we've been staying in Dressrosa for this past year is that we had our reasons. One was to help stabilize the situation in Dressrosa, and the other was to further train you." At this point, Dagu looked at Kuna and the others, who were relatively weaker, and continued, "Now, you have all made significant progress in your strength, and it's time to set sail." "Hooray!" Upon hearing Dagu's words, Yuta immediately shouted with excitement. Chapter 295, Giant Elephant and Zoe at the same time. Joy appeared on the faces of the others. Clearly, they had long wanted to continue their journey, as staying on one island was contrary to their original intention. Therefore, when they heard Dagu say they would continue sailing, they were all visibly happy. "All right." Seeing everyone's expressions, Dagu couldn't help but smile and said, "Go back and pack your things. We will set off shortly." "Yes, Captain." Following Dagu's orders, everyone turned and left to organize their rooms. After everyone left, Dagu turned to Robin and said, "Robin, let's go." Hearing this, Robin nodded slightly and followed Dagu's footsteps. Before long, on the ship, the Ark Progenitor, after surveying everyone present, Dagu waved his hand and declared, "Set sail." Thus, after a year, the light pirate crew began their journey once again. A few days later, in a certain sea area of the New World, the members of the light pirate crew suddenly heard a loud and deep beast roar while sailing. Soon after, a massive figure quietly appeared in their line of sight and gradually approached them. Looking at this scene, the crew on the ship was stunned. Even Crocodile, who had seen it before. However, after the shock, Dagu suddenly said to everyone, "Let's go take a look." "Huh?" Dagu's words left everyone puzzled. And Yuta directly asked Dagu, "Captain, why do we need to go up? That thing is so big, what if?" "Don't worry." Unfortunately, regarding Yuta's concerns, Dagu remained calm and chuckled. "That guy won't act rashly." After saying this, Dagu directly used his abilities to lift the ship into the air, heading towards the back of the giant elephant. In no time, with Dagu's help, the art progenitor successfully landed on the back of the giant elephant. What the? But when they saw the scenery here, they were once again shocked. They never expected that there would be buildings on the back of this giant elephant. And, judging by the scale, it was comparable to... No, this was a city inhabited by people. Let's go. However, unlike the others, Dagu quickly regained his composure, called out to the crew, and walked down the ship towards the tall city gate nearby. By the way, but after taking a few steps, Dagu seemed to remember something and suddenly turned to Beepo, saying, "Beepo, this is your hometown." Huh? As soon as Dagu said this, it surprised Robin, Beepo, Kuna, and the others. They never expected Beepo's hometown would be on the back of a giant elephant. In the next moment, everyone's gaze turned to Beepo. However, facing everyone's stares, Beepo was completely confused. To be honest, he had no memory of his hometown. He didn't even know it was on the back of an elephant. Seeing Beepo like this, the others understood that Beepo must have no recollection of his hometown, so they turned back and followed Dagu's footsteps towards the city. "Who are you?" Not long after, the group arrived in front of the city, but before they could do anything, a voice questioning them came from the lookout tower above. Seeing this, Dagu glanced up but did not respond. Instead, he turned to Beepo and said, "Beepo, it's your turn to step up. This is your hometown, so it's more appropriate for you to handle it." "Ah, okay." Hearing this, Beepo hesitated a bit, but still agreed. "Hello, we're the light pirate crew." Beppo slowly stepped forward and shouted to the figure above, "We arrived here by accident. We mean no harm." On the lookout tower, hearing Beppo's shout, the Fur Tribe warrior fell in a deep thought. He seemed to have heard the name of this pirate crew before, but couldn't recall where at that moment. "What's wrong? What are you shouting about?" Just then, a voice suddenly rang in his ear, startling him into turning around. "Captain." But in the next moment, he froze because the person standing behind him was none other than his captain, Wanda, a member of the Fur Kingdom's musketeer squad, and also the Kingbird. Coming back to his senses, the Fur Tribe warrior immediately pointed at Beppo below and reported to Wanda, "Captain, there's a fellow tribesman with some pirate crew below." "Fellow tribesman? Pirate crew?" Upon hearing this, Wanda hesitated and slowly walked to the edge of the lookout tower. She saw Dagu and his crew looking up at the sky, along with the nearby Arc Pennants, which was flying its flag. That is, in an instant, Wanda was stunned, and she turned her steps and stretched out her right hand. Ding, 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 ding. In an instant, the sound of bells echoed across the Fur Kingdom, causing the Fur Tribe members, who were leisurely going about their business, to stop what they were doing. Among them, the musketeer squad and other guards of the Fur Kingdom quickly assembled and rushed towards the city gate. "Captain." Naturally, this bell sound also caused Dagu and the others to frown, and Hawkins immediately wanted to say something to Dagu. However, before he could speak, Dagu raised his hand to stop him and said, "No need to be too nervous. With your strength, no one here can stop you." "Yes." Seeing Dagu say this, Hawkins nodded and then calmed down, waiting for the actions from the opposite side. Shortly after, a large group of upright walking animals, the Fur Tribe, surrounded Dagu and his crew. Watching this scene, although Dagu's expression was somewhat displeased, he said nothing. After all, he had already stated that Beppo was in charge today. Since that was the case, he would wait to see how Beppo would handle it. In contemplation, Dagu cast his gaze at Beppo. At the same time, Beppo did not disappoint Dagu. Upon seeing them surrounded, he changed from his usual restraint and loudly questioned the surrounding Fur Tribe members. "What are you doing?" "We mean no harm. We just happened to come here. Why are you surrounding us?" Chapter 296, Duke Inuarashi and the Forest of Whales. In response to Beppo's questioning, Wanda did not reply. Instead, she stepped forward cautiously, keeping a vigilant eye on Dagu, and asked Dagu from the Mobius, "Why have you come to Zo Island?" Hearing Wanda's question, although Dagu had already stated that Beppo would make the decisions today, out of politeness, he looked at Wanda and replied, "Rest assured, we came here by accident and mean no harm." "Is that so?" Upon hearing Dagu's words, Wanda was somewhat skeptical. After all, Dagu was a well-known pirate. Regardless of whether he truly came here by accident, they had to take him seriously and remain vigilant. Indeed, however, at that moment, Beppo took a step forward and looked at Wanda, saying, we really mean no harm. Seeing Beppo, a fellow tribesman, speak again, Wanda finally glanced at Dagu, as if confirming that he truly meant no harm before nodding and saying, "All right, disperse." After instructing the other tribesmen to disperse, Wanda turned her attention back to Dagu and said, "Since you mean no harm, you should leave. You are not particularly welcome here." Captain, seeing Wanda say this, Beppo couldn't help but look at Dagu, his eyes filled with indescribable emotions. Beppo was worried. He was concerned that Dagu would listen to Wanda and leave directly instead of coming in to take a look at his homeland. However, to Beppo's relief, Dagu smiled slightly at his gaze and then turned to Wanda, saying, "Captain, there's no need to rush us out." Saying this, Dagu glanced at Beppo and continued, "After all, we have a companion of yours here. It should be fine to let us in and take a look." Hearing this, Wanda looked at Beppo beside her and couldn't help but hesitate. "All right." After a long time, Wanda silently nodded, agreeing to Dagu's request. In truth, she had no choice. In her heart, she knew that a sea emperor like Dagu would have various issues. If she didn't agree to him, what if he got angry and took action against Zoe? The consequences. Therefore, Wanda agreed to let Dagu and the others enter. However, that being said, Wanda still couldn't help but remind Dagu, once you go in, you must not move around freely, and you must first meet the Day King, Duke Inuarashi. Only with his permission can you stay in Zoe. Otherwise, you will have to leave. Upon hearing this, Dagu exchanged glances with Robin and the others before looking at Wanda and replying, "Understood. Then come with me." Seeing that Dagu agreed, Wanda no longer said much and immediately led everyone into Zoe. Not long after, under Wanda's guidance, the crew of the light pirates arrived at Zoe, the Duke's mansion of the Fur Kingdom, and met the Day King, Duke Inuarashi. "Captain of the light pirates, what brings you to Zoe?" Similar to Wanda, Duke Inuarashi inquired about Dagu's purpose for visiting. In response, Dagu reiterated what he had just told Wanda, "Your Grace, as I mentioned to that captain just now, we arrived here by accident." Then, at this point, Dagu turned to Beppo and continued, "One of my companions is from here, so I thought I would bring him to take a look." "Is that so?" After hearing Dagu's explanation, Inuarashi also cast a thoughtful glance at Beppo before looking back at Dagu and saying, "In that case, we Fur Tribe members are not unreasonable, but I still hope your crew won't move around freely to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings." Hearing this, Dagu lightly nodded and replied, "Understood." Seeing Dagu so agreeable, Inuarashi was surprised, but didn't engage in further conversation. Instead, he turned to Wanda, who had brought Dagu and the others, and said, "Wanda, I'll leave the next matters to you. It's getting dark. I want to go back and rest. I don't want to interact too much with that guy." After saying this, Inuarashi turned and returned to his room. After watching Inuarashi leave, Wanda faced Dagu and the others and said, "Since the Duke has agreed to let you stay, then follow me. I'll show you around." After saying that, Wanda walked ahead, leading the way. Thus, under Wanda's guidance, Dagu and the crew of the light pirates got a general impression of Beppo's homeland, Zoe. Eventually, they arrived at a high ground and saw a building in the distance that resembled a whale amidst the forest. "What is that?" Looking at the building, Robin couldn't help but ask Wanda beside her. In response, Wanda didn't hide the truth and thought it was better to clarify such matters in advance. So, she directly explained to Robin, "That is our forbidden area in Zoe, the whale tree. Only the two kings are allowed inside. As for the forest surrounding it, it is the whale forest, which is also off limits to anyone except for members of the Knights group, especially." At this point, Wanda turned to look at Dagu. "Foreign tribes." Understood. Hearing Wanda's serious warning, Dagu didn't say anything but nodded to Wanda, assuring her, "You can rest assured. We won't intrude into the whale forest." "That's good." Hearing Dagu say this, Wanda couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, she was really afraid that Dagu would be interested in the whale tree, and, at that time, they would probably have to. Thinking of this, Wanda shook her head lightly and then looked around at everyone before saying, "Well, it seems we've explored enough for now. Let me take you to your resting place." "All right." Seeing Yuta say this, Dagu looked at the gradually darkening sky and didn't refuse, directly agreeing. In the end, under Wanda's guidance, they arrived at a wooden house located within the city. This will be your resting place for this period. If you have any questions, you can come find me. I'll be nearby. After saying a few words to everyone, Wanda turned and left their room. Captain, aren't you curious about that whale tree? As Wanda completely vanished from sight, Crocodile immediately asked Dagu if he was interested in the whale tree. Chapter 297. The signpost text. In the Kazuki clan, what surprised Crocodile and the others was that, in response to this question, Dagu actually smiled mysteriously and said, "Actually, I already left a mark on that whale tree, so I can quietly sneak in at any time." I knew it. Hearing Dagu say this, Crocodile and the others couldn't help but show expressions of as expected. So, seeing everyone like this, Dagu didn't say more, but directly asked, "Does anyone want to go?" Well, upon hearing Dagu ask if they wanted to go, everyone couldn't help but hesitate. "I won't go." Just then, Ishao was the first to express that he wouldn't go. "Since Uncle Ishao isn't going, then Seeing that Ishao wouldn't go, the self-proclaimed swordsman Kuina immediately stated that she didn't want to go either. But before she finished speaking, Dagu suddenly looked at her and said, "You better go take a look. There are things inside that I think you'll be interested in." Hearing Dagu say that there are things inside that she would be interested in, Kuina couldn't help but be taken aback, then nodded and said, "All right then." Seeing that Kuina was going, Bonnie immediately grabbed Yuta's hand and said without caring whether she was willing or not, "Since Kuina is going, then we should go too." "That's fine." Watching Bonnie's actions, Dagu gently nodded, then turned to Enel and the others and asked, "What about you? Do you want to go?" In response, Enel directly shook his head without thinking. "No need, I'm not interested in those things." "Me neither." Immediately after, Law, Hawkins, Beepo, and even Crocodile, who had asked earlier, all shook their heads, indicating their lack of interest. Seeing that even Crocodile refused, Dagu couldn't help but be surprised and then asked him, "Weren't you curious just now? Why are you not interested now?" However, in response to Dagu's question, Crocodile did not answer. He only quietly glanced at Robin, Bonnie, and the other four women. Understood. Seeing this, Dagu immediately understood and no longer inquired about the reason, turning to Robin and the other four women and saying, "Then let's go." Flying Thunder God. As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu took the four women and disappeared from the spot with a Flying Thunder God technique. Arrived. In the blink of an eye, on the whale tree, Dagu, Robin, Bonnie, Kuina, and Yuta quietly appeared. As soon as they appeared, before the others could say anything, Dagu spoke first. "Let's go inside and take a look." Seeing Dagu's demeanor, the four women exchanged glances and then nodded in agreement. All right. Thus, under Dagu's guidance, they entered the whale tree's interior and saw a huge, dark red stone that seemed to be stained with ominousness. Historical text. Upon seeing it for the first time, Robin exclaimed she never expected that there would actually be historical text here, and it appeared to be a recorded signpost historical text. That's right. Hearing Robin's exclamation, Dagu smiled slightly and said, "Robin, go take a look." "Okay." Upon hearing Dagu's words, Robin immediately nodded in agreement and then walked over to the huge red stone, the signpost historical text, and began to observe it. Kuina. Seeing Robin get into work mode, Dagu immediately turned his gaze to Kuina and said, "You should be interested in this thing." "What?" Hearing Dagu say this, not only Kuina, but Bonnie and Yuta's interests were also piqued. Over here, facing the gazes of the three women, Dagu said a word and then turned to another side, looking at the small bird pattern above, and said to Kuina, "This is the family crest of the Kazuki family from Wano country. You should have seen it before." This is. Listening to Dagu's words, Kuina slowly raised her head and stared at the small bird pattern, falling into memories. She remembered that when she was young, she often saw this pattern in her grandfather's study. But after her grandfather passed away, this pattern was put away by her father and was never seen again. She seemed to have asked her father about it back then, but she didn't receive a response, only being told that it was something from the past and to not ask too much about it. Thinking of this, Kuina looked at Dagu uncertainly and said, "So this place has a connection to my family?" "That's right." In response to Kuina's words, Dagu immediately nodded and replied, "This place indeed has a connection to your family, or rather, your family once had a connection here. This once relied on the Kazuki family from Wano country, was a vassal of the Kazuki family and your family." At this point, Dagu paused slightly, then looked Kuina up and down and said, "And your family hails from Wano country." Decades ago, your grandfather, Kazuki Jinsaburo, resolutely left his homeland, Wano country, and went to the East Sea. And the Kazuki family at that time was also the daimyo of Wano country, which is to say, the king of Wano country. I see. After listening to Dagu's explanation, Kuina finally understood that her family actually came from Wano country. She had always thought she was from the East Sea. After all this time, she was actually from the New World, Wano country. While pondering, Kuina couldn't help but ask Dagu, "So, Captain, can we visit Wano country later? I want to see my hometown." "Sure." In response, Dagu didn't refuse but nodded in agreement. At that moment, Bonnie finally clarified the cause and effect, and then looked at Kuina in surprise. "I didn't expect Kuina to have such a background. I thought you were just from the East Sea." Hearing Bonnie's words, Kuina smiled slightly and said, "This is my first time learning about it too." "Sister Kinayu," Yuta was about to say something, but just as she opened her mouth, Robin's voice came from the other side. "What are you guys talking about?" Seeing Robin approaching, Yuta immediately ran to her side and said, "Sister Robin, you definitely don't know, right? Sister Kuina is actually from the New World." "Oh." Upon hearing Yuta's words, Robin was taken aback, and after glancing at Dagu, she turned to Kuina and said, "So there's something related to Kuina's background here?" "Yes, Sister Robin." Facing Robin's gaze, Kuina immediately pointed to the small bird pattern above and said, "This is the family crest of the Kazuki clan from Wano country. I saw it at home when I was a child." Chapter 298, The Cat Viper and Conflicts Arise I See. Listening to Kuina's explanation, Robin gently nodded, then looked at the others and said, "If there are no other issues, let's head back." "All right." Hearing this, Dagu, Kuina, Yuta, and Bonnie exchanged glances and all nodded in agreement with Robin's suggestion. Meow, meow. But just then, a furious shout suddenly rang out from outside, followed by an orange figure rushing towards Dagu at an incredible speed and launching an attack at him. "Captain, watch out." In the face of this sudden occurrence, Kuina, Bonnie, and Yuta immediately became worried about Dagu's situation. However, unlike the three women's concern, Robin remained unfazed and leisurely stepped aside to watch. Bang! As expected, in the next moment, Dagu simply stretched out his hand and effortlessly blocked the attack from the incoming figure. He then looked at the opponent, one of the two rulers of the Fur Kingdom, known as the King of the Night, Cat Viper. Calmly, he said, "Sir, isn't it a bit inappropriate to attack blindly without saying anything?" Meow. However, compared to Dagu's calmness, Cat Viper was extremely furious, directly shouting at Dagu, "Who are you? How did you sneak in here? Why didn't the knights detect anything unusual? What is your purpose for being here? Speak the truth." Looking at the huge face in front of him that seemed ready to swallow him whole, Dagu remained calm and quietly replied, "You are overthinking it, sir. We are merely here to observe and have not damaged anything here. So I hope you can treat this as if nothing happened. That would be best for both of us." Meow, impossible. However, Cat Viper did not accept Dagu's words and angrily retorted, "No matter who you are, since you dared to intrude here, you are our enemy." Meow. In the next moment, Cat Viper reached out with his right hand and clawed towards Dagu. Sigh. Seeing that Cat Viper was so unreasonable, Dagu couldn't help but let out a sigh. Then his gaze sharpened as he instantly flashed behind Cat Viper, followed by a swift strike. Bang! In the next moment, Cat Viper fell to the ground. Seeing Cat Viper down, perhaps due to reasons related to Wano country, Kuina could not help but worryingly ask Dagu, "Captain, is this okay?" "It's fine." Dagu, not feeling much about Kuina's question, simply shook his head and said, "I just knocked him out. I didn't cause him any harm." "All right." Hearing Dagu say this, although Kuina felt a bit guilty, she could only nod in agreement. "Let's head back." Seeing Kuina like this, Dagu didn't say anything further and directly called the others back to their resting area. Flying Thunder God. Not long after, in Dagu and the others' resting area, Crocodile and the others, after hearing Yuta's recounting, couldn't help but turn their gaze towards Kuina, but just a glance, as they immediately looked towards Dagu, because according to what Yuta just said, they had encountered a piece of historical text that marked the location of the final island, Raftel. So they were curious about what Dagu, who had received such information, planned to do next. Would he continue sailing or something else? Thinking about this, Crocodile, who was quite concerned, immediately asked Dagu, "Captain, Since that's the case, what are your plans for the future? Will you directly search for the remaining historical text to head to Raftel? Or will you continue on this adventurous journey? Once Crocodile spoke, the others' gazes quickly turned to Dagu, eager to know what he was thinking and what the ship's course would be. As for my plans, however, facing everyone's gaze, Dagu pondered for a moment before directly addressing the group. My intention has been clear for a while. My goal is not to become the pirate king, but Dagu paused for a moment before continuing. If I have the opportunity, I would still like to visit Raftel. I understand. Upon hearing Dagu say this, everyone nodded silently, indicating their understanding. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the tree of whale, the cat viper, who had been knocked out by Dagu, was slowly regaining consciousness. Meow meow. In an instant, a roar that echoed throughout the entire whale forest erupted from its mouth. Then, Cat Viper swiftly left the tree of whale and loudly commanded the surroundings. Knights assemble. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Not long after, one figure after another appeared in front of Cat Viper. Meow. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Cat Viper didn't say much, but directly ordered everyone, all of you, follow me. After saying this, without waiting for others to react, Cat Viper moved his feet and charged out of the forest. Seeing their boss like this, although the knights were somewhat confused, they quickly followed Cat Viper's lead. Meow. In a flash, Cat Viper had led all the knights into the city of the Fur Kingdom. Such a commotion from Cat Viper could not go unnoticed. Just as Cat Viper stepped into the city, the Duke Inuyashi's subordinates, the musketeers, had already blocked his way and asked, Boss Cat Viper, what s with this large commotion? However, to the surprise of the musketeers, Cat Viper did not answer their question, but instead asked them, have any outsiders come recently? Yes, Boss Cat Viper. Hearing this, although the musketeers were puzzled, they respectfully replied, during the day, a group of pirates landed on Zou. Then, because there are lost compatriots among their ranks, Duke Inazuma has agreed to let them rest in Zou for a while. Chapter 299, Cats and Dogs. Gula Meow after hearing the explanation from the gun squad. The Cat Viper immediately called out, then looked at the members of the gun squad and ordered, now, immediately, take me to where they are staying. The Cat Viper's reaction left the members of the gun squad momentarily stunned. Captain Cat Viper, this way. However, soon, the captain of the gun squad, Sicilian, regained his composure and led the Cat Viper. Okay, let's go. Thus, under Sicilian's guidance, the Cat Viper arrived at the place where Dagu and the others were staying. Here we are. Inside the room, Dagu, sensing the commotion outside, murmured softly, let's go, we should head out. He then called everyone to leave the room and met the arriving Cat Viper. It's you. At the same time, upon seeing Dagu, the Cat Viper immediately roared and launched an attack at him. With a step, the Cat Viper appeared beside Dagu at almost teleportation speed and struck down with claw. However, unfortunately for him, unlike before, Dagu was not alone this time. His companions were standing beside him, and they certainly would not allow the Cat Viper to easily reach Dagu. Russell, just as the Cat Viper was about to touch Dagu, a gust of fine sand suddenly appeared, perfectly blocking his claw strike. Crash! Bang! In an instant, the sand flew everywhere, but it had no effect on Dagu and his group, as the dust was blown towards the Cat Viper's side. Clearly, this sand was being controlled, and the one controlling it was none other than Crocodile, one of the former 7 warlords, now a member of the pirate crew of Light. Pepe spitting out the fine sand in his mouth. The Cat Viper then shifted his gaze from Dagu to his surroundings. Suddenly, the Cat Viper couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. The strength of these people seems to be considerable. Perhaps, maybe, he might not be a match for them. What are you doing here, you guy? However, at that moment, a voice that made the Cat Viper feel reassured suddenly rang out. Following that, a figure, usually someone the Cat Viper wanted to scratch to death, appeared with a look of joy. Duke Inazuma. Old dog, you came just in time. Watching Duke Inazuma approach step by step, the Cat Viper immediately pointed at Dagu and explained, this guy broke into the whale tree and saw that thing. You need to team up with me to capture him right now. Broke into the whale tree. Saw that thing? The Cat Viper's words clearly stunned Duke Inazuma, who then turned sharply to fix his gaze on Dagu and questioned, son of a devil, how did you know what's inside the whale tree? Facing Duke Inazuma's gaze, Dagu felt no pressure. On the contrary, he even smiled slightly and replied, "Your Excellency, I can only say that there are many things in this world I do not know. But unfortunately, Zo is not one of them. Moreover," at this point, Dagu paused for a moment, then glanced around at the fur tribe members who had surrounded them. With a somewhat calm tone, he said, "We haven't done anything to Zo, so I hope you won't do anything to us. After all, no matter how you put it, this is my partner, Beepo's homeland, and I won't make him uncomfortable. At this point, you still dare to threaten us." Seeing Dagu show no remorse for breaking into the whale tree and stealing the historical text, and even threatening them, the cat viper was furious. His expression changed, and he charged at Dagu. Wait. However, at this critical moment, not only did the old dog not help, but he also reached out to stop him. "You." Just as the cat viper was about to explode with anger, Duke Inazuma spoke first. "Old cat, wait a moment." After that, Duke Inazuma turned to Dagu and said, just as he said, he merely took a glance at that thing and did not do anything. More importantly, if we corner him, it would be a disaster for us and for Zo. Duke Inazuma's words fell like a bucket of cold water, causing the cat viper, who was previously seething with anger, to calm down instantly. So, seeing the cat viper calm down, Duke Inazuma then looked at Dagu again, his face serious as he asked, "Your purpose in coming to Zo is not just for Beepo, but for that thing, isn't it? It isn't." However, to Duke Inazuma's surprise, in response to his question, Dagu shook his head and denied it. Because, as I said before, there are many things I do not know in this world, and Zo is not included in that list. Therefore, I already know about the thing inside the whale tree, and not only that, I know what you're waiting for. What exactly do you? The moment Dagu finished speaking, it caused both Duke Inazuma and the cat viper to change their expressions drastically. However, before they could speak, Dagu continued, "Of course, I don't intend to do anything to you or what you are waiting for. The reason I say all this is simply to hope that we do not start a war. After all, once a war breaks out, it won't have a significant impact on me, but for Zo, for this place that is Beepo's hometown, it would." Although Dagu's words were not finished, the meaning was already clear to everyone present, whether from the pirate crew of Light or from Zo. And in fact, just as Dagu said, if both sides truly win a war, regardless of the final outcome, it would be a disaster for Zo. Moreover, the strength of both sides was inherently unequal. For Dagu and the others, even counting Zo beneath their feet, they barely had comparable strength. If not counting Zo beneath their feet, then relying solely on Duke Inazuma and the others would be akin to a group of ants against the king of the forest, with no comparability whatsoever. Therefore, after realizing the pros and cons, and confirming that Dagu and the others did not have any excessive behavior, Duke Inazuma, the cat viper, and the others from Zo finally retracted some of their hostility and no longer targeted Dagu and his crew. However, although Duke Inazuma and the others no longer targeted Dagu, they also could not return to the initial warmth. Basically, aside from giving them food, they would not provide anything else, such as Kaluchu. Thus, after an additional 2 days, allowing Beepo to enjoy his hometown, the pirate crew of Light set off on their journey again. Chapter 300, The Territory of the Four Emperors and Charlotte Smoothie. In a new world, in a certain unknown sea area, the Ark Maxim was sailing slowly. "Captain, on the lookout," Enel reported to Dagu. "Looking at the flags fluttering on the distant island, we should be entering Big Mom's territory soon." Big Mom. Listening to Enel's report, everyone on the ship turned their attention to the still distant and very small island. "Captain, should we go up?" After a while, Crocodile stepped up to Dagu and asked. Meanwhile, others also withdrew their gazes, waiting silently for Dagu's instructions. "Let's go." Seeing the expressions of his companions, Dagu immediately smiled slightly and said, "Not to mention that we've made it this far. Just the little supplies left on the ship wouldn't allow us to reach the next island." "That's true." Upon hearing this, everyone remembered the scarce supplies left on the ship. Those provisions were indeed insufficient to support them until the next island. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happens, the next island would also be under Big Mom's territory. Since that's the case, why not land on the island now? Understanding this, everyone quickly took their positions, maneuvering the Ark of the Covenant towards the island. As the saying goes, looking at the mountain makes the horse run faster. Similarly, it's the same on the sea. Although the light pirates had already seen the outline of the island, it still took them more than 3 hours to actually arrive. Top! After docking the ship at the port, Dagu and the others immediately disembarked. Captain, they don't seem afraid of us. Observing the expressions of the people around them, which were different from those on other islands, Beepo couldn't help but feel surprised for a moment. Law, who also noticed this, pondered and said, "Perhaps it's because this is Big Mom's territory, so they can remain calm upon seeing us. It's possible." Hearing this, Beepo nodded. The situation might indeed be as Law said. It's south because this place is under Big Mom's jurisdiction that the locals didn't react excessively upon seeing them. As for the locals not recognizing them or their flag, Beepo and the others didn't believe that, given the current popularity and notoriety of the light pirates. Even if this were Windmill Village in the East Blue or the Calm Belt's Nine Snake Island, or even Skypea and Fishman Island, they would still be well known. Not to mention that this is Big Mom's territory and almost at the gateway. How could they not have heard of the light pirate's great name? Therefore, the reason the locals behaved this way could only be one possibility. Emperor Big Mom had given them enough confidence. "You're the light pirates, right?" Just then, while several people were observing their surroundings, a man dressed in armor, holding a spear, standing about 2 meters tall, led a group to block their path. "What do you want?" In response, Crocodile immediately asked indifferently. "Former Shichibukai, Sir Crocodile." Seeing Crocodile step forward, the group felt a slight stir. But soon the leader regained composure and looked at Crocodile, asking, "Crocodile, what is your purpose for coming to this island?" Crocodile did not answer the man's question, but coldly replied, "You don't need to know." "You." Witnessing Crocodile's attitude, the man was momentarily stunned, then became furious. Did he still think he was one of the Shichibukai? As a mere pirate now, what right did he have to act so arrogantly in Mom's territory? "Crocodile, do you think this is where you belong?" The man, filled with anger, started reprimanding Crocodile. "This is Big Mom's sea, the territory of an emperor. You, a dog of a lost family, what qualifications do you have to bark here?" Seeing that the man dared to reprimand him, Crocodile couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and instinctively lifted his hand. "Hey!" However, before he could strike, Dagu, who was standing in front of him, raised his hand first to stop his action and turned to the armed group, lightly smiling. "It seems you're not too welcoming of us, Miss Smoogie. Since you know, why do you still want to land?" As Dagu's voice fell, a cool yet slightly icy voice followed. Then, a tall woman with silver hair, dressed in a pink striped tight bodysuit, appeared before everyone. "Charlotte Smoogie." This, in response to Smoogie's question, Dagu pondered for a moment before smiling. "Miss Smoogie, in this vast sea, you can't possibly expect us to drift on the ocean forever without landing." Oomph. Upon hearing this, Smoogie merely snorted coldly, not responding further. She was well aware that, facing Dagu and the others, unless the main forces of the Big Mom pirates were all gathered, there was no chance of winning. Understanding this, and seeing that Dagu didn't seem to harbor any ill intent, Smoogie decided not to press them further and turned to her subordinates, instructing, "You can't interfere with matters here. Hurry and do what you need to do." Lady Smoogie, they. However, her subordinates didn't immediately follow Smoogie's orders. Instead, they hesitated while looking at Dagu and the others. Seeing this, Smoogie furrowed her brows and snapped, "Get lost." "Yes, yes, yes." Only then did Smoogie's anger make her subordinates realize the seriousness of the situation, and they quickly moved aside. Phew, as everyone left, Smoogie couldn't help but let out a sigh. After slightly calming her emotions, she looked at Dagu and the others again, coldly stating, "I'll be in charge of this island for now. You can do whatever you want, but don't forget, this is Big Mom's territory." After warning Dagu, Smoogie turned and walked away. "Captain." Watching Smoogie's retreating figure, Crocodile seemed to think of something and was about to speak to Dagu. "It's fine." However, before Crocodile could open his mouth, Dagu seemed to know what he was going to say and spoke first. "After all, this is Big Mom's territory. Let's try to stay low until they take action." Of course, as he spoke, Dagu's tone suddenly turned cold, saying if they make any moves, we don't need to hold back. "Yes." Hearing this, the members of the light pirates couldn't help but smile, appearing quite relaxed. Thus, the light pirates began to explore the island. Chapter 301. Dagu's drastic change in expression and the mysterious man in black robe looking at the surroundings. Robin couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect the people here to be living quite well." Hearing this, Dagu also looked around and explained, "After all, this is the territory of one of the 4 emperors. Generally, few outsiders dare to act recklessly." That's true. Facing Dagu's explanation, Robin thought for a moment and found it reasonable. But at this moment, Dagu suddenly showed a look of suspicion and quickly turned to look in another direction. "What's wrong, Dagu?" Dagu's unusual behavior naturally caught Robin's attention. As she asked, Robin followed Dagu's gaze. There in the line of sight, a figure completely wrapped in a black robe stood quietly, making it impossible to discern whether it was a man or a woman. The only thing that gave Robin a slight impression was the hawk-like eyes. However, just as Robin was secretly pondering the connection between this person and my hawk, Dagu's words made her mind race, realizing something was off. Dagu, while fixating on the figure across from him, solemnly said to her, "Robin, go find Uncle Ishiao and immediately take everyone away." After saying that, Dagu seemed to be still worried and added, "Don't stay for even a moment." "I understand." Seeing the serious expression on Dagu's face, Robin didn't ask why. Instead, after nodding in acknowledgement, she turned and ran into the distance. Although she didn't know who was on the other side, it was clear that someone who could make Dagu act this way was not simple. Over the years, even when facing Marine Admirals, the 4 emperors, and even Marine hero garb, she had never seen Dagu display this kind of expression. In this situation, what she needed to do most was not to stubbornly stay and distract Dagu, but to quickly distance herself so he could fight without holding back. Just like that, Robin disappeared from the street in an instant. Meanwhile, Dagu continued to lock eyes with the presence opposite him, adopting a stance of remaining still while the enemy was still. After a while, even the surrounding civilians sensed the unusual atmosphere and fled, leaving the androgynous figure to slowly speak. "You, who are you?" A question filled with deep confusion. "My name is Dream by Yusa Dagu." When the other party asked, Dagu did not hide his identity, but introduced himself directly, then countered with a question. "May I ask what you want with me?" Upon hearing Dagu's response, the person seemed a bit disappointed, as if relieved, murmuring, "Not D. If not, then not." Then, as if remembering something, they suddenly raised their hand towards Dagu. The movement instantly made Dagu's hair stand on end. Clang! Without time to think, Dagu immediately drew the Sword of Victory and coated it with Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki for defense. Bang! Dagu's instinct was correct. As soon as he raised the Sword of Victory, he was struck by an invisible force. Top, 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 top. The force was so great that even he had to take several steps back to dissipate the impact. While looking at the Sword of Victory that was still shaking and seeing no damage on it, Dagu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After that, without saying anything more, he raised his sword and slashed out. Whoosh! In an instant, a golden sword energy burst forth from the Sword of Victory, aiming to cleave the opponent in 2. At the same time, Robin, following Dagu's instructions, found the crew who were wandering around and informed them of Dagu's intentions, leading everyone back to the ship. "Sister Robin, why did the captain want us to come back? Did something happen?" Once on board, Bonnie could no longer hold back her curiosity and asked Robin, why did Dagu want them to return to the ship when they had just disembarked? "I don't know." To her disappointment, Robin shook her head, indicating that she also didn't know. "How is that possible? I am Robin. Is there anything on the ship that I don't know about? Does that captain dare to hide it from me?" Bonnie was not the only one thinking this. Others shared the same doubts. "Come on, Robin, just tell us a little, it's fine," Gawain urged Robin. Unfortunately, this time they were disappointed. Although Robin knew it was because of the person with the eagle eye, she didn't know the other party's identity, so she couldn't explain why Dagu wanted them to leave. Thus, even when Gawain, Bonnie, and the others repeatedly inquired, Robin could only shake her head, saying she truly didn't know. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the island, capturing everyone's attention. That was, looking at the fleeting golden slash in the sky above the island, the members of the light pirate crew understood why Dagu had called them back. The captain was facing an enemy. A thought flashed through everyone's minds. Immediately, Bonnie suddenly looked at everyone and said, "The captain is fighting an enemy right now. How can we just leave like this? We should go help." As soon as Bonnie finished speaking, Law chimed in, "Bonnie is right. We can't just leave." At the same time, Crocodile, Enel, and others moved, preparing to support their captain. "Stop right there." However, before they could act, Robin's aura suddenly surged as she shouted, "Do you think I don't want to help? Do you think I want to watch Dagu face the enemy alone?" Robin's sudden outburst instantly stunned everyone. They no longer moved but quietly watched her, waiting for her explanation. Inhale, exhale, seeing her companions quiet down. Robin took a deep breath, calming her emotions before slowly explaining. "Although I don't know who the other party is, the moment I saw them, Dagu didn't hesitate at all. He immediately told me to find you and leave right away, without stopping for a moment. That was the first time I've seen him like that in so many years. Even when I first saw a Marine Admiral or faced Whitebeard, he never showed that kind of expression. At that moment, I knew this enemy was different from the past. He is stronger than anyone, and by a significant margin, including Whitebeard. How is that possible?" After hearing Robin's explanation, everyone was in disbelief and shock. How could someone be much stronger than Whitebeard? But Robin's demeanor did not seem fake, and the continuous golden sword flashes from the island only served to prove the intensity of the battle taking place there. Moreover, up until now, they had only seen Dagu's golden slashes, while they hadn't seen any attacks from the enemy. Could it be that the enemy truly, the more they thought, the more unsettled the members of the light pirate crew felt? "So let's set sail." Seeing her companions come to their senses, Robin immediately added, "Try to get as far away as possible so that Dagu can use Flying Thunder God to transport us." "Yes, Sister Robin, that makes sense." Just like that, under Robin's command, the ship Ark of Prophecy sailed into the distance. Chapter 302, Eliminating Variables and World Correction on the Other Side, on the island. Dagu's battle with the mysterious person was gradually intensifying. At one point, even Charlotte Smudge, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, had to stand on the sidelines, unable to intervene. Crash! After forcing Dagu back with a single blow, the mysterious person slowly spoke. "Dreamboy Dagu, this world is not where you should be. You should leave." Dagu was taken aback to hear the mysterious person say such a thing. What does this mean? Filled with confusion, Dagu stared intently at the mysterious person and asked, "What do you mean by that? What do you mean I shouldn't be in this world?" But in response to Dagu's question, the mysterious person calmly said, "This world is predetermined. Your arrival has disrupted its operation." Upon hearing this, Dagu's heart filled with even more suspicion. Could it be? At the same time, a thought flashed through his mind. So this world is. Following his inner thoughts, Dagu looked at the mysterious person with a calm expression and said, "A predetermined program, or a history that has already passed. You should leave." Unfortunately, the mysterious person did not answer Dagu's inquiry again, but simply said that and raised their hand once more. Boom! Instantly, another wave of invisible energy surged towards Dagu. Although Dagu had some guesses in his heart, he did not give up. Instead, he snorted coldly, focused his gaze, and instantly unleashed the power of his Rinnegan. Heavenly Path, Shinra Tensei. Boom! In an instant, an invisible clash echoed. Following that, Dagu did not hesitate. Wielding the sword of Victory's contract, he slashed out. Swish! Zzz. However, unlike before, this time the golden slash did not hit the opponent. It seemed to dissolve as if metal met concentrated sulfuric acid or bubbles met fire. Such a scene, even with Dagu's extensive experience over the years, shook him to his core. Swish! 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 Without any hesitation, he slashed down several more times. Heavenly Hand Power. Moreover, Dagu even used Heavenly Hand Power to approach the mysterious person. Swish! Without a moment's hesitation, he slashed down again. However, no matter how swift Dagu was, or how powerful his attacks were, once they reached a foot in front of the opponent, they would be eroded away. Leave. Looking at Dagu, who had fallen into a dazed state because his attacks were completely ineffective, the mysterious person slowly extended both hands and began to close them towards Dagu. As the mysterious person's movements continued, Dagu suddenly felt the space around him being slowly compressed, as if the entire world was rejecting him. This is not spatial ability. Dagu knew very well that this was definitely not spatial ability, because under this pressure his flying thunder god, heavenly hand power, and even Rinnegan had all vanished. It wasn't that he couldn't use them. They were simply gone, as if he had never possessed them in the first place. Not just the Rinnegan over time, his observation haki, armament haki, and conqueror's haki gradually disappeared as well. In the end, only the swordsmanship instincts developed from physical training remained. This situation completely exceeded Dagu's expectations, and he was shocked, wanting to say something. But before he could say anything, he was completely squeezed out of this world. Changes should not exist. Looking at the place where Dagu had disappeared, the mysterious person murmured, then also vanished from the spot. Just as Dagu left and the mysterious person disappeared, the world suddenly began to shake violently. Everything changed its appearance. The light pirates, who once traversed the new world and looked down upon the seas, completely vanished, as if they had never existed and no one had any memory of them. This included the crew of the light pirates themselves, Crocodile, Enel, Trafalgar Law. Even Robin had completely lost all memories of the light pirates, only knowing she was the sole survivor of O'Hara. From this point on, the world returned to its original trajectory, heading towards its predetermined endpoint. Introduction. How do you view the Devil's Child, Dagu Ambius? Nico Robin propped her cheek with her hand and smiled, saying, he is the one who has accompanied me my whole life. However, Joaelly Bonnie said with a face full of resentment, he is just a liar. He said he would take me to find my father, but instead, he made me wait and wait. Clang, a sound of a sword ringing out, and Momonosuke Shiryu, who had already become a Marine Admiral, drew out her close-fitting sword, Jin Pira, and said fiercely, he is my lifelong enemy. My wish is to imprison him in Impel Down.